Chapter 1. As long as I shoot a film, can I extract items? Host, Lou by Task. Film Iron Man Startup Capital, 100 million Blue Star coins. Originating from the stock and bond market, legal and traceable, the host need not worry. Reward. Randomly extract items from the film. Note, the level of rewards will be determined based on revenue and audience attention. Lou by gazed at the transparent subtitles, aware that the benefits of a time traveler had arrived. He couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, only those of handsome visage are qualified for such a journey. At present, his identity was that of a senior student at the Blue Star Film Academy, with a year remaining until graduation. Ding dong. In the group chat, the counselor sent a notification. There are only a few online courses left for seniors. You have ample time, so focus on filming to hone your skills. Those with opportunities may seek advancement in the industry. This semester's assignment is to produce a film with a duration of no less than 30 minutes, to be submitted to my email before the winter break. There will be special arrangements next semester. Lou Bai smiled at the message. The script is ready, and the startup capital is secured. This assignment should pose no difficulty. From what Lou Bai gathered, Blue Star boasted advanced technology, and the film production industry was highly developed, particularly in post-production visual effects, allowing for swift completion of films. First, I shall confirm the lead actors. I can enlist the help of graduated seniors. Not wishing to squander time, Lou Bai rose from his bed and proceeded to freshen up. Iron Man is a popcorn film with a tightly woven plot and exceptional narrative. Though viewed through a contemporary lens, its storyline may seem somewhat clicked, yet upon its release in 2008, it was nothing short of groundbreaking. Ultimately, it was produced with a budget of $135 million and grossed $585 million. While that may not seem vast, it is crucial to understand that Marvel was on the brink of bankruptcy at that time. Had it not been for the immense success of Iron Man, there would have been no subsequent Marvel Cinematic Universe or the Avengers. This film undeniably laid the foundation for Marvel and stands as an exemplary commercial film of Earth. The prospect of extracting items is thrilling. Might I be fortunate enough to obtain a mech? Lou Bai brimmed with anticipation. After completing his morning routine, he headed to the cafeteria for breakfast while simultaneously searching online for actors. He aspired to remain as faithful to the original as possible, making the search for suitable roles quite a challenge. As Lou Bai perused the actors' profiles, the class group chat buzzed with excitement. Finally, it's senior year. No more classes. I can sleep well now. Have you all chosen your film topics? I wish to create a film about familial bonds, one that will surely move the audience to tears. Is anyone interested in collaborating? How about a romance? It's a safe bet. The counselor mentioned in the group that there will be special arrangements next semester. What does that entail, class leader? Lin Ming, unexpectedly tagged, realized he had an opportunity to showcase his knowledge. He replied, I do know a bit. The special arrangement entails selecting a few outstanding works next semester to be screened at the school, with notable industry professionals invited to attend, that if the film is well received, it may catch the eye of influential figures, possibly leading to opportunities within major productions. If a piece is exceptionally brilliant, there could even be a chance for theatrical release. This sensational news immediately ignited a flurry of reactions in the group. Wow, the school is going all out this time, inviting prominent industry figures for screenings. Truly, the class leader is well informed. I've heard that other classes have genuine genius directors whose works have garnered hundreds of thousands of views online. The school has great confidence in them, believing this is an excellent opportunity to gain recognition, hence the plan for next semester. That's an incredible chance to gain fame if a renowned director or actor takes notice. One could soar to great heights. A sycophant continued to tag Lin Ming. Class leader, knowing so much, you must have prepared something, right? Share your insights with us. Surely your family has provided substantial support? Lin Ming, filled with vanity, yet striving for modesty, replied, not much support, just $5 million for production, as I intend to adapt a short story. Wow, rich guy. Take me with you. Class leader is so handsome, truly affluent this time. The top spot in class is assured. Funds have been transferred. $100 million at LU. Bai paid no attention to the group messages. He regarded the incoming transfer with satisfaction, emboldening him to seek high-profile actors with renewed vigor. As luck would have it, he indeed found some. Chapter 2. Donnie's encounter with the Iron Man script director. I want to act. but the way I found was a bit surprising for Liu Bai. He discovered it through a social news article. Once a genius actor, now a background performer. Can he find himself again? Liu Bai clicked in and confirmed several key pieces of information. A resident of a certain region, Donnie, 40 years old. He had been acting since childhood and rose to fame, with his highest achievement being a nomination for Best Actor. However, due to a chaotic personal life, he faced criticism and boycotts from netizens, and was also sued for a huge compensation by a collaborating brand, leading to a decade of silence. Recently, he was spotted in a minor role, triggering many childhood memories for the public, but it didn't generate much of a response. As Liu Bai looked at Donnie's information, he was intrigued. This person not only resembled the prototype of Iron Man, but also matched the playboy persona associated with the character. According to Liu Bai's investigation, he learned that Donnie had been married with children for many years, enjoying a harmonious family life. To support his family, he was willing to take on any role, having completely changed his previous style. It might be worth reaching out. He continued to search for suitable candidates. After a long search, Liu Bai still couldn't find an appropriate actor. In terms of overall value, Donnie seemed to be the best fit. Just as Liu Bai was contemplating how to contact Donnie, someone messaged him privately. Liu Bai, have you thought about what film to shoot? Why not join my team? I have new ideas, and we can collaborate again. The sender was named Han Ming, with fair and smooth skin, tall stature, and a delicate face. Liu Bai recalled giving her an overall score of 93 for her appearance. Han Ming was very capable and had a talent for screenwriting. Though her skills were mainly in outlining the story, fleshing out the plot was her weakness. The original Liu Bai had helped write scripts before, and their collaboration had been quite pleasant, so he wasn't surprised she would reach out. I've decided to shoot a heroism-themed film. Liu Bai replied while sitting in the cafeteria, sipping soy milk. Han Ming was sitting in her dorm chair, her silhouette softly outlined beneath a sheer nightgown, her long legs casually resting on her knees. Upon seeing the message, she wasn't surprised. Her slender fingers gently tapped on the phone screen. I'm not surprised you want to shoot your own film. Your screenwriting skills are strong. You've been writing scripts for me, and I feel a bit embarrassed. I wish you success, and send it to me when you're done. Han Ming felt a sense of regret. She knew her weakness was her screenwriting level. Bringing Liu Bai on board was indeed the best choice. However, she was also a confident person. She had been working on improving her writing skills, and now she felt her screenwriting ability had significantly improved. She believed her script this time would be on par with anyone else's. All right, definitely. Liu Bai knew she was sincerely inviting him, so he was quite grateful. If you need anything, feel free to ask. I can help you. I hope we can collaborate again next time. After expressing his gratitude in response to Han Ming's goodwill, Liu Bai left the cafeteria. It felt great to have someone help him right after his arrival in this new world. However, now that he has a system, he naturally wants to shoot a script about Earth to maximize benefits. That night, Liu Bai contacted Donnie. He sent a private message on social media, inviting Donnie to audition for the male lead, not expecting a response. Are you sure you want me to play the male lead? That night, Donnie, who had just finished portraying a lifeless character, looked at the message in surprise. He wasn't overly excited, just bewildered. At 40 years old, with idols and trainees dominating the scene, where was his market? He expressed his doubts immediately. Yes, I think you are very suitable for this role. It has glory lows and self-realization. It can be said to be tailor-made for you. I believe you need this opportunity. Liu Bai perked up and sent the message. He didn't think Donnie would refuse. Indeed, Donnie couldn't refuse, but he suppressed his impulse. He feared this was a joke. He had stepped onto the acting path at 4, was nominated for an award at 20, and even after a decade of silence, how could the desire to perform on the big screen die? He didn't want to be just a background character in a TV show. But was this dream really possible? I want to see the script, Donnie typed, his hands trembling. His heart raced with anxiety and conflict. He hoped this was real, not just a financial transaction. Soon, he received a document in his private messages titled Iron Man. Donnie would forever remember that night. He encountered a film that changed his life. Every time he stood on the red carpet or in front of a microphone, he would gratefully mention Liu Bai's name. But tonight, he was still filled with apprehension. Are they really going to let me play the male lead? Even if it was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. Donnie nervously opened the document, feeling the character word by word as he read the script. He experienced the protagonist's early success, inheriting a family business that dealt in arms, only to be captured by terrorists and, in a bid for survival, creating the first generation of Iron Man himself. Not only did he emerge from the cave, but it was as if he was reborn, especially at the end, when he faced the reporter's questions and declared himself Iron Man. The emotion in Donnie's heart turned into a flood of tears. After he exited the document, he realized he had been so engrossed in the script that he hadn't replied to his boss yet. Fearing he might come off as rude, Donnie became even more anxious and quickly replied, "Give me a chance. I want to act." Chapter 3. Donnie's excitement. But Liu Bai is the biggest investor? The Blue Star has 3 major regions: Qin State, a certain region, and Seven Island State. Donnie took the earliest flight and arrived in Qin State just as dawn was breaking. He wore a well-fitted suit and carried a black leather bag, looking very formal, clearly valuing this first meeting. With sunglasses covering his dark circles from staying up late, he couldn't forget the emotion from the previous night. Seeing the protagonist in the script felt like facing himself. When he finished his minor role and returned home, he immediately told his wife about this opportunity. They embraced and cried, both believing it was a great chance. Tony also felt the same way and was determined to secure this role. However, the more he anticipated it, the more afraid he became. Having experienced both the peak and the trough over a decade, he knew every opportunity was hard-won. He spent sleepless nights repeatedly memorizing the script. God, may everything go smoothly. He strode out of the airport, not daring to waste a single minute. Tony hailed a taxi and hurried to the agreed location. It was a mid-range cafe situated by the lakeside. As he stood at the entrance, adjusting his suit, he noticed some young people filming by the lake. Realizing that the nearby film academy explained the activity, taking a deep breath, Tony put on a confident smile and bravely pushed open the cafe door, immediately spotting a handsome young man waving at him. "Is this the director who sent me the script last night?" Tony was slightly taken aback, unable to believe it. He looked so young. Even by their standards, he was exceptionally handsome. Could he really not be a big star? "Hello, are you Mr. Liu Bai?" Tony asked uncertainly. "Yes, that's me. Please, have a seat," Liu Bai replied politely. Tony was shocked to sit down, not expecting such an outstanding script to come from a university student. It made him feel a bit awkward. However, he understood he had to seize the opportunity. So he took out the printed script from his black leather bag and began to share his understanding of the character, his insights, and his thoughts on certain plot points, striving to express his views in hopes of successfully landing the role. He wanted so badly to return to the big screen. More than that, he wanted to provide a beautiful home for his wife, who had accompanied him through tough times, which was a promise he made when he proposed. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. His weathered eyes were filled with longing and urgency, afraid to see any dissatisfaction or impatience in Liu Bai's gaze. Liu Bai was surprised. He hadn't expected Tony to be so well prepared. He even provided excellent suggestions regarding filming angles and special effects. However, when he saw the tall, mature man before him, he knew that this role could only belong to Tony. Iron Man could only be played by him. But Tony spoke so well that Liu Bai couldn't bear to interrupt him. Listening to his explanation gave Liu Bai a deeper understanding. "This is my overall view of the character, and while it may be somewhat immature, I hope to receive your guidance, Mr. Liu Bai," Tony concluded, slowly placing the script down, still feeling nervous, worried that he hadn't performed well enough. He quickly added, "You don't need to worry about my salary. I'm very affordable. I just hope to participate in this film. I could even act for free." Beneath the table, his fists resting on his knees tightened quietly. He needed this opportunity too much and hoped for affirmation. Liu Bai's next words struck a chord with him. "Mr. Tony, you spoke wonderfully. And what you expressed is also what I was thinking. I want to let you act for free. Although most of the budget will go into the scenes and post-production, your salary will not be low." Liu Bai smiled warmly, stood up seriously, and extended his right hand. "I hope we can work together happily." Donnie's heart trembled slightly, and his pupils were still a bit red. After he paused for a moment, he hurriedly stood up, humbly and excitedly grasping Liu Bai's hand, expressing heartfelt gratitude, pleasant cooperation. These 4 words completely eased the anxiety that had been hanging over him all night. A hint of bittersweetness surged in his heart. Liu Bai returned to his seat and began to introduce his situation. "Mr. Donnie, we discussed my situation last night. The production team is still being built, and we need locations, a crew, and prop production, so the preparation period will take some time. We will be primarily using actors from the region, as set by the script. I aim to stay true to the original work, and the scenes in the story are set in this region." Donnie nodded, feeling both anxious and excited. He never expected to play the lead role again after waiting for 10 years. The two discussed the script for a long time. Donnie was surprised by how familiar Liu Bai was with the script, Every description was vivid, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This reassured Donnie. No wonder such a mature script could be produced. Only Liu Bai could bring the scenes from the script to life. However, he couldn't help but ask, "Can I inquire about the filming budget? Or are you still looking for financial support?" Donnie finally voiced his concern. From Liu Bai's descriptions, he could tell that the film would not be a small production. Such grand visuals and special effects would require a significant budget. Of course, he didn't dare to ask for too much given the opportunity to play the lead role, but he didn't want it to be poorly made either. He valued this film greatly. Yet, the harsh reality made him understand that even if the special effects were a mess, he wouldn't back out of the role. After all, he had accepted even minor roles, so he had no grounds to refuse. His expression was quite complex. He asked this question just to get a sense of the situation. After all, Liu Bai was still quite young, casually dressed, and still a student, making it hard for him to come up with a large budget. "Do you think this is enough?" Liu Bai, sensing the other's concerns, smiled and pulled out his phone, opened his online banking app, and pushed the phone forward. Donnie picked up the phone in confusion, and his pupils widened in an instant. He looked at the long string of numbers, feeling dazed and shocked. He saw 9 digits, and his heart raced, doubting for a moment whether his eyesight was failing him. "Let me count. It really is 9 digits. Is this over 100 million? Suddenly, Donnie was completely thrilled. He even tried to click on the numbers and found that it could be transferred. This wasn't just a screenshot. This was real liquid capital. 100 million blue star currency. This was definitely a big production. "Boss Liu, when can we sign the contract? I can't wait any longer." Donnie excitedly returned the phone, filled with enthusiasm and respect. He knew that this shoot wouldn't lack funds, as Liu Bai was the biggest investor. Could this be Donnie's chance to turn things around? Chapter 4. Hanemo was confused. What kind of hero-themed film was Liu Bai planning to shoot with actors from this region? Liu Bai took back his phone, and the two discussed the remuneration. Tony sees the opportunity this film brings, allowing him to return to the film industry and take on the leading role. And he only dares to ask for 100,000 in fees. Just as he initially said, when he encounters a good film, he is willing to participate even for no pay. This shows his sincerity. Although most of the funds will be invested in post-production, 100,000 is still too little. How about 500,000? What do you think? Liu Bai naturally wouldn't really do this. After all, the other party had been nominated for Best Actor and could also serve as a promotional tool. Moreover, there is a high chance of collaborating again in the future. So he can't really squeeze the other person dry. It's good to make friends as well. During the previous period, the fees offered by a certain franchise were also 500,000, so Liu Bai has already gotten a great deal. "All right, thank you." Tony's eyes trembled, and he did not refuse. He is currently in a difficult situation, and this money is undoubtedly a timely help for him. He just buried his gratitude deep in his heart. The two signed a contract, which Liu Bai had prepared in advance, including the director's role, shooting schedule, cast arrangements, and other contractual details. Liu Bai immediately provided the 500,000 fee as per the contract. The currency is universally accepted across regions, and the price differences are minimal. Tony just needs to wait for the shooting news and join the crew until the wrap. The cooperation was pleasant. After finalizing the details, both had no more concerns. Liu Bai solved the male lead issue in an extremely cost-effective manner. Tony was very grateful, signed on for the lead role, and even received a commission in advance. While they were having a simple meal, Liu Bai mentioned, "You should have quite a few connections in the region. Can you help me find a female lead?" Tony felt relaxed, and his expression was no longer so serious as he asked with a smile, "Do you have any requirements?" Liu Bai replied, "This is the secretary of Iron Man. Age doesn't need to be too young, but she must look very competent." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes flickered, and he proactively recommended, "I happen to have a candidate." "Who is it?" Liu Bai had just arrived in this region and wasn't familiar enough with the local stars. Currently, he was the only one in the crew, and many things regarding the actors needed to be reacquainted. He was quite busy, and having someone help with ideas could save a lot of trouble. Tony said seriously, "My wife, Gwyneth." Liu Bai? Seeing Liu Bai's puzzled expression, Tony introduced. "She is also an actress, and her acting skills are good. She just needs an opportunity." According to Tony, the two met in the film crew. He wanted to develop further with Gwyneth, so he needed to completely quit his previous dissolute lifestyle. Tony changed since then, turning over a new leaf. Ultimately, they both stepped into the hall of marriage. Now, Tony has several roles, playing minor characters, which his wife helped him secure through her connections in the industry. It indeed sounds fitting for the role of Pepper Potts. Lu Bai thought to himself as he picked up his phone to search for information about Gwyneth. Now 35. She still looks good and has a stunning figure. She had a brief period of popularity and is indeed a good actress. It wasn't until she got married and had children that she gradually became less active. There were even reports online about her experiencing some postpartum depression. However, Lu Bai felt it was not appropriate to inquire further. That was a personal matter, but he was sure Gwyneth fit the role of Pepper Potts. If possible, I would go back to be a mediator for Winnie, and I believe she won't refuse, Donnie assured. He also looked forward to the couple taking on the lead roles in a play together. There is nothing more romantic than this. All right, Lu Bai smiled and agreed. This confirmed the crucial role issue. After dinner, Lu Bai walked Donnie out of the cafe. They saw someone filming outside, with the scene shifting to the outdoor dining area of the cafe. Under the sunshade, a man and a woman were holding a script and rehearsing their lines, seemingly during a break. However, Lu Bai recognized the female lead. Lu Bai, what are you doing here? The female lead also smiled and spoke as she saw Lu Bai walking out of the cafe. She was none other than the star student of their film class, Han Moing. She was special in class, not only talented in directing, but also in acting. She often took on roles in her own films and had a strong grasp of dialogue, making her a favorite among many male classmates who all wanted to collaborate with her. Her popularity and talent were proven by her hundreds of thousands of followers on short video platforms. I'm just here having a meal with friends, Lu Bai replied with a smile. He had a good impression of this star student, who was beautiful yet approachable, talented without being arrogant. Who said crossing over means showing off. Han Moing put down her script, removed her sunglasses that covered most of her face, and walked over with a smile. Having a meal here seems to be quite a move, Han Moing teased, her clear eyes looking at the Western man beside Lu Bai. However, from their standing positions, she noticed something unusual. She saw Donnie standing behind Lu Bai, holding a leather bag with a respectful demeanor. This action caught her attention. And who might this be? She asked curiously. Han Moing was fond of American dramas and seemed to have some impression of this Western man, but couldn't recall at the moment. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Donnie, a small actor under director Lu Bai. Donnie politely nodded. Han Moing was somewhat taken aback. Lu Bai mentioned yesterday that he wanted to shoot a heroic-themed film. Would he have Americans act? What kind of plot was this? She was a bit confused about what kind of film Lu Bai was planning to shoot. Chapter 5. The Iron Man script shocks Han Moing. Donnie was ecstatic. And the female lead was also confirmed. Lu Bai and Han Moing chatted briefly. Han Moing proudly took out her script for Lu Bai to see. Although you can't be my screenwriter, I'm not bad myself. Lu Bai looked at it and found the plot quite good. Upon receiving his affirmation, Han Moing smiled with satisfaction. Although my screenwriting skills aren't as good as yours, they're still quite strong. Among her classmates, she valued Lu Bai's screenwriting skills the most, as they were full of inspiration. Even if she couldn't become a major director in the future, she could very well become a renowned screenwriter. Their collaboration would be a powerful combination. Indeed strong. Even if you wanted me to help revise it, I wouldn't know where to start, Lu Bai agreed. Han Moing was even more delighted to hear this. She was very happy to receive Lu Bai's recognition. Have you finished writing the script? Let me have a look too, Han Moing said with a smile, extending her delicate hand to ask for it. Their relationship seemed natural and harmonious. I don't have a printed script on hand, but I can send you the electronic document, I replied. Lu Bai didn't refuse and took out his phone to prepare for sending it. At that moment, Tang and I, who was standing nearby, immediately understood and said, I have a printed script here. After a brief chat, Lu Bai left as he had to deal with the crew. Han Moing watched them leave, holding the script in her hand, a relaxed smile on her face. Moing, are we continuing to shoot now? Asked the filming team. Her group consisted of students, including juniors who all had their strengths. Let's take a break and have lunch first, Han Moing replied as she sat back under the sunshade, still holding the script that Tang and I had handed her. Iron Man. She softly read the title on the cover, her brows furrowing slightly. The name seemed a bit strange to her, completely incomprehensible. Curiosity took over, and she flipped to the first page. Once she started, she couldn't stop. Even when the crew urged her to eat, she remained unfazed, completely absorbed in the ups and downs of the script story. When she finished the last part, where Tony Stark admitted he was Iron Man at the press conference, her excitement reached an all-time high. She slowly closed the script, her eyes wide with shock. Each plot twist left her tingling. Wow, what kind of script did Lu Bai write? It's even better than I imagined. The commercial aspect is simply unbeatable. I want to film his movie. Her emotions surged, and she couldn't help but let out a rare curse. Finally, she bit her lip and sighed in resignation, realizing, he has been writing and revising scripts for me. It's really underestimating his talent. The outline I provided has limited his boundless creativity. Han Ming felt a sense of urgency and tightly grasped the Iron Man script. Looking at the urban struggle plot she had written on the table, it now seemed utterly dull. Director Liu Bai, I'm waiting for your filming news. After bidding farewell to Liu Bai, Tang and I boarded the plane home. In fact, although Qinzhou and Meizhou are vast regions, their proximity makes them the quickest to achieve unification. The 7 islands are far from the mainland and occasionally experience small-scale armed conflicts, making them far less safe. When Tang and I returned home, he was still filled with excitement, as if he were dreaming. If it weren't for receiving the transfer, he would have doubted whether he was awake. Dear, I did it, Tang and I exclaimed, choking with emotion as he embraced his wife. He now had the chance to reach the pinnacle again without needing to beg others for a minor role. I knew you could do it, his wife, Winnie, said, her eyes sparkling with excitement and encouragement. Even though she didn't say it outright, this embrace proved everything. She knew Tang and I would no longer be just a background character. The two calmed down, and Donnie began to recount the situation to his wife, especially the fact that Liu Bai had prepared over $100 million for the filming, which left Winnie's covering her mouth in surprise. Even in the film industry, that is considered a huge investment. Dear Donnie, you must seize this opportunity. That Mr. Liu Bai is your benefactor. You absolutely must not let him down. Winnie said earnestly. She understood that this could potentially change Donnie's future, helping him rise from the depths of despair. I know, I value it highly. Donnie's eyes sparkled. At 40, he seemed to see a bright path ahead, no longer filled with thorns. He placed his hand on his wife's shoulder, smiling widely, of course. He is not only my benefactor, but will also be your lucky star. Winnie's looked at him in confusion. Donnie explained. He agreed to let you play the female lead in the film. Although you never mentioned it, I fought for this opportunity. Winnie's confusion turned into shock. It was clearly her husband who was vying for the male lead, and now she was also becoming the female lead? Was Mr. Liu Bai so casual about casting? Did he have no preferred candidates? Moreover, female leads in films usually have potential deals. How could it be that Donnie just mentioned it, and it was approved? Was the entertainment industry in Qinzhou really that clean? It's true, Donnie said joyfully, pulling a contract from his bag, which included not only his, but also one for his wife. Her salary was $200,000, which was just right for Winnie's, who had been away from the film industry for a long time. But what pleased her most was that they were both appearing together, playing the two most important roles. This was a very precious opportunity. Winnie's had seriously thought about it. She had been feeling a bit depressed after giving birth and really needed a film to help her through it. Okay, I agree. Winnie's, with affection in her eyes, picked up a pen and signed her name. There were 2 copies, one of which needed to be sent back. Then let's go send the mail together, Donnie said, holding his wife's hand, feeling elated. Chapter 6. Securing the struggling film crew. The seniors were directly shocked. This is the real deal. Brother Chen, how is your team? Are you busy? Liu Bai returned to his dorm and contacted the connections of the original owner. It was a group created by several seniors from previous cohorts. Liu Bai had helped with logistics and participated in script development during his sophomore year and kept in touch regularly. Han Ming also had her own group. But the professionalism was lacking. It was made up of students with coursework, which would certainly delay the filming progress and wouldn't allow Liu Bai to relax. So he chose not to join. However, Han Ming's earnest invitation made Liu Bai quite grateful. She loved acting, and perhaps he could leave a role for her in the future? On the phone, Chun Rinchuan's relaxed voice came through. Is that you, Junior Liu Bai? Not busy. Just bored out of my mind. The crew is almost out of food. What is up? Looking for me for something? Liu Bai smiled. I do have something. Shall we meet to talk? In the end, Liu Bai arranged to meet with a few seniors. He needed the team's help in an employment capacity. Setting up a team personally takes too much time. It's easier to find my seniors. They are not only professionals, but also save me trouble. In the evening, after Liu Bai finished dealing with other trivial matters and was about to go out for dinner, he received a call about a delivery. He left his dormitory and picked up the interstate logistics package. It was the contract sent back by Donnie. Liu Bai was too lazy to take it back to his dorm, and the agreed time was approaching, so he headed straight to the restaurant to meet a few seniors. Liu Bai is here, one of the seniors remarked. This guy is still so handsome. I'm really jealous. When we graduate, you could come to our crew. Maybe you'll have a great opportunity to be the lead. Did he call us here because he needs our struggling crew? He must be here to save us. Another joked. At the restaurant, they enjoyed beer, barbecue, and crayfish. The seniors were joking around, and it seemed they had a good relationship. Liu Bai smiled as he sat down, feeling a sense of familiarity with the seniors, possibly due to the memories of the original owner. I'm really here to save you, he said. I have a film project and would like your help. Hearing Liu Bai's words, the smiles on the seniors' faces slowly faded. They exchanged glances, and one of them hesitantly replied, shooting is definitely not an issue since we're free right now, but we might take other jobs in between. So we're worried it might delay your progress. Helping out is no problem, but most of the crew needs to eat. So there might not be many people available for you. I also have to handle advertising and business connections, so I can't help much. But I can assist with post-production. The struggling crew can barely afford to pay, and it seems like we might disband any time. It would be better to help a junior this time, another senior added. Liu Bai understood and felt warmth in his heart. They were also having a hard time, and maintaining the crew was quite difficult. Yet, despite these circumstances, they were willing to help him with his project, which he appreciated deeply. Don't worry, I won't let you work for free. I plan to hire your crew to help me shoot the film, Liu Bai said. The seniors were astonished and skeptical. They knew Liu Bai's financial situation, after all. I've made some money in the stock market and have already signed the male and female leads. Both are actors from the region. The male lead was even nominated for Best Actor, Liu Bai explained. The seniors were stunned. You signed actors from there? And one of them was nominated for Best Actor? Are you serious? Liu Bai smiled as he watched their jaws drop and took out the delivery package. The seniors curiously grabbed it and found the contract sent back by weenies inside. Liu Bai also handed over his phone, showing the transfer records. Paid Donnie 500,000 Blue Star coins. Paid weenies 200,000 Blue Star coins. In an instant, the seniors were shocked. No way. Are you serious? When did you become so wealthy? Boss, take us with you. The seniors were astounded, looking at Liu Bai with wide eyes, as if they had seen a stunning beauty. The financier was right beside them. Chapter 7. Preparation complete. Filming is about to begin. Liu Bai finalizes the first scene. As long as the money is there, things will move quickly. Not long after, Liu Bai signed on with their struggling film crew, agreeing to pay a monthly filming fee of 1 million. However, upon receiving the transfer, they still looked utterly bewildered. Incredible. This is really not a dream. Liu Bai has made it big. What do you mean this kid? Show some respect, call him boss. Oh, benefactor. Make sure to bring us along for the next filming task. We're professionals at making movies. Liu Bai looked at their overly eager expressions and felt speechless. He didn't expect money to have such a corrupting effect. Just a while ago, they were frowning, and now they were strutting around proudly. The filming location was chosen in a certain region, and the sooner they could film, the better. I will send you the script for you to familiarize yourselves with. The storyboard is already written. This won't be difficult for you, Liu Bai said. He believed that a monthly filming fee of 1 million was worth it. His senior brothers were quite capable, having won numerous awards at school. The commercial ads they filmed were highly praised by their benefactor. And even the short films gained widespread recognition in society. Conversely, Liu Bai thought he was the one making a profit. This was already a favor. His senior brothers were pure-hearted individuals, fully devoted to pursuing their dreams in the film industry, though unfortunately, they hadn't made much of a splash. However, after years of struggle, they were very familiar with the industry and had formed their own small team of 6. Each member took on multiple roles, including cinematography, editing, post-production, business liaison, sound recording, special effects, lighting, and art direction, making it quite normal for one person to wear many hats. Their cost-effectiveness was quite high. Of course, with just their small crew, filming wouldn't be an issue. However, the real costs came from special effects production, extensive post-editing, and promotion. They needed to be mindful of expenses. Liu Bai had already decided that after completing this filming, he would bring them on as partners for future projects. He wouldn't shortchange his own people. No problem. We've got this. We will definitely make you satisfied. If Wang Go's editing isn't up to par, I'll make sure to give him a hard time. His senior brothers eagerly agreed, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. After finishing their barbecue, they insisted on treating him, full of enthusiasm. Liu Bai didn't refuse. And after sending the script, he headed back to school. The dormitory at school was a 4-person room, clean and tidy. Class leader Lin Ming was quite impressive. A true second-generation rich kid. He actually brought out 5 million for filming. It seems he wants to go in the direction of online movies. The novel rights he purchased were for a recently popular urban theme. It feels like it's going to be a hit. That sycophant has already confirmed his role in the filming. He really knows how to flatter. When Lu Bai returned to the dormitory, he heard his roommates exclaiming. He greeted them, set down the contract, and sat in front of the computer to browse through actor information. As soon as his roommates saw Lu Bai, their curiosity was piqued. Lu Bai, tell us honestly, what is going on between you and Han Mo-ing, the class flower? Yeah. Everyone knows you're close with Han Mo-ing. You've collaborated a few times before. Lu Bai is talented in scriptwriting. It's normal for him to join Han Mo-ing's crew. They should have started filming by now, right? Lu Bai glanced at his roommate's thumbs up and replied nonchalantly. We're just friends. I didn't join her crew. I wanted to try it out myself. The roommates were quite surprised. You're going to shoot it yourself? What's the theme? I think that's not a good idea. It's too much trouble. We're in a directing major. There's no need to do it alone. Collaborative works are also part of our assignments. Yeah, it would be great to join Han Mo's team. You could definitely leverage your strengths there. How about we reach out to class leader Lin Ming? He's more reliable, has projects and funding. We just need to contribute our efforts, and it'll be simple to get a work done. Lu Bai didn't respond to all of that. He only picked one question to answer. Heroic theme. The roommates were taken aback. Is this going to be a historical film about Kideazu? Like those anti-Japanese hero stories? They're all over the TV. They quickly lost interest in pursuing it. Heroic themes are the most boring. A week later, during this time, Lu Bai was continuously searching for suitable actors. With the help of his seniors, he had met the conditions to start filming. The art and props teams were working on the mechas, which already had initial models. The drawings you provided greatly facilitated their work, and they believed they could be completed soon. Personnel had already been assigned to the Qinzhou Scenic Tech area, and they would follow up with modeling, rendering, and set construction. The 20 million invested was well worth it. They believed they could now shoot the dramatic parts. Lu Bai received a message from his seniors, and his eyes lit up. Is it finally time to start filming? Chapter 8. The actors are so strong. Will it be a one-take shoot? The corresponding filming locations had also been confirmed. They just needed the actors to be in place. We're already in the region. We can shoot at any time. Lu Bai, when are you coming over? Lu Bai looked at his seniors' replies, feeling very pleased. Having a professional team is reassuring. I'll come right over. After replying, he immediately notified all the actors that filming would start the next day. The actors were also excited, studying the script and waiting for the gathering notice. The most thrilled was Donnie, who had waited for a week. It's finally time to shoot. Donnie saw the notification and excitedly hugged his wife, Vanessa. Although he had only waited a week, it felt like years to him. He was extremely worried about potential setbacks, such as delays in shooting or funding issues. Now, the big stone in his heart had finally been lifted. He desperately needed an opportunity to prove himself. Even after a decade of silence, and despite not being young anymore, he could still return to the screen and reclaim his past glory. Yes, Donnie, I believe you can do it. Vanessa put down her script and encouraged him. I won't let you down. Donnie took a deep breath to calm his excited heart and smiled broadly, saying, let us continue rehearsing and aim for a one-take shoot on set. The couple had many scenes together, so they wouldn't be idle at home. Whenever they had free time, they would rehearse and work on their lines. Okay. Vanessa admired her husband's serious work attitude and supported him unconditionally. As Donnie's wife, Vanessa had witnessed his glory and also his suffering during hard times. They stood by each other and entered a marriage that others didn't believe in. She was very worried that Donnie might become lost and sink into despair, which also exacerbated her own postpartum depression. Winnes felt a surge of hope seeing that Donnie had been reborn, as if she had gained infinite strength herself. Lu Bai met several senior members of the crew at a large venue in the region. This was a place where major press conferences, important meetings, and news releases were held. Senior Chun Rinchuan mentioned, we can rent it for a day for filming. They first confirmed the location for the press conference shoot. In the film, Tony Stark had attended several press conferences, and Colonel Rhodes also announced the Extremis Award in the early minutes of the film. Due to time constraints, from establishing the crew to outsourcing the art department, there was only a week of preparation time, so some sets were still under construction, and the armor was still being manufactured. Additionally, the crew needed to coordinate with the local military to rent armored vehicles, which added to the complications. Therefore, it was most suitable to shoot the dialogue scenes now. All right, let's make the payment and start shooting tomorrow. After contacting the venue manager, Lu Bai felt a pang of regret when he completed the payment. Renting for a day cost 600,000, and the money seemed to flow away like water. However, being able to shoot on location here was worth it. The grand architecture and luxurious style would enhance the film's quality. As night fell, Liu Bai followed the core team and invited the actors with shared scenes to meet at the hotel to finalize the shooting content for tomorrow. The shooting schedule was tight, and to save costs, the dialogue scenes had to be completed in one day. The pressure was significant from all sides, especially for Donnie, who took the initiative to rehearse with the actor playing Colonel Rhodes. Under the tense preparations, the next day arrived quickly. The camera crew was in position. The lighting was set. The sound team was ready. The actors were in place. Iron Man, Scene 1, Take 1, Action. The camera moved in from a crowd of well-dressed individuals. A bald man with a white beard, dressed in a suit, was holding onto the podium with a smile and a hint of awkwardness, scanning the room until he finally spotted Donnie sitting on the floor, leaning against the podium. "Can everyone please take a seat?" Donnie, portraying Tony Stark, had makeup showing post-injury scars on his face, and his right arm was dislocated and hanging in front of him. The scene depicted him escaping from terrorists and holding a press conference upon his return. Donnie pulled out a hamburger from his suit and waved his hand, saying, "You all sit down. This way you can see me, and it won't feel so formal." The actors playing the reporters looked confused, glancing at each other before taking their seats. Donnie naturally took a bite of his hamburger, settling into the emotions, and looked at the bald man beside him, saying, "It's great to see you." The man smiled and patted Donnie's shoulder, replying, "Same here." The two delivered their performances excellently, with the dialogue feeling very familiar, and they completed the long take in one go. One of the extras also performed well. When it was his turn, he looked eager to know and raised his pen, asking Mr. Stark, "What did you experience there?" Donnie looked at the reporters and stood up with a serious expression. "I've opened my eyes. I realize I can do more for this world than just create explosions." Standing in front of the microphone, Donnie said earnestly, "Therefore, effective immediately, I will shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International." The crowd of reporters immediately stood up, and the atmosphere became lively. They all raised their hands, eager to ask questions, as if they sensed a big news story. The actor playing the villain anxiously patted Donnie's shoulder, urging him not to say anything reckless. Donnie disregarded him. "Until I decide the future of the company. Now everyone can stop worrying. There will be no newspapers to sell, and it aligns with the best interests of the region." Amidst the commotion of the reporters, Donnie left. The bald villain wanted to redirect the reporters' attention and added, "What we should remember is that Tony is back, and he is in great health. We will conduct internal discussions and then brief everyone." Below, the voice of Assistant Director Chen Rinchuan excitedly rang out. Not only was he thrilled, but many behind-the-scenes staff were also exceptionally excited. Even the director, Liu Bai, was surprised by the completeness of the storyline. The long take was successful in one go. The dialogue was impressive. Donnie's portrayal of the playful Tony Stark was profound. The bald villain's character was even more complex. The performances of the crowd actors were also exceptionally delightful. Liu Bai knew he had struck gold. Chapter 9. Director Chun was shocked. "Liu Bai, where did you find these actors? Their acting is explosive." The first shot ended. The lead actors, hearing the stop signal, curiously gathered around the main camera. Donnie still wore a serious expression, but he felt much more relaxed inside. For him, this was his first leading role in 10 years, and he was satisfied. "Dear Donnie, you are amazing." Weenies had been watching her husband from off-camera, cheering him on in her heart. When she saw the successful take, she felt immense pride. Donnie patted his wife's head, his face full of affection. "Your turn is coming up. Make sure to perform well." In front of the main camera, Liu Bai chatted with a few senior colleagues. "Junior, I think this shot is fine and can be used directly," Chen Rinchuan said with a smile. He didn't expect the first filming of a major production to go so smoothly, which boosted his confidence. As the investor, director, and producer, Liu Bai, who had seen several drafts of the script, was also extremely satisfied with Donnie's performance. "I agree. We can shoot the scene of Donnie coming in from outside now," Liu Bai said with a smile. Everything was going much more smoothly than expected. The shots were not strictly filmed according to the storyline, but were considered from a convenient angle. The same scene would be shot multiple times, and the final editing would complete the correct playback sequence. Donnie still had 2 more shots to film. One was him and the bald villain walking in from the corridor, waving to the reporters, with Weenies following behind, holding a handbag. "Look who's here." The villain clapped and congratulated. Together, they walked into the crowd of reporters. This set of shots was simple and passed in one take. The speed was so fast that Liu Bai was quite surprised. Perhaps it wouldn't take 3 months to finish? Liu Bai harbored expectations, feeling even more eager about drawing the Mark suit, if judged by attention and revenue. It was hard to say which generation of the suit it was. Lubai hadn't forgotten the system's requirements. Although items could be drawn, there were limitations. Moreover, in the first Iron Man, 3 generations of Mark suits appeared. The first was a clunky, rough iron gadget made in a cave that could shoot fire. The second was unpainted, purely silver in color, capable of flying but lacked an anti-icing device, making it prone to freezing at high altitudes. The third was the version most familiar to the public, in red and yellow, designed based on a classic car and considered the most iconic. Only in the third generation were various weapon systems added, such as bullets from the shoulders, flares from the ankles, and energy blasts from the palms. Of course, the art team was still working on the props, and those shots hadn't been filmed yet. Winners, get ready. It's your turn, Chen Rinchuan reminded. Soon, the actors were prepared. As the clapperboard snapped, Winners' official shot began. The scene she was performing involved walking into a reception with Tony Stark, where a short man approached her as soon as she stood still. He was from the precursor of a certain agency. With a polite smile, he greeted Miss Potts. Winners replied, "Yes. Can I have a word with you? I'm not participating in the QA, but the press conference is about to start." "I'm not a reporter," the man introduced himself. "I'm Agent Phil Coulson, and I belong to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Winners looked at the business card he handed over and commented, "That's quite a mouthful." "Yeah, we're still working on that," the man said, expressing interest in learning more about Tony Stark's specific escape. Winners replied that it would be added to the agenda, and the agent nodded in thanks before leaving the shot. This set of filming was also completed in one take, leaving the crew in disbelief. "Old Lou, where did you find these actors? Their delivery and acting skills are incredible." "Yeah, my goodness. Even if they aren't super famous, their performances are explosive." Hearing the praise from his seniors, Lubai couldn't help but smile. The actors he sought were not those who prioritized fame, but rather those who were strong in all aspects. Additionally, they valued the script, having read and memorized it thoroughly. Completing simple scenes in one take was nothing remarkable. Assistant Director Chen Rinchuan was also very excited, holding a megaphone and saying, "Props team, get ready. Some actors will change costumes. Now the main cast will leave the set to film the scene of Tony Stark getting out of the car. And we aim to do it in one take." The crowd quickly dispersed. Most of the extras playing reporters headed to the dressing room to change. Meanwhile, Downey, Winnes, and Jeff, playing the main antagonist, exited the venue to film the scene of getting out of the car. As for the props team, they were setting up chairs to prepare for the final segment of the shoot. It was the moment when Tony Stark, under the questioning of reporters, personally admitted that he is Iron Man. The 2 sets of shots were filmed in the same location, making it more convenient to shoot them together. After all, renting this place costs hundreds of thousands a day, so saving wherever possible is essential. The following scenes weren't all smooth sailing. There were some outtakes, with some forgetting their lines and others requiring reshoots due to poor performances. However, these instances were minimal, which is a normal occurrence. Soon, evening arrived. Downey had little time to rest and was fully immersed in the filming. That night, he had one last scene to complete at the venue. A luxury sports car drove into the frame from the fountain area. Downey handed the car to the valet and then walked into the bustling red carpet event. "Hey, Tony, do you remember me?" A beautiful actress approached him. Downey calmly replied, "Not at all," and then walked over to the villain who was being interviewed, asking, "What's going on in this world? I wasn't even invited to my own party." The bald villain awkwardly chuckled. "It's quite a surprise to see you." Downey responded, "See you inside." The villain caught Downey's arm and whispered, "Listen, take it easy. I think I've calmed the board down." Downey casually replied, "Sure. I just need to let off some steam for a bit." The bald character's gaze held a deeper meaning. Cut. Director Chen looked at the main screen and shouted, "This set of shots is good. Actors, please exit the frame," leaving only the actor playing the reporter as we prepare to shoot the confrontation scene with Stark. The crowd orderly left the scene, and the actor in reporter attire stepped in. Downey picked up a few prepared photos from the props team, showcasing Stark Industries' weapons and equipment. Positions. With a loud call, the actors moved to their designated spots. Downey stood on the steps, tapping into an angry emotion as he looked at the bald character, Jeff. A clapperboard entered the frame, and with a snap, filming began. "Please step back." Jeff instantly got into character, blocking the reporter's long camera with his hand, refusing to be photographed. Downey, hiding his anger, calmly asked, "Have you seen these photos?" Jeff also entered his role, staring coldly at Downey, finally smirking. "Let's take a picture, come on." With their arms around each other's shoulders. Jeff leaned in to reveal the truth. "Tony, do you know who pushed you out? It was me who proposed the ban against you." Facing the clicking cameras, he smiled. "Only this way can I protect you." After patting Downey on the shoulder, Jeff coldly exited, leaving a bewildered Downey watching his back. This set of shots quickly passed. The difficulty of this filming was nothing for the two of them, and they didn't even need a rehearsal. Naturally, the plot of Downey attending the ball wouldn't be filmed here, as the rental fee for the venue was about to expire. They would find a cheaper location, set it up, and shoot the necessary scenes to splice in later. Cut. Great job, everyone. The filming task for tonight has concluded. It's time to go back and take a nice hot shower. The assistant director, Chun, stood up and smiled while clapping his hands in acknowledgement. The extras exited the scene, returned their costumes and equipment, and left, waiting for the crew's next shooting notification. Donnie approached the main console and couldn't help but enthusiastically hug Liu Bai, saying, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Liu Bai snapped back to reality from his surprise, smiled helplessly, and patted Donnie's back. "Inviting you to be the lead actor is my best decision." Donnie's eyes were filled with gratitude, and his smile was uplifting. "Your recognition means a lot to me. I will work hard to make this film great." "All right, go wash up and rest. We have more filming tasks tomorrow." Donnie left. Liu Bai also helped to pack up the equipment. Although he was the director, he entrusted all filming matters to Chun and his team. Not only did they have strong filming skills, but they were also professional directors. With these exceptionally talented actors, collaborating was incredibly enjoyable. Liu Bai felt that spending the whole day with the crew was somewhat unnecessary. Everything was achieving the effects he desired. "What are the arrangements for the next filming?" Liu Bai asked. "The sports car has been rented, and we will definitely be shooting some driving scenes. The professional driver is already in place." Chen explained while holding the schedule. "Tomorrow's filming will take place at a casino. I've already discussed with the person in charge. We'll rent a private room to film scenes of Tony Stark playing dice, as well as shoot some footage in the corridor. In the evening, we'll film the dialogue with the female reporter on the street." Liu Bai nodded, satisfied. Everything was well arranged. There weren't many scenes left to shoot in this region. The majority of the storyline would be filmed in an artificially constructed cave, which the art team was currently building in a nearby location. Once that was completed, they would return to continue filming there. The Iron Man's workshop would also be constructed and filmed in the same area. "I feel confident with you here. I will head back first to check on the props team and personally oversee the production," Liu Bai said. For the crucial mech props, even if Liu Bai provided the blueprints, he would ensure strict quality control. He was concerned about potential issues that could affect the filming schedule. After all, no matter how well the images were drawn, the model makers still had to answer to the artists. "All right, we'll take care of things here. There aren't many shots left. Most of the scenes can be filmed back in the other location. Additionally, we also have desert and Gobi scenes available there," Chen replied. Liu Bai nodded and took a late flight back. It was too late to do much, so he just sent messages to the art and props teams to inform them that he would check in tomorrow. To save costs, Liu Bai didn't stay at a hotel and went straight back to school. "Liu Bai, where have you been for the past few days?" As soon as he returned to his dorm, his roommate curiously asked. Then excitedly inviting him, "I finished writing my script tonight. I plan for a few of us in the dorm to shoot it together. Are you coming?" Liu Bai shook his head. "I won't go. I'm already filming." His roommate exclaimed in surprise, "Is it that superhero theme of yours?" The other two roommates also leaned in, looking curious. They subconsciously thought it was a film like anti-Japanese hero. Indeed, Liu Bai nodded. Was the filming going smoothly? Quite smoothly. Liu Bai was very impressed with those actors. Tony, as a professional actor, could handle the big moments even after nearly a decade without acting. The filming tasks were rather light. However, a few roommates exchanged glances. Unsure of what to say, they could only bring up what they had heard. "Liu Bai, you weren't here today, and you missed a big news." Han Mo Ying's self-directed and self-acted film reportedly had its script changed again. She even invited a senior from the performing arts program for a cameo, who is quite a popular star now, at least at the third-tier level, and doing a cameo is a huge deal. We originally thought that class leader Lin Ming was the strongest, considering the terrifying budget of 5 million and the support of an online novel script. No one expected Han Mo Ying to have such a burst of creativity. "You really don't know what you missed out on, Liu Bai?" The roommates chattered, feeling sorry for Liu Bai. Hearing this, Liu Bai was taken aback. What had prompted Han Mo Ying to change the script? Wasn't the original script good? P.S. To the handsome men and beautiful women reading this, please spare a 5-star review. The new author really needs your encouragement. It only takes 3 seconds to ignite the author's passion for writing. Please. Chapter 11. Lin Ming's confidence. Would you like to join my crew? Lu Bai couldn't understand what had motivated Han Moang. Why would she change a well-crafted script? And inviting a senior star? It seemed she was not satisfied with just releasing short videos. She probably wanted to go for the online movie route. It shouldn't be because of the script for Iron Man, right? Lu Bai wondered. In the end, he felt there was indeed a possibility of that. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He had plenty of things to do. He decided to ask her when they met later and went to sleep. The next day, the sun rose and the air was pleasant. Lu Bai washed up early and left the dormitory. While buying breakfast at the cafeteria, he saw a few cameras filming a scene. Just you few. Do you want to trouble me? A man with a charming gaze faced several young delinquents, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. Hey, kid, today is your last day. The group laughed, just as they were about to make a move. However, they heard heavy footsteps approaching from outside. Stop. A group of well-dressed individuals rushed in, and then knelt on one knee. We greet the Dragon King. Their powerful aura intimidated the delinquents. Lu Bai stood by, watching with great amusement. This absurd plot was awkwardly funny, truly entertaining. His laughter caught the attention of the director. That was Lin Ming. He was a classmate of Lu Bai and served as the class leader. Upon seeing Lu Bai, Lin Ming squinted his eyes slightly, revealing some hostility. After a moment of hesitation, he greeted, "Oh, it's Lu Bai, here for breakfast?" He knew Lu Bai was close to Han Moang, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, especially since Lu Bai looked so fair-skinned, increasing his sense of vigilance. Everyone in the class knows that Lin Ming is openly pursuing the class beauty, and he's quite the show-off about it. However, Han Moang completely ignores him. This also makes him quite displeased with Lu Bai, but he doesn't show it, as he wants to maintain his image. Yeah, Lu Bai nodded. I happen to be filming right now. Do you want to join my crew? The production budget is quite substantial. Lin Ming approached, flanked by a few classmates who were trying to get in his good graces. With a smug smile, Lin Ming invited. I bought the rights to a novel that's currently quite popular. There's a chance we could find a distribution company and get it directly into theaters. Working with me would also add a nice entry to your resume. Lu Bai calmly shook his head. No thanks. I'm already filming. Although the offer seemed kind, the way Lin Ming looked down at him with an air of superiority made him uncomfortable. His refusal left a few sycophants puzzled. Lu Bai, what are you doing? The class monitor is giving you a chance to join the crew. You should cherish it. Yeah, what future does your film have? You've seen our strength, right? The actors are all quite capable, also from our school's performing arts program. This is a rare opportunity. Just join us. The class monitor is nice and willing to help you. Forget it, Lu Bai thought, feeling that he was above a crew with just a 5 million budget. The comments from the sycophants made the atmosphere feel off to outsiders. They weren't particularly skilled. They just got into the crew by flattering others. And they could tell when to read the room. They were deliberately trying to provoke a reaction. Lin Ming, although feeling that it wasn't dignified, actually felt quite pleased. So, he didn't stop them but instead smiled and said, I wish you a smooth shoot. Lu Bai's gaze remained calm, not taking it to heart at all. He bought some buns and soy milk and left the cafeteria. He had informed the props and art department the night before that he would come today to check on the progress of the prop manufacturing. Taking a taxi, Lu Bai arrived at the props manufacturing company. The props for the film were outsourced to this company. Although the place wasn't too large, it had all the necessary equipment and sufficient manpower. Inside the studio, green curtains surrounded the area. There were 2 locations being rushed for rendering and manufacturing. One was the office environment of Iron Man, and the other was a cave setup. Both were significant scenes in the film. The reason for setting up in this city was not only due to lower labor costs, but also because the construction speed would be fast. They could start filming here directly. Director Lu, what you see now is the Mark I armor, restored according to the drawings you provided. A manager said while showing Lu Bai around the production area. It's strictly made according to the proportions of the lead actor. Most of the parts have been completed. It just needs assembly now. As they toured the production area, Lu Bai saw various steel components, imagining how they would look when put together. How long will assembly take? Lu Bai asked as he picked up a mask with rectangular eye sockets and breathing slots below. He held it up to his face, peering through the eye holes of the armor to satisfy his curiosity about the outside world. He used to dream of having his own mech while watching movies. And the thought of wearing it, invincible and unstoppable, excited him. Now, Lu Bai is even more eager. Once the filming is done, perhaps his dream will come true. What's more important is that what he gains is not just the mech, but the abilities defined within the film, capable of flying, charging, emitting waves, and being bulletproof. It's so perfect that Liu Bai can hardly contain his excitement. With it, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, even as an ordinary person. Today, he can try assembling it, and if everything goes well, he should be able to move and perform actions while wearing it, as the manager explained. Liu Bai nodded and set down the mask. Then, the two moved to another manufacturing room. Liu Bai saw that Mark II and III were being produced, utilizing 3D printing technology to mix metal powder with PLA, polylactic acid, significantly shortening the manufacturing time. The mechs produced are also lighter, fitting the human body better, with a stronger metallic feel. Of course, it's unrealistic to expect the props team to create high-tech mechs. The main reliance is still on post-production special effects rendering. If I could get my hands on the red-yellow Mark III, or even the silver Mark II, maybe I could participate directly in the next film? Liu Bai couldn't help but wonder, would it be too overwhelming if the Mark mech actually flew on set? Chapter 12. Filming wraps up. Iron Man is about to premiere. Thinking of this, Liu Bai felt joyful. But soon, he became frustrated. In the first Iron Man, whether it was the second or third generation mech, putting it on or taking it off was not easy. It required mechanical assistance for assembly and couldn't be switched out independently. This felt a bit less cool. On the bright side, this was already the best outcome in Iron Man 1. Although it was cumbersome to wear, having mechanical assistance gave it a more cyberpunk feel, making it even more hardcore. Liu Bai was determined. He absolutely had to film the subsequent Iron Man series and must secure a nano-level Iron Man mech. However, for now, Liu Bai had more important things to do. He picked up his phone and carefully filmed the production process of Mark II. In his footage, each metallic part was being processed in the lathe, under the guidance of professionals. Liu Bai personally assembled it and paired it with an AI smart chip that allowed the mech to answer simple questions. He believed these filming materials would soon come in handy. Half a month later, filming progressed smoothly. They first shot scenes from Tony Stark's workshop, and now they were about to film the cave sequence. This plot point was crucial, marking Tony Stark's complete transformation. The scientist, played by Ian Sun, picks up a gun and charges alone to buy time for Stark to power the mech, ultimately getting shot multiple times and collapsing on a sack, barely alive. Ian Sun, this is my plan, Stark. Donnie, wearing the heavy steel armor, felt the weight of the moment. After lifting his helmet, he feigned ease and said, "You still need to see your family, get up." Ensign shook his head in pain, portraying a sense of weakness and helplessness. "My family is gone. I have to go see them." "Stark, it's fine, I want this. Tony let out a heavy sigh and forced a strained smile. He looked at Ensign with a serious expression, his words carrying a weight. "Thank you for saving me." Ensign opened his eyes weakly, looking at the genius man he often saw in the news, the heir to a military-industrial empire, who was always immersed in tabloid headlines. He couldn't help but advise, "Don't waste your life." With a sharp gasp, Ensign completely closed his eyes. Tony's eyes were filled with pain and anger as he turned his gaze toward the cave entrance. The sound of machinery grinding echoed. Yes, this one is good. The emotions were perfectly controlled. The filming inside the cave was complete. Now we need to shoot the scenes outside. The location has been chosen in the Kinzu Desert area, announced his senior, Chen Renchuan. He explained that the main actors would take a half-day break before heading to the filming site. Everything was proceeding according to the schedule, and time was tight. Soon, over a month passed. Liu Bai placed great importance on the first film, as it was related to the rewards for extracting items. So he stayed with the crew throughout the process. He learned a lot of professional knowledge and became increasingly adept at managing the production. However, with the intense filming and various expenses, the costs were rising quickly. Surprisingly, due to the smooth filming, many areas managed to save costs, resulting in over 20 million saved. When all the content was filmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Cut. Thank you all for your hard work. Go back and rest well. Tonight, we celebrate the wrap. Liu Bai, sitting in the director's chair, called out cut skillfully, feeling relaxed. The shots he planned to film were all vetted versions suitable for theaters, which eliminated many unnecessary takes. Additionally, with a familiar team, there was no pressure on props, and the actors performed excellently, significantly reducing filming time. Liu Bai was very satisfied with this. Finally finished. I'm going to be a real director. Chen Renchuan exclaimed excitedly, feeling a surge of pride. This was his first true feature film as a director. Previously, They had only made niche short films with no big investments. Now, this shoot fulfilled a dream he had for years. Although the process was tough, it was exhilarating. For the past 2 months, he felt energized, staying with the crew, eagerly anticipating what the final film would look like. Another senior cheerfully remarked, "The filming is officially complete. Now it's time for post-production and special effects. We can also take a break for a while." Hearing this, Chun Rinchuan restrained his smile and shifted his gaze from the actors who had shed their roles, curiously asking, "Lu Bai, the promotion for the film is crucial. Have you thought of a promotional plan?" Another senior feigned anger, saying, "If you keep calling me your financial backer, I'll have to deal with you right here." Chun Rinchuan apologized humbly, saying, "I was wrong." Lu Bai watched his senior brothers having fun and couldn't help but smile. Their good relationship allowed for such jokes, which made Lu Bai feel very warm. He replied, "There's still some funding left. We can allocate part of it for promotion. I already have a rough idea of the promotional methods." Chun Rinchuan nodded, "That's good. We're not familiar with this area, otherwise the films I shot before wouldn't have had high quality but low viewership." He mentioned that short videos have a wide range of promotion channels, and Lu Bai could give it a try. Lu Bai nodded in agreement, as he also had similar thoughts. The task given by the system was based on box office and social attention, which determined the level of rewards. The short video promotion trend definitely required significant effort. As evening approached, a hotel lobby hosted several large tables filled with people. The number wasn't many. Chun Rinchuan's team only had 6 members, and those outsourced crew members who had been paid had already left. Most attendees were people from the film industry in the region. Compared to the large film crews online, the scene felt a bit quieter. However, everyone appeared excited rather than despondent, discussing the significance of the film while enjoying drinks in a cheerful atmosphere. Donnie, dressed in a neat suit, sat at the main table. As the lead actor, he respectfully toasted Lu Bai and Chun Rinchuan, expressing gratitude for their support and trust during this period. He raised his glass, stating, "The local liquor is quite strong. I drink this to show my respect." The filming experience had been enjoyable, allowing him to fully immerse himself in his role. The thrill of acting alongside his peers had gradually returned after 10 years, leaving him both nostalgic and melancholic every night. Yet, he knew everything would turn out well. On this land, he would eventually return to his home and reclaim his place in the industry. He believed in himself and in Lu Bai. Lu Bai had previously mentioned that there would be a sequel to a popular superhero film, and he would still invite him to be the lead, which left Donnie feeling both honored and anxious. The film had not yet premiered, and it had not been tested in the market, but the very promise made had deeply touched him. Lu Bai represented a mentor in his life, someone who had pulled him from the abyss, leaving him filled with gratitude that he couldn't express. "I also toast to both directors and the talented young individuals here." Donnie's wife, Vanessa, elegantly dressed in a long gown, stood up and said, "If it weren't for you, Donnie would still be lost, and I would be in postpartum depression. It is your excellent film and unique character portrayals that helped me emerge from my depression and discover a new self. I salute you." Lu Bai stood and raised his glass, joined by the others. The wrap party ended in a warm and joyful atmosphere. Lu Bai stayed at the hotel. After taking a hot shower, he felt much clearer-headed. Wrapped in a white towel, he sat at the table, contemplating the upcoming plans. Chapter 13, Shock. Iron Man made his first appearance on Blue Planet, and Lin Ming was shocked. After returning to the hotel from the wrap party, Lu Bai leaned back in his chair, contemplating the upcoming promotional strategy. The system had mentioned that the rewards for item extraction are based on revenue and attention. Therefore, box office performance and public interest must not fall short. This is also crucial in determining what kind of items I will extract. Lu Bai was confident about the box office. The quality of Iron Man had been validated on Earth, making it a successful model for commercial films. He had observed that science fiction films on Blue Planet mostly featured heroic figures with strong moral righteousness, often leading to severe homogenization. Not only did the audience experience aesthetic fatigue, but Lu Bai found it hard to continue watching after a few films, as they all seemed to come from the same mold. This also contributed to the generally low box office performance of science fiction films on Blue Planet. After understanding these factors, Lu Bai was not worried. Iron Man was different from traditional sci-fi hero themes. It was a story of a playboy's self-redemption, with a lighthearted overall tone and surprising plot twists. This would definitely stir some response in the stagnant sci-fi film scene on Blue Planet. What remained was the promotion. Promotion was a crucial step that directly related to revenue and attention. Lu Bai's expression became serious as he searched through short videos on his laptop. These were materials he had filmed at the prop-making company months ago. Each video featured either himself or someone he hired, along with records of him assembling the props. Spending money on promotion was one way, but he could also operate his own social media. After a sleepless night, Liu Bai quickly edited the videos. As a film school student, he was quite skilled with editing software. Soon, he typed the title in the Creation Center. After 2 months, a step-by-step guide to assembling a smart mech. Liu Bai clicked send, stretched, and then collapsed into bed to sleep. Lin Ming was the class leader of the film department and had been fascinated with mecha films since childhood, which led him to pursue filmmaking. However, the mecha figurines he once treasured had now been relegated to storage, gathering dust. He wondered if he was simply disappointed with the current mecha themes. The films released recently had become increasingly dull, with none capturing his interest. Lin Ming closed the film One-Eyed Little Treasure and aimlessly browsed the platform. His own film was nearing completion and would soon be ready for editing and submission, so he wasn't worried. The only team that posed a threat to him was Han Muying's. However, he couldn't figure out why she had suddenly changed the script and invited a senior star to help out. Thinking of Han Muying made Lin Ming feel somewhat withdrawn. It was well known that he liked her, but she had always been indifferent towards him, which was distressing. If there was anyone who posed a real threat to him, it was Liu Bai. He was not only handsome, but also close to Han Muying. However, he had to admit that Liu Bai's writing skills were impressive. This change in the script by Han Muying might have something to do with him. Liu Bai claimed to be making a film, but he had no idea what he was up to. His roommate mentioned that they hadn't seen much of him in recent months. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. If he didn't see Han Muying at school every day, he would worry that he was wearing a green hat. He was tall and sturdy, but his appearance was ordinary. Fortunately, his parents worked hard to make him a rich second generation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to pursue the goddess of his class. The goddess, who had never been in a relationship, was indeed very attractive. Lin Ming swallowed, setting aside his romantic thoughts, and began to assess his current situation. He knew that his career was the most important thing right now. Once he became a great director, how many goddesses would be out of reach? Moreover, the Academy would soon hold a film selection event, with professional film industry personnel attending. There would be well-known directors and first-line actors from outside the school. If he could gain their recognition, he could definitely soar to great heights. This opportunity was crucial for him. However, there were 3 classes in the film major, each filled with talent, and the pressure was significant. But with his confidence and the quality of his film, it was not impossible to compete. Just as Lin Ming was about to close the video platform, a title caught his eye. Learn to assemble a smart mech in 2 months, step by step. More importantly, the mech's red and yellow color scheme, smooth lines, and rigid contours made it look like a work of art. It struck him like a heavy punch. At that moment, he was completely captivated. Chapter 14. Iron Man video shocks the video platform. Trending already? Wow, that's kind of cool. Lin Ming stared at the mech on the cover, unable to look away. The bold red and yellow color scheme struck his eyes with great impact, causing his heart to flutter. Step by step to create a smart mech? Seeing the title, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile. With today's technological advancements, smart furniture was already common, and high-tech mechanical exoskeletons had long been popular in the military, just not yet up to civilian standards. Thinking this way, he realized the video's hype outweighed its actual significance. It was likely made by a player. Just looking at the design and color scheme was indeed appealing. Lin Ming was quite tolerant of this and didn't have strict expectations. After all, it was designed by the public, meant for enjoyment. If certain aspects stood out, he could easily give it a thumbs up. He no longer hesitated and clicked on the video. The video opened with a lathe at work, laser printing the mech's sharp lines. Soon, a rigid silver-white mask was born, accented by technology. Such a simple scene sparked a lot of discussion in the comments. The person who designed this mask is talented. Yeah, it doesn't look handsome, but the metallic texture is so strong. Is this the romance that belongs to men? So cool. I was attracted by the red and yellow color scheme on the cover, but didn't expect the silver-white to look so good. This design is indeed awesome. Lin Ming felt a tremor in his heart as he saw the unpainted silver-white mask. His face filled with admiration. The pure metallic steel texture really struck his chord. This was the mech he had always dreamed of. Lin Ming exclaimed in awe. His gaze remained fixed on the video, where he saw the polished mask, appearing even shinier under the flow of coolant. Then a figure appeared in the frame, wearing a mask to shield against the dust from the machining process. The figure meticulously assembled various cooled parts one by one in front of the camera. thoroughly satisfying the curiosity of all viewers. Wow, this is truly a hands-on tutorial. How thoughtful. Did the content creator forget the most important point? It's not that we lack hands. It's that we lack brains. Someone up there is speaking the truth. I must say, the content creator is incredibly skilled. Every step is interconnected, with no unnecessary fluff. Definitely not a novice. Could they be a big name in the hobby community? I checked the creator's profile, and this account was just registered today, with only this first video posted. They must be a pro's alternate account. That's impressive. Lin Ming was also engrossed. Although he wasn't a professional, he had encountered quite a few mecha figures and knew a bit about the craft. From his perspective, while the mecha's design was striking and its metallic lines smooth, other aspects were rather simplistic. However, that didn't hinder his appreciation. As long as it looked cool, that was all that mattered. The video was short, only 3 minutes long. The camera detailed every assembly step. Each screw was perfectly placed. And after an automatic spray paint treatment, it transformed into a bold red and yellow color scheme with striking visual impact, especially in front of the pitch-black backdrop. The faint blue glow emanating from the mecha's eyes made countless hearts race. The comments section exploded at that moment. Wow, this design is really cool. Big name. I'm following you. Is this mecha for sale? It's a large figure. I love it. I need this for my collection. Stop talking and drop the link. Comments surged. Likes skyrocketed, and many viewers went straight for a triple click, causing the video's popularity to soar, quickly reaching 2,000 simultaneous viewers. Lin Ming was also exhilarated, especially by the glowing mecha eyes in the darkness. They were exactly to his taste. So cool, I really like it. He was even considering buying it for his collection. Just based on the design alone, it would be worth it. But before he could message the creator, he saw at the end of the video a black screen with white text. I want to film a movie for this mecha. See you before the new year. As soon as the subtitles faded, the comments went wild. Lin Ming felt a sense of connection. Chapter 15. Lin Ming sent a message in the chat window. What is he up to? Amazing, he's going to make a video too. Support. Creator, you must really love this mecha. It's definitely cool. I will definitely contribute. I'll wait for your updates on the platform. I'm following you. The atmosphere on the platform was still very friendly. Seeing the final subtitle, most comments were encouraging and supportive. After all, they loved watching creators chase their dreams. Even junior high school students posting videos about how many likes they received can attract a crowd of supporters for every ridiculous dream. This time, they similarly embraced the spirit of fun. However, they thought it would be released in the form of short videos, without anyone considering a cinematic approach, including Lin Ming, the class leader from the film department. He wants to make a video? Lin Ming's eyes lit up at the thought. He didn't expect the uploader to be a film enthusiast. As a film major, I can offer some advice. After all, I am a professional. Finally, I thought about whether I could buy that mech. It really appealed to me. With that in mind, he sent a private message. However, the uploader's ID, named Lu Bai, seemed to be quite common. With so many people sharing the same name, it couldn't be that coincidental, right? The next day, it was sunny. Lu Bai woke up in the hotel, feeling a bit disoriented. After a few months of tight filming schedules, he found it a bit strange to have free time now. With no classes at school, he just needed to submit a film before the winter break to complete his assignments. The film was in the editing and post-production stage, and given the technological standards, it could be rendered in a month at the slowest. Then he could apply for a release number, find a cinema chain or distributor, and after negotiating the profit share, it would be ready for the big screen. He even had Senior Chin apply for the appearance patent of Iron Man. And now he really had nothing much to do. Lu Bai shook his still groggy head and picked up his phone to check the video response. To his surprise, there were a lot of private messages in the background, and his fan count had skyrocketed to over 10,000 overnight. The likes he received exceeded 50,000. The platform even sent a notification that his video made it to the trending list. This discovery thrilled Lu Bai. His previous efforts were not in vain. He didn't expect this video to gain such traction. Filled with joy, Lu Bai immediately registered multiple accounts on various platforms, such as Douyin and Kuaishou, all under the name Lu Bai. However, some platforms had restrictions for newcomers on video length, so Lu Bai, ignoring his hunger, created a 15-second version of the video to post on the short video platform, aiming to attract even more attention. After all, the value of the items drawn depended on social interest. Interest could also be converted into box office revenue. This was tangible profit. Although the video was gaining popularity, he couldn't skimp on promotional expenses. With that in mind, Lu Bai spent 5 yuan on personal promotion for his Douyin video. Even though the video was just a few seconds long, re-editing it with music and adjusting frame by frame was indeed time-consuming. An hour later, after finishing his morning routine, Lu Bai checked out of the hotel. As he took a taxi back to school, he finally had time to look at the private messages from the platform users. Many people were asking if the mech was for sale, some requested design blueprints outright, and most were encouraging. However, what surprised Lu Bai was an invitation from someone claiming to be a staff member of a tech exhibition. Hello, I am a representative from the Qingzhou Technology Exhibition. We primarily lead the annual technology trends, inviting not only tech companies, but also outstanding tech talents from the community. I noticed that your mecha design is exceptional and meets our collaboration standards, so I sincerely invite you to participate in the technology exhibition during the Spring Festival. There will also be segments introducing technology and design to other guests, and the entire event will be live-streamed. If you prefer, you can choose not to appear on stage. Lu Bai understood this as well. The other party likely recognized the popularity of his videos, and with the design being truly remarkable, it gained market approval, leading to this invitation. Lu Bai is not opposed to it. For him, the technology exhibition could also promote the film, although he is unsure if the timing will work out. All right, I will participate. The ability to extract items is limited, as far as Lu Bai knows. The revenue from extraction must be settled after the film is no longer showing. Therefore, if the technology exhibition starts while the film is still running, he can only bring the 3D crafted film props to maintain appearances. After responding to the exhibition promoter, Lu Bai continued browsing private messages on a video-sharing platform. To his disappointment, there were no inquiries from advertisers, which dashed his hopes of recovering financially. With too few fans, he lacks industry influence. Perhaps one day I could become a prominent creator too? Lu Bai briefly fantasized and scrolled through the private message interface, soon noticing an ID that caught his attention. The person messaging him had the ID, Film Industry Lin Ming. Chapter 16, Hidden Talents in the Film Academy. Han Mo Ing actually follows Iron Man? What a coincidence. Seeing the familiar name, Lu Bai smiled lightly. He knew that Lin Ming did not have a favorable impression of him, seemingly annoyed by the friendly collaboration between him and Han Mo Ing. Naturally, he felt the same way about Lin Ming. After crossing over, facing inexplicable hostility made it hard for him to remain unconcerned. Additionally, the incident in the cafeteria, where Lin Ming looked down on him as if bestowing the opportunity to collaborate, was indeed off-putting. Lu Bai was unsure if the person who sent the private message was the same individual and curiously opened it. Upon reading the message, he confirmed it was indeed the class monitor he remembered. Film Industry Lin Ming. Hello, Up Master. I was greatly surprised to see your mecha design. This is exactly the type of mecha I've always dreamed of. It's so cool. At the end of your video, I noticed you plan to shoot a video for the mecha. Coincidentally, I am a student majoring in film and am currently shooting my own online movie with an investment of $5 million. I have some insights on filming, so feel free to ask me any questions. Although Lin Ming was interested in the mecha, directly stating he wanted to buy it for his collection would be somewhat embarrassing. After all, he would become a prominent director in the future and needed to maintain some prestige. Once they got familiar, he could casually ask if he could buy it for under 100,000. This price might be expensive for an average person, but for interested wealthy individuals, it would be quite worthwhile. Many fans of the anime culture buy figurines, with a single wall worth as much as a house in a big city. The figurines are only palm-sized, made of resin and clay, which are inexpensive materials. Yet some people are willing to spend tens of thousands on them. This is a kind of fervor that ordinary people cannot understand. Lin Ming is no exception. Even if it costs 100,000, to him, it's like spending just 10 yuan, and he feels no pain at all. What matters to him is the design, color scheme, and appearance of the mecha, especially since the current first set has more collectible value. Lu Bai looked at the private message and was surprised by the other party's unexpected politeness. No need, just taking some fun photos with friends. He didn't want to come off as overly friendly and simply replied. To his surprise, Lin Ming responded immediately, okay, I've followed you, waiting for your updates. Can we follow each other back? Lu Bai was taken aback. Was it really that humble? What kind of expression would he have if he knew I was Lu Bai? With this thought, Lu Bai, feeling a bit mischievous, decided to fulfill Lin Ming's request. Sure. Thanks for following back. Looking forward to your subsequent videos. Lin Ming replied happily. Lu Bai chuckled and put away his phone. Still young, huh? The taxi took Lu Bai back to school quickly. The campus was bustling with activity. Many film crews were still shooting, and students were curiously gathering to watch. There were also vocal music students setting up stalls to sing and perform. The air was filled with youthful energy. At first, Liu Bai found this very novel, but after witnessing it almost every day, he became indifferent to it. Back in the dormitory, his roommates were surprised to see him. "Liu Bai, where have you been all this time? We haven't seen you around." The smiles on his roommates' faces were full of joy, as if they had something to share. Liu Bai responded, "I've been shooting with a film crew. So I wasn't in the dorm." His 3 roommates gathered around, saying, "You've missed out on a lot of big news. Have you heard? The film shot by Han Mo-ing got approved for release a few days ago. It said that a senior star helped connect with the distributor, and the film is scheduled to be released at the end of this month. Even our advisor has high hopes for it." Another roommate excitedly continued, "Yes, our film class is doing great. Lin Ming's film will also be streamed on a major platform, and the profit-sharing ratio is good. Everyone says the chances of breaking even are high, and we might even make a small profit. Of course, classes 2 and 3 are also impressive. It's rumored that some submitted films are being showcased in the region and have even been nominated for film festivals, like the Oscars. Simply incredible." As his roommates chatted animatedly, Liu Bai nodded inwardly. He had never underestimated his fellow students. Anyone who could get into this university had great talent, just needing a good spark of inspiration. And perhaps a brilliant film could emerge. However, Liu Bai didn't have such lofty ideals. He was just a mundane person wanting to make money. Box office performance and social attention directly influenced the rewards in terms of items drawn and could even lead to better scripts. Commercial films were his first choice. After being poor in his past life, now that he was on this new planet, shouldn't he enjoy himself? As Liu Bai looked forward to the early rendering of Iron Man, a phone call came through. Liu Bai picked up his phone and was surprised to see a message from Han Mo-ing. "I saw that you're back. I wanted to ask, has Iron Man finished filming?" Liu Bai was taken aback. He didn't expect the class beauty to be so interested in Iron Man Chapter 17. Iron Man officially promotes. Shocking netizens. What a divine creator. Hearing the question from the phone, Liu Bai replied, "It's finished filming, and we're currently working on the special effects." Han Mo-ing responded with a sound of acknowledgement, her voice sounding quite eager. "Is the release date confirmed?" "Not yet, but it should be soon," Liu Bai said honestly. After the special effects are rendered, they still need to apply for a distribution license. Fortunately, the approval process is quick, usually completed in about 3 days, which saves a lot of time. This period is just right for promotion. Han Mo-ing nodded. "I really like your script, and I'll keep my expectations high for the finished product." There were some things she didn't say. Given the scenes she had seen in the script, the required special effects would definitely be a significant expense. Even with a reduction in large-scale scenes, the filming cost would still need to be around 10 million. At the very least, it would have to be 5 million. But could Liu Bai secure such a large investment? Liu Bai didn't know what Han Mo-ing was concerned about and asked, "I heard your movie is set to be released at the end of this month, and it's not far off. Is there enough time for promotion?" Han Mo-ing put away her regrets and smiled as she replied, "Not enough time. It's too rushed. Luckily, I have several 100,000 followers on Douyin, so this promotion window is just barely enough." 2 weeks later, during this time, Han Mo-ing's low-budget film was released, and it reportedly received good reactions and made a decent profit. Liu Bai was genuinely happy for her. Meanwhile, he was also busy. Promotion meant box office revenue and social attention, and he didn't hold back. He invested 15 million for the promotional efforts. Not only did he hire a professional marketing team, but he also had his senior brother Chen Rinchu contact film distributors to reach a cooperation agreement for targeted advertising. He bought numerous promotional articles and placed a large number of ads in Qinzhou, Meizhou, and Kadezu. In no time, Iron Man became an undeniable presence in the eyes of countless people, especially with its novel design and bold color scheme. It caught the attention of Blue Star citizens. Moreover, Iron Man registered an official Weibo account and, once verified, released an official promotional trailer. The exhilarating music, intricate special effects, smooth visuals, and stunning effects immediately sparked excitement among many. While people were marveling, some users on a particular platform were already shocked. "Wait, isn't that the creator we know?" This discovery sent chills down their spines. They had witnessed the creator designing the mech and rendering the colors. But now, what was with all this overwhelming advertising? In an instant, countless fans who recognized the creator rushed into the platform, excited and stunned. "Creator, come out and speak. Isn't this your design mech? Why is there an official Weibo for Iron Man? This has to be a major project. I thought the content creator was just casually making short videos." But this feels like a blockbuster. This must be an incredible creator. Guys, quickly check it out. The creator has released a new video. As soon as the viewers saw the announcement, they immediately clicked on Liu Bai's profile and caught the new video release. And this is the same type of video as the one released by the famous Iron Man. Is this an official announcement? Am I dreaming? There's really going to be an addictive movie? That mech is called Iron Man. I didn't expect to be following a true big shot. Not only the viewers are in disbelief, but so is Lin Ming from the film crew. He was surfing the internet, and didn't expect the overwhelming advertisements to hit him right in the face. An award-winning actor is participating. And it's a project 10 years in the making. A sci-fi masterpiece, making its grand debut. A couple is playing the leading roles. What a divine movie this is. Numerous powerful veteran actors are involved, making it the most anticipated sci-fi film of the year. Lin Ming was stunned, especially by the red and yellow mech, which shook him to his core. Isn't this designed by that creator? This promotional effort must have cost at least 50 million, right? I wanted to give him some pointers, but who am I? Turns out he is a hidden big shot? It seems we're mutual followers? Oh my gosh, I'm riding on a big shot's coattails. Chapter 18. Hanemo was shocked. This movie has no investors. Are you serious? Lin Ming was overly excited. He didn't expect the creator he was mutual with to be a hidden big shot. He immediately sent a private message, expressing his support after the release. At this point, Lin Ming also dismissed any negative thoughts. After all, the ID named Liu Bai did indeed make him feel uneasy. However, such a grand promotional effort is not something an ordinary person can afford. Luckily, it's just a name coincidence, and they aren't acquaintances. Liu Bai didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic and replied, "Thanks for your support. I hope by the time you find out I made it, you can still keep that friendly demeanor." Lin Ming was ecstatic to receive the reply. He didn't know how the quality of the film would be, but he knew the promotional cost was definitely for a big production. If he could build a good relationship, it would be a valuable connection. Truly, a hidden gem. Lin Ming put down his phone, feeling quite emotional. He speculated that the movie Iron Man must have been completed a long time ago, but only now is it being promoted. The creator's first released mech video should have been a reflection of the initial idea. And it's surprising that it actually got made. Moreover, the cover on the platform is all about promoting the Iron Man movie. The advertising costs left him in awe. This is what a true wealthy second generation looks like. Lin Ming looked around, and Liu Bai's video was topping the trending list. Likes and comments skyrocketed. Oh my gosh. It's just a short video. Is it really necessary to put out such a formal promotional trailer? I can't believe it. The editing style, special effects, and smoothness of the visuals are simply incredible. I can't believe there is such a grand sci-fi film in Chinzhou. It's astonishing. Did you really shoot this? This must be from a big director. It looks like it's the winter break season. I hope it's not yet another film that is all about righteousness and hating evil. Indeed, there is a reason for the decline of sci-fi films in Chinching. Most of them just have a sci-fi veneer, telling the same old, tired stories. Such excellent mecha designs shouldn't be wasted. Fans are astonished. And the discussions are heating up. After all, they've been loyal followers since the first video released by Liu Bai. But Hanemo, seeing the overwhelming promotion, feels a mix of emotions. Is this really the script I read? Hanemo gazes at her phone, her pupils rippling with disbelief. Her slender fingers swipe across the screen, her face filled with incredulity. The official announcement is Iron Man, with a renowned actor participating, costing over 100 million. The script Liu Bai showed me is called Iron Man, but something feels off. Her heart races, enveloped by shock, rendering her momentarily unable to think. After a long while, she snaps back to reality. This is truly a movie directed by Liu Bai. It's about to be released, and the promotional campaign is overwhelming. Hanemo sits dazed in her chair at home, unable to fathom such a drastic change. Just half a month ago, she was worried that Liu Bai wouldn't have enough funds to present the script authentically. But now, this grand spectacle doesn't seem like a situation where money is lacking. She doesn't let her thoughts run wild and makes a call to directly inquire. Liu Bai, I've seen the promotion for Iron Man. It is impressive. I want to know, did you find a financier? Hanemo is well acquainted with the process of finding investors for films. The previous film she released also had investors, and in the end, everyone benefited and made a decent profit. As the director, lead actor, and screenwriter, she earned quite a lot. However, the major share still goes to the investors and the cinema chains, which is what concerns her. But looking on the bright side, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Her film had a low cost and a high return, so the next time she makes a film, she can negotiate a higher share and have more say. With the success of her previous film, she could attract even more investment, creating a positive cycle. Of course, Han Moing knows that Liu Bai indeed found a financier. With such a promotional lineup, the profit-sharing ratio is likely to be quite low. It's impossible to make a film without investors to hedge the risks. And Liu Bai probably doesn't have enough funds to support such a large promotional effort, right? Ultimately, Liu Bai will profit, but the share of the box office might not be as ideal. Thinking of this, Han Moing pauses, believing that since it's Liu Bai's first time directing a movie and collaborating with investors, his interests must be significantly squeezed. And anyone would be unhappy in that situation. She sighs softly and comforts him. I don't know what you think of investors. They undeniably tend to exploit, often demanding exorbitant shares, and your profit-sharing ratio must be disheartening, right? Let me share my experience. I shot a short film in high school, and as you know, I was the publicity officer, so seeking sponsorship was something I was used to. This is a normal distribution of interests, so you don't need to worry too much. You may be dissatisfied with how the funding is divided, but on the bright side, you will have more resources to showcase your talents. I believe in you. In the future, you will definitely have your own team to operate your projects independently. Han Moing was still considering how to comfort the other person when Liu Bai's next statement left her completely stunned. What are you talking about? I have no investors. Han Moing frowned. How could there be no investors? Should I say I am the only investor? Liu Bai added. Han Moing, are you speaking human language? Chapter 19. Approval for Iron Man. Screening aloud. Making mecha. Here I come. Liu Bai's honesty left Han Moing speechless. With a beep, the call was abruptly ended. Han Moing still couldn't believe the fact she had just heard. The clown is actually me? This promotional campaign was powerful, with ads for Iron Man even in the region. Although Downey had finished filming for a while, he had not been idle, returning to take on roles. This time he was filming an urban drama, playing a security personnel with some scenes and appearances. If it were before coming to this region, he would have felt satisfied, at least having lines again instead of playing a corpse. However, after working with that esteemed director and enjoying the thrill of starring in a big movie, he still felt a bit unfulfilled. But for the sake of family, he had to keep working hard to earn money. All right, today's filming is done. Everyone can wrap up. Hey Downey, I heard you shot a movie in this region? The assistant director called out as the crew was finishing up, smiling as he saw Downey approach. His tone somewhat insincere. Downey calmly took off his security uniform and replied, "This is my freedom." It seemed to be yet another boring swordplay scene. Downey, let me give you some advice. Stay away from this region. Otherwise, you might lose your chance at the Best Actor nomination, he added, though that was 10 years ago. Many in the crew laughed. Downey remained unfazed, grabbed his meal box, and headed home. For him, Liu Bai was the true benefactor. What do these short-sighted small crews understand? The assistant director who had mocked him earlier watched Downey's back, silently sneering. Years ago, he had wanted to invite the popular Downey to star in his TV series, but the latter had completely ignored him. Now, seeing him running errands in his own crew provided a sense of superiority and immense satisfaction. Even when the actor made mistakes, his temper had mellowed significantly. At that moment, a crew member hesitated to speak. The assistant director stood up from his chair, casting a questioning look. What's the matter? The person had a complex expression and handed over a tablet. Does this person look like Downey? The assistant director took the tablet without much thought and saw a promotional cover. Downey, dressed in a suit, had scars on his face and was staring resolutely ahead. The assistant played by Win stood with a file bag, looking poised and dignified. Behind them is a mecha in a golden red color scheme, exuding a cool tone. The sci-fi, passionate atmosphere immediately bursts forth, captivating even the assistant director, who can't help but take a few extra glances. The former film emperor makes a powerful comeback, co-starring with his wife in a sci-fi blockbuster. With a budget of 100 million, it creates a new trend in science fiction. A decade-long marriage expresses its love in the most romantic way. Clickbait headlines bombard the scene, instantly piquing everyone's curiosity. Even the assistant director, who had directed the promotions, couldn't suppress a twinge of interest. But when he realized it, he furrowed his brow. He could only let out a sour huff. The promotion seems quite substantial. Can he really turn his fortunes around with just one movie? Even if there is some improvement, he still has to stay in my crew for a month. He might as well continue working as a security guard. When Donnie returned home and sank into the soft sofa, he finally shed his exhaustion. However, to his surprise, Winnes was not at home. It wasn't until the afternoon that he saw his wife push open the door. Donnie set aside the script and stood up to greet her. "Darling, where have you been?" Winnes wore a smile, seemingly rejuvenated and in an incredibly relaxed mood. "I went out for an interview." Donnie was taken aback. "Why didn't I know about this?" Winnes explained. "It was sudden, right? I was informed today at the last minute." "Darling, listen, there's a TV show that wants to invite you to participate in the recording." Donnie was even more confused. Given his current standing, which television station would even consider him? But he wasn't foolish. He quickly connected the dots. Besides the Iron Man script, what else could spark a revival in his career? To readjust to being a leading actor, he often practiced lines with his wife, refining the script. Now, estimating the time. It seemed about time for promotion and release. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited, though he still suppressed his emotions and asked uncertainly, "Has the promotion started?" That $100 million investment cost, if partially allocated for promotion, could yield terrifying effects. "Yes, darling. The promotional campaign is quite grand. All major platforms are promoting the film. Your photo is right in the center of the cover, attracting countless curious eyes. I borrowed your light. I was invited for an interview today, and the show wants to invite you to participate in the recording." Upon hearing this, Donnie's expression froze. He had guessed this possibility, but when reality struck, his heart tightened. He had longed to return to the big screen and appear in the public eye. This day had been a decade in the making. Now that it had truly arrived, he didn't burst into tears or laugh wildly. He simply stood there, a bit dazed. He wasn't sure if he was recalling past hardships or looking forward to a bright future after the rain. Winnes saw her beloved standing there in a daze and felt a pang in her nose. With affectionate eyes, she stepped forward and gently embraced him. "Congratulations, Donnie." Half a month passed. The movie's special effects were finally completed, and at this crucial moment, Lou Bai would never miss out. He personally attended the screening, and overall, the viewing experience was exceptional. The special effects were impressive, creating a strong sense of pressure. Under the rendering of Blue Star technology, it was far more magnificent and atmospheric than the Earth version, filled with details. After watching the film, Lou Bai couldn't find any flaws. With the winter break approaching, he had Chen Renchuan take the film key to the relevant department for approval. Soon, they received a positive response. It could be screened. Lou Bai clenched his fists, his blood boiling with excitement. After promoting for so long, the mecha film was finally here. Chapter 20. The premiere is near. Lou Bai's final promotion method. Upon receiving the screening news, Lou Bai happened to be in his dormitory. He received a call from Chen Renchuan. "Lou, how is the movie arranged?" Lou Bai understood what he meant and went to the balcony to respond. "Scheduled for December 12th, global simultaneous release." Chen Renchuan was taken aback. Although he was confident in the quality of the film, he wondered if a global release was too ambitious. He didn't know that Lou Bai needed box office revenue and attention, but he didn't question Lou Bai's decision, as he was merely an employee while Lou Bai was the producer and the big boss. He just expressed his concern. "I have no objections to the global release, but we'll need to find a major distributor." Lou Bai understood his point. For a movie to be released, cooperation from a distributor was essential. After all, getting approval for the film was just the beginning. It also needed to be released in theaters, which was the distributor's job. Essentially, the distributor acted as an intermediary, responsible not only for promotion and publicity, but also for scheduling and sending copies of the film to theaters. Lou Bai replied that although contacting a major distributor would mean sharing a significant portion of the profits, around 10%, he reminded himself that he also had rewards from the system based on box office revenue and attention. If he were to get Mark II, the value would be immeasurable, not to mention Mark III. Chen Renchuan nodded. "All right, I'll take care of it right away. Let's wait for our good news." After hanging up, Chen Renchuan's worries gradually dissipated, and he became excited. Although they would face competition from films produced by major directors on December 12th, he was not afraid of comparisons. If the film was released globally, with the quality of Iron Man, his name would be remembered by more people. This time, they would crush all the films released simultaneously. Everything was progressing rapidly. The major distributor that Chen Renchuan contacted was also working diligently. Their staff had watched the film and were astonished by its quality, deeming it the most valuable commercial film of the year. The higher-ups were very attentive, quickly finalizing the collaboration and providing unwavering support. The higher the box office, the greater the commission they could earn. The distributor did not dare to be lazy and immediately arranged for personnel to promote in various cinemas, organize events, secure advertising positions. and even oversee ticketing and monitoring, making everything bustling and lively. The promotional efforts across various regions were ramping up, and the changes that Downey felt were even more pronounced. In the small production team, where he plays a security guard, people are looking at him with very complex expressions, and some even take the initiative to build good relationships. Even the assistant director has toned down his arrogance and is being friendly. This time, it's obvious to everyone that he is really about to take off. The promotional efforts are so impressive that anyone who sees them would be astonished. Even if the box office turns out to be disappointing, the fact that he has found financial backers is undeniable. Otherwise, why would such a large production hire him? An actor who has been down on his luck for 10 years, as the lead? Thank you for your hard work today, and there's more shooting tomorrow. So no need to rush in too early, the assistant director said with a smile as he got up from the director's chair. In response to the assistant director's goodwill, he felt no exhilaration from his turnaround. Instead, he politely replied, "Sure, director, but I will still arrive on time at the set tomorrow to finish my scenes early." If it were 10 years ago, he would have certainly mocked the assistant director's flattery, but now he is no longer the arrogant young man he once was. Faced with this olive branch, he knows he must start to cultivate the hard-won connections he has. Haha, that's great, the assistant director chuckled, sensing that he had won over the actor. I heard you have an event to attend tomorrow night? Yes, tomorrow night is the premiere of Iron Man. And as a member of the cast, I need to be there, he replied honestly. However, it definitely won't delay your shooting schedule. The assistant director sensed the respect in his tone, which made him feel comfortable and led him to appreciate the actor more. He decided to give him more scenes. Knowing that even if the film's reception and box office were poor, it would be a nice favor to return. He patted the actor on the shoulder and nodded, saying, "Wishing you all the best. The premiere is tomorrow night." Liu Bei was also making his final efforts. He posted a new update, encouraging comments, likes, and shares, promising to randomly give away 100 movie tickets. He released a grid of promotional images and typed a line of text before hitting send. From his observations, the current promotional efforts on Blue Star had not yet included likes and shares, so he borrowed a method that had once been popular on Earth. 3 consecutive supports already. Wishing for a big box office. Liu Bei didn't expect the first comment to come from a familiar ID, film industry Lin Ming. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Promotional Effectiveness. Selected as this year's best marketing case. Seeing Lin Ming's active engagement, Liu Bei casually liked his comment. Lin Ming was thrilled to receive the like notification. This is already familiar, right? He couldn't help but laugh. He had noticed the increasing buzz around the movie's promotion and knew just how powerful this content creator was. Being able to hitch a ride on such a big name was truly a stroke of luck. Is anyone still awake? This is a movie shot by my friend. A big production. Please help me by liking, sharing, and commenting. He shared the update across various groups and sent out a large red envelope, going all out. Soon, he received numerous replies. It seems I still have some influence. Lin Ming was very satisfied. He took a screenshot of the congratulatory messages and sent it via private message on the platform. Strong support. In the class group, Liu Bei naturally saw the repost and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Are you sure we're friends now? When you find out my identity, how will you feel? His ID on a certain platform is Liu Bei, and he never deceived anyone. Liu Bei smiled, but he felt a bit gratified by the other party's enthusiastic promotion. Thank you. Meanwhile, Han Moing from the class group was taken aback by Lin Ming's active reposting and promotion. Have they become this close? However, she didn't bother to ask and instead messaged Liu Bei. Is the premiere tomorrow night? Liu Bei replied, yes. Can you send me a few movie tickets? No problem. As the producer of the film, Liu Bei naturally had extra tickets for the premiere tomorrow night, so it was easy to reserve a few seats. Han Moing put down her phone, feeling a bit dazed. She had read the script before and loved the story at first sight. Later, she worried that Liu Bei wouldn't have the financial support to produce the special effects well, but now that everything was resolved, she felt as if she was in a different world. Oh dear, winter hasn't even passed, and our talented girl is already daydreaming about spring? Her roommate teased as she saw Han Moing lost in thought. Shut up. Han Moing rolled her eyes at her. I'm going to see the movie tomorrow. I got a few tickets. Late at night, Liu Bei fell into a deep sleep, filled with hope for the premiere the next day. Unaware that his casual post had gone viral. His latest update received over 300,000 likes, 400,000 comments, and 300,000 shares. It was undoubtedly a huge hit. Lubai didn't expect that the most mindless way of promotion would cause such a sensation on this platform. What kind of promotion is this? The comments, likes, and shares are quite interesting. Is this how you enter the lottery? After I reposted, many others did too. It's just ridiculous. I'm in the promotion industry, and you guys only see the benefits shared by the original poster, but you have no idea how terrifying this promotion method really is. Yeah, it's so simple yet so effective. How did I not think of it? Wow, 100 movie tickets, and it has this kind of terrifying effect? I'm taking notes. The platform was in an uproar. The operation company rented by Lu Bai, which was in charge of managing the account for a certain superhero film, also noticed this terrifying promotional effect. Quick, immediately replicate the likes, comments, and shares. The operations team leader ordered a follow-up. And this wave of excitement quickly swept across the entire platform. By morning, the likes and comments exceeded 1 million, and this terrifying effect left everyone astonished. This is too exaggerated. The team leader received the news and had mixed feelings. He had been in the promotion industry for over 10 years, and his operational skills could be described as above average. But he never imagined that such a simple and effective promotion method could exist. It actually sparked such massive public engagement. He had a group of peers in the industry, all of whom were experts in promotion. The group had always been lifeless, occasionally posting ads, but now it seemed like everyone was alive. Terrifying, truly terrifying. I also saw it. It's just like a virus. My son's social circle is filled with comments and shares. Yes, it seems they aren't very concerned about the movie ticket rewards. They just find it novel and join in. This promotional method has completely broken my conventional thinking. I never imagined such a simple and straightforward approach could create such a huge response. Indeed, what's even more astonishing is that it almost costs nothing. The Milk project I'm in charge of has also jumped on the bandwagon with a like and share campaign. And I didn't expect it to work so well. Haha, the same goes for me. This promotional tactic could be considered the best marketing case of the year. The group members are all quite emotional about it. Some even tagged the original creator. Oldly, I owe you one this time. I've borrowed your idea. Why not come out and say a few words? Yeah, don't just lurk in the shadows. He.S. probably hiding behind his phone, secretly laughing. Oldly, where are you? Oldly is the team leader responsible for the account of a certain superhero film. When he saw others tagging him, he realized what was happening in the group and felt both amused and exasperated. Of course, he wished this case had been his own discovery. It was a great opportunity for fame, potentially doubling his worth, and it could even be used by universities as a successful marketing case. But he was just following the trend too. It wasn't his idea, it was his boss's. He didn't dare to take credit for it. After all, the content had already gone viral on various platforms, and a quick search would reveal everything. Lubai was woken up by a call from Chun, who was extremely excited on the other end. It's gone viral. Completely gone viral. Movie bookings are already full for the next 5 days. This film is going to be a huge hit. Lubai, still half asleep, barely registered the words gone viral and suddenly woke up. What exploded? Chapter 22. Are there so many imitators in promotion? The premiere has finally arrived. It's the movie pre-sales that have exploded. Chen explained excitedly. Lubai finally understood the situation once he woke up properly. He opened his computer and saw that the likes on the platform had surpassed 500,000. The speed of this spread far exceeded his expectations. He merely thought that such a simple and effortless promotional method hadn't appeared in his own country. So he decided to give it a try, never expecting the results to be so astonishing. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, he continued browsing the platform and even checked out the social media site. He noticed many imitators popping up. Motley Milk's new product launch, likes, comments, and shares will win 100 boxes. The biggest benefit, like, share, and comment, and we will give away 3 laptops. Follow me, leave a comment. And 10 of the latest model pair smartphones will be given away. In no time, countless people's updates were filled with messages of shares and comments. Netizens were celebrating as if it were a festival, and whenever they saw a comment or share, they participated without hesitation, all fantasizing about being the lucky winner. Pick me. I've wanted a computer for a long time, hoping to win. I'm here to lower the winning odds. This phone isn't good looking, the stakes are too high. You all can't handle it. Let me take a shot. Lubai watched the bustling scene on social media, and not only were the netizens excited, but the companies were also quite pleased. As long as a few products are sent out, immense attention can be garnered. This incredibly low-cost promotional method is simply too appealing to them. Even offers claiming to give away expensive electronic products can be manipulated behind the scenes. Who knows if they are really giving them away? It can be said that the online world is currently chaotic, with countless giveaways and reposts happening everywhere. Lu Bai was also taken aback. He seemed to recall his days back on Earth, where he had participated in such activities without missing a single one, yet never won. At least as the first to take the plunge, I garnered the most attention. Lu Bai smiled. He looked at the official Weibo of Iron Man, where the fan count had already reached 500,000. The number of people aware that the movie was premiering tonight was countless. Lu Bai felt reassured that his efforts during this time had not been in vain. Just as he was about to freshen up, a private message popped up from a staff member at the Science Museum. "Hello, Mr. Lu Bai, do you remember me? We were in contact a month ago. The registration for the Qingzhou Science Expo has officially opened. Do you have time to fill out a form online? Don't worry, we want to collect personal identity information. Just a general description of the exhibition project." This person had messaged Lu Bai when he sent out his first video, inviting him to participate in the exhibition. Aiming to ride the coattails of the hype, and the design of Iron Man was indeed eye-catching. Lu Bai didn't mind. This was an opportunity for mutual achievement, and he naturally agreed to participate. However, so much time had passed that Lu Bai almost forgot about it, not expecting the registration to just be starting now. "Okay, I will fill out the form," Lu Bai replied, quickly completing the registration form. He randomly selected 100 lucky winners in the comments section and then went to freshen up. That evening, Lu Bai, dressed appropriately, entered the cinema with his creative team. His mood was anything but calm. After waiting so long, the day had finally arrived. The premiere ceremony would determine the starting point of the box office. Although he was confident in the film, a sense of anxiety was inevitable. Now, Iron Man was about to meet the inhabitants of the Blue Planet, and Lu Bai was very much looking forward to this moment. It would determine whether he could secure the Mark Mech. Chapter 23. Lin Ming's overwhelming sense of superiority. Lu Bai, how did he get into the premiere hall? The cinema was bustling with noise. Countless film critics took their seats. The 100 lucky audience members selected by Lu Bai also entered the premiere hall, eagerly waiting for the film to start. They might not be interested in the movie. After all, the sci-fi genre had become overly homogeneous, with preachy tones making it uncomfortable, and the heavy themes had led to poor box office performance for sci-fi films. But participating in such a premiere event was all about satisfying their vanity, as they eagerly boasted on social media. "I won. I'm not dreaming. I really get to see the premiere. This is the screening room for Iron Man, even more luxurious than I imagined. I've seen the actors. It's my first time meeting a star. I'll go take a photo with them." People were excitedly discussing and celebrating. Han Mo-ing was also among them, sitting with her roommate. This grand premiere ceremony is something she has never experienced before. Although the movies she shot previously had decent box office results, the premieres and promotions were rather modest. "Is this the movie you brought us to see, Han Ming? I can't believe it's this film. The promotion has been so extensive lately, it's hard not to notice. You actually managed to get premiere tickets, and they're pretty good seats too. Impressive. Come on, tell me. Do you have some secret connection with the production team? To be honest, science fiction isn't really my cup of tea. But since it's organized by Sister Han, I will definitely watch it attentively." Han Ming's roommate sat down next to her, chatting about the upcoming film. Han Ming just listened to their conversation without saying much, instead focusing on the crew members entering the venue. Soon, she spotted Lu Bai in a suit among the directors and main actors. They took their seats in the best viewing area, and she merely smiled faintly, without any desire to reach out. No wonder it's a big production. The scale is truly enviable. However, being able to sit here already feels like a huge win for me. Lin Ming sat in the back row, filled with excitement. He kept taking out his phone to take pictures, sharing them on social media and various group chats. With a hint of showing off in his words, attended the premiere of a major film. The scale is impressive. In the class group chat, he included a panoramic shot, which garnered a lot of flattery from his classmates. "The class monitor is amazing. I can't believe you got to go. I'm so envious. The film's promotion has gone viral, piquing my curiosity, and I've already booked my ticket. Big shots are taking me along." There were many compliments in the group, and when Han Ming saw the photos, she noticed that the shooting position was quite far back, not as good as her own prime viewing spot. She casually replied, "Congratulations." Receiving a response from the class beauty made Lin Ming feel quite pleased. He couldn't help but boast a little. "What a pity, this ticket is quite precious. I had to pull a lot of strings to get one. Next premiere, I'll try to get a couple more tickets. I hope Han Ming can join me." Then, the class group erupted in excitement, as if they had caught wind of some big news. Han Ming let out a cold laugh and then ignored it. Lu Bai, sitting at the front, also saw the messages in the group, looking surprised. How did Lin Ming get here? In the end, he fell silent. Too lazy to think about it. As for Lin Ming, he was feeling ecstatic. The envious glances from the group filled him with a sense of superiority. Especially since Han Ming even congratulated him. It made his imagination run wild. Being able to attend the premiere of a big production film is truly something. It feels great. Lin Ming couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. He had won a ticket to the screening through a lucky draw held by Lu Bai. And although his seat was not great, second to last row, just being able to enter such a large venue and see the big directors and stars was already very satisfying. Of course, his seat was still too far away, and even when the crew entered, he couldn't see their faces clearly. Although he gained a lot of face in class, he still hoped this film would surprise him, as he had been looking forward to it for quite some time. As the crew members took their seats, the distributor came out to host the ceremony, asking the audience to turn off their phones and prohibiting any photography or video recording. The attendees, embodying a strong sense of commitment, complied without hesitation. Lin Ming's focus intensified as he had waited too long for this moment. Soon, the noise in the cinema quieted down. The hall was plunged into darkness, and subtitles appeared on the big screen, signaling the official start of the movie Iron Man. Chapter 24, Everyone Shocked. Director, Lu Bai. Screenwriter, Lu Bai. Producer, Lu Bai. Such a straightforward opening excited those who had won tickets to the screening. Here it comes. I was drawn in by the appearance of Iron Man. The promotional campaign has been so aggressive, even more so than a certain big-budget film released at the same time. I couldn't resist coming to watch. I spent thousands to swap tickets just to attend the premiere. I hope the film quality doesn't disappoint. Not only were the online viewers excited, but the critics, who were accustomed to premiere ceremonies, were also taken aback. Starting directly? Isn't the crew going to come up and say a few words? This is quite generous. Indeed, in my previous experiences at other premieres, the directors and actors would drone on endlessly, almost sticking their need for positive reviews to our foreheads. This crew didn't engage in such nonsense, which is refreshing. Most directors love to give speeches at premieres, followed by the lead actors sharing their filming experiences, which can really detract from the viewing experience. Yes, it's nice to start the movie right away, without any fuss. Just for that, I have to say a few good words about it. Critics were pleasantly surprised by such an unpretentious opening, and their internal ratings silently rose. However, there were also viewers with different mindsets. In the best viewing position, a middle-aged man wearing a mask frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. His identity was that of a well-known director, whose films had investments of over $100 million. The newly released film, with a massive investment of $400 million and an unprecedentedly strong cast, had attracted countless media attention. Logically, Iron Man wouldn't catch his eye, especially after hearing about the director team and cast being from the lower tier of the industry, which made him scoff. However, the promotional campaign for this film was so intimidating that he couldn't ignore it. Thus, he requested tickets from the distributor, wanting to see what was behind this facade. Directorly, I don't think it's necessary to pay so much attention. This film will likely just use some gimmicks, and its quality can't possibly match our monster-themed projects. There's really no need to take time out of your busy schedule to watch this film. It's not even on the same level, a companion beside the renowned director remarked, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Director Lee snorted coldly. Not worth mentioning? Their promotional tactics are right in our faces. What about our own promotional team? Just sitting idle? The young companion forced a smile, not daring to argue. He knew well that the promotion for Iron Man was indeed bizarre, especially the likes, shares, and comments that sparked a wave of trends across the internet. Even he was surprised by such a promotional approach. Director Lee sat still in his seat, unable to suppress his emotions. It seemed the production team was truly confident. They really weren't planning to give a speech and just started the show directly. This reduced many promotional opportunities. The young person accompanying him quickly seized the chance to flatter. Yeah, I don't know what the director team is thinking, to pass up such a good promotional opportunity. It's customary to give a speech at the premiere, primarily to gain exposure and provide critics or media with more promotional material. I think they just haven't experienced a premiere before. They don't even know this. Director Lee didn't respond. He felt an increasing sense of unease inside him, especially since the movie he directed was also premiering around the same time, creating an inexplicable sense of crisis. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the production team really had immense confidence in the film's quality? That they looked down on giving a speech to raise people's expectations? Just as he was contemplating this, the big screen displayed subtitles that caught everyone's attention. Director Liu Bai? Screenwriter Liu Bai? Producer Liu Bai? In an instant, everyone faced this triple revelation, their hearts skipping a beat. Everyone was shocked. For those who have read this far, please give a 5-star rating to this new author. It really means a lot to us, and it doesn't cost anything, please. Chapter 25. How is this protagonist different from what we imagined? Wasn't it said that he was righteous and hated evil? Such luxurious credits instantly stimulated countless nerves, causing quite a stir. Wow, I can't be seeing this wrong. Surely this isn't a monster. To write, direct, and even produce. A producer is an investor. Could he really be a wealthy tycoon? That means this Liu Bai owns all the rights to Iron Man. My goodness, I had underestimated the creator. Poverty limited my imagination. Even though Han Mo had long known the truth, seeing this scene now made her eyes tremble, her lips pressed tight. He really brought what was in the script to life, and he truly is an investor. What other talents does he have that I don't know about? Lin Ming was also extremely excited as the movie started. He had been looking forward to seeing the film with his own eyes, hoping to fulfill his dream of mecha sci-fi. But when he saw the director's name on the screen, his face twitched. That name was too eye-catching. However, after a moment's thought, he felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, it was just a name match, not the person he knew, right? Surely not. He wouldn't have that much funding. Lin Ming reaffirmed his belief. I had already verified this before. There's no need to be suspicious. The screening room was buzzing. In contrast to the amazement of the online commenters, those invited to review the film knew just how challenging this was. It was unimaginable that this film was directed by the producer. Who exactly is this Liu Bai? How come I've never heard of this name before? Not only responsible for shooting, but also for writing the script, such talent is actually not uncommon. But what surprised me the most is that this person is also an investor. I can't imagine what the movie will look like. To be honest, I've become somewhat interested. Director Lee, listening to the discussions around him, could sense the irritation in his expression even with a mask on. As a seasoned director, he naturally understands the difficulties involved. Yet, just the title of producer left him puzzled. Wow, this young person. His assistant also had a strange expression, clearly stunned by the opening, and after a moment, dared to comment sarcastically. I guess the title sounds impressive, but the film will probably be bland. Director Lee did not respond, feeling increasingly uncertain. He watched as the main cast appeared on the big screen, and then the scene shifted to the Lust Plateau, making him pay closer attention. Everyone, stop talking, the movie is starting. On the big screen, the first thing that came into view was the desolate Gobi Desert under the snowy plains, with the cold color palette creating a sense of profound desolation. In the distance, 5 military vehicles kicked up dust as they drove into the center of the frame. Then, intense electronic music began to play, making people feel restless. The camera focused on the Bluetooth speaker in the military vehicle, where an officer in the front seat kept glancing back, seemingly wanting to say something. Tony Stark, played by Downey, held a soda and, observing the silent atmosphere, spoke up. This atmosphere feels like you're sending me to a military tribunal. Seriously, what have I done? It feels like you're going to stop the car and take me out. What? You're not allowed to talk. A soldier escorting them replied, We can talk, sir. Great. So you have some opinions about me? After some idle chatter, the conversation finally opened up, with the curious officer in the front seat asking, Did you really date all 12 cover girls from that men's magazine? Stark removed his glasses and casually replied, Good question, yes and no. The March cover girls had scheduling conflicts, but fortunately, the Christmas issue featured twins. This line elicited laughter from the audience. The protagonist seems a bit off. He not what I imagined, right? I also thought he would be a righteous character. But turns out he's quite the jerk. Ha ha ha. I'm already looking forward to what happens next. In just 2 minutes into the film, it instantly captivated countless viewers. Even director Lee's expression stiffened, recognizing the skill in this opening. Many directors prefer a gradual build-up, leading to a confusing start where the protagonist's character isn't clearly defined. But this Iron Man is different. It managed to establish the protagonist's image in such a short time. So striking. He's definitely not a brooding hero, but a playboy? This script and filming technique don't seem like those of a newcomer at all. Did Liu Bai really bring such risque humor to the screen? In the audience, Han Moing felt her fair face flush a bit as she watched the scene unfold. Having read the script, she thought the main character was somewhat of a jerk, and that it was not a beauty interview, leading to differing opinions. However, She didn't expect Liu Bai to actually pull it off. The visual effect seemed quite good, but the next scene left all the viewers in shock. The military vehicle driving ahead suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion. Flames from the gasoline seeming to break free from the screen, radiating intense heat. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 26. What the heck? Are they really using real explosives for a movie? The first explosive plot point has arrived. The military vehicle exploded, flames shooting up everywhere. The roar was deafening, providing an incredibly realistic experience. In an instant, the audience was left bewildered. What? Aren't explosions in movies usually done with special effects? Why does this explosion feel so real? It's really happening. Are they crazy? For films that usually rely on special effects, real explosions were simply exhilarating. It should be special effects, right? No one on Blue Star has ever made a movie with real explosions. I think so too. War films and military movies on Blue Star always use special effects because no one dares to take that risk. But the dust flying everywhere. That level of detail can't be achieved with special effects, right? If this film really used explosives, I would give it a perfect score. Not only were the netizens stunned, but the professional audience members were also excited, with their adrenaline surging. They knew the typical nature of Blue Star films, where shooting is always done with special effects due to high quality and low production costs. More importantly, it's about safety. There has never been a film that used real explosions. Filming in such a reckless manner always brings intense visual impact. Doni Venice, dressed in evening wear and sitting among the creative team, felt her heart leap as she watched the military vehicle explode, almost smelling the gunpowder in the air. She looked at her husband beside her, filled with blame and worry. Having acted for many years, she knew this explosion was not done with special effects. The burn marks were far too real, far beyond the quality of special effects. It's fine, dear. Doni took his wife's hand, smiling to reassure her, without explaining. He hadn't mentioned this scene to her during the shoot, and had even prepared a will. Using explosives directly was unprecedented in the filming history of Blue Star. The expression of terror on his face after witnessing the explosion was not an act. He was genuinely frightened. Fortunately, this scene was shot in one take. Otherwise, I would have nightmares too, Doni sighed. This was also his first time watching the completed film. Like watching a child grow up, he felt nervous, excited, and proud, as if experiencing a rebirth. In the audience, Director Lee had a serious expression, silent as ever. His companion, however, looked bewildered. Which special effects company did this? It's so realistic. We should collaborate next time. Director Lee snorted softly. This can't possibly be special effects. The companions were even more bewildered, staring blankly for a moment before snapping back to reality. They wouldn't really use explosives, would they? Is this production team insane? They must not care about their lives. Lin Ming was incredibly shocked, his face filled with excitement. Although they hadn't reached the sci-fi scenes he was most eager to see, this opening had already captivated him. Liu Bai was truly daring. Even Han Mo Ying's heart raced, hoping Liu Bai could genuinely recreate the script she had once seen. On the big screen, the plot was unfolding. Gunfire erupted, soldiers fell, and Tony Stark was frantically hiding, only to see a missile emblazoned with Stark Industries crashing nearby, followed by an explosion that knocked him out. This segment was tightly packed, without any dragging, leaving the audience exhilarated. The next scene showed the protagonist tied to a chair, surrounded by armed thugs, with an angry voiceover denouncing something, leaving a suspenseful cliffhanger. Then, the scene shifted to 36 hours earlier. Stark received the Pinnacle Award but didn't attend the ceremony. Instead, he was playing board games with a beautiful woman. After leaving the casino, he was questioned by a female reporter, leading to a chaotic evening. This introduced the female lead, Pepper Potts, as they conversed in a mechanical workshop. Potts, you need to sign this before heading to the airport. Stark, why are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Do you have plans? In fact, she did. I don't like you having plans. I can have plans on my birthday. Is today your birthday? Yes. How strange. It's the same day as last year. Use my money to buy something nice for yourself. I did. How is it? Very tasteful. Thank you, Mr. Stark. You're welcome, Miss Potts. Their dialogue was somewhat absurd, yet it elicited knowing smiles from the audience. The male lead's typical playboy persona was somehow endearing. In the audience, people couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This is the first time seeing such a protagonist. Is he really that much of a jerk? Is this even a sci-fi film? Secretary Potts seemed more like Stark's personal possession, exhibiting a strange possessiveness. It had to be said, it was quite interesting. The subsequent plot flowed smoothly, never dull. Stark arrived in Seven Islands, showcasing the latest weapons to the military, also tying back to the initial setup. It turned out the protagonist was kidnapped by a warlord on his way back, who demanded he create powerful weapons. Stark refused, shocked that the warlord possessed many weapons made by his company, leaving him with a mystery. However, under the persuasion of another scientist, he decided to work covertly. Soon, the plot reached its first climax, as Stark raced against time with armed militants, using scrap metal to create the first Iron Man suit, ultimately escaping from a cave. The tense and thrilling storyline left the audience exhilarated. Instantly, the entire venue erupted. Chapter 27 Han Ming, so powerful. Am I going to be unable to afford Liu Bai to write scripts for me in the future? The crowd erupted in excitement, an uncontrollable passion overwhelming their minds. Incredible. The quality of this plot is outstanding. There's no dull moment. The pacing is tight, and the battle of wits is simply brilliant. Extracting palladium from missiles to create a mini-arc and charging machinery is such an exhilarating idea. Although the armored mech isn't very sci-fi, it's still a major highlight. The only downside is the character Ensign. His death leads to a transformation in the protagonist, a twist that was unexpected yet fitting. The audience was filled with excitement. Lin Ming couldn't help but shout in delight. At just 22 years old, he is at the prime of his youth, and it's hard to contain his excitement with such developments. It's amazing, completely exceeding my expectations. I'm raving about this movie. After the premiere, I'll buy tickets for my classmates to watch. Han Ming was so thrilled, she felt like jumping up. She was already quite excited when reading this scene in the script, but seeing it on screen was even more surprising. It was filmed brilliantly, rivaling any commercial blockbuster out there. The plot was tight, with no filler whatsoever. Han Ming's face was flushed with enthusiasm, and she didn't hold back her praise. At the same time, she admired the classmate who wrote the script for her, feeling happy for him. But soon, she was torn between joy and disappointment. He has a talent for directing, which makes her happy, but will he have time to write scripts for her in the future? Even if he does, she might not be able to afford him anymore. The story didn't pause for the audience's excitement. Stark, witnessing so many lives lost, returned to headquarters and immediately held a press conference, unilaterally announcing the halt of weapon production, which caused a huge stir. The bald antagonist Jeff struggled to calm public opinion, chasing Stark back to the company, furious about the impending stock drop. Stark calmly replied, "I don't want us to be remembered only for the number of casualties. We can do better. We need to do something else." Jeff retorted, "What else? Do you want us to make baby bottles?" Stark replied, "I think we should reconsider the arc reactor technology." Jeff was helpless. The arc reactor was just a gimmick, a way to silence the public, which was the board's consensus. Moreover, it wasn't effective or profitable. They had known this before construction and that there wouldn't be any breakthroughs for 30 years. It would only serve to power the factory. But when Stark opened his shirt to reveal the mini-arc reactor core on his chest, Jeff's expression turned from disbelief to a broad smile as he affectionately adjusted Stark's collar, as if worried that others would see such a massive secret. "Listen to me, Stark. We are a team, understand? As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't achieve. Just like when I worked with your father." Stark returned to the studio, utilizing more modern tools to create an improved mini-arc reactor core, while the rough initial version, which had little energy, was left for his secretary Potts to destroy. In the desert, his original Mark I armor was still buried, and as the scene shifted, warlords were seen digging it up, leaving a potential threat for Stark. Stark was unaware and focused on developing the second-generation Mark suit. He gradually started to see if a 10% increase in energy could be achieved. In the studio, Stark donned the newly developed leg components, and with the help of an intelligent mechanical arm, he suddenly soared into the air, crashing into the ceiling with tremendous force. This dramatic scene brought laughter from the audience. "Ha ha ha, such a serious place always makes me smile." The dialogues were also brilliant. Although only a pair of mechanical legs had been designed, my excitement was through the roof. The plot was so tight and engaging. Before I knew it, nearly an hour had passed, and it definitely deserves a 5-star rating. In the next scene, a bald man named Jeff arrived at the villa area. He attempted to extract the parameters and blueprints of the suit by using the board's opposition, but Stark refused. Left with no choice, Jeff turned his attention to armed factions, thinking that even a rudimentary model could provide some design ideas. On the 11th day, during the 37th test, the camera spun around, revealing that several days had passed. Stark arrived at a much larger private garage, with both hands and feet covered in mechanical components, ready to conduct flight experiments. This time, he found the most suitable energy propulsion ratio, allowing him to fly steadily, accompanied by an exhilarating background music that made one's blood race. Great, I can fly now. When Stark said this with a calm expression despite his earlier shock, the audience erupted in cheers. Incredible. Lin Ming couldn't help but stand up and cheer loudly. This kind of sci-fi theme was something he had never imagined previously. In other sci-fi stories, the protagonist would start at their peak and fight with guns despite having impressive equipment. What attracted him most about this Iron Man was the design process from scratch, greatly enhancing the sense of participation. This is what sci-fi movies should be. This is the mech I want. I now understand the first video released by the creator. Looking back, the title was spot on. True mech enthusiasts should create their own mechs. In the film, it perfectly hit the mark and was so inspiring. Director Lee was also on edge. He couldn't imagine such a natural narrative perspective in this film. Starting with a jerk, designing a fire-spewing barrel for self-rescue, witnessing many perish due to his weapons, and deciding to stop weapon production to focus on developing new mechs made the characters incredibly rich and coherent. This didn't seem like the work of a first-time filmmaker. Is this Liu Bai playing me? But he couldn't deny how much he loved the pacing of the film. The story unfolded bit by bit. Yet the plot never dragged. Instead, it built emotions like waves, flowing seamlessly. Even his sidekick was left speechless. He was now completely panicked. It's over. I had thought that the film directed by Lee would dominate during the Double 12 shopping festival and even the winter break, given its hefty investment of $400 million and numerous A-list stars. Now I can no longer ignore this film. It is definitely the biggest dark horse of the year. It could even have a significant impact on our monster-themed project. Could it be that we're really going to lose? Han Ming and her roommates were all beaming with excitement, completely in sync with the thrilling pace of the plot. Laughter and animated discussions echoed from the audience. Ming, this movie is amazing. I never thought I would enjoy science fiction, but I was wrong. The special effects are so realistic. I feel like I haven't had enough. I want to watch it again. Oh no, I think I'm starting to fall for the bad guy. Haha, you flirt. In the dimly lit theater, Han Ming remained silent, her pupils sparkling in the light emitted by the screen. The following plot twist shocked everyone even more, stirring up the emotions of the audience to a boiling point. Chapter 28. The premiere ended with a bang. Director Lee, am I failing? The next scenes were even more exhilarating. In the studio, a smart robotic arm was fitted with alloy steel, perfectly aligning with Stark's body. The camera rotated 180 degrees, showcasing the mech's hardcore coolness from every angle. Even more surprisingly, to the upbeat electronic music, the mech seemed to move in sync with the audience watching on screen. Just this scene alone sent the crowd into a frenzy. Wow, this scene is incredible. I want to buy a ticket to watch it again, just for this part. The promotion is no exaggeration. It's really impressive. How can it be even cooler than the promotion? The enthusiasm in the room was ignited, especially when Stark flew out of the underground garage into the night. The background music intensified, stimulating everyone's nerves. Tony, sitting in the audience, couldn't he help but tear up at this moment. The cheers from the crowd made him realize he had truly succeeded. Tony, well done. Pepper reached out, gently holding her husband's broad hand, her eyes filled with pride and encouragement for him. Tony looked at his wife, his face beaming with a smile born from hardship and joy. Watching it on the big screen was even more impressive. Junior brother Liu Bai, I'm more confident this time. We'll crush all the competition during the Double 12. Senior brother Chen Renchuan couldn't contain his excitement either. He struggled to suppress his thrilled voice. He was extremely optimistic about the film's box office. He had always dreamed of becoming a big director, and now that he had a chance to be involved, it was hard not to feel exhilarated. After all, his name was right after Liu Bai's, listed under assistant director. Of course, he was clear about his position. Although he followed the filming closely, Liu Bai occasionally took a back seat. He knew that without Liu Bai's script and storyboard, the shooting wouldn't have gone so quickly and smoothly. Being a strict executor was not only profitable, but also brought him fame, making things easier and less stressful. Such conditions were previously unimaginable. Now, he was eager to tell Liu Bai, I can be your assistant director again for the next project. He was also very optimistic. Liu Bai, listening to his senior brother's excited words, couldn't help but smile. He has watched countless films on Earth, and now watching them again on this blue planet gives him a surreal, dreamlike feeling. In the end, it's all about nostalgia. The movie scenes are still moving, In the night, the silver-white Mark II soars into the sky, leaving a comet-like tail behind. The dazzling Ferris wheel and the massive commercial city become the backdrop for this bright light. Just this scene alone is already incredibly exhilarating. Alright, let's see what this guy can do. What is the record for the strongest reconnaissance aircraft in that region? Stark is enveloped in the Mark II, with a virtual tech panel in front of him, and he asks the intelligent AI, JARVIS. The fixed-wing flight altitude record is 850,000 feet. JARVIS responds in a calm male voice. It is the intelligent AI butler of the Stark household, now connected to the Mark suit, assisting Stark in piloting, analyzing data, and possessing a certain degree of autonomy. Records are meant to be broken. Let's go. As soon as he finishes speaking, the silver flash shoots up into the sky, quickly enveloped by the frigid cold air, causing deadly ice to form on the suit, freezing its joints, and even causing the AI butler to crash. Stark plummets towards the ground, tugging at the audience's heartstrings. In the end, Stark manually activates the emergency flaps, slowing his descent and giving JARVIS time to reboot, thus resolving the crisis. This segment earns applause from the audience. Back in the studio, Stark is still reminiscing about the thrilling moments. He notices a package on the table, labeled from Potts. Upon opening it, he discovers it's the core of the mini-arc reactor that helped him escape, beautifully encased in glass, and not destroyed by his secretary, Potts. There's also an added note, a heartfelt token from Tony Stark. This transition from suspense to warmth is masterfully paced, drawing all the audience into it. How romantic. I guess they end up together. No need to guess. The poster clearly shows the male and female leads. Haha. Don't you know? The male and female leads are actually a couple. No way, really? This movie has been promoting them as a couple for a long time. But their market potential has been greatly underestimated. This couple is definitely going to be a hit. After the screening, we must contact the leads to get first-hand reporting material. What impressed me the most was the line, "Records are meant to be broken." So inspiring. The following plot is even more thrilling as Stark redesigns the suit, adds weapon systems, and incorporates an anti-ice mechanism that can shoot arc reactor energy from his palms. Lin Ming is already stunned, his pupils dilated at these scenes. Especially in the film, when Stark, with the help of the intelligent arm, dons the golden Mark III, it leaves him in awe. Every detail of that suit exudes an infinite sense of technological beauty. It fulfills all his scientific fantasies, especially when he saw the protagonist driving the Mark III, defeating the desert militants, and even facing off against military reconnaissance aircraft. He was almost too excited to breathe. Later, the bald Jeff arrived at the militants' headquarters, taking away the makeshift iron bucket, revealing his ambitions as the main antagonist. Many sensitive viewers had already sensed Jeff's complexity through the visual language and details of the film. However, Jeff's appearance genuinely surprised the audience. He turned out to be the villain? The previously formidable militant adversaries were easily eliminated by Jeff and his group. The contrast was striking, especially with his gentlemanly image in a suit. Did he want the Mark I to replicate Stark's armor? It seemed he was preparing for the 16th district under the arc reactor and intended to recruit the best engineers. Was this for a prototype? At this point, the plot was nearing its conclusion, and Stark had begun to suspect Jeff's betrayal, prompting Potts to use her position to gather evidence from Jeff's office. Seeing that his plans were falling apart, Jeff angrily stormed into the arc testing area. An anxious engineer said, "Your request seems to have encountered a small obstacle. The technology to power the armor doesn't exist yet." Jeff, suppressing his anger, pointed at the large arc reactor. "William, this is technology. I just need you to make it smaller." The engineer, lacking confidence, replied, "We are trying, but to be honest, it's impossible." Hearing this, Jeff exploded at William. Tony Stark made it in a cave using a pile of scrap. The engineer fell silent. "I'm sorry, I'm not Tony Stark." Upon hearing this, Jeff had already lost hope in the engineering team and shifted his focus to Stark. Late at night, he gained access and lurked in Stark's home. While Stark was on the phone, Jeff used a technology-based sound wave to induce temporary paralysis, rendering Stark immobile. When bald Jeff took the mini-arc reactor, he casually informed the other party that he had hired someone to kill Stark. In his view, without the arc reactor sustaining his life, Stark wouldn't survive. This was also a common flaw in previous films. To continue the plot, they confidently avoided delivering the final blow. Luby felt this was logically flawed. He hesitated about making minor adjustments, but ultimately decided against it, adhering to his original intention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have boldly cast actors from the region. Then came the payoff of the plot's foreshadowing. As the film approached its conclusion, Stark, thanks to the initial mini-arc reactor preserved by Potts, continued to live. He fought against Jeff, who was piloting a large mech, in a high-speed battle with stunning special effects. He lured Jeff into high altitudes, causing Jeff's mech to face icing issues, outsmarting him. The plot reached a crescendo, with explosions and action that dazzled the audience, making their emotions rise and fall with the story. No one was not thrilled by this fight. It was truly ironic for Tony, who wanted to eliminate weapons from the world, yet invented the greatest weapon. Now, I'm going to take it and kill you. In the end, it was Stark's knowledge of the factory that allowed Secretary Potts to trigger the explosion of the large arc reactor, which resolved the issue with Jeff. The scene shifts to the official press conference the next day. Colonel Rhodes explained to the public that there were unverified reports of a malfunction in a prototype robot, which caused the arc reactor to fail. Stark was sitting in front of the television, looking at today's newspaper, the headline reading, "Who is Iron Man?" Iron Man sounds catchy and loud, though not entirely accurate, as the suit is made of a titanium alloy, yet the implication is clear. Then, Stark arrived at the press conference venue, facing a large audience, looking somewhat unnatural or perhaps embarrassed. "I obviously am not cut out to be a hero. I have a lot of character flaws, made many mistakes, and I've done so publicly." Colonel Rhodes couldn't take it anymore and whispered, "Just read the script." "Okay." Stark took a deep breath and picked up the text in his hand. The fact is, he then fell silent, shifting his gaze from the paper to the reporters sitting below. He seemed to regain his composure and calmness. "I am Iron Man, boom." The reporters were in an uproar. Everyone excitedly began to ask questions. The movie ended here. The excitement from the film even carried over to the viewing audience. At that moment, everyone erupted into cheers. Indeed, the audience was also in a frenzy. Chapter 29. Is it really necessary to be this excited over a movie? Are you getting paid for this? The film concluded, but the audience was filled with applause. Everyone could no longer contain their excitement. Their faces flushed, shouting out loud. The overwhelming noise even drew the attention of the anxious cinema managers, fearing something might happen. What was going on with them? The managers looked at the audience, raising their arms and applauding, utterly confused. They weren't quite sure. It seemed like the movie really stirred them up. The ticketing staff expressed their inability to comprehend. Was it necessary to be this excited over a movie? They couldn't understand the audience's fervor. Even though the big screen had already shown the credits and was playing the ending theme, yet no one was leaving. The audience was still caught up in the fervent emotions, their minds echoing with the thrilling plot, leading them to engage in animated discussions, the atmosphere grand. I can't even remember how many times I shouted amazing. This film was incredible, so good that I forgot I was a film critic. I thought Iron Man's identity would be revealed in a later sequel, but to have it explode at the end was simply brilliant. Director team, did you hear that? Hurry up and arrange for the next one. I was just about to buy a ticket to watch it again, only to find that the pre-sale was for 7 days later. Damn, the whole place was vibrating, and not a single person was not cheering for this spectacular performance. Overflowing with pride. I want to watch it again. I want to rent the whole theater for a private screening. Lin Ming's voice was hoarse from shouting. This was the sci-fi movie he had always dreamed of. It turns out that it wasn't that he grew up and no longer liked mechas, but rather that he hadn't seen a refreshing film. After watching it, he realized he had found the passion and joy of his childhood. Liu Bai directed it so well. Han Mo-ing clutched her pounding chest, sitting in her seat, stunned. The good friends she brought along all stood up, waving their arms and cheering. They had originally insisted they weren't interested in sci-fi films, but now they were all completely captivated, as if they were at a disco party. The script was perfectly restored, and the special effects exceeded expectations. It was wonderful. Han Mo-ing bit her lip, her ears burning, watching those around her stand up and cheer. She still maintained her composure. After all, it was made by someone she knew, and it would be a bit embarrassing if he saw her like this. Director Lee's pupils widened, dumbfounded, especially in the midst of the cheering crowd, which shocked him immensely. It was just a movie. Was it really necessary to be so excited? Come on. Are you all hired by the production team as shills? Yelling and screaming, what a spectacle. He had been in the film industry for many years, with several successful films that garnered both critical and commercial acclaim. However, he had never witnessed such an exaggerated scene at any premiere. Usually, there would just be applause, which was nice enough. But this time, it completely shattered his understanding. Was it really necessary to be so worked up over a movie? Were you all paid to react like this? His companions were also swept up in the excitement. He went from disdain at first to a dazed expression now, and his feelings had undergone a tremendous change. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew this film was incredible. It was simply a model of a commercial film. Director Lee's great monster was completely overshadowed this time. It became cannon fodder for the Double 12 event. If anyone had the most emotional ups and downs, it was the Donnie couple. They had been in the depths for too long. Now, the noise surrounding them felt like heavenly music, beautiful enough to break their hearts. Winnie silently sobbed, gripping her husband's hand tightly, afraid to let herself cry out loud. Donnie's pupils were dazed as he looked at the excited crowd around him, thinking he was dreaming. Only when a warm tear rolled down his face could he not help but silently laugh. I did it. As the curtain fell and the lights came up, the crowd slowly dispersed, but the aftershocks of the viewing continued to grow, ultimately fermenting online. Without a doubt, the premiere effect of Iron Man had exploded. Chapter 30, Ticket Inspector. Watching a movie on a winter morning? Are you all crazy? After the premiere ended, the critics, filled with excitement, rushed to write their reviews in the car, eager to seize the traffic high ground. Filmbase. It's no exaggeration to say that Iron Man is the most successful commercial film of the year. Movie Guide. The effect is astounding. This will definitely become a milestone in sci-fi films on Blue Star. Shinjo Film Report. It can be anticipated that next year will be the peak of sci-fi. All of this stems from the success of Iron Man's premiere. Movie Box Office Public Account. Bold prediction. Iron Man will crush the 400 million film great monster in the same period, with a guaranteed billion at the box office. Unlike the media's reserve, the lucky 100 who got premiere tickets are still exhilarated after watching the movie, eager to push their friends to see it. Everyone, go watch Iron Man, the best movie of the year. You don't know, they actually used real explosives in the film. I was completely stunned. I can only say it's amazing. Even if I went to the premiere just to show off on social media, I am now a full-fledged movie fan. The protagonist is so cool. I love it. Lin Ming was even more direct. As he walked out of the cinema, he was already going wild in various group chats. Class group. Iron Man is amazing. I'll treat the whole class to a movie. The class leader will book tickets for everyone, and I'll reimburse it. Game group. Admin. Organize the members to watch the movie tomorrow. Each person gets a ticket and a cola. He even sent out several big red envelopes to attract players to participate. Big shot. So impressive. This is true wealth. Successfully latched onto the big shot. Thanks for the red envelope, boss. The admin snatched a red envelope and surprisingly got dozens of dollars, immediately asking, "What movie?" Lin Ming, Iron Man. Everyone, go watch it. Damn, I'm hooked. Admin, I've already pre-booked the afternoon and evening shows for the next week. Now only morning shows are left. Other group members chimed in, looking incredulous. No way. I can't believe I have to wait 5 days too. The evening shows are all sold out. Yeah, same here, only garbage seats left for the morning. Is this movie really that hot? Is this just hype? Don't you know, the ads have been hitting me in the face lately. I've been following this movie for quite a while. Didn't he expect it to actually premiere? I've booked my tickets, thanks to the rich guy treating. Trash movie. Even dogs won't watch it. Lin Ming, damn. Admin, kick him out. Send exclusive red envelope. Li Dahua has been kicked out of the group chat. Everyone who watched the movie is spontaneously promoting it, stirring the hearts of netizens. As people discuss, the next day slowly arrives, and Iron Man officially begins screening. The morning show is usually quite awkward at this time. Especially in winter, no one wants to get up, let alone watch a movie. But now with the popularity of Iron Man, only the morning show is left, and tickets are selling out incredibly fast. A refresh might mean no seats left. The morning show is gradually becoming a hot commodity. This phenomenon is simply jaw-dropping. Wow, there are no tickets left in the morning? I only have the 8 a.m. show left, and I can't even grab that? Is it really that exaggerated? My goodness. The morning show is already booked out for the next day? Brothers, hurry and grab tickets, or there will be none left for the next morning. The morning shows in major cinemas are filled with curious spectators. The cinema manager, seeing this spectacle, couldn't he be happier? Who would have thought there's money to be made, even during the day? The staff responsible for ticket checking are extremely busy. There are so few people during the day, yet so many are coming to watch the movie. Are you all crazy? Do you want to drive me to exhaustion? Wow, this is amazing. The online comments didn't lie. If you don't watch it, you're not human. Everyone should go see it. I won't allow anyone to miss this film. It's a true romantic experience for real men. I'm a fan of that amazing content creator. My boyfriend and I watched the morning show, and now he has completely lost it, talking nonstop in the room and even refuses to touch me. I wonder if he can be saved? I want to watch it again. Viewers entered the cinema with innocence and came out excited and thrilled, all praising it. This word-of-mouth effect is terrifying, sparking curiosity in countless people. As a result, the morning show tickets were completely sold out. Of course, this powerful wave naturally triggered backlash from online users. A massive argument began to spread across the internet, unprecedentedly intense. Chapter 31. The Iron Hero crushes the competition. And Chun Rinchuan cried, "Let me drink freely." On social media, many people rushed to the battlefield. I'm convinced Iron Hero hired a bunch of fake reviewers. You must not have seen real blockbusters. How can it compare to The Great Monster? The Great Monster is filled with handsome men and beautiful women, top-tier stars, and big-name directors and investments. What does The One Next Door have to compare? I was initially curious about Iron Hero, but with so many ads and fake reviews, I decided not to watch it. The fake reviews led many to follow blindly. Yeah, I'm so annoyed with Iron Hero. A 40-year-old man as the lead. And you still like it? I want to see The Great Monster starring Ice Faye. Why is it all Americans? Although the Blue Star is unified, I still want to know if the director's team is overly westernized. Not only are the fake reviewers slandering Iron Hero, but director Lee personally led a team of stars for promotional activities to salvage the situation. Ever since he watched the movie, his confidence has dwindled, filled with a sense of crisis. If there's no action soon, this winter holiday box office might be taken over. Online, the verbal battle continues to spread. After watching The Great Monster, Lee Dahua happily helped promote it. Although the plot didn't surprise much, with so many stars, it was worth the ticket price. Can't even criticize a bad movie now? Kicking people out? I can't stand such behavior. Lee Dahua was filled with indignation. He recklessly belittled Iron Hero online. However, his side clearly lacked strength and quickly retreated. He flushed with anger and sent a message. Are you a fake reviewer? Just here to curse at people? Can't even say Iron Hero is trash? Online users were also furious. Have you even watched it to say that? I've seen all the films released on the 12th, and Iron Hero is awesome. I posted my movie ticket as proof. What about you, buddy? Lee Dahua clicked on the other party's profile and indeed saw the movie ticket stub they posted, which included both Iron Hero and The Great Monster. I just can't believe it could be that good. Damn, he was unreasonable and, in a fit of anger, bought a ticket online. He found that the tickets for early, noon, and evening shows were all sold out, with only a midnight showing still available. It wasn't far from where he lived. So he gritted his teeth and purchased the ticket, angrily stating, "Just you wait, I bought a ticket too. Whether you're a shill or not, I admit you won. After I watch the movie, I'll come back and scold you all." In the early morning, he sat in a packed cinema, still feeling a bit unconvinced. There were quite a few people, and he thought, I don't believe it can be that good. I'll just watch for a few minutes and leave. 2 hours later, Lee Dahua rushed out of the cinema, overwhelmed by the movie's impact. The plot twists were thrilling, and the special effects were lavish. So what if there were no big stars? The acting was top-notch. The Great Monster was a masterpiece. Can you believe it? At that moment, netizens seemed to have timed it perfectly and sent him private messages. Upon seeing them, Lee Dahua's face turned red as he quickly deleted his earlier post. He was completely convinced. There were countless examples of such embarrassing moments. Initially, The Great Monster crushed Iron Man at the box office, thanks to the presence of major stars. But starting the next day, Iron Man made a strong comeback. Then it soared ahead, widening the gap. Haha, Lubai, we are taking off. Late at night, senior brother Chun Rinchuan called, laughing heartily. Congratulations, Director Chun. Lubai was also following the box office trend and felt very satisfied, responding with a smile. Huh? Stop flattering me. Without your script and your designs, I'm nothing. Chun Rinchuan understood his position well. He was just a tool, simply following the designs to shoot. And anyone could do it. He knew he wasn't irreplaceable. He had just benefited from the situation and gained a good reputation. Lu Bai was the true core of the crew. Don't say that. I sought your collaboration because I believe in your abilities. Without your strong support, this movie wouldn't have been released so quickly. The two of them had a pleasant conversation about their commercial partnership. Listening to his senior's reflections on finally making a name for himself after so many years, Lu Bai felt it was time to speak up. Senior Chun, I appreciate all the support you gave me during college. I'm not ungrateful, so I want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line before Chun cautiously asked, Lu Shitty, What do you mean by that? Liu Bai sincerely invited him. I want to start a film and television company. I'll provide the funding, scripts, and resources. You all can contribute your technical expertise as shareholders, and we will all enjoy the profits. Let's build our own base together. In the future, if you have any films you want to shoot, I'll provide the financial support. This was Liu Bai's idea. When he initially sought help from his seniors, even when they were struggling and willing to let their small production team fold, they still wanted to assist him, their junior. That kindness was invaluable. Now that he had the capability, he naturally didn't want to shortchange his own people. Chen Rinchuan remained silent, unsure of his current state of mind. There was even a hint of bitterness. He knew he had struck a great deal. Technically speaking, it was a form of investment, but it felt more like giving away money. Their small production team was not irreplaceable. He thought that by attaching his name to a blockbuster film, his future would be smoother, yet he never imagined that Liu Bai would go this far. Chen Rinchuan opened his mouth but didn't know how to speak. Liu Bai kindly said, I really need your help. I don't have many people I can trust in this region anymore. Of course, you don't need to rush your response. I'm not in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Chen Rinchuan processed his complex feelings. He immediately went downstairs to buy a case of beer and cheerfully said, Kids, let us drink to our heart's content tonight. The hard days are over. From now on, we are all bosses. Chapter 32. Is Donnie going to sign on as the first actor? The success of Iron Man has finally made way for mecha films. The box office for Iron Man surged dramatically, surpassing $1 billion within a week, shocking all netizens. Not only that, but it also caused a significant stir in the film industry. Major film companies seem to be on high alert, hastily promoting their own sci-fi films and starting new projects. Mecha Overlord has officially been greenlit and will invite big-name actors to join. Stay tuned. With an investment of $200 million, Battle Armor Maniac will premiere next summer. Heavenly Dominance has officially started production. Get ready for a sci-fi battle. The new project from the Emperor Film Company is here, with top-notch screenwriters and directors on board. It's the most anticipated sci-fi film of next year. Across various networks, a trend of imitation emerged. No one could ignore the success of Iron Man. Especially the terrifying rise in box office revenue made them extremely envious, all eager to get a piece of the pie. The media's prediction of a sci-fi boom had indeed arrived. Wow, so many major companies are launching sci-fi films. The competition next year is bound to be fierce. With my favorite stars participating, I can't wait. This is bound to be a dramatic showdown. What I'm looking forward to even more is Iron Man 2. After Stark revealed his identity, I'm curious about what happens next. Investments are getting bolder. There will be great shows to watch next year. Not only is the scene in Qingzhou promising, but the box office in the region is also exploding. The most direct beneficiary is, of course, Donnie himself. Continuous interviews from television stations and endless script invitations. Suddenly, he became the darling of all film companies. Donnie, that suit looks great on you. Once you're on TV, you'll look amazing. At home, Vinny's face was beaming as she lovingly tied her husband's tie and praised him. Her man had completely emerged from the low point of his career, reclaiming headlines in the media even more fiercely than before. She felt fulfilled and proud of Donnie. I'll soon be able to get you a bigger house. Donnie looked at his wife, who was adjusting his suit, with tenderness in his eyes, smiling as he replied. The house isn't just mine, it belongs to our family. Winnie gave him a disdainful glance. Donnie smiled brightly and confidently walked out of his house, getting into the shuttle van from the television station. Donnie, this is Mamba, good morning. You have your last scene this afternoon, and the crew has prepared a wrap party for you. We hope you can attend. Donnie, sitting comfortably in the van, received a call from the assistant director, Mamba. It was a small to medium-sized production, where Donnie played a minor security role. Although it was just a small part, people treated him with great respect. Even better than the lead actors. Sure, Director Mamba, I will definitely be there. At noon, after finishing an interview, Donnie stepped out of the television station and was approached by several directors and producers, all hoping he would star in their next film. The overwhelming attention made Donnie feel a bit dazed, as if he had returned to his most popular days. If you don't mind, please hand me the scripts. I'll read them carefully when I get back, and I'll get back to you if anything suits me. Donnie accepted the scripts and business cards, feeling a bit sentimental. On the way to the wrap party, he hesitated for a moment and made an international call. Director Liu, good afternoon, this is Donnie. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Donnie explained his purpose. He wanted to know the start date for the second Iron Man film. If it's starting soon, I will turn down all other offers. I want to forget that all the honors I have today are thanks to you. Donnie was very humble, clearly grateful to Director Liu. Director Liu chuckled silently and said, "To be honest, the second film is still uncertain. I have only received one assignment, and I don't know how the second script will be released, so I can't make any promises." However, he estimated that there would likely be some follow-up actions after Iron Man finished its run. If you have a script you're interested in, go ahead and take it. I understand what you mean. It's rare to be in demand like this, and you can't just wait for the new script. He knew the chances of an actor becoming popular again were slim, and if they didn't seize the opportunity, they might have to wait a long time. Director Liu reassured him, "If I finish the script, I will notify you in advance. If there is a scheduling conflict, I will delay the shooting to accommodate you. Iron Man will become your trademark. The crew can't do without you." This warmed Donnie's heart again. Such true friendship in tough times was priceless. "Director Liu, I have nothing to repay you with. Director Chen Renchuan called me last night, and I could tell he was drunk, clearly boasting. But he also revealed that you are planning to start a film company, and I hope to sign with you as the first actor under your future company." A month later, the film ended its run, grossing $3 billion at the box office and becoming the annual box office champion. Such terrifying returns drove all film companies crazy and sparked widespread discussion in society. Of course, the most excited person was Liu Bai, because he could finally claim his reward. Chapter 33, Ecstasy. He drew the Mark III suit. With the new script, the Transformers movie had finished its run, and with a successful box office, Liu Bai held a celebration banquet. After listening to his seniors bragging all night, he finally returned to the hotel contentedly. After taking a hot shower, that long-missed enchanting female voice finally sounded. The filming of the movie Iron Man is complete. Total box office, $34 billion. Social attention, excellent. Would you like to draw items from the movie? Liu Bai's heart raced. He had waited too long for this day. Draw. Item drawing in progress. Ding. Draw successful. Reward, Mark III. Liu Bai's heart raced. Did he really draw the Mark III? Everything happened so suddenly that he was momentarily at a loss. He breathed heavily. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. This was the armor he had longed for. With a mortal body, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. At this moment, had he completely crushed the mechanical technology of the blue planet? Would you like to receive the reward now? Liu Bai hadn't yet recovered from the immense shock when he heard the system's inquiry, which made him a bit annoyed. Couldn't it let him digest this a little more? Not receiving it for now. Liu Bai seriously thought to himself. What a joke. Receiving it in the hotel would lack privacy. Who knows what might go wrong? He had no choice but to rent a place now. Liu Bai sighed. Just as this thought surfaced, he almost scolded himself for being unambitious. The box office revenue was about to be divided, yet he was still considering renting a place. He should just buy a big house to house the Mark mech. Liu Bai was overly excited and took a long time to calm down and restore his peaceful mindset. Given the current situation, he certainly wasn't too short on money. With a total box office of $3 billion after deducting taxes. Although he had to share 57 with the theaters, Liu Bai would still get 43 of the share. Of course, he also had to pay a 10 agency fee to the major global distributors, leaving him with only 33 in hand. Converted into cash, that would be $1 billion. Some might feel disgruntled about this revenue sharing, thinking it was too little. However, theaters always take the larger share. That's the advantage of market dominance. If you don't give theaters a high percentage, no matter how good your film is, you want to have as many channels and audiences, and you might end up with an even lower box office share. This revenue-sharing method can be likened to renting a storefront in a prime location in a big city. Although the rent is high, the potential for earning fame, profit, and exposure increases significantly. If you're unwilling to pay high rent and instead open a shop in a remote corner, even if the products are affordable, the customer flow will greatly diminish. Unless you have your own cinema, you can't keep all the profits. With the film archive on Earth backing him up, Liu Bai naturally had the content to support theaters, but his current funds were still far from sufficient. These will be considered later. It's still unclear what movie to shoot next. Liu Bai was determined in his heart and asked the system, "When can I customize a movie myself?" The host must shoot 3 specified films before the content mall will be opened. The themes in the mall need to be purchased with money. Liu Bai understood that it meant he had to shoot 2 more films selected by the system before he could have the right to customize. And customization would require him to spend money. By the way, system, what do you need the money for? This was Liu Bai's question. Humanitarian care, education, and healthcare. The host's funds will be used to build charitable organizations. Lu Bai understood and fully supported this action. Even if the system deducted funds, he wouldn't mind. At least the money could be left for those in need. To put it simply, he was just riding on the system's coattails. What movie to shoot next? Lu Bai pondered. Ding. Task. Shoot the movie Transformers. Starting funds. No further funding will be provided. The host is responsible for it. You can attract investments or pay up front. Reward. Random props will be drawn from the movie. Note. The level of rewards will be determined based on revenue and attention. The result left Lu Bai momentarily dazed, followed by ecstatic joy. This was alien life. The technological aspect was far beyond what the Mark III could compare to. Unless he could get his hands on nano-level mechas, anything else wouldn't even be close. Moreover, there were many aliens inside. It could be said that drawing any of them would be a win. Unlike Iron Man 1, where only the Mark III had high-cost performance. Whether it was Bumblebee, Optimus Prime, Spider-Man, or Decepticons, drawing any of them would be a huge profit. And such a guaranteed profitable movie naturally couldn't attract investments or let other capital participate. This time he earned $1 billion, which he could fully bear on his own. The script is being distributed. It has been stored in your computer's cloud drive. Lu Bai was thrilled. When he opened the computer, not only was there the script, but also illustrations, storyboards, and mecha designs, all thoughtfully organized. Moreover, the memories of Transformers that had faded in his mind suddenly became incredibly clear, as if he had watched it countless times in an instant. Lu Bai, are you resting? I just received news that the business license has been approved, and the company is officially established. Lu Bai was flipping through the script materials when he received a call from Chen Renxuan. In this month, Lu Bai and his senior brothers had set up the company with a registered capital of $1 million. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Lu Bai said. It's not hard, just running errands, Chen Renxuan replied with a smile. It was clear he was in high spirits with the good news. You and the other senior brothers should get ready. It's almost time to start shooting the new movie. Lu Bai spoke softly, leaving Chen Renxuan completely stunned. New movie? Did you finish writing it so quickly? Lu Bai nodded. Yes, it's still a sci-fi theme. Transformers, transforming. What? What are you talking about? What Transformers? I don't understand at all. Chapter 34. Submit your winter homework. Lu Bai from Film Class 1. Work, Iron Man. After sending the script, Lu Bai hung up the phone. Next, there was much to do. With eager anticipation, Lu Bai lay back in his hotel bed. Unable to sleep, he started scrolling through his phone and saw a private message come in. Lin Ming, congratulations on the box office success. Looking forward to your second film. My friends and I have watched it 4 times. We are your diehard fans now. Lu Bai smiled silently. They still haven't figured it out? Or perhaps they know but are too embarrassed to bring it up. Lu Bai couldn't be bothered to guess and simply replied, okay. Look, the big shot replied to me. In a lavish hotel, Lin Ming excitedly held his phone, flaunting it to his friends around him. Beside him were the wealthy second-generation members of his circle. All fans of Iron Man. Wow, old Lin, you're impressive. Is it really the same content creator? Did he reveal any news about the second film? I really want a set of Iron Man armor to wear. It would definitely attract attention on social media. His friends showed envious expressions, making Lin Ming feel quite proud. Lu Bai, have you submitted your homework? Han Ming sent a private message asking, what homework? Lu Bai was momentarily stunned. He seemed to realize he had forgotten something, but couldn't recall what it was. The counselor mentioned that this semester we need to submit a film. You didn't forget, did you? Han Ming reminded him. I would have forgotten if you hadn't said anything. You saved my life. Thank you so much. Lu Bai slapped his forehead, remembering. He had just crossed over and recalled the assignment from the counselor. It was to shoot a film with a duration of no less than 30 minutes and submit it via email. Lin Ming had also mentioned in the group that next semester there would be special arrangements, as the college would invite industry professionals to watch the films, which would help pave the way for outstanding graduates. Submitting now would still be acceptable. Otherwise, he would have to face the counselor's private messages. Hearing Lu Bai's exaggerated remarks, Han Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Of course, I'll submit it right away, Lu Bai said. Since he had just arrived in this world, few were willing to help him, making him cherish this friendship greatly. Do you have time next time? Can you help me look at the script? I'll pay you. Han Ming hesitated to speak. Her feelings were complex. Lu Bai was both a friend and a screenwriter she admired. However, Lu Bai's achievements had far surpassed her understanding, and she even didn't know how to face him anymore. Can I still? You're so polite. I'm not used to it. And you even want to pay me? It feels like giving alms to a beggar. Hurry and send me the script. I'll critique it right away. Lu Bai pretended to be angry. Han Ming looked at him and smiled happily. How nice, he is still the same as before. He hasn't become aloof due to his higher achievements. He remains steady and is willing to lend a hand to friends. All right, then I'll trouble the great screenwriter for some pointers. Please don't hold back. Lu Bai received an electronic document, and the script described two pairs of urban couples facing emotional issues, making different choices based on their personalities. Lu Bai furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of déjà vu. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly slapped his thigh and realized the source of the familiarity. Isn't this just like the film he had watched before? It was only a brief script, just an outline, but Lu Bai could still see its embryonic form. I looked at this outline, and it's not bad. If I were to suggest changes, I think the overall tone of your script is too tragic and dark, which is not good. It loses its tension. I believe the earlier parts should be more cheerful, Lu Bai stated seriously. This left Han Ming feeling alarmed. Not reconciling? And the female lead is having a child? And it's not even the male leads? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Won't we get hate mail for this? Okay, I'll revise it according to your thoughts. I'm taking notes. Anything else? Han Ming didn't oppose Lu Bai's ideas. Instead, she felt that such changes would be bolder and even thrilling, leaving the audience with a sense of despair while they were enjoying themselves. Wouldn't that create quite a shock? That's all I have for now. I can't think of much more. I need some time, Lu Bai said, deep in thought. He really couldn't recall much. It had been too long, and combined with the memories of this world, he could only remember roughly. If it weren't for the system's help, he wouldn't have remembered much about films like Iron Man and Transformers. All right, no rush. Let's set a time. As a thank you, I'll treat you to a meal. Han Ming's voice was filled with happiness, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. When there were difficulties with the script, consulting Lu Bai always led to solutions. Their previous collaborations had been incredibly pleasant, which made her reflect on how things had changed. During university, the short films they shot were merely to gain experience, yielding little income, relying entirely on passion. Now she could lead a team to earn money and help fulfill everyone's dreams, but someone had already moved ahead. She didn't know how to repay that. The two exchanged simple updates before closing the chat window. After submitting the assignment, Lu Bai pulled off the blanket, opened his laptop, and selected the completed film Iron Man. The next day, Counselor Sun Xingyu cheerfully opened his computer. Who would be in trouble today? He hoped it wouldn't be too painful to watch. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 35 Counselor. Why is there a 2-hour film? Is this an assignment? Qingzhou University of Arts had several colleges, including the film school, dance school, art school, and others. Sun Xingyu was a teacher at the film school, 40 years old, with thinning hair and black-rimmed glasses. The film school was divided into different majors, such as acting, cinematography, directing for film and television, sound art, animation, and broadcasting and television directing, each with a different focus. As for the drama and film directing major, it's simply referred to as the film major. Sun Xingyu, as the counselor, is responsible for reviewing films from 3 classes. Yesterday, he spent the entire day watching, and many students produced impressive works with great themes and effort, which are quite precious among the emotional films. However, even though I only asked for a 30-minute film, some students still approached it carelessly, too distracted by their romantic relationships. This thought made him quite angry. Most people shot love stories, which are seriously homogeneous, and they focused on the interactions between couples. Showing off their affection in front of me, right? I asked for assignments, and you send me wedding videos, I hope today's works won't be too painful to watch. He opened Lin Ming's work in order of submission. The Return of the Dragon King. Subway, elderly people, mobile phones. Sun Xingyu watched it with a frown. He had never felt an hour could drag on so long. Even when he fast-forwarded or adjusted the playback speed, it still felt like torture, his uncomfortable toes skillfully tapping on the keyboard. Finally, after finishing the film, he felt a sense of relief. After some consideration, he gave an overall evaluation. From an aesthetic perspective, it was unqualified. From a professional perspective, it passed. The shots were smooth, and the characters were distinct without dragging on. He could only say that as a middle-aged man, he was not the target audience for this type of film. Moreover, Lin Ming had uploaded this film as an online feature to a video platform and made a small profit, which was a plus. Sun Xingyu nodded to himself. This indicated that Lin Ming's commercialization and marketability skills were outstanding, making him a role model for many students. Even back in his school days, he couldn't earn money for equipment through filming. However, this kid was somewhat unscrupulous. Although he claimed the filming budget was $5 million, He learned that the actual filming cost was less than $2 million, pocketing a $3 million kickback from his father. Sun Xingyu clicked his tongue in disapproval. He continued to open the next film. Upon seeing that the work was by Han Ming, his eyes lit up. This was the film he had the highest hopes for. Whether in terms of reputation, response, or box office, it was remarkably impressive. He could even give an excellent review without watching it. Such a work, tested by theaters and the market, deserved high scores. But he still responsibly clicked to watch the video, considering his own thoughts. Let us take a look first. Perhaps this film could be screened at the school next semester. At that time, they would invite outstanding graduates, well-known figures from society, top directors, and leading actors. If Han Ming's talent was recognized, her future path would be smoother. So it was best to check the quality first. The film was an hour long, with a tight plot, and Sun Xingyu rarely adjusted the playback speed. After watching, he gave a good overall evaluation. This was an urban workplace film that portrayed the hardships of workers. From accompanying drinks, persuading to drink, overtime, to unfair treatment, the young woman played by Han Ming, who was just entering society, fought back vigorously against various injustices. In simple terms, this is a story about workplace reform. Although the plot logic is straightforward, it is well-paced, with appealing visuals and performances, and the storyline has no loopholes. In the end, Han Ming won the lawsuit using legal means, received her deserved compensation, and the story concluded satisfactorily. According to Sun Xingyu, the film grossed $30 million at the box office within half a month, showcasing an astonishing return on investment. The intention behind it is commendable, and the effort put in is among the best among students. What's more remarkable is that with this successful experience, Han Ming will likely attract significant investments in the future, with limitless prospects ahead. Sun Xingyu gave it a high rating, stating that the viewing experience was good and washed away the negative impact of Lin Ming's films. However, the following few films were rather conventional, lacking any highlights, making him feel drowsy. After one more film, he planned to have lunch and take a walk. Sun Xingyu noticed it was almost noon, and today's approvals were nearly finished. He then clicked on the next film, but soon he sensed something was off. What is going on? Is this an assignment? Why is it 2 hours long? He opened the video and habitually glanced at the progress bar. But upon seeing it, he realized there was a problem. This was beyond carelessness. It was downright terrible. Who would send me a downloaded blockbuster from the internet? Such negligence. Even if it was sent by mistake. There was plenty of time to retract or resend it. Yet an entire night passed without any updates, clearly disregarding his words and the assignment. Furious, agitated, frustrated. This was simply not taking his words seriously. With only one semester left until graduation, how could they be so careless? Who had the audacity? Unable to hide his anger, Sun Xingyu looked at the sender and was shocked to find it was Liu Bai. Well, this kid, whom he usually thought highly of for being polite and having strong writing skills, dared to deceive the teacher. This was beyond mere negligence. He closed the video, his eyes filled with rage, and began to gather information on Liu Bai. Upon checking, he saw the title, Liu Bai from Film Class, Work, Iron Man. At first glance, he felt a bit dazed, wondering if he was seeing things. On the second look, his pupils widened in shock and disbelief. Finally, he cleaned his glasses and looked closely, his expression turning solemn. It was indeed Liu Bai, and his impression of him improved even more. But how could this be possible? He still couldn't believe it. Yet his heart raced violently, refusing to calm down. Chapter 36. The box office revenue is here. Finally, the mech can be retrieved, and Iron Man appears on Blue Star. No way. Sun Xingyu was utterly shocked, his mind blank. Even though he held on to a glimmer of hope, he still found it hard to connect this chaotic film from the winter break to his student. With mixed emotions, he clicked on the film again. His mind gradually recalled information about this movie. To be honest, he had never seen this film. He had a lot on his plate, dealing with approval tasks and communicating with leadership on various matters. As for this previously acclaimed sci-fi film, it only existed in hearsay, and he wasn't even sure when it would stop screening. In the beginning, he browsed websites looking for information and naturally saw advertisements popping up. At that time, he noticed that the director's name was Liu Bai, but how could he dare to think it was his student? There were so many people with the same name. Even if Liu Bai threw Iron Man in front of him now, he would still find it hard to believe. He had to admit that the beginning of the movie was very interesting. Sun Xingyu watched the film's opening, nodding silently. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. He simply couldn't stop. There was no dull moment throughout. From a more professional cinematography perspective, he assessed that the filming techniques were extremely sophisticated, with no unnecessary shots at all. Such a high-quality commercial film was truly breathtaking. Is this really a student I taught? He couldn't dare to think further and simply picked up his phone, found Lu Bai's number in the class records, and called eagerly. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who is this? It was Lu Bai's voice. Sun Xingyu couldn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. This is Counselor Sun Xingyu. Did you really send me that project? He even wanted to ask, are you sure this is called an assignment? Yes, teacher. Is there any guidance you would like to offer? Guidance. How could he dare to give any? No, I just wanted to confirm, Lu Bai. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Thank you. Teacher Sunday goodbye. Looking forward to the day you return to class after the winter break. All right. Teacher. Beep, beep, beep. Sun Xingyu hung up the phone, still in a daze. Even though he hadn't seen the movie in theaters, he had heard all the buzz. With a budget of 100 million, it earned a total box office of 3 billion in just 30 days. It broke even in a day? The rest was pure profit. How could this not be a masterwork? Why not come and teach me instead? After the days wore off, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who should be calling whom now? With this achievement, Lu Bai could become an external teacher at the school. And he was so young. If he could maintain such high box office standards, he might even apply for an assistant professor or associate professor position. Wow, a leader has emerged from my students? Sun Xingyu couldn't help but feel increasingly satisfied. This truly was a student I taught. What a pride. After Lu Bai hung up, he felt a bit perplexed. But then he thought, maybe it was because of the project he sent last night. He didn't dwell on it too much, finished breakfast, and was just thinking about going out for a stroll when he received a text notification. Bank transaction alert. Your account has received 1.07 billion. Lu Bai's breath quickened. The film revenue had also come in. After taxes, there was still 1.07 billion left. Now he could buy a house and retrieve Mark III. He had been looking forward to this day for so long. Iron Man is about to officially appear on Blue Star. Chapter 37. Lu Bai becomes the real Iron Man. With a mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine, Lu Bai bought a house without spending too much time. He had already chosen the location, a villa area far from the market. As soon as the box office revenue arrived, he purchased it in full. A standalone large yard, over 600 square meters, costing 80 million. The entire process was quick and simple, and the extravagant purchase made the beautiful saleswoman daydream about becoming the owner of this villa. Mr. Lu, now that the contract is signed, would you like to celebrate with a drink? Lu Bai refused, saying, no need, I want to rest now. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, her face blushing. Was he this direct? Moreover, Lu Bai was so young and handsome. Surely he wouldn't refuse. She sweetly suggested, then let me give you a massage. I learned it before. I prefer to rest quietly alone. You can leave. Lu Bai felt a bit annoyed. He was eager to try on the Iron Man suit. There was no time for drinks. Please leave quickly. The saleswoman ultimately left in frustration, seemingly regretting the missed opportunity. Lu Bai locked the doors and windows, closed the curtains, and cautiously checked for any surveillance devices nearby. After ensuring everything was clear, he finally sat on the sofa, feeling satisfied. Accessing Mark III mech. Lu Bai calmed down for a moment before thinking. Mark III mech is being distributed. Detected villa size. Equipment has been transferred to the storage. Ding. Distribution successful. Please sign for it. The voice that appeared in his mind was like music from heaven. Lu Bai excitedly stood up, searching the villa for a long time until he finally found the long-awaited mech in the spacious storage of the large yard. In that several dozen square meter storage, countless intelligent mechanical arms were placed. Upon seeing Lu Bai, they respectfully lowered their arms, as if bowing to their master. In the center of their gathering was a black floor with a strong metallic texture, seemingly able to be opened at will. Lu Bai took one look and knew that the Mark III armor was quietly waiting beneath the black iron block for its rightful owner. Seeing this scene, Lu Bai's heart raced even faster. This meant that all the supporting facilities from the first Iron Man had arrived. With this equipment, Lu Bai could put on or take off the suit. Even Lu Bai couldn't help but praise the quality. But he still controlled his impulse. First turning on the indoor lights, closing the storage door, and then confidently walking towards the mechanical arms. As he got closer to the armor, an idea struck him, and he couldn't help but say, Jarvis? The Mark mech has a highly intelligent AI system, which in the original story is Stark's butler, linked with the Mark mech, serving as Stark's assistant. It not only provides alerts and detection, but also has a degree of autonomy to help Stark better control the mech. My master, I am here. As soon as Lu Bai's words fell, a magnetic male voice echoed around him. Lu Bai understood that this was Jarvis responding to him. Help me put on the Mark mech. Lu Bai stepped onto the black steel floor, speaking with anticipation. Okay, master. After Jarvis responded, the mechanical hands around him began to move with a clattering sound. In an instant, the floor cracked open, revealing hidden components beneath. Each piece shimmered with a golden red luster, making Lu Bai's heart race. Then, he saw the mechanical hand grabbing the armor components, assembling them onto his body. The cold mechanical hand was gentler than he had imagined, causing no discomfort at all. The first part to be assembled was the torso. This was beyond Lu Bai's expectations. He had thought they would install a mini-arc reactor. But the actual situation was that the mech's torso came with its own energy device. When it made contact with Lu Bai's body, a special connection was established. In an instant, Lu Bai's mind was clear, and he understood his physical condition perfectly. It was a wondrous experience he had never had before. It felt as though a continuous source of energy was interwoven with his flesh and bones, making his soul feel incredibly full. He seemed to be brimming with boundless energy. His limbs were also equipped with titanium alloy materials, looking exceptionally sturdy. Especially at the head, when that solid skull cap was perfectly fitted, Lu Bai's vision transformed. Everything around him turned into visualized data, as if with a single punch, he could destroy anything. The weapon systems on the armor also became commands that he could manipulate at will, especially after the arc reactor connected with his nerves. He could control it with his thoughts, as if his body had become one with the armor. In that moment, Lu Bai's pupils revealed immense excitement. He finally understood what it meant to experience physical pain and mechanical ascension. And in that instant, Lu Bai became the true Iron Man, with a mortal body. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Also, I kindly ask all viewers for a 5-star review. As a new author, I really need this, and it won't take much of your time. Chapter 38. The Tech Expo is here. 3 days later, the real Iron Man will appear before the world. When Lu Bai merged with the Mark suit, his entire state changed. He felt incredibly energized, and his limbs were filled with strength. Everything before him turned into visualized data. It seemed that with a casual punch, he could pierce through steel. Energy propulsion was at 25. Lu Bai recalled the film's plot. Stark had found the most suitable ascent energy through multiple experiments. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to try it out. He issued a command, and the centers of his hands and feet, wrapped in the armor, immediately generated a powerful thrust, swiftly and smoothly propelling Lu Bai's body upward. Even though Lu Bai was mentally prepared, this sudden experience of being airborne still made him anxious. It felt like the first time ice skating. His limbs were incredibly clumsy, unable to control his center of gravity, and after a long struggle, he fell down. With a loud thud, he landed solidly. Would it hurt? Lu Bai got up from the ground, somewhat surprised. According to the height he just soared from, falling down would definitely be unpleasant. However, he felt no pain at all. Soon, he believed that the Mark III had a very strong shock absorption capability. The energy flowed between his body and the suit, protecting him. This discovery made Lu Bai bolder. He completely let go of his psychological burden and clumsily piloted the mech in the empty warehouse. From noon until night, his maneuvering skills greatly improved. Such intense training left him physically and mentally exhausted, drenched in sweat. I can fly too. The suit's mask opened, revealing Lu Bai's handsome face and hair soaked in sweat. An afternoon of training transformed him from a wobbly infant into a running child. The growth rate was astonishing. Lu Bai was very satisfied. At this moment, the intelligent AI, Jarvis, spoke up. Dear Master, I have detected many unread messages on your phone. You are currently in a resting phase. Would you like me to read them for you? Lu Bai was surprised. He didn't expect the AI that came with the system could connect to his phone. Did it have my permission? However, Lu Bai quickly reassured himself. The system coexists with his consciousness, inseparable. Perhaps this Jarvis was just an external manifestation of the system, equivalent to an additional lifestyle permission. Read it, Lu Bai said. The message content came from a messaging app. The sender was Senior Brother Chenrenchuan. Boss, we have selected a few locations for the company, and the photos have been sent to you. They can be rented at any time now. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai put on his helmet again, and the LCD display in front of him instantly showed several photos. They all appeared to be in office buildings with good lighting, and the prices varied. Jarvis, call senior brother Chen Rinchuan. Soon, the call connected. Chen Rinchuan's cheerful voice came through. Boss Lu Bai, we just have some updates to report. No need to be so polite, senior brother. What is it? Lu Bai was wrapped in the mech, and the call volume was just right, clear and comfortable. As if they were communicating face to face. We finished reading the new script Transformers. The creativity is unbeatable, and the imagination is incredibly high. Cars, planes, animals, all can transform. It's amazing. This film is definitely going to be a hit. Chen Rinchuan's voice was full of excitement and indescribable amazement. We have a blockbuster like Iron Man, and for the next film, we can directly seek investment. We can have major car manufacturers bid for advertising. And we could even save on filming costs. Plus, the box office will be ours to enjoy. This idea is simply genius. Listening to the flattery, Lu Bai couldn't help but chuckle and interrupted. You haven't told me what you wanted to report yet. Chen Rinchuan collected his thoughts and began to summarize the situation. In short, Chen Rinchuan and the others had discovered the business opportunity in the new script and could definitely talk to car companies about sponsorship. The car manufacturers, recognizing the popularity of Iron Man, had already expressed interest in cooperation. The dividends of Iron Man are far from over. Many toy manufacturers and rubber factories are eyeing the Iron Man IP, looking to collaborate on producing Iron Man toys or figurines. Although the cinemas have taken Iron Man off the screens, major streaming platforms are eager to secure exclusive rights, offering top-notch conditions. All right, I understand. Let's send someone to continue the negotiations. Lu Bai expressed his satisfaction. He picked a pleasing address for the company, hung up the phone, and let Chen Shixiang get back to work. Chen Rinchuan, as a shareholder with technical investment, possesses excellent management skills. The new company has a small team, and Chen Rinchuan serves as the CEO throughout the process. Let us go have a meal first. After a day of training, Lu Bai felt tired and hungry. Watching the mechanical arm take off his battle suit and place it on the metal floor, he contentedly left the storage room. While waiting for the food at the restaurant, he received a private message from a contact at the Qingzhou Technology Expo. Boss, long time no see. Congratulations on your Iron Man movie's success. Our exhibition will take place in 3 days, and we are now open for submissions. Here is the schedule. The staff sent a poster with details. Registration for submissions is from January 20th to January 23rd. The exhibition will run from January 24th morning to February 24th evening, lasting for 1 month. Location: Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. On the night of the exhibition, there will be speeches about technological design concepts, and recordings will be made. The poster was straightforward, and Lu Bai immediately understood that it was time for registration. Okay, I will be there in the next couple of days, Lu Bai replied. And the steaming dishes were served at the table. His taste buds were tantalized, but his heart was even more exhilarated. The real Mark suit, the true Iron Man, is set to make a grand entrance on Blue Star in just 3 days. It will definitely astonish the people of Blue Star. Chapter 39, Returning Home. No restricted flight zones, directly to Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. There is still ample time for the exhibition registration, so Lu Bai didn't rush to sign up. Over the next few days, he would go to the company during the day to acquire supplies. Earth Studios. Looking at the company plaque on the wall, Lu Bai softly murmured. A warm sense of nostalgia flowed through him. This name could serve as proof of the Earth people. This name sounds quite grand, Earth. Is that another way to refer to Blue Star? Chen Rinchuan, standing beside Lu Bai, curiously asked. Now he held multiple positions, not only as the chief director of the company, but also as the CEO. Although the title of president sounds impressive, to put it plainly, it just means he is a manager. Once the company grows larger and the staff increases, he would definitely need someone specifically to manage operations. At that time, he could be a non-operational shareholder focusing on filmmaking. Exactly. Lu Bai nodded in response. Earth Studios is located on the outskirts of the city in a technology park. The rent is low, and the space is large. The building has 2 floors, surrounded by UV-resistant insulated glass, giving it a modern and outstanding design. There is a subway outside that connects to the city center and the university nearby. It's not far from the newly purchased villa. Lu Bai rented this place with careful consideration. His team often goes out for film shoots and might not return for months. So there's no need to waste money in the expensive city center. Besides, it's crowded and noisy, and the space is small, making it impractical. The crew agrees with this viewpoint as they also dislike working in the city. The fast-paced lifestyle makes people anxious, which is not conducive to creativity. The current office location is excellent, with fresh air and good greenery, allowing them to take drives around the mountains and waters, which is like paradise for this group of artistic youths. Brother, here are the selected filming location photos. These are the car companies that have agreed to collaborate. What do you think? In the chairman's office, Chun Rinchuan handed over the photos and documents, filled with anticipation for the future. Is the filming location settled? When do we start? Liu Bai looked at the photos and was pleasantly surprised to find that one of the filming locations was near the company and would serve as the main character's home. Within a week. We also need to discuss sponsorship with several sports car brands. They can be quite proud and disdainful about using films for promotion. But we are still negotiating. At the same time, we are looking for suitable actors, Chun Rinchuan said seriously. The difficulty of this shoot is far greater than that of previous projects. It's a challenge not only for the director, but also for the actors. At least in previous works, there were 3D printed suits to assist the actors and shorten filming time. However, for this project, there will be no physical props at all. The mechs are too large. Even if we could create them, they wouldn't be useful for filming as they are impossible to control. But that was his struggle as a director. There was no need to burden Liu Bai with complaints. If every challenge needed the chairman's intervention, then what kind of director would he be? Thank you for your hard work. With your help, I feel at ease. Liu Bai smiled at Chen's determined expression. Having such partners meant that once tasks were delegated, results would follow, making it a relief to manage. After some light-hearted conversation about work, they also discussed Tony. Now Tony is the first signed actor at the company, and with his distinct acting skills and the success of previous projects, he has been receiving constant offers and skyrocketing pay, which has also made the company more well-known. Liu Bai granted him a great deal of autonomy, arranging for a personal assistant and not taking a single cent from his earnings. This surprised and touched Tony, who felt a warmth akin to home in Chizhou. He even flew in to celebrate the company's opening. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During the day, Liu Bai occasionally attended classes and explored the company, looking for actors with the directing team. At night, he would return to the warehouse to operate the mech. Becoming increasingly skilled, he also discovered a more convenient way to control it. He found that even without speaking, the AI could understand his thoughts and provide performance feedback. This discovery further confirmed to Liu Bai that this Jarvis is the external manifestation of the system. The communication at the consciousness level made Liu Bai increasingly adept, akin to using chopsticks, which was becoming muscle memory, as if it were an extension of his arm and fingers. Master, please note that today is January 23rd at 9 p.m. You have 1 hour left to register and attend the Qingzhou Technology Exhibition. Will you participate? Liu Bai, filled with excitement, rushed through the storage room, only to hear Jarvis's reminder, realizing that 3 days had passed. Time flies. He had been so busy lately that he almost forgot. After coming back to his senses, Liu Bai was not too anxious, but instead thought to himself, provide the route to the Qingzhou Science Museum. Route has been planned. There are checkpoints for DUI detection along the way, which may delay your journey. Upon hearing this, a smile of anticipation appeared on Liu Bai's face. With the Mark mech, do I still need to drive? Jarvis, check if there are any no-fly zones nearby. Response, no no-fly zones detected. You can go directly to the Qingzhou Science Museum. Chapter 40. What Iron Man sees, Liu Bai sees. Developing new capabilities for the system, technological marvels. No no-fly zones. You can go directly to the Qingzhou Science Museum. Route has been planned, straight line distance of 96 kilometers. Expected to arrive within 10 minutes. Will you depart now? Listening to Jarvis's report, Liu Bai let out a bitter smile. I won't be going after all. It was truly unavoidable. He wanted to show off to everyone in person, but rationally thinking. The Mark III still had a fatal flaw. It couldn't be worn or removed at will. Moreover, the mechanical arm lacked mobility. He couldn't just carry the storage room outside. Could he? Ideally, it would still be the upgraded suit from Stark later on. Even the second version had abandoned the assistance of the mechanical arm, offering a more convenient way to put it on and take it off. Otherwise, using the restroom would be a hassle. The system had mentioned that to have the ability to choose films independently, certain prerequisites must be met. One had to complete 3 film tasks set by the system to unlock the self-selection feature in the marketplace. Now that he had received the task for Transformers, and actors were being sought, filming would likely start soon. Liu Bai felt a bit melancholic. He really liked Transformers, but optimistically estimating. By the time he gained the ability for independent selection, he would have graduated from university. After removing the battle suit, Liu Bai stepped onto the dark floor, and the mechanical arm took off the Mark mech for him, reassembling it at Liu Bai's command. Controlling Iron Man remotely. Early Stark probably couldn't do that, right? Standing in front of the Mark mech, a proud smile crossed Liu Bai's face. Over the past few days, he had discovered a unique ability. He could connect with the system. Furthermore, Jarvis was an external representation of the system. In other words, Liu Bai could communicate with the system within his consciousness to control Iron Man. Moreover, Liu Bai had another ability that was perfectly developed: the visualization of the panel. Host, Liu Bai. Task, film transformers. Progress, actors are being sought. Yes, this is the ability. The system can project images and sounds into Liu Bai's mind. This means that what Iron Man sees, Liu Bai also sees. He has perfectly adapted to the remote control capability. This also means that Liu Bai can experience anywhere Iron Man goes from the comfort of his home. There will be no danger at all. Liu Bai has been excitedly pondering this ability for the past few days. This is truly a war weapon. With the standards of the first Iron Man, he has grasped the Iron Legion from the second movie. Just in time for the entry registration at the Science and Technology Museum, he is eager to try it out. System, pilot Iron Man to the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. Ding. In an instant, the golden red mech in front of Liu Bai lit up with brilliant blue light in its eyes and chest. Liu Bai seemed to feel that this armor had come to life. Yes, master, responded Jarvis in a friendly voice. Iron Man soared into the sky, opened the storage door, and leaped into the air like a shooting star. Liu Bai watched the meteor streak away, feeling a mix of emotions. It felt like a pet that could now cook, clean, and use the toilet. He felt immensely proud. Can the technology on Blue Star create such mechs? Liu Bai knew that mechanical exoskeletons were widely used by the military on Blue Star, and even civilian tech companies were developing them. But Iron Man, paired with the system's intelligence, was a complete technological marvel, a true game-changer for Blue Star. A meteor streaked across the sky, catching people's attention. On the park lawn, someone looked up at the starry sky and suddenly exclaimed, "Is that a shooting star?" Curiosity piqued. People looked up and saw a white light gliding across the night sky, exclaiming, "It really is so bright. Is it going to crash down? Quick, take a picture. Is a meteorite worth anything? So cool. Make a wish." As for Liu Bai, he had already snuggled back into bed, closing his eyes. Yet in his mind, he could clearly perceive Iron Man's perspective and the howling wind. It was as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Indescribably wonderful. Master, Jarvis reporting. We have arrived over the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. Requesting next command. Chapter 41. Iron Man officially enters the Science Museum. Netizens are on edge. Hearing Jarvis's words, Liu Bai began to issue commands in his mind. He envisioned shutting down Iron Man's flight energy, and this action caused the mech to plummet from the sky. Just before hitting the ground, he instantly activated the energy, and the limbs erupted with powerful energy to cushion the fall, landing smoothly in a small grove without attracting any attention in the night. To put it metaphorically, this operation was like controlling a character in a game, jumping from a height and only opening the wind wings just before reaching the ground to achieve a quick landing. Safe landing. Would you like to contact the staff? Liu Bai responded, "Yes, contact them." The next moment, Jarvis made the call. Soon, a voice came through. "Hello, is this Director Liu Bai?" The tone was respectful, reaching Liu Bai's mind. "It's me. The exhibit has arrived outside the Science Museum." This call was somewhat special, a new experience for Liu Bai. Ultimately, it was the system and the advanced suit acting as intermediaries, serving as a bridge for remote communication, with high security and no possibility of eavesdropping. All right. My name is Li Pingyan. Just call me Xiao Li. I'll be there shortly." Li Pingyan touched the phone and walked briskly towards the entrance. However, he found the area outside empty. The street was desolate at night. "Director Liu, I've arrived at the entrance. Did you come personally?" Li Pingyan asked respectfully. "I didn't go," Liu Bai replied. "The film industry is definitely busy, I understand. But who is handing it over to me? I need to register it conveniently." Li Pingyan looked towards the road but saw no transport vehicle as he had expected, so he politely inquired, "Look to your right." Upon hearing this, Li Pingyan instinctively glanced to his right. The moment he did, his hand trembled, and he almost couldn't hold his phone steady. Before his eyes stood a tall, cold mech, looking incredibly sturdy. It walked silently. Having worked at the Science Museum for many years, Li Pingyan naturally had an eye for detail. He found it hard to imagine how such a heavy mech could be so well-tuned for shock absorption. With just one glance, Li Pingyan was stunned. His voice trembled slightly. "Director Liu, I see it." Liu Bai responded, Then please take it to register. Not a problem, Li Pingyan said, walking ahead. Surprised that the mech followed him. He didn't find it strange. He just guessed it could be controlled remotely, like a drone. However, the design was indeed impressive. It had sharp angles, smooth lines, and a commanding presence. It was simply stunning. Any man would find it hard to resist the romance of a mech. He initially became interested in the advanced suit after watching a design video posted by Liu Bai. At that time, he noticed the suit trending and found its design striking. So he intended to seize the opportunity for exposure without giving it too much thought. Claiming to present design ideas on stage was just a way of making a grand statement. What truly made the Science Museum unable to ignore it was the immense success of the advanced suit film. The focus on it skyrocketed, and the intent to ride the wave of popularity was clear. The exhibition organizers explicitly expressed their hope for director Liu Bai to present on stage. The press release would surely hype it up, and the traffic would be astonishing. Tickets would definitely sell for a high price, and the social recognition would surely rise to another level. Director Liu Bai, the registration is complete, Li Pingyan said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. Liu Bai watched as Li Pingyan led the advanced suit into the hall. The location was quite good. Upon entering the hall, one could see the advanced suit right away. Colorful ribbons surrounded it, and a sign stood to prohibit touching. Without needing to say much, Liu Bai directly controlled the advanced suit to step onto the exhibition platform. After controlling it to face the exhibition entrance, the registration for entry was also completed. This control is impressive. Li Pingyan was taken aback for a moment. Feeling a bit dazed, unsure whether it was Liu Bai's skillful manipulation or the powerful design of the Iron Man. The knee-high ribbons could actually leap over like a person. This is something many major tech companies cannot achieve. Overcoming terrain has always been a challenging breakthrough, let alone in humanoid form. Thanks to director Liu Bai for the support. After a brief exchange, Li Pingyan hung up the phone and communicated with the exhibition manager. Soon, the tech exhibition purchased a large number of press releases, featuring photos of Iron Man, to start generating buzz. Shock! Iron Man officially joins the Qinzhou Science and Technology Museum with a perfect design. Big news. The movie Iron Man has really been brought to life. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the museum will officially open, and there will actually be Iron Man. How cool is that? Iron Man represents a man's romance. Right here in the Qinzhou Science and Technology Museum. A large number of articles were spread through official accounts, attracting countless eyes, causing a stir among netizens. Chapter 42. Is this a science museum? It looks more like a market. The actors are in place, and filming is about to begin. Online. The popularity of Iron Man has waned since the film's release. However, the news of this tech exhibition has reignited public interest and hit the trending topics. Iron Man can actually appear at a tech exhibition? That's quite impressive. Is the museum trying to ride the coattails of the hype? Honestly, I'm not surprised. Iron Man's design is indeed eye-catching. A film that reignites the stagnant sci-fi genre and even inspires tech companies proves Iron Man's success. In the heated discussions, there are those who are delighted, those who view it rationally, and those who belittle it. The latter group believes Iron Man has nothing to do with the tech field. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Everyone knows that humanoid machines aren't favored on the battlefield, so is that really a design highlight? It's more of an experiment. I used to really like Iron Man. It definitely meets the standards for sci-fi films. But it shouldn't be trying to make a scene at a genuine tech exhibition. It feels quite disgusting now. Is this just inviting a mascot? The tech circle should be a little purer. Not everything should be invited. I've already been annoyed by Iron Man ads, but I'll still watch for fun this time. There are praises and criticisms, with arguments going back and forth. For the museum, no matter the type of dispute, it's valuable traffic. Director. The news about the tech exhibition has already reached the top of the trending topics. Tickets for pre-sale have already sold out for several days ahead. Director, well done. In the museum, someone excitedly reported. Hearing this, the director was also beaming with joy. However, he refrained from commenting on the matter and instead said, "There will be many people tomorrow, so we must be cautious and avoid any mishaps. I've invited quite a few news media outlets to come. As the manager, you need to be sharp. Take care of all aspects and details." The manager assured, "That is certainly a priority." The Qinzhou Science and Technology Museum, which belongs to a semi-official organization, has been operating for several years but has not garnered much attention and remains lukewarm. Coupled with the lack of strong support from higher authorities, various aspects appear strained. The recent turning point was entirely due to an employee discovering something interesting while browsing a video platform after work. The manager felt skeptical about this invitation, thinking it was unreliable. Although the event could invite amateur inventors, what was the significance of making videos? Little did he know. That content creator turned short videos into a blockbuster, generating incredible box office success and overwhelming popularity. Consequently, he decided to take it seriously and instructed Li Ping'an to make sure to take good care of Lu Bai, ideally bringing Iron Man to the exhibition. Now that Iron Man has been brought in and with the press release, it has instantly exploded online, drawing a surge of attention from any angle. This is a successful promotional strategy. Not only does the museum gain a great reputation, but the participating companies also receive higher visibility, potentially attracting a wave of investment. The manager is filled with confidence. The increased recognition from breaking through the usual boundaries can be effectively converted into revenue. In the future, there might even be more funding for events. Just like now, the ticket sales have been completely sold out. It is a stark contrast to a few years ago when the place was desolate and quiet. Although the atmosphere of academic exchange has somewhat changed, I believe most companies should be clear-headed about this. Without attention, there are no investments, and where would the subsequent research funding come from? The manager feels helpless and melancholic. This is a clear challenge discussed internally. The director is also somewhat troubled. After all, some companies focus solely on research, are rigid in their thinking, and have a deep aversion to capital. However, overall, the outcome is undoubtedly highly profitable, not only attracting investment, but also raising the visibility of social enterprises. The manager now just hopes that the criticisms from various companies will be minimal. Time passes slowly. At 9:50 a.m., the Qinzhou Science and Technology Museum is about to open. Outside, a restless crowd has gathered. The exhibition is about to begin. They have come specifically for Iron Man. Indeed, the photos of Iron Man online are so cool, towering like a person. I hope it won't be disappointing. If I hadn't seen my ticket stub, I would have thought I was attending a comic convention instead of a science exhibition. There are indeed too many people. Everyone is giving face to the major companies, all coming to support, leaving me alone to take a photo with Iron Man. Dream on. The scene is bustling and crowded. Although the heads of various companies entered early, seeing the throngs outside still made them feel overwhelmed. Despite prior communication from the exhibition organizers, the sheer number of people left them utterly astonished. Is this still a science museum? Where's the promised prestige? Where's the elite circle? This looks like a marketplace. Am I selling fish now? Where did you hide my fishing rod? Exhibition organizers. As for Lu Bai, he is completely oblivious to the situation here, carrying a bag and leaving home early after freshening up. Senior Chen Renchuan sent a notice last night that the actors are already in position, and they can start selecting the leads. Transformers, filming is about to begin. Chapter 43. The appearance of the Lamborghini Blue Star. Will it become the main character of Transformers? The film production company is a two-story bungalow with a very modern design. In the spacious room, Lu Bai met several senior brothers. Lu Shitty, good morning. Have you eaten? Chen Renchuan greeted him with a smile. I had some soy milk and fried dough sticks on the way. Lu Bai responded briefly and started discussing the current situation. They have already reached agreements with major automotive companies, all willing to sponsor the project. As for the main character's vehicle, it was secured from a well-known local automotive brand for $8 million, which is a key promotional spot. The other automotive companies combined have sponsored over $10 million. Don't underestimate this money. It's pure profit before anything has even started. Moreover, there is no need to share the revenue with them. As long as the contract is followed and sufficient screen time is given in the movie, the advertising fees will be pocketed entirely, unlike those investments that require sharing a significant portion of the profits. The sponsorship process is going smoothly, and some less popular automotive brands are optimistic about this opportunity. The only ones unwilling to cooperate are the sports car manufacturers. Chen Renchuan sighed. These racing car companies are too proud. They miss out on potential benefits. This was not surprising. Lu Bai merely nodded, clearly having anticipated this. In the script, Bumblebee transforming into a sports car is a highlight. However, the local brand does not have a sports car model, and its designs are relatively conservative in today's market. So, they clearly stated in the contract that their model would only appear in the early part of the film, and there were no objections from the other side. Chen Renchuan explained, since the sports car manufacturers are not interested in collaborating, let's not force it. Hearing Lu Bai's words, Chen Renchuan nodded. During the last Iron Man shoot, the car Stark drove to the party was quite nice. They could rent it again. However, before he could speak, Chen Rinchuan saw Liu Bai take out several blueprints from his bag. He curiously took them and, upon glancing at them, felt his mind go blank. In his hands were car blueprints. The low, sleek body resembled a subdued beast, with sharp, flowing lines and a fierce shark-like mouth exuding a menacing aura. Just one glance left Chen Rinchuan stunned. He was certain that this model did not exist in the local market. He stared at Liu Bai with wide eyes, hoping for an explanation. What on earth is this? Does such a car really exist? This is a new model design. Since the sports car manufacturers are not cooperating, we won't use theirs, Liu Bai said with a smile. Exactly. In Chen Rinchuan's hands was unmistakably the Lamborghini from Earth. Even if it's not the fastest sports car on Earth, it is undoubtedly the one that captures men's hearts the most. That design is irresistible to anyone who sees it. Since Chen Rinchuan reported on the sports car manufacturers, Liu Bai had been considering it. He had browsed through the original Iron Man film in his mind and unexpectedly discovered the existence of Lamborghini in Stark's garage. At that time, he had the system help him sketch out the car model, hoping it could be used for a transformation project. What surprised him was that the system generously provided the design blueprints for a luxury sports car. That's right. He now had access to the core design plan of this prestigious brand. He could completely replicate the vehicle here on Blue Star. Time to apply for a design patent and register the trademark, as it would be useful in the future. He smiled, looking very pleased. This was an unexpected gain. He kept the core details hidden, only providing the exterior blueprints, and even the chassis design was not included, all to keep a trump card up his sleeve. Who knows? Maybe the film company might also pivot to selling cars, or collaborate with existing car manufacturers to create something similar. That would be incredibly cool. Could it really be designed? I really want to get one. Chen Rinchuan came back to his senses, instantly gritting his teeth. The striking car model made his heart race. He couldn't pinpoint what was so great about it, but it was just so cool. It felt like Iron Man, striking right at his excitement. The other senior brothers also looked at the exterior blueprints, their faces filled with shock. Wow, this is too stunning. Where did you get this, Boss Liu? It's simply amazing. Even someone like me, who can't drive, can't help but want to get a driver's license after seeing this. Boss Liu is a genius. The blueprints were passed around among several senior brothers, eager to own one immediately. But work still had to be done. So one of the senior brothers made a backup of the exterior blueprint to proceed with the patent registration. After chatting for a while, the female receptionist came in to announce, "Gentlemen, the actors are ready. Shall we start the auditions now? Actors have arrived?" Liu Bai looked at his senior brothers and said, "Then let's begin." With the receptionist's notification, the actors stepped forward one by one to audition. Each actor came with hope and ambition, wishing to land their desired role. With the company's growth, there were more candidates, but that also meant that the time spent on this process had increased. "Thank you for your performance. Please call the next actor in, and you can go wait for the notification," Chen Rinchuan said gently. "Okay, director." The young actor left. Only then did Chen Rinchuan furrow his brows and quietly say, "They all seem pretty average." Liu Bai nodded calmly in agreement. After sitting through the morning, they had auditioned 7 or 8 candidates for the lead role, none of whom were satisfactory. Either they didn't understand the character well enough, or their performances felt forced, or they lacked a sense of realism. Some were just too handsome and didn't fit the character profile. "How is the audition arranged?" Liu Bai picked up the list and casually asked. "They're auditioning for the lead roles in the morning, with a staggered schedule of 1.5 hours. In the afternoon, we will audition for the supporting roles," Chen Rinchuan replied. Liu Bai nodded, briefly scanning through the actor information sheet. It was no longer limited to actors from a specific region. There were many more from various backgrounds. Yes, this time, Liu Bai has relaxed the requirements for the actors' appearances quite a bit. It's no longer as strict as when casting for the original script. Like with a certain iconic character. The last time, many actors were chosen from a specific region, mainly due to a lack of confidence and the absence of trial and error costs. Now, they are even bolder, directly opting for younger actors, showing no intention of seeking out high-profile celebrities. Of course, while the company isn't looking for them, many star agencies are still eager to collaborate, with countless willing to invest in the production just to make an appearance in this film and even revive their careers. Since the establishment of a certain film company, the recruitment announcement for actors has immediately created a buzz in the entertainment industry. Now, who doesn't know that this newly established company recently pulled down a blockbuster sci-fi film? It has been performing exceptionally well on streaming platforms, with extremely high viewership. Not long after, They are set to start shooting a new movie. Which actor can resist such an opportunity? As the lead in the blockbuster, the actor and his co-star have skyrocketed in popularity, constantly receiving invitations for red carpet events. Who wouldn't he be envious? If it weren't for the recent release of that blockbuster, missing out on awards season would have been a shame. Otherwise, they would definitely be in the running for major awards. Such a hit is rarely seen even at prestigious film festivals. Therefore, young actors are vying for a chance to be part of it. Even without the movie title being announced, they are already excited. They wouldn't mind taking on small roles, as long as they can gain fame and make money. Investing in the production is no big deal anymore. Some actresses even go as far as sending audition resumes with inappropriate content. This kind of behavior is completely frowned upon by the artistic youth like Chun Rin-chuan, who don't give them any audition opportunities. The current candidates for auditions have already been filtered down significantly. Otherwise, the numbers would be even more exaggerated. Hello, directors. At this moment, a young man walked in. My name is Shiya from Qingzhou Film Academy, majoring in acting, and I'm about to graduate. I would like to audition for the role of Sam. Please give me a chance. He appeared shy, standing straight, not daring to glance around. However, he tried to speak as relaxed as possible. He is currently in his 4th year, about to graduate. He has taken on some roles at school, but they were all minor parts. He understands that he doesn't have the looks to become a leading man in films. However, after seeing the recruitment online, he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Yet, he was also aware of his average conditions and spent a restless night filled with regret before finally submitting his resume with a tried-out attitude. To his surprise, he passed the initial audition and got to meet the director team. He had watched that blockbuster multiple times, so cool. But these people all looked so young, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. As he caught a glimpse of Liu Bai, he almost felt disheartened. This guy is way too handsome. A perfect fit for a leading man, but he is actually sitting in the director's seat. Relax, don't be nervous. Chen Rinchuan looked at Shiya's resume with a warm smile. He is actually a junior. The sense of familiarity in his heart surged significantly. The script is on the table, and you pick one to perform. You have only 5 minutes to prepare. Liu Bai speaks up, with some anticipation towards him. Shiya is not very tall and has a darker complexion. His face shows signs of neglect, indicating he doesn't take care of himself. However, this adds a lot of life to his presence. He possesses a certain charm that is not overtly handsome, yet he bears an 80% resemblance to actors from another place. This is what intrigues Liu Bai the most. Alright, Shiya, not daring to waste any time, picks up the script and begins to memorize it. Perhaps due to nervousness and eagerness, his brain becomes very active. He seems to enter a certain state, reading the lines much faster than usual. Soon, he has memorized the lines, but since the directors haven't called time yet, he reads through them 1 or 2 more times to reinforce his memory. His physical state is unprecedentedly good. You can start your performance now. Chun Rinchuan glances at his watch and announces, Okay. Shiya puts down the script and earnestly feels the protagonist's state at that moment. From the text in the scene, it is clear that the protagonist, Sam, is in a classroom, presenting his great-great-grandfather's legacy to his classmates. The character is introverted and not very articulate, almost invisible in the school. He carries a bit of nervousness while giving his speech. Before long, Shiya gets into character. He rubs his hands and looks at the directors, as if he's looking at his classmates, and awkwardly begins. For this report on family history, I plan to talk about my great-great-grandfather, the legendary Captain Archibald Vedovich, a famous explorer. The lines are brief, merely introducing the background and timeline of the film. Shiya's performance flows very naturally. Even Chun Rinchuan cannot detect any signs of acting. It makes director Chen wonder if Shiya is just being himself. But is it a bad thing to perfectly fit the role? You can step down now, Chun Rinchuan says with appreciation and kindness in his eyes. After bowing, Shiya leaves the office, gently closing the door behind him. What do you all think? Chun Rinchuan asks with a smile. Liu Bai nods with a smile. He asks the male lead. Chapter 45. Han Mo-ing is auditioning for the female lead? This must be a joke. The selection of the male lead went relatively smoothly. At least the important role has been resolved today. In another 20 minutes, it will be time for the female actresses' auditions. Brother Chun, let us sign Shiya under the company's name. Watching Shiya leave, Liu Bai considers. On his resume, Shiya does not have an acting agency yet, so it would be good to sign such a promising talent. Plus, there might be a sequel in the future, which would make it easier to arrange his roles. Sure. Chen Rinchuan nods. Taking care of his junior is naturally a positive thing. Of course, this must be based on ability. If he has no skills, he wouldn't agree to it either. Lu Bai stands up to go to the restroom and get some fresh air. He notices that female actresses are gradually arriving outside the door. Lu Bai, have you had lunch? At this moment, Lu Bai receives a message. It was a familiar contact. Han Moing, who sent the message. She got straight to the point. I would like to invite you to dinner. Not sure if you're free today. The script you mentioned last time, I've started writing it based on your suggestions. I'd also like you to take a look at it. Lu Bai read the message and recalled his previous promise to help, though he had delayed for quite some time. It was about time to fulfill that promise. I'm free this afternoon, but I have a meeting to attend tonight. Are you available? Lu Bai remembered that he had promised the Science Museum that he would give a speech tonight, along with a preview of the upcoming Transformers film, to garner social attention and hopefully secure the beloved Bumblebee later on. Of course, it would be an honor to have dinner with a great director, she replied confidently. You seem to not have a driver's license. Send me your location, and I'll come pick you up. Lu Bai chuckled softly and didn't refuse. After so many years of collaboration, one as a screenwriter and the other directing and acting, they were quite familiar with each other, so there was no need for formality. He sent his location and returned to the audition room to start interviewing the female lead. Lu Bai's residence and company were both located on the outskirts, and it took Han Moing nearly an hour to drive to the film company. Is this the place? Quite impressive, she thought, but he never mentioned it to me. Is he afraid I decelerate? She observed the modern and beautifully decorated two-story building. She didn't take it to heart, knowing that Lu Bai wasn't one for crowds or extravagance. He probably hadn't even held a celebration. After shutting the car door, Han Moing took off her sunglasses and walked confidently into the company. Upon entering, she was greeted by a youthful and attractive female receptionist. The receptionist was momentarily stunned by Han Moing's presence. Though wearing light makeup, her exquisite features and radiant skin were evident, coupled with her tall stature and slender waist. The receptionist couldn't help but feel envious. Even though she was dressed in a winter down jacket, it was easy to guess that she had a well-proportioned figure. This level of beauty was comparable to first-tier female stars. The receptionist politely inquired, Miss, are you here for an audition? Han Moing was slightly taken aback by the question. After pausing for 2 seconds, she flashed a bright smile. Yes, I'm sorry for being late. No problem. You still have a few ladies ahead of you waiting for their auditions. The receptionist replied with a sweet smile and a serious tone. Please show me your resume. I need to verify the information. Han Moing couldn't help but smile wryly. Oh no, I can't continue acting. Just kidding. I have an appointment with your boss. She hesitated and asked uncertainly, Lu Bai is your boss, right? The receptionist respectfully replied, Yes, he is our chairman. May I ask if you are Miss Han? Han Moing nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm Han Moing, a classmate of your boss. The chairman has briefed me. Let me show you the way. The receptionist said understandingly, leading Han Moing to the audition room. He is inside. You can go right in. After thanking her, Han Moing lightly knocked on the door. Soon, she heard a voice saying, Please come in. She recognized that it was Lu Bai's voice. Without hesitation, she gently pushed the door open and peeked inside. She then saw a long table and a long sofa. A female actor stood behind the long table, nervously reciting lines from a script. As the director, she naturally understood this was the preparation stage. It was just that her small crew was not this formal. Hello, senior brothers. Hello, Lu classmate. Hope we're not interrupting you? Han Moing greeted. No, welcome, Han Jr. The senior brothers warmly welcomed her. They had heard of Han Moing, a top talent in the academy. With exceptional talent and outstanding abilities, she not only wrote, directed, and acted in her own works, but her level made Chun Rinchuan and the others feel ashamed. Moreover, Han Moing had proven her market potential. The workplace film that was released not long ago had earned $30 million at the box office in just half a month, with an astonishing return on investment. Her future looked bright, and she hadn't even graduated yet. It was hard to imagine how much she had surpassed her senior brothers and sisters. If it weren't for Lu Bai, we would probably still be taking small commercial gigs, even forgetting our ideals, reduced to filming mundane short videos. How could we dare to call such a future big-shot junior sister? Chun Rinchuan and the others sighed, feeling embarrassed. Come in and sit for a while. It might take a bit longer, Lu Bai invited. Han Moing nodded happily. She also wanted to see the standards they used for selecting actors. However, the senior brothers were not pleased. The talented woman had come such a long way. Shouldn't they accompany her right away? Chun Rinchuan felt anxious. At this time, still thinking about work. You'll end up single for life like me. The senior brothers quickly advised, you guys go ahead and handle your matters. We're enough here. Yes, if you're worried about the roles, Lou Jr., we can start recording and send you the footage later via WeChat. Don't keep her waiting after she has done up her makeup. Exactly. Besides, with all you handsome men and beautiful women here, it would put pressure on the actress. The senior brothers chimed in. Lu Bai felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. They must have misunderstood their relationship. Han Mo-ing maintained a polite smile without any change in expression. All right, send me the footage later. Lu Bai hesitated for a moment and nodded. There was indeed no need to just sit here. Meanwhile, the actress held the script, looking a bit lost. Should I leave then? Chapter 46. Their afternoon tea time. Lu Bai, do you need investors? Lu Bai got into Han Mo-ing's car, and they found a Western restaurant. While enjoying coffee and desserts, he noted that there were only half a month left until school started. Time really flew by. Han Mo-ing lounged with her slender long legs crossed, leaning slightly forward, her elbow resting on the glass table, her chin supported by her palm, propping up half her body in a comfortable and relaxed manner. Her gaze was calm and dreamy, staring blankly out at the lawn and trees beyond the glass window. Her eyes lacking any focus, just feeling comfortable. Meanwhile, her other hand held a spoon, gently stirring the rich coffee, occasionally tapping against the cup, producing a dull sound. Indeed, Lu Bai reclined against the chair, relaxing his entire body. Since arriving on this planet, he has been busy, except for the time during the post-production of the superhero film. When his body could take a break, his mind was still occupied with thoughts on how to promote it. He always felt that either his mind or body was never truly at rest. With the start of the new semester, it was already the second semester of his senior year, and there weren't many courses left, mostly just online classes. So, are you planning to stay at the company to start your own business in the future? Han Mo-ing asked lightly, her gaze on Lu Bai. This casual chatting with a good friend felt quite relaxing. I suppose so. It seems like this is all I can do now. Lu Bai replied after pondering for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. Han Mo-ing smiled gently, lifting her cup and taking a sip of the rich coffee, which had a slight bitterness. After tasting it, she teased, but what you can do has already surpassed most people in the world. I wonder if I will have a chance to catch up with you in the future. Lu Bai laughed as well. Why do you want to make me your target? I have a system. The planet serves as my artistic reservoir. Who dares to compete with the resources of a whole planet? Han Mo-ing listened, but remained silent. Instead, she took out a notebook from her bag and eagerly handed it to him. Master screenwriter, please take a look. Lu Bai took it skeptically, while Han Mo-ing introduced. After our last conversation, I rewrote the outline and plot. Lu Bai quietly examined the script. The description showed that the male and female leads were ordinary company employees who met during work. Later, the male lead learned a lot and, with his abilities, teamed up with a good friend to start a business, transforming from a poor guy to a boss. Lu Bai saw more than a trace of the X-File 3 in it and felt gratified. Smart people truly understand things quickly. He hadn't forgotten that the X-File 3 grossed over $20 billion at the box office, becoming the champion for that period. Although people criticized the plot for being unrealistic, claiming the male lead's hedonism after a breakup was too trivial. Everyone has their own way of living, and yet the pain of emotional collapse is universal. Especially when two people who care about each other miss the chance due to misunderstandings or emotions. The anguish of forever missing each other lurks in the hearts of those who have experienced heartbreak. This film merely brought that to the surface, which is why so many people cried in theaters. Were they really crying for the movie characters? No, the audience was crying for themselves, for their regrets and remorse. This version of the script is well written. However, I believe the emotions of the leads don't need to be overly dramatic. For most people, the tone of a breakup is calm, a torment within. Misunderstandings run throughout, with both leads in a state of regret, hoping to reconcile. But in the end, the misunderstandings become reality, completely shattering the fantasy of reconciliation. Such emotions would be even more intense. Lu Bai recalled the vague plot, which was generally what he had in mind. However, there were still two sentences that resonated deeply with him and left a lasting impression. One thought they wouldn't leave, and the other thought they would hold on. The first stage a woman goes through after a breakup is collapse, followed by rebirth. After a man experiences a breakup, he goes through the first stage of letting go and the second stage of reminiscing. Lu Bai, detached from his memories, subconsciously looks up and sees Han Mo-ing cupping her face with her hands, elbows resting on the table, her eyes sparkling with joy. leaning forward and staring at him without blinking. Lu Bai feels a bit guilty under her gaze. He feigns calmness and says, "I was just joking. The specifics depend on your arrangements." Han Mo-ing smiles silently, her smile bright and comforting. These suggestions have opened her mind, making her feel incredibly useful. They would definitely be amazing in the film. No wonder I discovered such a talented screenwriter in my freshman year. I'm really impressive. However, she is also curious about how Lu Bai came up with such ideas. She teasingly asks, "How many relationships have you had? You seem to understand a lot." "None." Lu Bai replies, feeling embarrassed. It's a pity that in 2 lifetimes, he has never held a girl's hand. But he has plenty of two-dimensional wives. Unfortunately, he has been too busy in this world to find a paper wife. "But you seem to know a lot." Han Mo-ing smiles even sweeter. However, Lu Bai seems to notice that her smile appears quite satisfied. Han Mo-ing ignores Lu Bai's suspicious gaze and eagerly takes out a lightweight foldable keyboard from her bag. After connecting it to her phone via Bluetooth, she starts writing the script. Naturally, Lu Bai has nothing to remind her of. After all, he only vaguely remembers the movie scenes, and it's unrealistic for him to write down the lines. However, he does recall a melody and hums it out loud, picking up his phone to record it and sending it to Han Mo-ing. "What is this?" Han Mo-ing looks at the recording, quite curious. "You should find a professional music creator to see if they can write it down." Lu Bai, with an unwavering expression, lies, "I can provide a few lines of lyrics." "All right." Han Mo-ing doesn't press further, readily agreeing, which shows her trust in Lu Bai. After that, the two fall into silence. After a while, the keyboard is still clicking away. "Lu Bai, what do you think the script should be called?" Han Mo-ing asks without looking up, her lips pressed together, focusing on her phone screen. How about Goodbye X?" "Okay." Han Mo-ing's eyes shine with satisfaction. "That name is perfect." Seeing her so serious, Lu Bai casually asks, "Have you found an investor yet?" This question causes Han Mo-ing to pause her typing. Given the high returns from her previous film, there would surely be plenty of capital willing to invest in a new script. But she squints her eyes, raises an eyebrow at Lu Bai, and playfully replies, "Not yet." "Mr. Lu, are you going to support a good student working hard for her dreams?" But the next moment, she realizes that her eyebrow-raising gesture makes her face flush instantly. She feels she has let herself go too much. How inappropriate. However, Lu Bai doesn't notice and seriously nods, "No problem." Han Mo-ing steals a glance at Lu Bai, finding him focused on the script, and secretly breathes a sigh of relief. But soon, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort begins to stir within her. Her keystrokes had become much crisper. She didn't know why she was feeling sulky. Meanwhile, Lu Bai put down the script and pondered what to say at tonight's technology exhibition. After all, the true Iron Man was about to be revealed to the world tonight. Chapter 47. Li Pingyan was bewildered. Iron Man came back to life. What a joke. While Lu Bai and Han Mo-ing were at the cafe, a frenzy had already erupted online. "I saw Iron Man. Wow, the visual experience. It's amazing. I thought it would be made of plastic or foam, but it's actually metal. So many people came just for Iron Man. It's so intense. It's a one-to-one replica. It feels more real than in the movies." Inside the Kinzu Science and Technology Museum, the crowd was bustling. There were many booths displaying various technological products. There were exoskeletons, spider-shaped intelligent machines, and even upside-down shampoo machines. It could be said that it gathered top talents, grassroots inventors, and student teams. However, the most eye-catching was still the towering mech in the center of the exhibition. It exuded a cold luster, surrounded by colorful ribbons that kept people at bay. Even so, it was still surrounded by enthusiastic onlookers. Everyone was taking pictures and selfies with their cameras and phones, posting them on social media, garnering countless likes and envy. Some even live-streamed, attracting quite a bit of attention. In contrast, the other booths looked rather shabby. This stark contrast naturally drew the dissatisfaction of technology companies. In the tech group chat, voices of impatience had already emerged. "Honestly, I'm quite disappointed with this situation. Using Iron Man to drive traffic is something they could come up with. This was supposed to be a pure technology exhibition. Yet they used a figurine to steal the spotlight. It's a bit laughable. I anticipated this situation when I received the news last night. Science is supposed to be rigorous and serious, but now it feels like a fan culture, which is quite off. This mascot is fine, but it would be better without it." There were dismissive comments in the group, but some engaged in serious discussions. "I have to say, the design of Iron Man is indeed impressive. I haven't seen the movie, but the mech in the hall, its smooth lines and design sense, completely overturns my imagination. Right? I carefully observed the joints of the mech, and there wasn't even a tiny gap. I can't understand it. My feelings are different from yours. I've seen the movie in theaters. I have always believed that humanoid intelligent machines have significant limitations, and Iron Man would only exist in fantasy. The discussions in the group intensified. However, they could not deny that the number of visitors to their booths had multiplied exponentially compared to before. With the exhibition generating such a buzz, news media had come to report on it. The exposure was indeed extremely high. Several investors had already called, expressing their interest in further engagement. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet the companies still felt uncomfortable, as if they had swallowed a fly. It certainly didn't reflect their image as business elites. It was like being in a noisy slaughterhouse, extremely bothersome, yet they couldn't leave. Traffic was a pressing concern for the company, and if they left, there would be no share left for them. The dilemma of wanting to leave but also wanting to stay was what made it truly unbearable. Sorry, we have reached closing time. Please exit in an orderly manner, announced the staff. The excitement lasted from morning until evening, finally culminating in the closing announcement. The visitors quickly cleared out, leaving the entire science museum eerily quiet, which felt quite unusual. However, on the second floor, many people remained seated. These were representatives from various tech companies, grassroots inventors, and student teams. This was the much-anticipated segment, where innovative technologies would dazzle the audience from the podium. Some even had the potential to lead the future of technological development. Everyone felt a sense of anticipation. It was a celebration of the scientific realm. After bidding farewell to Han Moying, Liu Bai received a call from the Science Museum. Director Liu, this is staff member Xiao Li. Our manager is a big fan of your Iron Man and would like you to represent grassroots inventors and give a speech about the creation of Iron Man. Would it be convenient for you to come over? Upon hearing this, Liu Bai looked at the dim night sky, wrapped his collar tighter, and exhaled a puff of warm air. I want to go. Iron Man will convey my message. After hanging up, Li Pingon felt perplexed. What was he talking about? He put away his phone and instinctively glanced at the mech in the center of the exhibition. To his shock, he saw the rectangular eye sockets glowing with a cold blue-white light. It seemed as if countless intense energies were boiling beneath its chest. In that moment, Li Pingon felt dazed, as if he truly believed Iron Man had come to life. Chapter 48. The designer didn't show up, but no worries. We have the real Iron Man. That evening, the speech event took place as scheduled. This format was mainly designed to facilitate discussions among companies regarding new technologies and ideas for their products. For grassroots scientists or student teams, it was an opportunity to broaden their horizons. As a semi-official exhibition, the entire event was recorded. Only relevant personnel were allowed to take seats. The successful hosting of this year's science exhibition was thanks to everyone's joint efforts. It was because of you all that the exhibition could continue to improve and have a more positive impact on more young people. The curator stood on stage with a beaming smile, delivering the usual formalities. Manager Wang, dressed in a suit, wore a proud expression, waiting to take over from the curator as the event host. But just then, an inappropriate voice interrupted beside Manager Wang. Manager, we have encountered a sudden situation, Li Pingon said in a dazed manner, his voice low. Manager Wang frowned. What is the matter? At this critical moment, is something going wrong? Li Pingon calmly said. Director Liu isn't coming. Manager Wang nodded quietly. This wasn't surprising. There hadn't been much expectation to begin with. Believing that a rising star director would involve himself in the tech scene, it would have been great if he could make it, to kick things off and ride the wave of attention. If he didn't come, they could just skip that part without wasting a few minutes. Got it. Manager Wang pushed this matter aside in his mind, straightened his suit collar, adjusted his smile, and prepared to take the stage for the handover. However, Li Pingon hesitated and was conflicted. This annoyed Manager Wang. Just say what you need to say all at once. Are you looking for a scolding? Manager Wang glared, turning back to scold him. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. Behind Li Pingon stood a tall figure radiating a chilling aura. What frightened Manager Wang even more was that Iron Man was looking down at him. At that moment, he was startled and felt like fleeing. But years of composure prevented him from moving. He stood there feigning calmness. What is going on? He asked sternly. Li Pingon sensed the manager's dissatisfaction and felt extremely guilty. Director Liu said he couldn't make it, but he also said to let Iron Man take his place and speak on stage. Manager Wang had a bewildered expression. He was on the verge of cursing. What is this nonsense? Letting a metal suit speak? Who are you trying to fool? And with AI, even if it can talk, It doesn't have any real thought. Are you going to let it go up there and ramble? But soon, Manager Wang came to a realization. Yes, although Liu Bai was a director and not a tech company employee, he could create large machines. He could even make Iron Man walk and talk, which was simply revolutionary. It's worth noting that discussions about Iron Man online had only been theoretical. Once Iron Man took the stage to speak, it would definitely break everyone's imagination. Such a spectacle. So why not let Iron Man speak for a few minutes? Plus, this was just a recorded event. Even if he said something inappropriate, it could be cut out. Leaving behind a few good phrases could be edited into a short video to post online, attracting a wave of attention. I'm on board. With this thought, Manager Wang's face lit up, and he readily agreed. Li Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to call Liu Bai to report this situation, a deep male voice came from behind. Thank you, sir. Li Pingyan. Manager Wang. Before Manager Wang could ponder this for even a second, the curator on stage had finished speaking, and he had no choice but to go up for the handover. Manager Wang took the microphone, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "We have always hoped to understand the design philosophy behind Iron Man. Unfortunately, we couldn't invite the creator of Iron Man. However, we have invited the real Iron Man." Below the stage, a sea of bewildered faces. An uproar ensued. Chapter 49. The creator of Iron Man is the hidden tech mogul of this event? Everyone sitting in the audience, upon hearing that Iron Man was coming on stage, initially reacted with disbelief. Soon, everyone reacted and lost interest. They thought to themselves, I initially thought it was Iron Man from a movie, but it turned out to be a large figurine downstairs. It's probably just a promotional gimmick. I was mistaken. The host's speech was quite good. The concept was confusing, which indeed surprised me a bit. What is going on today? Every time I hear Iron Man, I have a reflex reaction. Asking the mascot to speak on stage? It's probably just a recording. The crowd quickly calmed down, and there was no whispering, showing a high level of decorum. Although tech company personnel are quite averse to flashy things like Iron Man, they wouldn't express it openly. After all, they had just experienced the hustle and bustle of the day. Each team had reaped the benefits of the foot traffic. The exhibition booths were much more vibrant than before, which had been empty, gaining both reputation and investment interest, thereby increasing their social influence. In truth, everyone secretly recognized the design of Iron Man. Moreover, Iron Man also aligned with the purpose of inviting grassroots inventors at the tech exhibition. They just didn't expect the hype to be so high. They must have felt somewhat unbalanced. The curator stepped down from the podium, full of pride. He had figured out the psychology of those tech elites. But at that moment, a giant mech approached him. Strangely, despite being so heavy and covered in metallic sheen, it moved silently. He was astonished and couldn't help but doubt whether there was something wrong with his hearing. This is impossible. The curator was stunned. Even with his years of experience and social insight, he had never heard of any technology that could weld mech joints so seamlessly. Even more exaggerated was the terrifying shock absorption effect that allowed it to walk silently. The curator, over 50, with graying hair, was not deaf. The manager on stage was still speaking. Yet, he just watched as Iron Man walked past him and then stepped onto the podium. At that moment, he didn't even know if he should leave. Let us welcome Iron Man to the stage with a round of applause, the well-dressed manager exclaimed. Then, Iron Man walked up to the podium with an ordinary demeanor. Whether it was the manager's illusion or not, he felt like the stage seemed to sink a bit. The audience began to clap politely, just to fill the space, but everyone wore confident smiles, as if they could see through everything. Oh, it actually walked up by itself. Did they invite staff? I guess that Director Liu is inside, doing a little fan service. How boring. I was somewhat disappointed. I originally thought it would be carried up, and then a recording would play. But some keen-eyed individuals leaned forward and sensed something was off. I found it hard to comprehend how this mech could fit the human form so closely. This battle suit resembled an adult male, but how would a person get inside? Could it be remote-controlled? Remote-controlled? What a joke. I'm not sure about the military, but currently, civilian companies on this planet simply cannot achieve this. Everyone present is a talent related to science and technology. Even if they are civilian inventors, they are experts in craftsmanship and creativity. They naturally understand that humanoid machines are the most difficult to maintain self-balance. Among various types of machinery, achieving this is the most challenging. Therefore, some mechanical companies design their robots primarily in animal forms, such as spiders, cats, dogs, or reptiles. Some even have wheels installed to facilitate movement across complex terrains. Currently, Humanoid machines are still limited to simple actions like walking, squatting, and turning. This demonstrates how great the difficulty of humanoid machines is. However, the Iron Man in front of them walks up the elevator with ease and grace. Just this alone raises their suspicions that someone might be inside the suit. But that doesn't explain the metallic texture of the armor. Can an average adult really wear it? Even more shocking is that Iron Man actually took the microphone from the host's hand. This small detail blew some people's minds. To achieve such agile movements, the coordination of the wrist, fingers, and limbs must be incredibly refined, since it's not being controlled and is difficult to wear. What kind of technology could enable such a situation? Several tech experts are filled with intense questions. But what drives them crazy is that no one can answer their queries. This feeling of being stuck in their throats makes them restless and anxious. I'm really curious. Maybe we were wrong. The creator of Iron Man is the real hidden genius. This level of coordination is unheard of. What are you talking about? Didn't you say this was just a mascot? Someone muttered, puzzled. Get lost. Can your so-called mascot have technology like that of aliens? Others looked around and saw only mocking expressions on the faces of the people. Finally, they closed their eyes in despair. Unfortunately, not many noticed this detail. Most people are just here for entertainment. Arrogance is the biggest enemy of scientific understanding. It's over. We're going to be just a backdrop. As some tech experts lamented, over 100 miles away in a villa area, Liu Bei was already sitting on the sofa, controlling Iron Man to pick up the microphone. He was about to give this planet a little shock. Chapter 50. You think everyone is foolish just because you're treating movie plots as reality? Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. The second floor is packed with tech talents. They gathered here because they are very interested in tonight's technical exchange. Every year at this time, they get to learn about new technological breakthroughs from other competitors. It also serves as an early investment in the future. However, the first guest to take the stage is a large figurine, which leaves people feeling disinterested. I think 2 minutes is enough. Don't waste everyone's time. We've already reached the academic exchange session, and yet this thing is still on stage? Can't we let scientific discussions return to their pure form? The event organizers have a problem. Some people are dissatisfied. Moreover, this is the thought of the majority. Although mechs look cool, they are flashy but impractical. Let's not waste everyone's time. Good evening, everyone. A young male voice comes through the microphone. Yes, it's the voice of Liu Bei. This is also his first time using the Iron Man suit to project his voice. Just a simple greeting. Yet it causes some to frown slightly. This doesn't sound like a pre-recorded message, does it? The voice is very real. Someone must be inside the mech. But wait. I still lean towards the idea of a recording. I can't imagine that this seemingly airtight mech can actually be worn by someone. There's quite a buzz of discussion in the audience. Some are uncertain about the situation. However, there are sharp-eyed individuals who have seen part of the truth. The voice is completely undistorted. Is this a remote call? Could it be that this metal lump serves as a large signal receiver? A comparison to a mobile phone seems more appropriate. The sound quality is amazing. I'm even more curious if the creator is behind this voice. I can no longer comprehend the technological content involved. Several big shots feel excited and curious. This answer is too important and too enticing. If we don't get an answer, we probably won't sleep well tonight. I know everyone dislikes listening to nonsense, and I do too. So I'll keep it brief. The Iron Man suit emits Liu Bai's voice, standing at the forefront of the stage, bridging the gap with the audience. The metallic sheen emanating from it looks incredibly smooth, making people want to touch it. First, the design concept. Iron Man raises a finger, indicating a streamlined design is adopted to reduce wind resistance during flight. At this moment, a few suppressed laughs arise from the audience. It seems something amused them. One young man even chuckles continuously. However, he is shot a glare by a company big shot. If you don't want to listen, get out. The young man then stops laughing, but he feels unconvinced. It is indeed quite funny. Bringing up movie situations here. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? But considering the big shot might think it's impolite and embarrassing for the company, he has to stay silent and comply. Little does he know, the bald big shot is frustrated, internally cursing, "You're disturbing my lecture. You know nothing about technology. I'll fire you when I get back." Liu Bei ignores the small commotion below and raises a second finger. Second, the materials of the mech. The entire body is made of a titanium alloy used in tactical satellites, incredibly strong, with gill patterns designed for more ergonomic movements. However, to prevent friction between the human body and the mech, lubrication and cushioning will be introduced. Which brings us to the third point, Mini arc energy. As Lu Bai speaks confidently, someone in the audience has completely tuned out. A man wearing glasses slams the table and speaks out. Enough. Stop talking. You treat movies as reality, thinking everyone is foolish. Stop wasting our time and step down. One remark stirred up a wave of reactions, instantly garnering applause from the audience. There were plenty of boos. Happy Valentine's Day on February 14th. Today, there are 7 updates. Chapter 51. Recreating Iron Man in Reality? This is the romance that tech enthusiasts pursue for a lifetime. People stopped being polite and started booing, shouting, "Yeah, step down. Stop with the nonsense. If you just want to talk about design inspiration, I could listen for a bit, but if you're going to ramble on about irrelevant topics, don't blame us for being rude. I used to like Iron Man, but discussing such sci-fi content on this scientific exchange stage feels disrespectful. Do you not understand the difference between reality and movies? Do you expect all of us to play along with your performance? If you want to supplement the movie's setting, I suggest you post on social media." The crowd was restless, clearly dissatisfied. Some had mocking expressions, waiting for the spectacle. This time, they didn't even pretend. They directly spoke out. Discussing movies elsewhere is fine, but coming to this academic space and fabricating stories? Do you expect us to give you face? At this moment, most people present believed they were exposing falsehoods and speaking out for justice. The comments became increasingly harsh. Meanwhile, the real big shots remained composed, their expressions serious and focused. They were indifferent to the commotion and had no intention of clearing up the rumors. On the contrary, they were pleased to see people questioning Iron Man, as it would help uncover the real secrets. In contrast to the calmness of the tech giants, Manager Wong felt a sense of unease, as if sitting on pins and needles. What is going on? How did it come to this? The raucous crowd made him feel embarrassed and somewhat at a loss. Just as he was about to step in to save the situation, Iron Man on stage finally broke the silence. However, upon hearing the words, Manager Wong shook his head and sighed. His steps toward the stage hesitated and retreated. With everyone so worked up, saying these things could really lead to trouble. Lu Bai, sitting at home, watched the audience's reactions through Iron Man's perspective, remaining unfazed. He casually said, "Third, arc energy. It not only provides comprehensive protection for the human body, but also serves as the power source for the mech suit, such as for flying." Haha, this is hilarious. Now, people could no longer hide their disdain, their eyes full of mockery, as if watching a clown. Some even laughed out loud. "So boring. I'm leaving. This is pointless. Academic exchanges have turned into a spectacle. I won't be coming back. I'm afraid I'll mistake it for a comic convention." Some shook their heads in resignation, getting up to leave. But as soon as they got up from their seats, the next moment, they heard an uproar erupting throughout the venue. What the heck? What is happening? Am I seeing things? No way. I don't believe it. What is going on? Is someone flying with wires? Those who wanted to leave were just about to get up from their seats when they heard a commotion erupt behind them. They were instantly filled with confusion. Did we really need such a big reaction to our departure? It felt overly dramatic. When they turned back to look, they were taken aback. Their expressions melted in an instant. At that moment, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who could believe this? On that stage, Iron Man was bursting with energy, lifting the entire suit into the air. It completely overturned everyone's understanding. Their legs, which were meant to take them away, were now rooted to the spot. For example, flying into the air. After saying this, Lu Bai knew that he needed to do something to dispel their doubts. So he controlled Iron Man to take off slightly, showcasing a brief demonstration. But just that little display completely silenced everyone in the audience. It was quiet. Dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, unable to comprehend the shock that was unfolding. Only those true experts had already sensed something and were somewhat prepared. But when they actually saw Iron Man take off right before their eyes, their hearts raced, and their faces showed disbelief. What is happening? Can it really fly? The stable ascent alone was enough to surpass all existing technology. The tech experts were brainstorming. With their knowledge, the only thing capable of stable flight in civilian use was a drone. But this Iron Man was humanoid. Moreover, the weight difference was staggering, making the difficulty unimaginable. They couldn't help but wonder if the genius behind Iron Man truly intended to replicate it in reality. This radical thought struck at their core. This was the romance that tech enthusiasts had pursued their entire lives. The creator of Iron Man is Lu Bai, right? He is the true tech genius. I'm blown away. Chapter 52. The question from the tech genius left everyone stunned. We don't understand this question. The audience was silent. This situation left Lu Bai bewildered. He hadn't anticipated that a simple liftoff would provoke such an extreme reaction. This gave him a deeper understanding of the technology in Blue Star. Perhaps in terms of technology, it was only 1 or 2 levels above Earth. As for core fields like controlled nuclear fusion, they still hadn't been explored. This realization made Lu Bai more cautious about his future capabilities. The weapon system was something that absolutely couldn't be exposed. He thought to himself, this automation, precise concealment, and high lethality were terrifying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a humanoid weapon. Once exposed, it could definitely lead to many complications. It was also possible to attract the attention of the military in Blue Star. So, there didn't seem to be much left to discuss. Fourth, the ice-breaking ability. Lu Bai hesitated for a moment, landed on the ground, and spoke up. As we all know, the original intention behind Iron Man's design was to recreate the scenes from the movies. Therefore, we have added an anti-icing effect so that one can move freely even in cold environments. Then, Iron Man spread his right hand and said, "That's it." Lu Bai felt that he had said enough at this point. The ability to hover is also easy to explain. Many tech companies have equipped themselves with such capabilities. However, the technology for maintaining the flight stability of large objects in the civilian sector is still not mature enough. Otherwise, people wouldn't be so surprised. As for Iron Man's smooth ascent, the power source is not so easy to explain and doesn't quite add up. Of course, this belongs to the company's core secrets. Why must it be explained? Just play dead and that's it. Nevertheless, Lu Bai learned a lesson. Next time there's such an event, he needs to be more cautious. Sharing joy is a good thing, but being too high profile can lead to trouble. He still needs to establish a tech company. Otherwise, the current Iron Man and future Transformers will be difficult to explain. It's fine as long as no one investigates, but he fears that if something goes wrong, it could be problematic. It's better to be prepared. Lu Bai sighed inwardly, realizing that he must establish a tech company and engage in research in a proper manner. At least he would have a reason to fall back on in the future. Otherwise, it would be easy to slip up. Even the initial funding for Lu Bai's movie project came from bonds and the stock market, which is legitimate and traceable. He needs to be more careful. Hello, I have a question. Just as Iron Man, Lu Bai, was lost in thought, someone in the audience raised their hand and stood up. Their face was flushed, seemingly suppressing their excitement. As soon as they stood up, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. A stir arose in the crowd, with whispers, "Oh my! Isn't that the tech mogul from a major company? That's my idol. When I was in school, he was a guest lecturer and taught me a class. He is a true expert in unmanned flight." People were shocked to realize that he was actually present at the conference. The bald figure drew countless gazes and gasps of astonishment. However, all the attention and energy of this bald mogul was solely focused on the exquisite armor on stage. It seemed to him to be the most worthy pursuit in life, exuding a beauty as intense as that of Yilon. He even asked in a somewhat pleading tone, "Can I ask a question? Just one will do." His words redirected everyone's attention back to Iron Man. At that moment, even the slowest of the crowd sensed something was off. If such a top tech mogul was so humble, there must be many things they had overlooked. Instantly, people seemed to awaken, feeling an inexplicable self-loathing for their short-sightedness. They adjusted their mindset and directed their eager gazes to the center of the stage. Lu Bai was hesitant, even conflicted, but the bald mogul, without waiting for Lu Bai to refuse, decisively asked the question that was on his mind. At this moment, Lu Bai instantly understood how to respond. "An Iron Man, is there someone inside or not?" The bald leader asked eagerly. This was also a question on the minds of certain powerful figures, whose sharp insights failed to yield a clear answer, leaving them anxious. Now, with the opportunity to ask, they were incredibly excited and eager. However, this question left the other technicians completely dumbfounded. The big shots were so serious just to ask this? What kind of principle is this? Why can't I understand it? Waiting online, feeling quite anxious. Chapter 53. The Anxiously Pingin. Does he have his own answer? The audience was in an uproar, a wave of astonishment. It wasn't that the question was unexpected, rather, it was too ordinary. What kind of question is this? Everyone was confused, and no one grasped the underlying meaning. They began to whisper among themselves. Is this question really important? Is there someone or not? Isn't it just a binary choice? Isn't the source of flight propulsion more worthy of research? What are the big shots thinking? I really can't comprehend it. The technicians were bewildered, struggling to understand, feeling as if countless bugs were crawling on them. making them uncomfortable but unable to pinpoint the cause. It seemed that something was blocking their further understanding. This was also where the gap between them and the tech big shots lay. They couldn't grasp what this meant to the big shots. This question was well asked. It hit the nail on the head. No wonder the leader of the tech company had such keen instincts. I was also going to ask, but I didn't expect him to beat me to it. I wonder what answer will be given. I'm really looking forward to it. The big shots' hearts raced, and their breaths became shallower. They were intensely focused, afraid of missing any important answer. They understood that as long as they knew whether there was someone inside or not, the information would be sufficient. This indicated the future direction of research and development. It was a guiding light for the company, and its importance was self-evident. Perhaps they had guessed some circumstances, but still dared not draw conclusions lightly. Whether there was someone inside the suit or not was a level of advanced technology they could not comprehend. If there was someone inside, it would be impossible for Iron Man's movements to be so agile. The degree of joint flexibility was simply a fantasy. Even if there had been an earlier explanation that it was due to the cushioning provided by the arc energy. But then another question arose. What exactly is arc energy? Controlled nuclear fusion? Or some incomprehensible technology? And where did it come from? If there was no one inside, then the movements made by Iron Man on stage would seem even more bizarre. They couldn't imagine how many years ahead of current technology this kind of tech was. Therefore, this was what they were eager to know, although either scenario transcended their understanding. Lu Bai nodded. It was a response to the other person's inquiry, indicating that he had heard. At this moment, he understood the significance of the question. So, he simply replied, no comment. You can guess. This way, I can buy myself more time to mislead the outside world. As long as I don't give an answer, I want to be wrong. Lu Bai smiled quietly, looking at the agitated technicians below, feeling even more pleased. In fact, for Lu Bai, this question was the least meaningful. With the system's cooperation, Iron Man could already be worn or controlled remotely. Therefore, no matter which option they guessed, they would be correct, as long as they dared to guess and act. So why should Lu Bai confine their research direction? Isn't it better for 100 flowers to bloom? Iron Man, under Lu Bai's control, put down the microphone and turned to leave. His part was over, and there was no need to occupy everyone's time any longer. Finally, under Li Pingyan's anxious leadership, they returned to the empty and cold exhibition hall on the first floor. He realized this was the voice of director Lu Bai. After a few phone calls, he was sure he wouldn't mistake it, and Li Pingyan had found his own answer. There was no one inside the mech. Moreover, it could be controlled remotely with wireless communication. The operator was none other than director Lu Bai. Chapter 54. The production team is fully prepared. Transformers officially starts filming. Li Pingyan believed he had uncovered the truth. While feeling excited, he was also more cautious. After thinking carefully for a moment, he seriously suggested, Mr. Lu Iron Man, I think this exhibition stand is still not safe enough. Should we add a glass cover? Using ribbons to isolate it only relies on the moral quality of the viewers, while glass eliminates that concern. Lu Bai smiled at this suggestion. Having no objections, that is fine. You buy the glass cover, and I'll reimburse you. Hearing that Lu Bai didn't refute him, Li Pingyan felt genuinely happy. He immediately responded, No. This is our obligation as the exhibitors. Besides, we have the budget for this, so there is no need for you to spend. The matter was quickly settled. That night, Li Pingyan went to book glass from Qinzhou, and it was delivered overnight to cover Iron Man, isolating it from touch and research. Just then, the academic exchange meeting concluded, and the technicians left together. As for those big shots, they hurried back to the first floor, eager to observe Iron Man up close. But when they saw the heavy glass cover, despair filled their hearts. Li Pingyan said seriously, Unfortunately, we cannot open the cover or touch Iron Man without permission. Mr. Lu Bai reserves the right to pursue legal responsibility, and we cannot assist you in this matter. This belongs to private property and is a new technological product. There are guards stationed at night to ensure the safety of the technology. Even employees from various tech companies must stay here to keep watch. Faced with this outcome, they could do nothing but express their regret. This is not right. We are also part of the exhibition and can keep watch here. A leader discovered a blind spot and suddenly realized. This statement also reminded others. They all woke up. Yes, even if I can't touch it, can I at least see it? Tonight, I will observe it up close. No one can take me away. Let's study together. Several leaders, inspired, brought chairs and decided to spend the night here. This spirit of scientific research deeply impressed Li Pingyan. Their attendants exchanged glances, not daring to speak. In the early morning, the moon was bright, and the stars sparse. The streets were eerily quiet. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Science Museum, intense arguments occasionally erupted. The smoothness of this body, the gaps fit so well. I speculate this battle suit is definitely not meant for a person to wear. Nonsense, if it's not meant for a person. There's no need to design it in human form. Then how do you refute that this mech has been standing in the pod since last night? Just because it's not moving now doesn't mean no one wore it last night. They just finished speaking and took off the suit to leave. What nonsense. Such dialogues erupted countless times throughout the night, just like children arguing about which superhero is stronger, endlessly debating. The technicians were left speechless, faced with such a domain. They knew it was better to remain silent. From now on, they wouldn't dare to criticize Iron Man anymore, or else they would face a barrage of scolding, leaving them with no face at all. It was as if Iron Man were their parent, unable to tolerate anyone saying anything bad about him. The next day, the exhibition was still bustling with visitors, becoming a new popular check-in spot. The exhibition organizers reaped a large amount of ticket revenue, grinning from ear to ear. As for Liu Bai, he paid no attention to Iron Man. If anyone touched the mech, Iron Man would alert himself. There was no need to worry. Meanwhile, the company confirmed all the actors, and morale was high. Junior Liu, the crew was well prepared, and Transformers could officially start filming. Hearing Chun Renchuan's words, Liu Bai sat up in bed, smiling with relief. After waiting for so long, this day had finally arrived. Chapter 55. Shia, oh no. Even the dog acts better than me. Liu Bai received the news that filming had begun. After freshening up, he quickly rushed to the shooting location. Why so fast? Because the filming site was near Liu Bai's company. This had been confirmed long ago as the main character's residence. Each department reported their status. Chun Renchuan sat in front of the monitor, picked up the megaphone, and announced, actors are in position. Props team is in position. Sound team is in position. Then, the scene slate appeared in front of the camera, stating Transformers, Scene 1, Take 1. With a click, the filming officially began. Liu Bai sat quietly to the side, watching the shooting progress without a word. Yes, there was no opening ceremony. Liu Bai had no intention of engaging in superficial formalities. For other film crews, the purpose of an opening ceremony was merely to seek good luck and auspiciousness. On the other side of the earth, the opening ceremony involved serious elements like a pig's head and rituals to ward off evil spirits, making it quite complex. However, for Liu Bai, it was very simple. With Iron Man around, who would fear any sneaky tricks? If deities came, they would be smashed to pieces. After all departments reported their situations, the cameras began to roll. This scene depicted the protagonist, Sam, following his father to a second-hand car market, buying a rundown vehicle, and then returning home. The plot primarily expressed the protagonist's desire to date and the difficulty of selling his great-great-grandfather's relics. It was succinct, 2 minutes packed with many details and foreshadowing. First, the camera focused on a puppy. The little dog had an injured front leg, bandaged in plaster, lying on a chair, asleep. At that moment, the voice of Shia came from off-screen. Ink, I have a car, and now I need a girlfriend. The dog woke up, got off the chair, and jumped to the ground. But this simple scene had to be retaken many times. Woof woof. The dog couldn't understand human language and wouldn't cooperate, which led to numerous retakes. Shia was responsible for the voiceover, and as the number of retakes increased, he inevitably started to feel nervous. Even though the reason for the retakes wasn't Tia's fault, he still felt the pressure mounting. Despite his attempts to self-soothe, he found it hard to shake off the anxiety. He was only a senior in college. Yet he had become the leading actor in a film with an investment of hundreds of millions. Who would believe that? Even Shia himself felt like he was dreaming. He hadn't even dared to tell anyone he knew that filming had started today. He kept worrying about whether he would perform poorly on set, leading to dissatisfaction from the investors and directors, and ultimately being replaced by another actor. All right, the dog storyline was done. Shia was ready. It was his turn to step into the scene. Chun Renchuan continued as the assistant director, holding a megaphone to guide the progression of the story. Liu Bai, as a junior, didn't he miss the opportunity to learn? He was also curious about when he would be fully mature and able to independently direct a film. Soon. He shook his head. He had let others take over the filming precisely to avoid such responsibilities. Why would he look for more work for himself? Just as Liu Bai was mocking himself, Shia heard his cue and stepped onto the set with a tense expression. He didn't know why he felt incredibly nervous and afraid at that moment. It was as if a balloon had inexplicably taken in too much air, becoming difficult to control. Shia's mind went blank as he awkwardly walked into the shot, forgetting what he was supposed to do. He looked at the dog on the ground and, inexplicably, petted it. Chapter 56. Is a new talent joining the Earth Film Company? Sam was stunned. Can someone really steal a second-hand car? Cut. Chen Rinchuan couldn't watch any longer and called for a stop. Actor, what are you doing? You just walked into the shot like that? This scene doesn't seem difficult, right? All you had to do was walk into the frame, put down the car keys, and sit in front of the computer to browse the pages. You didn't get a single thing right? Chen Rinchuan spoke quite harshly. It was understandable, given the circumstances. The actor's performance was indeed outrageous. In such a simple process, not a single step was executed correctly. One couldn't help but doubt whether the other party had seriously read the script. Yes, I'm sorry. The actor felt ashamed, unable to refute the criticism. His heart raced, and he found it hard to breathe. It was a disaster. Even a dog could perform better than he could. He looked flustered and dared not meet the director's gaze. The director observed him and then spoke up. We've been filming for half an hour. Let's take a break, everyone. Grab some water or use the restroom. Actors, take a moment to adjust your emotions. The director noticed the actor's poor state but didn't know how to effectively comfort him, nor did he have much insight into acting. It was better to give the actors some time to relax than to make futile attempts at consolation. Thank you. I'm saved. The actor sighed in relief at those words. He bowed apologetically to everyone and hurried to the restroom to turn on the faucet and vigorously splash cold water on his face. He was extremely nervous, being his first time acting in such a major production. However, as the cold water hit his face, it seemed to rejuvenate him, shaking off the haze clouding his mind. At that moment, he regretted the mistakes he had made. Feeling utterly disappointed, he thought, it's no big deal. Once this scene is finished, I'll sign with a major film company and soar to success. Seize the opportunity, buddy, he reassured himself while looking in the mirror. He understood that in acting, if you can't deliver, you should step aside. It was a harsh reality, but he accepted it. He forced himself to calm down, and the thought of a bright future helped alleviate his anxiety. He was grateful for his brave decision to submit his resume and earn a lead role. At that moment, he finally relaxed, finding an inner peace as he awaited the moment to start filming. Are all the actors in place? We're ready to roll, the crew called out, and the actor responded before rushing to his position, ready to go. Transformers, Scene 1, Act 2, begins. The clapperboard snapped, and the actor walked into the frame with his back to the camera. He approached the shelf, placed the car keys down, pulled out a chair, sat at the computer desk, typed on the keyboard, and browsed a second-hand website, all in one fluid motion. With a yearning gaze, he murmured, "You need money to get a girlfriend too." But when he saw that no one was interested in the old items he had posted online, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Great, I'm declaring bankruptcy. He stood up, grabbed a toothbrush, and jokingly said to his dog, Ink, do you want to take some painkillers? Woof woof. The actor lamented, no one wants to buy anything. I'm going bankrupt. Still feeling regretful. He casually picked up a razor to trim his beard in front of the wall mirror, comforting himself, at least I have a car. He then turned around and fed his dog a painkiller, dog food, gently patting its nose. That's it for today, no more playing. This series of actions felt completely natural, surprisingly skilled, and relaxed, as if he were in his own home. It is completely unnoticeable that there are any deliberate signs. After Xia left the camera frame, Chen Rinchuan finally came back to his senses and smiled, shouting, this take is good. Get ready for the next one. Long shot, one take. This was undoubtedly exhilarating. The recognition from others can be a source of confidence, and confidence can generate positive feedback. This made Xia's performance increasingly resonate with the character, becoming more effortless. During the daytime shooting, he had fewer than 10 NGs, which is quite impressive for a newcomer. All departments were ready, and the professional driver was prepared. Actor Xia, are you ready too? At night, after Chen Rinchuan called out, everyone mobilized. That old second-hand car, under the skilled hands of a professional driver, drove off the lawn. This scene was about a car theft. It was also the moment when the protagonist, Sam, first encountered the fact that his second-hand car had turned into an alien vehicle. As night deepened, the shooting progressed into the evening. Xia followed the director's instructions, lying in bed with his eyes closed. At that moment, the sound of barking dogs and a car engine abruptly interrupted the night. Xia awoke from his sleep, fully entering his character. No. He rushed to the balcony to check, only to see the yellow second-hand car leaving a trail of dust. That is my car. Xia was frantic. Desperately grabbing his coat, he ran toward the stairs. Okay, cut. The crew was outside, preparing to shoot the chase scene. Liu Bai was very satisfied with this performance. Again, it was a long shot, emotions were on point, and it was completed in one go. Thanks to the daytime character immersion, his evening performance was even better, with very few mistakes. Liu Bai believed that Xia's acting was more spirited than many others. The cameraman wasted no time. Upon hearing the director's command, he shouldered the camera and headed downstairs. Soon, the crew arrived outside and set up the camera again. After the clapperboard was snapped, a new round of shooting began. Damn car thief! Xia burst out of the door. He slipped one hand into his coat, conveying a sense of urgency, as he had no time to put on proper clothing. Dad, call the police. Xia shouted up to the floor above and then hopped onto an electric bike to chase after the thief. In the film version set on Earth, Sam rides a bicycle. However, on Blue Star, electric bikes are the mainstream mode of transportation. Moreover, it would be unrealistic for the protagonist to catch up to a car on a bicycle, so appropriate adaptations were made. This scene was quite simple, depicting Sam discovering that his car had been stolen and rushing to pursue it. In the film, it lasted less than a minute, but the preparation for the shoot took a long time. After finishing this set of shots, Liu Bai followed the crew to the nighttime streets for a chase scene and the moment when the male lead calls the police. After 2 hours of effort, this segment was finally completed, and it was already past midnight. Lu Shitty, there's one last scene tonight, which is at an abandoned construction site. Others had already set up the scene, so we could quickly finish the shoot once we arrived. It was quite late now, and as the big boss, you really didn't need to follow us around, Chen Rinxuan said with concern while handing over a bottle of water. Liu Bai shook his head and smiled. Refusing. With all of you major stakeholders on set, how could I just go back to rest? Besides, opportunities to learn from the seniors are rare. Chen Rinxuan chuckled, and didn't he stop him. They arrived together at the abandoned factory. Colleagues were already busy setting up the scene, and they could start filming right away. The driver got ready. Soon, the camera was positioned directly in front of the factory gate. A man dressed in blue, at the director's signal, jumped into the driver's seat. He then slammed the accelerator, sending gravel flying as he crashed into the factory's abandoned railing. He was a special effects actor, and his costume was designed for easy post-production removal from the footage. Obviously, it wasn't possible to have a real driverless scenario. Not only would it be too costly, but it would also be difficult to control. Once the car left the camera's view, Xia drove into the frame. The scene shifted again, this time focusing solely on Xia. He drove to a pile of discarded items, but in his rush, he failed to engage the electric car's brake properly and toppled over. Xia ignored it and hid behind some cover, staring into the distance with a shocked expression. This segment was entirely a performance without any physical objects, as there was nothing in front of him. He had to imagine that a giant car robot was ahead. At this moment, he took out his phone in shock and started recording, saying his lines. My name is Wei Shanmu. My car has come to life. He raised his phone, and outside he said, do you see this? Since this is my last message, I just want to say, Mom and Dad, I love you. If you find any inappropriate magazines under my bed, they're not mine. The tension mixed with humor was a classic style of certain films. Liu Bai made no changes and kept it as is. The shoot for the night continued until dawn, finally wrapping up. Everyone was exhausted. The complete film would run for over 2 hours and 20 minutes, featuring multiple storylines, indicating a lengthy filming period ahead. Everyone was mentally prepared for it. 2 weeks later, at the end of February, Liu Bai's on-set shooting also came to an end, and he was faced with the start of school. This would be his last time in college. However, before that, there was one matter he needed to address. Chapter 58, a late reunion, yet always short-lived. In late February, as school approached, Liu Bai felt it was time to confront something. I do have parents. Liu Bai felt a mix of emotions. He had always been unsure how to face them. There was a blood connection, yet the soul felt foreign, which made him hesitant to meet them. But he knew he couldn't avoid it any longer. With school starting soon, he decided to go back for a visit. Not having returned home for the new year now seemed a bit inappropriate. Liu Bai sighed. He bought a bunch of things, gathered his courage, and knocked on the door of his home in the small town. He thought he would feel awkward and struggle to speak. But in reality, he naturally called out to his parents. It felt as if he were a rebellious child, feeling resistance and discomfort, yet returning home, the warmth remained. Coming back is just coming back, and he brought so many things with him. Come in and sit down. Don't just stand there. His mother greeted him warmly, never forgetting to ask if Liu Bai was too busy with work, having not heard from him even during the new year. Next time, don't bring so many things, we don't need them. His father killed a chicken, and his mother went to buy vegetables, preparing a feast in the afternoon. His younger sister, who was in middle school, came home after school, drawn in by the aroma of the food, lively and cheerful. Here, little sister, this is your red envelope. After dinner, Lu Bai smiled as he handed her a red envelope, making her exceedingly happy. Thank you, brother. She snatched the envelope and ran back to her room, followed by excited squeals. Mom and Dad, you have one too. Lu Bai's eyes were filled with warmth. Spending a day here, helping out, seemed to dispel all barriers. All that remained was the warmth of family and the delicious dishes on the table. In fact, he should have known this feeling earlier. He had experienced it a few times. It was always a natural emotion. First, with Han Moying, they had maintained a friendly relationship and selflessly collaborated for several years. Second, with his senior brothers, there was no sense of distance. They had shared meals together and were now partners in running a company. These were feelings Lu Bai cherished. He understood that it was the original owner influencing him, but Lu Bai did not resist at all and accepted it gladly. Xiao Bai, is it really necessary to give so much? Lu Bai's father took the red envelope, surprised by its thickness. Upon seeing the large bills inside, he was even more reluctant to accept it. However, Lu Bai's mother was quite puzzled. Her envelope was thin and hard. When she opened it, she found a bank card with a password attached. The big boss appreciates me. I've earned a good amount of money working with the crew. Just accept it. There are plenty of expenses for your sister's schooling. Lu Bai concealed part of the truth, smiling as he said, after graduation, I went straight to the crew, and I will become a director in the future. This made his parents extremely happy. His father had drunk quite a bit, while his mother offered advice, insisting he should be sensible, give gifts when needed, and not worry about spending money. They expressed gratitude towards the big boss who accepted their son. The night passed without any further conversation. Lu Bai stayed overnight. The next morning, it was time to head back to school. Make sure to eat a good breakfast. There's more. Early in the morning, his mother was busy in the kitchen, her endless concern echoing through the house. Don't rush, and don't choke. Don't get into conflicts at school. Remember to be accommodating. If you encounter any trouble, let us know. Don't keep everything to yourself, okay? If you get sick, take your medicine. It's dusty outside, so it's best to wear a mask. You're not a kid anymore. You should start thinking about a partner. If you find someone suitable, remember to bring them home. Lu Bai calmly finished his breakfast. He didn't know how to express his mother's concern and could only reply, Got it, Mom. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Don't worry about spending money. I've returned to school. Lu Bai, carrying his backpack, boarded the bus. Be safe on the way. Now I need to focus on work. No need to come home often. Your dad and I are still young. His mother watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, standing there for quite a while. Lu Bai sighed. After graduation, let's all live together. Chapter 59, A Genius Student in Film Directing. The counselor called me to the office. Lu Bai returned to the dormitory, and it was already noon. He didn't expect that his 3 roommates had been living on campus. Wow, a rare guest. Old Bai is back. Welcome. Long time no see. Happy New Year. The 3 roommates greeted him enthusiastically. Lu Bai smiled and replied, Happy New Year. He took out 3 red envelopes and handed them out. Hello, boss. Dad is generous. Am I dreaming? You've struck it rich. When the roommates received the red envelopes, they were surprised to find a red bill inside. They were instantly thrilled and started calling him Dad. Lu Bai was speechless. However, the amusing roommates indeed added a festive atmosphere to the dormitory. Once Lu Bai put away his luggage, his classmates curiously asked, Where have you been these days? We haven't seen you. Lu Bai cleverly responded, I went home and just came back from there. He skillfully shifted the topic away from himself. By the way, aren't you guys going home for the new year? We're busy looking for jobs. Who has time to go home? Yes, graduation is just around the corner. And everyone is feeling lost. Don't say that. The big shots are still the big shots. They probably have their escape routes planned. Please don't stab my heart like that. Lu Bai chuckled after hearing this. He also learned from them about some basic situations, all related to film directing. It was said that Han Moying is preparing a new movie. Lu Bai knew about this. They had discussed the script together. This new script naturally attracted a lot of capital interest, with many wanting to invest, but Han Moying had declined all offers. The roommates speculated that she must have found a strong backer. Lu Bai listened silently and did not comment. If Han Moying's backer is himself, that wouldn't be wrong. At the very least, he promised to cover all funding and promotion costs. Class monitor Lin Ming had made a small profit after filming The Return of the Dragon King on a web movie platform, but he hadn't engaged in any filming since then. His roommates noted that he frequently visited tech exhibitions and posted many close-up photos of Iron Man on social media, showing how obsessed he was. Lin Ming also revealed in the class group that he had ordered an Iron Man suit, which would cost a whopping $200,000. This amazed his classmates. Lu Bai couldn't help but smile wryly. If Lin Ming knew that he was the author of Iron Man, would he feel ashamed? He simply couldn't imagine it. The topics in the film class were limited. As for the other two classes, they had plenty of topics. Lu Bai had heard early on that both Class 2 and Class 3 had genius directors. Some made satirical short videos and gained millions of followers online, while others focused on serious themes about farmers' lives and garnered multiple award nominations, gaining fame rapidly. Some students who work as assistants under renowned directors are directing films worth tens of millions or even over 100 million at a young age, which makes others envious. Everyone says they will definitely become major directors in the future. Each of them has a strong potential and has gained significant attention from the school. The three roommates speculate that by the end of the semester, the film screening organized by the school will likely be dominated by these students. There's nothing to be done about it. They're just that impressive. I've heard that some have already been booked by major investors and are currently working on their projects. Honestly, I admire them. The talents mentioned are far beyond our reach, except for our class leader Lin Ming, who is just a rich second-generation kid dabbling in it. After discussing, they noticed Lu Bai was silent. Someone curiously asked, "By the way, Lu Bai, didn't you say last semester that you were working on some hero-themed project? Did it create any buzz?" Lu Bai was still processing the information about the talented students when he heard the question, and he smiled wryly as he replied. There was a bit of buzz, but not much. The person waved his hand and comforted him. Just having some movement is good enough, unlike our three films, which nobody even watches online for free. We can only manage to submit them as assignments to the counselor. As graduation approached, the roommates seemed to become more sentimental, even expressing some nostalgia. People are just different. Those with real talent have already mapped out their future, while we, the ones stuck in the middle, feel the most lost. One of them said, "Let us not dwell on these things. We won't starve anyway." In our dorm, the one with the brightest future is definitely Lu Bai. What do you plan to do after graduation? The roommates looked at him curiously, but another roommate quickly interjected, "Don't worry about Lu Bai. With his screenwriting skills, he'll be in demand wherever he goes." Hearing this, one person exchanged frantic glances, and the other two discreetly fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, making Lu Bai sense that something was off. He found it puzzling, but didn't bother to ask. Unbeknownst to him, his roommates had misunderstood him. Or perhaps they thought mentioning Han Moi would suggest Lu Bai might have been dumped. The three had gossiped about it, believing this was a strong possibility. Han Moi had completely taken over the project, leaving no writing position for Lu Bai. Additionally, she was attractive and the type of independent woman who had solid financial backing now, making Lu Bai seem like a discarded pawn in a profit-driven market. They avoided discussing it, mainly out of concern for Lu Bai's feelings. Sigh, after 4 years of youth and emotions, providing countless inspirations and scripts, to be discarded before hitting it big. Han Moi, you have a heart of stone. Lu Bai must be having a tough time this new year. The three mourned in silence. Lu Bai, on the other hand, was pleased with the quiet. After putting away his luggage, he planned to lie down and rest. Sitting on a bus for the whole morning was tiring. At that moment, he received a call from an acquaintance. "Lu Bai, have you arrived at school? The counselor said if you're here, you should stop by the office. I guess it's related to your Iron Man project. Be mentally prepared. And don't blame me for not warning you." Lu Bai smiled lightly. "Thanks for the heads up, Ms. Han." On the other end of the phone, a cheerful voice came through. "Enough of that." Chapter 60. The list for the college film screening is confirmed. Lu Bai and Han Mo-ing are both on it. From Han Mo-ing, Lu Bai learned that the counselor was looking for him. Lu Bai wasted no time and quickly arrived at the office. To his surprise, Han Mo-ing was also there. He nodded at her as a greeting and then turned to the counselor. "Mr. Sun, you were looking for me?" Their counselor, named Sun Xingyu, was in his 40s, wore black-framed glasses, and had a gentle demeanor. "Lu Bai, you're here." Sun Xingyu's smile stretched from ear to ear upon seeing Lu Bai, and he was in an extremely good mood. He felt like putting his arm around him and chatting away. There was no help for it. The student was too outstanding. The more he looked, the more he liked him. With a box office total of $3 billion, he had directly smashed through the winter break. Such a terrifying achievement would surely be announced throughout the school if the dean found out. Initially, he thought that the students in classes 2 and 3 were already exceptional. making it into the Blue Star Film Festival and various nomination lists. But little did he know, Liu Bai had been hiding his talents so well. Achieving such high box office numbers with his first movie, it had directly entered the top 20 of Qinzhou's historical box office rankings. This was such a proud moment. If Liu Bai hadn't reminded him not to tell others just yet, he would have rushed to boast in front of the dean and principal right now. My student. 3 billion at the box office. Amazing. Please, sit down. There's no need to stand. I just wanted to chat with you. Sun Xingyu's eyes were filled with admiration as he invited Liu Bai to take a seat. Everything's going smoothly, Liu Bai replied with a smile as he sat down. Sun Xingyu poured a cup of tea. Have some tea. I was just talking to Han about you. She mentioned that you're filming a new movie? Thank you, teacher. Liu Bai took a sip and confirmed. Yes, just having some fun with it. Sun Xingyu chuckled. Other students might say they were just having fun, and he would believe them. But when Liu Bai said it, it was clearly a show of modesty. There weren't many directors in Qinzhou who could pull in billions at the box office. This semester, you'll be graduating soon, Sun Xingyu said, not digging deeper. Instead, he revealed the school's upcoming plans. As you know, this semester there will be a film screening event. We will invite outstanding alumni from our school, as well as renowned directors and stars from outside to participate. The purpose is to pave the way for students. Looking at the handsome young men and beautiful young women sitting in front of him, Sun Xingyu felt immense satisfaction. Your talents are evident to all, and I am very assured. I can let you know that your names will definitely appear on that list. But I also want to know if you too can finish your new movies before graduation. That way, I can gain some face at the evening event and bask in your glory. Upon hearing this, Han Mo-ing smiled gently and then turned to look at Liu Bai beside her. She understood that when Mr. Sun mentioned gaining glory, it was naturally about Liu Bai. Her own film was just a small project and not top tier in the directing program. My production is small in scale, the script isn't grand, and it's not complex. The filming period is quite short, and I estimate it can be released within 2 months, Han Mo-ing projected. With the financial support and strategic planning from a certain individual, along with the promotional efforts of a film company, she is filled with confidence. The previous film depicted the struggles of the workplace and achieved a box office of 30 million. With such substantial backing this time, it should reach 100 million, right? In the future, she could also be on the list of directors who have grossed over 100 million. Sun Xingyu listened to Han Meng's remarks, nodding in satisfaction, and then turned to the individual. Among the students this year, he was most looking forward to this person's work. It would premiere before graduation. After comprehensive consideration, the individual provided an answer. Although the filming cycle for the movie is long and requires a lot of special effects, the strongest aspect of the film company is indeed special effects production, which won't take too long. The three chatted briefly before the advisor told them to get back to work. This semester had hardly any classes. The first day was just for reporting, followed by a moral education class. The rest consisted mostly of online courses. The individual and Han Meng left together. The individual asked, "How did you end up here?" Han Meng found it strange. "If I weren't here, how would I know to tell you to come?" The individual thought it made sense. Just then, they received a message from the local Science and Technology Museum regarding an Iron Man event. Chapter 61, The Launch of Lamborghini. The individual's true intention is to create a sports car brand? The message was from a contact. Director, tonight at 10 o'clock, the museum will close. Thank you very much for your strong support for our technology exhibition. The individual could tell the museum was sincere. The presence of Iron Man had sold a lot of tickets, greatly increasing public interest, and the director could wake up smiling every day. The contact also mentioned that a recorded broadcast would be released tonight, and encouraged them to check it out if interested. The individual acknowledged this and declined the offer for assistance with transportation, saying, "I don't need your help with Iron Man. I'll pick it up myself." After turning off the phone, the individual bid farewell to Han Meng, as there were still matters to attend to. They called a car to head to a prop production company. Recently, the application for the Lamborghini appearance patent and design patent had been approved. The copyright for Transformers had also been transferred to their name. Hence, the individual felt secure in sending the design blueprints, signing a confidentiality agreement, and commissioning the production. "Boss, the exterior has been polished to a satisfactory level. Is there anything you're not happy with?" The prop production company was a longtime partner. They had also set up the Iron Man suit in the venue. Accompanied by the person in charge, the individual arrived at the production area. The first thing they saw was a golden beast. The impact was such that it made the individual's heart race. After inspecting, they confirmed that there were no shortcuts taken. The entire car shell exuded a strong quality and presence. As soon as we received your order, we got right to work. The interior is designed with the most luxurious materials, the person in charge boasted. They certainly had the right to brag, as they had worked diligently to replicate the design blueprints. More importantly, the appearance of this car deeply captured his attention, making him incredibly excited every time he saw it. Such an outstanding design was something he had never seen before on this planet. It was just too wild. Great. If there's another collaboration next time, I will reach out to you first, Liu Bai affirmed. He then took out his phone and started working. This time, he came not only for inspection, but also to prepare for promotion. Such a cool sports car making its debut here, along with the promotion for a new movie. The effect should be quite good, right? Liu Bai was quite looking forward to it. After shooting the exterior, Liu Bai also opened the exaggerated scissor doors. The doors lifted straight up, unique and extravagant. However, every time the person in charge saw this way of opening the door, they were always amazed. You have to know that cars here usually have simple and practical doors. The Lamborghini's door design was immediately recognizable as uncomfortable, even counterintuitive. But it certainly looked expensive. What a design genius. Can the car actually drive? Liu Bai asked as he sat in the driver's seat. The person in charge withdrew their astonished gaze and replied, "It can drive, but only a little." Liu Bai initially had two requirements: to perfectly replicate the appearance and to be able to drive. This meant that the Lamborghini Liu Bai was now sitting in, aside from being cool, had no other practical use. Its speed might not even compare to that of a fully powered electric bike. But Liu Bai didn't mind. As long as it could run in the movie and complete the filming task, it was fine. Once the movie was released, he could take the design blueprints and approach major car companies for collaboration, extract transformers, collect box office revenue, advertise for Lamborghini, and build a sports car brand. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This was Liu Bai's true intention. P.S. Thanks to Excellent Sentinel and Rookie Driver for the certification. Thanks to Comrade Xiao Wang for the explosive updates. And thanks to Cool Tea Beverage for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 62. Lamborghini appears. Shocking all netizens after leaving the props company, Liu Bai returned to his dormitory and began editing the video. The redefined sports car, will you like it? Soon, Liu Bai added some fitting electronic music and uploaded the video to a popular video site. He glanced at his follower count, which had reached 180,000. He was quite satisfied with this speed. After all, considering the newly edited video, it was only his 3rd post. This speed was nothing short of rapid. Now, he just needed to wait for the video to gain traction. First, let the Iron Man account share it. Liu Bai sent a message to the operations department, and they quickly took action. Through Iron Man's account, which had 600,000 followers, it was spread out. After Iron Man's run, Liu Bai reclaimed the account and handed it over to his own company for management. At that moment, Liu Bai received a message on his social app. It was a photo sent by Lin Ming. Curious, he clicked to open it, and to his surprise, it was a candid shot of him walking alongside Han Moing today. What is going on? Just as Liu Bai was about to inquire, Lin Ming sent a message with a harsh tone. We're all men here, so I won't beat around the bush. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're not worthy of Han Moing. I warn you, it's best to stay away from her. Liu Bai saw this and couldn't help but feel both amused and a bit irritated. Being threatened like this was quite something. However, after some calm reflection, he realized there was no need to explain himself to him. Who is he anyway? Classes are over, graduation is approaching, and soon no one will remember him. Liu Bai turned off his phone, closed his laptop, and took a nap. It had been a tiring day traveling. Meanwhile, in a high-end neighborhood, Lin Ming was still sulking. How dare he not reply to my message? A guy from an average background dares to put on airs with me. Ugh. Hello, is this Lin Ming? Your package has arrived. Upon receiving the call, Lin Ming's mood instantly brightened. The item he had been waiting for had finally arrived. I'll be right over. Soon. With the help of a few delivery workers, Lin Ming finally got to see the item he had been longing for. When he opened the package, the brilliant golden red color was dazzling. It instantly captured Lin Ming's heart. The item was none other than Iron Man, a collaboration between a film company and a resin company. The authentic Iron Man. I've been waiting for this day for so long. 200,000, totally worth it. Lin Ming exclaimed joyfully. After studying it for an afternoon, he finally figured out how to use it. This Iron Man suit was made of 3D printing and resin. It was detachable, washable, and electrically insulated. Most importantly, it could be worn. Lin Ming immediately assembled it, wrapping himself up snugly. He found it wasn't constricting at all, It was lightweight, didn't burden his body, and he could run and jump in it. There was no unpleasant odor either. What a great product. It looked absolutely stunning. Lin Ming laughed heartily. The action figures he used to play with were nothing compared to this. This is what a man should be playing with. He admired himself in the full-length mirror over and over again. His entire body gleamed, with a metallic texture that looked incredibly realistic. Especially the bright lights on the chest and eyes, which were super cool, making him feel like he had truly transformed into Iron Man. Unfortunately, although it was quite similar to the one in the movie, it didn't have the same impact as the Iron Man he had seen in the Science Museum. Lin Ming was perceptive. When he first went to the Science Museum, he could tell that the Iron Man behind the glass was something special. It seemed to harbor some immense energy that intimidated him. But thankfully, that was just an exhibit. At least I can wear this one. Lin Ming comforted himself. In that moment, he also cast aside his dissatisfaction with Liu Bai. The place he lived in cost over 100,000 per square meter. A level most people could only dream of. Getting into a spat with a poor kid was truly beneath him. With a sense of superiority, Lin Ming skillfully picked up his phone and recorded a video. Is the effect of this authentic Iron Man I bought for 200,000 good? Lin Ming sent it to a video platform, subtly showing off. If he didn't flaunt it, who would know he was wealthy? He successfully rode the wave of popularity from Iron Man, attracting quite a few likes and comments. The titles of Big Shot and Tycoon made him feel on top of the world. Having money is great. As long as my dad works hard enough, I can do whatever I want. Lin Ming sighed comfortably. At that moment, he stumbled upon a model on the trending list with an incredibly exaggerated cover. The sharp lines and sleek body instantly caught his eye. In the lower left corner, there was a label indicating followed. In that moment, his mind exploded. Chapter 63. A game-changing supercar, rich kids went wild. Did the Big Shot Liu Bai release a new video? Lin Ming was shocked and excited. Especially that orange beast on the cover. It was simply irresistible. A redefined supercar, would you all like it? Upon seeing the cover title, Lin Ming's mind went blank. His mouth dropped open. He nearly exclaimed, "What the heck? Is this a car? This is a freaking car? Or a supercar? No way. Can it even be driven?" He was stunned, not even knowing what to say. He clicked directly on the cover and then saw the full panoramic view of the car. It completely shattered his perceptions. The air intake at the front of the car was as exaggerated as a shark's mouth. The sharp, knife-like spoiler extended back, incredibly smooth. The side wings extended like those of a bomber, seemingly cutting through the hurricane. The rear featured a larger mesh engine cover, resembling a steel beast. Just one glance, and it firmly captured Lin Ming's heart. His heart raced, filled with greed. As long as it can be produced, I will definitely buy it. He was excitedly wailing inside. This was simply too cool. He had never imagined a car could be designed like this. Even a supercar was beyond his wildest dreams. You see, on his planet, supercars looked as conservative as private cars. They just had better engines, allowing them to go faster and more powerfully. But what was presented before him completely broke the definition of a supercar, overturning all imagination and perception. He couldn't help but doubt. Does such a design even belong to a car? Can it be driven on the road? Is it legal? It felt like something out of a sci-fi movie. Countless netizens were just as shocked as he was. The comments went wild within the first second. Something's off. I don't know how many times I've replayed this. Is this really a car? I want it so badly. Poverty has limited my imagination. I never thought a car could look like this. Seriously, is it reasonable for a car to be designed in a way I can't afford? Just give me a price that will crush my hopes. The comments were crazy, and Lin Ming was extremely hyped. The entire video was just over a minute long, with no voiceover. It showcased every part of the car, body, doors, rear, in a 180-degree display. Every single part was so cool, it made one's blood boil. Not only did men fall for it, but women were also unable to tear their eyes away. In just a few seconds, it gave people the illusion that a supercar should look like this. The exterior design is not only exaggerated, but also outstanding. As the car doors lift up like scissors, Lin Ming can hardly contain himself. What kind of design is this? The great Liu Bai is incredible. Simply a genius. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. Whether it's Iron Man or this car, both perfectly align with his sci-fi dreams. How cool would it be to drive it on the streets? It's simply a symbol of status and taste. This door opening method is just amazing. I don't even know what to say anymore. The interior design is understated yet luxurious. I really want to get in and touch the steering wheel. If I had this car, no goddess would refuse to sit in the passenger seat, right? Lin Ming saw the barrage of comments and felt a surge of excitement. He was already imagining Han Mo sitting in the passenger seat, admiring him. He couldn't help but send a message. If it comes out, I must buy it. The video isn't long, only a bit over a minute. Yet Lin Ming, wearing the Iron Man suit, watched it 5 or 6 times. This feeling of wanting but not being able to have it is the worst. Lin Ming, you're something. You managed to reserve that hard-to-get Iron Man suit. Why not come over and show it to us? At that moment, a message popped up on Lin Ming's phone. He clicked in and saw a friend had shared his video from the platform. It was him in the Iron Man suit, being incredibly smug. A group of friends expressed their envy. Indeed, this collaborative suit took me a long time to reserve, and I still haven't gotten it. There are really so many wealthy people. Can the original resin company increase production? There are only 1,000 sets in total. They can't even make a profit. Damn. If I weren't a bit shorter than Lin Ming, I would have borrowed it to wear. This group is the circle of wealthy second generation in Qinzhou. Without even mentioning assets, just cash reserves have small target numbers. Otherwise, Lin Ming's father wouldn't be able to take out 5 million in cash for him to make a movie. Only those with ample cash have such confidence. Enough said. I'm feeling overwhelmed by the big shots. When Lin Ming saw the messages in the group, he didn't feel as ecstatic as he had imagined. Nor did he have any desire to show off. There was only a deep sense of emptiness. What is going on? Is the product not as described? Is the quality bad? I watched the video you sent. It looks just like a movie. What is really going on? Let me avoid the pitfall too. The group was filled with curious voices, with some even hesitating to cancel their reservations. Lin Ming sighed and forwarded the video he was looping to the group. After a minute of silence, suddenly, the wealthy second generation erupted. Chapter 64. The frenzied rich kids turning against each other? Are you kidding me? Is this a car? No way. I don't believe it. This is definitely a concept car. It can't be mass-produced for the road. Honestly, I fell in love at first sight. This is just too cool. Just based on this design, it can't be cheap. The wealthy second-generation members, seeing the Lamborghini video, also stirred up a frenzy. But reason told them that this sports car is most likely a concept car. What a pity for this design. Indeed, daring to break the norm is truly impressive. There is a sense of regret in the group. This vehicle really strikes a chord with men. It's like a steel beast that you can't take your eyes off. For these teenagers, it's even more attractive than Iron Man's suit. After all, Iron Man's suit can only be worn for fun. Wearing it on the street would be embarrassing, and it often ends up as a collectible. But a car is different. You can take someone out. Just when the group was feeling regretful, Lin Ming couldn't hold back anymore. He sent a message reminding everyone. Didn't you notice that this is a video released by the creator of Iron Man? This stirred up a huge reaction. Instantly, the previously lamenting group came back to life. Wow, it's really from the great master Liu Bai? I'm already shouting at home. Haha, I don't know why, but I feel confident again. Some in the group were puzzled. What is going on? Didn't they say it was a concept car? Why is everyone so excited? Lin Ming boasted. If you don't follow Iron Man, you naturally wouldn't know how impressive Master Liu Bai is. The short video he posted online was about his original creative intention for Iron Man. Later, guess what? He actually made a movie. The Iron Man suit I'm wearing now is produced in collaboration with his company. I believe in his capabilities. It's definitely possible for him to realize this concept car. Even if the final result can't reproduce the video, I will definitely support it. Lin Ming was full of confidence. For someone who is connected with big names, how could he miss the chance to raise his own status? But when he thought about sharing the same name as that pretty boy, Lin Ming felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It was as if he had just lost his parents. Everyone else found it impressive, but still felt skeptical. The Iron Man in the movie can fly and wield weapons. Can the suit Lin Ming bought do that? Even if a Lamborghini can be built, it's still uncertain whether it can be driven on the road. However, someone finally spoke up. With a mysterious tone, I think you might be underestimating Master Liu Bai's capabilities. As soon as he spoke, he attracted a lot of attention. Lin Ming recognized him right away. The person's family runs a tech company that has raised several rounds of funding and is quite powerful. His words certainly sparked curiosity. Even Lin Ming was puzzled. After all, I'm the one most familiar with Master Liu Bai, right? Why is there someone else stepping in? The person didn't keep them guessing and said directly, my family makes tech products, and many of my friends should know. This year's Qinzhou Tech Expo. My company also sent representatives to attend. The academic exchange that night caught the attention of everyone in the company. It seems that a revolutionary technology has already been born. As he recalled the serious expression on his father's face, he felt a wave of confusion. Others say his father is a tech mogul, but to him, his father has never changed his expression regardless of the situation. Yet after that night, there was such a strong sense of crisis that it completely overturned his understanding. The intelligent controlled Iron Man may have already been created. High-level discussions revealed that Master Liu Bai has developed a remotely controlled Iron Man that can take off from a standstill. This is cutting-edge technology that has not yet been realized, but someone has already made a breakthrough. The person's serious expression was mixed with a hint of enthusiasm and anticipation. In other words, the release of this sports car by the prominent figure could actually be feasible. As soon as the conclusion was announced, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one doubted the truth of his words. Moreover, there was no need to deceive anyone. Everyone present held a respectable status and didn't need to resort to tricks to attract attention. Everyone, don't rush. I'll be the first to buy the sports car when it comes out. This car looks very expensive, so everyone should save some money. I can buy it. I have plenty of cash. I know you're all eager, but hold on. Just let me be the first to buy it. That's nonsense. Lin Ming was even more excited. His eyes were filled with joy. If this really comes out, he has to buy it immediately. After all, he is connected with the prominent figure. He wants to get an internal purchase. I envy these folks so much. Chapter 65. Major car companies are dumbfounded. How desperate is this film company for money? Lin Ming shouts to buy it out. The Lamborghini video stirred excitement among viewers, but some individuals frowned in concern. Can this car really perform? At a meeting of a certain car company, a high-ranking official raised a question as the screen displayed the dazzling model. In theory, it can work. Even better than I imagined. The designer of this model clearly knows what they're doing. A senior figure from the design department said seriously. The entire body is designed based on aerodynamic structures, which is why it has such an exaggerated appearance. The benefit is that it can indeed increase speed. Akin to a bomber, designed to be very flat. The president turned to the marketing department. You analyze the pros and cons of this model. The head of the marketing department considered for a moment and said, the appearance outweighs practicality. I have carefully observed the design, and this car has a very low chassis, which means it's cramped and inherently uncomfortable whether sitting or driving. Taller individuals would find it even more uncomfortable. In this region, the majority of vehicles are 5-seaters, with a few being 7-seaters, which are all private cars. Meanwhile, sports cars are typically 4-seaters. The 2-seater models showcased in the video existed before, but were phased out. Therefore, during this meeting, most people appeared indifferent. They are private car manufacturers, not sports car makers, and they aren't worried at all. Additionally, anyone can post short videos nowadays. Special effects can easily deceive viewers, but aside from showcasing concept cars, they cannot be released, which could harm market sentiment. Other than spending money, there are no benefits. It's simply a thankless task. Seeing that everyone was somewhat unconcerned, the head of the marketing department felt relieved and continued. There have been precedents for 2-seater sports cars, and we all know the eventual outcome. They were not recognized by the market, leading to massive investments of manpower, resources, and finances, almost resulting in bankruptcy. The president remained calm and then pointed to the head of the business department. I heard that the video publisher is a film company that has approached us for collaboration, right? The head of the business department nodded. Yes, they have sought us out for cooperation. The general idea is that we sponsor them by investing money, and in return, they promote our cars in the film, essentially acting as an advertisement. After serious research, we found that they were also collaborating with other car companies. So we ultimately declined the offer. The president nodded upon hearing this. So they have also contacted sports car companies? This film company is simply desperate for money, trying to exploit car companies everywhere, thinking that money is so easy to deceive. Yes, they had indeed made contact, but were rejected by the sports car companies. From what I understand, they did not secure sponsorship from the sports car companies and did not want to promote for free, so they designed it themselves. I even think this video is just a publicity stunt. The president found his subordinates' analysis both amusing and frustrating. However, I must say, using movies to deceive car companies is quite clever and can be quite misleading. It's like a startup using a PowerPoint presentation to fool investors. It's completely unreliable. Let's move on to the next topic. With that, the president continued the meeting. The Lamborghini video was merely added into the regular meeting agenda, indicating that it wasn't taken seriously. Regular car companies were indifferent, and the sports car companies also had a nonchalant attitude. Designing it themselves without sponsorship? That's quite arrogant. Offending so many sports car companies, what good could come from that? I must admit, The design is quite nice and looks good in a home setting. Doesn't it take up space? Haha. As for the Chinjo auspicious automobile model, a special meeting was convened. The question was raised, is there potential here? Regarding this car, everyone actually had a consensus. It's not practical. Have you considered young people? For them, practicality is not the only criterion for buying a car. If the design of the model meets their expectations, more people will be willing to buy it. In fact, they are willing to pay a higher price for a better-looking car even if the configurations are the same. They are indeed serious about making a film. Doesn't that mean our investment in the protagonist's vehicle could yield greater returns? Unfortunately, it only occupies the first half of the film. I asked the investment department of Earth Pictures, and this model has already applied for a design patent, which may allow for further discussion on collaboration possibilities. As the discussion heated up, everyone gradually formed a consensus. We can try to make more connections. The leader immediately made a decision. Our car company has been in operation for so many years, always in a mediocre position. I think this is an opportunity. Let us reach out first, and then wait for the market feedback on this model after the film is released. If feasible, we can purchase the design patent and take a different approach. That evening, Liu Bai took his employees to the Qingzhou Science Museum to load Iron Man onto a truck. Li Ping also met Liu Bai for the first time and was amazed by his youth. People can be so impressive, he thought. The Iron Man recording is about to start tonight, Li Ping reminded. All right, thank you for your hard work. Liu Bai nodded in appreciation and followed the truck back to the villa. He only took a brief glance at the recording for tonight. After all, he had already connected through his gaze and seen the situation on site, so there was no need to look again. However, the Technology Museum in Qingzhou had become a trending topic. Countless netizens were shocked. It made up for the regret of not being able to attend the event. Wow, Iron Man can really fly. Is Liu Bai really turning the movie into reality? How much does he love Iron Man? The netizens were excited, frantically liking and tipping. Some even started discussing in the comments. Do you think there are people inside Iron Man? There must be someone. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how smoothly Iron Man moves. But the space isn't that big, so I think remote control is more likely. The Iron Man suit produced by a certain film company not only can be worn but also allows for movement. I believe the one on the podium is similar. The material looks completely different, right? The comments section was buzzing with activity. There were countless analytical posts that left people stunned. Lin Ming was also watching in awe, feeling extremely excited. What that guy in the group said is true. Iron Man has already been iterated and can fly. This fact made him even more eager for the Lamborghini to really come out. Instantly, he couldn't wait to message Liu Bai, respectfully asking, "Big guy? Is the Lamborghini really a supercar? Can it actually be made? Even if it can't be legally on the road, I would buy it in a heartbeat. Please give me a chance to buy it." Chapter 66. The filming scene escalates again, and the actors are panicking. Transformers has officially wrapped up. Liu Bai was about to sleep when he received Lin Ming's inquiry, which made him chuckle. Just this morning, he was threatening me. And now he is calling me big guy. It's quite amusing. Yes, it's a supercar, and it can be made. Liu Bai was sure the other party didn't know it was him. He didn't reveal his identity, just replied and went to sleep. But Lin Ming, receiving a confirmed reply, was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Guys, the exact news is here. The big guy said it can be made. Lin Ming immediately took a screenshot and sent it to the group. Instantly, the group of rich kids was excited. The big guy is amazing. Simply formidable. I'll pay 500,000. Are you kidding? Even if it's 1,000,000, I want one. Some even asked Lin Ming, can we book it now? Lin Ming saw the mentions and felt full of pride and joy. Not only did he have his idol's contact information, but he also had insider news. That's quite a face saver. I'm not sure about that. It should still be in the development stage. Now that a front photo has been released, it probably still needs some time. Lin Ming replied seriously. Silently showing off, he made the group even more excited. Time flew by. A month passed. During this time, Liu Bai had been filming with the crew. He squeezed in some time to watch online courses and expanded the publicity department, specifically managing the online accounts for Iron Man and Transformers to keep the IP vibrant. Now, he and the crew were in the desert area. Boom. 2 attack planes soared through the sky and dropped 4 missiles, causing the yellow sand to fly and smoke to billow. The entire crew was exhilarated, unable to contain their cheers at that moment. Missiles are incredibly cool. In the previous film, we used bombs, real guns, and tanks. This time, we directly rented military aircraft and even used missiles. Who would believe that if we told them? Only our crew would dare to do such a thing. I couldn't help but boast a little to myself. For the crew, it was exciting and historic. But for the actors, it was filled with anxiety. This is truly insane. Is it really necessary to go this far just to shoot a movie? Using real equipment. This filming scene is unmatched. Thankfully, it was just for shooting background footage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to step forward. Several actors in military uniforms looked terrified. It was their first time experiencing such a bold filming process, directly involving aircraft and missiles, which was astonishing. In their previous films, safety was always prioritized, relying on special effects in post-production. This time, it was truly eye-opening. Some even regretted not purchasing personal insurance in advance. Did we get the footage? Shin Rinchuan asked excitedly. This filming style is exactly what he pursued. Using only special effects isn't realistic enough. All 6 cameras captured the complete scene. The crew responded loudly. Everyone was thrilled. Witnessing such a scene was truly worth it. Only Liu Bai wore a worried expression, sighing helplessly. This time, he rented 2 attack planes and 1 reconnaissance aircraft from the military, along with various missile and weaponry deployments. The spectacle was dazzling, but the expenses were equally staggering. It really hurt his wallet. However, the only consolation was that the results were indeed good. Worth it? Not really. All actors, get ready. We have 2 more scenes to shoot before wrapping up. Liu Bai collected himself and shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone looked forward to it eagerly, itching to get started. They had been filming in the desert for half a month and were fed up with the dry and water-scarce environment. They couldn't even take a proper shower. The actors playing soldiers were also ready to go, immediately entering work mode as the slate was clapped. Feg, the Special Forces team, with the support of military aircraft, repelled the enemy forces. But the surroundings were in ruins, and teammates were severely injured, barely hanging on. Quick, find a medic. Hurry. The soldiers urged the crowd to help. He still has a pulse. Save him. The soldiers began emergency rescue efforts, and the atmosphere was tense. Click. Shin Rinchuan looked at Liu Bai, and they both expressed satisfaction with this scene, calling for a stop. This scene is over. Everyone take a break. Prepare to shoot the final set of shots. This scene depicts the enemy forces led by their leader attacking the military base and sending scorpions to eliminate any survivors to prevent information from leaking. In the film, this is just the early plot, but for Liu Bai's crew, it marks the concluding phase. The important scenes have all been filmed in the city and have now entered the editing phase, with only the desert segments left to complete. Of course, that will wrap up soon. As dusk falls and the sun sets, the final scene arrives. Soldiers stand on the beach, waving to the rescue helicopter. Everyone's silhouettes turn into dark shapes in the twilight. As the camera moves in, they carry their seriously injured comrade towards the aircraft. With this, the scenes conclude, and all the footage for the Transformers project is officially finished. Chapter 67. Is the film invested by Liu Bai about to premiere? Finally back in the city. What a relief. Shin Rinchuan pushed open the car door, stepped onto the hard concrete road, and inhaled the fragrant flowers and grass of Qinzhou. This made him feel refreshed. He had suffered a lot in the past half-month, shooting in the arid desert, where the dust and sand made things unbearable. Although several senior brothers were exhausted, they felt as if they had been reborn. Someone suggested, I've only had dry rations over there. Let us have lobster and oysters tonight. I'm craving it. Upon hearing this, Shin Rinchuan's appetite was piqued, and he looked at the handsome young man. Liu Shidi, want to join? Consider it a wrap party. Due to the harsh filming conditions, there were no arrangements for a banquet. After finishing the shoot, the entire crew dispersed that evening. So the wrap party naturally did not take place. I have no objections, Liu Bai said with a smile. Once they agreed, they went to the hotel and booked a few rooms. After Liu Bai took a shower and changed clothes, he received an unread message. Call me back when convenient. It was sent by Han Moying. Liu Bai, puzzled, dialed back. Is there something urgent? Hearing this, Han Moying teased. Can't I call you if there's nothing urgent? Liu Bai chuckled. Of course, that's fine. Oh, so you're worried about me? Han Moying's tone was playful. Liu Bai fell silent, unsure of what to say. Uffed. Han Moying couldn't help but laugh, naturally steering the conversation elsewhere. I won't tease you anymore. Are you done with your work over there? I finished filming this afternoon and just got back from the desert, Liu Bai replied honestly. Han Moying comfortably turned over, hugging her pillow and lying on the bed. Her long, fair legs gently swaying, sounding lazy. The script we discussed last time has been filmed last week. It's currently under review. Boss Liu, do you have any instructions? Liu Bai was taken aback. He had been busy outside lately and hadn't been keeping track of company matters. naturally overlooking the new film Han Ming was working on. Although he had instructed the publicity department to spare no effort in promotion, he had seemingly not expressed anything from his side. It seemed that Han Ming had always been the one to reach out to him. Thinking of this made him feel quite ashamed. Sorry, I got busy and forgot. That new movie. Before Liu Bai could finish, Han Ming mischievously interrupted. Why apologize? You're my investor. I'm just reporting progress to you. Let us keep our relationship purely transactional. Please invest more next time. Thank you, boss. Liu Bai laughed. She has gained a new understanding of emotional intelligence. All along, Han Ming has been indifferent in front of outsiders. She only shares laughter with familiar people, but always maintains a normal level of interaction. There is concern, but also an inexplicable sense of distance. However, Liu Bai is discovering for the first time that she has such a clever and quirky side. This is somewhat refreshing for Liu Bai's perception. So, Director Han, please continue to report on your film's progress. Liu Bai deliberately straightened his face and spoke seriously. Han Ming smiled lightly, cleared her throat, and said with a clear tone, It's like this. The financial department of your esteemed company has offered very generous conditions for my small crew, with filming funds reaching 50 million. In her description, she mentioned that she has invited a leading male star to participate, whose acting skills are good and who also brings popularity. This will serve as a promotional point with a large investment in advertising. According to Han Ming, there are as many as 200,000 people wanting to watch this film on a certain movie app. Liu Bai nodded silently, even somewhat surprised. Wow, you really understand the fan economy and flow economy. It's estimated that the approval will be completed this week, and the distribution partner contacted by the company has also reached a cooperative relationship. Currently, it is only being screened in Qingzhou with a 5% agency fee. Listening to Han Ming's report, Liu Bai nodded slowly. This type of romantic film is indeed not suitable for a global premiere. The advertising investment is too large, but the market is small, making it easy to incur losses. The safest approach is to observe market reactions before expanding the regions. It seems that very soon, the first premiere of my life will be held. Han Ming looked out at the night through the window, her gaze incredibly gentle, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted. This day came earlier than she imagined. She had previously thought seriously that to achieve this level of qualification, it would take at least 2 years. If it were at the cost of selling her body, it might come faster, but she would never do that. Her planned goal has always been to strive over a span of several years and ultimately hold a grand premiere. For her, this feels more like a coming-of-age ceremony, a true graduation in her directing career. She is satisfied with the current situation and knows who brought this real graduation ceremony. So, with warmth in her heart, Han Ming gently asked, Do you want to come on the night of the premiere? Liu Bai firmly replied, I will be there. Han Ming felt reassured, and her tone became cheerful. Then it's a promise. I'll let you know once the time is confirmed. Good night. After hanging up, Liu Bai went out with his seniors to have skewers. After a few drinks, he felt a bit tipsy. A few days later, Liu Bai's film entered the editing stage. While Han Ming's Goodbye X had already passed the review, her premiere ceremony is here. Chapter 68. Are you not going to call the classmates for your movie premiere? The premiere venue has been confirmed, and a lot of promotional content has erupted online. The talented girl from the Film Academy, Han Ming, has another masterpiece. The film Goodbye X is coming, featuring leading male star Han Gung. The person behind the self-written, self-directed, and self-acted project hasn't even graduated from university yet. The film, directed by Qin Xingjia, has garnered significant attention, with 250,000 people expressing interest on the platform. Goodbye X is set to premiere tonight, with promotional efforts everywhere. The participating stars are also sharing the news widely. Han Gung stated, This film addresses the emotional issues faced by urban men and women, and it's quite profound. I will be attending the premiere tonight, and hope to see everyone there. Zheng Kai commented, Goodbye X has both humor and sadness, and it gets straight to the point about relationships. In the comments, numerous female fans expressed their support. Han Gung, brother, I will definitely support you. Zheng Kai, little cheetah. It's been a while since I've seen you in a movie. I almost forgot you were an actor. The excitement was palpable. As for Han Ming, she remained composed upon seeing these promotional slogans, but inside, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. These headlines are a bit too shameful, aren't they? However, the promotional effect was quite good, and she chose to ignore it. Now, her Douyin account has reached 890,000 followers, which is also a great promotional window. Goodbye X will meet everyone tonight. By retweeting, commenting, and liking, 100 fans will be randomly selected to watch the film together. You might even run into your idol. This call to action, although it has been months since its launch and the novelty has worn off, still yielded pleasing results. You are my idol. I've been a fan for 10 years. I started following you when you uploaded your first short film, hoping to be selected. I wish to encounter Han Gong. Followed the blogger. So strong. Senior, keep it up. Han, I love you. Deleted. Han Mo-ing also checks the comments section and directly deletes any nonsensical remarks. As night falls, film critics, industry professionals, news media, and lucky fans all arrive. The screening room quickly fills to capacity. Standing at the entrance, Han Mo-ing couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere inside. She had long anticipated holding her own premiere and showcasing her film to the public. Now that it has finally come to fruition, she felt a mix of emotions, complex, nervous, and excited, her eyes shining with light. Hey Lu Bai, have you arrived yet? There's only 10 minutes until the show starts, Han Mo-ing asked, covering her phone to muffle the noise of the cinema. I'm downstairs, waiting for the elevator, Lu Bai replied, and Han Mo-ing felt reassured. Okay. I'm in screening room 1, seat 6 in row 6. Don't get lost. After hanging up, Han Mo-ing stood there, unsure of what to do next. She decided to find the distributor to discuss the situation and familiarize herself with the event's process. A few minutes later, she met Lu Bai. Do you want me to show you to your seat? Han Mo-ing asked with a smile, clearly in a good mood. I'll be fine on my own. You have a lot to take care of, Lu Bai politely declined, having noticed that the main actors were already in place, dressed appropriately, and ready to take the stage. All right, Han Mo-ing replied with a radiant smile, not being overly formal. After watching Lu Bai find a seat, her phone vibrated. She picked it up to see an unknown caller. Hello, hi, she politely inquired. It's me, your movie premiere, and you didn't even call your classmates? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat displeased. Who are you? There was a clear pause on the other end. Lin Ming. How did you get my number? Han Mo-ing's tone was unfriendly. I thought we were classmates, so I never said anything harsh before. Han Mo-ing coldly replied, we're all adults now. I don't want you to make it too embarrassing. She hung up and blocked the number. A representative from the distributor approached. Director Han, the event is starting. The event was a joint opening organized by the distributor and the cinema. It mainly involved the actors and directors saying some formal remarks, such as hoping the guests would enjoy the story and their performance. They also shared some amusing anecdotes from filming to give the invited media more angles to write about. The opening was kept concise, controlled within 10 minutes, and after receiving applause from the audience, the film's premiere began. How do you feel? Han Mo-ing walked off the stage and, taking advantage of the dim light, sat down next to Lu Bai. She heard Lu Bai's inquiry. A bit nervous. Han Mo-ing honestly replied, though she felt genuinely happy. Xiaoing, you were so cool on stage. One of Han Mo-ing's roommates, who was also present, excitedly cheered for her. Yeah, so impressive. The aura was perfect, a complete strong woman image. Another female roommate mysteriously said, that Lin Ming even called me, asking where we were. Should we reply to him? Han Mo-ing's expression instantly turned cold. Psychopath. At that moment, the big screen lit up. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a simple subtitle. Producer, Earth Pictures Company Director, Han Mo-ing starring, Han Mo-ing, Han Gong, Zheng Kai, Zheng Xuanming screenwriters, Lu Bai, Han Mo-ing. A slight stir arose in the audience. She really is a talented woman. Self-written, self-directed, and self-starred. The value is too high. Wow, something's happening. However, a few of her close friends surprisingly fell silent at that moment, frantically exchanging glances. Their faces filled with the excitement of gossiping. Chapter 69, Lu Bai's Regret. Why am I not a fan of Zhou Dong? And my name? Lu Bai was somewhat surprised. But thinking it through, it made sense. The script outline was set by himself, and the storyline was based on his vague impressions. Han Mo-ing putting it up showed her recognition of his work. Facing her friends' gossiping expressions, Han Mo-ing, however, stiffened her body and remained silent. The entire audience was focused, faces tense, as if they had completely ignored the gossiping expressions of her friends. Is there not a single woman in this world who feels secure? No, none of them do. They constantly need to prove, I love you. The film began with a voiceover. The male voice in the speech is unmistakably that of Han Gong. A man fights wits and courage outside, but when he returns home, all he needs is a warm bed and a bowl of hot soup, nothing more. It shouldn't be another battlefield that requires even more mental effort. Immediately following, A female voice chimes in, her tone filled with helplessness and emotion. Lu Bai instantly recognizes it as Han Mo Ying's voice. What is the foundation of love? It is communication and understanding. It requires mutual comprehension, but it cannot be one-sided tolerance. We only meet for a few hours a day, while out there. You are full of life, yet at home, you act like a dead weight. Can't you spare a little energy for me? Therefore, whether materially or psychologically, what we care about is not the absolute value, but the percentage. How much do I occupy in your life? At the beginning of the film, the issues faced in relationships are presented from both male and female perspectives. This unique angle provides a fresh experience for the audience. The film lasts for 2 hours, with the first half being humorous. The two male protagonists indulge in romance and adventure, seemingly carefree, which starkly contrasts with the struggles of the two female protagonists, who are often nostalgic and pensive. As the story progresses, the male lead seems to awaken to the goodness of the female lead and begins to seek information about her. He often misinterprets things happening in her social circle for a long time. These plot developments leave Lu Bai quite surprised. He realizes that Han Mo Ying has genuinely followed his thought process in her writing. For men, the stages after a breakup are, first, letting go, second, reminiscing. For women, they experience, first, collapse, second, rebirth. Although the direction of the plot differs somewhat from Lu Bai's memories, the emotional resonance remains consistent. Especially in the latter part of the story, when the emotional crisis escalates and misunderstandings deepen, the impact is shocking, leaving the entire audience in a state of tremor. I didn't expect the plot to be this good. One thinks the relationship won't end, while the other believes it can be salvaged. The dialogue in the storyline encapsulates this perfectly. When the female lead, played by Han Mo Ying, encounters an old classmate, Lu Bai senses something is off. It's like taking advantage of a gap. Although the female lead's old classmate isn't handsome, the sense of security he brings might be exactly what she longs for. She genuinely prioritizes feelings over money. In the end, they can't really be separated, right? I still hope the male and female leads can reconcile. The audience, initially detached and observing coldly, gradually finds themselves immersed in the story, empathizing deeply. They become quite concerned about the outcome. Most people present have struggled in society for years and have naturally encountered their own sincere first loves. What unfolds in the movie seems to rip open their difficult-to-heal scars once again, causing them to subconsciously reject it. They can't really part ways, right? I refuse to accept that. Reality is already harsh. I didn't end up with my first love, and now the movie has to replicate this plot. I want a happy ending. If the male and female leads part ways, the plot might be better, but I just don't want to accept it. The audience is complex. They are in pain. The emotional audience was in tears, feeling an unbearable torment. Yet the plot took a turn that painfully reopened old wounds. In the storyline, the supporting female character confronted the lead female character to claim her territory. That night, Han Mo Ying cried sorrowfully, refusing to answer Han's frantic phone calls. An old classmate asked with concern, "Why aren't you picking up?" Han Mo Ying gulped down her drink, choking on her pain. That girl is the old me. That kind of admiration for someone I like, that unwavering confidence and support, without fear of being hurt. I can't do that anymore. As her classmate covered her with a blanket while she slept, Han Mo Ying suddenly grabbed her hand, her voice trembling. "I'm scared to be alone." Ultimately, Han Mo Ying's pent-up grievances exploded, her lips brushing against her classmates. Just as Lu Bai was immersed in the storyline, Han Mo Ying's calm voice came through. "This is just a position swap. There's no real kiss. My first kiss is still intact." Lu Bai was momentarily taken aback, asking in confusion, "Why are you telling me this?" Han Mo Ying maintained her calm demeanor. "It's nothing." She clenched her fist, nearly grinding her back teeth. She didn't know why she felt the need to explain, but it seemed better to say something. At least the other person would know. Yes, conscience clear. Lu Bai noticed her forced calmness and couldn't help but smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In the final scene, the lead characters severed their past relationship in the way they had agreed upon. "Lin Jia, I love you. Lin Jia, I love you." On the bustling street, the male lead cried out heart-wrenchingly. The audience felt an inexplicable pain, many with tears in their eyes. "If I don't want you anymore, I'll just eat mangoes until I die from an allergy." Meanwhile, Lin Jia, played by Han Mo Ying, who was allergic to mangoes, steadfastly honored her past promises. Her body was covered in rashes, itching and uncomfortable. As the audience witnessed this, their buried emotions began to boil over. Memories of a lost first love surged from deep within, threatening to spill over. But they all held back. Big men, why are you crying? What kind of decorum is this for a movie? No crying. At that moment, a sorrowful song filled the background music, pushing the atmosphere of sadness to a climax. Don't call it love, don't lie, just a bit of liking. Don't call it hate, don't entangle, don't pretend to sigh. Just consider me too troublesome. Constantly hurting myself. I tell myself, that's just how feelings are, how they can become too intense without realizing it. At this point, the audience could no longer contain themselves. In an instant, the theater erupted with sounds of choking sobs, both male and female. I thought winning the prize was lucky, but it turned out to be suffering here. This movie is too heart-wrenching. I shouldn't have come here right after a breakup to critique a film. Where are my tissues? I think of my first love, but I've been single since birth. The emotional outburst filled the theater. Han Mo Ying's friends were also in tears. Han Mo Ying, I told you not to ask us about our first love feelings. I shouldn't have said anything. You made me cry. You did an amazing job. Don't make another one next time. The close friends cried together, blaming Han Mo Ying. They had all experienced a few relationships and had gone through painful separations. They thought they had moved on, but this film brought those memories back to life. You've never been in a relationship. How impressive. You took our emotional struggles as inspiration. How noble of you. And you recreated it multiple times in the film. You have no heart. Han Mo Ying ignored their accusations and looked suspiciously at Liu Bai. Did you deceive me? Have you actually been in many relationships? Liu Bai felt confused. Why do you ask that? Han Mo Ying looked at him with suspicion. Otherwise, how could you write such lyrics? Liu Bai didn't know how to explain. After traversing to this world, his memories of Earth were no longer clear. But he remembered that his first job was at a movie theater, working as a ticket inspector, which allowed him to watch many films. His vague recollection of the film's plot was also thanks to this job. As for the movie's theme song, it was played repeatedly in all the screening rooms. Even someone like him, who didn't love music, remembered the catchy melody and a few lines of lyrics. Beyond that, he had no further impressions. Thinking about this made Liu Bai regret deeply. He wished he had listened to more songs in his previous life. He only loved watching TV shows and movies. He took a ticket inspection job. It didn't help him at all in this new life. He regretted not being a fan of a certain famous singer. If he had just copied a few popular songs, would they have taken the world by storm? Otherwise, I would definitely change my career now. Men fear choosing the wrong profession. Women fear marrying the wrong man. How true that is. If only I could just copy from that singer, the system wouldn't be able to stop me. Making movies is nowhere near as easy as writing songs. I'm still too young. As Liu Bai lamented, the film slowly came to an end. The lights came on, illuminating the tear-streaked faces of the audience. Yet they still applauded enthusiastically. The more they cried, the harder they clapped. This was their strong recognition of the emotional film. Would this film be a big hit? The applause was thunderous, and Liu Bai was quite surprised. Although he had some expectations, seeing this situation still made him very happy. He was also glad for his friend. This was the honor she deserved. However, the main character, Han Mo Ying, was left in shock. Am I going to be famous? Chapter 70. Liu Bai heads to Qidao province. Want to try the weapon system? The thunderous applause was the most direct recognition of this film. Liu Bai also joined in the applause, congratulating her. Director Han, please take care of me in the future. Han Mo Ying smiled, appreciating Liu Bai's support. But soon, she felt inexplicably sentimental. Actually, I didn't expect we would collaborate in this way. Liu Bai was astonished. What's wrong? Han Mo Ying's melancholy expression lingered for just a second before she smiled. In the past, you wrote scripts for me, and shooting was all about interest, with no profits. Now that I can take care of the team, you've made Iron Man and become richer than I am, and you've left the crew. She thought she would never have the opportunity to collaborate again. Han Mo Ying felt a deep sense of emotion. Now, with Liu Bai helping to write the script again, the premiere was such a hit. It was even harder to imagine that he had become her investor and producer. The speed of growth was something she could hardly keep up with. However, this result gave her great peace of mind. I really appreciate you. If you don't mind, can I join your company and have a title there? Liu Bai smiled as well. It was rare to see her in such a good mood. We can discuss this later. Liu Bai nodded and said, you should go on stage to perform now. Don't make me applaud for too long. Han Mo Ying was taken aback. Amidst the thunderous applause, she indeed forgot the process. After the film ended, she was supposed to go on stage for activities, such as answering fans or reporters' questions, and sharing her feelings about making the film, all to create more buzz and impact for the box office. Then I'll go. Han Moing smiled brightly and stood up. Her friends, with their makeup running from tears, were still cheering her on with enthusiasm. This film was reaching its conclusion. Liu Bai watched as the lights in the theater came on and the director and actors gathered in front of the screen. He sent a message to inform them and then returned to the villa. The birth of this film owes a lot to our screenwriter. Without him, Han Moing would still be answering questions in the theater. After the screening, the staff from the distribution company would hand out red envelopes to the guests present. Inside was 666 yuan, feeling quite thick, hoping that the critics would write some good words. The distribution company, giving such generous red envelopes, naturally had great confidence in the film. They aimed to make a big profit from a small investment. As for what happened in the theater, Liu Bai no longer inquired. When he got home, the first thing he did was head to the warehouse. Jarvis, Master, I'm here. Let's go for a ride. Where to? Liu Bai's eyes sparkled. The farther, the better. Ever since he showcased Iron Man, he had been filming in various places, rotating between Qinzhou and Meizhou, with no time to pilot the mech. Understood, Master. As Liu Bai stepped onto the dark floor, the mechanical arms around him came to life, skillfully assembling various parts onto him. In an instant, Liu Bai was enveloped in metal. When the blue lights on his chest and pupils lit up, he felt invincible. Power increased to 25. His limbs burst forth with light waves, and after a brief adaptation, Liu Bai regained his previous familiarity, transforming into a blue light and soaring into the sky. Is this what it feels like to fly? So exhilarating. I can feel Stark's joy. The blue line stretched longer and longer, reaching straight from the villa to the sky. Liu Bai felt a surge of pride as he looked at the increasingly large moon above him, adrenaline pumping, causing him to laugh heartily. It was as if a laughter trigger had been activated, uncontrollable. Warning, continuing to ascend may result in freezing. At this moment, Jarvis's voice interrupted, bringing Liu Bai back to reality. Liu Bai regained his rationality and stopped his upward actions. Although the third-generation battle suit had ice-removing capabilities, he did not intend to take that risk. Help me locate a place with fewer people. I want to test the power of the weapon system. Liu Bai felt a surge of excitement and was eager to investigate immediately. I have located the Seven Islands region for you. Shall we head there now? Jarvis inquired. Liu Bai soared through the sky, clouds rushing past him. Yet, he recalled the situation on Blue Star. Blue Star was divided into three major regions: Qin Province, Mei Province, and the Seven Islands region. Currently, Qin and Mei provinces were completely unified and coexisting peacefully, while the Seven Islands region remained fragmented and turbulent, occasionally experiencing armed conflicts. Liu Bai frequently traveled between the two regions, but was quite unfamiliar with the Seven Islands region, having never been there. Taking this opportunity, he was even more eager to visit. Let's go immediately, Liu Bai stated firmly. With Iron Man at his side, should he be worried about encountering trouble? Chapter 71. If I don't go take a look, how can I live up to the battle suit created by Stark? The strong wind howled, tearing through the clouds. Liu Bai felt no pressure from the fierce winds. However, he still found it unbearable. System, can you mute the sound of the wind? Liu Bai grimaced, as his eardrums were rattled by the loud noise. Received. I have already reduced it to a bearable decibel level. Instantly, Liu Bai felt the world quiet down. It was as if he had returned from a noisy club to a peaceful room, with only the low hum of a fan above him. Increase the propulsion energy to 10%. Liu Bai enjoyed it even more, freely unleashing the Ark's energy. He crossed over mountains, rivers, and vast seas. On the horizon, towering giant trees and high mountains slowly appeared. Is this the Seven Islands region? Liu Bai asked curiously. He did not expect the scenery here to be so primitive. Yes. We are already in the Australian province of the Seven Islands region, Jarvis gently responded. Liu Bai was filled with enthusiasm but did not plan to experiment with weapons in such a primitive and cold environment. After all, Iron Man did not have firefighting capabilities. Minutes passed, and with 10% propulsion energy, Liu Bai crossed hundreds of miles. This speed was far more exaggerated than the fastest stealth fighter jets on Blue Star. And this was not even his maximum speed. Soon, Liu Bai arrived at a desolate mountain range, faintly spotting a village. He chose to land there. In the deep night, lights flickered in the distance. Liu Bai did not intend to disturb the indigenous people. Instead, he raised his palm towards the slope in front of him. Then, with a thought, a strong blue light surged forth, filled with overwhelming energy, bursting from his palm. Boom! The slope erupted in a cloud of dust. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. Liu Bai was thrilled by this. The speed comparable to that of a deity. the power-surpassing deities brought by nuclear fusion. This combination made Liu Bei feel bold and exhilarated. This is so joyful. Liu Bei laughed heartily. The surge of energy from his palm excited him immensely. When I was a child, watching Dragon Ball, I always fantasized about being able to unleash the Kamehameha wave with my palms. This is a dream shared by many boys. Long live the system. Attempt to track the bullets. Liu Bei calmed himself and continued experimenting with the weapon. In an instant, numerous red dots appeared in Liu Bai's field of vision. Those were the mice, snakes, lizards, or birds moving at night. But in this moment, all those dynamic life forms were firmly locked onto by Liu Bei. Fire. With a slight movement of his mind, a miniature magazine popped out from his shoulder. Immediately after, bullets shot out. All the locked targets fell lifeless. Liu Bei felt immensely satisfied, just as he was about to continue testing the incendiary device installed on his calf. He heard intense gunfire coming from a nearby village. The sound shattered the night sky. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire lasted for several seconds before falling silent. It seemed as if nothing had happened. He activated the infrared temperature detector. Liu Bei was astonished, looking towards the direction of the gunfire. On the transparent panel in front of him, the distance to the village was rapidly decreasing. Then, Liu Bei saw red figures falling one by one. Next to the bodies stood living people on patrol, their gun barrels still emanating red heat. A massacre? Liu Bai's expression turned grave. He knew that the region was not yet fully unified and was still in a state of turmoil. But he never expected that a reactionary organization would commit such an atrocity. If this were to spread, even if this organization occupied a province, it would never gain the people's support. Who would dare to admit to slaughtering innocent civilians? Liu Bei stood there in a daze, only seeing the glow from his chest and pupils in the darkness as he gazed fixedly at the distant village. He hesitated internally about whether to intervene in the power struggle and terrorist attack. But soon, he let out a relieved smile. Now that he was in the Iron Man suit, wouldn't it be unfair to Stark if he didn't go take a look? With heavy steps, he stepped into the yellow sand. Liu Bei sought a sense of peace. Chapter 72. A divine being descends, pronouncing life and death at a glance. Move swiftly. Take everything valuable. Damn, those military guys are chasing closely. Don't let any livestock escape. There's hardly anything to eat in these wild mountains. Who knows how long they'll have to hide? Damn it. This village doesn't support our resistance. They don't deserve to live. Why keep such an ugly woman? Isn't she afraid of having nightmares at night? Bang. Amidst the noise, a gunshot rang out. A living life fell down as a result. The women were terrified, screaming in panic. Please don't kill us. We are willing to cooperate. Please spare my child. Woo-woo. The cries and wails filled the air. They were utterly desperate. Seeing no way out, they didn't even know if these bandits would spare them once they got bored. They were trapped in pain and torment over the future. Tell the brothers not to play too long. There will be plenty of time to play later. First, gather what is useful. A burly man with a scar on his face shouted in a rough voice. He was dressed in tattered military uniforms and wore thick-soled boots, with bullet holes and dried bloodstains on his jacket. Upon closer inspection of his team, they were all in dirty, worn-out military attire, likely trophies from their plundering, flaunted to show off their power. Yes, boss. The group of bandits responded loudly, ignoring the weeping woman beside them as they rummaged around. Some, driven by lust, even sought to resolve personal matters on the spot. Is it almost time? Is everyone here? The scarred man asked with a fierce expression. We're all here. Someone replied with a lewd grin, tugging at his belt. Others raised torches and tossed them into the wooden cabin, and soon flames erupted. Bring the women. Get ready to leave. The scarred man sneered and lifted a weapon resembling an AK, firing into the air. The bandits laughed heartily, pulling triggers to celebrate their victory. But just then, they sensed something was off. The gunfire that had been a steady bang 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 turned into a chaotic crackling sound. It was as if bullets were hitting some metal plate. Confused, people looked up and saw, under the moonlight, a golden-red mech radiating a chilling light. The mech's arms and legs emitted a strong blue glow as it slowly descended before them, like a divine being descending from the heavens. The bullets that were meant to celebrate their victory instinctively stopped. In that moment, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. What is that thing? Military technology? Who are you? Get lost, or don't blame us for being rude. It seemed they were in trouble. Do we, a dozen or so, fear just one of you? The bandits shouted wildly, trying to sound tough. The scarred man, however, was drenched in sweat, terrified. Sir, let's talk this out. We're just passing through. Do you have any advice? The scarred man quickly softened, forcing a fearful smile and bending slightly. I'm here to send you on your way. Lu Bai's voice was cold. As soon as he spoke, before the others could react, the mini magazine on his shoulder burst open, piercing the foreheads of all the bandits. They fell lifeless. At that moment, Lu Bai clearly realized how fragile life was. It was as if a single glance from the other party held the power of life and death. However, Lu Bai was not surprised by this outcome. The armor he was wearing far surpassed the technology of the Blue Planet. With invincible defense, terrifying power, and tracking projectiles, there was no back and forth. A mere encounter could result in a death sentence. This was the crushing power of technology. Even the military would have no chance to retaliate. Don't kill us. Help. The women were even more panicked. Some tried to hide their fear, not daring to cry out, fearing to anger the newcomer. Others, overwhelmed by sadness and fear, fainted completely. They all witnessed the ruthless bandits committing murder, but now, those powerful figures they dared not defy were easily erased by the newcomers. The speed of this was akin to harvesting wheat, far more terrifying than the scythe of death, coupled with the battle armor. It made them question if extraterrestrials were attacking their world. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you, Lu Bai spoke softly, fearing to trigger their already fragile nerves, trying to soothe their emotions. The women listened but did not show excitement or relief. Instead, they timidly gazed at the armored figure, afraid to speak, fearing it might bring them harm. Yet, they seemed to feel a bit more at ease. Lu Bai was astonished, not understanding why they reacted this way. Had the people here become so numb that they couldn't even trust the one trying to save them? He looked up at the burning wooden houses and the bodies engulfed in flames, oil splattering everywhere. There were elderly and children among them, without exception. Faced with this situation, Lu Bai could only clench his fists, an indescribable anger boiling within him. What a bunch of beasts. To die like this, it was simply too easy for them. Damn it. Chapter 73. The entry of capital, major sci-fi films released simultaneously. Is this the year of science fiction? As dawn broke, a group walked across the grassland. Their faces numb. This group was quite special, composed entirely of women, their moods anxious and confused. Some couldn't help but weep. Yet there was also a glimmer of hope for survival. The town is just ahead. It's up to you from here, Lu Bai, wearing his battle armor, accompanied them through the night, pointing toward the low town ahead. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for saving our lives. We will take care of ourselves. The women expressed their gratitude profusely. Lu Bai sighed helplessly and then turned to leave. His humanitarian efforts were not meant to support them for a lifetime. Ultimately, they had to fend for themselves. However, under Lu Bai's guidance, they had scavenged the bandits' money and weapons, gaining some initial capital and self-defense capability. It was time for him to go home. An hour later, with 10% energy propulsion, Lu Bai quickly returned to his villa in the suburbs. The only downside to the first Iron Man suit was that it wasn't portable and made even simple tasks like using the restroom troublesome. After a refreshing shower, Lu Bai felt a complex mix of emotions. The events of the night were not particularly convoluted. It was just a test of weapons that led to unfortunate encounters. Nonetheless, this experience gave him new insights into the situation in the region. The unification of their world was a daunting task, but it was not his concern. Lying back in bed, he fell asleep. Upon waking up with nothing to do and no classes at school, he took a taxi to the company. Lu Shidi, you arrived just in time. The editing of Transformers is complete. It's ready to be sent to the outsourced team for special effects. Do you need to review it? Chen Renchuan asked. Send it to me for review. Lu Bai nodded. Anyway, there wasn't much to do, so I just took a quick look. The plot flowed smoothly. The transitions were not stiff, and there were no significant flaws in the details. It was far superior to the version from another region. However, the actors performing in front of empty space felt quite strange no matter how you looked at it. It's fine now, send it over for rendering, Lu Bai said. The special effects company was outsourced. The local film industry wasn't that large and certainly didn't have many blockbuster films requiring rendering. There was no need to specifically set up a special effects production department. It would only be considered if several special effects films needed to be released in a year. During our shooting, we had already edited and rendered the trailer in advance, so it could be released to the market at any time. The promotional department was also gearing up for the release of a certain film. Chen Renchuan pondered for a moment and said, secondly, our situation isn't very optimistic. Due to the massive success of a certain film at the end of last year, There are particularly many sci-fi films releasing this year. Many sci-fi films had already begun extensive promotion. Liu Bai was not surprised by this news. He had seen plenty of reports last year. Numerous production teams had initiated projects in the sci-fi genre, aiming to capture the local sci-fi film market. Just from what Liu Bai knew, there was Mecha Overlord, featuring big-name actors and Battlesuit Frenzy, claiming an investment of $200 million with a cast of major stars and fresh faces. There was also Dominion of the Heavens, which focused on sci-fi battles. Various renowned screenwriters and directors were getting involved, and the promotional efforts were comparable to a groundbreaking invention. There was nothing to be done. They were too tempted by the box office of that film, which had a $100 million investment and grossed $3 billion. It was enough to drive them crazy. Capital had no courage to take risks and was even less willing to explore emerging markets. But seizing the pie from the weak was something they were very willing to do. As long as there was a successful case, they would pounce like wolves, using their best resources to snatch the spotlight and then occupy the fruits of the pioneers. Liu Bai was not surprised. There was nothing new under the sun. Don't worry. We won't lose to films that are merely riding the coattails of capital. Liu Bai was quite confident about the quality of the film he was shooting. For instance, the previous film from another region, The Wandering Earth, opened the door to sci-fi. In contrast, the youth-led film Sea Fortress was shut down on the same day it premiered, with a sweet reminder welded to the door. Perhaps there were back-and-forth battles among capital, but when it came to that film, it was a guaranteed loss. Chapter 74. Fearless of Capital. Liu Bai's success has never relied on anyone else. He was completely unafraid of trend-following films. He even had the leisure to ask, "How's the situation with the film from Han Moing?" The premiere last night went well, and now on the first day of release, he wanted to know how things were going. After all, it was the first film he had invested in. Chen Renchuan, hearing this, was also full of excitement. The first day box office reached over 70 million. We broke even in half a day. Everything after that is pure profit. Chen Renchuan was incredibly invested. The film was a company investment, and he had a share in the profits. After finishing the film, all he could do was watch the box office growth of others every day. A wealthy life is so simple and unadorned. As long as you follow the right boss, you just need to wait to be taken to new heights. However, Chen Renchuan soon frowned slightly. It seems we have encountered some trouble. Liu Bai looked puzzled. What do you mean? Brother Chen said with concern. Our first film was a great success, revealing the terrifying market potential in the sci-fi field to investors. They want to invest in the company, but we have rejected all of them. Liu Bai nodded in agreement. This matter had troubled him for quite some time. Those investors kept calling Liu Bai, wanting to take him out for a meal. Their ambitions were clear. It was evident they were trying to use investment as a pretext to intervene in the company's operations. They would push the company to expand rapidly, leading to a break in the capital chain, and then continue to acquire shares, increasing their stake. Once the company had more and more IPs, they would use that opportunity to replace the core management and eliminate the founder, ultimately controlling all copyrights and patents. This kind of scheme is very profitable, but also very disgusting. Liu Bai refused to give them a chance and had Jarvis block all unknown numbers, rejecting all outsiders. He didn't need social engagements or connections. His success had always relied on himself, not on anyone else. System, agreed. Liu Bai, the system is amazing. Chen Renchuan took a sip from his cup and continued. Since the capital side couldn't participate in the company's operations and knew we wouldn't lack money to operate, they turned their attention to the film. They even stated they could fully invest in the filming, as long as they could participate in the dividends. But we didn't agree to that either. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai fully understood. Since the company investment fell through, and the film investment also failed, they certainly couldn't stand to see him so comfortable. They must find something for him to do. Moreover, Earth Film Company had already started promoting Transformers, and many companies were getting anxious upon hearing this news. Let us not forget that during this period, many companies were set to release sci-fi films. They were competing for the same time slot. That would reduce box office earnings. The profits would be lower. Currently, Earth Film Company's investment Goodbye X was already performing exceptionally well in theaters, having a budget of $50 million but only spending $30 million on a low-cost production. Now, with Transformers about to be released, it naturally provoked a backlash from investors, intensifying their suppression. Goodbye X had a high starting point, good reputation, and positive market reaction. However, the ratings were visibly dropping. There were also many smear campaigns happening. Liu Bai nodded slowly. He knew this day would come eventually. If you don't abide by the rules set by the old investors, you will face suppression. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He thought he could develop quietly for a while longer. He had underestimated the sensitivity of capital. Lu Bai opened a short video app. The first video was about Goodbye X. It showed people leaving the cinema, with someone still sitting in their seat, crying on the back of the chair in front. The crowd was moving slowly, casting curious glances at the crying woman. The video had garnered 670,000 likes, undoubtedly making it a hit. In the comments section, however, it was filled with insults. Chapter 75, Declaring War on Capital. The trailer for the movie was released online, and the comments were rife with abuse. Crying so much. Did your mom pass away? What a joke. Is there really someone watching this garbage movie? The actors in the video are better than in the film. It's a bit fake. Just another publicity stunt. The person who filmed the video was still refuting the claims in the comments. She's a classmate of ours, not acting. She just happened to be at the same screening and had just broken up. Even the replies were met with accusations of trying to gain fame. There were also trolls attacking the blogger and related personnel, and some specifically targeted the film, leaving a bunch of negative reviews. This movie is great. It cured my insomnia. I watched for half an hour, couldn't help but go to the bathroom, and didn't bother going back to waste my time. This movie is really not good. Just trying to attract attention. I don't understand why anyone would want to watch it. Do ordinary people go out partying after a breakup? Has the director never seen Poor People? Watched it, but it felt like I didn't. Just lost a few bucks. Lu Bai scrolled through the comments for a while, then moved on to another video. After a few rounds, it was again related to Goodbye X. Unsurprisingly to Lu Bai, the comments were just as chaotic. He remained calm, his mood unaffected. The situation was clear. It was indeed trolls causing trouble. Organized, targeted, and with specific rhetoric. Just a few dozen people could turn the comments section upside down. Moreover, many capital players had reached a tacit agreement, greatly increasing the number of trolls. Their goal was to suppress popularity, making those involved in Goodbye X feel scared and hesitant to post any related videos. This was an open conspiracy. Anyone who dared to post would be attacked. They specifically targeted videos with a lot of likes for indiscriminate assaults. That was all they knew how to do. Lu Bai didn't want to scroll anymore, so he exited the platform, his expression flat. Chen Renchuan saw this and could only smile wryly. A small company just starting out didn't have the capacity to silence capital. They could only endure the attacks and the smears, with no way to counter it. The test of establishing a foothold in the film industry had only just begun. I believe in you, and I believe in everyone. As long as we endure, the future will be bright, he encouraged. Lu Bai looked at his senior brother upon hearing this, and then seemed to think of something, suddenly smiling lightly. Chen Renchuan was puzzled. He didn't understand why Lu Bai was laughing. Did I say something wrong? Or was my statement too arrogant? Lu Bai put away his smile and, without answering the confusion on Chen Renchuan's face, asked seriously, "Do you think our company has stirred up trouble?" Chen Renchuan was silent for a moment and replied uncertainly, "To big capital, we seem more like naive newcomers who want to go it alone without collaborating. Based on the results, we have indeed stirred them up." But immediately, he disdainfully spoke up. "However, we are an idealistic film company, dedicated to making movies, not producing low-quality trash. Their defeat is just a matter of time." Lu Bai nodded without commenting further, just muttering to himself, "Did we provoke them? Huh?" When Iron Man was released, it seemed to have indeed provoked a director. I still remember his work The Great Monster, which boasted a $400 million investment and featured top stars, yet it still flopped against us. From that moment on, we became a target. Chen Renchuan fell silent, then asked, "So what shall we do next?" Lu Bai calmly replied, "Since that's the case, let's continue to provoke them." When Chen Renchuan heard this answer, his mind went blank. He initially thought Lu Bai would suggest keeping a low profile to avoid the storm. He never expected this response. But what Lu Bai said next made his heart surge with excitement. As Goodbye X was about to leave theaters, we will seamlessly transition to Transformers. Let us take on the capital. Let us fight against those following the trend. Earth Pictures will not lose to any capital. Lu Bai's eyes were resolute. He feared no one. With a system backing, Iron Man's forceful protection, and Earth culture at our side, who do we need to be afraid of? Let us get to it. Lu Bai opened his computer and released the Transformers trailer, directly declaring war. Chapter 76, Transformers trailer, Autobots transform. Let's go. In the past few days, Lin Ming was very angry. He wanted to find Han Mo-ing during the premiere of her movie, but was turned away. They completely ignored him. He thought nothing of it at first. The next day, he bought many movie tickets and specifically posted on social media, supporting my classmate's great movie. I booked the whole theater. This was to show his financial power, indicating his good intentions, hoping she would notice. Then he called some friends and went to the theater, intending to shoot a video of his attendance. But when he saw Liu Bai's name in the screenwriter section, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He left in a hurry after sitting for just a few minutes. "Liu Bai, is this movie a collaboration between you and Han Mo-ing?" he asked, not hiding his urgency, lacking the decorum expected from someone of his status. It was an accusation, to say the least. At that moment, Liu Bai was thinking about the title for the Transformers trailer. He received the phone call and was baffled. Isn't it already written at the beginning of the movie? He couldn't be bothered to respond and hung up. Damn it. Lin Ming cursed loudly, unable to conceal his anger. He initially thought Liu Bai would retreat and abandon the collaboration. He never expected him to still be involved. Just the thought of them laughing and writing the script together made him feel miserable, as if he had been cheated on. What terrified Lin Ming even more was that he knew the box office for Goodbye X. As of now, it had reached 75 million. He couldn't even dare to think about such a terrifying figure. Han Mo-ing had completely succeeded. Did he still have a chance? With his meager funds, could he still win her over? He felt an inexplicable panic. What frustrated him even more was that Liu Bai had used this opportunity to prove his worth. To Lin Ming, Liu Bai was just an ordinary kid from a modest background, but now he had written a hit titled Goodbye X, and his future achievements were uncertain. His value would only continue to rise, reaching a level that Lin Ming could hardly aspire to. Envy, jealousy, and hatred perfectly encapsulated his mindset. What he thought was a casual presence had overnight become an insurmountable mountain for him. All he could do was rage in his powerlessness. Lin Ming's parents ran a wholesale business, grounded in the real economy, which gave him a sense of confidence. With cash reserves in the hundreds of millions, it was not something that could be easily surpassed. Even top-tier influencers couldn't match that kind of savings. After all, no matter how high one's worth, they would still be exploited by their company. The actual take-home wouldn't be that much. Before the contract ended, having 10 million would be considered good. After a few years when the contract expired, who knows how much it would still be worth. Therefore, for Liu Bai to want to surpass his family's wealth would be quite challenging. Yet, Lin Ming found it difficult to feel superior in front of Liu Bai, a self-made top screenwriter destined to be wealthy in the future, while he was just a rich second generation living off his family's wealth. This comparison made him look down on himself. "Oh right, don't I have a big shot acquaintance?" For some reason, Lin Ming suddenly thought of this. He knew a real, big director. Not only was he well established, but he likely also had a considerable tech industry. That Iron Man exhibited in the tech museum was no ordinary piece. If he could get in with him, not to mention being valued, just getting a decent position in his production team would be enough, even if it was unpaid. In an instant, Lin Ming felt excited. It seemed he had found a source of superiority to continue overshadowing Liu Bai. Moreover, their relationship was quite good. This favor would surely be no trouble. With that thought, he couldn't wait to open the video platform to message him. Just then, he noticed a friend he followed had posted a new video, a teaser for Transformers. The robots transforming, ready to go. In an instant, Lin Ming's pupils dilated. The title was extraordinarily intriguing, striking his eyes hard. It seemed to hint at something incredible, but he couldn't fully grasp it. The cover featured an old yellow robot. It was none other than Bumblebee. Chapter 77, the best commercial for Lamborghini? But who has ever seen a 2-hour advertisement? The cover showed a giant robot, entirely yellow, yet with a matte, worn texture. The overall design did not seem as seamless as Iron Man's, and looked somewhat clunky. What was this? Lin Ming's gaze trembled slightly, yet his heart was filled with excitement. Was the big shot about to announce a teaser? This looked like science fiction. Finally waiting for it. How impressive. Lin Ming's previous frustration vanished at this moment. Even forgetting to seek help, his eyes only focused on the image brimming with mechanical craftsmanship. If Iron Man represents a powerful and impressive design that he admires, then the Transformers in front of him embody his childhood dream. A true robotic companion. Just at first glance, it took him back to the time he spent with his collectibles. This is what a real robot looks like. But when his gaze lowered, he was even more shocked. Because below the yellow robot's knees, there was a layer showing a vehicle. A gleaming sports car. A Lamborghini. Wow. A Lamborghini is going to appear in this movie. He thought it was just a car commercial. No, wait. Isn't this the best kind of commercial? Lin Ming couldn't hide his excitement. He was speechless. This is true dual fandom joy. The impact is overwhelming. He never imagined he would see a Lamborghini debut in such a way. Lin Ming felt deeply shaken. What left him even more astonished was the ambition of the big shot. An advertisement for a car lasting 2 hours. Who would believe that? He was looking forward to the Lamborghini, even to the point of being fanatical. Who wouldn't want a cool and flashy ride? His rich friends in the group were even crazier. It was as if they had nowhere to spend their money, constantly urging him to ask about the progress. They couldn't wait to pick up the car the same day. While Lin Ming's status increased, he also anticipated that the big shot would release some news. But who would have thought that a cover image would spoil the surprise, and it would even appear in the film, raising the anticipation to the max. Let those kids see the world. This first-hand news made Lin Ming feel secretly pleased, and he immediately clicked on the video, forwarding it to the group without even watching it first. Only then did he focus on watching the video. The video was a full 4 minutes long, and it opened with a planet graphic. Lin Ming recognized it. That was the logo of a well-known production company. In the background, a male voice started a countdown. 7, 6, 5, 4, preparing for launch. Then, a rocket took off. After reaching a certain altitude, it detached, and the angle of the shot came from the rocket's onboard camera, showing a vintage pixelated image. Lin Ming could tell that the backstory was set in a much earlier time. Soon, the detached spacecraft headed straight for an unfamiliar planet. Then, the image became blurry again, as if there was a signal issue. The screen flickered several times. Following that, the picture stabilized, revealing a planetary rover slowly moving through a dry environment. But quickly, the scene captured a sudden shadow on the ground, and as people operated the camera, it turned toward the shadow, only to see, backlit, a huge dark figure casting a shadow, and it crushed the rover. My goodness! Lin Ming was startled. The suspense in this segment was masterfully controlled. It struck right at his heart. In less than a minute, such a huge plot twist was set up. But what shocked Lin Ming even more was the subtitle after the movie went black, narrating the history of the Blue Planet. The rover was sent to the unfamiliar planet, but was tragically damaged. The combination of both elements left Lin Ming feeling electrified. The barrage of comments skyrocketed, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. Chapter 78's trailer reached peak excitement. The wealthy young elites were completely restless. The suspenseful opening was captivating. Using events from the past as a backdrop, it thoroughly grabbed my attention. Could that shadow be the cover image? I'm even more excited to see when this car will go on sale. This car looks expensive at first glance. It's hilarious. I can't afford it at all. I'm looking forward to the subsequent developments. I've watched it 3 times. The comments were ablaze. The shadow that appeared sparked intense discussion. But the trailer wasn't over yet. Lin Ming was also filled with anticipation. I wonder if there will be more reveals later on. Meanwhile, the video continued, showing a spaceship hurtling through the vast universe towards Blue Star, ultimately crashing into the mountains. With thick black smoke billowing, the camera shifted to a television, where news was reporting on a meteorite destroying houses. A man and a woman witnessed the entire fall from the mountains. This led Lin Ming to speculate that they are the main characters. The scene changed, explosions erupted, and tanks were sent flying. Suddenly, the wing of a combat helicopter flipped backward. The sound was sharp and powerful. This change immediately caught Lin Ming's attention. Instantly, he recalled the title, Transforming Vehicles. This aircraft is transforming. Does that mean the car can transform too? Wow, what a creative idea. Lin Ming's mind was racing. The comments were filled with guesses. I get it. The transformation is actually like this. This transformation highlight is absolutely mind-blowing. I can't wait to see it. This is just too cool. I'm really looking forward to the Lamborghini transformation. Please tell me this is real. The scene continued. In the desert, a group of soldiers was on high alert. Suddenly, they saw a barbed tail reaching towards them. In an instant, a dust explosion. A gigantic mechanical scorpion burst through the dust, raising its massive pincers. The soldiers fled in terror. This scene gave viewers a huge shock. But that is not all. A heavy-duty truck transformed into a giant robot in a dark alley. Witnessing this process were the man and woman who appeared earlier. The screen flashed with a golden robot. Its mask lowered from its head, transforming into a wasp-like head. Is this the robot from the cover image? The cover looked worn out. It doesn't seem right. The fleeting robot looked brand new. Its mask design resembled a bee. Could it be the Lamborghini from the cover? Amidst the heated discussions, the trailer was nearing its end. A little girl holding a doll walked towards a swimming pool, but a massive gray-white robot crawled out from the water, wet and looming over the little girl. Then the screen went black. The words Transformers appeared on the screen, followed by a scramble that transformed into several numbers. 41 finally. The numbers rearranged again, forming a rectangular iron mask. In just 4 short minutes, the trailer left viewers exhilarated. Likes and shares surged dramatically. In a very short time, it surged to the top of the trending list. Lin Ming's blood pressure spiked. His heart raced. But even more excited than him were the messages on his social media. The notifications kept popping up nonstop. Wow, Lin Ming, what have you posted? I really don't want to play games anymore. It's overwhelming. Is that a shot from Lu Bai? It's definitely going to be a blockbuster. I'm betting $100 without thinking. Planes can transform. Scorpions can transform too. That yellow robot on the cover, with tires on it, must be the Autobot mentioned in the title. This movie is so creative. The Lamborghini is just so cool. In the group chat, the messages were flying in joyfully, but there were also serious discussions about the plot. Lu Bai had cultivated a group of sci-fi fans in the chat with Iron Man. Chapter 79, applying to join the company? Lin Ming's probing left Lu Bai quite disappointed. Is this a robot apocalypse blockbuster? I think it's about an artificial intelligence crisis. Are you all blind? Didn't the opening clearly indicate that these things came from outer space? The 401 means the release time, right? It better not be an April Fool's joke. Lin Ming looked at the heated discussions in the group and didn't mind the barrage of notifications. Instead, he felt a sense of pride. The video he casually shared sparked a lot of discussions, making him feel validated and full of vanity. He almost forgot his purpose. Suddenly, Lin Ming woke up to the realization. He originally intended to find a big shot to seek a gilded position. How did he end up in the group watching them chat like fools? Without further ado, he re-entered the chat box on the video platform and politely greeted. Is the big shot here? It's me, Xiaoming. I saw the trailer you posted. It's really amazing. I shared the video in my friend group. They are all your fans and are very interested in the Lamborghini you are about to create. I estimate that most people in my group will support your car company. They keep asking me when it will be released. Laughs. Lin Ming was very careful with his words. While expressing his admiration, he elevated the other party's status. He also hinted that he belonged to a wealthy circle. To put it plainly, he was showcasing his strength while trying to get closer. Actually, I'm a student at the Qingzhou Film Academy and also the class monitor. I made a film last year and earned some small money. I really want to climb higher and admire your crew very much. I hope to join your team after graduation. I don't need money. I just want an opportunity to work in a major international production and learn. I hope the big shot can consider me. I'm open to any position. After sending the message, Lin Ming read it over again and felt quite satisfied. After showcasing his capabilities, he lowered his status. With the sincerity of a devotee, he was open and honest. The other party might at least consider it, right? Earth Film Company. After Lu Bai posted the trailer, he started browsing through videos. Not only was Goodbye X a mess, but even Iron Man, which had been out for several months, was still causing a stir. He was quite willing to invest some capital. Lu Bai silently commented. But he also knew that the newly released video would soon attract attention and could not escape scrutiny. He just didn't know how long it would take for the other party to realize it. At that moment, he saw a private message from a certain platform, which popped up due to their mutual follow. Lin Ming came to me for an interview. Lu Bai was quite interested. It seemed that this kid would seek validation and comfort on the platform every time he showed a sour face. He really hoped that Lin Ming wouldn't remember this nightmare in the future. After reading the message, Lu Bai humorously replied, "Not needed for now." Then he added, "But you can send your resume to the company first, and if there's a suitable position, we'll let you know." Lin Ming initially felt quite regretful. But seeing the latter part, hope was reignited. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity." Lin Ming beamed with joy. However, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Lu Bai's name was indeed too conspicuous. After hesitating for a while, he decided to test the waters a bit. "Is Lu Bai your name, Big Boss?" Lu Bai received the message and couldn't help but smile. Couldn't this guy hold back any longer? Wanting to test the waters? Lu Bai sighed, feeling disappointed in this class leader. Chapter 80. The Transformers rendering is complete. Lu Bai's counterattack has begun. The conclusion is quite obvious. If Lin Ming had taken the time to investigate, he could easily find out it was Lu Bai himself. Lu Bai had never deliberately hidden it. Plus, he had invested in Goodbye X, and his name appeared alongside Han Mo-ing in the screenwriter section. The production company was also a well-known entity. Connecting the dots, it was almost certain that they knew each other. This was practically a blatant operation. If Lin Ming couldn't figure this out, He could only blame his own foolishness. Yes, that's my name. So what? Lu Bai replied, wanting to see his reaction. He was indeed curious about Lin Ming's expression when he realized they were the same person. Therefore, revealing it online would be too boring. Let him misunderstand a bit more. Lu Bai had a mischievous side. Although he had a gentle temperament and didn't hold grudges, it didn't mean he was naive. If there was an opportunity to take advantage, he certainly wouldn't hold back. For instance, this time, feeling quite dissatisfied with the capital, he wanted to make them pay a price for their actions. What a coincidence. I have a good friend named Lu Bai, laughing and crying. Lin Ming hypocritically replied. He's studying in Qinzhou and is about to graduate. Lu Bai felt disgusted upon hearing this. With a friend like that, the original owner had nothing to complain about. Fortunately, his spirit was as pure as mine. Lu Bai truthfully replied, I'm not from Qinzhou. Surprised? I'm a lucky earthling. That makes sense. A talent like you is not someone he can mess with. I'll have him change his name when I get back. Lin Ming flattered him, but it only made Lu Bai smile colder. He chose to close the chat window. The trailer was still hot, and within just an hour, the video views reached 1.27 million. The simultaneous viewers hit 100,000, and the likes soared to 830,000. The coin count has reached 1.16 million. The popularity is evident. With such great enthusiasm, it quickly climbed to the top of the site rankings. However, this strong momentum soon attracted unwanted attention. In a certain group, thousands of online influencers were mobilized. The administrators issued a directive. Brothers, it's time to act. The target is the trailer for the Transformers movie. Link sent. Wubazin, each comment still earns 0.5 yuan. Remember to take screenshots after posting comments for later settlement. If you don't know what to say, just copy and paste from the group files, and remember to delete the content in parentheses. Once the mute was lifted, the online influencers, invigorated, started flooding the comments with one. Very quickly, under the organized and disciplined attack, the tide of positive feedback turned. How dare a mediocre movie touch on aviation? Adaptation should not be distortion. The previous probe was a crash, not an encounter with aliens. This is spreading rumors. Disrespecting history is disrespecting the present. It's shameful to alter history. Apologize to the public immediately. After watching this film, children's values will be distorted. As a parent, I am deeply pained. Parents, let us report this together. This movie will harm children. Let us collectively boycott Transformers. A trash movie, it's better not to watch. 0.5 yuan per comment. Remember to delete. The storm continued. Lu Bai was indifferent to the online opinion. He occasionally visited the company to check on things and looked for a new anime girlfriend. Other criticisms were left to the publicity and PR departments to handle. Otherwise, why spend money to support them? Thus, after more than a month of tranquility, Lu Bai finally received definite news from Qinrenxuan. Goodbye. X has broken the 2 billion mark at the box office, igniting the urban emotional market. Meanwhile, the rendering for Transformers was completed, and it could apply for a release number. Lu Bai was thrilled to hear the news. A counterattack was about to officially begin. Chapter 81. Can we directly shoot Avengers 4? I want to play with an Infinity Gauntlet. Lu Bai was quite pleased to hear that the rendering was completed. Just in time for Goodbye X to wrap up, allowing for a seamless transition. When is the test screening? Lu Bai asked, appearing eager. At 2 in the afternoon. Chen Rinxuan replied enthusiastically. This time, his name would once again be in the director's column. Just thinking about it was exciting. I will arrive on time. Lu Bai nodded, feeling relieved. On Earth, Transformers 1 was released in 2007, 10 months earlier than Iron Man 1. Although its production cost was $10 million higher than Iron Man, its box office exceeded Iron Man by 12.4 billion. But why was Iron Man 1 crowned as a classic commercial film? Mainly because Marvel's IP has a long lifespan. They are already planning to release Avengers 5 in 25 years. Additionally, Iron Man is the hero who saved Marvel, holding significant meaning and is fondly talked about by many Marvel fans. Of course, Iron Man is equally important to Lu Bai. He also relied on Iron Man to firmly establish himself on Blue Planet. But for actor Downey, it was a significant redemption from the abyss. Now he has become a hot male actor in a certain region, and Iron Man played an indispensable role in that. There is still a long way to go. Thinking of this, Lu Bai couldn't help but sigh. He was not entirely satisfied with the current Mark III armor. Its portability was too poor. Although it looked cool to wear and take off, it was too time-consuming. Therefore, he couldn't wait to shoot Iron Man 2 and get a more convenient suitcase-style Mark armor. However, this still had a prerequisite. He needed to complete 3 designated shooting tasks from the system to unlock the optional mall. Now that Transformers was also finished, he still didn't know what the last task was. System, I want to ask, if I unlock the open mall, can I skip Iron Man 2 and go directly to Iron Man 3? Liu Bai was filled with anticipation. After all, in Iron Man 3, Tony Stark created the entire Mark army. There were as many as 33 suits. As long as he could obtain management rights, the changes would be earth-shattering. Among them, there were not only various combat technique improvements, stealth suits that counter radar, engineering suits created from the Hulk's research, deep-sea suits, and disaster relief and crowd control suits. Liu Bai would be completely worry-free. But the system poured cold water on him. No, host. You can only shoot in sequence. Skipping is not allowed. Otherwise, you won't unlock the next script. Liu Bai's fantasies were shattered, and he could only nod helplessly. He had guessed that the system wouldn't leave him this loophole. Otherwise, Liu Bai could just shoot Avengers 4, create an infinity gauntlet, or an automatically regenerating nano-level armor, which would be a huge profit. The time came to the afternoon. In the screening room, Liu Bai watched the film with the management team. After 2.5 hours, the film finally ended, and the room erupted into warm applause. Every time he watched his junior brother's movie, it felt incredibly shocking. The creativity behind the transformation of the Autobots was astounding. I originally thought Iron Man was the pinnacle, but I didn't expect there to be an even higher peak. Impressive. The special effects were rendered so well. Old Wong, it seems you really didn't slack off. Come on, I'm just monitoring the outsourcing team every day. They wouldn't dare to be negligent with us. After the film ended, it received unanimous recognition from everyone. Plus, there were people specifically reviewing it, so the outsourced special effects team wouldn't dare to slack off. Moreover, the funding was indeed sufficient. The outsourced team worked hard, staying up late and working overtime, but they earned a lot, and the collaboration was very pleasant. I'm really going to hit the theaters. Among the audience, there was a new actor. He was the male lead of Transformers 1, Shia, and now he was in tears after watching the movie. He could finally tell his parents that their son had made it. Shia was extremely excited, his emotions surging. He wished he could report this good news right away. These past few months had been tough on him. He officially became a part of the studio, the second male actor to sign a contract. After watching the screening, Liu Bai was quite satisfied. With everyone responding enthusiastically, he nodded and said, "Let's do it this way. Send it directly for approval. It will be released on April 1st. Right on schedule. Let's compare it with other trending works." Chapter 82. Contact the distributor and inform them about the global simultaneous release. The approval process will take a few days, so Liu Bai found himself with some free time. It was then that Han Mo-ing reached out to him. In the chairman's office, Han Mo-ing teased, "Boss Liu, I'm here to report on my work." Liu Bai looked at his elegant classmate and smiled. "Congratulations. You're now a female director with a 2 billion box office. Don't just stand there, sit down. No need to be so formal with me. It's quite uncomfortable." Han Mo-ing chuckled silently and took a seat. They then chatted about the past month. Since the premiere, Han Mo-ing had been busy, traveling everywhere for events to gain more attention. While the film was performing well, she also contacted the distributor to expand its reach. In several theaters in the region, they had pilot screenings. Han Mo-ing even went personally, but the final results were disappointing. After 5 days, the screenings were pulled. It could be said that the over 2 billion box office came solely from the Qingzhou area. "You've worked hard, flying around everywhere." Liu Bai poured her a glass of water, feeling a bit envious. Compared to her, he had it easy. No speeches at the premiere. Just showing up and leaving after the screening, without any promotional appearances at the theaters, all handled by the team and distributor. Thinking about it, being a hands-off manager was quite profitable, but the earnings are significant. Han Mo-ing was quite frank, in a great mood. She seemed even more cheerful and lively than before. Liu Bai nodded in agreement and congratulated her. "From now on, you'll be a wealthy woman with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Currently, the box office for Goodbye X stood at 198 billion. And with nearly a week left in theaters, reaching 2 billion seemed secure. Han Mo-ying's share was 10, which after taxes would still amount to around 200 million. Her parents were middle class, with a car, a house, and savings, living comfortably. But now, Han Mo-ing had become the richest in her family. Her status had elevated her to a well-known female director in all of Qingzhou, a significant leap. More importantly, she hadn't even graduated from college yet. Speaking of which, my parents really want to invite you over for dinner. They said they want to thank you in person for taking care of me." Han Mo-ing smiled and asked casually, How do you feel about that? I think, let's wait and see, Liu Bai replied with a forced smile, changing the subject. What are your plans next? He was good at socializing, but it didn't mean he enjoyed it, especially going to someone else's home for dinner. Just thinking about it felt awkward. The ideal option was still his fictional wife from the anime world, free from such social intricacies. Seeing his reluctance, Han Mo-ing didn't push further and responded, here's what I'm thinking. Once the box office revenue comes in, I'll give bonuses to the team first. You also know that my team is made up of classmates, including quite a few juniors, and we will register as a professional film crew. After that, we plan to take a break for about a year and a half. Having earned so much money, I intend to travel after graduation and brainstorm some new scripts along the way. Liu Bai nodded. He wasn't surprised by this arrangement. It reminded him of something. So he asked, are you interested in joining our film company? Now you're offering me a position as an employee, and the price isn't low. Han Mo-ing said with a smile. You can invest your skills and become a shareholder, enjoying dividends. The box office revenue from Goodbye X will still be handled by you personally and won't go into the company's dividend pool. Liu Bai said seriously. He alleviated Han Mo-ing's concerns and was also seriously considering the future. Once the content marketplace opens, he would have plenty of scripts to shoot. But with just a few of them, they would never finish. So he was in dire need of someone like Han Mo-ing, who could write, direct, and act, with strong abilities in all aspects. He absolutely did not want to miss this opportunity. After all, in his future plans, he wanted to build his own cinema chain. It was painful to see that theaters take 57% of the box office share just for screening a film. To maximize profits, future cinema chains would definitely prioritize this. Forget about collaborating with other capital. Having more friends in the industry makes things easier. When he eventually makes the movie Myth and acquires the elixir of immortality, colloquially known as the immortality drug, he would let them execute for half an hour first before sending Iron Man to provide service. Han Mo-ing smiled broadly at this statement. She was very pleased with Liu Bai's response, although she knew that the estimated value of the film company was very high. What she valued more was Liu Bai's potential, which was the most underestimated by the outside world. Han Mo-ing had recognized Liu Bai's talent in her freshman year, and after years of honing, he had already become a shining star in the film industry. She had witnessed all of Liu Bai's growth, which was almost absurdly fast. All right, have a great vacation, Liu Bai said cheerfully. Not only had he recruited talent, but more importantly, they were also good friends. Liu Bai's initial goal was to help his good friends, which is why he brought in his seniors to collaborate. Now that Han Mo-ing had also joined, it was perfect. Liu Bai purely believed that having a few close friends was enough. A few days later, the film company was buzzing. Not only was Han Mo-ing welcomed into the company, but they also received approval from the relevant authorities, permission to release. At this moment, Liu Bai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they received the approval before the end of March, so there was no need to adjust the schedule. He looked at all the shareholders and solemnly announced, contact the distributors for a simultaneous global release. Chapter 83, The Loss of the Public Opinion Battleground. The top AI hacker created by humanity while collaborating with the film company's distributors, other film companies were also in urgent preparation. As the release date drew closer, they were becoming increasingly restless. There's nothing I can do. The pressure from this project is too immense. The information revealed in the promotional video is shocking, especially when combined with the real events that have occurred on our planet, along with the eye-catching concept of transformation. It's truly a unique presence. Other sci-fi films scheduled to be released around the same time feel anxious and lack confidence in competing directly at the box office. In fact, 2 films have even announced their withdrawal from the April release schedule. What films are still confirmed for April? A film company executive coldly asked. Currently, only the film featuring veteran actors, Mecha Overlord, and our own Battlesuit Maniac are on the list. The sci-fi combat film Heavenly Domination has announced its withdrawal. A subordinate replied. The executive nodded, feeling inexplicably restless. He wasn't worried about Mecha Overlord, as it was practically a rehash from a well-known director. However, its low production cost and the involvement of seasoned actors meant the risk of losing money was minimal. At most, it was a way to ride the coattails of popularity. The only real headache was Transformers. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. I refuse to believe that the market has changed. The executive gritted his teeth. He had invited numerous stars to join this film with high salaries, totaling a budget of $200 million, with actor fees consuming more than half. He even signed a bet agreement with higher management. Breaking even would be a significant loss, so it's no wonder he was feeling so anxious. A subordinate tried to reassure him. "President, you really don't need to worry too much. We're not in the same league as Transformers." The executive looked at his subordinate, curious about what he would say next. The subordinate lowered his head and continued, "Our battlesuit maniac focuses on fan and traffic economics. Our basic audience is definitely secured. However, to expand our fan base, we need to continue promoting and keep suppressing Transformers." The executive sighed. He knew this, but the pressure wouldn't just disappear. The only comfort he found was that none of the actors in Transformers had any box office appeal. Even the leads were unknown newcomers. This gave them an advantage in early promotions. So, even if the quality of the films differed significantly, they might not necessarily lose. Increase the efforts to discredit them during this time. After Transformers is released, hire a large number of individuals to post negative reviews. Don't let any promoters of Transformers get away. Whether they were paid or not, he instructed. The subordinate nodded in agreement. Understood. We need to seize the narrative and traffic advantage. In no time, the efforts to undermine Transformers intensified. Even Shinrin Shuin couldn't help but report this to Liu Bai. "I understand," Liu Bai replied calmly, though he felt frustrated inside. The feeling of being slowly worn down was indeed unpleasant. The public opinion battlefield is already difficult to defend, especially since his PR department was small. It was hard to cope. He leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling, holding an attitude of trying it out. He asked in his heart, "System, can you control the public opinion storm?" "No. I am only responsible for handing over tasks and answering questions simply. I am not set up to solve all the troubles of the host." Liu Bai felt regretful, but not surprised. However, soon, his eyes lit up as he noticed the keyword in the system's words. The system cannot help, but its external manifestation is Jarvis. Officially, it is attached to a certain superhero, independent of the system. Wow. He almost forgot about this top-tier AI hacker created by humans. Chapter 84. Jarvis starts working. All the trolls are completely stunned. Liu Bai left the company and headed straight for his home storage room. "Jarvis. Master, I am here. Can you help me tidy up the intentionally defamatory remarks?" Liu Bai asked eagerly. Soon, he received the answer he wanted. "No problem, Master." Liu Bai felt a surge of joy. His excitement was evident. "What equipment do I need to provide?" But Jarvis's response surprised Liu Bai. "None is needed, Master." Jarvis's magnetic voice said, "You only need to issue the command to assemble the suit." At this moment, Liu Bai completely understood. The suit is originally an extremely precise instrument. With the helmet serving as a display panel, it can handle various complex environments and withstand attacks. Now, using it as a supercomputer is more than sufficient. Moreover, with the mini-arc reactor providing stable energy output, lagging or overheating is impossible. It's simply a case of overqualification. Assemble Mark III armor. Liu Bai understood Jarvis's meaning and immediately gave the order. Then, the black floor opened up and mechanical arms picked up the components, assembling them into a powerful suit of armor. It shone brilliantly under the lights. "Master, shall we start working?" In the troll group of thousands, the chat was lively, and in the blink of an eye, they could generate 999 comments. "Are we preparing to work today, admin? It's so easy to make money these days. By the way, what's up with the film company? Recently, it's all about targeting him. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, though I quite like the superhero. Don't ask so much. We're just here to do the job." While the group members chatted wildly, the admin came out and directly muted everyone. "All members, this task is still targeting Transformers. The official account of Transformers has released the second trailer, which should be the last hype before the premiere. Your goal is to turn the comment section upside down. Anyone who says something nice gets insulted. Some people will act as if they are Transformers fans to provoke others about different films. You have 2 hours, and each comment still pays 5 cents. But anyone who copies comments and does not delete the parentheses, get out of this group." The responses flooded in. After unmuting, the group went crazy with one comments. In recent days, the film company released the second trailer, basically editing some clips from the film to raise audience anticipation. When the time comes, I can watch the entire film. Liu Bai has lost the motivation to share it. Given the current public opinion environment, the level of negativity is evident. Falsifying history. You should apologize quickly. It misleads children and affects social ethics. What kind of trash films are being released nowadays? What happened to the Transformers? I'm a diehard fan. I just want to say that the other 2 sci-fi films released are even worse. Transformers fans are getting anxious. Look, they are anxious. If Transformers are bad, then everything in the entire region is trash. Trash movies, might as well not watch them. Every post is worth 5 cents. Remember to delete the parentheses. The online commenters are posting fervently. It's all about money. This is all money. Even insults come with money. Where can you find such a job? Not only can you vent your dissatisfaction at will, but you can also earn money while lying down. It's a pity that such good fortune doesn't come every day. Earth Films, you have to hold on. You are our biggest provider. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. It feels great to insult. However, that person claiming to be a diehard fan really has good acting skills. I can't tell if they are just pretending. Xiao Wang sighed deeply. Finally, he met a worthy opponent, and he was also going all out, cursing up a storm. As a prominent member of the group, he can post about 10 insulting messages in a minute, making him the highest earner among the commenters. This time, he charged for an hour and a half before feeling tired. He opened his personal page, eagerly wanting to see the results of his efforts during this time. He was still thinking about how much he could earn, but the next second, he was dumbfounded. In his personal center, he couldn't see any of the content he had posted, not even the replies to his messages. The entire interface was completely clean. It was as if no comments had ever been made. Is there a bug? It can't be this unlucky. I can't let my efforts go to waste. Xiao Wang panicked completely. Without screenshot evidence, how would anyone know if he had done any work? They definitely wouldn't pay him. Please, don't mess with me. Xiao Wang frantically refreshed the page, but there was still no display. He had no idea what to do. This hour of intense work was basically gone. He was both anxious and angry, but had no way out, only thinking about going back to the group to complain a bit. But when he opened the group chat, he saw that all the commenters had completely exploded. Chapter 85. From now on, I acknowledge that you are the real system. In an instant, the commenter group was filled with wails. My comments are gone. Why? I cursed for over an hour. Does that mean I can't get paid? I was really working hard. Could it be that Earth Films paid to control the comments? That's basically impossible. Hiring commenters doesn't cost much. But hiring internal staff to clean up comments is expensive. I just want to know if I can still get paid. I haven't even had time to take care of my child. I've just been working. I'm already crying. Not only were the group members in distress, but the administrator was also in a panic. He knew the members were speaking the truth, because he was also involved in the smear campaign, and in the end, there was no screenshot to prove it. All were muted. All members, please don't panic. I'll send out a survey. Just click on it. Is your comment still there? Yes. No. Subsequently, the administrator received accurate data. In a group of 1,300 people, 1,287 participated in the vote. The administrator knew that some might be busy and didn't join in. But what shocked him even more was that the data showed only 2 people clicked that their comments were still there. Everyone else's had disappeared. I see. I'll go ask. The administrator lifted the mute. His mood was heavy, but before he could log out of the account, someone tagged him. Administrator, I accidentally clicked wrong. Actually, I didn't. Yes, I clicked wrong too, damn. At this moment, the administrator was stunned. The entire army was wiped out. Not a single person's comment was still there. This result made his heart race. If we look at this result, the platform must be really ruthless in deleting comments. Did the film industry invest so much? The administrator was puzzled, but he thought this should be a good thing. Hiring trolls and hiring tech staff from big companies. The prices are not the same. If this could drag on, perhaps even the bosses above would laugh themselves awake. They might even offer higher profits to keep the attacks going. It was like killing 1,000 enemies while losing 50 of their own. Although losing money, they still made a big profit. He had to hurry and report this good news. The administrator was overjoyed, but the next second his smile froze. Your group chat has been dissolved, bang. The administrator slammed his keyboard. He could only say one thing. Damn it. Your account is suspected of violations and has been permanently banned. Thank you for your support. I thank your mother. This smear campaign not only involved trolls, but also media outlets making easy money. Qingzhou Film News. Transformers distorts history, causing outrage among netizens. Movie Matters. How the most anticipated Transformers fell from grace this year. Film Base. Many media outlets favor Battlesuit Madman. They believe Transformers is just a gimmick. Completely out of touch. Movie Guide. Every media outlet receiving a commission will write an article and spread it everywhere. Their way of calculating payment is different from trolls. It's based on view counts. Every click counts. But after waiting the whole afternoon, no matter how much he refreshed, not a single person clicked to watch. This result left Xiaojing bewildered. Impossible. This account has 200,000 fans. How could there not be a single click? Xiaojing refreshed again. The interface finally changed, but she wondered if she was seeing things and even wiped her glasses. Cautiously leaning closer to the screen, she was left in utter confusion. Where's my article? Refreshing again. What the hell? Where's my account? This scene is playing out across major media outlets, sparking a wave of internal public opinion, leaving everyone in the dark about what is happening. Complaints to the authorities prove futile. And all of this is witnessed by Liu Bai. His retina flashes with massive amounts of information as Jarvis deletes numerous defamatory comments at lightning speed. Even with the system's help, it's all a blur. Not only did it clear the negative remarks about Transformers, but it also removed the comments on Iron Man and Goodbye X. The scope of removal spans several platforms, including various social media sites. Liu Bai feels a surge of excitement. Jarvis is amazing. From now on, I acknowledge that you are the true system. System, Chapter 86. At the end of March, Transformers is set to premiere, and some are losing sleep over it. In the villa's storage room, Liu Bai is full of surprise. He is very satisfied with Jarvis's capabilities. This means that Liu Bai is now invincible online. He can now easily reach through the internet and take action against anyone. It's simply too enjoyable. With only positive reviews online, it feels great. Liu Bai touches Iron Man's cool surface, showing his high approval. Jarvis, besides blacking out the internet, what other abilities do you have? To be honest, he never really paid attention to Jarvis's capabilities. Originally, Liu Bai thought Iron Man was the ultimate goal, and Jarvis was just a supplementary AI. Now he realizes he was utterly mistaken. Now, Liu Bai can be said to be dominating the internet. After all, it's the most powerful AI created by a human who stands shoulder to shoulder with gods. However, there are even more formidable entities than Jarvis. Their internet capabilities are countless times greater than Jarvis's. That is Transformers. In the film setting, they come from the alien planet Cybertron and possess terrifying computational abilities. It takes less than 2 minutes to breach national security networks. They can deconstruct all components of cars, planes, tanks, etc. in just 1 second, achieving perfect replication. That is a complete transformation, turning the virtual network into reality. This means that all network security on Blue Star will be utterly ineffective against him. Like a thin paper window, it can be pierced with a poke. If Liu Bai wishes, no one online will have any secrets. Taking control of physical objects is a piece of cake. For instance, computers, phones, surveillance cameras, etc. can even be perfectly backed up. If he truly obtains Transformers, it can be said that Jarvis's current advantages will vanish completely. He might end up being reduced to a mere butler or caretaker. Master, if you input the blueprints. I still have manufacturing capabilities. Listening to Jarvis's explanation, Liu Bai has a general understanding. Although Jarvis possesses manufacturing abilities, they are indeed limited. It relies heavily on mechanical arms. And the functions of these arms are singular. They can create simple objects but struggle with larger items. For example, Liu Bai inputted the Lamborghini blueprints into Jarvis. It understood. But without any tools, it was impossible to create anything from scratch. A few robotic arms were at a loss, moving aimlessly, which made Liu Bai unable to suppress a laugh. I want to make it difficult for you, Liu Bai said. By the way, don't call me master anymore. Call me sir. At first, it felt fresh and a bit lofty, but after hearing it too often, it became off-putting. It felt strange, especially when it was a male voice calling out. It sent chills down his spine. Okay, sir. Hearing Jarvis's greeting, Liu Bai patted Iron Man's torso with satisfaction and went back to his room to rest. As for cybersecurity, it all relied on Jarvis to handle it. At a certain film company, the public relations manager was angrily shouting, "What is going on? I paid so much for the hired commenters. And now not a single comment is left? Are you just sitting around doing nothing? Or did they all drop dead? Can't you handle such a small matter?" The manager was infuriated. All the accounts are banned. The comments have been deleted by the platform. The hired commenter administrator looked innocent and said, "It's true that they all dropped dead. A large number of accounts had been banned. It was simply unbelievable." "What do you mean by that?" The public relations manager was extremely frustrated. "Do you think I'm an idiot? The website wouldn't ban accounts just for differing opinions." The hired commenter administrator sighed and replied while typing, "I'm puzzled too, but that's the situation. I asked customer service, and they don't know what's going on either." The public relations manager closed the chat box and called a friend who worked at the platform, receiving the same response. "I see," he replied, looking troubled, before going to report to the company president. "Is there such a thing?" The president frowned, feeling that the situation was too bizarre. Thousands of accounts being banned and tens of thousands of comments deleted seemed surreal. This incident made him increasingly uneasy, silently praying, "Please, don't let anything go wrong with Battlesuit Maniac. If I lose the bet, I'll be out." As he wrestled with his thoughts, March 31st approached relentlessly. Tonight was the premiere of Transformers. The president was completely unable to sleep. Chapter 87, Global Launch of Bumblebee? A new promotional strategy is trending. A friend gave me a movie ticket. Since I was worried, I decided to check out the premiere hall. The president sighed. He drove to the Angel City Cinema. His name was Su Jianghe, the executive president of the Emperor Film Company and an investor in Battlesuit Maniac. The cinema was on the 5th floor. It was large and spacious, but the first thing he saw was a giant robot displayed in the lobby. It was old yellow, looking like a worn-out piece of metal, not appealing at all. Yet, despite this, a group of young men and women were surrounding it, taking photos and recording videos. Just this scene alone filled Su Jianghe with a sense of crisis. Is this also a form of promotion? Su Jianghe frowned. He had never thought there would be such a promotional opportunity. A large figure displayed in the lobby could attract a crowd, and people would spontaneously take photos to promote it. What was even more surprising was that everyone who entered the theater could see this robot. This would definitely pique their curiosity about the film, and they might even buy tickets to watch it. Who came up with this marketing tactic? Su Jianghe felt that something was seriously wrong. Previous films were mostly urban dramas or period pieces, and the usual arrangement was to hang up posters. No one had ever considered a three-dimensional figure. But now, someone had really filled this gap, leaving him greatly shocked, even anxious. Was it still possible to create something similar now? He was becoming increasingly flustered. While waiting for the premiere to start, he took a photo and sent it to the company management group. "What do you all think?" As soon as he sent the message, it attracted a lot of attention. "Is this the Angel City Cinema? Why is there a robot in the lobby? Is this allowed? It must be a collaboration between the distributor and the cinema. Posters used to be the norm. Has this been upgraded directly?" To be honest, it is indeed more eye-catching than posters, especially suitable for science fiction. "I'm the head of the marketing department, and I think this is a great promotional case. I've learned something." Su Jianghe looked at the marketing department with a twitch in his eye. "Don't you know this is a tactic of the enemy? What I meant to ask was what countermeasures we have, yet you are speaking up for the enemy. Do you want to be fired?" Also present at the premiere was Lin Ming. This time, Liu Bai organized another round of likes and shares, which still drew countless enthusiastic participants. However, Lin Ming didn't have the same luck this time. He completely missed out. But there's nothing that money can't solve. He still bought 2 premiere tickets from the lucky winners. As long as she could come, this expense was nothing. Lin Ming smiled confidently. He opened the class group and sent out the movie tickets. The subtle air of showing off immediately garnered praise from the sycophants. "Class leader, awesome. You have premiere tickets again. If you say no one is going, I want to believe it. 2 tickets, this connection is too strong. You can't even watch 2 tickets by yourself. Who is so lucky?" Hearing their flattery, Lin Ming felt elated. These guys really understood him. It was worth taking them to shoot the return of the Dragon King. Seizing the moment, Lin Ming gathered his courage and directly messaged Han Yuying. "Are you free to come over?" He still remembered the first time he flaunted the ticket stub for the premiere of Iron Man. Han Yuying congratulated him in the group. At that time, he boasted that he would get a few premiere tickets. That's why he specifically bought 2, spending nearly 10,000. He felt the chance was slim, but still thought to give it a try. What if Han Yuying really came? Soon, he received a response from her, "Not free." Looking at those cold 2 words, Lin Ming was somewhat prepared but couldn't hide his disappointment. After all, the other party is an excellent director, and his cash reserves have already surpassed those of his parents. In front of Han Mo, he lost all his advantages. What is a little money worth? Who does he look down on, damn it? Soon, the premiere ceremony began, and the crowd started to enter. Liu Bai followed the crew to the Grand Angel Cinema, just in time to see the throngs of people rushing into the screening hall. The model was well done. However, his gaze naturally shifted to the large bumblebee in the center of the auditorium, his expression satisfied. This idea came from him providing the design drawings for Bumblebee, allowing his senior brother to contact a rubber factory for custom production. A total of thousands were custom-made, and discussions were held with the distributor to ensure that any theater screening Transformers would display them. He was determined to make the promotional work as effective as possible. Liu Bai did not forget that the quality of the items drawn is closely related to social attention and box office performance. He still remembers the first time he went to the cinema. The first thing he saw was a giant model, and the novelty was very strong. He wished he could take it home and display it. Especially for those seeing it for the first time, the shock was even more intense. I hope my luck is extraordinary and I can directly draw the Allspark. Lu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, then fell into a beautiful fantasy. If that were the case, he could mass-produce Cybertronians. Just thinking about it was thrilling. However, the probability was almost negligible, so Lu Bai had to keep a calm mindset. The tactics on Earth are indeed clever. Next time, I will bring some local specialties from my hometown for the Blue Planet people to try. Give them a little Earth shock. Lu Bai was in a good mood, playfully making a joke. Then, he resolutely walked into the screening hall with the crew. The premiere of Transformers was about to begin. P.S. The day before yesterday, 7 tickets. Yesterday, 5, and 2 more this morning. I'll continue writing after waking up. Good night, everyone. By the way, I kindly asked the big shots for a 5-star review for this newcomer. Chapter 88. All audiences present. Is self-writing and directing becoming a standard for movie directors? Lu Bai, along with the crew, stepped into the noisy screening hall. Director Lu. Director Chun, your seats are in the 3rd row, a staff member from the distributor respectfully said. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lu Bai nodded with a smile. Looking at the seats in the 3rd row, they were all vacant. He knew these were the seats arranged by the distributor. Not hard at all. Are you really not going to give an opening speech? The staff member inquired. No need. Lu Bai waved his hand and walked to the 3rd row seats. The crew members he brought could just fit in. Mom and Dad, look. I'm not lying. I really starred in a special effects blockbuster. Shia excitedly shouted into his phone as soon as he sat down. Today, he finally mustered the courage to make a video call. Hey, I see it. My child has made it. His parents were thrilled for him, almost in tears. The female lead was quite reserved, as this was her first time attending a premiere, but she felt a bit regretful deep down. Although she is still a newcomer, she signed a contract while in university. She feels powerless in response to the olive branch extended by Director Chun. The hefty penalty is something she cannot afford. However, thinking positively, she won't remain unknown. She has debuted at the peak. Look, the crew has arrived. This screening room is huge. I can hardly see their faces. Are you here to watch a movie or to chase stars? I'm looking for the renowned influencer Lu Bai. I want his autograph. That content creator? Do you know what he looks like? The premiere ceremony is quite grand. The audience is very excited. Some are taking photos everywhere, while others are whispering to each other. Only 2 people seem disinterested. Shuemei Kai, are you free? Lin Ming, nestled in the back row, is making a phone call. Yes, Senior Lin. Are you asking me out? Lin Ming replies calmly. Yes, at the Angel Cinema. Come over. Shuemei Kai responds with surprise. I'm nearby. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Lin Ming still feels gloomy. The girl he invited is a dance major. She has a great figure and knows how to have fun. He is already a rich second-generation heir with $1 million in cash on hand. How could he lack for female company? Countless women want to attach themselves to him for a steady source of income. Lin Ming understands their intentions, which makes Han Mo Ying's qualities all the more precious. Yet, no matter what he does, he can't seem to win her over, and his identity and status have drastically changed. He has subtly given up. Why must it be her? Frustrated, he steps out of the screening room and quickly spots Shuemei Kai. In the late March weather, she wears a refreshing knee-length skirt that accentuates her figure. She arrived quickly. Lin Ming pretends to be a gentleman. Shall we go in? Whatever you say. Shuemei Kai lowers her head shyly, but naturally links her arm with Lin Ming's. He smiles, leading her into the screening room. Why is he here again? Lu Bai, sitting in the front row, notices Lin Ming entering with a girl. This time, he is seriously selecting a lucky person and is sure he didn't draw Lin Ming. However, Lu Bai doesn't think too much about it because the lights in the screening room have already dimmed, and the enormous holographic screen emits a gentle glow. Director of Transformers, Lu Bai. Co-director, Chun Rinchuan. Screenwriter, Lu Bai. Producer, Earth Film Company. The audience erupts in excitement once again. When did self-directed and self-written become a standard for films? How are other directors supposed to compete? But they quickly quiet down, focusing intently on the screen. Because the movie everyone has been eagerly anticipating is finally starting. Chapter 89. Is the opening this explosive? The audience is collectively ecstatic. After the director's list flashes on the screen, it dims again. Then, a deep male voice pierces the darkness, resonating in people's ears. A long time ago, there existed the Fire Seed Cube. We don't know where it came from. We only know it possesses the power to create worlds and life. That is how our race was born. At the beginning, we lived in harmony. But like other immense energies, The motivations for their use can be both good and evil, leading to the outbreak of war. It was that war that caused our planet to be destroyed in an instant. The seed cube was also lost in the vast universe. A narrative pulled everyone's expectations in an instant. Presenting the background in this way felt fresh to the audience. What a clever approach. The speculations of netizens were correct. It indeed involved extraterrestrial civilization. The lengthy background was summarized in just one paragraph. The theme of the story is to search for the seed cube, right? The seed cube must be an important artifact, but no one knows what it looks like. As netizens wondered whether the seed cube would remain hidden until the end, the plot development left everyone bewildered, because the images on the screen revealed the vast universe. A square black cube was drifting alone. It then collided with a massive meteor, veered off course, and ultimately crashed onto a bright blue planet. This opening was beyond everyone's expectations. Wow, such an important artifact was revealed so soon. I thought it would be hidden for a long time. Just using a narrative as the opening is already refreshing. Other films would prefer to hide it until the end. But this Transformers film is simply breaking the mold. I'm very curious about what role this object will ultimately play. Amid the surprised gazes of the audience, the narrative continued. We searched the entire galaxy, hoping to find it to rebuild our home. Just as we were losing hope, new clues led us to an unknown planet called Blue Star. As the monologue reached this point, the title of the film floated across the screen, Transformers. But soon, a sudden statement heightened everyone's curiosity, but we arrived too late. The audience anticipated the subsequent plot. Science fiction films in the region still belong to a niche market. Even before the Iron Man film, the market was blank. Every scene sent people's adrenaline soaring. This is the power of science fiction. It gives people limitless imagination. Even professional film critics were quite shocked. It took just 1 minute to clarify the background and main storyline while planting a huge mystery. This opening is more mature than Iron Man. Although I have always believed in the potential of Earth films, they have once again given us a strong sense of novelty. Based solely on this opening, I think it surpasses many other science fiction films. Yes, others may follow the trend of science fiction, but the most critical mistake is daring to compete with Transformers in the same release period. The withdrawal of the film Heavenly Dynamics was very wise, as it not only avoided the major threat of Transformers, but also claimed a market of its own. There wasn't a single science fiction film released in the same period. The critic's words made someone's expression turn sour. The executive president of the film company, Su Jianghe, was already looking quite displeased. Just that opening alone far surpassed the youth film he had invested in. This left him feeling a strong sense of crisis, as if sitting on pins and needles. After the narrative ended, people are deeply immersed in the story. Soon, the narrative officially begins. The opening scene features a special operations team on an airplane, chatting and laughing, all looking forward to returning home soon. This sets a clear flag for the audience about their upcoming fate. Before long, an unidentified aircraft invades the military base. The military sends personnel to surround it, only to witness a shocking scene. The airplane's propeller suddenly retracts. The entire fuselage expands instantly, producing a harsh metallic sound, and the tail rolls forward, transforming into a hard chest plate. The morphing body, through a series of adjustments, astonishingly turns from an airplane into a massive robot. In the night, it creates a stunning visual impact. The audience is left in awe at this sight. The special effects meticulously detail every aspect of the transformation, showing no signs of neglect. The metallic thud resonates in the hearts of the viewers, igniting their passion. Is it really this explosive from the start? It's only been 6 minutes. What a way to spend the budget. They truly deserve to make money. The audience is exhilarated. Even professional film critics are left speechless by this scene. Even the frustrated Lin Ming is once again possessed by the spirit of science fiction. Like the rest of the audience, he is filled with excitement. P.S. I originally planned to write 6 chapters today, but I woke up at 7 in the evening, had dinner, and immediately started writing. There will be another update before midnight. Students can check it after waking up. Chapter 90. The crew is running for their lives. Director, are you committing a crime? My goodness, it's really transforming. Seeing this creativity in person is simply mind-blowing. How on earth did they achieve that metallic thud during the transformation? It feels so real. It's only been 6 minutes, and it's already this cool. I have to rave about it in the media. The critics are utterly shocked. Lin Ming has no time to flirt anymore. He leans forward, almost pressing his eyes against the screen. He is overwhelmed with excitement. It's all worth the long wait. It doesn't disappoint at all. Just this opening scene surpasses everything. The special effects are even more detailed and enduring than those in other blockbuster films. I'm absolutely blown away. Even the dance major, who has no particular interest in movies and is simply looking for a date, is captivated by this film. She never imagined that films from Chinzhou could reach such heights. They are even more intricate and moving than those from the more developed film industry in another region. Moreover, she had never heard of such a sci-fi movie from there. She tightly grips Lin Ming's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her face flushed. The only one feeling distressed in the entire audience is Su Jianghe. Watching this unfold, his expectations for the young stars have plummeted to the lowest point. Impossible. How can a sci-fi film reach this level? Isn't it just about wearing mechs and fighting? Are you seriously cheating? Making a movie should be this thrilling. Su Jianghe's mindset is collapsing. He has signed a bet agreement, and at this moment, he sees no glimmer of victory. With the massive presence of a certain blockbuster, can he really rely on fan and traffic economies to overtake the competition? He is furious, wishing he could tear the big screen apart. Gasps of astonishment fill the room. The audience is buzzing with discussions about the details happening in the film. Although Liu Bai has reviewed it once, watching it with so many viewers feels different. Liu Bai enjoys the emotional value they bring. The exclamations of surprise are indeed satisfying to hear. Fortunately, I had the foresight to revise the transformations of the Autobots, making all the transformations more reasonable. Liu Bai can't help but boast a little. In the first installment of the film, the transformations were flawed. Not only were they pointed out by numerous fans, but the directing team also admitted to the mistake. All transformations were based on speculation, done in a way that seemed cool, but when viewed through the lens of special effects, they were completely illogical. In the second film, the crew took this feedback into account, and the transformations became much more systematic. The production of action figures based on the Transformers is a great example. A car can rotate and twist into a robot, unlike the first film, where parts had to be disassembled and additional components added. This progress is truly excellent. Liu Bai, aware of this error, naturally wouldn't fall into the same trap again. He invited professionals to direct the special effects, making the transformations look more logical and even more shocking. He aims to achieve perfection from the first installment, leaving no small flaws behind. The Iron Man figures have already sold out, and surely the Transformers ones will soon follow. The giant Bumblebee in the cinema lobby is a collaboration with a rubber factory. The smaller action figures are also managed by them. The owner of the rubber factory could hardly contain his joy. Iron Man has already made several major manufacturers a fortune. Now, with a new IP collaboration, the financial reports look stunning. Liu Bai pulled back his thoughts, refocusing on the screen. The military, seeing the towering robot, is also shocked and panicked. Yet they still follow orders and open fire with machine guns, but it has no effect. What's even more terrifying is that the giant robot's hands transform into massive cannons. With a thunderous boom, the plaza floor collapses, glass shatters from the sonic blast, and casualties abound. The robot also destroys the antenna field, cutting off information from spreading. At this moment, the screen shows a wide shot, encompassing a large portion of the military base. Before the audience can process this scene, a skyward explosion roars in their ears. Countless cars are obliterated, buildings are blown away, and dust clouds rise. The actors are fleeing the set in a panic. Behind them, explosions light up the scene. Even more shocking, tanks are directly destroyed. This scene, everyone was completely stunned. People were wide-eyed, trying hard to see if this was special effects. But every physical detail in the scene was telling the audience that this was not CGI. This was real, genuine on-site filming. At this moment, the audience was in a daze. The last time when a character detonated a bomb next to a car, it already left them in shock. But this time, an entire plaza was blown up. Tanks were destroyed as if it were nothing, and cars were bombed without a care. The actors fleeing in the background were not acting in panic. They were truly running for their lives. This was absolutely insane. Is this how movies are made? Director, are you committing a crime here? At this moment, all the viewers couldn't sit still anymore, going completely wild. P.S. Do you guys read novels by urging updates first? Chapter 91. Su Jianghe's embarrassing position raises Liu Bai's alertness. Sam's first encounter with Bumblebee. The audience looked at the bombing scenes, utterly thrilled. Real on-site shooting is amazing. It's real explosions. I'm a worker at a chemical plant, and I can tell those are definitely real bombs. Is it necessary to go this far for a movie? Tanks getting blown up is so satisfying to watch. Wow, they even blew up a plane. I'm raving about this movie. The production costs are high, but it's definitely worth the ticket price. The crew members of the local film industry are also in danger. The insurance companies must be laughing crazily. A distant shot encompassed all the explosions, sending chills down the audience's spines. Meanwhile, the special effects robots in the scene, like steel reapers, were crazily harvesting lives. The big shots are impressive. Lin Ming was beyond excited. He let out a loud shout. This was the sci-fi blockbuster he wanted to see. Such explosive scenes were simply exhilarating. He was eagerly anticipating when the Lamborghini would make its appearance. His female companion was also overjoyed. Is it really necessary to film like this? President Su Jianghe murmured to himself, completely frozen in place. Although he had seen a lot in life, this kind of real bombing left him more shocked. At this moment, he lost all confidence in the film he invested in. It simply couldn't compete. No way. Absolutely cannot admit defeat. If I lose, I'll have to pack up and leave. Su Jianghe cursed under his breath, wanting to quickly return to arrange his strategies. But the plot was indeed too captivating for him. He resisted leaving in his heart. What am I even watching? I might lose my job. I need to go back and intensify efforts to seize the promotional window. I must secure more screenings and covers before the Transformers' reputation explodes. Su Jianghe stood up, straightened his suit, and walked out of the theater. Most people's attention was on the film, completely oblivious to his departure. However, Liu Bai was curious about this person's sudden exit. This person seemed very anxious. The suit was luxurious. He wasn't someone I know. In his 40s. He had the aura of someone who had held a high position for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Bai thought, "System, help me contact Jarvis and have him monitor the online information. Record everything that poses a threat to the Transformers." The departure of one person does not affect the film screening. The aircraft-shaped Transformer bombed the entire military base, and only a few people managed to escape amidst the chaos. The scene then transitions to Sam promoting his great-great-grandfather's antiques in class, showcasing a pair of round-frame glasses that he claims went to Antarctica with his grandfather. He wants to save money to buy a car and starts promoting it right in class. However, his actions are met with resistance from the teacher. This is not a second-hand market. This is an 11th grade classroom. I doubt your grandfather would be proud of what you are doing. Sam, played by the actor, responds, "I'm sorry. Unfortunately, my great-great-grandfather, despite being a genius, went blind, went mad, and ended up in a mental hospital." He picks up an old newspaper and nervously says, he drew these strange symbols and talked about the giant ice man he discovered. The audience is captivated, drawn into the unfolding story. Meanwhile, the perceptive filmmakers are already contemplating the hidden implications of these words. His grandfather must be related to the Transformers. Yes, otherwise this plot wouldn't have been arranged. It's just unclear how it all connects. Do you remember the opening monologue of the film that mentioned the cube they are looking for seems to have arrived late? There's too little information. Let us see more. The film has only been on for 10 minutes, and critics are already speculating about the plot direction, enjoying themselves. Then the school bell rings, and the students leave one after another. Only Sam lingers, hoping to get a high score from the teacher because if he gets an A, his father promised to buy him a car. In the end, Sam receives an A-. His father, pleased, takes him to the used car market. They spend 3,000 Blue Star coins on an old yellow car. As Sam wipes the dust off the steering wheel logo, he clearly sees a metallic face outline. Just a simple shot sends most of the audience into a frenzy. Chapter 92. The shock isn't from the film's special effects, but from the real military aircraft. Many people have seen the trailer, where this icon appears at the end. The audience, now enlightened, has already guessed the plot development. This car is actually a Transformer. Everyone is stunned. If that's the case, the upcoming plot will be incredibly captivating. Did you see it? The logo on the steering wheel. That's the symbol of the Transformers. This is truly an exhilarating film. Why am I so excited about just a movie? I can't wait to see Sam's expression when he discovers this. The audience, well-versed in film etiquette, controls their excitement and refrains from spoiling anything. They are all silently ecstatic, clenching their fists in celebration of recognizing this element. I am already thrilled. The protagonist is indeed a protagonist. Even the vehicle is extraordinary. Lin Ming is also incredibly excited. This plot direction makes him feel invigorated. He was very curious about how the Lamborghini would make its appearance. Some critics were quite impressed. The connection with the main character was novel and unexpected. Moreover, they were sure that this movie would definitely be a hit. Isn't that car an older model? Yes. My friend has one that he's been driving for many years. Looking at it now, it really is a great value and quite classic. Is this free promotion? I think it's sponsored advertising, as the camera specifically zoomed in on the car's logo. Even so, they must have made a huge profit. The next scene features the first appearance of a character named Shia. He thought the car was stolen and chased it to an old factory, nervously leaving a message. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he was chased away by two dogs. As for Bumblebee, it noticed the broken glasses in Sam's backpack, which had the coordinates of a source of fire. It was sending signals to its companions in the sky. No. As Sam was being chased by the dogs, Bumblebee, transformed back into a car, came to the rescue, but Sam threw the car keys at it, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. Here are the keys. I don't want the car anymore." Sam ran away in a panic, and after escaping, he ran into a police officer who mistakenly thought he was a car thief. The overall pacing was smooth and not dragging. In certain tense moments, it was also incredibly humorous, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Soon, the scene shifted to a dry desert. The Special Forces team at the beginning of the movie ran quickly and managed to survive by chance. However, after they captured photos of the Transformers, danger was upon them. An iron scorpion burst through the sand and suddenly lunged at the Special Forces team. This scene was portrayed in slow motion, with the mechanical sounds of metal grinding and the terrified expressions of people, making it exceptionally shocking. Next, the battle in the desert community began. The special effects of the battle scenes were incredibly detailed. The destructive power of the Iron Scorpion was overwhelming, making it difficult for both soldiers and militia to resist. They could only request support via phone. However, the subsequent developments left all the viewers dumbfounded. One reconnaissance plane and two attack planes appeared in coordination. The missiles launched created chaos. The sound of the Gatling gun firing seemed to resonate in every viewer's heart. Once the battle ended, and the Scorpion retreated with a broken tail, people finally snapped back to reality. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "What is shocking is not the film's special effects, but the real active-duty planes. Transformers are amazing." This line unexpectedly reached the audience's ears and instantly gained their approval. Then, everyone fell into a frenzy of excitement. Cheers erupted. P.S. Thanks to Ja Tinbong, John Doe, Arha for the 25 motivation symbols. The boss is generous. Thanks to Juamo Laimug for the explosive updates and flowers. Thank you, boss. I'll continue writing after waking up. Good night. Chapter 93. Sam faces life and death crisis. Is your online name The Shock is not from the special effects, but from the real active aircraft? This phrase is truly resonant. Yes, no matter how realistic the special effects are, nothing compares to the awe-inspiring technology that actually exists. Even more astonishing is that military fighter jets, which were previously kept under wraps, are now featured in films. This experience is unprecedented. What's going on? Didn't the military recently announce the development of a new type of fighter jet? They have never released any videos, yet here they are in a movie. What background does this production company have? Initially, I thought blowing up tanks and passenger planes was already impressive, but now even the latest military aircraft are getting screen time. Transformers are definitely invincible. I just want to say, that's incredible. The audience is shocked. Liu Bai, upon hearing this, feels quite emotional. He originally sought cooperation with the military just to borrow some fighter jets that were already in service. Unexpectedly, it seems the military reached some kind of tacit agreement and directly brought in the latest model. After reflecting, Liu Bai understands. This is the military showing off its strength against the resistance organizations in a certain region. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the capability to borrow such classified fighter jets. It can be said that he was lucky. His Iron Man gained widespread recognition, and now, seeking cooperation again, all the procedures went incredibly smoothly. They were also looking for exposure opportunities, so it was a perfect match. Of course, it all required payment. However, Liu Bai felt it was a great deal. Without this connection, it would have been impossible to film under confidentiality agreements. To achieve this collaboration, the fighter jets aren't even the most shocking part. The real excitement is yet to come. The movie is still playing. Sam is lying at home, feeling lost after losing his car. Just then, his dog starts barking wildly at the window. "Don't start barking so early, okay?" He persuades, glancing out the window. He sees the car that went missing last night returning. He nervously pushes his electric scooter and immediately tries to escape. "Stop. Don't chase me. I don't have any cough syrup." Sam twists the ignition, but the car continues to follow him leisurely. In the end, trying to avoid the crowd. He falls near the school. Sam, are you okay? The female lead, Michaela, is having coffee with her friends and recognizes the fallen classmate. I'm in trouble. My car is chasing me. I have to run. As Sam gets up his scooter to flee, Michaela, puzzled, looks at him. You guys go ahead. I'll come back for you later, she tells her friends. Sam runs. Bumblebee chases, and Sam finds it hard to escape. Michaela pursues relentlessly, and a police car blares its siren coldly. Sam just wants to shake off the car and runs to a secluded garbage station, only to see a police car roaring nearby. Officer, listen to me. I need to report an incident. Sam rides closer, but the police car suddenly opens its door, knocking him to the ground. Sam just wants to ask for help and has no time to think about why the door opens suddenly. Thank you for being here. I've never been this helpless. I was tracked all the way here, and my car is right there. Before he could finish, the police car suddenly roared to life. It knocked him down hard, like a lurking beast revealing its fangs. The roaring engine was powerful, akin to the low growl of a wild animal, cold and deadly. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine roared as it approached. He fell to the ground, his legs pushing against the front of the car, pleading for mercy. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. He saw the police car's headlights suddenly extend. The lights were embedded with sharp blades, like the sharpest surgical knife, pressing tightly against his face. He was terrified, shouting for mercy. Don't kill me. What do you want? Upon hearing this, the police car's door burst open, and a pair of metallic arms reached out. The grinding sound of gears was harsh and piercing, yet it provided the audience with the most direct cinematic experience. Under the audience's tense gaze, a giant robot transformed from the car and appeared. The blood-red glow from its pupils left him frozen on the ground. But the intense desire to survive regained control of his body, and he bolted. However, he was soon cornered. The police car's arm slammed down. Questioning, is your online name? Where's my thing? Answer me. The tense atmosphere instantly shattered. When the Transformer asked this question seriously, the entire theater couldn't help but burst into laughter. P.S. This is the third chapter of today. I'll write 3 more before midnight for good reviews. Chapter 94. 50 years later, when you look back on your life, will you regret not having the guts to get in that car? In the cinema, laughter erupted. What a ridiculous online name. My thing, wrapped around my waist. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. How did such a tense plot turn into this? This movie has a style similar to that of a certain superhero, where even serious moments have a humorous side. It's just too funny. How did the actors manage to keep a straight face? The plot was still unfolding. He was stunned by the questions and replied, "It's me." The Transformer questioned, "Where are the glasses you released on that platform?" Seeing the enraged robot, he was terrified and seized the opportunity to flee. When he reached the street, he saw the female lead riding an electric bike towards him. "Get away. Stop." He recognized her and shouted in panic. But she continued heading towards danger. And with no other option, he pulled her down. "Are you crazy, Sam?" She protested angrily. "There's a monster that just attacked me," he explained. She didn't believe him and looked in the direction he pointed, where the giant robot was flipping cars and charging towards them, the ground rumbling beneath. Despairing, they saw a used car drifting into the scene, tripping the rampaging Transformer and taking them away from the chaos. This thrilling and intense sequence had the audience completely absorbed. Even more astonishing was that the rampaging robot transformed back into a police car, turning the plot into an adrenaline-pumping chase scene. Under the stirring background music, the afternoon faded into evening, with dust and smoke swirling in the air. In the end, the vehicle tossed the 2 individuals out and transformed into a giant yellow robot. Its exterior had a worn, matte texture, but standing there, it exuded an incredibly strong sense of safety. Immediately, the 2 robots engaged in a life-and-death battle. This scene sent everyone's blood racing. Isn't this the cover of the first trailer released by the prominent figure? It really is. I thought it was a Lamborghini transforming. The transformation scenes are genuinely cool, and they make perfect sense. There's not a single flaw to be found. What kind of genius screenwriter and special effects team is this? What surprised the audience even more was that the voice system of the robot was damaged, and it actually used a radio as a substitute. This creative idea hit everyone's sweet spot. However, what followed made the audience even more excited. The robot transformed back into a car and automatically opened the door. It invited us to get in. The female lead was scared. "Where to?" But Sam calmly asked, 50 years from now, when you look back on your life, will you regret not having the courage to get into this car?" Hearing this, Michaela resolutely stepped inside. The background music was bright and cheerful. However, a foreshadowing was still late. A small robot, after being cut in half by Michaela with a chainsaw, still retained considerable vitality. It copied Michaela's phone backup and turned into a small phone, taking its place. Sam, unsure of its authenticity, brought the phone into the car. The car's driving skills were quite impressive. Michaela, sitting on Sam's lap, curiously asked, "I don't understand. If it's such an advanced robot, why does it turn back into this broken-down car?" The scene shifted, and the car made an emergency stop under a tunnel. Sam nervously said, "Don't say that. It'll get angry." But the door still opened automatically, and the radio emitted an angry roar. "Get lost, you jerk." The two reluctantly got out, and Sam lamented, "Now the car has run away. It was simply too cool." They watched as the car sped away. Even seeing it tilt its body and drive with two wheels, just like a dog lifting its leg to urinate. But soon, the departing robot transformed into another form. A low chassis, a shiny golden exterior, a roaring engine. Even the car's emblem at the front transformed into an angry bull, as if it would charge out at any moment. This very scene left all the audience in shock. Lin Ming even jumped up suddenly. The Lamborghini he had been eagerly awaiting finally made its appearance. Chapter 95. A grand gathering of Qingzhou brand cars. The final battle has begun. The Lamborghini I've been waiting for has finally shown up. Lin Ming stood up excitedly, his eyes filled with desire. But the audience behind him shouted, "Sit down. Don't block my view of the car." Lin Ming obediently sat down, yet his excitement remained overwhelming. He just wanted to rush into mass production, no matter the cost. He would buy it. According to the prices of sports cars on this planet, they generally cost hundreds of thousands. With his current savings, he could easily buy several. The audience at the scene also cheered for this car. The car from the trailer has appeared. The uploader claims it's a Lamborghini. The effect in the movie is even more exaggerated. "My goodness, is this a car? It's really cool. They say this is a sports car? I would believe it if you told me it was an alien vehicle. It's clear that I can't afford it. Damn, I don't care. I'll grit my teeth and buy one too." The appearance of the Lamborghini in the film caught everyone's attention. Countless people are determined to buy one. If it's under 500,000, even those professional film critics would tighten their belts to buy one just to show off. As the scene shifts, the camera pans to the universe. Four meteors crash to the ground, causing wildfires and news reports. They also replicated the vehicle forms, converging in a deserted alley. Those four vehicles are a heavy-duty truck, Leader Optimus Prime, a convertible EV, Bumblebee, Optimus Prime's lieutenant, a pickup truck, Ironhide, a highly respected weapons expert, and an off-road rescue vehicle named Ambulance, serving as the medic. There is also a private vehicle that transforms into a Lamborghini sports car, Bumblebee, the Scout. This scene amazed the audience. It's all from the Kinza brand. If you say there is no sponsorship, I wouldn't believe it. It's a clever move to directly pull an investment for the film. What I'm most looking forward to is the mass production of the Lamborghini. Amid the audience's discussions, the heavy-duty truck transformed into a giant robot in blue and red. It also explained deeper backgrounds and conflicts. They are the Autobots, who love peace. And they are sworn enemies of the Decepticons, led by Megatron. They came to this planet to stop the Decepticons from finding the Allspark before them. In the past, Cybertron was a powerful empire but was betrayed by Megatron, and those who did not submit to his power were eliminated. The planet was nearly destroyed in the war, and the Allspark vanished in the cosmos. Megatron followed the Allspark cube to this planet, but was trapped in the extreme cold of the Antarctic. Ultimately discovered by the great-grandfather of a certain human during an Antarctic expedition, with the glasses marked with the coordinates of the Allspark. Optimus Prime hopes to obtain the glasses to destroy the Allspark and prevent it from falling into Megatron's hands. The human learns about this situation and is very cooperative. While searching for the glasses at home, he is forcibly taken away by a certain organization. The Autobots intercept to rescue him. But Bumblebee chooses not to resist in order to avoid harming humans, allowing them to freeze him and take him away. The human and his companions still cannot escape and are taken back to the organization. Optimus Prime's goal is the Allspark, and destroying it is the top priority. However, he did not expect that the coordinates on the glasses lead to the organization. The code on the glasses shows that the Allspark is 370 kilometers away from there. Optimus Prime is informed. "What about Bumblebee? We can't just watch it being used as a human test subject," Jazz said unhappily. Optimus Prime calmly replied, "If we fail, its sacrifice will be in vain. Bumblebee is a brave warrior, and this is what it would want. Ironhide questioned, "Why are we fighting to save humanity? They are primitive and brutal. Aren't we the same?" Optimus Prime retorted, "You all know there is only one way to end this war. We must destroy the Allspark. If all other methods fail, I will merge it with the fire within me. We cannot let humanity pay for our mistakes." Optimus Prime spoke firmly, prepared for sacrifice. Then he said, "I am honored to fight alongside you. Autobots, transform and roll out." The other members echoed with determined shouts, "Transform and roll out." The background music was filled with a tragic tone. All the audience understood that the final battle of Transformers was about to begin. Chapter 96, the absolutely shocking final battle. Megatron's death and the special effects cost a fortune. Area 7 was unstable. The Decepticons had launched their attack. Leading the charge was the stealth fighter, Starscream, bombarding the entire Area 7. The laboratory was in chaos. To counterattack, the Special Operations team took the head of Area 7 hostage, rescuing Bumblebee along with Sam and Michaela, and informed them of the Allspark's location. Bumblebee was finally able to retrieve it. "If we stay, we're doomed. Megatron is right next door," the team leader said anxiously. With Starscream having destroyed the power supply, Megatron could revive at any moment. He suggested hiding the Allspark elsewhere. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Bumblebee transformed back into a Lamborghini and took Sam and Michaela away. The tension in the story was escalating. The audience was on edge. Only Lou watched silently, even thinking about the logical errors in the original version. In the original Earth version, there was a fatal mistake where the military said they would take the Allspark to other cities for safekeeping. As a soldier, this was absolutely irresponsible. Cities are filled with people. Bringing the war there is a foolish act, even for the sake of making the plot seem more tragic. Such a clumsy plot point should not be used. Moreover, the defense minister strongly agreed, stating this was the hardest to break. In Lou Bai's revision, the plot remained the same, but after Bumblebee joined Optimus Prime's team, they were bombarded by Starscream and chased by other Decepticons, leaving them no choice but to retreat into the city. This arrangement at least made the logic less forced. And so, the war unfolded as expected in the city. Everywhere were the wrecks of bombed cars. People fled in panic, screams filled the air. The ground cracked, and dust billowed. Thanks to the powerful effects, buildings collapsed, making the entire war even more tragic. The flames and thick smoke rising smelled of money being burned. In this war, Bumblebee was injured and lost a leg, and Jazz was killed in pieces. Laser missiles from the Battle of the Autobots are everywhere. The special effects are truly spectacular, leaving the audience exhilarated. This is a real epic battle. The extravagant special effects are a treat to watch. The character driving the car alongside the injured Bumblebee is both cool and beautiful. Who can surpass this scene? Compared to the battles in other films, this one feels even more grand and magnificent. The audience is filled with excitement. Lin Ming's eyes are red with emotion. The crowd is constantly cheering. Everyone is struggling to control their emotions. Under the holographic screen on Blue Planet, every scene feels incredibly immersive. It's hard not to cheer and scream along with the visuals. The plot is racing forward. Sam is instructed to take the Allspark and run up a tall building to escape in a military helicopter. However, he is cornered by a powerful enemy on the rooftop. The helicopter sent to rescue him is also destroyed in an explosion. Is it fear or courage that controls you? The enemy taunts, "Give me the Allspark, and I'll spare your life. You can be my pet." Sam shouts in terror, "I will never hand over the Allspark to you." "What a pity," the enemy responds, swinging a massive chain that sparks and explodes, causing Sam to fall from the rooftop, screaming in panic. But Optimus Prime arrives just in time to catch him. Hold on to the cube. He then jumps from the building, maneuvering between structures, shattering glass and debris, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The enemy also jumps down, crashing into Optimus Prime, with effects that seem to burn money. Protected by Optimus Prime, Sam sustains only minor injuries. He remembers the instructions and clutches the Allspark tightly. Optimus Prime releases Sam, looking at him with admiration and kindness. "You protected the Allspark with your life." But in the next moment, he seems to make a decision. "If I can't defeat the enemy, you must place the Allspark into my chest. I will sacrifice myself to take it with me." This part brings the audience to tears. They fear seeing a sacrifice, especially since Optimus Prime has such strong charisma. It's hard to accept if he were to die at this moment. The plot intensifies. The two leaders engage in a fierce battle. Ultimately, Optimus is overpowered and falls to the ground. Seeing Sam in danger, He urgently shouts, "Sam, quickly put the cube in my chest, now?" Sam is panicking, retreating with the cube in his arms. But in the next moment, he sees the enemy wounded and struggling to stand. Sam seizes the opportunity, mustering his courage to charge at the enemy with the cube. He raises the Allspark towards the enemy's chest. If the Allspark can destroy Optimus, it will surely harm the enemy as well. In the end, Sam's gamble pays off. The enemy's chest shatters, and the Allspark is destroyed too. In that moment, the audience's anxious hearts finally find relief. The entire venue erupts with intense cheers. Everyone is cheering at this moment. Chapter 6 of the 26th installment deserves high praise. Chapter 97 brings the final bombshell. And did the carrier group also make an appearance? We won. A happy ending. Hooray. I was worried it would have a tragic conclusion. Fortunately, Optimus Prime is fine. He truly is a leader. It's a pity that Jazz died, that officer. Yes, the vehicle from the adversary is really cool too. The battle is over, and the theater is filled with thunderous applause. Everyone was emotionally engaged by the plot. Evil has been vanquished, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The pacing was so tight that if it didn't end soon, we would be gasping for air. Lin Ming clenched his fists, filled with inspiration. He got all the satisfaction he wanted. Not only did he see an amazing movie with explosive special effects, but the Lamborghini he anticipated also appeared in the film. What excited him even more were the real military aircraft and tanks. This was beyond what a typical production could compare to. This movie was fantastic. I must take my best friend to watch it again. The dance Major Lin Ming brought along was also sparkling with excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. She had never watched sci-fi films from Qingzhou, believing they were all subpar, and that only those from another region were the best. If Lin Ming hadn't invited her, she probably wouldn't have gone. But this time, it completely shattered her preconceived notions. You should also check out Iron Man, Lin Ming seriously recommended. Hearing this, Kai, the girl, suddenly showed a shy expression. So where do you plan to take me to watch it? Lin Ming chuckled. I know a hotel with great screening equipment. Kai feigned modesty but eventually nodded. You mustn't trick me, or I will get angry. Lin Ming smiled, but his eyes held disdain. You really know how to put on a show? What a pity, no chance with Han Moang. A goddess who has never been in a relationship truly haunts my dreams. Unable to indulge in a feast, I can only have some dessert for now. Lin Ming thought to himself, but his gaze remained fixed on the big screen. He knew the movie was nearing its end. Indeed, the film was approaching its conclusion. Optimus Prime looked at Sam and said earnestly, Sam, I owe you a life. We all owe you. Ironhide regretfully added, Jazz sacrificed himself. Optimus Prime held Jazz's body and addressed the surrounding humans. We have lost a good comrade, but we have also gained new allies. Thank you all. I admire your bravery. I have something to say, Commander, Bumblebee in the car spoke up. Everyone was surprised that its vocal mechanism had restored. Bumblebee said seriously, I want to stay with the boy, if he agrees. Sam smiled brightly. I agree. The scene shifted to a news broadcast. The president has ordered the disbandment of Sector 7 and the disposal of the alien bodies. In the deepest ocean on Blue Planet, Megatron will be buried. The extreme pressure and low temperature at this depth will crush the body, leaving no trace. As the television host narrated, the scene shifted to the ocean. But as the camera shifted, all the viewers were instantly captivated. On the vast ocean, an aircraft carrier fleet unexpectedly appeared. Countless destroyers, helicopters, and reconnaissance planes soared through the sea and sky. The visual quality was astonishing, all shot in real locations. What an incredible production team. The military fleet of a certain country could even be rented for filming. This movie is unbeatable. Even the sci-fi films that are a point of pride for a certain region can't match such grand scenes. Oh my goodness. Even in documentaries, military fleets are usually captured from a distance. Yet this film managed to get so close. Can it really pass the review? They could even see the soldiers on the deck. Unbelievable. People were in awe, their minds blank. This was a shot never seen before in films from that region. It actually appeared in a movie. The audience's attention was completely scattered. Even the fall of a certain character into the ocean didn't spark any discussion. No matter how good the special effects are, nothing can compare to the shock of that fleet. They initially thought tanks and reconnaissance planes were impressive enough, but they didn't expect heavy bombs to appear at the end of the film. It's completely justified for the ticket prices to be higher. Chapter 98. News media rushed to report, and the film became a sensation online, with everyone eagerly anticipating the sequel. Amid the astonishment of the audience, the movie reached its conclusion. Echoing the beginning was Optimus Prime's deep monologue. The Allspark has been destroyed, and we cannot return to our home planet. As the voiceover continued, the leader of the Special Operations Team completed the mission and returned home to reunite with his wife and children. Fate has played its hand. We now have a new home. Under the sunset, Sam leaned against the front of a Lamborghini, embracing and kissing Michaela. The voiceover continued. We have integrated into the local community, hiding right under their noses. But we are also quietly protecting them. The camera moved through the dim night, capturing a few models on the hillside with a cool close-up shot. Then it focused on Optimus Prime, watching the sunset, waiting, protecting. I have witnessed their courage. And despite being from a different world, they, like us, cannot be judged by appearances. I am Optimus Prime, calling out to all Autobots wandering in the universe. We are here, we are waiting. As soon as the words were spoken, Optimus Prime turned to leave. The background music was filled with hope and passion, stirring everyone's emotions. At that moment, the big screen went dark. A plane soared out of the atmosphere, followed by credits rising, announcing the complete end of the film. The lights in the hall brightened, and discussions grew louder and more chaotic. Did you see the plane at the end? That must be the Red Spider that bombed Zone 7 earlier. That guy is really up to no good. This is definitely a major foreshadowing. The sequel is guaranteed. Calling out to the wandering robots. That was quite straightforward. Do you remember when Optimus found a small piece of the Allspark on Megatron's chest? It will definitely be of great use in the next installment. For the next movie, please let the Earth film industry produce Transformers. I love Iron Man even more. I just want the Lamborghini to be released quickly. This movie is truly worth watching multiple times. It's exhilarating. The media reporters are also waiting to see if there will be a QA session after the screening. But they are soon informed by the distributor that there will be none. The reporters are quite disappointed. However, before leaving, they still received red envelopes as a token of appreciation. They naturally understand this as a request for them to write some good reviews. Of course, even without the envelopes, they would still enthusiastically promote this film. It's just fantastic. Unexpectedly perfect. The combat effects are top-notch. Military aircraft make appearances. And that naval aircraft carrier group is simply unprecedentedly shocking. They return to their cars or head to a cafe, reluctant to go home immediately, and start drafting their articles on the spot. They are afraid of missing out on the first-hand trending topics. Collaborating with the military. This is arguably the most astonishing sci-fi movie in the region. Transformers comes highly recommended. It's a movie you will regret not watching. Just how stunning are the effects? Transformers reveals the truth. The most creative car transformations and the most visually shocking aircraft carrier fleet. Is the military flexing its muscles against the resistance organizations in the Seven Islands through the Transformers movie? In no time, numerous film critics and news media are publishing articles. It attracts countless onlookers, and just the headlines are enough to pique everyone's interest. The advance tickets are selling hot, even for morning shows days later. News and information about Transformers are sweeping across the internet. It's absolutely exploded. Chapter 99. Has fan economy come down from its pedestal? Emperor Films fights back fiercely. Online. Discussions about Transformers are everywhere. Is it really that good? Besides the critics, only about 100 lucky viewers got to see the premiere. Who really knows the details? Seeing so many supportive articles online, it feels like it's a sure win. Yes, I watched the previous movie Iron Man, and it was really awesome. I had already booked tickets when this movie started pre-sales. I'll let you know after I watch it tomorrow. Can I transfer my ticket, buddy? Transformers has climbed to the top of trending searches, receiving numerous views and generating curiosity. But soon, the news of it being number 1 starts to fade. Within less than an hour, it has dropped out of the top 10. How is it going? After leaving the screening room, CEO Soo Jong-ha has been preparing urgently. He calls an emergency company meeting, asking all departments to come back for overtime. He looks at the head of the PR department with a very serious expression. The trending search for Weibo has dropped down. Our Battlesuit Maniac has climbed to 8th. The trending search on Bilibili and popular videos on Douyin have also been limited. The PR head respectfully replies. Soo Jong-ha scrolls through the comments under Transformers on Weibo, feeling very dissatisfied. Didn't I ask you to hire people to stir the pot? Why can't I see a single negative review? And what about the rating on Dubon? Why hasn't it dropped yet? The minister was sweating profusely. He didn't know how to explain this. It was simply too bizarre. He had clearly hired many online commenters to flood various platforms with posts. However, the administrator in the group told him that the comments had been deleted and the accounts had been banned. What was going on? He couldn't understand it at all. Negative reviews could also lead to bans. Was there no rule of law left? Speak up. Su Jianghe glared angrily. The minister trembled in fear and replied hesitantly. It seems the other party spent a lot of money to delete the negative reviews. Or perhaps they have significant connections and are cleaning things up for free. Su Jianghe slammed the table and shouted sternly, "Connections? If there were connections, we wouldn't be unable to suppress their trending topic." The minister lowered his head. At a loss for words. Su Jianghe was even more furious. If he lost this battle, he would be out of a job. But unfortunately, his subordinates were useless. Go invite those big stars to post on social media and promote our movie. Our premiere has ended, right? Get more media coverage for the film. Starting tomorrow. Let the director take the stars to various cinemas for promotional events to broaden our reach. The minister didn't dare to breathe. Understood. Su Jianghe coldly looked at his subordinate and asked, "Have we negotiated favorable terms with the major cinemas?" "What did they say?" The minister replied humbly. "They agreed to our conditions." Hearing this, Su Jianghe felt a bit relieved. All departments were operating frantically under his direction. However, he still felt utterly lost. Just thinking about the quality presented by the film made him feel deeply despairing. Was fan economy really going to decline? In his despair, he asked himself. But then he noticed the minister still standing respectfully in place and shouted, "What are you still doing? Get out." Lu Bai returned to the villa and immediately headed to the storage room. "Jarvis, is there any update?" He hadn't forgotten that during the film screening, a man dressed extravagantly had left the cinema, which made Lu Bai cautious. He had instructed Jarvis to keep a close watch on online trends. "Mr. Liu, during the film premiere, at least over 4,000 people posted negative comments about Transformers on various platforms, trying to create a negative narrative. My response has been to delete all comments and ban all accounts." Hearing Jarvis's report, Lu Bai smiled with satisfaction. With Jarvis monitoring the internet, it was incredibly reassuring. However, Jarvis's next statement made Lu Bai furrow his brow in unease. However, the trending topics on major platforms have been suppressed by Capital. Chapter 100. Jarvis, what's going on? You can't accomplish any of the 3 targets? Lu Bai asked in confusion. What is the situation? Jarvis explained, for example, on the Weibo platform. It detected a profit-sharing agreement between the platform and the Emperor Film Company, and Weibo intervened to suppress the trending topic about Transformers. Additionally, they limited the reach of this trending topic and promoted Battle Armor Maniac to more users' phones and computers, which caused Transformers to drop significantly in trending rankings. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's frown deepened even further. He naturally pays attention to movies released at the same time. He knows that Battle Suit Madman is produced by a certain film company. It is rumored to have cost $200 million, featuring numerous stars, and has signed a betting agreement with other investors. If they sensed a threat and decided to take action against him, that would be understandable. So, was the person leaving the cinema a high-ranking official from that film company? Lu Bai quickly dismissed this suspicion. It didn't matter who it was anymore. Now that the enemy has made their move, it's all about how to respond. Moreover, this response must be serious. He remembers well that the key to extracting items lies in social attention and box office performance. Everything is closely related to promotion. But now the other party is spending a fortune to block the trending searches for Transformers, and every minute of loss could lead to an unsatisfactory outcome in the end. This is something Lu Bai cannot accept. Lu Bai's gaze turned cold as he looked at the imposing Iron Man on the black iron board. He spoke in a stern tone. "Jarvis, let me ask you. You are well versed in the internet, able to hack into others' networks and ban their accounts. So, can I think in reverse, that you could also act as a hired commenter? Whether to defame others, praise oneself, or search for relevant content?" Jarvis responded immediately, "Yes." Lu Bai cautiously asked, "Now that all major platforms require real name verification, do you have a way to solve this problem?" After asking this, Lu Bai regretted it. As a top-tier AI hacker surpassing the Blue Planet version, combined with Iron Man's supercomputing capabilities, Jarvis could certainly bypass the real name verification process. AI directly registering and posting is even less reasonable than AI-generated art. His inquiry was indeed unnecessary. Jarvis's subsequent response confirmed his suspicion. "No problem, sir. There are many ways to circumvent identity verification. First, break the real name verification code and alter the data. Second, retrieve the previous initial code to access segments that do not require real name verification for posting." Listening to Jarvis's report, Lu Bai finally smiled. No need to say more. Get ready to execute. Return Transformers to its original position. Delete all positive reviews of Battlesuit Madman online and leave negative feedback. More is better. Block the topic and traffic for Battlesuit Madman so it doesn't gain exposure. Lubai wanted to suggest boosting Transformers with more registered accounts and positive reviews, making it known to everyone. However, after a moment of hesitation, he felt it was not the right time and abandoned the idea. After all, the movie is only officially releasing tomorrow. Even if the word of mouth explodes, it would be too early. Your goals are temporarily only 3. I leave it to you. Iron Man's pupils emitted a blue light, and the mini-arc reactor on his chest shimmered. Understood, sir. Hearing Jarvis's words, Lubai felt an immense sense of relief. He even recalled a saying from Earth. I promise, if the enemy does not deploy hired commenters and capital suppression, we will not deploy Jarvis. All of this can only be said to be self-inflicted by the other party. However, an unexpected situation arose. The 3 goals set by Lubai were not achieved by Jarvis at all. This was because Weibo faced an overwhelming amount of cyber attacks and information bombardment in an instant, which it simply could not handle. In less than a minute, the entire website crashed. The servers literally blew up. Soon, this news topped the trending lists on various platforms, dominating the top spots. Weibo's interface was paralyzed. The servers exploded. Weibo was under hacker attack. Various messages were being viewed by a large number of netizens, who were all speculating about what exactly was happening. Some users of Weibo were asking for updates. One user said they had Weibo and welcomed others to share their experiences. Suddenly, the page froze. And refreshing didn't help. Weibo's official account announced that it was under a hacker attack. The last time Weibo crashed was when a certain celebrity publicly announced their relationship. Had they offended some internet company? That seemed unlikely. While netizens were busy gossiping, the senior management of Weibo was in a state of panic. Their servers had not only crashed signal-wise, but also physically. Sparks were flying from the servers, and firefighters had to be called in. After the final rescue efforts, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the core user data was not damaged and had been well protected, with no signs of theft. What on earth was going on? Why did it crash so suddenly without any warning? The Minister of Cybersecurity stated that they had suffered a massive information invasion, which led to the servers being overloaded and ultimately collapsing. Who had the capability to do this? Aside from a few major internet companies, no one else could. Strengthening cybersecurity was essential. Such a situation must not happen again. While the senior management of Weibo was holding an emergency meeting, Lubai learned about the situation from Jarvis. He had underestimated Jarvis's overwhelming control over Blue Star Network. It was a clear case of a dimensional strike. Next time, he could be a bit gentler. What I want is to elevate the data for Transformers, not to blow up the platform, Lubai said with a bitter smile. He could only secretly pray for Weibo to recover soon. Being suppressed and pushed out of the top 10 trending topics was hard to accept. But now he couldn't even see the list. He could only lament Jarvis's incredible destructive power. Understood, sir. Jarvis replied with a hint of grievance. He hadn't expected Weibo to be so fragile. It fell without even putting in much effort. No wonder even a celebrity's public relationship announcement could paralyze it for over an hour. Lubai had to put aside the issues of trending topics and Weibo's paralysis and continue to investigate the backup plans of the Emperor Film and Television, Jarvis. Besides limiting traffic and controlling trending topics, what other measures did they prepare? Jarvis responded, Report, sir, they have also signed profit-sharing agreements with major cinema chains. This raised Lubai's alarm. What do you mean? The Emperor Film Company increased the screening schedules for Battlesuit Maniac by reducing their own revenue share. Consequently, the screenings for Transformers significantly decreased. Some cinemas even took down Transformers from the schedule on the day of release, citing equipment malfunctions, to replace it with works from Emperor Film. This statement truly made Lubai feel the crisis. He understood the terrifying nature of profit-sharing agreements, which would lead cinemas to increase screenings significantly from a profit perspective. Cinemas operate to make money. Moreover, Battlesuit Maniac already had a substantial fan base and featured several top-tier stars, making the fan economy show a frightening trend in the early stages. It was already a highly popular film, and with a higher revenue share offered, how could those cinemas miss the opportunity to cash in on this group of fans? If it weren't for the strict box office reviews, ticket fraud would certainly be rampant. Through profit sharing, Lubai deeply realized how passive he would be without his own cinemas. His primary goal was still to extract revenue, but the combination of limiting screenings and profit sharing genuinely made Lubai feel threatened. What was even more frustrating was that he currently had no countermeasures. If the other party made less money or no money at all, they would still win against the betting agreement. Liu Bai felt helpless. He couldn't match the other party's profit sharing. Box office revenue was crucial for him as it determined the level of revenue extraction. He also couldn't pull movies from cinemas to sanction the other party, as the entire Qingzhou cinema chain had reached a collaboration unless Liu Bai planned to abandon the Qingzhou market. First, note down the cinemas with the most aggressive screening schedules. We will definitely make an example of them in the future. Liu Bai was silent for a moment, his gaze calm yet cold, and he said softly, Jarvis, help me gather evidence of Emperor Films' misconduct. Infiltrate their financial reporting system, search for hidden contracts, and find evidence of tax evasion, embezzlement, and bribery. Hack into their phones and computers to find chat records, photos, and videos of their artists engaging in illicit activities. We will recover our lost box office from their stock market. Jarvis replied, Understood, sir. This will take some time. Liu Bai nodded with his eyes closed. Go ahead. The next day arrived. Transformers officially premiered. The morning screenings across various locations had a booming start. Every moviegoer entered with anticipation and left satisfied, spontaneously promoting it on various platforms. I watched the movie. It's really amazing. I also watched it, planning to see it again. This is definitely the most shocking sci-fi film I've ever seen. The military support for this film is immense. They even borrowed an aircraft carrier. The box office exploded in the region, and the Seven Islands topped the charts. What's going on in Qingzhou? Why is it only second place? What the heck? The first place is actually Battle Suit Maniac. What is happening? This is absolutely a disgrace in Qingzhou's film history. A bunch of celebrity stars doesn't deserve the top spot. When netizens paid attention to the box office rankings, they also discovered that the new film had surpassed a well-known franchise to claim the top spot on its opening day. This news shocked everyone. What on earth is going on? The platform, which had been maintained for several hours, was still not fully functional, but managed to run. Because of this, it became the center of intense criticism. How could this new film deserve the top position? It's outrageous. I watched it and only managed to sleep for 3 hours. I want to report. My evening screening was supposed to be of the well-known franchise, but the cinema said there was a technical issue and refunded my ticket. Yet I saw it replaced with the new film. What is going on? I'm experiencing the same situation. This is ridiculous. I'm a fan of a certain star, and I feel very ashamed right now. The criticism on the platform intensified. There was no one to support the new film at all. This isn't about poor preparation from the production company. It's just bizarre. They hired so many people to post positive reviews, but they disappeared without a trace. Accounts were banned. It's unbelievable. This led to widespread criticism across the internet and various platforms, making the production company's higher-ups very uncomfortable. Yes, they retaliated by deleting all the positive reviews for the new film. This resulted in a wave of condemnation on all platforms. Under this pressure, most netizens felt no goodwill towards the new film at all. This feud also made many internet users, whether actively or passively, learn more about the well-known franchise and become even more chigai. This situation left the director dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this would be a way to promote the well-known franchise. Criticizing others inadvertently promoted their own film. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Social attention peaked as a result. Of course, netizens not only criticized the production company, but also left insulting comments on the official pages of various cinemas. Some cinemas were so intimidated that they even closed their comment sections. Even fans who went to see it for the star felt ashamed after watching the film, feeling betrayed. I'm very disappointed in you. The soldier in your film reminds me of my father, who is also a soldier, but I can't stand your long hair. You're tarnishing the image of soldiers. Dressed in a sci-fi disguise, it's all pretentious nonsense. I don't even know what I just watched. The situation escalated. Public opinion was fermenting everywhere, while cinemas chose to bury their heads in the sand, quietly making money off fans. But even making money was not easy for them. A large number of netizens reported them for malicious market disruption. The Industry and Commerce Bureau visited the cinemas repeatedly, making it hard for them to cope. If it weren't for the Bureau being short-staffed and having a lot of procedures to go through, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen. This money was earned with great caution and anxiety. The fan economy had started off inflated. With the support of fans and the limitations imposed by the cinema, Battlesuit Madman achieved the highest box office on its opening day and maintained its top position on the second day, although the lead was narrow, with a gap of less than 100 million. The production company proudly promoted it as the best sci-fi film of April, celebrating its 2 consecutive days at the top of the box office. They welcomed everyone to the theater to watch Battle-Suit Madman. However, they completely ignored the loss in a certain region and only dared to mention the box office gap in another area, falling into a state of self-delusion. After finishing the edit, inserting images, and clicking send, suddenly everything went blank. What happened? Where's my post? How could it disappear in an instant? Damn it. I edited it again and tried to resend it, but the send failed. What the hell is going on? What are you doing, Weibo? I'm a verified account. The official Weibo of Battle-Suit Madman also posted an update, featuring an image stating, cumulative box office 400 million. It was a way to pander to fans, but was met with ridicule. This is the funniest movie of the year. Do you even have the nerve to post? Don't you have any self-awareness about your own quality? Next door, Transformers had only the worst morning and late-night shows, but was still packed. While Battle-Suit Madman occupied the afternoon and evening slots, barely exceeding a few tens of millions in box office. Tickets for Transformers had been sold out for over half a month. What about you? Forget it. They would just keep pretending not to see the overwhelming success of Transformers in other regions. Their perspective is so limited. I went to that region to watch it, and it was incredibly exciting. Although overall, the production company seemed to be thriving, they couldn't celebrate for long as the situation quickly took a downturn. By leveraging discounts and squeezing showtimes, Battle-Suit Madman claimed the box office crown for the first 2 days, but by the 3rd day, its potential had clearly hit rock bottom. Fans who specifically went to the cinemas saw a dramatic drop. On the same 3rd day, Transformers, despite various restrictions, surged to claim the day's box office champion. This news naturally drew media attention. Daily Movie News, sharp commentary on Battle-Suit Madman losing its box office crown, relying on fan and traffic economy. It topped the box office in the first 2 days. However, due to disrupting the market, it faced public backlash, which diminished its goodwill, ultimately leading to a box office that might not reach 1 billion. Film public account. Exploiting fans and its own profits led to temporary glory, but with poor film quality and reputation, it lacks sustainability. Box office forecast report. The first 2 days were fully booked, creating an illusion of prosperity for investors. But on the 3rd day, Battle-Suit Madman still occupied 60 of showtimes, with an attendance rate of less than 40. Transformers reclaimed its rightful honor. The counterattack of Transformers officially begins today. The market will eventually recognize who the true box office king is. Cinemas across various regions are also engaging in intense discussions. They clearly see the current situation. The film Warrior of the Suit has exhausted its fan base, and public sentiment is very negative. By the 3rd day, its box office has already been surpassed, and the attendance rate will be even lower on the 4th day. In contrast, Transformers has shown significant results since its official release, even with limited screenings, achieving nearly full capacity. Although Warrior of the Suit offered substantial discounts, the current situation has led to no one wanting to watch it. Instead, there are more profits from not increasing the screenings of Transformers. The potential of Warrior of the Suit has been depleted, and its profits maximized. I believe it's the right time to reduce its screenings. The boss and the publicity minister claim they want to seize the market. They are increasing the screenings of Transformers and promoting it on official social media to capture the first wave of traffic and goodwill. Major cinemas are urgently making adjustments. More astute companies are leveraging the power of the internet to publicize this matter. Their goal is to encourage more viewers to watch films in their theaters. After seizing profits, they are now targeting real moviegoers. Most netizens have given positive feedback. Support. Adjust the screenings quickly, and I'll buy tickets right away. The adjustments have been made. There are many more evening showings now. I bought 2 tickets. Wow, they disappeared as soon as I refreshed. Is it that popular? What is going on? Many cinemas are declaring on social media that they will increase the screenings of Transformers. Are they in cahoots? Some sharp-eyed netizens, however, dismissively comment, do you think they had a change of heart? It's just that after exhausting the fans of the star, they are now going for the real moviegoers' money, because no one is watching Warrior of the Suit anymore. On the 4th day, the dynamics in the Chinjo market completely shifted. Cinemas, for profit, completely turned their backs on Warrior of the Suit, leading to its screenings being reduced to only morning shows. All other time slots are filled with Transformers. It was on this day that Transformers Advantage fully emerged in Chinjo, officially becoming the most dominant film in April. Just the box office in Chinjo for 1 day has completely crushed Warrior of the Suit. The daily box office was even less than 20 million. It will only decrease from here on. The betting agreement of the production company should have been lost. Liu Bai watched the Qingzhou market with indifference. But he also understood that reaching the billion threshold was no longer possible. This result means that the production company's profits will be squeezed again, and they might even have to sell shares to quell the turmoil. This bottoming out rebound can only be said to be self-inflicted. But that doesn't mean Liu Bai intends to let it go. Jarvis, how is the collection of evidence against the production company going? Liu Bai walked into the warehouse and asked indifferently. He wanted the other party to go bankrupt and use the stock market to cover the box office losses from these days. P.S. 3 chapters combined for smoother reading. I'll continue writing after breakfast. Chapter 102. The dust settles on April's films. Is the market potential of Transformers at its bottom? Sir, we have now collected all the chat records of the artists from the production company regarding their transactions. Low-profile artists are contacted by agents, exchanging their bodies for resources. High-profile stars, on the other hand, are contacted personally, even acting as pimps. They lock onto buyers from the artist's contact lists, infiltrating their phones and computers to steal videos and photos of female artists. Jarvis gently asked, "Do we need to expose this now?" Liu Bai fell silent for a moment and replied, "No rush. Just relying on the obscene materials of the stars under our management is not enough to bring down the Emperor Film Company or cause turmoil in their stock market. Let's continue gathering evidence. The most crucial points are the hidden contracts, tax evasion, corruption, and evidence of coercing female artists. Strong evidence would be best." Jarvis responded, "I will." "Sir." Liu Bai looked at Iron Man, whose eyes were shining, and asked, "Have we tallied which cinema has the lowest screening pressure these days?" "It's already been calculated." "Good." Liu Bai nodded and said calmly, "Next time, let's not collaborate." Starting from the 4th day, it was a true celebration for film enthusiasts. Transformers began to occupy 80% of the screenings. Not only true sci-fi fans were buying tickets, but also due to the online backlash against Battlesuit Maniac in the previous days, Transformers reached peak attention. Various passers-by had impressions of this film and flocked to the theaters to see the sci-fi blockbuster that was being hyped online. However, upon entering the cinema out of curiosity, they left in shock, turning into genuine word-of-mouth promoters, enthusiastically recommending it to those around them. Good sisters, I seriously recommend Transformers. Dads, go watch Transformers. The special effects are off the charts. It's truly amazing. I won't allow anyone to miss Transformers. It's not that great. This is the 7th time a guy has asked me to watch it, and I can't get into it at all. I'm a fan of someone from Battlesuit Maniac, but now I've switched to being a fan of Shia. The acting is fantastic. All newcomers. The director is so bold. The male lead is actually my classmate. Damn. Every day, the cinema was bustling with people. Especially now that Transformers occupied the best time slots. Every screening was packed. It wasn't until half a month later that this situation began to decline, but the occupancy rate remained over 70%. Due to the lack of competitive films in April, the cinema provided high screening volumes for profit. Battlesuit Maniac had completely become a lost cause. Even after half a month's ordeal, its box office had only increased by 300 million. This was far from the box office numbers of the previous days. This situation directly infuriated the higher-ups at Emperor Film Company. Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? The publicity department, what have you done? You were told to boost the ratings. Where's the effect? And the public relations department, how did you respond to the bottoming out? How did you gather the fans? Market department, did you invite stars to speak positively about it? Why aren't we seeing results? Executive President Su Jianghe slammed the table in anger, berating his subordinates. He was furious and panicked. The betting agreement requires $1 billion to fulfill. But now the box office is just over 700 million. The screening rate continues to drop. Fans are exhausted. And where can the remaining 300 million come from? If things had progressed gradually, there would have been a chance for broader appeal to fill this gap. However, the previous drastic measures resulted in high screening rates in the first 3 days, but completely drained all the fans, leaving only a bad reputation. The principle of extremes leading to reversals is truly at play here. Su Jianghe has also felt regret, questioning if the decision was wrong, if they hadn't offered discounts. Although the theater wouldn't have had such a large number of screenings initially, it wouldn't have led to widespread online criticism. There would have been passers-by who chose to watch Battlefield after seeing Transformers. If operations had been managed slowly and promoted well, reaching $1 billion wouldn't have been too difficult. But now, he has made the wrong move. Yet he refuses to admit it, shifting all the blame onto his subordinates. The subordinates bow their heads in silence. Who dares to speak? They would just be met with a barrage of insults. They also know that the president's position will likely change soon, and no one wants to take on this bad luck. If they get fired, there won't even be a place to cry. Not saying anything, huh? Su Jianghe glared at the publicity department, pointing. Then you speak. The head of publicity's heart sank, realizing there was no escaping this. Just as he was about to explain, the president cut him off with a single sentence. Su Jianghe said coldly, "Don't tell me it's another excuse about deleted comments and posts by bots. You've used that excuse too many times. Moreover, I specifically called the senior management and was told they didn't do that at all." The publicity chief quickly thought of a good counterpoint and calmly retorted, "Since it wasn't the bots deleting the comments, why can't we break into the top 10 with the trending topics we purchased? This is their responsibility. Can we not accuse them of failing in their duties? We spent money but didn't get the ranking we deserved? I still firmly believe we are being targeted. Otherwise, it's hard to explain our trending topic rankings and the sudden disappearance of the bots controlling the comments. Even the Weibo account has been banned. If it wasn't them, I can't imagine who else would have the authority to do this on Weibo." This statement left Su Jianghe in stunned silence. Indeed, I've purchased trending topics. During the initial release period, I bought several top trending spots. But why, after Weibo crashed, have we never made it into the top 10? If it wasn't them, who could it be? Su Jianghe's expression darkened. But deep down, he felt an overwhelming despair. The theater reduced screenings, Weibo controlled comments, taking money without delivering, online insults, and low-quality films. Even popular stars can't bring in box office revenue anymore. For him, this is true despair. There's no hope for a turnaround. He sat in his seat, blankly watching his subordinates bow their heads in silence, choosing to end the meeting and await the fate that awaits. His position as the CEO was becoming unstable. Another week had passed. It had been over 20 days since the release of a certain blockbuster. The film Battle Suit Madman was quietly taken off the shelves, with a box office of only 740 million, far below expectations. Su Jianghe was dismissed, and a new CEO took over. However, in April, a film was quietly raking in profits. That was Mecha Overlord, directed by a renowned filmmaker from the region, featuring a lineup of veteran actors. The production cost was extremely low, under 40 million. Yet, in just over 20 days, it earned over 300 million at the box office, capturing the market share lost by Battle Suit Madman due to its poor reception. The entire crew was overjoyed, celebrating with one party after another, becoming a refreshing presence in April. As for the blockbuster, its overwhelming influence in April had led to viewer fatigue regarding its news. Every day, there were reports about it, causing everyone to feel weary. The attendance rate in Qin province dropped to 35, nearing its potential low. Just when everyone thought its dominance would decline again, something unexpected happened. It was a sensational announcement from the official account of a certain automobile company. Even the fatigued netizens couldn't help but perk up. The company booked a whole theater. All employees were invited to watch the blockbuster. As for the chapter, this is a combination of 2 parts, along with the 3 parts from this morning, totaling 5 chapters. Since there won't be any more tonight, everyone should rest early. Chapter 103. Military involvement helps the blockbuster become one of Qin province's top 10 box office hits. Once the automobile company's official blog post was released, the waning interest in the blockbuster surged again. The previously fatigued netizens seemed to be instantly rejuvenated, rediscovering their excitement. "Oh my, the automobile company is stepping in. That's quite impressive. I almost forgot that they were the sponsors of this film. Thanks to this movie, the company sold 180,000 vehicles this month, making a fortune. Just last month, they only sold over 20,000 vehicles, a 9-fold increase. The company is a well-established player in the industry. Surely they have tens of thousands of employees, right? I just checked. They have 120,000 employees. Wow, what is so surprising? Even if they all went to watch the movie, it would only contribute a few million to the box office. Is it really that shocking? You don't understand. The support from this automobile company is significant." The netizens were buzzing with excitement, and before they could fully digest that news, another automobile company announced their support. A major truck manufacturer, known for its heavy-duty vehicles, also joined the fray, supporting the blockbuster. The company purchased tickets for all employees to watch the film. The netizens' excitement skyrocketed, creating an exhilarating sensation. This feeling of pride made them extremely excited. But soon, Another company made a shocking announcement that stunned all the netizens. The EV convertible from another brand played a character in the blockbuster, sacrificing for ideals. With the movie ticket, customers could enjoy a 10% discount on car purchases. And we wish Transformers great success, with all employees supporting the screening. But that's not all. It seems like all major automotive companies have coordinated their efforts. Today, they've all released statements, overwhelming netizens with excitement. The top-selling pickup truck in Qingzhou is the Jiangling JMC pickup. Thanks to Transformers, our sales this month have soared to 90,000 units. With increasing social influence, we will continue to deliver more and better products to give back to everyone. In the movie, our vehicle is called Ironhide, and it truly lives up to its name. Though not flashy, it prioritizes safety and boasts high combat capability. Like the character Ironhide, it is also a highly esteemed weapon expert. All our employees are proud of the film and proud of Jiangling, supporting the screening. Even Beike Off-Road Vehicles released a statement today, causing a sensation online. Known for mountain off-roading and navigating complex terrains, Beike Off-Road Vehicles are the true embodiment of masculine strength. All employees send their blessings, and we are ready to support the screening, wishing for close cooperation in the future. At this moment, the excitement is overwhelming. Major platforms are trending in the top 10. All netizens are buzzing. Previously, theaters in Qingzhou had been increasing their screenings of Transformers in unison. And now the major automotive companies are showing their support. This is an impressive display. Never has a film had such a significant impact. It has truly become a phenomenon. Although the states of Meizhou and Qidao have always ranked first, they cannot compare to the stature of Qingzhou. Seeing this, I am thrilled. I've already bought tickets and am ready for my fourth viewing. Netizens don't just follow the trend. Originally, the evening screenings were not full. So how did they suddenly become packed? I can't even get a ticket now. It feels like returning to the day of the official premiere. Right now, I just want to poke fun at a certain off-road brand. You won't even mention your character's name is Ambulance. Haha. Amid the playful banter from netizens, there was a joyful atmosphere across platforms. But at this moment, someone reacted and angrily questioned, "What about Lamborghini? Other automotive companies are showing their support. And you're hiding like a turtle?" Exactly. Why isn't this car coming to lend a hand? That's quite unfair. Hurry up and post something. Come out and support the screening. Other companies don't have as significant a role as you do. I reported it. I'm ready to leave a bad review. Is it possible that Lamborghini hasn't started mass production yet? Perhaps the employees aren't even there. Caught the honest person upstairs. Amid the humor, someone discovered an interesting piece of information. Someone searched for Lamborghini on Weibo and found that Lamborghini registered an account and even got verified. This news quickly topped the trending list. Oh my, there's an official Weibo account. Does this mean a new car is about to be launched? I've been waiting for so long. Even though I don't have money, I followed them and have been a fan for 10 years. Can't wait for your new car to hit the market. I must say, it looks really cool in the movie. The roar of that engine is just like a beast. Other sports car companies seem a bit anxious, as they are all releasing concept models. In the past, you ignored me, but now I'm out of your league. Not really. Other sports cars have a rich history. While this brand lacks any significant technology and poses no threat at all. Just look at that low body. It must be uncomfortable to sit in. This news has sparked quite a discussion among netizens. Lin Ming was also surfing the internet, and the moment he saw the trending topic, he clicked on it immediately. Seeing that verified account symbol, his mind was flooded with excitement, and he felt like he was about to jump up. Wow, this is big news. Is it set to go into mass production? He couldn't wait. He was deeply captivated by the first video. He even fantasized about Han Mo-ing sitting in the passenger seat. Although that opportunity is gone now, it doesn't diminish how cool this car is. Driving this car, who would be afraid that someone else's goddess wouldn't get in? He took a screenshot. Time to show that group of guys. Lin Ming was incredibly excited and wouldn't miss any chance to show off. He immediately shared the screenshot in the group chat. The originally quiet chat exploded instantly. The wealthy kids were all hyped up. It was like a group of perverts spotting a beautiful model. They all rushed out. Is the news reliable? Is it finally going to be launched? I've waited for years. Come on. At most, just a month. It feels like a year. We're all good brothers. If this brand can't produce enough, let me take one. Get lost. Do you think I don't have money? I want this car. No one can say otherwise. Damn it. Lin Ming watched the chaos in the group with immense satisfaction. He wasn't the richest in the group. At best, he was average. And he didn't even qualify to be an admin. However, Since he was connected with the big shot Liu Bai, they followed each other and shared inside information, giving him a special status in the group. This made him feel incredibly useful. His vanity was through the roof. Showing off in front of classmates was nothing. Showing off in front of a bunch of rich kids was way more enjoyable. Meanwhile, Liu Bai was at the company, reviewing the daily box office reports. He felt puzzled by the sudden hype online. Do we have any other collaborations with car companies? Liu Bai called over assistant director Chen Renxuan and asked in confusion. Chen Renxuan was equally baffled. No, we don't. This is strange. There's no collaboration, so why the sudden eagerness to please us? Booking a private screening for all employees costs at least a few million. Isn't that a lot of money? Liu Bai then consulted a senior from the marketing department, but received an unexpected answer. The senior, responsible for market relations and editing, said, according to my research, after the release of Transformers, the car companies we are collaborating with have seen an average stock increase of 13%. Not only did the sales of the cars featured in the film surge, but it also boosted the sales of other models from those brands. Although this promotional event cost several million, it essentially served as a large-scale marketing campaign. The brand's influence and recognition have skyrocketed, and it has now topped the trending list in 3 regions. Some automotive companies have opened up markets in certain regions. In summary, showing support at this time is a brilliant move. While gaining higher prestige, they also win over a large number of online users. When considering car purchases in the future, brands with a good reputation will naturally be prioritized. Liu Bai, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. He welcomed such a cooperative approach. Liu Bai gains box office revenue while the other party gains visibility. Moreover, it's a sponsorship relationship. When he films the next installment, it's likely that car companies will be eager to participate. This time, the sponsoring companies have made substantial profits. And one wonders if those who decline to collaborate will regret their decision. Future collaborations will no longer be settled with just a few million. The participation of these car companies was completely unexpected. Not only was Liu Bai taken aback, but the online community was also shocked. They genuinely love this film and feel proud to be associated with it. But this is not the end. As night fell, the real shock completely overwhelmed the internet, triggering a new wave of public opinion. The military in a certain region stated, the military prioritizes people and stands firm on its principles. Those who resist will ultimately face the consequences. The military in another region remarked, the military's tolerance has limits and advises certain extremist groups not to go too far, as it may backfire. The military in yet another region declared, a unified blue star is inevitable. The troops have taken control to let the soldiers feel their own power. The statements from the 3 military forces shocked the entire internet. By morning, netizens were already buzzing with excitement, and now, in this situation, they seemed at a loss for words. They didn't even dare to joke in the comments section, feeling a chill down their spines. Various group chats were frantically interpreting the military statements. Did you see that? Such significant news is impossible to miss. What is really going on? The film has absolutely no such appeal. So what could possibly have led the military to support this film? Is it a matter of evidence? I'm really curious. Can anyone explain this? While the entire internet was busy interpreting the situation, Liu Bai's gaze flickered as he seemed to grasp the military's intentions. On the night of the premiere of Han Mo's film, Liu Bai had flown to a certain region to test speed and weapon systems, only to stumble upon a massacre. Liu Bai believed that even if it wasn't a direct relationship, it was at least the spark that ignited the situation. The situation in that region is even more severe than I imagined. Liu Bai furrowed his brows. Following this line of thought felt very reasonable. The terrorists in that region have become lawless and disregard human life. The incident Liu Bai encountered may not have been a coincidence, but rather a norm. This was why the connection between Liu Bai's crew and the military was so smooth, receiving immense support. The military is truly flexing its muscles. It also expresses a determination to suppress the reactionaries in that region. This is a complete deterrent. The massacre touched the military's bottom line. But why are they still willing to act this way? Or rather, those men who refuse to join the resistance will be killed. Is there an attempt to increase the team's expendability with such a notorious name? Liu Bai couldn't figure it out. He left a message for Jarvis, asking it to gather more information from that side. Of course, this is definitely not the most pressing issue. It's just something to pay attention to. Currently, the biggest target remains the Emperor Film and Television. The business world is like a battlefield, and Liu Bai cannot afford to engage in multi-line operations, as it could delay the opportunity for success. The Transformers movie, boosted by the involvement of the military from a certain region, has revitalized the already sluggish box office market. Those films that were about to be released either became collateral damage or were urgently withdrawn from the schedule, unwilling to compete against such a lucky contender. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. After the second wave of Transformers, it was soon time for it to leave theaters. The total box office across the Blue Star reached $5.3 billion. It made its way into the top 10 of historical box office rankings in Qin province. Such a terrifying achievement is undoubtedly the box office champion of the year. The internet was buzzing, celebrating this historic moment. $36 billion. Witnessing a cinematic legend. After 4 years, a film finally entered the top 10. How impressive. I envy the cinemas. Even if they play tricks, they can still share the high box office revenue. The military from that region played a significant role, but don't think too highly of the military. They currently only have 500,000 troops and can't contribute much to the box office. That's true. Mainly they generated a wave of heat that prompted many to watch it again. There must be some factors related to evidence and credibility, right? It's hard to replicate this. While the outside world was abuzz with discussions, Lu Bai at home received a call from Han Moing. She expressed her heartfelt envy and sincere congratulations. Congratulations, Boss Lu. You've entered the top 10 of Qin province's historical box office and the top 100 in Blue Star. I'm proud of you. Han Moing knew how difficult this achievement was. After 4 years, only now has a new film entered the historical box office top 10. Such competitive pressure is not something an ordinary film can achieve. It requires a perfect combination of timing, location, and people. It was truly a stroke of luck for that period. Not wanting to dwell on this, Lu Bai just smiled and didn't respond. He wasn't particularly interested in rankings. Now he just needs to complete the final filming task designated by the system to access the content selection store. At that point, he could bring the blockbuster films from Earth to Blue Star. Wouldn't the box office rankings be easy to manipulate then? But what if the top 50 historical box office rankings are dominated by Earth films? Wouldn't that seem too ostentatious? However, he was also greatly surprised by the success of Transformers on Blue Star. On Earth, Transformers 1 only outperformed Iron Man 1 by 12.4 billion. But on Blue Star, due to various factors, the gap has widened significantly. This was beyond Lu Bai's expectations. Although he wasn't very interested in rankings, he was very keen on extracting items. Once the box office is settled, he can receive rewards from the system. That was what Lu Bai was truly looking forward to. Perhaps he could anticipate the Allspark? Lu Bai suppressed his excitement and dismissed the fantasy. After letting out a sigh, he asked softly, "You've been out playing for so long. Is your trip over now?" "I suppose so," Han Moing replied lazily. "Mainly because of the school's special arrangements. The time has come." Hearing this, Lu Bai couldn't recall immediately. What special arrangements? You forgot. Han Moing chuckled gently. Last year, the counselor sent a message in the class group. The gist of it was to select outstanding films to be screened at the evening event and invite well-known professionals from the film industry to participate. There would also be excellent graduates from our school attending as guests. Stars, directors, actors, anyone with a certain level of recognition in society was on the invitation list. After a moment of reflection, Han Moing speculated, of course, they probably will only show excerpts from the films. It's essentially an awards ceremony for the outstanding graduates. I suspect the school has intentions to pave the way for this year's graduates. Lu Bai finally remembered. When he first arrived in this world, he had seen that message. He just hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Thinking about it now, graduation was only a month away. Time really flies. Lu Bai couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then feigned seriousness. I understand now, so I need to work hard. I'll strive to win an award at the evening event. Upon hearing this, Han Moing burst into laughter. You still need to work hard? Are you trying to make it impossible for others to live? With your current results, you could directly apply for an associate professor position at the Film Academy. But I guess you wouldn't be interested in that little salary. Lu Bai didn't refute that. Instead, he seriously pondered the school's special arrangements. As far as he knew, the Qinzhou Film Academy had never had such arrangements in the past. It was difficult for students to produce outstanding films while still in school. Even if there were some, they were rare. Any acknowledgement from the school would typically be done privately, without making a big deal out of it. But this year was different. Many talents had emerged among the students. They had gained a large following through their films on various platforms. Some had even made money with online films. Others had gained market recognition in theaters. There were even student works that participated in film festivals and won awards. Against this backdrop, The school leadership proposed such a plan to pave the way for young students. If it proved effective, perhaps this evening event would become an annual feature. With this thought, Liu Bai began to contemplate, his eyes lighting up. Maybe I can help the school recruit another batch of outstanding students? Suddenly, Liu Bai felt a sense of anticipation for this evening event. This group of students is talented. The film industry is in need of skilled individuals. Once the self-selection mall is opened, scripts will definitely not be lacking. It's settled then. Good classmates, come work for me. Liu Bai eagerly asked, how long until it starts? Han Moying fell silent. She noticed the change in Liu Bai's tone, from initially calm to now impatient. I'm not sure what kind of inner journey he has gone through. She replied honestly. There's still a week left. This time, you're going on stage to accept an award. It will definitely leave a lot of people in shock. You should be mentally prepared. Han Moying felt quite excited. No one could imagine that the usually quiet classmate was actually a box office hitmaker. Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably thrilled. I will be ready. Liu Bai smiled. Then I'll see you at the gala. Okay, I won't embarrass the film company, Han Moying said confidently. After hanging up the phone, Liu Bai remained silent in the room for a while before heading to the storage room. Since there was nothing to do now, just waiting for the box office settlement and the school gala, he decided to take this time to settle some personal scores. Jarvis, prepare to short the stock of the film company. Are you ready? Liu Bai said calmly, his eyes deep. P.S. 4-in-1, good night. Chapter 104. Liu Bai sells off a large amount of stock, and the film company faces a direct limit drop. Are you ready? Liu Bai asked, looking at the golden red mech in the storage room. I have gathered all the information available online, sir, Jarvis replied gently. Liu Bai smiled. He had been waiting for this day for over a month. However, before releasing the criminal evidence, the first thing to do was to short the opponent's stock market. At its peak, the film company had a market value of $90 billion, with an annual profit exceeding $900 million. However, after several years of losses and the failure of Battlesuit Maniac, it was now left with a market value of only $8.9 billion. In Qingzhou, it was just a medium-sized enterprise, with each share priced at 129 units of the local currency. Time to cash out in large quantities. Liu Bai patted the icy body of the Iron Man suit. If there's anything, contact me directly through the system. Understood, sir. Jarvis immediately began the operation. Using the film company's high cash credentials, it contacted brokers to borrow stocks at 129 per share and then sold them off in large quantities to cash in. Most brokers required certain interest for borrowing stocks, and some also needed additional commissions. Liu Bai knew it was a sure profit, so he didn't mind. After an afternoon of operations, Jarvis sold 50 million shares, bringing in $640 million in cash. Such a massive sell-off naturally caught the attention of the film company. Have we found out anything? The chairman asked urgently at a shareholders' meeting. Yes, it's the film company manipulating the market. Someone reported. The chairman's expression darkened further. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why is the film company targeting us? The film company was well known in the entertainment industry, having produced 3 films that were all huge successes, especially the recently released Transformers, which had grossed an astonishing $5.36 billion. Such pure profits make many people envious. Moreover, they haven't even gone public yet. All the power is concentrated in the hands of a young individual who holds over 85 of the shares. Investigations have revealed that the remaining 7 shareholders are not allowed to sell their shares. They can only enjoy dividends. Why would such a powerful emerging company set its sights on them? Under the chairman's pressing questions, subordinates trembled as they revealed the truth. They were cutting profits and squeezing screening times. They suggested using online influencers to tarnish the opponent's reputation and suppress their trending topics. This is considered normal business tactics, and the chairman saw no issue with it. However, the other party does not think the same. If you mess with me, I will retaliate. For the film company, targeting your stock market is also a part of the business strategy. You can't say anything against them. After all, they were the ones who initiated the conflict. This share sell-off is definitely just the first step. The other party surely has a backup plan and is determined to diminish the market value of the current leading film company. Otherwise, they wouldn't be cashing out so aggressively. Damn it, this is infuriating. The chairman slammed the table, causing the teacup to tremble. Now, it's a situation where there's no turning back. They are not easy targets. Once pressured, they won't just back down. He could only urgently prepare defenses. All present were shareholders and directors. Do you have any leverage in their hands? He glared furiously, but seeing everyone avoiding his gaze, his heart sank. Damn, Is there not a single clean one? Everyone looks so guilty. They all have weaknesses. The chairman sighed wearily and said, self-examine and quickly handle everything. It must be fast. Shareholders, you are the true helm of the company. As you can see, the company is in a very dangerous situation. What do you think? The shareholders remain silent. They hold over 80 of the company's shares and are the real decision makers. Most resolutions need their approval to proceed. The chairman also holds a certain amount of shares, but after dilution, his role is more like that of a steward, responsible to the shareholders. Given the current situation, he could only hope that they would increase their support to help the company through this crisis. The shareholders exchanged glances. Deciding to adjourn for a break, the chairman's expression instantly darkened. Watching them hurriedly leave the meeting room, he knew without thinking that, given the current situation, the shareholders would definitely prioritize their own safety and sell off their stocks to minimize losses. Moreover, without knowing what means the film company had, not taking risks was the most rational choice. Additionally, the market value of the leading film company was no longer worth their considerable investment to save it. With the upper management lacking unity, defeat was already a foregone conclusion. What is happening? As shareholders rushed to sell off their shares, the market value of the leading film company plummeted sharply. The speed was like an avalanche, far exceeding expectations. This chain reaction made the brokers suddenly realize they dared not lend shares, but chose to sell off their own stocks to minimize losses, fearing that the stocks would become worthless in the end. In just half a day, under Liu Bai's instigation, the Emperor Film Company directly hit the limit down. Chapter 105. The special arrangement mentioned by the counselor finally arrived. What is going on? Now it's Liu Bai's turn to be confused. Logically, it shouldn't drop so rapidly. Originally priced at 129 per share. Within just a few hours it fell to 116. 1. Directly hitting the limit down. It seems that everyone is reacting quickly. Liu Bai quickly understood. The main reason was that his actions were too drastic, causing the other shareholders to lose confidence. This triggered a chain reaction of selling. Moreover, with a cash flow giant like Earth Film Industries at the helm, anyone would feel uneasy. Choosing to cut losses is only natural. It's a bit regrettable that Emperor Film isn't a company from a certain region. Although unified, the systems in the three regions are different. There are no limit downs in that region. Liu Bai felt a bit helpless. He knew it would be difficult to take down Emperor Film in one day. Those shareholders were even more savvy than he was. As soon as there was any rumor, they would flee faster than anyone else. There was no need to use evidence of their wrongdoing. They would kneel down on their own. The evidence I collected was meant to deal them a fatal blow. But now, their shareholders were completely unwilling to inject funds to stabilize the market, causing their internal situation to collapse first. It was much smoother than he had imagined. Liu Bai sighed slightly and thought of a method, but he quickly abandoned it. He considered releasing news under Earth Film Industries' name, claiming they intended to purchase shares of Emperor Film to drive up the stock price. Once profits reached a certain level, he would continue to sell, profiting from both ends. However, this would constitute illegal market manipulation, which is a criminal act. It wasn't worth the risk for that little profit. Of course, Liu Bai's current actions were considered normal business behavior. Just betting against the other party's stock market didn't count as illegal manipulation. Liu Bai felt justified in selling. Well, let's keep it this way for now. Let it stay limit down for half a month before we decide what to do. Liu Bai communicated with Jarvis in his mind. Sir, do we still need to release evidence of their tax evasion? The voice of Jarvis came through. Liu Bai shook his head and said, keep it. Let's see if anyone tries to buy the dip. After all, we hold evidence of their wrongdoing, so we aren't afraid of any revival. No matter how much it rises, it can't save them from their inevitable demise. Jarvis responded, understood, sir. Liu Bai sighed. He initially thought it would be a tough battle, but the outcome greatly disappointed him. He had underestimated the sensitivity of the capital players. Today's bearish market was even more subdued than he had imagined. If the other shareholders were willing to make a grand effort to stabilize the market, then when Liu Bai finally released the evidence of their wrongdoing, he would definitely make a significant profit. But now, the situation was that Emperor Film was already in dire straits. The capital chain had been completely shattered in this round of selling. It would be very difficult to revive it. Time flowed quietly. A week later, the shares of Emperor Film hit the limit down for 7 consecutive days. Some naive investors believed that the stock market was about to rise, so they secretly held on to a portion of the stocks. Even some shareholders believe this and have set aside a portion, choosing to wait and see. Only Jarvis continues to borrow and cash out aggressively, having already cashed out $930 million during this period. This unusual behavior has puzzled many investors. What exactly is going on? Is the stock market of the film company cursed? How can there still be people cashing out like crazy without fear of not being able to pay it back in the end? Why worry about others? If the brokerage firms think they can't pay it back, they wouldn't lend out so much. Clearly, the other party has a high cash reserve. Which capital has been keeping a close eye on the film company? The current stock market is unpredictable. I dare not hold too much. Ha ha ha. After watching Battlesuit Maniac, I became bearish on the film company and made a small profit. Do you think the film company might want to buy back shares at a low price? Which is why it keeps falling. Why not give it a try? I'm just a retail investor. Forget it. I can't play this game. I can only follow the trends. While the outside world is wildly speculating about the stock market, Liu Bai has already shifted his attention elsewhere. He hasn't forgotten that tonight is the awards ceremony organized by the Academy, where many film industry professionals will participate and outstanding graduates will return to visit the school. Now, the special arrangements mentioned by the counselor earlier have finally arrived. Chapter 106, Sun Xingyu, full of spirit. I have students who can resist 1,000 troops. As night falls, the Qinzhou Film Academy is filled with luxury cars. Do you see that? That S our senior who has been nominated for Best Actor. My goodness. That S the winner of 6 billion for Best Director. ISNT that senior Wang, the gold medal screenwriter? He S back too. It's actually Hu Gu. I love his role in Chinese Paladin. Idol. That S Wang Bingbing. She is now a host at Qin Vision. So impressive. The famous dance artist Yang Liping is actually from our academy? So many celebrities. I want to get their autographs. To pave the way for this year's outstanding students, the Academy has put aside its pride and invited many well-known alumni back to support the event. They even invited many industry professionals, making it an unprecedented event. The gathering of such celebrities has made other academies extremely envious. Students have rushed to the Film Academy overnight just to catch a glimpse of their idols. Those with classes have even skipped them. What is the point of attending class? Are textbooks more interesting than Hu Gu? Damn, you're right. I've already arrived at the Film Academy. Wow. Although it's the same school, why are the departments so far apart? I study painting, and I feel like I can never stand out like this. I regret it. Actually, the Dance Academy is not bad. There are still opportunities to shine. Damn it. I study puppetry, and there aren't even any audiences left. As students from various departments surge, major media outlets have also received the news, and naturally one team missed such a grand event. They are all heading to the school for coverage. We are now in the gymnasium of the Qinzhou University Film Academy, where the entire venue is filled with vibrant students. According to internal sources, this year's Film Academy has seen a surge of outstanding graduates. They may come from acting, cinematography, or have become renowned animation directors, even directors recognized by the market. Tonight, they will unveil their mysterious identities. How many talents will meet us tonight? Let us wait and see. While the outside world is bustling, the dean's office is peaceful. All the welcoming work is handled by the director and the vice dean. Dean Shin calmly sits in his office, enjoying tea. On the desk is a list of outstanding students from various majors within the academy. He casually flips through it, feeling quite pleased. His efforts to create a smooth path for these students are not in vain. He wonders if such events can still be held in the future, depending on whether the upcoming students can impress him enough to save his face. Could you please share the situation of each major? Who would like to go first? Dean Chun asks kindly, looking at the counselors standing in front of him. Although he has the roster on his desk, the sheer number of names makes it hard for him to focus. He wants to hear the counselors highlight the most representative individuals. As Dean Chun speaks, several counselors exchange glances. While they have some confidence in their students, they feel they are still inexperienced and may not catch the dean's attention. Only Sun Xingyu from the directing major stands tall, composed and full of vigor, radiating confidence. Dean, please call my name. My student is amazing, so I'm also amazing. Please have confidence in me. I beg you. Dean Chin glances at the teachers below. He notices their lack of confidence, which leaves him somewhat displeased. I don't care about my reputation. I've invited so many back to school. Is this your response to me? You don't even dare to step forward and speak. Even if the students are inexperienced, their potential is stronger than many others and has shown early signs. This is limitless potential. Learn from Sun Xingyu. Just look at that proud expression. You can see how confident he is in his students. That proud demeanor is as if a great director has emerged among the students. You should learn more from that kind of charisma. Now, Teacher Lee from the animation department. Please share your thoughts. Dean Chun takes a sip of tea and calls out. Teacher Lee nods. Currently, Our major has two outstanding students. Not only have they gained hundreds of thousands of followers during their studies, but they also have a series of works to their name. Student Fu Xiaomei created the Red Little Fox series during her junior year, featuring a cute and touching art style, with over 50 million views on a popular platform. And she has received investment to establish her own studio, which is still ongoing. There's also Tang Shengsheng, who created the spirited and humorous anime Assassin 123, which has surpassed 200 million views online. As he finishes speaking, the other counselors express their admiration. These two animation majors are truly exceptional. During their time at school, they have achieved accomplishments that most people cannot attain. Being on the list is indeed remarkable. Dean Shun, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. Isn't that great? Then why were you hesitant to speak up just now? Were you worried you wouldn't catch my eye? His smile widened, and he couldn't help but marvel at the talent of the students. You are overthinking it. Even during our student days, who would dare say they were better than them? I invited someone to observe precisely because I see their potential, aiming to create a better platform for them. Dean Shin sipped his hot tea, savoring the aroma that seemed to grow stronger with every sip. He squinted at Sun Xingyu, curious about why he appeared so confident after hearing the animation major's remarks. Teacher Sun, the director of drama and film, what do you have to say about your students? Sun Xingyu, full of vigor and enthusiasm, responded, Sure, Dean. I have students who can rival an army. Chapter 107, Sun Xingyu's Versailles Moment. Dean Chun was astonished. Hearing this declaration, the other teachers couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't mockery, it just seemed a bit overly dramatic coming from someone in their 40s. It felt amusing in a strange way. Dean Chun laughed heartily. Then tell me about your students. I want to see how impressive they are. He set down his teacup, looking at Sun Xingyu with a smile. Teacher Sun cleared his throat and reported seriously. In Film Major Class 3, Liu Haidong's film Plum Blossom Homeland won the Best Supporting Actor award at the Seven Islands Film Festival. In Film Major Class 2, Mu Simin focused on traditional culture, and her film Plum Rain Season won the Best Short Film award and the jury prize at the Cannes Film Festival in the region. Upon hearing this, the other teachers expressed their admiration. Achieving such results at this age is far superior to what they accomplished in their time. Becoming a teacher in the future will be absolutely effortless for them. Even Dean Chun was extremely satisfied, nodding repeatedly. How many people toil for years without ever touching the prestigious film awards? Now, these two haven't even graduated, and they are already making a name for themselves in major awards. They have also won numerous awards that filmmakers dream of. This recognition allows them to surpass countless others right from the start. It speaks not only of talent, but also of hard work. Very good, I am quite pleased. Dean Shin remarked, Are there any other promising talents? With Sun Xingyu's confidence, he surely has more than just the award-winning list of artistic films. He knew that Han Meng from Class 1 was also quite strong. Her film had received market recognition and achieved impressive box office results. Even as the dean, he had heard about it during his travels. Of course there are. Class 1 is especially talented. As Sun Xingyu spoke about this, his face radiated with pride. He seemed much more spirited. Let us start with the class leader, Lin Ming. His shooting style may not conform to popular taste, but in terms of his camera work and narrative pacing, he is definitely outstanding. Moreover, he was one of the first in his class to achieve results, earning over $1 million from an online movie. Of course, this comes from support from his family. However, having family support is not a shame. It actually indicates that he has a better starting point and could even progress more smoothly. I certainly won't hesitate to acknowledge his market sensitivity. For Sun Xingyu, Lin Ming is barely a footnote. The more significant highlights are yet to come. Once this was said, Dean Shin nodded in agreement. Indeed, earning over $1 million for film expenses while still a student speaks volumes about his capabilities. Most second-generation individuals can make money, right? Just not wasting it would be considered a success. We shouldn't overlook someone's talent just because they have better starting funds. Dean Shin had no complaints about this. Is that all? I've heard there's a genius girl in your directing major. What's her name? Dean Shin chuckled as he picked up the list and suddenly said, Han Meng, right? Sun Xingyu smiled even wider. Yes. She is definitely one of the top talents in our academy. She started managing her social media and filming short dramas during her freshman year. Her fan base grew significantly, reaching millions. If she hadn't focused solely on films, her follower count would have multiplied several times. Sun Xingyu spoke with deep admiration. Last year, she wrote, directed, and starred in a film focusing on young women in the workplace. using $3 million in investment to create a film worth $30 million. The return on investment multiplied tenfold. And this year, her self-written, directed, and starred film Goodbye X only used $30 million in funds, creating a box office miracle of $2 billion. The return on investment reached an astonishing 733. She has become a hot new female director. I believe she will shine at tonight's gala. Good, good, good. Dean Shin repeatedly praised, his face glowing with happiness. With her alone, she could impress most attendees. These days, there are numerous award-winning actors. Not everyone can star in films with box office earnings in the billions, let alone directing. Very few can create films that gross hundreds of millions. A female director with such high box office earnings is definitely appealing. Even award-winning actors would seek collaboration. Sun Xingyu cleared his throat, ready to continue boasting, when a knock sounded at the door. Chapter 108. Lin Ming. I finally found someone I like, and you make me lose so completely. It was the director of Qingzhou Film Academy, here to inform that most guests had taken their seats. He was inviting faculty from various majors to sit down. The dean was also about to host. Sun Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. Then he became anxious. I haven't finished yet. After hearing the director's announcement, Dean Shun waved his hand to Sun Xingyu. It's fine. Let us take our seats first. We can talk at the gala as well. Those 10 minutes make a difference. Moreover, after listening to Han Ming, Dean Shin found the others a bit tedious. How could anyone be stronger than a new female director with $2 billion in box office earnings? He had never heard of a stronger presence in the academy. Since he had already heard about the top student, he lost interest in the others. Sun Xingyu watched Dean Shin pick up the list from the table and quickly walked out of the office with the director. Mr. Sun, congratulations on having such a good student. Yes, a director with $2 billion in box office. That's incredible. I have a few students who are already popular artists. But compared to Han Ming, they're just not on the same level. I'm worse off, in the recording arts program. Only one student has done voice work for a hit animation company, completely behind the scenes. Listening to the other teachers' praises and sentiments, Sun Xingyu looked disdainful. $2 billion? Is that a lot? You country bumpkins. Look at how naive you all are. Your students are great too, each excelling in their own fields. Sun Xingyu boasted as he followed the dean towards the event venue. Initially, he felt uneasy about taking credit for Liu Bai's achievements, but then he thought it was acceptable. At the event, the vanity gained from being recognized by well-known industry professionals would only inflate further. By then, his own face would shine the brightest. Me, teacher Liu Bai, educator of 100 billion students. Just thinking about it was exciting. Of course, it wasn't just pride in being a teacher, to be honest. It was also tied to Sun Xingyu's professional evaluation. With such a student, if any good positions opened up, the leadership would naturally think of him first. Wouldn't he be treated like a treasure? Liu Bai, have you arrived at the venue? Sun Xingyu still felt uneasy and intentionally walked at the back. Dialing Liu Bai's number. Mr. Sun, I'm already here. Hearing Liu Bai's voice on the other end, Sun Xingyu felt an overwhelming fondness. He believed that after years of teaching, no one could surpass Liu Bai in excellence. He had become his proudest student. Although it seemed he hadn't taught him much, at least he was nominally his teacher. That was something no one could take away. All right, don't wander around later. You are the most prominent presence in our academy. The event will start soon. Your performance will impact my evaluation, Sun Xingyu said as he joined the line and entered the spacious outdoor stadium. In front of the stage were the seats for leaders and teachers. Further back in the second, third, and fourth rows sat invited social elites, with the most prominent being the famous alumni from the school. Sun Xingyu glanced towards the left side of the stage, where the seats were closer to the entrance and reserved for award recipients. He spotted Liu Bai among them. You're joking, right? Liu Bai exchanged a few pleasantries with Sun Xingyu before hanging up. Is that Mr. Sun? A calm and gentle voice came from beside him. It was Han Ming, also seated among the distinguished alumni. Yes, Liu Bai nodded. Upon hearing this, Han Ming smiled lightly. I can understand his feelings. A great director has emerged among his students, so he must be taken care of. Liu Bai didn't know what to say and instead smiled, changing the subject. The gala is starting. The two of them were chatting, laughing and joking, which made someone nearby feel extremely frustrated. Lin Ming was unwilling to accept this. However, it was not the right occasion to vent his feelings. He didn't want to see the two of them, but their seats were right in the front row. Why should that be? Han Ming proved herself with box office success and could sit in the front. Why could Liu Bai sit there? Just because he wrote the script for Han Ming? I finally had my heart set on something, and you made me lose so completely. Lin Ming slammed his thigh. Damn. Chapter 109. The award ceremony officially begins. The first to take the stage in the drama and film directing major. The gala has started. The invited guests took their seats. The students in the audience were excited to see familiar faces on the television. When the people on TV walked right in front of them, the shock and surprise were overwhelming. I got Hu Ji's autograph. He's really so handsome. You have no future plans at all. I went straight to ask a senior director if I could join the crew as an extra, and he laughed and gave me a role. Wow, who is it? I want a role too. Zhang Yingho is really approachable. She took several photos with me. Enough chatting. Dean Shun is on stage. When the students saw the dean of the Film Academy walk onto the stage, they consciously quieted down. Dean Shun was very satisfied with the students in the audience. With a sense of nostalgia, he reflected on how graduation season had come again. He quickly collected his thoughts and addressed the microphone with a calm, yet strong voice. Today is a memorable day for the Film Academy, as it is also the first award ceremony for outstanding graduates. Of course, it's uncertain whether it will be the last one. Therefore, it relies on the efforts of the third-year students to ensure that this gala becomes a tradition that continues on. As he began to speak, he brought about a roar of laughter from the audience. It stirred the emotions of the third-year students. They didn't want such a star-studded gala to be ended with their cohort. Even the second-year students felt an increased pressure. Dean Shun paused for a moment and continued with a smile. Such a gala is not meant to be serious. Its purpose is to showcase the charm of our film academy and allow the alumni to see the achievements their juniors have made during their time at school. He also expressed gratitude to the well-known industry professionals for their presence at this ceremony. In simple terms, this is essentially an alternative job fair. He hopes that the industry leaders can spot some excellent fresh talent. Dean Shun's candidness made many in the audience feel refreshed, while elevating their status. He was also putting them under pressure. The underlying message was that these well-known industry professionals included not only great directors, but also company owners. Isn't it fitting to recruit a few new talents? Since Dean Shun specially held this ceremony for outstanding students, it surely wouldn't disappoint. Yes, if there are suitable candidates. I am willing to welcome fresh talent. They are all juniors, and I will definitely support them, offering high salaries. Right now, we are preparing for a new movie, and I can provide them with an opportunity to join the crew, or they can aspire to be actors. I have always had my eye on a female director, and I believe everyone else does too. Unfortunately, she is already a shareholder of a major film company, enjoying dividends, and I have no way to persuade her. I don't even know how to approach her for investment. In the guest seats, well-known figures are also thinking along these lines. As for the ceremony launched by the school, there is a lot of anticipation. This is equivalent to an official endorsement of the most outstanding talents. Attracting any of them is a gain. The only concern is whether they are willing to come. Only those leading actors and actresses, or top-tier stars, find themselves somewhat helpless. They can be considered quite expensive ornaments. Without their own companies and teams, even if they want to help juniors, they are powerless. Are we supposed to hire them as assistants? Enough of the small talk. I believe everyone is not here to listen to my chatter. Director Chen chuckled, gesturing to invite the counselor of the drama and film directing program, Teacher Sun Xingyu, to the stage to present awards to his students. Let's welcome him with applause. Chapter 110, An Awkward Little Theater, the First Appetizer? Amidst the applause, Sun Xingyu walked onto the stage, beaming. Lu Bai below was also clapping, thinking that the sooner it got to him, the sooner it would end. What are you planning to say when you get on stage? A whisper came from beside him. Lu Bai looked at his friend's curious expression and shook his head, nothing prepared. Just a thank you to the school for its nurturing, to the teachers for their hard work, and to my parents for their support, and that's it. Han Moing chuckled in response. This sounds a bit formal. How about you? Lu Bai casually asked. Han Moing nodded inexplicably. I'm pretty much the same. Lu Bai oh. Lin Ming watched them whispering to each other, gritting his teeth. Those two. TSK. Also, can someone explain why Lu Bai gets to sit in the front row? So much closer than me. Does the school trust his screenwriting ability that much? Does he really think he is the author of Iron Man? Damn. Lin Ming glared fiercely at the two in front. At this moment, Sun Xingyu was already on stage, unable to suppress a smile. I am very grateful to the school for giving me this opportunity to speak. I have always believed that it's not about how well I teach, but that my students are inherently excellent. So, I won't say much. Please turn your attention to the big screen. Sun Xingyu turned and raised his hand, directing the audience's gaze to the large screen behind him. At this moment, A clip from a film began to play. Your Majesty, please give the command. Several characters knelt on one knee, respectfully speaking. The male lead in the film smirked, grinning wickedly. I want the Gao family to completely leave Jinghai City. This place belongs to me, Yi Fan. The subordinates responded loudly. Yes. The scene directly caused laughter from the audience below. Ha, what an awkward little performance. The lead actor up there is my classmate. I could laugh for a year. Can such a play be nominated for an excellent film? I'm dying of laughter. Sun Xingyu also noticed the audience trying to hold back their laughter. But he didn't explain, as the large screen behind him was still playing. Director, Lin Ming. Class 1 of the drama and film directing major. The production cost was $2 million, and they not only broke even, but also made over $1 million in profit. When this achievement was announced, no one was laughing anymore. The students in the audience felt embarrassed and ashamed. They couldn't achieve such results. This clearly surpassed most people. You want to laugh at me? Lin Ming sat in the audience, feeling quite proud. Seeing that it was his film made him very excited. Being the first to take the stage, he definitely stole the spotlight. Although students from other classes won awards at the Blue Star Film Festival, those films didn't make money, which to him was just like a certificate, useless apart from being good-looking. The only person he truly admired was Han Ming. That was also what fascinated him the most. If he could marry her, it would definitely elevate his career. But look at her taste. Whispering with some pretty boy? What makes him better than me? Every time he sees them together, he feels a sense of injustice. Even though he had warned Liu Bai before, it seemed the latter didn't take his words to heart at all. I can't get to Han Ming, but can I handle you, Liu Bai? You better watch out tonight. When this report card was handed in, the entire audience fell silent. Even the well-known directors were somewhat impressed. Good rhythm, professional camera work. A promising talent. Yes, next time he might try commercial films. This film's audience is clearly not us, but I have to say, as a commercial blockbuster, it is qualified and excellent. I remember wanting to earn $1 million too, but that was after 6 or 7 years post-graduation. Indeed, today as young people are getting stronger and stronger. Sun Xingyu was also very satisfied with the audience's reaction. However, what is this? Just an appetizer. The real main course is yet to come. Chapter 111. Please come on stage and tell everyone about your work. Under the roll call of the counselor, Lin Ming adjusted his newly bought high-end custom suit and calmly walked onto the stage. After delivering a speech, he walked down holding the award. His gaze coldly swept over Liu Bai. Han Ming also noticed this look, but she said nothing, her expression slightly cold. Liu Bai saw it too and nodded kindly at Lin Ming. I still prefer your rebellious expression, chasing after me calling me big boss. I'm just not used to it otherwise. Please keep it up in the future. Liu Bai chuckled to himself. But then a private message from a mutual follower on a social platform pinged on his phone. Big boss, as your fan, I hope I didn't disappoint you. Following closely was a photo of Lin Ming holding the award, standing on stage. It must have been taken by someone else for him. Liu Bai glanced over and turned back with a smile. He saw Lin Ming looking pleased with himself, seemingly waiting for a reply, with a proud expression on his face. Though he pretended to be humble. At this moment, after sending a message, Lin Ming raised his head and noticed Liu Bai smiling at him. What are you doing, kid? With your level, do you really think you deserve to sit on the podium with me? He scoffed disdainfully and turned away. Seeing this, Liu Bai could only helplessly turn back. Little Lin, remember to be happy when the big shot you often talk about comes on stage later. The award ceremony was still ongoing. Sun Xingyu pointed out students from other classes, all of whom were winners of the film festival's major awards. Showcasing impressive skills and solid works, eliciting envy and admiration from many. The school has produced such talents, incredible, and two at once. Their future is indeed limitless. Although Lin Ming's work could earn money, it was on a completely different level. Yes, I admit Lin Ming is strong, but I really can't watch for more than a minute. I still have thin skin. I feel embarrassed even for a second. Not only did the students give high praise, but those big shots were also amazed. Many directors with years of experience, though somewhat successful, were not enough to be seen in major film festivals. If they could be recognized, they would boast about it on social media. Yet these two juniors had already won major awards. The gap in talent was not something minor. No wonder the dean arranged such a gala. Yes, these two pearls of talent, if not showcased in front of the public, could easily be overlooked. After all, this society is profit-driven. Awards are just useless pieces of paper in the eyes of capital. I have my eyes on these two. After the ceremony, I will invite them to join the directing team and train them to become top directors in the future. However, the true heavyweight hasn't been revealed yet. That talented girl Han Ming. I've been paying attention to her for a long time. Although I'm an award-winning actress, I haven't had a film that grossed over 500 million, which is quite embarrassing. I hope Han Ming will let me join her crew. Under the anticipation of many well-known industry professionals, Sun Xingyu began to present Han Ming's resume. Douyin followers, 179 million. Highest short video views, 65 million. First film career woman, with an investment of 3 million, box office earnings of 30 million. The screen flashed, each page shining brightly, especially when the scene from Goodbye X appeared on the screen. It sent the audience into a frenzy. When the box office figures were announced, everyone was left speechless. 236 billion. Boom. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. Even though this figure was available online, it was nothing compared to witnessing it in person. Even more exhilarating was the fact that this person was a classmate. It was unbelievable. Amidst the discussions and admiration from all the teachers and students, Han Ming received a certificate awarded by the school. The next student is quite special. Sun Xingyu looked at the audience, which had just calmed down, and his previously joyful expression turned serious and earnest at that moment. I believe I shouldn't just casually show a short film. Therefore, I hope, Lu Bai, you can come up on stage and tell everyone about your work. P.S. Today is the 5th chapter. I understand that it's stuck here, which I'm sure is unsatisfactory for everyone. So, after dinner, I'll continue writing 1 or 2 more chapters. Please support me with some free, love-powered boosts. Chapter 112. Aren't you just a screenwriter, Lu Bai? I know someone even more impressive, and his name is also Sun Xingyu. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire audience was stunned. Even Dean Shun was baffled. When did we arrange for such a segment? How come I didn't know? Who is Lu Bai? Who gave him such a prominent position? The dean frowned and picked up the list of directing majors, scanning it quickly, becoming even more incredulous. Who is he? Why didn't I see his name? Is this a prank? Dean Shun, remaining patient, re-examined the list. Then he froze in shock. Lu Bai's name was right at the top of the drama and film directing major. When Dean Shun looked at the work section, his scalp tingled. It felt as if all the blood in his body rushed to his brain in an instant. He suddenly stood up, staring in disbelief at Sun Xingyu. No way. You little rascal. Are you playing tricks on me? Our school has such a figure. Why didn't you report this to me in the office? Did I tell you not to say anything, and you just kept quiet? Dean Shun was utterly shocked. He had no mental preparation at all. Other counselors, seeing the dean's huge reaction, were also puzzled. Dean Shun, what's wrong? Is there an urgent matter? Dean Shun came back to his senses and nodded absent-mindedly. Yes. It's very urgent. I want to see Lu Bai right now. He is my direct disciple. Behind the teachers' seats were the invited big names. When they heard this name, they were momentarily taken aback. Who is Lu Bai? It sounds familiar. I've heard of someone named Lu Bai, but that can't be true. Lu Bai? Isn't he the one who directed Transformers? I have a strong impression of him. However, a commercial director like that? Don't tell me he's just a student. Several people laughed. Feeling it was impossible, only Lin Ming began to feel suspicious. Why did Lu Bai smile at me earlier? Is he crazy? Why is the teacher calling him up? Is the teacher crazy too? Why should he go on stage? Isn't he just a screenwriter? I know even more impressive screenwriters, or big directors, also named Lu Bai. I can't believe it. In the audience, discussions about Lu Bai erupted everywhere. Everyone was curious about which student had received such an honor. Meanwhile, Han Mo-ing slightly curled her lips. Such a grand occasion for director Lu Bai. Lu Bai couldn't help but smile wryly as he listened. Actually, I didn't know there was this segment. Han Mo-ing lifted her chin. The teacher is calling for you. Lu Bai sighed and stood up. Immediately, he heard loud cheers from the surrounding crowd. Lu Shitty. Awesome. Lu Dad, take me to Shine and Fly. Lu Bai's fan club is here. We're cheering for you. Among the guests, a cacophony of monkey-like calls erupted. It stood out starkly among the dignified celebrities present. Lu Bai looked over, feeling even more embarrassed. That group of people was none other than his good senior brothers, Chen Rinxuan and others. They were also shareholders of the film company. They were excellent graduates from the drama and film major, and with Lu Bai's backing, their status had dramatically changed. They were sitting directly behind Sun Xingyu. At the same time, they were also Sun Xingyu's students. Their invitation to the event was completely expected. Lu Bai had heard them mention this news, so he was naturally aware. But their enthusiastic attitude made Lu Bai feel even more ashamed. He originally thought he would just go on stage to receive an award and go through the motions. Who knew there would also be a personal speech segment? Moreover, several shareholders from the company were so unruly. How embarrassing it would be if this got out. Unlike Han Mo-ing, the poised beauty, he should learn more from her. The distance from the audience to the stage was only a few meters. However, under the gaze of all the students, it felt as if Liu Bai was walking several kilometers. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Meanwhile, Lin Ming in the audience watched Liu Bai walk to the center of the stage. His expression shifted from disdain to disbelief, then to complexity, and finally to denial. He didn't know how many emotional journeys he had gone through. At this moment, Liu Bai stood under the spotlight and had already picked up the microphone. Chapter 113. I am a new director, and my work is Iron Man. Hello everyone. My name is Liu Bai. As soon as Liu Bai spoke, the entire venue fell silent. This was out of politeness and also due to their unfamiliarity with him. They were curious about his identity, which seemed even more special than the 2 billion female director. I am a student of teacher Sun Xingyu from class 1. This statement filled Sun Xingyu with pride. Truly a good student. To say this in such a grand setting was simply impressive. Liu Bai continued. Actually, I was quite surprised because I wasn't informed that I would be speaking on stage. So I didn't prepare. This remark elicited a knowing smile from the audience. As expected, this was definitely an unconventional arrangement. It was no wonder the audience felt puzzled since there was no such arrangement in the process. However, when Liu Bai's next words came out, no one could laugh anymore. Liu Bai didn't keep them in suspense. He directly stated, "My identity is that of a new director. The first film I attempted to record is called Iron Man Boom." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. All the students in the audience had blank expressions on their faces. Only the gradually enlarging pupils indicated their shock. Several teachers in the front row suddenly stood up. Is this really happening? Dean Chen's reaction wasn't overly dramatic. Ever since he saw the list above, he had not sat down. Now hearing Liu Bai admitted himself was even more deafening. Guests behind the dean also took a second or two to adapt before suddenly standing up. Chairs scraped loudly. Their eyes were fixed on the handsome young man on stage. What was he just saying? He said he is the director of Iron Man. This is a film made by a student who hasn't even graduated. The audience fell into a dead silence. It was as if no one had come back from that shock. Their minds were short-circuiting. Only Chun Rinchuan and a few others were excitedly cheering with pride. Liu Bai looked at his senior brothers who were acting like clowns, sighed with a bitter smile, and reported his achievements. Iron Man, box office 34 billion. He spoke calmly, yet it stirred up a fierce storm in the audience. At that moment, all the students regained their ability to think and erupted into an astonishing clamor. What the hell? No way. What is this? He is the director of Iron Man? Is this really my senior? How can I believe this? I was one of the first to follow that content creator. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. I can't believe it. My first reaction was that it must be someone with the same name. I never expected it to be the real person. Those who weren't familiar with Liu Bai in the audience were just in shock. But Liu Bai's classmates were terrified. They had never thought that a classmate next to them was actually a director with a box office of 3 billion, leading the sci-fi film trend in Qinzhou. Such an achievement completely blew their minds. Liu Bai's former roommates were even screaming in disbelief. Like they were going crazy. I don't believe it. The roommate who once shared a room with me has become a big boss worth over 1 billion. What a surreal scene. And didn't you say you were going to make a superhero film? Was it really about Iron Man? Wasn't it supposed to be some anti-Japanese drama? Thinking of this, the 3 roommates were in tears, regretting why they were so foolish back then, not clinging to the big shot's coattails and insisting on making their own films. Is there still a chance to cling on now? But for Lin Ming, it shattered his worldview. His face was filled with horror. He stared intently at Liu Bai on stage. The earlier speculation turned into disbelief, and now it had become a fact. While his heart was filled with mixed emotions, it also stirred up turbulent waves. How could he be the director of Iron Man? How could he? In an instant, Lin Ming felt a burning sensation in his eyes, and he wanted to die on the spot. He thought about how every time he privately messaged Liu Bai on that platform, calling him boss, that flattering expression had been seen by Liu Bai. He felt an overwhelming shame, and he had deceived himself into thinking it was just a coincidence of names. But reality slapped him in the face, leaving him feeling as if his soul was being torn apart, heartbroken beyond compare. Just half an hour ago, he had sent a private message to Liu Bai. Liu Bai had even turned around and smiled at him. Thinking of this, his face was burning with embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated. He had originally made up his mind to show Liu Bai a thing or two, but with the sudden reversal of their status, it was like heaven and earth apart. If he dared to touch Lu Bai, those wealthy heirs in the group would not let him off the hook. Realizing this, Lin Ming felt like crying with no tears, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He wanted to bury himself in the gym. P.S. This is the 7th chapter of today. Please give a 5-star review. Good night. Chapter 114. The film class goes completely crazy. All the guests were stunned. At the awards ceremony, when Lu Bai revealed that he had directed Iron Man, it caused an uproar. Those well-known industry insiders who had been invited, initially carrying some airs, were completely shattered. Who would dare to claim they had more prestige than a director with $3 billion in earnings? Moreover, they knew that just from this film, Lu Bai had netted over $1 billion. In terms of cash, he was more impressive than anyone in the audience. The next film was an investment project. After waiting for a moment, the commotion in the audience showed no signs of settling down. Not wanting to remain on stage any longer, Lu Bai disregarded the noise and said, "The film is titled Goodbye, X, produced by Earth Films. It ultimately earned a share of $616 million. This statement sent the already rowdy audience into another frenzy. Was Han Mo Ying's film invested and shot by Lu Bai? What kind of vision is this? I've watched this film several times, and Lu Bai's name is in the screenwriter column. No wonder. Thinking about it, Film Class 1 is truly terrifying. If we're talking about real monsters, it's only Lu Bai. This is just too profitable. But don't forget, Earth Films just released a film. Wow." Amid the audience's discussions, it seemed a strong storm was brewing. Lin Ming, who had calmed down, suddenly felt overwhelmed again. He stood there in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Right. Lamborghini, Transformers, all of them are works of Lu Bai. Is there really such a gap between people? Even if his father came, he would have to kneel. At that moment, all his pride and confidence were instantly crushed. Looking at Lu Bai under the spotlight, he appeared dazzling like the sun. The guests in the audience gasped in awe. Even in the heat of May, they felt a chill all over. Their eyes were filled with fear and panic. It seemed they dared not listen to what was to come. "The second film I directed is called Transformers," Lu Bai said calmly. The audience fell into complete silence. Everyone's hearts trembled, not knowing what words could express the shock they felt inside. Yet, despite this, they could feel their minds exploding. Everyone in the audience was incredibly familiar with this film. In the movie, it not only featured tank explosions, but also aircraft. It even borrowed fighter jets and reconnaissance planes. By the end of the film, an aircraft carrier group made an appearance. What an impressive display. Ultimately, it ranked among the top 10 in the film history of Qingzhou and the top 100 in the history of the Blue Star. It has already secured the champion box office seat for this year. This film is quite lucky, and I must say it was beyond my expectations. Lu Bai candidly shared his achievements. The box office reached $5.36 billion. Then, he politely bowed and said, "I have finished my report. Thank you, everyone." But the audience erupted in excitement. Many people's chairs shifted as if they could hardly stay seated. After several seconds of silence, a wave of fervor broke out. In an instant, the entire venue seemed to come alive. Everyone was emotionally charged, even ecstatic. "Idol. Amazing. Senior, let us connect. I love Iron Man. Transformers. So cool. Senior, notice me. So talented. The idol is right beside me." Wow. Not only the audience was stirred, but Lu Bai's classmates also became completely enthusiastic. The disbelief and complexity in their hearts were thoroughly conquered by Lu Bai at this moment. Chapter 115. Transformers mission completed. Should rewards be drawn? The first film class area completely let go of their reservations. They erupted with a strong sense of identity and honor, shouting until they were hoarse. "Lu Bai, I've had a crush on you for so long." "Me too. Get lost, you're a guy? I really like your works. Fans are here." "Lu Bai? Damn, I can show off to others now. I'm in the same class as the great director Lu Bai. He greeted me today, he likes me too. You are my god." Even those outstanding students who were qualified for awards transformed into devoted fans at this moment, offering their utmost respect. Compared to Lu Bai, they felt like nothing. Lin Ming trembled all over. His face turned red. He looked tough on the outside, but his mindset had already exploded. Amidst the shouts of so many people, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn. Amazing. A big shot is always a big shot." Reluctantly accepting, he finally let go of his restraint and shouted even louder, "He is my brother. We follow each other on Bilibili. Got it. I've always supported his career. 10 years of loyal fandom. Still classmates. I'll definitely buy a Lamborghini when it's released." Lin Ming shouted to the person next to him. regardless of whether he knew them or not. Vanity triumphed over shame. He desperately tried to show off to the people around him. Big shot. Is the Lamborghini really going to be released? Can I touch it when it happens? The person beside him was equally excited. They began to chat enthusiastically about Lu Bai. Only the guest area fell into a top-level silence. Whether they were invited celebrities or alumni from the school, they were all on edge. 2 films, a director worth billions. What a remarkable talent. I'm starting to doubt whether we really need to pave the way for outstanding students. I want Lu Bai to come to my company. Is that feasible? Dream on. This isn't about paving the way for students. It's just showing off to us. Incredible. How did I not discover such talent earlier? If I had signed him sooner as the company director, wouldn't he that have made everything worry-free? The guest area was filled with mixed emotions. The actors were particularly excited, practically itching to rush on stage and get acquainted. They were desperate for a good role. If they could participate in such a purely commercial film, it would definitely be a box office hit. Their worth would skyrocket as well. At this moment, Lu Bai became the person they most wanted to curry favor with. Junior, you must consider your seniors. We're offering this for free. The audience was in an uproar. Dean Chun felt immensely proud. A director worth billions emerging from their academy. What a promotional gimmick. It couldn't be more extravagant. Moreover, he hasn't even graduated yet. Perhaps he could produce another film before graduating. It's decided. Senior year isn't the end, but the beginning. Let us immediately give him a recommendation for graduate school. Dean Chun was overjoyed, calculating in his mind. As long as Lu Bai holds a title, it doesn't matter if he attends classes. Even if he just comes to be a nominal teaching assistant, it would still bring prestige to the Film Academy. Now, Qingzhou University of Arts stands proudly with its Film Academy. Thank you, Lu Bai, for your presentation. Let us give him a round of applause. Sun Xinyu also walked out, feeling elated. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Bai, he handed him a certificate. Lu Bai thanked the teacher, and upon returning to his seat, he was met with congratulations from many classmates. Lu Bai wasn't used to such occasions and could only express his gratitude one by one. He never thought there would come a day when he could sign autographs for others. It was exhausting. After dealing with the enthusiastic classmates, Lu Bai finally sat down. But his mind was suddenly filled with the most wonderful celestial sounds, instantly reviving his weary heart. Mission for filming the movie Transformers completed. Total box office, 369 billion. Social attention, excellent. Would you like to extract items from the movie? Lu Bai's eyes lit up. The reward was finally here. Chapter 116. Why would a graduate student mentor have the dean personally involved? Hearing the system announcement, Lu Bai felt revitalized. He realized that the movie's box office had come in. He picked up his phone and checked. After tax, it was 771 billion. The theaters took 57. The distributors took 10, and Lu Bai received 33. Every time Lu Bai looked, it pained his heart. The theaters took such a high percentage just for showing the film. But to establish and operate his own cinema, he needed at least 3 to 5 billion to get started. He could only focus on completing the system's 3-film mission, allowing him to choose scripts and have multiple films flourishing. Complete the original accumulation of capital as soon as possible. Establish your own cinema. Lu Bai slowly exhaled. The situation is stronger than the individual. He could only comply with this profit-sharing behavior. Moreover, when Lu Bai truly establishes his own cinema chain, will he also take a percentage of the market share to recoup his investment? Will he also take 57% of others' films? This is another question. The Dragon Slayer eventually becomes the evil dragon, but fortunately, he can still reap a lot from his own film's profits. However, if his cinema chain is not extensive enough, he will still need to operate through others' chains. Otherwise, he cannot capture such a large market. It's a dilemma. That kind of thing is too far away. So I won't think about it for now. Lu Bai shook his head. In any case, he still needs to establish his cinema chain. After all, when the time comes for full-scale operations, with several films being shot simultaneously, his own cinema will be able to capture more profits. Would you like to claim the reward? The system's voice sounded again, pulling Lu Bai back to his thoughts. Is there even a need to think about it? Claim the reward. Ding. Reward extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Reward, Cybertron Life, Bumblebee. Hearing this, Lu Bai's spirits lifted instantly. His heart surged with joy. He actually drew Bumblebee. Although he had prepared himself mentally, with such enormous returns and social attention for the film, drawing Transformers was definitely a sure thing. He would be satisfied with any draw. But drawing Bumblebee was undoubtedly the best. If there's one character that embodies the deepest emotions in this film, it is Bumblebee, even after many years. He can't remember the names of other characters, but Bumblebee has always left a deep impression. Now it feels like a dream come true. Would you like to claim it now? This question brought Lu Bai back from his ecstasy. He immediately replied, "Not now? Are you kidding? There are people everywhere. If a car suddenly drops down, wouldn't that cause a commotion?" Sun Xingyu, representing the film department, finished introducing the students of his class and stepped down, allowing other instructors to take the stage. Lu Bai went over to greet him and said he had urgent matters to attend to, wanting to leave early. Bumblebee was waiting for him. Lu Bai couldn't stay for even a second. "All right, be careful on your way." Sun Xingyu nodded. His student is no ordinary person. If there is something going on, it's usually significant. Naturally, he couldn't delay him. Moreover, even if Lu Bai was leaving, he still had to say a word to his teacher. That was quite an honor. This made other instructors envious. "Is that Lu Bai? I am the Dean of the Film Academy, Chen Tianmin." Dean Chen said kindly, "I've seen your film. It's a great work. The Academy is truly proud to have you." Lu Bai respectfully greeted, "Hello, Dean." "Not at all. It's all thanks to the Academy's excellent training." Dean Chen was even happier, feeling appreciated. "This kid is great, humble and talented. It seems I still have some potential to explore. Here's the thing. We all agree that you have great potential to tap into. I hope you can stay at the school for further studies. Of course, tuition will be fully waived, and there will be scholarships every year. Moreover, the schedule is flexible. You won't even need to attend classes or respond to teachers. The school will also provide you with a private residence, so no one will disturb you." Lu Bai understood and found it somewhat amusing. The school is quite generous in trying to recruit him. No classes, no teachers. Does that even qualify as graduate studies? What a joke. However, Lu Bai didn't mind. It wouldn't hinder him anyway. He could just keep his name associated with the school. Contributing by being a promotional figure for the institution seemed reasonable. "Since the dean recognized my abilities, I am willing to pursue further studies," Lu Bai said respectfully. Hearing this, the dean was overjoyed, feeling that this student was exceptionally considerate. He kindly took Lu Bai's hand and said, "If that's the case, I'll be your mentor. Is that all right?" Sun Xingyu was stunned. "Is that all right? This is highly inappropriate. Even for a doctoral supervisor, it's uncommon for the dean to personally take the lead. You're trying to horn in on a graduate mentor? How disrespectful." Sun Xingyu felt compelled to step in. Chapter 117. The Bumblebee model turns out to be Lu Bai. Bumblebee, transform. Even Lu Bai was taken aback for a few seconds upon hearing this. Having the dean as my mentor? This is completely unsuitable, right? There is no precedent for this. But seeing the dean's eager gaze, he could only feel helpless inside. He replied, "I'll follow the dean's arrangements." Ha ha ha. Dean Chun was overjoyed. "Now you truly are my personal disciple. I'll finally have some clout to boast about to those old-timers." "Great, great. I didn't misjudge you. I noticed your exceptional potential back in your freshman year. Now that you are my student, it fulfills a kind of wish for me." Lu Bai listened, feeling speechless. It all seemed absurd. The only time he had met the dean was during the freshman opening ceremony. Surrounded by many people and at a distance. How could he have seen anything? He could only nod in agreement, at least not to dampen the elder's enthusiasm. Only Sun Xingyu looked at Dean Shun with a strange expression, somewhat disdainful. "What can you teach him? Just don't pass on your bureaucratic tactics. And I'll be grateful." Even the principal would shed tears over the skill of poaching students like this. After some small talk, Dean Shun confirmed the arrangement and happily saw Lu Bai off. Then, he kindly instructed Sun Xingyu, "Now, please send me Han Meng's contact number. When I first saw them during the opening ceremony, I knew they were exceptional talents. I must teach them my photography insights." Sun Xingyu forced a smile, nearly ready to curse. "You old-timer, you're even trying to snatch this? Lin Ming's crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Do you want it or not?" However, in the end, Sun Xingyu could only accept it. After all, he was just a university counselor and didn't have the qualifications to supervise graduate students. Damn it, I want a promotion. Lu Bai left the school and was warmly surrounded by many students along the way. He felt helpless and dazed about this behavior. He wasn't a celebrity. There was really no need for such attention. "I'm so sorry, but I have urgent matters to attend to." Lu Bai declined to sign autographs, got into a taxi, and rushed towards the villa. When he returned to his spacious home, he couldn't wait to shout, "System, claim the reward." Ding. Reward distribution successful. Detected residential space. Rewards have been issued to the storage room. Is the system Zhang Wei? Every time it appears, it's in the bathroom. Lu Bai complained inwardly, but was still satisfied with the system's arrangement. Not only was it safe, but it also provided privacy. The storage room door was a lift-type iron door. After Lu Bai entered the password, it slowly rose, and the sound of metal vibrating echoed in his ears. But Lu Bai couldn't wait. As soon as the door was halfway up, he squeezed inside. Then he was completely stunned by the scene before him, because what he saw was not a tall robot, but a golden car, a sports car. It was a Lamborghini. When Lu Bai saw it, he was momentarily dazed. Then, overwhelming joy surged within him. He didn't expect the system to be so generous. The vehicle he had modified was actually delivered. Don't forget, this Lamborghini was something he added on his own. It actually materialized. The system is amazing. An all-automatic energy block fuel sports car. No misoperation, no accidents. Incredible. Lu Bai was extremely excited. He walked around the Lamborghini, his admiration growing even more. This was way cooler than anything on Earth. And the reward provided by the system didn't stop there. Bumblebee. Lu Bai quickly composed his excited emotions and shouted, "Transform." Chapter 118, Bumblebee. Let's hit the road and cause some chaos. Bumblebee, transform. As Lu Bai's voice fell, the car in front of him suddenly erupted with the sound of metal friction. Every car component expanded rapidly. Then, it suddenly shrank, closed, transformed. The sensation of each gear clicking felt like it was striking Lu Bai's heart. Every second stirred Lu Bai's emotions. Soon, in front of Lu Bai appeared a gigantic mechanical life form. Its pupils were round and looked very innocent. Its design was even more eye-catching. The top of its head had two rear-view mirrors, resembling the antennae of a wasp. The two car doors lifted like wings on its shoulders. The two tires hung behind its shoulders, with headlights on its chest. This unique design instantly captured Lu Bai's heart. Such mechanical technology was simply too cool. It even had more mechanical aesthetics than Iron Man. "Master, hello. I am your loyal servant, Bumblebee. I will never betray you." Immediately after, Bumblebee spoke. His voice was gentle and respectful. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai felt even happier. This was actually the Bumblebee appearance from the later stages of the movie, a restored version of his voice. The system was impressive. "I'm so glad you could join our big family," Lu Bai said excitedly. He then pointed to Iron Man on the black floor and introduced. "He is the controller of Mark III, Jarvis, and also a family member." The blue light in front of Iron Man brightened, and Jarvis, with a gentlemanly voice, said, "I am Jarvis. Nice to meet you." Bumblebee turned around and nodded. "Hello, I am Bumblebee." Jarvis replied, "I watched your movie. Your abilities are quite good." "Thank you." Bumblebee nodded. It was clear that he knew how he came to be here and had no doubts or questions. Lu Bai's will was the command he needed to carry out. However, as Lu Bai listened to their conversation, he suddenly felt curious. If Jarvis controlled Iron Man and fought Bumblebee, who would win? But this thought was quickly dismissed. The cost of such a fight was something Lu Bai couldn't afford. He had no repair tools at all. Moreover, if Iron Man fought, it would require a huge amount of energy. If Jarvis couldn't quickly end the battle, they might end up buried in the ground. In other words, in a prolonged battle, Jarvis would undoubtedly lose. System. If Lu Bai was about to ask whether repairs would be covered, the system directly interrupted. "Put away such boring thoughts. I will not participate in maintaining internal conflicts." Well, that's that. But Lu Bai still keenly noticed the key phrase. No maintenance for internal conflicts? Does that mean damage from battles can be repaired? If the host faces a life-threatening situation leading to item damage, repairs can be paid for. Got it. Money is Wannam. The system can't refuse the corruption of money. What could threaten my life and lead to damage to Iron Man or Bumblebee? System, don't jinx it. Lu Bai complained and refocused his gaze on Bumblebee. The golden color was simply dazzling. Cool and tall, standing 5 meters high, almost touching the warehouse ceiling. During his time on Earth, Lu Bai had once wondered about the height of the characters in the Transformers films. How could a car transform into such a tall mechanical life form? Eventually, he gave up. It was just movie logic or alien life. Just like in the Avengers, if it doesn't make sense, it's a parallel universe. Asking further would be impolite. "Bumblebee, transform back to car mode. Let's hit the streets," Lu Bai said with excitement. Chapter 119. Lamborghini hits the streets, goes viral online. "All right, master." Bumblebee was very obedient. After a transformation, he reverted back to a low-profile automotive beast. The front of the car, resembling a shark's mouth, is as sharp as a blade. "You can call me sir as well. It sounds much better." Lu Bai smiled as he opened the scissor doors. This was the first time he had truly sat inside a Lamborghini. Previously, he had only been in movie props, which didn't count at all. From what Liu Bai knew, the car he was sitting in was a Lamborghini Aventador, commonly referred to as the Big Bull among earthly folks. Lamborghini has several models, often distinguished as Little Bull and Big Bull. The Little Bull has regular doors, while the Big Bull has scissor doors. The Little Bull has 10 cylinders, and the Big Bull has 12. The Little Bull is wide and short, while the Big Bull is slender and long. This is also reflected in the pricing. The Little Bull starts at around 5 million, while the Big Bull is over 7 million. Okay, sir, the Bumblebee replied, and the cool headlights instantly lit up, making the garage even more dazzling. Then, the engine roared to life, like a roaring beast. The sturdy tires rolled over the floor, heading straight towards the villa's entrance. Amidst the growls, it charged into the quiet night. Oh my, what is that? Is this a car? When did such a vehicle hit the market? Isn't this the Lamborghini from Transformers? No way, they really made it? In the villa area, people were astonished to see the flashy car. Especially those who had seen the movie recognized it immediately. That low and wild design was unmistakable. Is the real thing this cool? I was just about to take a picture. It's going so fast. I didn't even manage to record a video. As onlookers watched in shock, the Lamborghini quickly sped away, leaving behind a trail of blood-red taillights. But soon, even the taillights disappeared from view. This outing was far more sensational than Liu Bai had imagined. It was impossible to be low-key. The roar of the beast, unleashed, was breathtaking. It stirred one's blood while also instilling a sense of being watched by a steel predator. Bystanders quickly turned their heads to avoid it. It seemed this was not the right time to go out. I was too caught up in the moment. Liu Bai felt a bit bitter. He hadn't anticipated such a huge commotion. Driving out at night meant no one could sleep. It felt a bit unethical. However, driving a sports car is exhilarating. It's not just a physical pleasure. It's a sense of fulfillment inside. He had seen countless luxury cars on Earth, but never owned one. Now, having satisfied this vanity and curiosity, it felt like that was enough. Ahead, a red light. The Bumblebee engaged autopilot, and the vehicle slowed to a stop. It was around 8 or 9 in the evening, with plenty of pedestrians around. A few other cars were also waiting at the red light. After passing the traffic light, they would turn back. The new script would be released soon. While waiting for the light to change, Liu Bai glanced at his phone, only to cause a huge stir in the outside world. Bystanders were incredibly shocked to see this car. The model from the movie had actually appeared in reality. In Qingzhou, many people have seen the movie featuring transforming robots. Even those who haven't seen it are easily captivated by such car models. They can't help but take photos and videos. When these are posted online, they become an instant sensation. All the netizens are incredibly excited and can't sleep all night. Chapter 120. The sports car companies are in a panic, regretting their past decisions. Videos of Lamborghini cars hitting the road have taken the internet by storm. The golden body of the car shines brilliantly even at night. Especially the roar of the beast-like engine echoes through the streets. Wow, is Lamborghini on the road? Has it gone into mass production? It's absolutely cool. It looks fierce. You can tell it's unaffordable at first glance. Other sports car manufacturers must be regretting their decisions. Every netizen who sees a Lamborghini is shocked and thrilled. The sleek design is simply irresistible. Both men and women are drawn to it instantly. It's incredibly flashy. The likes and hearts are skyrocketing, and the shares are astonishing. It has sparked a frenzy among car enthusiasts. Similarly, as netizens have pointed out, sports car companies are completely flustered after seeing the videos online. Is it really happening? Listening to that engine sound, the number of cylinders must be impressive. Is such horsepower really necessary? At this moment, all major sports car companies are filled with regret. They regret not agreeing to sponsorship and collaboration. If they had realized how popular the film was globally, their sales would have surged, and it would have greatly helped their brand recognition. But now, they've inadvertently nurtured a strong competitor. In terms of appearance, no sports car dares to challenge it. Even if they had released concept models earlier, it was of no use. Any company can create CGI, but turning that into a real, mass-produced vehicle is the real skill. Now, Lamborghini is already on the road. There is no time for them to react. At this moment, all sports car manufacturers feel a serious crisis. What do you think the positioning of this car is? What should the market price be? All major sports car companies have convened emergency meetings, discussing endlessly. Currently, sports cars on the market are priced between 500,000 to 1 million. I believe this car, combined with the hype from the film, will definitely be in the million range. It should target young wealthy heirs. Priced above $1 million, not our direct competitors. Yes, looking at this film production company, they probably look down on the market for cars priced in the hundreds of thousands. So we can rest easy. The remaining executives feel helpless and can only console themselves. What else can they do? They can only find peace of mind and not make things difficult for themselves. At this level, it's nearly impossible to innovate. The most affected are the sports car companies close to the million range. Lamborghini poses a real threat to them. With that kind of money, one might as well buy a Lamborghini. It's easy to imagine that most sports car companies will be unable to sleep all night. Lin Ming left the party and returned home, still feeling lost and dejected. He never imagined that the big shot he had been trying so hard to impress was actually a classmate. This was a huge blow to his confidence. Perhaps he had considered this possibility before, but he was unwilling to admit it. After all, the difference in their statuses was too great. However, when these two identities merged, the impact on Lin Ming was overwhelming and hard for him to process. What made him even more disheartened was that his former sycophants were now intentionally or unintentionally distancing themselves from him, as if afraid of attracting the big shot's hostility. This made Lin Ming scoff, as if drawing a line with me would make the big shot want you useless people. How short-sighted. After cursing inwardly, he ultimately felt exhausted. He was about to join a group chat to lighten his mood, but it only added to his frustration. In that group of wealthy second-generation individuals, various photos and videos of Lamborghinis flooded the chat, with messages like, "Brothers, the Lamborghini is hitting the road. I'm just waiting to buy one when it hits the market. Don't fight me for it. I've prepared $2 million. I must get one. Damn, it can't possibly be that expensive. Are you out of your mind? No matter how expensive it is, I'm buying it. I just made over $10 million in the stock market. I can afford it." The chat was lively, and all the wealthy youngsters were extremely excited, as if they would get their cars tomorrow. Only Lin Ming felt like crying without tears. Still immersed in an atmosphere he found hard to accept. My big shot has turned into a rival, damn it. Am I still buying this car? Absolutely not. I only like cars. What are women to me? Don't bother me. Lin Ming looked at his Iron Man figurine in the room, and it seemed that in that moment, he regained some clarity. Yes, I can live without women, but without Iron Man, Transformers, or even a Lamborghini, my life wouldn't be complete. What is Han Moying worth compared to my dreams? The big shot is my brother. If you get close to him, consider yourself lucky. Everyone, let me tell you some shocking news. With this thought, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and immediately sent a message in the group. I have an announcement. My dream has come true. The group members scoffed at Lin Ming's message. If you're talking about Lamborghinis, then there's no need to say anything. Yeah, this news is everywhere online. Is it really true? I'm a girl, and I want to sit in the passenger seat. Lin Ming saw the doubts from the group members, but he sneered and wiped away the tears he called heartbreak, reigniting his hope. No, actually, I've been hiding something from you. The Lubai you all know is actually my classmate. As soon as he finished speaking, the group chat exploded. Even those rich kids who usually lurked and observed were drawn out. Are you joking? Is the news true? I don't believe it. Transformers was filmed by your classmate? What about Lamborghini? Can college students really pull this off? It's actually possible. Amidst the excitement in the group chat, Lin Ming said something that left everyone speechless. How else can you explain why I always have insider information? Because I share a brotherly bond with him. Lin Ming laughed and cried. At that moment, he completely lost interest in Han Moying. He even scolded himself for being foolish. That damn vanity. Even after a breakup, he still had to put on airs. Damn. It felt so good to act like this. The group chat was buzzing even more. Questions and exclamations filled the air. Fortunately, Lin Ming had decisive evidence. He shared several photos of Lu by receiving an award in the class group, with a clip from Transformers playing on the screen behind him. Even more jaw-dropping was the video of Lu by giving a speech on stage. The words coming out of his mouth were simply earth-shattering. Wow, no way. It really is Lin Ming's classmate. I'm going crazy. We're all college students. What a difference. Not even graduated yet, and already a director worth billions. And it's independently produced. This is what a true rich second generation looks like. Forget the rich second generation. This is straight up a rich first generation. This cash flow would make my parents cry. Absolutely a big shot. Damn. Give me his contact information. I want to hang out with him. The group chat exploded. Lin Ming's hidden sorrow was completely healed by this wave of flattery. Watching these truly wealthy second-generation peers react like this, he felt his vanity swell while also accepting his fate. If they were all this enthusiastic, Maybe he wasn't too far off either? To be honest, I don't think I've really offended him, right? Plus, I've always had a good attitude in private messages. Thinking of this, Lin Ming suddenly felt incredibly lucky. Not everyone is qualified to ride on someone else's coattails. One must know when to advance and retreat to achieve great wealth. How can anyone do business without facing grievances, making choices, or asking for favors? He and Liu Bai were classmates. Their relationship was quite pure, and there was no need for such humility. Maybe if I just admit my mistake, I can continue to curry favor? After all, I've been a fan of Liu Bai for 10 years. One of the first to follow him. As for Han Moing, what use are women? Brothers are like limbs. Anyone who dares to have thoughts about my sister-in-law, I won't let him off easily. I should go apologize to my big brother. Nowadays, not only has Lamborghini topped the trending searches, but Liu Bai's speech video has also caused a sensation online. It has firmly occupied the #1 spot on the trending list. The 22-year-old billionaire director has set the internet ablaze. Chapter 122. Liu Bai is on fire, dominating the top 10 trending topics. During Liu Bai's test drive, a huge storm had already brewed online. Major media outlets rushed to publish their articles on the internet, creating a massive wave of excitement. Shocked, the director of Transformers hasn't even graduated from college. The writer-director of Iron Man actually looks like this. The behind-the-scenes boss of a film company turns out to be a student. A remarkable student from the Qingzhou Film Academy has created a work related to the Transformers franchise. The sports cars featured in the Transformers series surprisingly come from this student. Various news reports flood social media platforms, including videos of the student giving speeches. Instantly, the trending lists on major platforms are dominated by this student, with keywords like director Liu Bai, Transformers screenwriter, Iron Man director, Lamborghini creator, Lamborghini on the road, and billion-dollar director. People are astonished and excited. Wow, this person is amazing. So young. I want to enroll in film school. He is so handsome. The directors of my 2 favorite sci-fi movies are actually the same age as my son. I'm so frustrated. Does he have a girlfriend? This is so cool. I'm going to hang around the film academy to see him. The trending topic stayed hot from 8 p.m. until the next morning. But the subject of all this attention, Liu Bai, just woke up slowly from his bed. After the excitement of last night's test drive had worn off, he didn't have many lingering thoughts. Although the fully automated driving was indeed very comfortable, he regretted not having a driver's license on Blue Star. Fortunately, he lived on the outskirts of the city where it was sparsely populated and no one was checking vehicles. However, Liu Bai still felt a bit guilty. He picked up his phone and saw many unread messages. There was a video from Han Moing showing the Lamborghini on the road, teasing him about leaving early to race. She also reported that she had obtained a recommendation for graduate studies. Congratulations. Liu Bai replied to one message and continued scrolling through notifications. Among them were congratulatory messages from Li Ping and of the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum, as well as blessings from a film props company. After a quick browse, he logged onto a video platform since Han Moing mentioned that she had become popular. To his surprise, the trending topics were all about him, and there were many new comments under his previous video. My husband is so handsome. Flip my sign. Do you need a boyfriend? I can be your son. I didn't expect you to be so young. Hurry and shoot Iron Man 2. Get Transformers 2 arranged quickly. Will it even make money? For the first time, Liu Bai experienced the enthusiasm from fans, which left him feeling a bit lost. It seemed like every comment was from someone unusual. However, he also noticed that his followers on the video platform had skyrocketed by over 500,000, reaching an impressive 730,000. Maybe I'm at the level to start taking advertisements now? Liu Bai thought with amusement. But given his current cash flow, he really didn't need to take on those small ads anymore. When Liu Bai opened the private messages on a certain platform, he saw a familiar name sending him a series of messages. It was Lin Ming from the film industry. Chapter 123, Third System Task, Filming Jurassic Park. Seeing Lin Ming's private message, Liu Bai was quite surprised. He even thought that once Lin Ming discovered his identity, he might stop reaching out. To his astonishment, just one night had passed, and he received quite a few chat messages. Curious, Liu Bai clicked to open them and couldn't help but chuckle. Liu Bai, my friend. Message retracted. Boss, it's Lin Ming. I've always admired your films and creativity. I started following you during the first Iron Man film. Every time you released a movie, I promoted it. I admit it was partly to show off, but I truly love sci-fi and mecha. Last night, when I saw you on stage accepting the award, I was shocked and confused. After thinking a lot tonight, I decided to apologize. I hope you can forgive my narrow-mindedness. I have always been a fan of you. But I didn't know it was you. If I have offended you in school, please give me a chance to make amends. After reading the message, Lu Bai felt a bit embarrassed. To be honest, they had no real grudge against each other. Perhaps Lin Ming was wary of him because he liked Han Moing. However, Lu Bai hadn't done anything wrong to him. And as for forgiveness, it wasn't really necessary. It was just a childish spat. Lu Bai remembered a line from a show he watched before his journey, where the character Gao Qiqiang had the ability to turn enemies into friends, which was truly impressive. This also illustrated that having more friends is always better than making enemies. Moreover, given his current status, there was really no need to hold a grudge. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Bai replied with a message and then went to freshen up. He still needed to visit the company later. Chun Renxuan had mentioned in a message that the company had been running for so long without holding a single meeting. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to report on his work. In a high-end residential area, Lin Ming, with dark circles under his eyes and messy hair, had not slept all night. He drank cup after cup of coffee, feeling anxious and tense, filled with fear. It's over. Lu Bai really doesn't plan to forgive me. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Lin Ming was extremely troubled. He had waited all night without a single reply. He could almost foresee a bleak future. If the wealthy second generation in the group found out about his conflict with Lu Bai, they might not even want to hang out with him. He could be completely isolated. Lin Ming didn't even realize that, unbeknownst to him, Lu Bai's every action could already influence his fate. Lu Bai wouldn't really be angry with me, right? He felt shocked and ashamed, regret filling his heart, his thoughts chaotic yet active. But when a notification sound rang out, a special sound effect for mutual follows. Upon hearing it, Lin Ming perked up, as if he had finally received the long-awaited response. As he anxiously picked up his phone, a wave of tension washed over him, accompanied by a sense of fear and dread. He hoped it wasn't a mocking message aimed at him. Lin Ming bit his teeth. At least he wanted clarity in whatever happened. However, when he saw the message, tears suddenly streamed down his face in overwhelming joy. Lu Bai wrote, "It's fine. We are classmates. I didn't take it to heart. That's great." Regardless of whether it was mere politeness, at least there was a chance for reconciliation. Lin Ming immediately expressed his loyalty and excitement. "Lu Bai, I'm looking forward to your Lamborghini with my friends. I watched last night's video. It was really cool. I've prepared a few million and will definitely support you." Lu Bai was fresh from his morning shower, feeling incredibly clear-headed. With his eyes closed, he established a connection with the system. "System, what is the script for the third task? Our team is ready to start filming at any time." Ding. Task: shoot the movie Jurassic Park. Lu Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide, shocked. "Wait, we're drawing dinosaurs this time." P.S. A reader asked what the third film is about. It's written in the introduction. Currently on Chapter 4, going to have dinner, and we'll continue afterward. Chapter 124. Finally unlocking the self-selection mall. Ding. Task: shoot the movie Jurassic Park. Initial funding, to be covered by the host, can attract investment or self-finance. Rewards: props will be randomly drawn from the movie and unlock the self-selection mall. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai was instantly exhilarated. He could finally unlock the self-selection mall. He had been waiting for over half a year. All the friends he had brought in were finally about to put their skills to use. Once the self-selection mall was unlocked, his 6 senior brothers and Han Moing would be able to unleash their full potential. Their wealth would multiply crazily. Lu Bai quickly finished his shower, hopped into a taxi, and rushed to the company. He wanted to commute in a Lamborghini, but he didn't have a driver's license. He had forgotten about it last night. Now that he was clear-headed, it was better to play it safe. If he got caught, it would affect the company's reputation, which wasn't worth the risk. "Jarvis, what is the current stock price of Emperor Films?" Lu Bai asked while sitting in the taxi, connecting with Jarvis remotely through the system. "Sir, the current stock price of Emperor Films is 1,045 yuan. It has been on a consecutive downward limit for the 8th day. However, today the rate of decline has significantly slowed, and it is expected to stabilize soon." Jarvis's response made Lu Bai nod slightly. It seemed some people were still waiting, thinking it would rise again. "So how much have we liquidated so far?" Lu Bai pondered. "We have borrowed 80 million shares and liquidated 1,032 billion. Jarvis's voice echoed in Lu Bai's mind. Lu Bai quickly calculated. When it came time to buy back the shares, he would also need to cover interest or commissions. He would earn less than 200 million. He certainly couldn't let them take advantage of him. The box office of his Transformers had exceeded these figures in just the first 2 days of release. Keep an eye on Emperor Films. If it doesn't hit the limit down today, let me know, Liu Bai said indifferently. Understood, sir. Liu Bai arrived at the film company just as it was 9 in the morning. Currently, the company only hired staff for the marketing and public relations departments, as well as logistics personnel for the film crews. The 2-story building could easily accommodate everyone, but it was clear that more office space would be needed in the future. Liu Bai planned that once the self-selection mall opened, the 7 shareholders would each be responsible for 1 film crew, with Liu Bai serving as their direct supervisor and script supplier. Chun, please notify them to come for a meeting, Liu Bai said, calling out to Chun Rinchuan as he entered the company. After all this time running the company, they had never held a meeting. They're already waiting for you in the conference room, Chun Rinchuan replied with a smile. This surprised Liu Bai a bit, and he couldn't help but admire Chun Rinchuan's thoroughness. It seemed he wasn't willing to let Liu Bai handle a group alone. It would be better for him to continue being the supporting role. Good morning, everyone. Liu Bai greeted as he walked into the conference room, where many familiar faces awaited. Along with Chun Rinchuan, there were 6 other colleagues, and the new shareholder Han Moying was also present. The others looked at Liu Bai with expressions of ease and joy. Han Moying felt particularly excited. She had attended many meetings before, whether for school projects or investment pitches, but joining as a shareholder made her quite thrilled. Today's meeting was simple. Everyone was to report on the work they were handling, and then they would brainstorm and discuss how to proceed together. Liu Bai took his seat at the head of the table, placed his bag on the surface, and spoke in a relaxed tone. The way we collaborate with automotive companies is, Chairman, I'm still in discussions with major car companies. Many are very interested in Lamborghini, said Lin Daoqing, one of Liu Bai's colleagues. He was primarily responsible for business negotiations and had previously approached car manufacturers for sponsorship deals. He was also in charge of collaborations with toy manufacturers, including merchandise related to Iron Man currently. He was also following up on the production of Transformers figures, while juggling special effects editing and overseeing outsourced teams. He often traveled for work and rarely shot with the crews, making him a key player in the company's early development. The intricate and stunning special effects were largely thanks to his efforts. Each of his colleagues had taken on multiple roles early on, developing a well-rounded skill set. However, the television and film market was most averse to those who were overly meticulous and disdained quick profits, preferring to cast popular stars in low-quality films. Despite their capabilities, the 6 of them still faced the risk of dissolution. Among them, only Han Moying had a keen understanding of market trends. With her skills in writing, directing, and acting, she had earned over 30 million from her first film, proving herself to everyone. The second script, while outlined by Liu Bai, was refined in detail by her alone, resulting in a staggering box office of 2 billion. None of the 6 colleagues could argue against her success. Consequently, each of them held a 2 stake. While Han Moying had 3, they had no objections to this arrangement and even welcomed it with raised hands. It is a great fortune for the company to welcome such talent. What kind of conditions are they offering? Liu Bai asked curiously after listening. They all hope to purchase the appearance patent of Lamborghini and then combine it with their self-developed automotive technology for assembly and mass production. Senior brother Lin Daoqing said seriously. Currently, only a certain automotive company has been the most proactive in contact, and the quoted patent price is also the highest. Liu Bai nodded. It seems that this automotive company has made quite a bit of money from the Transformers film and wants to pursue further cooperation. Let me see the quotation, Liu Bai said. Lin Daoqing picked up the prepared form and handed it to Liu Bai. Liu Bai glanced at it and set the quotation aside. Cooperation is possible, but the method needs to change. Lin Daoqing was taken aback. How should it change? Liu Bai smiled. You call the person in charge of that automotive company and have their president talk to me. Without further ado, Lin Daoqing directly made the call. After explaining the purpose, the president's phone was quickly connected. Liu Bai took senior brother Lin's phone, and since there was nothing to hide, he put it on speaker. Is this Boss Liu? Hello? The president of the automotive company greeted warmly. Liu Bai had no intention of beating around the bush and got straight to the point. I've looked at your quotation. It's quite sincere. Before the president could modestly respond, Liu Bai's next words left the other party stunned. However, I believe the cooperation method needs to change. The president cautiously inquired. How should it change? Is there something unsuitable? Liu Bai replied. We are not selling the appearance patent, nor do we intend to lease it. This left the president silent. Isn't the value of Lamborghini in its appearance? Even the Lamborghini seen last night was considered by many car companies to be a random modification. After all, the film studio is not an automotive company and doesn't have a production line, so it can't assemble a real sports car. Moreover, the technology for simulating engine sounds is well established. But that doesn't mean the car from last night could race on a track. What sports car manufacturers truly worry about is the fear that the film studio will provide the appearance patent and publicity, allowing other car companies to take over the development. Before the president could ask further, Liu Bai's next statement completely left him dumbfounded. The changed cooperation method is that I will provide the appearance patent and the complete vehicle design drawings, including engine technology, chassis design, transmission parameters, etc. We have already invested hundreds of millions in promoting Transformers, and the upcoming films will continue to increase the promotional efforts. The president's mind went blank. He had no idea how to respond. If you've given everything, what do we offer? Are we just giving everything away? Chapter 126, Building Lamborghini. And only offering a 20% profit? Is this charity? The president of the automotive company still managed to ask, what about our company? How do we cooperate? Liu Bai had already prepared a response. You will provide research personnel and automotive workers and build a production line to create vehicles for us. The president immediately refused. I'm afraid we cannot agree to that. He still had some unflattering words left unsaid. Isn't this just taking the opportunity to lay eggs? Their company is just like that chicken. Why can't they agree? Liu Bai retorted, don't you want to make money? To put it simply, it's just outsourcing the project to you. But if there is profit to be made, why shut the door on it? The president felt conflicted. Although it made sense, it still felt off. What they wanted was the design patent, and then they could make money off that golden shell. But now it had turned into working for someone else, which was hard to accept. And who could guarantee that the blueprints given by Liu Bai were really useful? Creating a car that doesn't exist on the market isn't something that can be explained by just one blueprint. It requires countless refinements to achieve excellent performance. Doesn't boss Liu know that? Does he think blueprints are all-powerful? If you're worried that the blueprints won't be effective or usable, then you're completely mistaken. They are definitely more professional and detailed than any blueprints you've seen, as long as you strictly follow the data for adjustments. There's no way it won't work. My company, although new, has an annual profit of 3.4 billion Qin yuan. So there's no need to joke with you about this, right? Liu Bai doubted that anyone would question the system. If the blueprints provided by the system were useless, his journey on this planet would have ended prematurely. His words immediately awakened the president. He realized he had been too passive and chose to take the initiative. His tone became much more resolute. As an OEM, how much profit can we make? 20%, Liu Bai replied, nearly causing the president to have a stroke. What a joke. I provide engineers, manpower, and build production lines, and in the end, I only get 20%? Are you trying to send me begging? Before the president could refuse firmly, Liu Bai continued, 20% is the initial payment. If the cars you produce are of good quality, meet product standards, and achieve over 95% customer satisfaction, we will add another 20%. This can all be put in writing in the contract. Plus, you don't need to worry about technical issues. The blueprints won't be wrong. You just need to follow the proportions strictly. We have already applied for multiple patents for Lamborghini and passed the inspection in Kinzu, so the quality won't disappoint you. You don't need to worry about publicity either. No one is willing to spend more money than we are. We're even willing to make a movie costing hundreds of millions for one car. Liu Bai paused to give the president time to digest this before continuing. If this doesn't work out, then we can only regretfully part ways and give the order to other car companies. But please don't forget, we have the ability to create miracles. Perhaps this refusal means that your company will lose not just the sports car market, but even the private car market may be encroached upon. Don't underestimate our appetite. Liu Bai spoke calmly, completely convincing the president. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked with difficulty, how do you price a car? At this point, he had already lost a significant amount of initiative. The project sounded profitable, but he felt uncertain. Without seeing the blueprints, it was impossible to draw conclusions. He just hoped that the pricing wouldn't be too low, at least in the million range. Otherwise, the profit wouldn't be enticing enough. However, for the future of the company, he couldn't afford to decline. Otherwise, as mentioned by a colleague, the company would not only lose the sports car market, but also the private car market they had cultivated for years, which would be utterly devastating. This was the most despairing situation. But what followed from his colleague sent chills down the CEO's spine. It even overloaded his brain. His colleague calmly stated something that would be etched in the CEO's memory for a lifetime. The pricing should be at least 7 million. Boom. Upon hearing this, the CEO's mind exploded. He was instantly unable to think. What? A car priced at 7 million? Is this a joke? Are you trying to apologize to the public for this? Chapter 127. A Lamborghini for 7 million. Are you trying to rob us? The CEO was stunned. He even doubted whether his colleague had researched the market. In the past years, only a few sports cars had crossed the million mark. Most were in the range of 500,000 to 800,000. And here you are starting at 7 million. Do you really think people are that naive? But his colleague wouldn't allow any questioning, stating seriously, pricing is not your concern. That's not for you to consider. You just need to meet the requirements I mentioned. And only then will we cooperate. Moreover, with the blueprints we provide, your research funding will be minimal, and you won't need to go through repeated trial and error. Of course, cooperation is also contingent upon you building the production line first. The CEO remained silent for a long time, finally sighing. I need to discuss this with the board. I can't make that decision. His colleague nodded. I understand. I'll wait for your response. He didn't say more and directly hung up the phone. But when he turned his gaze back to the conference room, he saw 7 shareholders looking at him in shock. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. This kind of negotiation, from passively lending patents to actively treating the car company as a manufacturing plant. Did I hear that right? Does he really have Lamborghini's design blueprints? A car for 7 million. Is this real? Although the company would profit greatly, would anyone actually buy it? Isn't this extreme pressure? If you don't do it, I'll find someone else. All the shareholders were left speechless, staring in astonishment at the calm demeanor of his colleague. One of the shareholders didn't dare to say a word. Another looked on with suspicion, unable to imagine such a negotiation approach. Meanwhile, a third shareholder, after a brief moment of shock, slightly curled the corners of her mouth, her gaze filled with admiration. All right, let us continue the meeting. After handling this matter, he felt relaxed. This was the industry he had been focused on for a long time. After all, the Lamborghini Aventador has just launched, and there will be even more classic models in the future. For example, the globally renowned Poison, of which only 10 units are produced. Even more sports car companies will be establishing their presence in this region. Brands like Bugatti, Koenigsegg, and McLaren are among them. Naturally, Liu Bai needs to prepare for the cars that will be released in the future. To establish his own brand cinema, he certainly needs substantial funding. An investment of 3 to 500 billion is required just to qualify for entry, and the Earth Film Company is still far from that. The upcoming meeting is quite busy. There are discussions about merchandise related to Iron Man, Transformers collectibles, and the Transformers franchise has also secured a top contract with a video platform, enjoying high revenue sharing, among other topics. Throughout the meeting, the newly joined Han Mai remained silent, quietly listening and familiarizing herself with the atmosphere. Overall, it feels very relaxed. Han Mai is very satisfied, as if chatting with good friends. 2 hours later, the shareholders' reports come to an end. Everyone's gaze turns towards Liu Bai, waiting for his next instructions. Why are you all looking at me? Liu Bai finds it amusing but knows what they want. After the release of Transformers, many people have had nothing to do and are feeling restless. Since you all seem so relaxed, fine then. Liu Bai picks up the briefcase from the table and takes out a thick stack of papers. This simple action immediately captivates the attention of all the shareholders. When Liu Bai walks into the meeting room with the briefcase, everyone notices. Even Han Mai is breathing rapidly at this moment. Is it a new script? Liu Bai nods with a smile. Yes, it's a new script. A sci-fi movie, Jurassic Park. Chapter 128. The combination of sci-fi and thriller. The dinosaur world shocks the audience. Incredible. Another new script? This is simply prolific. What is Jurassic Park? It sounds like something from a long time ago. Let me take a look. At this moment, all the shareholders are eagerly anticipating. They can't wait to grab the new script and see it for themselves. Even Han Mai's heart is racing. She has only seen the new script for Iron Man, when Downey was still by Liu Bai's side. Now he is shining brightly in the industry. Walking red carpets everywhere, he always thanks Liu Bai for his keen eye for talent in front of the world. Wherever Downey goes, he carries the Earth Film Company's label. He is practically a moving advertisement. As for the script Liu Bai participated in, Goodbye X, the value of those actors has skyrocketed, completely shedding their idol labels and being recognized as capable actors, with participation in a $2 billion box office hit. Not to mention the rookie actor Shia, who, thanks to the explosive success of Transformers, has been inundated with variety show and film invitations, with appearance fees that are astonishing. But what keeps Shia awake at night is that at the recent gala, she saw her own director take the stage as an outstanding graduate of the Film Academy. When he introduced himself, Shia was left utterly shocked. What? My biggest boss is my classmate. What a game-changing teammate. That night, the newcomer actor Shia felt immense pressure and dared not show off in front of classmates. With such a remarkable figure above him, he could only humbly sip his soup. No need to worry, 7 portions were specially prepared. Lu Bai took out the script and distributed it to everyone. Then they waited for them to finish reading. But once they started, there was no stopping. Each person was plunged into great shock. Especially with the accompanying sketches, the impression of dinosaurs was deeply etched in their minds. Even when Lu Bai stepped out to use the restroom and wandered around the company for a while, they remained completely engrossed upon his return. An hour later, they finally came to their senses, as if a chain reaction had occurred, each face reflecting extreme astonishment. Wow, is it possible to write a sci-fi film like this? Just when robots reached their peak, it turned into a dinosaur world. The Blue Planet has also excavated dinosaur fossils, but never has a film focused entirely on dinosaurs. And the dinosaurs in the sketches looked incredibly realistic and powerful. This is definitely going to be a major hit. What will those movie companies specializing in mecha sci-fi think? Just as they were about to delve into battle suits and design cool gadgets, they were completely blindsided. Ha ha ha, this is just amazing. Combining sci-fi and horror can definitely work. Lu Bai, what kind of mind do you have? You actually thought of this. During the meeting, everyone expressed their astonishment one after another, venting their shock. Especially the various dinosaur images, which piqued everyone's interest. Tyrannosaurus, Velociraptor, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Pterodactyl, Pachycephalosaurus. Each image in the sketches was vivid and lifelike. The script wasn't too long, consisting only of dialogue and simple environmental descriptions. The rest would be detailed in the hand-drawn book. However, their attention was primarily on the sketches. Faced with such imaginative drawings, they were completely stunned. Is this really a dinosaur? Looking like this? It's simply exaggerated. How did they come up with this? Their minds were thoroughly captivated by the sketches. At the same time, they felt extreme excitement, eagerly anticipating the reappearance of long-extinct life forms in a visual effects format. What kind of brain do you have? Chun Rinchuan looked at Lu Bai with a complex expression and admiration, saying in astonishment, "Are you an alien?" Lu Bai did not answer. He has never relied on anyone in his life. If asked, it would be because of his extraordinary talent. Since everyone agreed, it was time to prepare for the project and start filming. Chapter 129. All shareholders are going to participate in the filming? Are we going this big? Preparing for the project and starting filming. This announcement thrilled all the shareholders. But soon, the excitement suddenly dropped. It seemed they remembered something and were at a loss for how to resolve it. Excluding the fact that they are all multitasking now, the 7 shareholders present are all professionals in directing drama and film. Although their focuses differ, each of them is exceptionally talented. In the earlier days, when the company was just starting, everyone performed their roles well, with Chun Rinchuan as the one in the highest leadership position, naturally taking on the role of assistant director. The others helped out and also went on business trips for negotiations. But now, there's an exceptional talent among them. For a moment, they exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Chun Rinchuan clearly also realized this point, and after a hearty laugh, he spoke. I've already directed 2 films and am quite satisfied. However, as the acting general manager of the company, I regret that I haven't been able to fulfill my responsibilities here, which makes me feel unworthy of the trust that Lu Shidi has placed in me. Therefore, I've decided to take some time to manage the company, as I truly lack the energy to focus on filmmaking. I hope you all won't mind if I take a little break. Regarding the filming of this movie, I believe that Han Shimi can fully take on the role, and it will also be a test from the senior brothers. The other senior brothers nodded in agreement. Yes, we agree. Chun Rinchuan's filming techniques are too poor. I've long been unable to stand it. Exactly. Seeing a smelly man every day in the crew is simply nauseating. I fully support Han Shimi directing this film. Haha. Having Han Shimi in the crew will definitely boost everyone's morale. Han Ming felt warmth in her heart, sensing their goodwill and humility. This made her feel a sense of belonging to the big family. However, she shook her head and declined the suggestion. Thank you all for your kindness, but please allow me to refuse. I have no experience in directing science fiction films, and I truly don't know where to start. Brother Chun is an expert in this area. The success of films like Iron Man and Transformers proves this, and they are also some of my favorites. Therefore, I think it would be better for Brother Chun to direct this film. I am more suited for urban dramas or period pieces, as that aligns better with my strengths. Han Ming smiled gently and teased. And since we are all shareholders, if Brother Chin's direction is the most stable and profitable, then having him direct would definitely get more support from Boss Liu. It's just that it would be hard on Brother Chun, who has to take on more work. But he shouldn't shy away from it. Just joking. Upon hearing this, Brother Chun had a helpless and emotional expression. This junior sister truly understands. But because of this, he couldn't monopolize all the film slots. He couldn't let outsiders see and say that they were bullying the junior sister. Just as he was about to refuse with righteous indignation, falsely claiming that his mother had given birth to another brother, the conference table was gently tapped by Liu Bai. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to Liu Bai. What are you all being so polite for? Are you performing respect for the elders and love for the young? Liu Bai said with a warm smile, his fingers playfully tapping the mahogany table. Stop arguing. The overall director can only be me. And for this production, you all will be assistant directors. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent in shock. What was going on? Were all the shareholders going to participate in the filming? This was quite a big deal. Note, today I'm in a good mood. Let's aim for 10 updates. Already 5 updates. Chapter 130. This is clearly pushing the shareholders into competition. 6th update. Everyone is a co-director? The 7 shareholders were instantly confused upon hearing this. What does it mean? Does everyone have to direct? The script doesn't seem long. Moreover, the crew isn't that large to split up. Hearing their questions, Liu Bai smiled and said, That's right. Each of you will participate in the recording for this film. He then looked at Lin Daoqing, who was responsible for business networking. Brother Lin, you should also participate. Please hand over your work to your subordinates as soon as possible. This task is special. We all need to familiarize ourselves with the filming environment again. Looking at the bewildered expressions of the others, Liu Bai said seriously, Additionally, I want to announce something. After we finish this film, the entire company will accelerate its pace. Every shareholder will have heavy responsibilities. Everyone must step into the role of director, with at least 1 project per year, or even more. Whether you want to make movies, TV shows, variety shows, or animations, the company will support you. Don't worry about the scripts. I have written quite a few over the years, so I will take care of that. As soon as Liu Bai finished speaking, the room was in shock. He had laid out the company's future plans entirely. But no one expected that Liu Bai would go this far. Han Moing's eyelashes trembled slightly as she asked, So, will there be punishments? This question made the other shareholders tense up, filled with curiosity. They were worried that Liu Bai might come up with some bizarre punishment system. Just looking at the scripts he had written over the years, could a normal person come up with that? Liu Bai was pleased with Han Moing's question and replied, Of course there will be. This time we will implement a penalty system. Those whose films have low profit margins, poor market reception, or bad reviews will have 3 out of the 7 shareholders selected for a mysterious punishment based on their performance. Everything will be determined by data and internal voting, which is relatively fair and just. Liu Bai said with a mischievous smile. The 3 who lag behind temporarily will receive a mysterious punishment. Meanwhile, the 4 who succeed will have scripts tailored for them and will perform talents at this year's annual meeting. After hearing this, several people instantly felt a shiver down their spines. The shareholders were all rough and ready. They could easily organize a gala behind the scenes. But getting on stage to perform was simply embarrassing. And these guys wouldn't hold back when it came to customizing scripts for their peers. There was no way it would be a good-natured affair. They would definitely make fools of themselves in front of all the employees and be recorded, becoming a laughingstock for half their lives. Just thinking about it was mortifying. At this moment, the brothers felt a strong competitive urge. Since they couldn't refuse the chairman's request, they had to drag the others down with them. What a game. Han Moing actually found it interesting. She was already playing a role in the film, so she had no psychological burden about performing on stage. She wouldn't freeze in front of the camera. It was only the 6 brothers who were wary of each other, like sworn enemies. Looking at the restless senior brothers in the meeting, Liu Bai felt quite satisfied. He added, If you are not satisfied with the results of this shoot, you can proceed to shoot the next film and choose the highest rated one. Does everyone have confidence? What the heck? They even added this supplementary clause. What is going on? At this moment, everyone realized that in order not to lose, each person would even have to work overtime for the shoot. This was clearly pushing them into a competition. Since everyone had no objections, Let's proceed with casting and filming Jurassic Park. Chapter 131. The production workshop has passed the inspection and can begin mass production of Lamborghini. 7th update. After Liu Bai adjourned the meeting, another meeting was held within Jixiang Automobile. They were incredibly shocked by the terms proposed by Liu Bai. It was simply absurd. Should we really accept such conditions? A pricing of 7 million is completely out of touch. Treating us as a factory is one thing, but we also have to handle after-sales service. Moreover, we only get an additional 20 profit if we achieve a 95 satisfaction rate, which I absolutely cannot agree to. Yes, Chairman, I believe these terms are completely unreliable. Do they think they can build a car just because they have the design drawings? They are overestimating this. Even without Lamborghini, we wouldn't lose the private car market. Chairman, think twice. During the meeting, the chairman, who was in his 50s, remained silent. He just listened to their complaints, as if becoming a factory would devalue them. On this matter, the chairman was unusually clear-headed. There are actually many factories across various regions. Who wouldn't want to take on profitable work? What they were arguing about was really just their belief that this matter was unreliable. To be honest, the chairman thought the same, but he was considering more than others. He wanted to continue leveraging Liu Bai's connections. In Transformers, they only spent 8 million on sponsorship, but gained substantial profits. Not only did the sales of similar models soar, but they also owed clients tens of thousands of cars. Clients wanting to pick up their cars were booking appointments 6 months in advance. Not to mention the market value. The soaring increase was enough to make anyone dizzy. Shareholders were making a fortune, let alone those in power. There was also the intangible social influence and recognition across the entire Blue Star, which couldn't be measured in monetary terms. If converted to promotional expenses, it would take hundreds of millions to cover it. The current situation was that countless businesses were eyeing advertising spots for movies produced by Earth Film Industry. Their investment department might be overwhelmed, scrambling to offer them money. The other directors were eagerly looking at the elderly chairman, hoping he would make a decision soon. Since the owner of Earth Film Industry said that having blueprints means they can build a production workshop and a series of components, then let us give it a try. After pondering for a while, the chairman decisively stated, building a production line is not difficult for Jixiang Automobile. Let us have someone request the blueprints. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the other directors lit up with excitement. They argued so fiercely, claiming a refusal to cooperate. And it wasn't just because they found it unreliable. What worried them more was the inability to provide an explanation to the shareholders and the potential backlash. All right, let's get this done. Half a month later, the automobile company made significant progress in building the production workshop, completing all the necessary equipment for production. The news of this successful setup reached the higher-ups, causing quite a stir. They never expected that the blueprints provided could actually create a complete production line flawlessly. Liu Bai also received an invitation for inspection. Early in the morning, he took his senior Lin Daoqing to the automobile company. During this time, Liu Bai also managed to obtain his driver's license. He gazed at the pristine production workshop, feeling refreshed. Listening to the factory manager explain earnestly, he nodded calmly from time to time. He didn't understand any of the technical jargon, but internally asked, Jarvis, is the production line qualified? Does it meet the production requirements of Lamborghini? Currently under inspection. Conveying equipment qualified. Logistics equipment and management system qualified. Gluing equipment qualified. Assistance equipment qualified. Testing equipment qualified. Inspection complete. Meets Lamborghini's production requirements. Sir, production of Lamborghini can commence. Hearing Jarvis's affirmative response, Liu Bai smiled in satisfaction and said to the accompanying factory manager, All right, you don't need to say any more. I've felt the sincerity and capability of the automobile company. We can sign the formal production contract now. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. The factory manager was overjoyed. The heavy burden that had weighed on him for half a month lifted, and he immediately shook hands enthusiastically. Boss Liu, pleasant cooperation. The news of the strategic partnership between the film company and the automobile manufacturer exploded across the internet. Everyone knew that Lamborghini was about to be launched. Chapter 132. Lin Ming's shock. Am I still short by over 2 million? 8th update. After signing the formal production contract, the promotional activities began in full swing. The film company partnered with the automobile manufacturer, with Lamborghini's launch imminent. The production line for Lamborghini was completed, and sales were expected before the year end. This is a high-end sports car, leading the trend. Shocking. Lamborghini actually has a 12-cylinder engine, producing 710 horsepower. As various promotional materials were released, they immediately attracted countless netizens' attention, sparking a new wave of excitement. It had been half a month since the last news about Lamborghini. Finally, the launch was here, even faster than I had imagined. The last time I saw Lamborghini, I was still thinking about it. My dad said he would support me with $1 million if I buy a car. Thanks, Dad. Amazing. The production workshop is up and running, looking impressive. This time, it's finally not just a wishful thinking series. All this news pushed Lamborghini to the top of trending lists on various platforms, drawing countless onlookers. Lamborghini, a certain automotive company, 12-cylinder engine, 710 horsepower. The production workshop is buzzing with excitement as shares of the company hit the limit. It's hard to ignore this news. In the wealthy second-generation group, there's a wave of excitement. Lin Ming steps forward. What is going on? Is it preparing for an IPO? I've been waiting for a long time. I've saved $3 million and plan to buy 2 cars. Quickly ask your well-connected friend if there's any news. Lin Ming looked at the hundreds of messages for a long time. He knew that if he didn't respond, he would likely be overwhelmed by this group of enthusiastic fans. Feeling uneasy, he nervously sent a private message to Lu Bai. Lu Bai, are you there? Can I ask when the Lamborghini is expected to go public? Many of your potential clients are ready with their wallets, just waiting to make a purchase. So we're also curious about the price. If it's inconvenient to answer, that is fine. I apologize for being too forward. Lin Ming carefully sent the message, his words reflecting his humility. He wasn't very confident. Although Lu Bai had said he wasn't worried, it was likely that he didn't take Lin Ming seriously. There was a chance that Lin Ming's question might not even get a response. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to retract his message to avoid embarrassment. But at that moment, he received a reply from Lu Bai, and his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. I'm here. The exact listing date is uncertain. We are already in the process of producing car parts, and full automation assembly will take some time. There's nothing I can't say about the price. And we will soon start pre-sales. The price will be around $7.5 million, with the top configuration at $7.8 million. It's not cheap, so proceed with caution. I have to get back to work. Lin Ming was incredibly excited. Lu Bai was genuinely responding to him. This sense of vanity made him feel elated. He could already foresee the stir his next message would create. However, when Lin Ming saw the quoted price, he was completely stunned. $7.5 million to $7.8 million? What kind of price is this? Even the wealthy second generation in the group probably don't have that much cash on hand. Is this positioning really okay? It's over 7 times the market price of other sports cars. In an instant, Lin Ming's mind raced. He began calculating his cash reserves. Last year, he had asked his father for a sponsorship of $5 million, but only used $2 million to make a film, earning back an additional $1 million in profit. So, he had $6 million available. But he had spent a lot, buying a 200,000 Iron Man figurine, along with various expenses over time. Now he was left with just over 500,000. Calculating it all, he realized he was still short by $2 million. Should I still buy this car? Chapter 133. Lin Ming, I need your help. 9th update. Lin Ming looked at the quoted price, shocked. Confused. It was hard to accept. A car actually costs at least $7.5 million. And that's just the base price. Who knows how much it will be after registration and on the road. Lin Ming was dazed for a few minutes, gradually regaining his ability to think, and then he panicked, realizing he hadn't replied to Lu Bai. He quickly sent a message. Okay, big boss, wish you success. After replying, he let out a weary sigh. How on earth was he going to find $2 million? Was he still planning to follow the same old routine? Damn it. He regretted bragging in front of Lu Bai. Now he couldn't afford it. It was so embarrassing. But would anyone really buy it at that price? Lin Ming shook his head, and then a look of joy appeared on his face as he remembered that the wealthy second-generation members in the group wanted him to gather information. He had completed the task perfectly. They wouldn't have anything to say now, right? He quickly took a screenshot of Lu Bai's words to share in the group, carefully cropping out his humble inquiry. Only by showing off could he make himself happy. The price of that sports car was indeed not appealing. He was also curious if anyone would still buy it. Lu Bai had replied, so he looked at it. He shared the screenshot in the group, and the chat fell silent instantly. A few minutes later, someone tentatively said, so expensive? Will anyone really buy it? If it were 1 or 2 million. I wouldn't hesitate, I'd buy it directly, but at this price, I'll pass. What a steep ask. ISNT that attacks on intelligence? Not buying. Moving on to the next. Although I have tens of millions in cash, this car isn't worth that price. I was originally considering biting the bullet to buy it. But after hearing you all, I've given up too. Seeing the negative attitudes in the group, Lin Ming could only smile helplessly. Indeed, everyone was quite despondent about this price. Even the few administrators with the most cash chose to give up. This price was truly disappointing. Lin Ming echoed, yeah? Hearing this price makes me feel bad. I'm still 2 million short to afford it. It's better to just forget it. Although I really like it, I choose to give up. The group fell completely silent. No one spoke up. Lin Ming could only sigh at the sudden change in atmosphere. Those wealthy individuals who were originally eager to buy were now all quiet. The shift in sentiment was indeed astonishingly fast. Lu Bai, I can't understand why you set the price like this. Although the car looks good, it shouldn't be more than 7 times more expensive than other sports cars. Losing so many customers all at once is simply not worth it. He sighed and was about to close the messaging app when he received a private message from a friend. Mingo, lend me 2 million. I'll pay you back in 3 months. Lin Ming frowned. What do you need that much money for? Did you lose it in stocks? His friend replied, yes. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. This person had a good relationship with him, and he had cash on hand. Plus, their families were well acquainted and of similar financial standing, so he didn't have to worry about repayment. Just as he was about to ask for the bank details to transfer the money, another message popped up. Lin Ming, lend me some money. Lin Ming was stunned. What happened? The person replied seriously, don't ask about this. It's personal. Lin Ming felt a bit angry. If you're borrowing money from me, at least tell me the reason. Are we still good brothers? Shortly after, another chat window popped up. Lin Ming, I need your help. Lend me 5 million. If you're not buying a car, I will. I'll let you take it for a spin later. Lin Ming felt a bit dazed. Confused, he replied, you're actually going to buy it at such a high price? Is it really necessary to waste that money? Look at Changgu, he is so rich, and he is also not buying it. The other person bluntly said, who said he is not buying? Lin Ming seemed to realize something. Oh, he just mentioned it in the group. The person sneered. They're just trying to reduce competition. Afraid that this car is limited edition. Besides, if you all buy it, who are they going to show off to? They'd love to place an order right now. Unlike me, I genuinely want to buy it. Alright, Lin Ming, let us stop chatting. Lend me some money for a while. Lin Ming felt betrayed. His mindset completely exploded. I'm not lending you anything. Get lost. What the heck? Everyone is just pretending, huh? Saying in the group that they're not buying a car, but they are waiting for this moment. If I can't buy it, don't even think about it. Dad, I'm going to shoot a movie again. Chapter 134. The first scene of Jurassic Park is about to start shooting. 10th update. In recent days, news of the upcoming Lamborghini launch has been trending on various hot lists. Until today, a new announcement was finally released on the website created solely by Earth Film. Lamborghini is limited to 1,000 units, and full payment reservations have now opened. Upon seeing this news, netizens collectively erupted. After waiting for so long, the new sports car is finally about to be released. However, when netizens clicked on the official website, they were left dumbfounded. This immediately caused an uproar among all netizens. Countless people were furious at this moment. What is going on? A car priced at 7.5 million, and the top model at 7.8 million. I must be seeing things. Have they lost their minds over money? It's more than 7 times more expensive than other sports car brands. Do they really dare? I just want to ask, what unique technology do they have? A new brand, and they play it this way? I already knew I couldn't afford it. But this price is just outrageous. The internet was completely in an uproar. Many who were initially interested in the car were now furious and cursing. The price is simply too absurd. Those who couldn't afford it to begin with were even more sarcastic upon seeing this price. There is no one left to pay the IQ tax. Is anyone really going to buy it? Whoever buys it, I'll laugh at them. I can't tell if the manufacturer is engaging in black marketing. I suggest the authorities investigate. Major media outlets also caught wind of the controversy and began to criticize it heavily. This attracted countless spectators. And on this day, it became widely known. Those sports car companies were laughing to the point of tears. Did they really think someone would be foolish enough to buy at this price? Initially, they were worried that Lamborghini would adopt the same pricing strategy to capture their market share. But now, they had no more worries. Even if the pricing of the luxury car brand is adjusted, it will leave a negative impression of greed in the minds of consumers. This time, it's like walking into a trap. Now there's no need to worry. The brand is basically finished. If I had known about this pricing strategy earlier, I wouldn't have lost so much sleep over it. The new entrants in the market are clearly out of touch with the trends. Doesn't the company have anyone to give them a heads up? Huh. They've become overconfident. Now I feel so refreshed, with rumors flying everywhere. The most concerned party about the brewing storm online is none other than the car company. If there are no orders, all their initial investments will go down the drain. However, during this period, there have been some changes internally. They actually managed to produce the luxury car. After testing, its performance is excellent in all aspects, far exceeding all expectations. Although they are confident in the car's performance, claiming it can outperform all fuel cars on the market, the pricing is indeed too high. Even they were shocked when they first heard it. If the price were around 1 to 2 million, they could definitely make a huge profit. But now, the future is uncertain. The company's chairman sits in his office, looking worried. He is also troubled by the news circulating online. It has already been half an hour since the pre-sale started. There should at least be a few orders by now. After producing so many raw materials, they can't let it go to waste. He flips through company documents, but his mind is restless. Although the stock market surged due to the collaboration with the luxury brand, without orders, it will eventually fall back down. Just then, the company president rushed into the office in a panic. "Dad, I have something to report." The elder looked at the breathless president with dissatisfaction. "How many times have I told you? In the company, call me chairman. When will you stop being so careless?" The president, catching his breath, disregarded his father's reprimand and hurriedly said, "Listen to me. It's sold out." The elder raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean it's sold out? Speak clearly." The president tried to calm down but was still extremely excited. "The luxury cars are sold out. In just half an hour, all 1,000 orders were snapped up with full payment. According to the website maintenance staff, they should have sold out in the first minute. It was just that the network was too slow, which caused the delay in completing the pre-sale. As long as we complete these 1,000 cars, we can net 3 billion. What does that even mean? It's like selling over 10,000 cars a month for 3 consecutive months to achieve this profit. And he did it in less than 10 days. Wow, that guy is a genius." Hearing this, the chairman was also invigorated. But the last remark made him furious. "You better show some respect. Learn properly from them. How did I end up with a kid like you?" Although he said this, the chairman's heart was anything but calm. Shock, panic, confusion, back to the overwhelming complexity and confusion, even questioning the meaning of life. Did he foresee this before collaborating with us? What kind of long-term operation is this? At this moment, the executives were shaken. The news of selling out 1,000 Lamborghinis in half an hour shattered the perspectives of countless netizens, and it was repeatedly discussed. However, shareholders like Liu Bai were completely indifferent to this news. They organized a production team and cast within the company. Liu Bai was full of confidence. Everyone, the preparation work, including casting actors, selecting locations, and creating dinosaur fossils, is nearing completion. Now, we are ready to head to the shooting location. The first scene of Jurassic Park is about to begin shooting. Chapter 135. At the Jurassic shooting site. Are there really dinosaurs? The filming of Jurassic Park is about to start. For this filming project, Liu Bai invested a tremendous amount of effort, renting a large studio and transforming it into a forest scene over more than half a month. Of course, recording in a studio doesn't have the same quality as real locations. Therefore, Chun Renchuan and part of the team had already rented a private island in Kidezu for location transformation. How does it feel to be ready to shoot? In the studio, everyone was performing their roles. The actors were in place, waiting for the camera setup. Liu Bai approached Han Mo-ing and handed her a bottle of water. In this large studio, Han Mo-ing was responsible for capturing the scene of the dinosaurs escaping, after which it would be Lin Daocheng's turn. This film has a duration of 2 hours, with a total of 7 shareholders, each assigned continuous roles, including scenes shot far away in Kidezu. Thanks to the storyboard, the cooperation among several people was very harmonious, with no issues of inconsistent styles. It felt a bit unfamiliar to shoot according to the storyboard for the first time, but it indeed made things easier. Han Mo-ing replied with a smile. In fact, this was true. All the storyboards were arranged by Liu Bai. All necessary props would be prepared in advance, requiring no brainstorming on site. Just keep an eye on the monitor. No wonder Liu Bai's team had a fast shooting schedule. She felt she had gained new insights. Liu Bai smiled. If you have better ideas, you can incorporate them. Shooting according to your thoughts will definitely lead to a big hit. Han Mo-ing gently laughed and said, "Why should I overcomplicate things?" Soon, employees shouted, "Cameras are in position. Lights are in position. Props are in position." Han Mo-ing instantly entered work mode. putting away her smile and becoming serious. Are the actors ready? Prepare to shoot. The clapperboard appeared in front of the camera, marked with Jurassic Park Scene 1, Take 1. With a crisp clap, everyone entered the zone. The studio was draped with black curtains to simulate nighttime. The lighting team was like soft moonlight, gently casting its glow. A set of cameras was quietly capturing the scene in front of the forest. Suddenly, the ancient trees began to shake violently and collapsed, accompanied by a faint sound resembling a dragon's roar. Countless individuals stood in the forest, holding guns, looking up at the swaying trees with tense expressions. Finally, the culprit behind the tree collapse appeared. It was a transport forklift. Everyone be careful, clear the area. Move back, watch out. Under the direction of the people present, the forklift slowly lowered a metal container. All pushed the cabinet over. Come on. A man who seemed to be in charge commanded, get ready. Set the electric shock gun to maximum voltage. The crew members pushed the container through the door. The man continued, secure it. Unloading team, pay attention. Then, a worker climbed onto the container. Under the supervisor's command, he nervously pulled open the iron door. On camera, a velociraptor flashed by, bumping the container and causing it to slide. The unloading worker fell from the container and was immediately grabbed by an actor inside the box, pulling him back in. Stop. In the monitor, a woman shouted through a loudspeaker, looking somewhat displeased. That actor, you fell from the container and showed no reaction to pain at all. Also, the scenario you're portraying has already been clearly outlined in the script. At this moment, you are being dragged in by a dinosaur. Why is there no panic or pain on your face? And you, the actor with the velociraptor prop. Your speed while passing through the gap in the container was a bit slow. All teams, get ready to reshoot this segment. The actor nodded in embarrassment. With everyone's cooperation, they performed excellently this time, effectively conveying the fear of death. This segment was successfully passed. Lu Bai sat next to the woman, not saying anything, fully recognizing her strictness. While they were filming an adult film, a storm had already swept across the internet. A sports car priced at $7.5 million Blue Star dollars was completely booked out within half an hour. This spectacle shocked countless people. Chapter 136. Can sports cars be speculated? Netizens, I was short-sighted. Major media outlets reported extensively. Qinzhou Financial Network. This is considered the most expensive sports car in Blue Star history, with a pre-sale price starting at $7.5 million. Sold out in half an hour. Qinzhou News Channel. Lamborghini insiders revealed that due to network lag, it took 30 minutes, but in reality, it sold out in just 1 minute. Blue Star Fresh News. Shocking. The limited 1,000 units of Lamborghini were completely snatched up. The news spread like wildfire. All netizens were overwhelmed. What kind of purchasing power is this? I can hardly comprehend it. Is it really that extravagant? 7 times more expensive and still being snatched up? Is there really that much money floating around? If it weren't for the site crashing, it would have sold out in a minute. I would be convinced. Poverty has limited my imagination. Countless people browsed Weibo, with Lamborghini trending at number 1, showing no signs of dropping. Even to the point of knowing, there are still hot discussions asking, out of curiosity, what mindset do those wealthy individuals have when purchasing a Lamborghini? Among the netizens browsing, many are quite affluent themselves. Seeing genuine inquiries, they responded, "You are not mistaken. It's for showing off." Of course, this is just the most superficial reason. The potential value of this car is far higher than you can imagine. First of all, it is a sports car produced by a well-known film company. Although we don't know the actual situation of the car yet, even if bought for collection, it is extremely valuable because this car will continue to appear in films. The promotional value is undeniable, right? Therefore, this car retains its value very well. After purchasing it, when reselling, it can certainly be sold at a markup, even if driven for a while and then getting tired of it. I believe it can still be sold for a 6-figure sum. So, do you still think those wealthy individuals who managed to grab one are foolish? They understand the value of this car better than you do, and they might not even be willing to sell it, you know? The original poster also shared a screenshot. It was the payment page for grabbing the car, showing that the payment failed. I saw someone questioning it, and I've provided the evidence. I just want to say, I regret coming to the hotel to play with the girls. What a terrible internet speed. The response from this wealthy individual attracted countless shocked voices. I never expected this car could also be speculated on. It's not speculation. It's that everyone believes it has this value, which allows it to be sold at a high price. Wow, I've been short-sighted. I still want to say, the rich really are extravagant. They can afford to make full payments for reservations. After the price tsunami triggered by Lamborghini, countless sports car companies are envious. Not only are their sales low, but they also sell at high prices. Developing a car takes half a year off. This has them green with envy. Immediately, a sports car brand from a certain region couldn't sit still. To give back to the users' love, our company is grandly launching a limited edition sports car, limited to 500 units. This news was shocking. It immediately drew countless ridicule from netizens. Who do you think you are? Who is copying whom? Where are you planning to cut corners? I fully support this company trying to ride on Lamborghini's coattails. If it's not 10 million per car, I want to buy it. Not even revealing the price? Planning to decide how much to charge after market research. Isn't Lamborghini expensive? The first to take the plunge is using a well-known franchise for promotion. I truly have no issue with them making money. It's indeed cool. A day has passed. The online debates continue unabated. Meanwhile, the filming at the studio has been completed today. According to the plan, it is estimated that most of the scenes can be finished in half a month. After returning to the hotel, Liu Bai slowly closed his eyes, communicated with Jarvis, and said with a soft laugh, "Jarvis, prepare to close the net. If we don't replenish our stocks soon, the film company won't be able to hold on, and we'll have to delist." Chapter 137, Jarvis, Bumblebee, follow me to the sports car brand. It has been 22 days since the short-selling incident involving the film company. During this period, whenever the company's stock showed even a slight pause in decline or signs of growth, scandals involving its artists would suddenly emerge online. Issues like arrogance, smoking in public places, and married men dating single women quickly caused the stock to plummet again. The chairman was furious, exclaiming, "You need to manage your people better. How can so many scandals keep coming out? Don't they know we're in a critical period? They need to behave." The stock had consecutively dropped for 22 days. In the board meeting, the chairman was visibly enraged. Although he suspected who was behind the chaos, he felt utterly powerless. Should he just reconcile? After 2 days of ticket sales being sabotaged, the losses were at least 500 million. Was there still a chance for reconciliation? The other party had made it clear that they intended to profit from the stock market turmoil, leaving him with no options. What frustrated the chairman even more was the presence of incompetent allies around him, who always seemed to leave evidence for their adversaries. With most shareholders selling off their shares, the chances of the company bouncing back were looking bleak. Meanwhile, Liu Bai had already contacted Jarvis and felt that he had profited enough. To avoid retaliation from the opposing side, he made preparations to prevent the company from being delisted. Otherwise, after delisting, it would be a hassle to divide the shares owed to the brokerage. Jarvis was currently buying a large number of shares of the company to replenish his holdings. Initially, the stock price was 129 yuan per share, but after 22 consecutive days of declines, it had dropped to 1,422 yuan per share. During this time, Jarvis had borrowed a total of 100 million shares, managing to cash out 920 million due to varying daily prices. Now, he was repurchasing shares at 1,422 yuan each to return to the bond institutions, spending only 14.2 million in total. After including interest and some commissions or fees, Liu Bai pocketed 650 million. "I'll keep your incriminating evidence safe for you," he thought. "Let us put our previous grievances aside for now. When you're ready, please continue to self-destruct." Looking at the visualized data, not only had he recovered the losses from the previous days, but he also managed to pocket some profits. Achieving 2 small goals, Liu Bai smirked with satisfaction and closed his eyes for a good sleep. A few days later, the filming in the studio was progressing smoothly. After several days of continuous work, Han Moing finally had a day off. With her scenes completed, it was now the turn of her senior Lin Daocheng, who was responsible for market business and special effects editing. These days were also significant, as it was graduation day for the drama and film directing major at Qinzhou Film Academy. Both Liu Bai and Han Moing attended the ceremony, feeling a sense of nostalgia as they watched the men and women in traditional Tang suits and cheongsams. Time flew by, and graduation was just around the corner. Han Moing felt a little sentimental, while Liu Bai smiled and replied, "I don't feel much. I've already secured a spot for further studies." Han Moing shot a glance and teased, "Who isn't?" Lin Ming walked over, beaming with excitement as he looked at the two chatting and laughing from a distance. "Mr. Liu. Miss Han, long time no see. I asked my dad for some money, and luck was on my side. I managed to snag a Lamborghini. I kept my promise and bought what I said I would." Liu Bai smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your support." He felt that this person wasn't too bad after all. Han Moing, however, maintained a calm demeanor and said nothing. Lin Ming was even more thrilled. It's nothing really. I just really like it. I can't wait to drive the Lamborghini. Then, with a hint of eagerness and shyness in his eyes, he asked, "Can I stand next to you for the graduation photo later?" Lu Bai laughed. "What are you talking about?" "Of course, no problem." During the graduation photo shoot, everyone was present. However, Lu Bai felt uncomfortable as many people intentionally or unintentionally crowded around him, trying to engage him in conversation. They weren't that familiar, and this false enthusiasm was quite bothersome for him. He could only respond to each one. Lin Ming noticed Lu Bai's discomfort and immediately took on the role of class monitor, forcefully dissuading many who wanted signatures and photos. "Don't bother him, Mr. Lu. Isn't feeling well today. Why take photos? I have a business meeting with Mr. Lu, no time. If he doesn't sign, the high insurance is already in place. Can you afford to pay if your pen scratches him?" Han Moying watched Lin Ming act like a bodyguard, driving others away, and couldn't help but chuckle. She then started taking selfies with her roommates and close friends. Lu Bai really didn't want to stay any longer. Although he was officially a student in this class, he hadn't interacted much with the other students since arriving in this world. Additionally, the original owner was quite reclusive, making friendships even colder. During the evening gathering and karaoke, Lu Bai didn't attend. "Your tasks are complete. Take a good rest for a while. Just now, Senior Chen messaged me, saying the set in Kideazu is ready, and they are about to start filming. I need to go take a look. Please keep an eye on things here in Qinzhou. Once filming is done, I'll notify you." Han Moying replied to Lu Bai's message, "Then please be safe." Lu Bai turned off his phone, recalling the earlier experiences in Kideazu. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he then thought, "Jarvis, head to Kideazu and protect Senior Chun and the others in secret. Bumblebee, come with me to the Qinzhou Sea Bridge. Tonight is the company team-building event, and we're heading to Kideazu together." Chapter 138. Return to Kideazu. Filming location on an unnamed island after leaving the graduation ceremony. Lu Bai arrived at the bus station to wait. This place was very close to several universities, and many students were queuing for buses. The girls, seeing the handsome Lu Bai, were starry-eyed, excited and thrilled. "Did you see that guy? Wow, so handsome. I saw him. He looks like he walked out of an anime. Is he a celebrity? Maybe. I think I recognize him. How can someone this handsome not be super famous? Go ask him for his contact info." "I'm too scared." The girls were whispering to each other, their eyes constantly glancing at Lu Bai. Just then, a roaring sound came from afar. Everyone turned to look, and it turned out to be a dazzling sports car. At first glance, everyone recognized it immediately. Is that a Lamborghini? It really looks like it. Is the actual car this stunning? One look, and you can tell it's extremely luxurious. As the girls watched the sports car slowly pull up to the bus stop, hoping for a handsome guy to invite them into the car, the driver's side door opened upward like a wing. Following the sports car, a bus cautiously approached. At that moment, the handsome man they had been focusing on slowly walked towards the open door and then got into the driver's seat. He started the car and drove off. At that instant, the girls were momentarily stunned, their faces filled with excitement and regret. "Oh my God, I remembered who he is. I remembered too. He is the billionaire director Lu Bai. Is this his car? I've seen it on social media. Damn, I missed my chance to get rich. If I had known, I would have bravely asked for his contact info. Didn't you guys notice? There was no one in the original driver's seat. I took a picture of him. He really is handsome." Amidst the girls' excited regrets, the bus behind finally pulled up to the stop. An elderly man on the bus was quite displeased. "Why are we stopping so slowly? It's even slower than I walk." The bus driver awkwardly smiled. He certainly didn't dare to get too close to that car. The starting price is 7.5 million. Just a scratch would cost more than a year's salary to repair. After Lu Bai got into the car, he fell asleep immediately. The autonomous driving technology here is quite advanced, so people are used to it. However, many still prefer to drive themselves, unlike Lu Bai, who is worry-free. The filming location this time is an unnamed small island in the Seven Islands region. Surrounded by the sea, it covers an area of 4 square kilometers. It's not too big. You can drive around it in about 10 minutes with an electric cart. Years ago, it was bought by a local tycoon, featuring mountains, water, and waterfalls. However, the local situation has been quite unstable, so it hasn't been developed. Only basic electrical facilities were established on the island. While the original state of the island was preserved, perfectly meeting Lu Bai's filming requirements. When Lu Bai arrived locally, it was already late at night. "Brother Chun, how is the progress over there?" Lu Bai called to inquire. He wasn't worried about safety at all. With Iron Man overseeing the crew, no snake could sneak in. Moreover, they had hired local security and guides, which could resolve many issues. It's Liu Bai. The progress is going smoothly, and the main actors are in place. We can officially start filming tomorrow. Chun Rinchuan sounded in great spirits, but he couldn't help but complain. The mosquitoes here are huge and aggressive. We've already killed quite a few in the mosquito nets we brought. They look really scary. Liu Bai listened and chuckled sympathetically. The conditions here aren't great. There aren't even any cement roads. It was just a small border town belonging to the rainforest, and naturally, there were many mosquitoes. Although there were some disturbances, it was still relatively peaceful compared to the desolate areas and the village massacre that Liu Bai had seen for the first time. It had been tough. Tomorrow I will call a boat to the island. For tonight, I'll find a place to stay. After finishing the call, Liu Bai drove the Bumblebee into the town. What? A Lamborghini scraping its chassis? The Bumblebee can adjust its tires according to the road conditions. Even on steps, it can smoothly take Liu Bai up. Therefore, the driving experience along the way was quite comfortable. Liu Bai didn't feel the typical soreness in his waist that comes with sports cars. The riding experience was excellent. However, as his car entered the town, it attracted countless gazes along the way. The children looked on with envy, wearing tattered clothes and running barefoot behind the sports car, their faces full of excitement. The adults appeared numb, stopping to watch. Soon, Liu Bai arrived at a 2-story cement house. A sign at the entrance indicated that there were vacant rooms. I'd like to book a room, Liu Bai said as he got out of the car and spoke to the elderly woman, while also surveying the town. Though called a town, it felt more like a large village to Liu Bai. Some houses were built with a mixture of yellow mud and straw, and there were also wooden houses. Only a few houses were made of cement, and there weren't many that had lights on. 50 yuan, the elderly woman said as she assessed Liu Bai. The currency, known as Lanxing Yuan, is the currency issued by the local government and is globally accepted. Even the terrorists from the nearby islands had to use Lanxing Yuan to purchase supplies. After handing over the cash, Liu Bai received the key to his room and moved in. He had a dreamless night. The next morning, he boarded a boat to an unnamed island and met the lead actors, Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoya. Chapter 139. Are you interested in acting in a TV series? Director Liu, hello, I am actor Zhang Sungwen. Upon arriving on the island, Zhang Sungwen respectfully shook his hand. Despite being older than Liu Bai, he maintained a humble demeanor. Teacher Zhang, no need to be so polite, Liu Bai replied, shaking hands in return and responding with courtesy. The actor was someone Liu Bai was interviewing. He was a teacher in the acting profession and graduated at the top of his class, with many expectations placed upon him. However, in his first year, he auditioned for over 300 productions and was not chosen by any. In his second year, feeling somewhat hurt to his pride, he auditioned for just over 200 productions, but returned empty-handed as well. Eventually, his hometown reached out and offered him a role in The Dragon's Son-in-Law. However, he believed that acting should not be too repetitive or mechanical, so he opted not to participate in the sequel and chose to return to teaching acting. Over the years, he would occasionally take on roles whenever he had free time, seizing any opportunity to run to a production team, even for minor roles. He certainly did not want to miss out on this opportunity for Jurassic Park. Yet, as soon as he walked into the audition room, Liu Bai confirmed him for the role. Don't ask why, just know it's because of the impressive reviews. This affirmation truly surprised Zhang Sungwen. He had never received recognition on set, and the films he appeared in were mediocre at best. Now, being entrusted with such an important role made Zhang Sungwen feel quite anxious. A big-budget film worth hundreds of millions, and they wanted him to be the lead? He only wanted to play a supporting role. For half a month, Zhang Sungwen immersed himself in the script, determined to portray the story perfectly. It was only yesterday that he arrived on set to familiarize himself with the filming process. That night, he slept at the studio, swatting away mosquitoes without a word of complaint. Director Liu, it's a great honor to see you. I'm actress Gao Xiaoya. The charming Gao Xiaoya stepped forward to shake hands, hoping to gain recognition from the young and successful director. Hello, everyone. Liu Bai smiled as he looked at the two actors and asked, after this film, would you be interested in starring in a TV series? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sungwen replied earnestly, as long as you need us, we will definitely be there. The payment for his role in this film was the pinnacle of his career, an astonishing 500,000 currency units. He could hardly believe it. In the past, for multiple TV series, the total payment was only 8,000, which took him 3 months to earn. His annual earnings didn't even reach 30,000, and he struggled to find work. Comparing it now, The difference was staggering. In just one film, he would earn more in 2 months than he had in the past decade. Gao Xiaoya felt the same way. She was talented and good-looking, but had refused to compromise her principles, leaving her without opportunities. This 500,000 was like a timely gift, a recognition of their efforts. However, Lu Bai's next words made them even more anxious. Lu Bai nodded and smiled. I'm currently writing a new TV series. For the next project, you two can continue to participate, and I'm offering each of you 2 million. This left Zhang Sungwen in a panic. Gao Xiaoya was also flustered. 2 million. They had never seen such a large sum of money. Zhang Sungwen had been excited for half a month over the 500,000. But now, before even finishing the film, they were being offered a TV series with a payment of 2 million. Zhang Sungwen wanted to graciously decline, saying the pay was too high and he didn't deserve it. But then he thought, what would happen to Gao Xiaoya if he refused? Would she also have to lower her pay? In the end, Zhang Sungwen did not refuse. Instead, he gratefully shook Lu Bai's hand, saying, thank you for your recognition. Director Lu, if you think my performance isn't good enough, feel free to remove me from the cast at any time. I promise not to disappoint you. Lu Bai waved his hand. No need to say that, and don't feel too pressured. I have high hopes for you both. Let us finalize this. I'll have someone draft the contract, and once you sign, the payment will be transferred directly. He glanced at his busy senior, Chen Renchuan, and nodded to encourage the two. Get ready. We're about to start filming Jurassic Park. The two actors, filled with gratitude, bid farewell to Lu Bai and began preparing for the shoot. A few senior colleagues approached, happily embracing Lu Bai, as they hadn't seen him for over half a month. Chen Renchuan, with a beaming smile, teased, you traveled all this way because you were worried about us seniors? Lu Bai chuckled, of course not. While in Qingzhou, I was with Lin Daoqing and Han Moing. I couldn't just ignore you all here. Otherwise, you'd say I'm being biased. The seniors were very pleased with Lu Bai's arrival, and the first scene was set for Chen Renchuan to demonstrate his directing skills. Soon, all departments were ready. Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoya also sat in the off-road vehicle, preparing to shoot the scene of entering the Jurassic Park. Action! The clapperboard snapped, and a helicopter ascended from the helipad. The actors were all in the off-road vehicle. Bouncing forward, the seniors were behind the monitor, carefully observing Chen Renchuan's direction. Quickly, they passed through the constructed entrance of Jurassic Park. This segment had no dialogue, just a transition shot. As the vehicle reached an open grassy area, it was time for the actors to showcase their performances. Zhang Sungwen, playing Dr. Gulangu, sat in the back seat wearing sunglasses. As he scanned a particular area, his body suddenly stiffened in disbelief. He stood up from the open-top back seat, removing his glasses with a shocked expression and vacant eyes. How can this be? This type of plant was already extinct in the Cretaceous period. Gao Xiaoya portrayed Li Lo, a botanist. She sat in the passenger seat, muttering to herself while holding a strangely shaped large leaf. At that moment, Zhang Sungwen reached over, pressed down on her head, and forcibly turned her to face the camera, as if urging her to look at something. Gao Xiaoya's gaze shifted, and in an instant, her face was filled with shock. She also stood up from the passenger seat, mouth agape, looking at the same spot as Zhang Sungwen. Yet in reality, there was nothing there, just trees and grass. But Zhang Sungwen seemed entranced, as if he could truly see a giant dinosaur. Getting out of the vehicle, he craned his neck, walking somewhat unsteadily. Witnessing such a phenomenon as a paleontologist felt like a miracle. Gao Xiaoya, equally astonished, followed closely behind him. Zhang Sungwen, feeling dazed, pointed at the sky. Struggling to catch his breath, is that a dinosaur? Gao Xiaoya replied in shock, exactly. The books always say they were cold-blooded animals, but that's completely wrong. They are warm-blooded. Zhang Sungwen sighed in amazement. Gao Xiaoya echoed, her tone excited. Yes, they didn't live in swamps. Zhang Sungwen, fixated on the enormous Brachiosaurus, uncertainly asked, does its neck measure 7 meters or 10 meters? The Brachiosaurus? 10 meters, came a voice from an elderly man with white hair approaching them, who played the developer of the Jurassic Park. Zhang Sungwen was so excited he seemed to be on the verge of fainting. The three moved closer. As the script described the Brachiosaurus lifting its leg at that moment, 3 people performed the action of retreating in fear. After realizing it was just a false alarm, Zhang Sungwen curiously asked, how fast can they run? We measured it, and the speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is 48 kilometers per hour. This made Gao Xiaoya turn around in confusion, as if she thought she misheard. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Yes, The elder said proudly. Are you saying there are Tyrannosaurus Rex here? Gao Xiaoye was almost breathless, her face filled with excitement. Zhang Sunwen excitedly grabbed the elder's shoulder. Say it again. The elder replied, we have Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhang Sunwen felt completely oxygen-deprived, supporting himself on his knees, swaying as if he were about to collapse. He buried his head between his knees. Gao Xiaoye quickly helped him sit down slowly. Dr. Galan, Dr. Li Lu, and the elder leaned on his cane, walking toward the camera. Welcome to Jurassic Park. Zhang Sunwen sat on the ground, regaining his composure, looking in the direction of the elder. His face showed shock and complexity, as if he were seeing groups of dinosaurs drinking and playing in the distance. His face lit up with a smile and emotion. They are in groups, really in groups. It felt like a miracle entering his real life. But soon, more questions clouded his mind. How did you create them? The elder proudly said, follow me. Just then, a sound was heard. Click. Chen Rinchuan spoke with satisfaction. Working with skilled actors is just comfortable. Every time it was like this. He would marvel at Lu Bai's keen eye for selecting talent. It was truly sharp. The performances they displayed were so convincing. Even the senior brothers were incredibly excited. It was simply worry-free. They were initially concerned that it had been too long since directing a film and that they might feel out of practice. But seeing these actors' stellar performances made them realize they could do it too. Chapter 141. Sir, I am Bumblebee. Someone is holding a gun to steal a car. Looking at the excited senior brothers, Lu Bai found it amusing. But he was also extremely satisfied with the actors' performances. Their acting was even more vivid than the original version. They not only portrayed body language and expressions, but also physiological reactions. It felt as if they were truly witnessing dinosaurs that had been extinct for 65 million years reappearing in the world. For this filming, Lu Bai made adjustments again. In the first film, Iron Man, he used American actors throughout, making no changes to the script, worried about losing the original flavor. In the second film, Transformers, not only were the actors changed to Asian faces, but also more than half of the cast was replaced with actors from Qinzhou, along with slight modifications to the plot. Now, for the third task given by the system, Jurassic Park, Lu Bai boldly decided to use all actors from Qinzhou, changing not only the character names, but also fully localizing this monster movie. The film Lu Bai was shooting was produced in 1993 on Earth, which caused a sensation worldwide and directly led to significant advancements in special effects. It even entered the global box office top 10, only being pushed out of the list in 2007. This shows how deep the influence was and how broad the audience. This filming, from early evening until late at night, they only stopped then. It was getting late, everyone should rest. There were plenty of mosquitoes and even snakes. So don't run around. Chen Rinchuan shouted with a loudspeaker. Soon, the crew members tidied up their belongings and tiredly crawled into the wooden house they built themselves, mainly for shelter from the wind and rain. To avoid mosquitoes, they had to rely on mosquito nets and sleeping bags. They feared that going to the dry toilet at night would leave their backsides swollen from mosquito bites. They were scheduled to shoot on this island for about 10 days. So everything was well prepared. The conditions were tough, but it was manageable with some patience. I told you to go back, but you didn't listen. Now it's so late. The boatman is probably asleep. A few senior brothers approached Lu Bai helplessly, looking at the concerned faces of his seniors. Lu Bai smiled. If you can spend the night here, why can't I? The other seniors asked. Didn't you say you drove here? Did you leave your car at the guest house? Yes, Lu Bai nodded, and he had even asked the local villagers for help to keep an eye on it. The bumblebee was a mechanical life form, so it wouldn't get bored being alone. Although he wasn't worried about it getting lost. He still hired someone to watch over it as a deterrent. He wasn't worried about the risk of scratches either. Even if a rifle was fired at point-blank range, it wouldn't damage the bumblebee's paint, so Lu Bai felt quite at ease. You're quite carefree. Chen Rinchuan patted Lu Bai on the shoulder. Since you've decided to stay here, it'll be tough for one night, but there are empty rooms and sleeping bags available. We built an extra one or two. My only worry is that the car might get stolen. Someone lamented. What are you thinking? Does Lu Shitty lack a car? That is true. As they chatted and laughed, they each returned to their rooms. Lu Bai also headed for the wooden house. He gently shook the door handle. It was very sturdy. The roof structure was A-shaped, first covered with a plastic film, then layered with thick leaves for rain protection and insulation. Inside the room, a simple bed made of wood was built, covered with a carpet, along with a sleeping bag and mosquito net. Lu Bai didn't mind and lay down directly. Closing his eyes, he connected his consciousness to Iron Man, and his perspective suddenly changed. he saw from Iron Man's viewpoint, standing on the mountaintop, overlooking the entire film crew. Instantly, he felt a great sense of security. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Sir, this is Bumblebee. Someone is attempting to steal a car with a gun. The 2 guards have been shot. Should we retaliate?" In an instant, Liu Bei opened his eyes wide. Chapter 142. One wave has not settled down, another rises. Jarvis also reported new developments. Should we retaliate? Listening to Bumblebee's report, Liu Bai's expression darkened. How many of them are there? There are 6 of them. Don't let any of them escape. In front of the guest house, Bumblebee heard Liu Bai's orders, and the golden sports car began to swell up. A series of metallic clanking sounds suddenly erupted. What is that sound? What is going on? Hurry up and move the car. If we finish this job, we'll get rich. Boss, something is not right. Their urgent voices echoed in the deep night. The gunfire tonight kept countless families indoors, turning off their lights. The 2 guards who had been shot lay on the ground, moaning in pain. The pain left them in a daze. They all started hallucinating, as if they saw a vehicle standing up. It was over. A moment of clarity before death. The 2 guards cried out in agony from their gunshot wounds, and the 6 criminals were utterly terrified. They were shocked to see the golden beast lying quietly on the ground suddenly rise up. It radiated a chilling mechanical coldness. The large headlights on its chest shone so brightly that they could hardly open their eyes. What on earth is that? Is the car alive? In an instant, the 6 were paralyzed with fear, their legs turning to jelly. Even holding guns could not give them a shred of confidence. This standing mechanical monster left them utterly shaken. Stop right there. Anyone who moves will face the consequences. The towering Bumblebee stood at about 5 meters high, a golden mask ejected from its head, exuding a strong sense of threat like a bee. It had clearly entered combat mode. Its right arm transformed into a plasma cannon, emitting a menacing blue-white glow. Coupled with its imposing height, it completely terrified the 6 men. Take them into the woods, Liu Bei instructed through the system's display panel, connecting with Bumblebee's vision to see what was happening. To avoid disturbing the townspeople, it was better to go to a quieter place. Liu Bei didn't take the 6 criminals seriously at all. Using Bumblebee was as easy as crushing a few ants. Perhaps only a large fleet would pose any real threat to Bumblebee. Come with me. Anyone who dares to run will vanish without a trace. Bumblebee coldly threatened. It was furious about being disturbed from its sleep at night and would have gladly dealt with them right then and there. Liu Bei glanced at the situation and withdrew his gaze. There was nothing worth paying attention to. However, the 2 guards who had been watching the vehicle were injured, which was a concern. "Boss, are you asleep?" Liu Bei called the owner of the inn, asking her to help take the 2 guards for treatment and to provide a generous compensation for their injuries before hanging up. "Sir, they've confessed. They are residents of this town and noticed the Lamborghini's high value, which tempted them to act. What should we do now?" Bumblebee's voice echoed in his mind again. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Bei decided it was too trivial to deal with. Take them all to the police station. "Understood, sir." Bumblebee transformed back into vehicle mode, shoved the 6 into the front seats without caring about their discomfort, and drove them to the nearest police station. When they finally stopped at the police station entrance, Bumblebee threatened them again. "You are guilty of theft and armed assault. You know better than to say anything you shouldn't." Hearing the vehicle's words, the few crammed into the front seats quickly nodded. We know. We won't dare to say anything random. Thank you for sparing us." The group felt as if they had been granted a second chance at life, completely afraid to contradict Bumblebee. They were just grateful not to be killed. They could no longer bear to recall the events of that night, having discovered the harsh truth of the world. This blue planet has aliens. I want to work hard in prison, to become a guide for the aliens. Well done. You shouldn't stay in that small town. It easily incites people's greed. Liu Bei didn't think it through. He immediately took measures to rectify the situation. After dealing with the Bumblebee incident, Liu Bei closed his eyes and fell asleep. But in the middle of the night, he was awakened by a voice in his mind. This time, it was Jarvis's voice. "Sir, several unidentified vessels are approaching this island. Should we intercept them?" Liu Bei was furious. These bandits, are they not going to let anyone sleep? Chapter 143, Silently Kill 9 People. The filming mission on the island is over, returning to Qinzhou. This trip still made Liu Bei feel disgusted. The first time out, he encountered a village massacre. This time, not only were there car thieves, but there were also those planning to kidnap. Let's go take a look. Liu Bei issued the order, and he couldn't sleep anymore. He directly crawled out of the wooden house. There were quite a few wooden houses in the open space, and in the center, some crew members were roasting by the fire. They had no idea what they were about to encounter. Lu Bai quietly glanced at the flames and didn't intend to say anything to them. For them, it was just an ordinary day. With Jarvis around, there would be no issues at all. This situation also reminded Lu Bai of the port cities on Earth. In the 1990s, there were frequent incidents of kidnapping film crews, actors, and even the children of the wealthy, along with bank robberies and other violent events. He never expected to encounter it himself. Director Lu, why aren't you asleep yet? By the bonfire, Zhang Sungwen was holding a script, still studying his character. Seeing Lu Bai come out of the room, he greeted him. Can't sleep. Just came out for some fresh air, Lu Bai replied with a smile. He also moved over a wooden stool and started warming himself by the fire. Director Lu, do you want some chicken wings? A crew member asked, pulling out a few skewers of chicken wings from plastic wrap. Seeing they were still in the mood for barbecuing, Lu Bai couldn't help but smile. Thank you then. A few kilometers away in the bay, 7 boats were buzzing in the night. They were inflatable rafts powered by modified car engines. Each boat carried 5 or 6 people, each armed. Their destination was very clear, just a few kilometers away on the island. I've checked, that crew up ahead not only has plenty of supplies, but is also very rich. Yes, I've even seen helicopters taking off and landing over there. Is there any chance this trip will go wrong? What are you afraid of if something goes wrong? Just capture them, make a fortune, and who is worried about losing an arm or a leg in the second half of life? It seems they hired local security to follow them, right? Won't there be any accidents? With just 3 or 5 bodyguards, can they stir up any trouble? Just take them out directly if they dare to act. More than 30 people came in a grand manner, filled with ambition. As long as they captured a portion of the crew directors, wouldn't money be guaranteed? They had already inquired. This crew is from Qinzhou. Money would definitely not be lacking. They planned to ask for tens of millions, wondering how much they would actually get. But the next second, their expressions of joy suddenly came to a halt. In addition to the roar of the boat engines, there were loud bang sounds echoing around. Pop, 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 pop. 7 loud sounds rang out, and the rubber boat instantly deflated. This alerted them. What happened? What's going on? My boat has been pierced. Mine too. Before they could search for the cause, a gentle male voice came from the pitch-black night sky. My husband was disturbed from his sleep by you, and he is not pleased. He said that if you dare to come again, none of you will return. The voice came so suddenly that it left everyone drenched in cold sweat. But the male voice was quick and soon fell silent. After 2 minutes, the people on the boat finally came to their senses and tightened their grips on their rifles. Some were extremely dissatisfied and shouted, "Who the hell is talking, trying to scare us?" This remark drew agreement from many others. They were so many. Was there any need to be afraid? Immediately, their courage swelled again. Right. Are we afraid of dying? Let's go. Roast that mysterious guy over a fire. Don't let me catch you. What are you afraid of? Make some money, marry a wife, and enjoy retirement. Boss, give the order. Let's tie up the crew. I heard the actress is very beautiful. Boss, you should be the first to try. The leader was observing the surroundings, hearing the excited voices of his subordinates. He calmly spoke. Then let's patch the boat and continue moving forward. But as soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened in shock. Then, before everyone's astonished gaze, he fell straight into the sea. And that wasn't he all. The person who had been shouting fiercely in front also stiffened like the leader. Breathless, they all wobbled on the boat and fell into the sea. Some even fell onto the boat, bleeding profusely. Only then did the people on the boat see that the fallen ones had holes in their foreheads, blood gushing out. Shot. When did this happen? How come there was not a single gunshot sound? At that moment, everyone was terrified. They didn't dare to speak. They had only mocked a few times. And instantly 9 people were dead. They didn't even see who the opponent was. Silent and without a trace. This strange method left everyone stunned, not daring to breathe. They had even lost the courage to fight back. The remaining people were as quiet as mice, and some even wet themselves. They were on high alert against hidden gunfire. 10 minutes later, they finally dared to make a move. Because the rubber boat was about to sink. We know we were wrong. We're leaving now. Don't kill us. They begged for mercy while quickly patching the boat, not looking back as they fled the sea area. They didn't even dare to retrieve the dead. By the campfire, Lu Bai was eating the grilled wings that were handed over, discussing the plot with Zhang Sunwen. After chatting for a few minutes, he clapped his hands and threw the skewer of chicken into the fire. I am full, and it's quite late. Teacher Zhang, You should rest early. Zhang Sungwen quickly nodded. Director Liu, take care. After that, the crew continued as usual, completely unaware of the external turmoil. After filming for 12 days on this island, all the scenes were finally completed. It's time to pack up and return to Qinzhou. When a certain senior brother captured the last shot, he let out a sigh of relief. The crew members, and even the actors, felt liberated upon hearing this, completely excited. Chapter 144. The first monster movie promotion in Blue Star shocks netizens upon hearing the director's call. Everyone seemed to feel a sense of relief and was utterly thrilled. It's finally over. These past few days have been unbearable. We almost ran out of food and drinks. We had to go to the nearby town for supplies. And I didn't want to see this seat anymore. Finally, we can go back to Qinzhou, hooray! Not only the crew members were excited, but the actors had also endured a lot. Even Zhang Sungwen, who prided himself on being able to endure hardships, looked quite worn out on this island. However, this trip was worth it. After being rejected for so many years, he finally got to be the male lead in a movie. He even secured the lead role in the next TV series. The salary reached $2 million. He only dared to dream of this when he had just graduated. But after years of societal setbacks, he had long accepted reality. Now, such a dream has really landed in his lap, making him excited and sleepless every night, and ultimately left him in tears of longing. After decades since graduation, he finally made it through. Let's pack up and go home together, Chun Rinchuan said joyfully. Everyone instantly became full of energy. They packed all their belongings and the trash on the ground. As for the built wooden cabin, it would be left here, waiting for its destined owner. After a busy afternoon, the site was cleaned up. The constructed Jurassic Park gate was also taken down. Liu Bai looked at the happy crew members and smiled calmly. They didn't know about the dangers they once faced, which was just fine. After another 10 days or so, the main cast finished filming the last scenes in the Qinzhou studio, and the movie finally wrapped up. At the same time, major media platforms immediately released announcements. Earth Film Industry's new movie has wrapped. The youngest director to reach 100 billion, Liu Bai, has a new work coming soon. According to internal sources, this film has top-notch special effects, but it is not a science fiction film. The strongest lineup of directors. Earth Film Industry is deploying 8 directors. A first in Blue Star. Accurate news has come in. Director Liu Bai's new project is a monster movie. The news spread like wildfire. It quickly topped the trending charts on various platforms. Liu Bai's new movie, featuring 8 directors, a monster film, and Earth Film Industry's new release, is set to be a box office champion. Various hot topics left netizens dazzled. They were shocked by the efficiency of Earth Film Industry and eagerly anticipated the movie's release. So far, none of the films produced by Earth Film Industry have been flops. Even the lowest-rated film, Goodbye X, touched the hearts of the entire internet. It's finally here. As soon as it premieres, I'm the first to grab a ticket. I initially thought I wouldn't go to the cinema until I encountered Iron Man. After watching Iron Man, I felt there was no film that could surpass it, and then Transformers came along. Even the sequel to My Ex made me watch it twice. The quality is indeed high. The new movie is guaranteed to be watched at least 3 times. This time, it's surprisingly not the familiar sci-fi genre from a certain film studio. A monster movie? What kind of genre is that? Is Liu Bai planning to be the first to try something new? The sci-fi films from Qinzhou are subpar. Yet Liu Bai dares to invest his entire fortune in filming Iron Man. Now that there are no monster movies on Blue Star, he is brave enough to lead the way. Just for this fighting spirit, I'm all in. Just waiting for the release date. The online community is buzzing. The promotional campaign is also intense. Not only are all the movie fans excited, but even Liu Bai is eagerly anticipating it. This is the last film. After it's done, he can unlock the self-selection store. He has been eyeing Iron Man 2 for a long time. Once he gets the self-selection rights, that will be his first choice. Mark III will guard the home, while he takes the suitcase-style Mark V out. Even though Mark V is far inferior to the classic Mark III in speed and power, it has the portability that Iron Man 1 does not possess. Moreover, even if it falls short in various aspects, it still crushes Blue Star technology. There are very few weapons that can inflict damage on Mark V. However, for now, he needs to focus on the present. Jurassic Park is also very important. Whether he can obtain the dinosaur gene technology depends on this time. Liu Bai calmly sends the promotional trailer to the video sharing platform. In less than 5 minutes, it skyrockets to the trending list. Chapter 145, the trailer is out, and it has left countless netizens shocked. Lin Ming has been very happy lately. He feels proud in front of the wealthy second generation. His photo with Lu Bai draws envy from many. Although they are wealthy second-generation kids, with family cash ranging from hundreds of millions to over $1 billion. They are at the top of the pyramid. But compared to Lu Bai of the same age, they are completely incomparable. Just Lu Bai alone has cash reserves that exceed anyone's father. Plus, the films he has shot drive them crazy. With all these accolades, Lu Bai has become a god among his peers. Because of this, Lin Ming is riding high, and his status in the group is increasing. He even became an admin in the group with assets below average, and everyone respects him. Good morning, brother Lin Ming. When will you take us to find our idol for a photo? I miss Iron Man 2 every day. I want Transformers 2 even more. Did you see? Lu Bai has finished filming a new movie. Don't say anything. It just makes me anxious. Right, let's talk about it when it's released. Lin Ming. When will you take us to see the film studio? The messages in the group not only discuss the movie and Lu Bai, but also occasionally mention Lin Ming. However, those are mostly side notes. Even so, it excites Lin Ming, who loves to show off. I want to take you all too. But Lu Bai isn't even in Qinzhou, you all know that. Moreover, even if one wants to go, they must make an appointment in advance. Such big bosses are not someone you can just meet whenever you want. Lin Ming understands the boundaries well. Even when trying to act cool, he wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. These people all have their own networks, and not only would speaking recklessly lose face, but it could also seriously damage their credibility. Lin Ming's words left countless people feeling regretful, and he himself felt quite downcast. Ever since graduation, he hadn't seen Lu Bai at all. In the past, he didn't want to see him. Meeting him once was already annoying enough. Now that he couldn't see him, life felt meaningless. Ding dong. Your special friend Lu Bai, on a certain platform, has sent a new video. The pop-up was from that platform. As soon as Lin Ming saw it, he instantly perked up. Wow, Lu Bai has released a new video. He couldn't wait and immediately clicked in. Upon seeing the title, he was filled with immense excitement. Creating the first monster movie on Blue Star, exploring giant life extinct for 65 million years. So fast. The moment he saw the title, Lin Ming clicked into the video, his face full of anticipation and excitement. He knew that Lu Bai was making a monster movie. The internet was full of such promotions. But what kind of monster it was, no one had any news yet. He didn't even know if this was a trailer. With a strong desire for exploration and an undivided focus, Lin Ming stared intently at the video, without moving. As the footage began, the huge logo of a film production company appeared. Then, a sandy ground was shown, where someone was sweeping up the dust. Below was a skeleton full of signs of age. The camera didn't provide a complete view, making it impossible to discern what animal the bones belonged to. The comments section was filled with excitement, everyone thrilled to see a new trailer. Lin Ming didn't pay attention to that, focusing intently on the details revealed in the video. When the camera pulled up, it left a 1-second full-body shot. Lin Ming felt as if he had been electrocuted. Trembling for a moment, he urgently clicked pause. After a tense moment of recognition, blood rushed to his head. Wow, is that a dinosaur fossil? Could it be that the monster Lu Bai was talking about is a dinosaur? He thought left and right, but couldn't come up with any other conclusion. The comments section echoed their speculations. This is definitely a dinosaur fossil. Wow, the monster is actually a dinosaur. Some have filmed special features about monsters, but no one has ever made a monster movie. Even fewer have filmed dinosaur-themed productions. I admit, the moment I saw it, I was trembling all over. I am completely looking forward to it. Can they really restore the appearance of dinosaurs? There are quite a few dinosaur images of Blue Star, but none have been convincing. Yes, there's no wild feeling. Can Lu Bai make it believable? Difficult. Lin Ming looked at the comments, and everyone agreed that the fossil was indeed a dinosaur, which made him feel somewhat relieved. He didn't guess wrong. But the next moment, a deep doubt arose. I never expected the trailer to reveal the monster protagonist so quickly. The film is still ongoing, featuring a fleeting glimpse of Amber, a gigantic egg, and a shot of an island. In those few seconds, there are many unclear shots that seem to hide important information. However, due to incomplete information, countless people are left anxious and unable to figure it out. But soon, a massive egg breaks open, as if some small life is about to hatch. This scene sends a shiver down one's spine. Are they going to see the dinosaur image described by Lu Bai? But the result is disappointing. The next second's information is not shown, just a fleeting moment, leaving one infuriated. Even Lin Ming frowned, feeling restless. Until a minute later, the dinosaur image appears on screen. Look at that shot. It's Zhang Sung when holding the dinosaur's belly. But the bad news is, the head is not visible. Soon, all the netizens see the dinosaur's head. But it's night, and the dinosaur's head appears pitch black. It's completely unclear what it looks like. The total length of the clip is only 2 minutes. There are no substantial shots afterward. Watching it feels like nothing at all. It makes one unable to contain their anger. Damn, I watched but didn't really see anything. Although there's very little information, it can be confirmed that this movie is indeed about dinosaurs. I study paleontology, and at the beginning, there's a fossil that belongs to a velociraptor. From various sources, it's known to be a top predator, extremely fierce. The repeatedly appearing actor looks so familiar. Isn't that my acting class teacher, Zhang? I'm really looking forward to it. Damn it. Hurry up and release it. Lu Bai, you know how to make movies. Not even my unemployed self's money is spared. Lin Ming is both excited and frustrated. What he wants to see the most is the dinosaur image. What kind of shots are these? A fossil, a dinosaur belly, a dinosaur head in the middle of the night, a dinosaur foot, a dinosaur eye outside the car window, a pair of dinosaur claws. Are there any substantial images? Has anyone even been in this before? Damn, we have to wait a month. Not even a minute can be spent. Although Lin Ming is frustrated, he has to admit he is extremely eager, but it really is unbearable. He clenches his fists, his face showing signs of withdrawal. But the next second, it seems he thought of something, his eyes lighting up. I can't let myself suffer alone. The little ones in the group, come suffer and wait with me. Click to forward, sent successfully. Should it stay in WeChat? Do I even need to think? Lin Ming decisively clicks, stay in WeChat. 2 minutes later, the group exploded. Chapter 146. Lamborghini officially handed over? The rich kids can't sit still? What the hell are you sending? Hurry and take it back. I don't want to see this. Damn, I'm dying of anxiety. What does the dinosaur described by the big shot look like? Why do I have to see this? I was just waiting for the release news. And after seeing this trailer, I can't stay for a second. Lin Ming, you bastard. The group instantly erupted with strong resentment. Countless people have shown immense resistance. Before watching the trailer, life was peaceful. After watching it, it feels like carrying a heavy burden. Damn it. Lin Ming saw their reactions and couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, he wasn't the only one suffering. With so many people sharing the pain, he actually found joy in it. After browsing the group messages for a while, Lin Ming returned to the platform, wanting to see if any experts could uncover more information. Unfortunately, this dinosaur movie was a first for everyone. There wasn't much analytical information available. However, there were still some keen observers who pointed out noteworthy details. Did you see it? At 53 seconds, there was a shot of a gate. It said Jurassic Park. I specifically looked it up online, and guess what I found? No suspense here. I found an official account on a platform named Jurassic Park Movie. I can guarantee that the new film produced by Earth Pictures is named just that. Below, there was a chorus of applause for this sharp observer, receiving their likes. However, the negative emotions were still overwhelming. The more new information was uncovered, the more unbearable it became. Unsurprisingly, this trailer topped the trending charts. Lin Ming even saw the terrifying record of 100,000 people watching simultaneously. The number of likes and coins far exceeded those of other videos at the same time. Lu Bai's fan count also reached 2 million. A few videos hitting this number was simply astonishing. However, Lin Ming also noticed something interesting. In this dinosaur trailer, the number of shares was even higher than the number of coins. This was extremely rare on the entire platform. The fact that shares outnumbered coins was something people talked about. Lin Ming was amazed, thinking, wow, do so many people have antisocial personalities? At this rate, they'll end up friendless. Luckily, I have good social connections and never engage in such unkind acts. While browsing around, Lin Ming also checked the platform. He wanted to see if the new verified accounts mentioned in the discussions were real. Upon checking, he found that there was indeed an official account for Jurassic Park Movie. They even shared the same trailer as Lu Bai. The movie title was indeed a solid confirmation. Of course, it was no surprise to Lin Ming that the official account's video also made it to various trending lists, sparking countless discussions. The fan count surged as well, reaching 80,000 in just a few minutes. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. The more Lin Ming watched, the more anxious he became, and the more anxious he got, the more troubled he felt. He regretted why he had to go and watch it. Once a good young man, now he felt like a desperate film seeker. The craving was unbearable. Just when he found himself in a predicament of not knowing his life goals, a message in the group instantly revitalized him. It even blew his mind. Brothers, amazing news. I just received a text from Lamborghini. It said I can pick up my car now. That's right. Lamborghini has officially started the handover. The news has shocked all the wealthy second-generation individuals. All the pain and resentment have been overshadowed by a powerful excitement. After waiting for so long, is it finally time to get the Lamborghini in hand? Chapter 147. Is Earth Pictures just a marketing company that has been delayed? After more than a month, Lamborghini can finally be handed over. This news directly replaced the disappointment caused by the Jurassic Park trailer, igniting everyone's emotions. Wow, so envious. I haven't heard anything yet. After all this time, can we finally see the actual car? Didn't you all say you weren't buying? How come everyone is picking up their cars? Damn, I really regret not placing an order. If you want to order now, you can't even get a qualification for payment. The group chat was buzzing. Everyone was discussing the Lamborghini handover news. At this moment, the usually quiet group leader sent a message. I've counted. There are a total of 137 people in the group, and only 12 have managed to get the Lamborghini. So far, only Oldley has received the pickup notification. The others still have to wait. As soon as this was said, many expressed their helplessness. Many of them had the intention to buy, but unfortunately, they couldn't compete with others. Instantly, the group members felt a wave of jealousy. It's so exaggerated. Why wasn't I the one to receive the notification? Damn it. Oldley, give me the time and place. I want to go see the pickup ceremony. This last message reminded many group friends who expressed their desire to go. They had never seen a Lamborghini's offline store. However, the first person to get the pickup opportunity, Oldley, spoke up. There's no offline store. The message said that before 2 p.m. today, a transport vehicle will deliver it directly to the location. You can just come to my house. This statement left the group friends astonished. In the past, when buying a $1 million sports car, they always had to go to the store to pick it up. This time, it's being delivered directly to their door. This operation made the group members feel quite prestigious. Wow, so high-end. It seems that the established sports car brands in Blue Star still don't know how to do business. Picking up a car requires going to the store, while Lamborghini delivers right to your door. This comparison shows a difference in class. No wonder the most expensive sports car in Blue Star is just a little over $1 million. Is Earth Pictures just a marketing company that has been delayed? In that instant, Lin Ming felt an immense sense of pride. He is one of the 12 people who got the car. Talk about luck. The only regret is, why wasn't he the first to receive the pickup message? In such a great show-off scenario, the main character isn't even me. He angrily typed, Oldley, send out your address. I want to grab a car too. Hearing the sour comments in the group, Oldley was extremely happy. No problem. Everyone come and check out my new wife. Today's pickup news isn't just for Oldley. People from Chin State, May State, and Seven Islands State have also received text notifications. The cars are already on the way. Those nearby can get their sports cars the same day. As messages from various places continue to pour in, it also attracted countless onlookers. Suddenly, it feels like there are so many wealthy people. The Lamborghini is quite composed, only starting to deliver cars after a month. First, the trailer for Jurassic Park topped the trending searches, and now with Lamborghini deliveries. It has also made it into the top 5. Is Weibo owned by a certain film production company? If that's the case, then it's all over the platforms. Damn, I hate that I'm not rich. Amidst the discussions, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. At Oldley's place, more than 20 young people were standing around, and Lin Ming was among them. At this moment, a transport truck slowly arrived. The Lamborghini was being delivered. Chapter 148. The Lamborghini leads the street parade. The car has arrived. Right on time. Let us take a look. As the truck approached, everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. For a moment, the driver thought he might be robbed. That crowd made him quite nervous. However, after verifying the delivery information, he relaxed and let the unloading crew get to work. The unloading was meticulous and, naturally, quite slow. Meanwhile, the wealthy second generation were buzzing with excitement, all pulling out their phones to record. When they saw the truck open its rear compartment, a dazzling golden sports car suddenly appeared in everyone's view. The sleek lines, low and flashy body, exaggerated shark mouth, and the scissor doors opening as the crew member took the driver's seat made their adrenaline rush. Wow, the real car is even cooler than in the videos. I admit I'm tempted. I regret not buying one. This car is too stunning. The golden bumblebee, so impressive. I knew many would choose a gold body, so I specially picked a red one. Haha, you still had time to choose colors? I couldn't even get one. Damn. As the crew member parked the car at the entrance of the villa area, The eager crowd surged forward, eagerly touching Oldley's new wife. The smooth curves of the car body and the tactile feel were simply irresistible. They were about to wear it down with all the touching. Guys, stop touching and just take a picture. Oldley was heartbroken. However, after receiving the car keys, he was incredibly excited and directly sat in the driver's seat. The crew member also kindly explained some unique features of the car and the location of the controls. Overall, it was quite straightforward. Oldley quickly adapted. Thank you. The group leader seemed to have a high status. He opened the passenger door and sat in. He was just in his 20s and excitedly said, "Ready for a lap on the track?" Oldley couldn't suppress his smile. Sure. Lin Ming watched as the Lamborghini slowly started, filled with envy. If it had been his car that arrived first, how much he could have shown off. Damn. Let us follow and see. Come on. I want to see if the Lamborghini is as fast as advertised on the official website. About 20 people started their own sports cars worth tens or even hundreds of thousands. They left the villa area in a grand procession. The roar of engines echoed throughout the street. A fleet of luxury cars sped directly towards the racetrack, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. It's quite rare to see such a sight with dozens of supercars on the road, especially the leading Lamborghini, which completely dominated everyone's gaze. The Lamborghini has really made its appearance, sporting even a temporary license plate. My goodness, it looks absolutely stunning. The supercars behind it, while also luxurious, simply cannot compare. Just in terms of appearance, it has already won by a large margin. This explosive scene was naturally captured by many passers-by and posted online, sparking discussions and curiosity about the speed of these cars. Lin Ming was also incredibly curious. After all, he managed to secure a spot for the car. He naturally hoped that every aspect would outperform other supercars. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show off properly. Soon enough, the numerous supercars entered the racetrack, booking the venue for 5 hours. This allowed them to thoroughly understand the performance of the Lamborghini. After running a few laps, it became clear that the Lamborghini's various metrics far exceeded those of other supercars. Not a single car could surpass it in speed. This result thrilled countless people. Lin Ming felt completely reassured. He would definitely be able to show off. Chapter 149, Jurassic Park, ready for screening. The film industry is ramping up. The performance of the Lamborghini on the track surpassed that of other supercar brands. This achievement left the wealthy heirs filled with envy, especially those who couldn't secure a spot, who were visibly frustrated. Oldley, make an offer. I want that car. Lin Ming, are you willing to sell your car to me? Anyone willing to part with their Lamborghini, I'll offer an additional 500,000. 500,000 is just pocket change. I'll offer 700,000. Stop asking. It's not for sale. Although it's an expensive toy, it's so much fun. I'll let you take it for a few laps. But don't think about it. I still need to head to the university town to meet some girls. Hearing Oldley's words, the others felt immense regret and could only take their own cars for a spin to satisfy their cravings. Lin Ming looked at everyone so excited and felt extremely satisfied. The way they humbly inquired about his willingness to sell the car only inflated his vanity, but he simply stated that he would only lend it for a bit. The car was not for sale. While others waited in line to take turns with the car, they also started discussing other newly released supercar brands. You all must have heard that a limited edition car from a certain brand has been released, priced over $4 million. Who wants to buy it? Not really interested. They copied Lamborghini's design and marketing strategies, but their brand recognition is completely overshadowed. The official data they provide is far inferior to Lamborghini's. So why would I buy it and embarrass myself? True. Ha ha ha. That car is in dire straits. Only 31 out of 500 limited editions have sold in half a month. And by the end of the year, who knows if it will even reach 100. As soon as people got their hands on the Lamborghini, they rushed to the racetrack for real-world testing. Some even bought the new car from the other brand specifically for comparison. All data is overwhelmingly dominated by Lamborghini. The comparison video posted online has attracted countless viewers. Lamborghini is truly extravagant. It's simply a muscle car. That angry bull logo is incredibly vivid. Do those small sports cars even dare to compare with Lamborghini? Don't they know who the real heavyweight is? The leading sports car in its category is no longer in the race. With information circulating from various sources, Lamborghini's value has skyrocketed. The current highest bid has shocked everyone. It's $2.08 million higher than the pre-listing price. What a delight. In the following month, Lamborghini frequently topped the trending searches. News such as the first Lamborghini crash, Lamborghini repair costs, 500 Lamborghinis delivered, and total delivery completion, with the highest transaction price reaching $8.9 million, kept pouring in, making the company ecstatic. They only needed to invest in production lines, R&D staff, debugging personnel, and workshop employees to earn a 20% profit. Even if all cars were sold at $7.5 million, that would amount to $7.5 billion in sales. That 20% profit translates to $2.42 billion. The pure profit astonished all car manufacturers. Not to mention, with a customer satisfaction rate exceeding 95 within a year, there's an additional 20% profit. Therefore, the entire company places great importance on this business. With Lamborghini's after-sales staff available around the clock, by just covering the after-sales employee salaries, they can secure another $2.42 billion. The executives are going wild. The chairman of the company sent a message, wanting to know when Lamborghini production would resume. Is the new Lamborghini on the agenda? A market manager from the media company reported. Liu Bai, looking at his competent female subordinate, declined without much thought. Tell them. The Aventador model is limited to 1,000 units, so there won't be further production. There's no rush for the new Lamborghini. Liu Bai understands that the company is enjoying great success. Naturally, they want to produce more cars to sell for higher profits. However, Lamborghini focuses on high-end sports cars, which not only means they are expensive but also rare. Even Liu Bai thinks 1,000 units is too many. Maintaining fewer models, stronger performance, more luxurious marketing, and a more outstanding design, or even a higher price, collectively contribute to the iconic Lamborghini brand. If there are too many Lamborghinis, it would be counterproductive. If the wealthy lose their sense of novelty and superiority, it would greatly diminish Lamborghini's uniqueness and value retention. Inform the company that there will be Lamborghini production in the future, but it won't be this model. All cars have been delivered. Let them focus on after-sales service. With so many classic models from Lamborghini, there's no need to cling to just one. After dismissing his subordinate, Liu Bai continued to approve documents. He holds all patents for Lamborghini and has absolute decision-making and control power over this model. The official website is also operated by the media company. Today, the media company is flourishing and all departments are becoming increasingly refined. A new legal department has been established. For a startup, this department may not be essential. But as the company grows, it becomes necessary. As for the shareholders, during this period, they have gradually delegated their responsibilities. Under Liu Bai's reminder, they are already prepared to take on the role of directors. Junior brother Liu, I am Lin Daoqing. The rendering for Jurassic Park is complete. It can be submitted for review. At this moment, Lin, who is still in charge of the special effects editing and supervising the outsourcing team, called with an excited tone. After waiting so long, the day has finally arrived. Even Liu Bai's heart raced. The release of Jurassic Park is something Liu Bai anticipates more than anyone. Once this film is completed, Liu Bai will unlock the self-selection mall. The 7 shareholders under his name will all take responsibility for film production. The company's development will accelerate significantly. Great. Let's take the rendered film back to the company for a screening with the shareholders. If everything is fine, we will submit it for review. Liu Bai said expectantly. This day is finally here. His initial vision of establishing a cinema chain to break the monopoly of other capital will soon become a reality. Additionally, creating a technology company that allows Iron Man, Transformers, and even items extracted from various films to be legally compliant will also be realized. Even if the military conducts a review, Liu Bai will be able to provide a perfect response without hiding anymore. Soon, Jurassic Park will be screened in the company's screening room, and Liu Bai and the shareholders unanimously agreed to submit it for release. The image of dinosaurs from Earth will be fully revealed to the inhabitants of the Blue Planet. Chapter 150. Liu Bai sets an example. Major cinema brands panic after Earth film industry decided to submit Jurassic Park for release. They officially announced, on August 15th. The dinosaurs from Earth film industry will officially meet with everyone. Once the news was released, it immediately excited countless netizens. After waiting so long, it's finally here. Who knows how many times I've watched the trailer? I can hardly contain my excitement. I'm looking forward to what kind of dinosaur image Earth film industry will bring. Hurry up and release the pre-sale tickets. I want to grab them. This explosive news immediately sparked widespread discussion among netizens. The media also quickly followed suit, widely announcing the release date. Meanwhile, major distributors began collaborating across the Blue Planet, discussing screening arrangements and promotional activities with various cinemas. However, they received unexpected news. Two cinema brands have refused to screen the film. What is going on? Did these two cinema brands offend Earth film industry? Does anyone know the inside story? I looked into these two brands, and their market value is very low, with minimal market share, and their brand is limited to a specific region. Even if the film doesn't screen there, it won't have much impact. After receiving this news from Earth film industry, I immediately thought of the situation where Transformers was exploited for filming. Then, I specifically checked the situations of these two cinemas. And to my surprise, they only scheduled one screening at midnight. No wonder the film company is reluctant to go online. This is an act of revenge. So, are these two small brands being used as examples? It's a good move. Our interests are already intertwined with the film company, and if a few companies are targeted, we might earn less. This large developer, known as the Qinzhou Tianxia distributor, is quite famous in the region. They are operating two films from the film company, earning substantial profits, which naturally has drawn envy from other distributors. There have been multiple attempts to eliminate Qinzhou Tianxia's operations, even at the cost of lowering their own standards. Such a situation has created a sense of crisis for Qinzhou Tianxia. Many brands, although less influential, have been operating for years and are considered old rivals. Moreover, with the films produced by the film company being blockbusters of high quality, if they continue to assist with a 10 operational fee, they might lose such quality clients to other large developers. After intense internal discussions, they concluded that a long-term partnership with the film company was necessary. Therefore, they lowered their own fees and signed a bed agreement with Lu Bai. For 3 years, all films produced by the film company must collaborate with Qinzhou Tianxia for distribution, and they would reduce their operational fees by 2. If they managed to produce 10 films within these 3 years, with a total box office exceeding 20 billion, they could further reduce the fee by an additional 2. The final agency fee would only be 6. Don't think that this number of films is small. Many major films struggle to produce even one in a year. This not only binds them to the film company, but also limits the number of films and box office. It's important to note that the box office revenue sharing does not include titles like Iron Man, Goodbye X, and Transformers. This means they need to produce 10 films with a total box office exceeding 20 billion within these 3 years. The conditions are quite stringent. While many large film companies may find this impossible, even the combined efforts of several companies would be constrained by such a daunting box office requirement. Of course, this does not apply to the film company. From Lu Bai's perspective, this deal is clearly a significant profit. Producing 10 films in 3 years is not difficult for him at all. As soon as they complete the release of Jurassic Park, they can choose their scripts. And if all 7 shareholders work on films, they could finish within a year. Let us not forget their internal competition system. No one wants to be the third from the bottom. Who knows what kind of scripts those good brothers will come up with for their performances at the annual meeting. Shouting dad on stage might be the lightest punishment. As long as they don't end up with any unethical or immoral scripts, they would be thankful. They could even become a part of their future Black history, laughed at for many years. Under such pressure, which shareholder wouldn't be eager to pour their energy into making films? Even Han Moing, who loves performing, can't imagine what kind of wild ideas those seniors might have. Therefore, these restrictive conditions are completely manageable for Lu Bai. He doesn't even believe that they could fail to reach a box office of 20 billion in 3 years. However, in the end, they can hire a large distributor at a commission fee of only 6, which is just 1 point higher than the operational costs of small and medium-sized distributors. This is a huge profit. Of course, the distributor is not in the business of losing money. If the production company can truly meet such stringent conditions, they will incur very low labor costs while steadily earning 1.2 billion in commission. A distribution company that can achieve pure profits of over $1 billion will surely attract investors and cause the stock price to soar. No matter how you look at it, it's a great deal. Now we are tied to the production company, and they are our client, so we just need to follow their lead. The distributor held a meeting. They had no good feelings towards the two cinema brands that had caused trouble. Should we avoid these two companies when representing films from other production companies? This question left the executives in a dilemma. They could understand and support the production company's desire not to work with those two cinemas. However, they are also just a distribution company and will want to profit from other films. So, whether other films should be released became a problem. All the executives turned their gaze to the general manager, waiting for his conclusion. The general manager didn't keep them waiting long, his expression full of determination. No. We will completely sever ties with those two cinema chains and show our unity with the production company. This time, we'll make a firm commitment. Besides, you've seen the film Jurassic Park internally and know how impressive it is. So far, every film from the production company has been a big hit. So if we're going to commit, let us do it thoroughly. Plus, these two cinema chains are indeed small enough. So we can consider it a testament to our friendship. Once he said this, the other executives nodded in agreement. Some expressed their thoughts. Although many cinema chains reduced screenings to profit from Transformers during its release, these two chains were particularly annoying, often changing screening arrangements under the pretext of equipment failures, which drew harsh complaints from netizens. From what I know, many major cinema chains do the same. But their market share is so high that the production company probably doesn't want to confront them and ruin the box office. The general manager nodded. If the production company wants to cut ties with the large chains, they would not agree to it either. After all, who would want to go against money? It's likely the production company wouldn't do that either. He said seriously, enough discussion, the production company is our client. If they say no, then we want to proceed. Let us get back to work. As soon as the meeting was over, the distributor issued a statement. From now on, we will terminate our cooperation with Deep Goose Cinema and Wide Pig Cinema. Films that we operate will no longer be screened in these two cinemas. This includes the upcoming production of Jurassic Park by the production company. As soon as the announcement was made, it immediately sparked a frenzy among netizens. What is going on? Did these two cinema chains offend the distributor? Never cooperate. The consequences are severe. I feel that although these two cinema chains are not finished, their profits will definitely decrease significantly. Indeed, without showing Jurassic Park, it's almost like a slow suicide. Is there anyone who knows what happened? Many are inquiring, but unexpectedly. The party involved, a certain film production company, directly stepped in to provide the reason. Our film Transformers received extremely unfair treatment from these two cinema chains. They repeatedly squeezed our screening schedule and even canceled tickets for fans citing equipment malfunctions, which crossed our red line. Therefore, after a unanimous decision by the shareholders, we will now avoid such poorly performing cinemas. Please be informed. This announcement instantly garnered countless cheers from netizens. So that's how it is. What a relief. I had tickets booked at Deep Goose Cinema, and they canceled my tickets in the early morning. These two cinema chains were really disgusting. I express my support. The film production company is quite tough. This news is escalating online, and other cinema brands are also taking note of this announcement, all frowning. Is this to warn others? How dare they? I believe this is not a ban set by the distributors, but a decision made by the film production company. Aren't they afraid of being boycotted by other cinema brands? A small film company even dares to pressure cinemas? Unclear who the real boss is. Major cinema brands are very angry. They feel this is a challenge to their authority. What is wrong with making money? Nothing. But the film production company doesn't like it. They might even target you. And it won't take long. Right after Transformers, they will take action. This will make the cinemas extremely uncomfortable. But they really don't dare to retaliate against the film production company. If they strike back for the sake of industry unity, who can guarantee that under high profits, everyone will stand with you? The major cinema chains in the region want to engage in money-losing deals. The most important thing is that even major cinema brands need blockbuster films to maintain operations. If the film production company targets a certain large film studio, it would be very uncomfortable for them. Many executives in cinemas also understand this principle and sarcastically remark, "Don't think about a united front. Cinemas aren't a solid block. Still want to retaliate against the film production company? Don't you want money? Don't expect to pressure the film production company. Instead, think about how to build a good relationship with them." We also reduced our screening schedules significantly, fearing that large cinemas will use this against us in the future. Thankfully, the film production company didn't use us to establish their authority, and we will never cooperate with them. Otherwise, over time, those high venue fees would be hard for us to sustain. In the future, if there are any films with favorable conditions, don't go against the film production company. Don't lose big for small gains. This is a lesson learned. Under this establishment of authority, many cinemas reached a consensus. Even the large cinema chains chose to remain silent on this matter. It must be said that this time the demonstration of power was successful. It made countless cinemas recognize the influence and terrifying box office potential of the company in question. Even if there are some grievances, they truly dare not refuse to show their films. Currently, the 3 movies they have produced have grossed over $10 billion. Who would dare to give up such a big pie? Investors might just turn on you. At a time when major cinema brands chose to remain silent, many prominent media outlets conducted in-depth analyses of the cinema's unusual attitude. When film companies challenge cinema brands, who will come out on top? If it were in the past, I would have told you without hesitation that cinema brands would definitely prevail. They dominate all terminal markets, holding shares both online and offline. Anyone who dares to challenge their authority would absolutely be left with nothing. But now, this monopolistic situation has shown a crack. The company in question has emerged. With 3 films breaking the 10 billion mark, it has shattered the seemingly unbreakable ties of the cinema companies, prompting countless cinemas to reflect and regard them as a serious competitor, even a partner to strive for. Especially with the imminent release of a certain dinosaur-themed film, all cinemas are very optimistic about this thrilling monster genre, believing it will be another blockbuster. If this film does not show in their cinemas, the company would lose a lot of money. However, the cinemas would suffer even greater losses, even if the company completely abandons a certain market. Let us not forget that they still have 2 other strong markets to rely on. Initially, another film only gave up a certain market because the young stars had no appeal in the other 2 states. Meanwhile, another franchise thrived in those states. Thus, the conclusion is drawn. The company can abandon any cinema in that market, but cinemas cannot afford to lose the significant profit that the company brings. If they lose this major revenue source, the high equipment and venue costs of large cinemas will definitely drag them down, causing them immense pain. This analysis completely awakened the bewildered netizens. They were momentarily engulfed in shock. It was hard to believe that this company had become so formidable in less than a year. The influential figure behind it is remarkable. If not for this analysis, I would have overlooked that this company is now a box office giant. Such scale is certainly not something any cinema can easily manipulate. If that's the case, no one should dare to use underhanded tactics, right? It's hard to say. Companies will do many things for profit. The company, then let them come. Ha ha ha. The influential figure is impressive. The demonstration of power was well executed. After reading the analysis, netizens felt encouraged. Major cinemas, however, felt chills all over. They cannot deny the current growth of the company. Although the cost of building a film industry is high and market share is also substantial, it means that expenses will be even higher. If they want to stir things up again, they need to think carefully. Some cinemas have already realized this point and have tried to curry favor with the film production company. When Liu Bai saw the congratulatory messages and various assurances from major cinemas, he merely smiled. I really want to take a few big brand chains to task. Otherwise, the deterrent effect might not be strong enough. Liu Bai sighed. He had considered a sweeping approach, but ultimately gave up due to practical reasons. After all, the rewards for extracting items are based on box office performance. Liu Bai can't afford to lose big for a small gain. After all, those rewards can make all dissatisfaction disappear. Moreover, he has recouped the lost box office from the Emperor Film Company and even made a small profit. Not causing trouble now doesn't mean I've forgiven you. It could be different in the future. I'm not quite satisfied with the 57 share, Liu Bai chuckled lightly, sending chills down the spines of the other cinemas. The 2 smaller brand chains that were about to face scrutiny were completely panicked. The Deep Goose Cinema and Broad Pig Cinema have been quite popular lately, not for any other reason, but because they have been targeted by the film production company and the distributor from Chinju. Once the news broke, netizens were shocked, and major cinemas fell into an eerie silence. As the parties involved, the 2 cinemas were even more anxious. Why us? Are we being bullied because we are weaker? So many cinemas reduce their screenings, yet they target only us too. Even if we don't screen the films produced by your company, we can still survive just fine. Not only the film production company, but also the films distributed by Chinju bypass the 2 cinemas. Stop complaining. Now think about how to remedy this. The 2 cinemas, despite expressing their dissatisfaction, were extremely restless. Everyone knew that as long as films from the production company were released, they would definitely make money. But they had been too arrogant, drastically cutting back on screenings of Transformers, which led to countless reports and insults from netizens. And now they had become a typical example for the production company. They were publicly humiliated. Although they managed well before the production company came along, transitioning from luxury to frugality is tough. They had made so much money before, and now they had to pay the price. Boss, I just got off the phone with the production company. They said they wouldn't settle. They also mentioned that while their business tactics are legal, they don't like it. At this moment, both cinemas received notifications, and this news about the lack of settlement severely undermined the shareholders' confidence. What do you mean you don't like it? Don't you need money? We are even willing to accept compensation and a settlement. They felt as if they were being pushed to the brink. If you have the ability, Go after the big brand cinemas. I don't believe we will close down just because we don't have your films. At the meeting, each shareholder spoke aggressively. However, once the meeting concluded, they began to sell off their shares that very day to minimize losses. All the shares in their hands were taken over by Jarvis. Mr. Liu, I have taken over the shares of Deep Goose Cinema 137 and Guangzhou Cinema 165. How should we arrange this now? Listening to Jarvis's report, Liu Bai maintained a calm demeanor. Since we are going to take action, we must definitely reap some benefits. Both cinemas are not publicly listed and are still in the financing stage, so what Liu Bai can take over are the shares being sold by the shareholders. With the market outlook not favorable and shareholders lacking confidence, Liu Bai can naturally take advantage of the situation. Of course, this also cost him hundreds of millions in cash. However, money must be spent. Moreover, since we are going to build our own cinema chain in the future, it is natural to infiltrate the cinema industry first and build our own network of relationships. This also prepares for the future removal of senior executives while learning operational experience. Arrange? Are you suggesting that we release positive news to increase the value of our shares? Hearing Jarvis's words, Liu Bai chuckled lightly and replied, "There's no need for that. These shares won't make us a significant profit. We should continue to pressure them, forcing their financial chain to face issues, and then take full control of both cinemas at a very low price." Liu Bai said calmly. Although he had considered whether it would be better to let the two cinemas go bankrupt and take over entirely, he ultimately dismissed that idea. To swallow up both companies, it would be difficult for the film industry to muster such a large amount of capital. Furthermore, the employees and executives are the real wealth for the development of the cinemas. Acquiring just the shell would be of little significance. Therefore, the safer approach is to take a controlling stake and learn. The operation of the cinemas should still be left to professionals. Liu Bai understood the principle of not overextending oneself. The two cinemas combined would have over 50 theaters under full control. Even if they are small, they are not something an ordinary person can easily manage. Jarvis responded, "Understood, sir. I will keep a close watch on the shares of both companies. And once there is an opportunity to buy, I will act immediately. Should I gather any dirt on the opposing party?" Liu Bai frowned at this. Is this ethical? Not only to undermine their market, but also to hit their self-esteem? Using any means to make money is no different from unscrupulous capitalists. In ancient times, such actions would lead to public disgrace. However, Jarvis is an AI capable of independent thought, and there must be a reason for its approach. If you want to do it, go ahead. I won't stop you. Liu Bai sighed with a troubled expression. Jarvis said, "I can also choose not to gather any dirt." Liu Bai calmly refused. "That won't do. My family relies on me to provide for them. I cannot betray their trust." After several days of promotional build-up, the approval for Jurassic Park was completed. It has been granted a release. Once the news broke, fans could no longer contain their excitement. Chapter 152, Superman, Deadpool, Myth, Iron Man 2, The Wandering Earth? Future expectations. The news of the approval spread rapidly online. Countless fans were instantly filled with anticipation. It's finally going to be released. The initial trailer had me eagerly waiting. The first monster movie, Liu Bai is really daring. I wonder what kind of dinosaur image the film studio will present. There are many dinosaur versions from Blue Planet, but they always feel off. Wow. They've already released pre-sale tickets. I managed to grab one. It's actually real. After netizens expressed their shock, countless people rushed to major ticketing platforms. To their astonishment, Jurassic Park has indeed opened for pre-sale tickets. Moreover, the afternoon and evening screenings were sold out in no time. The speed is astonishing. Are these people animals? They managed to grab tickets for the next day so quickly. Ha. I found a somewhat remote cinema, and there are still tickets for the evening show. I got one. Damn it. Even the midnight show is fine. Next time pre-sale tickets are released, could the official notify us, please? For a moment, many people felt regretful. They had to rush to grab tickets for a few days later. Now, with just a few days left until the movie's release, the distributor in Qinzhou is already busy at various cinemas, organizing offline events, posters, monitoring screening schedules, and ticket sales. It's quite a spectacle. They even replaced a large Transformers model exhibition in the center of major cinemas with a Velociraptor image. Of course, it was covered with red cloth. And they had people keeping an eye on it, planning to unveil it at the right moment, showing their dedication. During these days, the stock values of Deep Goose Cinema and Broad Pig Cinema have also been declining. Shareholders are urgently selling their shares to cut losses. All of them were bought by Jarvis through a registered shell company. Liu Bai's shareholding in the two cinemas is gradually increasing, at the cost of consuming quite a bit of cash flow, which is a necessary expense. Chairman, the promotions are already underway in various places. Not only have we purchased a large amount of promotion and advertising space, but with the cooperation of the Qingzhou distributor, on-ground promotions are also in progress. Currently, the pre-sale tickets for Jurassic Park are extremely popular. Among the films released in mid-August, they are all small productions that pose no threat to us. Chen Renchuan came to the office, excitedly reporting. Whenever the films produced by the company flourish, he can see his dividends rise, making him very happy. Such returns bring him immense joy. Although the company is also making some investment expenditures under Liu Bai's operations, the amount of dividends still fills him with dreams. He really looks forward to the annual meeting coming soon. Listening to his senior's report, Liu Bai nodded with a smile. I understand. However, noticing a hint of hesitation on Chen Renchuan's face, he curiously asked, Senior, is there anything else? Upon hearing Liu Bai speak first, Chen Renchuan cleared his throat and no longer concealed. It's like this. Under your arrangement, each shareholder will need to shoot a film next. And since I also hold the position of president managing the company, it might be a bit overwhelming. After all, once we start shooting the film, we may not be in the company, making it impossible to take on the important responsibility of managing the company. He looked at Liu Bai cautiously and tentatively asked, So, Chairman, shouldn't you be looking for a new successor? This was his heartfelt opinion. Chen Renchuan had long wanted to step down from the position of president. Although the salary for the president's role was $2 million a year, as a shareholder, he naturally did not care about such money. He hoped to focus on film production, which was his original dream and what he truly enjoyed. However, managing the public relations department, publicity department, legal department, and production department, along with the newly recruiting post-production editing and special effects department, had drained a lot of his energy. Indeed, as the company was about to accelerate, there would be a significant need for post-production editing and even special effects teams. Liu Bai had already started forming a new department. This approach would not only save a lot of outsourcing costs, but also ensure that every detail and communication could be handled more effectively. The only downside was that it would require a period of adjustment. To this end, Liu Bai also invested in a special effects outsourcing team they had previously collaborated with, obtaining a 51% absolute controlling stake. It was a small company, but the price was certainly not cheap. However, it was foreseeable that this investment would be worth it. I will seriously consider your opinion and will find someone to take over your position as soon as possible. You can rest assured, senior brother, Liu Bai nodded. Acknowledging his thoughts, hiring a professional manager to run the company would be more reliable and competent. After all, Chen wasn't trained in business management. It was somewhat like forcing a square peg into a round hole. Reaching the current level was already quite an achievement for him. Now that the company was growing, it was indeed very challenging for Chen. Let him focus on film production, as the shared dividends would be enough to sustain a large number of shareholders. Then, senior brother, you can start posting job openings and look for headhunting firms to find suitable management talent. Once you hand over your work, you can focus on filming, Liu Bai suggested. Chen Renchuan's spirits instantly lifted. Hearing this made him feel deeply moved, and he even felt a bit guilty. The company was in a growth phase, so how could he think about stepping back? Chen Renchuan said seriously, if the company needs me, then I can focus on management. I can also enroll in classes to contribute more to the company. Seeing Chen's serious expression, Liu Bai smiled instead. No need. Your talent should be in film production. Management should be left to more professional individuals. You should arrange things accordingly. After all, you will soon be able to open your own store. And your talent lies in filming, which can create greater value for the company. That's much more important than managing the company. Thus, hiring a professional manager to run the company was the most prudent plan. Keeping Chen focused on the company would waste his talent. Hearing Liu Bai's words, Chen Renchuan was also immensely touched. It was incredibly flattering to have his filming abilities recognized by his junior brother. All right, I will not let you down. I will go find a headhunting firm now. Liu Bai nodded and watched Chen leave the office before continuing to review various documents. There are already many contracts related to various interests laid out on the table. For instance, several video platforms have offered excellent terms, promising high payments as soon as Jurassic Park is off the screens and available on their platforms. Rubber factories and toy manufacturers are also seeking collaboration to secure orders for Dinosaur merchandise from the production company. The surrounding documents, including figures, toys, small stickers, and even co-branded fast food collaborations, are overwhelming. This leaves Liu Bai mentally exhausted and somewhat melancholic. After Jurassic Park is off the screens, he must definitely shoot the Superman film. Otherwise, he might just wear himself out. However, a question suddenly arose in his mind. If he continues filming Marvel or DC movies, will he draw from himself or from abilities? In Transformers, drawing Bumblebee counts as himself, right? And in Iron Man, drawing the Mark III's JARVIS counts as an ability? He consulted the system about his confusion. The system replied, "Host, you will not draw real people. You will only draw characters or abilities from the original works." Liu Bai nodded in satisfaction. The next movie to be filmed is becoming clearer. Superman. He longs for that extraordinary ability to soar through the skies. Very few weapons in the world could threaten his body. But Superman's power is so overwhelming that the system likely won't grant all of it. Some might be restricted. Deadpool. The ability of immortality. If he could draw Superman's physique, he would be utterly invincible. Myth. The elixir of immortality, combined with Deadpool's curse, would create a perfect loop for Liu Bai. Iron Man 2. To avoid not drawing Superman's abilities, or even a physique impervious to knives and guns, the portable Mark V as a backup plan. He needs to ensure better protection for himself. If he films The Wandering Earth, will he draw Earth itself? Liu Bai chuckled at the thought. What kind of realm would one need to reach to earn such a reward? Probably everyone on Blue Star would need to watch it several times for even a faint possibility, right? He decided not to consider The Wandering Earth for now and would first confirm these 4 films. There's no rush to finalize everything at the start. Liu Bai's eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. In the future, Blue Star would have no constraints on him. Money, power, weaknesses, all of these are insignificant to Liu Bai. He can hardly imagine what kind of mindset and height an almost perfect version of himself would have. He would likely lose interest in all worldly matters. His soul might even transcend. Liu Bai smiled, eagerly looking forward to the upcoming times. Although he decided not to consider The Wandering Earth for the moment, he still had new ideas. Who says he can't make everyone on Blue Star watch it multiple times? When he stands at the pinnacle, he will have the ability to do so. Perhaps this could even lead him back to Earth, or even allow him to traverse between worlds. This bold idea began to take root in Liu Bai's mind. However, the goal still feels too distant. So he chose to hold back. Otherwise, it would be easy to become restless. It's better to focus on improving oneself step by step for now. The priority is to consider how to gain greater capability and even power. In Liu Bai's thoughts, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the excitement outside, the premiere of Jurassic Park finally arrived. Chapter 153. The reveal of the Velociraptor image shocks netizens as the premiere event began. Media from all sectors gathered. They hadn't even seen the movie yet, but had already written their articles based on imagination, eager to seize the traffic first. This premiere was held at Tianda Cinema. When the audience and critics arrived at the cinema lobby to wait for entry, the first thing that caught their eyes was a striking dinosaur. It instantly captured the attention of all the viewers. What was previously covered by a red cloth turned out to be the dinosaur image from Earth Pictures. I thought it was a promotion from some movie studio. Clearly, other film companies haven't learned the essence of Earth Pictures. A large display figure was placed in the cinema lobby, visible as soon as one walked in, creating excellent promotional effects. Even those who weren't interested in the movie might feel compelled to check it out after seeing such an astonishing figure. Other film companies need to upgrade their promotional methods. Can't they even replicate this? A display figure doesn't cost much, yet the promotional impact is remarkable. Indeed, in recent days, cinemas across various locations had dinosaurs covered in red cloth, attracting much attention and discussion from netizens, even trending multiple times. Earth Pictures truly deserves to make money. They understand what people want to see. Just a few days ago, they noticed large objects covered in red cloth at the entrances of major cinemas. Such a spectacle naturally sparked countless discussions online, and only today, at the premiere of Jurassic Park, was the true nature revealed. As the audience approached the dinosaur figure, they gasped in amazement. The dinosaur crafted by Earth Pictures was incredibly detailed, with skin that looked lifelike. Quick, take a picture. There was even a nameplate indicating it was a velociraptor. Previously, when I saw other research teams attempting to recreate dinosaur images, I always felt something was off. They lacked ferocity and threat, as if a tiger were depicted as a domesticated cat, missing the intimidation and lethality of a top predator. Now, the depiction provided by Earth Pictures is truly stunning. The moment I saw this figure, I felt the Velociraptor should look exactly like this. At the cinema lobby in Trance, there was a commotion, with countless people gathering to take pictures. The media excitedly rushed to write articles, quickly pairing a few images with some text for publication. Soon, it was time for entry. The audience entered the screening room with their tickets. It was packed, all eagerly anticipating the movie's screening. A few minutes later, the director and cast entered the screening room, greeted by loud applause. Liu Bai is incredible. He is like a brother to me. Let us take off. Lin Ming's position this time is quite forward. He didn't come in through likes and shares, but directly asked Liu Bai for tickets. Liu Bai was also surprised when he received the news initially. However, since the other party is so supportive of his career and work, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, they really haven't had any conflicts. Lin Ming also didn't impact his life in any way. But the Lamborghini was indeed paid for. A movie ticket is hardly a big deal. It's just that Liu Bai was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ming was actually buying a Lamborghini. The wealthy second generation really does have spare cash. When Liu Bai walked into the premiere hall, he naturally saw Lin Ming waving and shouting at him. He immediately raised his hand in acknowledgement. This scene made Lin Ming feel honored and excited. Did you guys see that? Liu Bai is greeting me. He recorded a video, smugly saying. This sparked a wave of jealousy in the group. Stop showing off. Is watching a premiere really that impressive? Next time, Lin Ming, you have to take me with you. Can I borrow the Lamborghini to go to school and pick up girls? Why is Lin Ming classmates with Liu Bai? This guy is so lucky. Quick, ask when the next version of the Lamborghini is coming out. The jealousy was palpable. Chapter 154. Is the role a fishmonger? Zhang Song can smell fish being killed at the market, and he even got involved? In the screening hall, Han Ming followed behind Liu Bai, noticing that Lin Ming had completely given up on bothering her. This made her feel much less troubled. Before joining Liu Bai's company, Han Ming had many admirers, with numerous students and wealthy second-generation individuals vying for her attention. After her 2 films became successful, the number of suitors peaked, with people from all walks of life trying to get close to her, political and business elites, company executives, etc., forcing her to travel to relax. However, after she became a shareholder in Earth Pictures, those blatant suitors diminished significantly. After all, if they wanted to pursue her, they had to consider the scale and profitability of Earth Pictures. Many chose to back off. Lin Ming was also one of the admirers back then, but he could always create encounters due to their schoolmate relationship, which frustrated Han Ming. Now that situation was gone, allowing her to enjoy the tranquility. He's calling you. Han Ming said softly, her tone fairly pleasant. Liu Bai nodded. I know, he just waved at me. Liu Bai took his seat with 7 directors and several leading actors. The number of people far exceeded that of previous films, instantly raising people's alertness. Are all those actors? The lineup feels a bit strange. Liu Bai is the chief director. Chen Rinxuan and Han Ming are accomplished directors too. Why are they all coming in together? Are they the 2 assistant directors? Or is Han Ming entering the premiere as an actress? Many unfamiliar faces were present. Media from various sectors speculated, unsure of the intent behind this. Although it is known that the film company has boldly chosen to use unknown actors, it seems that there are just too many of them now. Previously, you were never present at the premieres, but now you are here for the first time as the assistant director. How does it feel? Chen Rinxuan smiled and asked a few good friends who had been with him for a long time. Lin Daocheng also shook his head with a smile. I can't really say how it feels. After graduation, I've been filming with you. Your filming skills are better than ours, and we all acknowledge that, so we're here to assist you. Now that I've picked up directing skills again, I actually feel a bit out of practice. Coming here as an assistant director gives me a sense of déjà vu, almost like being back in college. The other senior brothers also smiled, feeling quite nostalgic. Several senior brothers, this time, a special closing speech process has been arranged for you. As the company's executives, don't be too nervous, okay? Liu Bai joked at this moment, eliciting laughter and mock scolding from the senior brothers. Zhang Sungwen, as the lead actor, also sat in the best viewing position, listening to several great directors chatting and laughing, feeling only awkwardness and bitterness in his heart. He graduated at the top of his class, but was rejected by hundreds of film crews during interviews. If it weren't for an opportunity from his hometown, he might not have even played a leading role. He had only acted in a sitcom when he was younger, but he understood that this was not the path he wanted. Fortunately, the school recognized his acting talent, and he secured a stable job as a teaching assistant in acting. But it was still not a formal position with a low salary. As a teacher with little film and television acting experience, he even looked down on himself. The result was that for 20 years, he rarely even got supporting roles, and he was humiliated by investors as just a monkey. Now, sitting with a team of great directors felt surreal. He was already 43 years old, looking at the packed premiere, knowing that these people were not here for him. But what is there to be dissatisfied about? At least he played the lead in a major investment project and had secured a role in a TV series, which Liu Bei directed and told him was called Quang Biao. The script was not yet out. He was only told it was about a fish seller. While waiting for the special effects to render, he could only go to the market every day to watch others gut fish and observe their lives. When he bought fish, he even asked the vendor to teach him how to gut them. As the movie was about to start, the host requested all guests not to take photos or videos. After the organizer spoke, all the audience members consciously put away their phones. Soon, the lights in the screening room dimmed, and the big screen lit up with the logo of the film company. Zhang Sungwen's eyes turned red, and his pupils sparkled. The premiere belonging to him as the lead actor had begun. Chapter 155, Genius Concept. The mosquito trapped in amber could really bring dinosaurs back to life. The opening has finally begun. Looking forward to the film company presenting the dinosaur images. I've been waiting for a long time. The audience was excited, all wide-eyed staring at the big screen. After the iconic logo of the company was displayed, it was followed by the crew credits. Producer, Earth Pictures Director, Liu Bei Screenwriter, Liu Bei Producer, Liu Bei once again. The familiar one-click triple tap has become a norm for the audience, eliciting only the mildest of smiles. However, the subsequent announcement left everyone utterly speechless. Gasps filled the air. Assistant directors, Chun Rinxuan, Lin Daoqing, XXX, XX, XXX, Han Moing. 7 names appeared in the assistant director section, leaving countless people dumbfounded. What is going on here? 7 assistant directors? I know Chun Rinxuan and Han Moing. But who are the others? Aren't these names just the shareholders of Earth Pictures? If I hadn't seen their names listed, I might have forgotten that these shareholders all have professional backgrounds in directing. Does this mean that a total of 8 directors are involved in making this film? What kind of filming technique is this? I just don't understand. It wasn't just the audience who was confused. Even professional film critics had never encountered such a situation. A film is typically overseen by a main director, with assistant directors aiding in the shoot, ensuring a consistent tone throughout. But with so many people involved, the rhythm be all over the place. Media personnel felt their scalps tingle, immediately sensing a viral sensation. They quickly took out paper and pens, jotting down the information with excitement. They loved breaking conventions. This is how you earn greater viewership and profit. They were even more eager for the upcoming film. The audience's astonishment didn't last long as the next announcement revealed the lead cast, Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoya. The appearance of these unfamiliar names left the audience even more puzzled. Don't they know by now the reputation of Earth Pictures? They love to use lesser-known actors. Every actor who has participated in a Liu Bei film has skyrocketed to fame. It's almost terrifying. Isn't it because these lesser-known actors are affordable and reliable? Ha ha. Laughter erupted in the screening room, leaving Zhang Sungwen feeling a tightness in his chest, though he wasn't angry. He had endured such ridicule for over 20 years and had long since learned not to take it to heart. However, he was quite displeased with others' comments about Liu Bei. Director Liu Bei gave me dignity. Over the years, my annual salary was less than 30,000, while he offered me 500,000 for Jurassic Park. He even reserved a role in the next TV series for 2 million. Is he just trying to take advantage of me? This is respect for my acting career. But he didn't voice these thoughts, clenching his fists and holding back his frustration. Don't mind it, Liu Bei said, placing Zhang Sungwen's hand on his arm in comfort. Zhang Sungwen slowly relaxed his fists, nodded slightly, and self-deprecatingly smiled. I've long been used to being looked down upon. Liu Bei fell silent for a moment before speaking. Teacher Zhang, don't continue as an assistant professor. The base salary in Jing province isn't enough for you to live on. Come work for my company. Hearing this, Zhang Sungwen felt a tremor in his heart, and finally said seriously, as long as you think highly of me, I am willing to follow you. Living in the basement of Jing province is not easy. But after living there for over 20 years, his wife in her 40s didn't dare to have a child, fearing it would be a burden to others. After tonight, you will shine brightly. Liu Bei comforted him, and the movie officially began. The first scene that appeared before everyone was a group of workers unloading containers. A fleeting shot of a raptor showed it grabbing a worker, leaving their fate unknown. Gunshots rang out, creating a tense atmosphere that made everyone hold their breath. This size must be a raptor, right? There's a raptor exhibit in the cinema. And it's fun to have a suspense here. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's like a self-explosion. As the scene shifted, it moved to a tropical rainforest. A lawyer with a receding hairline arrived at Amberport to meet the person in charge of amber excavation. He complained that the family of the deceased worker was demanding $20 million in compensation, claiming there were safety hazards in the park. The investor was anxious and insisted on a safety inspection of the park. The safety check would slow down progress, the person in charge said helplessly. If the investor withdrew their funding, progress would slow even more. The lawyer stood firm. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over excitedly, saying, Boss. We found another mosquito. The person in charge immediately went into the mine and took a piece of amber, with the camera giving a detailed close-up of the mosquito inside. It was evident that the mosquito's abdomen still contained blood. This shot sent chills down the audience's spines. They could hardly sit still. I've already guessed how the dinosaurs will appear. Me too. What a genius idea. I thought this movie would be very sci-fi. I didn't expect it to use a mosquito trapped in amber to break the deadlock. The mosquito in the amber must have sucked dinosaur blood, right? Not to mention, with the advancement of technology, it's really possible to bring dinosaurs back to life. This shot excited the audience immensely. Even the critics were amazed by such a clever idea. There are many insects trapped in amber on Blue Planet, and they carry genetic codes from tens of thousands of years ago, even longer. It makes perfect sense to use dinosaur blood for recombination, and the feasibility is quite high. Amidst the audience's excitement, the scene shifted again to a desert area where a group of archaeologists was excavating dinosaur fossils. Zhang Sungwen's shot also appeared. Chapter 156. Birds actually evolved from dinosaurs? What a mind-blowing concept. At the premiere, the audience was very interested in the dinosaur fossils appearing on the screen and curious about how the story would unfold. One mosquito in amber had already piqued their curiosity. But then again, are the audience fools? Even if the mosquito did suck dinosaur blood, after being sealed for so long, the activity in the blood must have long since disappeared. Don't they have this basic knowledge? In the audience, two middle-aged men sat with expressions of disdain. However, given their identities, there was a hint of jealousy in their reactions. They were, in fact, the actual shareholders of two major cinema chains. This time, being sanctioned by a certain film industry entity had effectively cut off a significant source of profit for them. Furthermore, large investors had lost confidence in them, making it increasingly unlikely for them to secure financing. Nonetheless, there were still companies willing to lend a helping hand. They had checked on one such company and confirmed it was merely a shell corporation, but what did that matter? Establishing a cinema required substantial financial backing. Otherwise, they would face bankruptcy due to a broken capital chain. As long as they could provide funds, they didn't care about anything else. What troubled them was that this shell company was offering a much lower price for a higher equity stake, which was painfully frustrating for them. Naturally, they entered the cinema with a hostile mindset, critiquing the film. Yet, they found it hard to suppress their shock at the unfolding story. The screen showed the characters Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoya. They gazed at the images on the computer with curiosity. The ligaments at the back of the neck contracted after death. Was it a velociraptor? Gao Xiaoya pointed at the makeshift computer setup and asked Zhang Sungwen, who played the paleontologist. Yes, and it was remarkably well preserved. Zhang Sungwen leaned closer to the computer, took off his sunglasses, revealing a creature about 1.5 meters tall and roughly 3 meters long. Look at these crescent-shaped bones in the wrist. No wonder these creatures learned to fly. He had barely finished speaking when laughter erupted from his colleagues nearby. I'm serious, Zhang Sungwen insisted, observing their skeptical expressions. He presented his argument. Compared to reptiles, dinosaurs might share more similarities with today's birds. Look, the pubis is oriented backward, just like in birds. These vertebrae are filled with air sacs and hollows, just like those of birds. The term raptor means bird of prey. This description left the audience in shock. The director was truly bold. What a wild idea. All paleontologists on Blue Planet believed dinosaurs were extinct. Was this suggesting an alternative path for dinosaurs? The film proposed that birds actually evolved from dinosaurs. Although it's a hypothesis, it made a lot of sense. What a daring thought. It sent shivers down my spine. The audience erupted in excitement. Lin Ming was particularly thrilled, clenching his fists tightly. The mosquito in amber had already amazed him, but he never expected an even bolder claim to follow. The argument that birds evolved from dinosaurs was simply explosive. The creativity of the renowned director left him deeply impressed. Though fantastical, it was well-grounded. This was the coolest thing ever. Incredible. The two cinema owners, filled with the desire to argue, found themselves at a loss for words. They felt utterly uncomfortable. Yet, this very viewpoint led them to deep contemplation, even causing their expressions to become anxious. However, they were not biologists and couldn't find the words to refute it. They simply found it absurd. How could this be possible? On the screen, the scene continued. After Zhang Sung-wen finished discussing the possibilities between dinosaurs and birds, a childish voice, likely that of a colleague's child, chimed in. It doesn't look very scary. It's more like an ostrich. This remark made Zhang Sung-wen unusually serious. He felt it was necessary to explain the dangers of the velociraptor. An ostrich, fine. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period hearing this introduction. Gao Xiaoya also stood up helplessly, though his eyes were filled with admiration. He starting again, always eager to educate others. However, Zhang Sung-wen approached the chubby kid and narrated. You see this one. 6-meter-tall ostrich in an open area, moving like a bird. Its head bobbing slightly. You remain still, thinking it can only see moving things like the Tyrannosaurus, and that as long as you don't move, you'll be fine. But you're wrong. The velociraptor doesn't operate like that. You stare at it, and it stares back at you. At that moment, it will launch an attack. Not from the front, but from the side. And suddenly, 2 more velociraptors appear. Velociraptors always hunt in packs, employing coordinated attacks on their prey. Today, they're going for a big kill. This narrative made the audience feel slightly uneasy. People in the modern world, dreaming of the future, rarely reflect on history. They have no concept of the top predators that once existed. From this segment in the film, they could glimpse a fraction of what it was like back then. They imagined how they would protect themselves in the presence of such apex predators. Perhaps they could only wait for death? However, Zhang Sung-wen's next narration plunged them deeper into despair. With claws sharp as daggers, 15 centimeters long, it doesn't need to go through the trouble of biting your neck like a lion. It will slash at your body. Zhang Sung-wen even held up a fossil of the velociraptor's claw, gesturing towards a child's belly and thigh, making Gao Xiaoya look pained. Or it could slice open your belly, letting your intestines spill out. The key is, it eats you while you're still alive. After saying this, Zhang Sung-wen felt rather bored. Dinosaurs no longer existed in history. No matter how ferocious they once were, what did it matter? They could only remain within rock layers, waiting to be unearthed by people. But his delivery of these lines, combined with the performance, sent chills down the audience's spines. I can already imagine that kind of despair. Can a Tyrannosaurus really not see stationary objects? Is this a setting, or is it real? It should be a setting. I guess it's just more sensitive to moving objects. Regardless, the threat of the velociraptor to humans is tremendous. The Tyrannosaurus is huge, but solitary, with a chance of survival. The velociraptor truly embodies despair. Amidst the audience's shock, the plot continued to unfold. Due to the fatal incident at the dinosaur park, the owner needed signatures from professionals to reassure investors about the park's viability. Consequently, the old man personally sought out the studio he had invested in, which comprised paleontology PhD Zhang Sung-wen and botany PhD Gao Xiaoya, to alleviate their concerns. He promised to triple the investment amount. 2 individuals were taken to a small island, accompanied by a lawyer and a mathematics PhD. As they got into the vehicle sponsored by a certain off-road brand and entered the park, the image of dinosaurs first appeared before the public. A massive brachiosaurus was munching on tender leaves from the trees. On the riverbank, a group of Parasaurolophus was drinking water. A velociraptor was racing across the grasslands. The various dinosaur images released by a film studio took the audience by surprise. My goodness, this scene was truly breathtaking. The first monster movie was incredible. The soundtrack was particularly grand and atmospheric. It felt like watching a close-up. It was the first time I realized that extinct dinosaurs could be so captivating. I really wish I could see them in person. When Zhang Sung-wen and others were very curious about how this was possible, the old man brought them to the laboratory and played a short film. It explained that mosquitoes had survived for 65 million years. Being bloodsuckers, dinosaurs were no exception. After feeding, they would digest and rest in the trees, and some unlucky mosquitoes would get trapped in tree sap, eventually falling to the ground and being fossilized into amber over time. The scientist's task was to extract dinosaur blood from the mosquitoes, combine it with DNA from other animals, and reactivate it. Geneticists used supercomputers and gene sequencers to decode the dinosaur DNA sequence, ultimately placing it into ostrich eggs for cultivation. Were dinosaurs really brought back to life? After watching the short film, Zhang Sungwen was greatly shocked. In the research room, he saw a pile of ostrich eggs being rotated by a mechanical arm. They even witnessed the birth of a velociraptor. These creatures would have the strongest impression of the first people they encountered, which would help them trust me. I was present for the birth of the little ones on the island, the old man said proudly. This is how I help them trust me. However, the accompanying mathematician disagreed. Those born in the wild don't count. The genetic engineer replied, in fact, they cannot reproduce in the wild. Population control is one of the safety measures of the park. There are no illegitimate dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. The mathematician raised a question. How do you know they cannot reproduce? The scientist explained, because all the animals in the park are female, we designed them this way. The mathematician still had doubts. But how do you know they are all female? Did someone go to the park and check under their skirts? The scientist chuckled. By controlling their chromosomes, it's actually not difficult. All vertebrate embryos are naturally female. They need to receive external hormones at the correct developmental stage to become male, and we simply don't provide them. Gao Xiaoya was confused. Not providing them? The mathematician expressed pessimism. Your control measures are unlikely to succeed. Evolutionary history teaches us one thing. Life cannot be controlled. It will always break free from shackles. Explore new territories and overcome obstacles, often with pain and danger, but that is life. The scientist was slightly disdainful. Are you saying a population made up entirely of female animals would reproduce? The mathematician insisted on his viewpoint. No. I mean that life will always find a way. After this segment of dialogue, the audience expressed that they felt overwhelmed. Everyone was left speechless and utterly confused. I could barely understand the part about DNA, and now I'm completely lost. Is this a science popularization film? This movie is trying to teach us something. I must say, the amount of information is indeed substantial. One segment after another, it seems like this film is meant to educate us. I'm already dizzy from all the information. However, the design is truly top-notch. The ideas are reasonable. I'm looking forward to the encounter between humans and dinosaurs. The phrase life will always find a way sounds so inspiring. However, Zhang Sungwen gently held the newly hatched dinosaur and asked the scientist, what breed is this? It's a velociraptor. Zhang Sungwen's expression changed, becoming very serious. Are you still breeding velociraptors? He is well aware of the terror of this dinosaur and is quite concerned about the park. The scene shifts. We are now in the suburbs, under a clear blue sky. A cow is being hoisted into the park by a crane, and soon the sounds of predation are heard. Chilling and eerie. They should be eliminated. They are too dangerous, said a park administrator who approached to express his thoughts. The old man introduced himself. Martin, from the Mongolian region. My concerns may seem overblown, but I know velociraptors best. Zhang Sungwen approached, filled with curiosity and questions. How is their metabolism? And what is their growth rate? The park administrator Martin, who frequently interacts with velociraptors, naturally knows a lot. They are lethal at 8 months old and can kill. I have hunted many predatory animals, but the speed of a velociraptor, Zhang Sungwen speculated. Is it faster than bipedal animals? Martin smiled helplessly. As fast as a cheetah, 80 to 100 kilometers per hour in open spaces. And their jumping ability is astonishing. The old man quickly interrupted the administrator. That's why we must take extreme preventive measures. Are they intelligent? But Martin didn't give face to his boss and loudly told Zhang Sungwen. They are very smart, even capable of problem solving, especially the larger ones. The old man felt embarrassed and shot a glare at the administrator. The administrator continued. There were originally 8 velociraptors, but after they were brought in at dawn, only 2 were left after the killing spree. When they look at you, you can sense they are calculating, which is why we feed them this way. When the feeder approaches, that large velociraptor will initiate attacks from the other dinosaurs on the barrier. Gao Xiaoye asked. The barrier is electrified, right? The administrator replied calmly. Yes, but they never attack the same spot twice. They systematically detect the weakest points in the barrier. They have memory. At this moment, the cow was hoisted again, but it had already been devoured, leaving only its skeleton. The audience began to speculate about the significance of this segment. Is this foreshadowing the terror of the velociraptor? It should be. The initial fossils already indicate the danger of the velociraptor. Is this movie centered around the velociraptor? If humans were to encounter velociraptors, I cannot imagine how humans would have any chance of survival. I understand now. The boss has been trying to get signatures from 3 experts in different fields, but they seem unwilling to cooperate. I wonder how the plot will unfold. There have been hints earlier, like that guy who was collecting money. His task was to obtain dinosaur embryos, which is definitely going to cause trouble. Indeed, as expected by the audience, the programmer sabotaged the software. He disabled the circuit and cameras, successfully taking away the dinosaur samples. Meanwhile, Zhang Sungwen and others visiting the dinosaur park encountered a Tyrannosaurus rex in the middle of the night due to the software malfunction. The terrifying roar, its massive size, and razor-sharp teeth created a truly chilling atmosphere for the story. Chapter 157. The premiere ends, and Liu Bai arranges a QA session for the first time. The film industry is about to accelerate. The power grid has been shut down, turning the entire island into a dinosaur paradise. The T-Rex crashed through the circuits, slowly approaching the vehicles. The lawyer with thinning hair noticed something was wrong and hurriedly escaped from the car. Even hiding in the restroom couldn't prevent him from being bitten and swallowed. Meanwhile, the child, in a panic, turned on a flashlight, inadvertently illuminating the direction for the T-Rex. Turn off the lights. Zhang Songwen's heart was in his throat, but he dared not speak loudly, fearing it would attract the dinosaur. He was visibly anxious. The little boy, in his recklessness, drew the attention of the T-Rex, which crushed their car and even pushed it towards the cliff. The two children were in grave danger, crying out in terror. Unable to stand by and do nothing, Zhang Sungwen got out of the car, activated the automatic flare, and drew the T-Rex away to rescue the child trapped under the vehicle. The mathematician also showed courage, shouting as he led the dinosaur away, fortunately finding refuge in the ruins of a restroom, though he sustained an injury to his leg. Earlier, the man who stole the dinosaur embryos also faced an accident in the rain. His car broke down, and he was targeted by a double-crested dinosaur. This dinosaur, with two combs on its head and bony wings on its neck, made unsettling sounds. The man screamed in terror as the double-crested dinosaur attacked him. The embryo samples he had stolen fell into a ravine, clearly foreshadowing future events. Meanwhile, Zhang Sungwen took the two children to hide in a tree, where they spotted a massive brachiosaurus in the distance. Its neck towered above a large area of treetops, looking spectacular and awe-inspiring. Its melodic calls sounded like heavenly music. They were singing. Zhang Sungwen was eager to join in, cupping his hands to mimic their calls, successfully attracting the attention of two brachiosauruses. The little boy was somewhat scared, saying, "Don't attract the monsters." "They're not monsters," Zhang Sungwen patiently explained. "They're just animals, herbivores, and usually very gentle." The little boy disagreed, saying, "Just because they eat plants doesn't mean they want to eat you." The little girl frowned. "I don't like other dinosaurs." Zhang Sungwen reassured them. "Other dinosaurs are just following their nature. There's no need to dislike them." He then found a large tree root to sit on, but was pricked by a fossilized raptor claw. After pulling it out, he looked bewildered. The little girl asked, "If you no longer need to look for dinosaur fossils, what will you, Enlil, do?" Zhang Sungwen shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I guess we'll have to keep up with the times." After a long silence, he threw the fossil he once cherished from the tree. This scene left the audience deeply moved. Is this the helplessness of being eliminated by the times? The pace of development is too fast. Indeed, AI-generated art has already replaced humans and even has a broader imagination. With just a few keywords input, AI can create stunning artwork. Nowadays, everywhere on this blue planet, AI is pushing us forward. It's a tool, but also a source of frustration. Like the protagonist, we are all filled with confusion about the future. The audience felt a profound sense of empathy. Even media professionals and film critics shared this sentiment. They work so hard, not wanting to lose their jobs. Who wants to exhaust themselves every day? The movie's plot had progressed 3/4 of the way. At this moment, Zhang Sungwen woke up from the tree to see a long-necked dinosaur beside him, munching on tender leaves, startling the two children awake. "It's just a brachiosaurus. Don't worry," he reassured them, while looking at it with affection, breaking off a branch to entice the dinosaur closer. For the first time, he had an intimate encounter with it. The morning sun and the hazy mist created a wonderfully warm scene. However, they still needed to find a way to leave. On the way, they made an unexpected discovery: a broken dinosaur egg. Dinosaurs were breeding in the wild. Zhang Sungwen held the empty eggshell, marveling at the miracle of life. But then the little boy questioned. "Grandpa said all dinosaurs are female. It's because of bisexual DNA." Zhang Sungwen explained, but the child didn't understand, so he elaborated. The tourism promotional video mentioned that they used frog DNA to fill in genetic gaps. They altered the genetic code of dinosaurs and mixed in frog genetics. Now, It has been discovered that some frogs can naturally change sex in a single-gender environment. From male to female, Zhang Sunwen smiled with the realization of a miracle. The mathematicians were right. Life has found a way. The camera then focused on a series of small claw prints in the soil, showcasing vibrant life. He smiled with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the old man, Gao Xiaoya, and a group of scientists were still at a loss. The overweight man had shut down the circuit, causing a power outage in the park. Finally, the old man decided to reboot the system to see if power could be restored. This action revived the system. But they still needed to turn on the power device located some distance away from the lab. Gao Xiaoya volunteered to go with the park administrator. At this moment, the audience felt a surge of tension. This is it. Something's going to happen. The female lead is too beautiful. She can't meet a tragic end, right? This movie is truly exceptional. The dinosaur effects are both impressive and realistic. The depiction of the dinosaurs is so fitting. The Brachiosaurus is so gentle. I absolutely love it. It's as docile as a giraffe. However, the two cinema managers had gloomy expressions like dark clouds. At this moment, they were deeply moved by the creativity and plot of the film, filled with shock. It was also clear that this movie had incredible commercial potential. Consequently, they were tormented by the thought of such a great film not being screened in their cinemas. How much box office revenue would they lose? The most devastating loss would be the decline in customer flow. In the future, fewer and fewer people would go to their cinemas. Having faced a ban, their future looked bleak. Even as founders, they lost a considerable amount of confidence at this moment. The motivation to persist had diminished significantly, leaving them feeling frustrated. If only they had known not to provoke it. A small loss turned into a big one. Who would have thought that a newly established film company could directly control their lifeline? This was a first for them. The two exchanged glances, feeling aggrieved. On the big screen, the movie continued to play. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Sunwen was seen walking with two children across the grassland. But then, a sudden situation arose. They spotted a group of bird-like dinosaurs running in an orderly fashion. Did they eat meat? The little girl looked at the running creatures with a face full of terror. At that moment, the flock of bird-like dinosaurs suddenly turned, as if to evade something, heading straight for the three of them. They moved like a flock of birds avoiding a predator. The three sensed that something was wrong. Zhang Sunwen immediately pulled the two children and ran away, but they were quickly caught up by the bird-like dinosaurs. The force of their speed could surely break a person's ribs. Fortunately, they managed to hide under a massive dead tree trunk, escaping danger. However, they witnessed the brutal scene of a Tyrannosaurus Rex preying on a bird-like dinosaur, bloody, savage, and heart-stopping. It was like a dog biting a mouse, with a huge size difference, leaving no chance of resistance. Such a scene made one wish to see it with their own eyes. It was truly shocking. No kidding. If dinosaurs really existed in modern society, I would definitely be scared to death. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was really impressive. If a person were caught, it would chew their bones to bits. That kind of pain is unimaginable. Amidst the shock of the audience, the movie reached its climax. Zhang Sunwen returned to the laboratory with the two children, only to be chased by a velociraptor. The pressure from the velociraptor was immense. It was incredibly smart, had amazing jumping ability, and could even turn doorknobs, creating a suffocating feeling every moment. The final shot showed people being chased by the velociraptor into the exhibition hall, where a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil stood, only to be destroyed by the velociraptor. As the crowd was surrounded and faced with a life-and-death crisis, unable to move, they encountered a new turning point. A Tyrannosaurus Rex burst into the exhibition hall, directly biting a velociraptor to death, seeing its companion injured. Another velociraptor bravely lunged at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, inflicting several wounds, but due to the enormous size difference, it was ultimately killed in retaliation. This bloody dinosaur battle pushed the story to its peak. My goodness, how thrilling. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is awesome. The velociraptor truly deserves its reputation as a top predator in group hunting. It even dares to confront the mighty Tyrannosaurus. What a pity. As mentioned earlier, the largest velociraptor killed its own kind. Otherwise, leading a pack of velociraptors would have been an even more spectacular scene. The largest velociraptor is probably the one at the beginning of the movie, which I remember also killed a person. The velociraptor is strongest in group hunting, while the Tyrannosaurus is the most powerful as an individual. The visuals are truly breathtaking. Amidst the audience's gasps, Zhang Sunwen in the film took the opportunity during the dinosaur battle to escape the area with Gao Xiaoya and two children. They had just reached the exhibition hall when they encountered an elderly man arriving in a vehicle who was carrying an injured mathematician. Upon seeing his grandchildren, he let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Sungwen climbed into the vehicle with a tense expression and candidly told the elderly man, after careful consideration, "I've decided not to vouch for your park." The elderly man seemed to have come to the same conclusion. "I feel the same way." The vehicle sped away from the scene and arrived at the helipad. They contacted a helicopter to take them away. In the exhibition hall, only the awe-inspiring roar of the Tyrannosaurus remained. The movie ended. The audience erupted in applause. Every viewer was thoroughly entertained, their faces filled with surprise and shock. Liu Bai is amazing. It was so good. I must watch it again to support it. It will definitely set a trend for monster films. Other film companies will have something to follow now. Ha ha, that is too much. I don't mind trends as long as the movie is good. The Tyrannosaurus is truly imposing. If it weren't for the opening credits, I wouldn't have realized that this was directed by 7 assistant directors working together. It feels as if it was the work of a single hand. Simply brilliant. The storyline kept building up the terror of the Velociraptor. And I didn't expect the Tyrannosaurus to be the main character. The image of the Tyrannosaurus is both cool and dangerous. It's more impressive and wild than any depiction from paleontological research institutes. It perfectly matches my imagination of dinosaurs. YYDS. Waiting in the hospital, Lin Ming also stood up, applauding and cheering. He was extremely excited. This was his first time watching such a genre. The creativity was vast and exhilarating. Now, I need to collect dinosaur figurines. I suddenly have a huge curiosity about paleontology. If I had the money, I would definitely collect a dinosaur fossil. Wow, so cool. However, the 2 cinema managers were despondent. The better the movie, the more uncomfortable they felt. They were bound to suffer significant losses now. They decided to leave and not watch anymore. A trash movie. It's better not to watch it. While the movie credits were rolling and the lights in the screening room had not yet come on, the 2 left the theater, feeling defeated. However, the continuous cheers and applause made their faces burn with shame, as if the audience was celebrating their departure. Zhang Sungwen listened to the enthusiastic applause, feeling happy. Although he knew it was for the film and not for himself, as the lead actor, he still felt immensely satisfied. Congratulations, Sungwen. Gao Xiaoya's eyes were also filled with a vibrant glow, as if she had silently cried once. It felt like a long struggle finally bore fruit. The movie ended, but it also marked a new beginning. Zhang Sungwen looked at her, grinning foolishly. He then turned his gaze to the dark screen, feeling a bittersweet mix of emotions. At that moment, the lights in the theater suddenly brightened. In front of the screen stood a representative from the distribution company, holding a microphone, and said, "Let us once again give a warm round of applause to all the staff at Earth Pictures. Thank them for bringing us one wonderful film after another, moving us loyal movie fans time and again." As the voice faded, applause and cheers erupted once more. Even the most critical film critics were touched by the unexpectedly brilliant concept. They were generous with their praise. Meanwhile, media personnel had already picked up their phones or notebooks to start writing on the spot. Jurassic Park was absolutely explosive and spectacular. The box office champion for August was well-deserved. The first monster movie would ultimately lead the trend. Watching this film made you feel the dinosaurs were so real, almost within reach. The best dinosaur promotional film was also the best popular science movie. While the media frantically typed away, the staff arranged by the distributor continued to speak into the microphone, their voice rising and falling. This is the first time Earth Pictures has arranged a Q&A session. They also announced the upcoming films and plans from Earth Pictures. Let's welcome them with applause. As soon as the words were spoken, it shocked the entire audience. No way. Earth Pictures has come to their senses. There is actually a Q&A session now. Looking at the serious expression on Liu Bai's face. Does it mean there is some big announcement? Could it be about the next film's arrangement? I can't wait. Amidst the audience's anticipation, Liu Bai, along with the team and actors, walked to the front of the screen and took the microphone. Now, he was about to announce to the world that Earth Pictures was going to accelerate completely. Chapter 158. Jurassic Park has gone viral. Breaking all records. All capital is restless. As Liu Bai led the team to the front of the screen, a wave of gasps erupted. What exactly was he going to announce? This was the first time a public speech was held after a premiere. I'm so eager to know what explosive news is coming. Amid the audience's anticipation, Liu Bai took the microphone and calmly said, "Thank you all for coming to the premiere of Jurassic Park. I hope you enjoy this film. As you have seen, The names of 7 shareholders appeared in the co-director section. Some of you may have guessed it. Each of our shareholders will be stepping into filming. As soon as he said this, the audience erupted in astonishment. What? 7 shareholders are going to make movies? What is going on? Does that mean at least 7 films or TV shows will be released each year? Can this volume of content really be managed? Earth Pictures must have a lot of editors, right? Even if there are many scripts, not every one of them is suitable for filming. If that's the case, then wouldn't I have plenty of movies to watch? Strong support. The audience is both shocked and ecstatic. Many people present are fans of the studio. Even the most critical film reviewers were impressed by the high-quality films. Nowadays, more people are happy to hear this news. Under their expectant gazes, the speaker continued, "We are expanding the crew and will be initiating many film projects soon. Rest assured, they are all professionals and will definitely not let you down. I can reveal that Iron Man 2 will be part of the upcoming filming plans." This announcement stunned everyone. The venue erupted with strong cheers. Everyone present had seen Iron Man, and that film, which led the sci-fi film trend in the region, holds a special place in their hearts. They can never forget the mischievous Stark and that iconic line at the end, "I am Iron Man." The excitement was palpable. Iron Man 2 is finally here. It's my favorite. After waiting for a year, it's finally going into production. This film holds special significance for me. It is the cornerstone of the studio, and I will always cherish it. When will Transformers 2 be scheduled? I've seen Jurassic Park. Why is the second film not released yet? The audience was highly enthusiastic, and the speaker was equally thrilled. The long-awaited film is finally coming. He had felt disappointed with the local sci-fi mech films, but Iron Man made him realize he still loves the genre. He just hadn't found any engaging films. To support Iron Man, he not only attended tech exhibitions multiple times, but also purchased a large Iron Man figure worth $200,000, making him a diehard fan. The speaker is incredible. He couldn't help but shout excitedly, his face flushed. The media personnel were overwhelmed with information. Everyone raised their hands, hoping for interactive Q&A. The excitement was high. Others stood in a row, watching the directors answer questions, feeling satisfied. They were also listening carefully for news. And it was revealed that the script for Raging Storm is also in the works. This made him both excited and nervous. However, he didn't expect the media to ask him questions, and he shared his filming experiences, feeling quite moved. For him, this was a recognition of his acting career. Almost every participant took part in the Q&A. This small event lasted 20 minutes, and not a single audience member wanted to leave. Everyone was eager for more revelations. The excitement was through the roof. Even after the premiere concluded, they were reluctant to part ways. However, a bigger storm was brewing online. Countless media outlets, after much anticipation in the theater, finally transformed all the shocks from the night into words, sending chills down the spines of netizens. The 7 shareholders of the studio are all set to film projects. It's insane. Shocking. Which company can release at least 7 films in a year? Earth Studios announced that it's not only producing movies, but also TV shows, and even variety programs. The billion-dollar director declared that Earth Studios is accelerating its pace. The project for Iron Man 2 has been confirmed. The premiere of Jurassic Park was shocking and may completely unify the image of dinosaurs. This movie not only has a huge imagination, but also presents many novel insights. For instance, birds evolved from dinosaurs. Major media outlets reported on it, occupying the headlines across all platforms. The variety of content is dazzling and overwhelming. On trending topics, Earth Studios dominated the charts. Earth Studios is set to film Jurassic Park with 7 shareholders involved, and the TV series Out of Control is also in the works, featuring the stars of Jurassic Park, Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoya. Under this frenzy, all netizens were incredibly excited. Many stayed up all night, intensely browsing various premiere news. I regret it. I should have known better than to sell my tickets. I personally missed out on a big news event. I didn't expect this premiere to be so explosive. I want to buy 2 evening tickets. Who is willing to sell them? I'm just waiting for the film to officially release, with countless people anticipating it. The next day finally arrived. The morning show was packed with people. The raptors in the cinema lobby were almost being petted bald by fans. Some even wanted to buy the sculptures to take home. Amid this frenzy of movie watching, the entire day was almost fully booked. Everyone walked into the cinema with great expectations and came out with excitement and satisfaction. The heat surrounding Jurassic Park covered all online platforms. This movie is truly amazing. The T-Rex is so cool. My movie ticket cost over $80, which is expensive, but the quality exceeded my expectations. I actually feel it's worth every penny. The first dinosaur movie, the first monster movie, is really fantastic. The imagination in this film is immense, yet it feels achievable, which makes it dreamlike. After watching the movie, I feel like Earth Studios is about to launch a dinosaur theme park. The idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs is truly brilliant. On this day, all cinemas were packed. Only 2 cinemas were deserted. Guangzhou Cinema and Xinyi Cinema were extremely quiet, with only a few people coming to watch a film that had been released for a while, supporting their idols. There wasn't a single true movie fan in sight. This dire situation made the person in charge anxious and irritated, especially upon learning that Earth Studios is planning several more films. Despair filled their hearts. It's over. Completely over. Fewer and fewer people will choose to watch movies in our cinema brand. The future looks bleak. With Iron Man 2 also in the pipeline, how can we withstand this? We can't even secure funding. That previous shell company has gone silent, probably no longer optimistic about us. Let's see if we can sell our shares at a lower price. I just hope the losses won't be too severe. The executives of these 2 cinemas were at their wits' end. The person in charge was completely at a loss, seeing no way out. Their dire situation has caused panic in other cinemas. Executives from various cinema chains are also feeling restless. Even large cinemas are deeply worried. Faced with a company capable of producing such a vast number of high-quality films, they no longer dare to offend them. The power dynamics between cinemas and film companies have completely reversed. No cinema dares to underestimate the global film company. After all, there are lessons to be learned from past experiences. A broken funding chain is practically a certainty, especially for large cinemas, which have expanded too much and are even more concerned about being liquidated. Unless all cinemas unite to resist, it's impossible to counter such a profitable company. But is that even possible? Even large cinemas cannot control other cinemas. If you don't want to profit, others still want to make money. Why should they join you in resisting? If the global film company puts you out of business, wouldn't I be more competitive in the market? All cinemas think this way. They all hope to capture a larger audience and attract more movie fans. Naturally, it is impossible to become a united front. Simply not backstabbing each other is already showing great restraint. However, the current situation has left all cinemas feeling uneasy and regretting their past decisions. After all, they have all offended the global film company. During that profit-sharing showdown, they all chose to support the low-budget film Battle Gear Maniac. This squeezed out Transformers. Now, the experiences of certain cinemas are stark reminders. What to do now? Should they contact the global film company to inquire about their stance? Should they consider making concessions? Perhaps they should pull the other films and screen Jurassic Park instead, as a show of loyalty. But the films currently showing are their own productions. What time is it? And they are still worried about this. Sacrificing the small for the sake of the greater good. In a moment, major cinemas are on high alert. They announce on media platforms that they will increase the screenings of Jurassic Park and try to make amends to varying degrees. This scene has left all the film companies feeling sour. Damn it. You think you're so great and noble. Our own film's performance is already dismal. And now it's being pushed to the late-night slots. My film hasn't even finished its run, and it's being pulled already? Is the global film company your benefactor? I refuse to accept this. Damn it. When will we ever get this kind of treatment? Major companies are protesting, but the cinemas are completely ignoring them. I can't suppress the global film company, but can't you deal with them? Meanwhile, in a paleontology research group, which usually doesn't pay attention to trending topics and is often quiet, discussions are now heating up. Have you seen Jurassic Park? Yes, it's amazing. The dinosaurs they recreated look wilder than the ones we released. They look just like real ones. Did I ask about that? Is the DNA restoration technology mentioned in it possible to achieve? In theory, it is feasible, but current technology cannot achieve it. Similar to hibernation technology, we can freeze. But the technology to bring someone back to consciousness is still far from being realized. There is also a very interesting saying. Have you heard that birds evolved from dinosaurs? Yes. When I first learned this, I was completely amazed. It helped me clear away a layer of fog. Maybe I should have thought of this possibility much earlier. I can relate to that. Long ago, I compared the skeletal fossils of dinosaurs and birds and had similar thoughts, but I found it hard to believe. Unfortunately, I had important projects at the time and didn't delve deeper. I forgot about it for many years until this movie reminded me. What new topic are you all discussing? It sounds lively. We are discussing a movie. What is so interesting about a movie at our age? Old Zhao. You can't say that. I highly recommend you to watch it. It will definitely give you a new understanding of dinosaurs. If you say so, is it really that impressive? You won't regret watching it. People from all walks of life are buzzing about Jurassic Park. It has completely broken the mold for the first monster movie describing dinosaurs. It has sparked countless people's curiosity. On the first day, it earned $5.7 billion. It broke the first-day box office record in Qingzhou. On the second day, it earned $5.3 billion. On the third day and the seventh day, its box office potential remained strong. On that day, it took in $4.5 billion, breaking the first-week box office record in Qingzhou. Major media outlets reported on it, and the internet was filled with joy. It felt like witnessing a new record being born. This box office is so enviable. Another movie has become legendary. In just 1 week, it grossed $3.4 billion. This is too exaggerated. In a week, it surpassed Iron Man. Is Jurassic Park really that powerful? This achievement is truly remarkable, but one cannot say it is significantly better than Iron Man. The key is that Earth Pictures has built up a substantial audience base. Exactly, Iron Man opened the market, and more people started paying attention to Earth Pictures, which led to a strong box office performance. Iron Man's $3.3 billion is called a gradual buildup. Wouldn't most directors feel powerless? Witnessing history. This is definitely another film that has entered the top 10 box office in Qingzhou. Amid the excitement of netizens, even after half a month, it could still earn around $300 million daily. Just as netizens said, Earth Pictures has accumulated a considerable fan base. The official Weibo alone has over 4 million followers. Of course, the majority of people do not use Weibo. They don't need to express their love for Earth Pictures' works on Weibo. Just like the popular figure during the Earth period who didn't even make it onto the trending topics and was said to be not famous, falling short compared to others. This irritated the vast number of fans, and that day, he topped the trending topics. That's a side note. However, similarly, Earth Pictures has built a great reputation through its excellent previous works. Transformers even garnered support from the military in the Seven Islands region, creating a spectacle that attracted a lot of attention and built a large grassroots following. The film Jurassic Park, as the first monster movie to depict dinosaurs, has gained tremendous popularity. Building on the success of its predecessor, the excitement has propelled the new installment's box office figures to new heights. This rapid growth in box office revenue has sparked envy among major film companies, prompting them to jump in, eager to share in the profits. Even without scripts, they have announced new film projects. In an instant, a flood of film companies has entered the new monster genre market, triggering an even stronger trend. All capital is in a frenzy. Chapter 159. Rewards for all dinosaur DNA activation and enhancement technology. The optional mall is now open. With Jurassic Park taking the lead and reaping enormous profits, all film companies couldn't resist and immediately announced their own projects. Thanks to Jurassic Park for pioneering a new market. Tianhao Films pays tribute by launching a new dinosaur series. The film Cretaceous is in the works, featuring new monsters. Stay tuned. We have always hoped to present the Ice Age scenery. Thus, this film is dedicated to the lives that are already extinct. Veteran actors and fresh faces join forces in Dinosaur World, offering a spectacular experience. As major companies dive in, audiences are left astonished. Although Jurassic Park is exciting, viewers can never get enough. Other film companies are following suit, and as long as they bring their own unique flair, online audiences are more than willing to support them. Not only has Qingzhou launched numerous monster films, but film companies from Qidao and Meizhou are also eager to get a piece of the action. When someone opens up a market, others will naturally rush to take their share. Making money is certain, how much depends on luck. For example, a film that followed the trend of Iron Man grossed over $1.5 billion, making a huge profit. Such successful examples are truly enviable. The buzz in the industry is palpable. Various messages are flooding in, all stemming from the success of Jurassic Park. Inside Earth Films, there is speculation that the reputation and quality built from the previous installment could elevate this monster film to new heights. The entire company is optimistic about breaking the $53.6 billion box office record set by Transformers, and it seems just around the corner. Over the past half-month, Liu Bai has not increased his stake in the outsourced special effects studio, maintaining a relative controlling interest of 51%. There is no need to acquire it entirely, as that would incur excessive costs, which is not cost-effective. Instead, he has chosen to recruit some elite talent to establish his own special effects studio within Earth Films. This maximizes profit. The newly formed team has been renamed Earth Special Effects Studio, with Liu Bai holding 100% ownership. This way, he has two studios providing special effects production, ensuring the film's production quality and reducing the production cycle. Meanwhile, the Guangzhou Cinema and Shinyi Cinema are struggling to stay afloat. Jarvis, well aware of human weaknesses, pretended to lose confidence and ceased investing after Liu Bai announced several film projects. This has left the heads of both cinemas in a bind, facing a crisis in their funding chain. During this period, the two heads have been seeking financing, but Jarvis has remained tight-lipped. Another half-month has passed, and the situation is extremely perilous. Funding has completely dried up, other investors lack confidence, banks are no longer lending, and they are demanding immediate repayment of the loans. With no alternatives, they ultimately promised significantly unfavorable terms, allowing Jarvis to acquire a 70% absolute stake for a mere $2 billion in cash. This gave him control over two cinemas with a total of 50 screens. Every time they think about this, it's a painful reminder. This would have been a huge loss for them in the past. But now, this money is a lifesaver. If they disagree, the funding chain will collapse, leading to bankruptcy and a mountain of debt, with little chance of recovery. Accepting this funding at least means retaining some shares and the possibility of survival. The priorities are clear. Even now, with the market giants in turmoil, back then, even a small player wanted to sell QO for $1 million, but no one was interested. Such business maneuvers are unpredictable, especially during the phase of being sidelined by the film industry. Even the heads of the two cinemas are at a loss on how to break the deadlock. Jarvis, well done. When Liu Bai received the report, he felt a sense of relief. Now that they have secured absolute control over two cinemas, it can already be considered part of the film industry's assets. Building a cinema chain from scratch is nowhere near as convenient and cost-effective as the current situation. Sir, do we need to take complete control of the two cinemas now? Should we replace all the core personnel? Jarvis's voice, warm and gentlemanly, echoed in his mind. Liu Bai sat in his office, tapping the table with his fingertips, hesitated for a moment, and said, "No need. Keep them in the dark, let them lose confidence further, and eventually take back all the shareholder stakes. Since we're imposing sanctions on them, I don't want to leave them with even 30 of the shares to help them profit." Jarvis's voice responded again, "Understood. Sir, I will ensure they exhaust the funding without seeing any turnaround and ultimately abandon their shares." Liu Bai smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Jarvis." Now, Jurassic Park has been released for over a month, with box office earnings reaching $6.37 billion. It has completely shattered the record set by Transformers. It has also entered the top 5 in the box office history of Qin Province and the top 50 in Blue Star's history. Such achievements have shattered many people's perceptions. Oh my, is the Earth film industry that formidable? It must be because of Liu Bai's prowess. Serving as both the director and screenwriter, along with 7 assistant directors, they managed to achieve such terrifying box office results. 2 consecutive films have entered the top 10 in Qin Province's history. The second even made it to the top 5. As a film directing major, I now just want to join the Earth film industry. Even if it's just as a cinematographer, I just want to be quietly mentored by Liu Bai, even if I don't get a role. I can hear your plans from upstairs, even in Qidao Province. How much would that cost? The movie has been out for so long, and logically, it should be time to take it down, as its potential has been nearly exhausted. The cinemas should also be preparing to release new films, but in order to show their sincerity, they specifically extended the screening by half a month. This result left Liu Bai somewhat speechless. This meant he would have to wait a bit longer before he could receive his share of the box office earnings. More importantly, there was the system's lottery. It felt like an eternity, and he was itching with curiosity about what items he could draw. Moreover, the self-selection mall was something Liu Bai was particularly eager about. That was the real treasure. However, waiting had its benefits. The box office would be higher, and it would continue to enhance the film's influence. Liu Bai sighed. The prerequisites for the system to draw items were box office earnings and social attention. A delayed release was naturally advantageous for him. The chances of drawing good items would also increase. Although it was torturous, he was willing to wait. Would he draw a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Liu Bai frowned, both excited and melancholic. He definitely couldn't let such a giant roam around his yard. That would absolutely cause trouble. Even a dinosaur egg would be a dilemma for him. He instantly fell into a happy worry. After all, even if the system provided dinosaurs, it would definitely be loyal and would not harm its owner. This was excellently validated by Jarvis and Bumblebee. Raising a tiger, a lion, or a python was nothing compared to raising a dinosaur that went extinct 65 million years ago. Now that was impressive, As Lu Bai endured the wait, another half-month passed. Jurassic Park grossed $63 billion and finally finished its run. It took half a month to increase by just over $200 million, which was quite underwhelming. After all, those who wanted to see the movie had already done so, and there was no new audience. Such fragmented results still contributed to the lottery. Lu Bai was quite satisfied. Ding! The movie Jurassic Park has finished its run, settling box office earnings. Total box office, $636 billion. Social attention, excellent. Would you like to draw items from the movie? In an instant, Lu Bai's eyes lit up. Finally, he could draw items. He couldn't wait to stand up and close the door to the chairman's office. Only then did he suppress his excitement and silently chant, "Draw." Ding! Reward drawing in progress. Draw successful. Reward. Activation and supplementation technology for all dinosaur DNA. Suddenly, Lu Bai's mind went blank. After a few seconds of being stunned, he fell into intense excitement. He never expected to draw technology for dinosaur DNA, and it was for all of them. The value of this was simply immeasurable. Drawing a T-Rex? How could I be so cautious? Just arrange for all the dinosaurs. Lu Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud. With such technology, he could genuinely build a dinosaur park. All paleontologists studying dinosaurs could switch careers. They could directly study the real dinosaurs. Would you like to claim the reward now? Hearing the system's words, Lu Bai immediately found Chen Renchuan. You handle things at the company. I have to leave for a bit. Senior brother Chen nodded and said, okay, go take care of your business. Besides senior brother Chen, there was also a plump middle-aged man wearing frameless glasses, looking quite refined. He humbly gazed at Lu Bai and bent slightly, saying, Chairman, please take care. Upon seeing this person, Lu Bai smiled and nodded. From now on, the company will rely on you for management. Lu Bai recognized this man. They were old friends. Initially, during the premiere of a certain film, this person left midway. Lu Bai had Jarvis investigate his identity and learned that he was Su Jianghe, the former executive president of a well-known film company. However, he was ultimately dismissed by shareholders due to a losing bet agreement. Nonetheless, Su Jianghe's tactics had left a deep impression on Lu Bai, as he had caused Lu Bai to lose 2 days of box office revenue as a competitor. This compelled Lu Bai to reclaim his losses in the stock market of that company. However, Lu Bai acknowledged Su Jianghe as an excellent professional manager, and he would take over senior brother Chen Renchuan's position to manage the increasingly expanding company. Not at all, Su Jianghe responded, feeling a mix of gratitude and fear. I am very thankful for this opportunity given by your company and grateful for the chairman's forgiveness. I will definitely dedicate myself wholeheartedly, prioritizing the company's interests above all else, and not let the shareholders down. After being dismissed from the previous company, he faced numerous rejections and interviews with other firms, and was on the verge of overdue payments for his luxury villa and car loans. Ultimately, a film company extended a helping hand, recognizing his value and offering a higher salary than his previous position, which deeply moved him. Over the past month, he had diligently familiarized himself with various departments, earning great satisfaction from senior brother Chen Renchuan. Under his management, the company operated more formally and efficiently. Do well, I have high hopes for you. Lu Bai nodded and then hurried home in Bumblebee. At such a ceremonial moment, not being in his own villa felt unsettling. As soon as he entered the villa courtyard, Lu Bai went straight to the storage room. After greeting Jarvis, he said earnestly, System, claim the rewards. Beep. Reward distribution in progress. Detected host location. Sending directly to the storage room. DNA activation replenishment technology for dinosaurs, successfully distributed. As the system's voice fell, Lu Bai saw a suitcase appear out of thin air in front of him. The suitcase was entirely black, resembling meteorite material, seemingly very heavy. Lu Bai opened it to find numerous reagent placentas and small blood sample vials, each labeled with various tags: Tyrannosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Velociraptor, Triceratops, Southern Titanosaur, Pterosaur, etc. This was clearly a collection of blood samples from all dinosaurs. Moreover, there was also a laptop inside the suitcase. On the computer desktop, there was a folder containing methods and techniques for activating and replenishing the DNA of all dinosaurs. The system was incredible. Lu Bai was thoroughly excited. The return of dinosaurs to Earth had become a reality. The dinosaur park would undoubtedly become one of the biggest cash cows for the film company. And that was not the end. The most important reward is the continuous production of the items that Lu Bai desires. That is the real treasure. When Lu Bai had this thought, The authority he had been longing for finally appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 3 filming tasks. The optional store is now open. Note 1. Each time the host selects a script, a portion of the cost will be deducted. This fund will be used to establish a charity in the name of the film company, including but not limited to medical care, education, reuniting families, and protecting endangered plants and animals. Note 2. The host script selection cannot be done in a jump manner. For example, one cannot film Iron Man 2 without having filmed Iron Man 1 first, and so on. Would you like to select a script now? Upon hearing this, Liu Bei closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly calmed his excited emotions. A month and a half ago, he had discussed with 7 shareholders. Some wanted to make movies, some preferred TV shows, and others were interested in variety shows. Liu Bei did not argue or force them to act according to his wishes. After all, if the data and reputation were poor in the end, they would just have to perform an ethical play at the annual meeting. It wouldn't be him facing the consequences. The newly established system wouldn't allow them to comfortably film their projects. Get to work. If you want to film TV shows or movies, the scripts are all ready. With a smile on his face, Liu Bei slowly opened his eyes and replied, "Yes. I will select the scripts now. The movie Superman, the movie Iron Man 2, the movie Deadpool, the movie Pacific Rim, the TV series Myth, the TV series Raging Storm, the variety show actors, please get ready." After finishing this in one breath, Liu Bei felt satisfied and excited. The film company was really going to accelerate. From now on, it would be unstoppable. Chapter 160, a new task has arrived. There are actually 3 rewards. Isn't this absolutely perfect? Custom script content received. Confirming with the host again. The scripts that require reward extraction are Superman, Deadpool, Pacific Rim, Myth, and Iron Man 2. The scripts that do not require reward extraction are Raging Storm and actors, please get ready. Is that correct? Liu Bei nodded in response to the system's inquiry. Yes. Receive. There are 5 scripts that require reward extraction, with each movie costing 100 million, totaling a deduction of 500 million. There are 2 scripts that do not require reward extraction, with Raging Storm deducting 1 million, and the variety show actors. Please get ready, also 1 million. Shall we deduct this from the company account now? Deduct it. Liu Bei said softly. The 7 scripts were then transmitted to his computer. With Jarvis's protection, they would not be spied on or stolen. The funds deducted by the system would be used as the company's charity fund to give back to the Chinzhou community. In the month and a half since the release of Jurassic Park, Liu Bei established the Earth Charity Organization with 7 shareholders. As the actual controlling person of the company, no one would question his decisions, and they were very supportive. They are all conscientious individuals with a sense of social responsibility, willing to contribute to society. And establishing a charity organization is something they take great pride in. The funds will be managed directly by the system, which will also verify the qualifications of the beneficiaries, ensuring that the money reaches those in need without fail. Liu Bei felt very assured about this. During his time on Earth, he had seen many cases where unscrupulous individuals exploited the sympathy of kind-hearted netizens, turning charity into a business and using the suffering of others as a means to make money. It was a moral degradation that undermined public order and conscience. 520 million has been transferred to the Earth Charity Organization. Looking forward to the host's next purchase. I will. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Hearing this, Liu Bei let out a sigh. This amount of money should not be underestimated. The average monthly salary of employees in the region is only 400, and it takes 50 years to accumulate 4 million. The vast majority of people will never earn 3 million in their lifetime. By comparison, one can truly understand how terrifying such an expense is. Fortunately, it is going to charity and contributing to society. If it were given to a wealthy protagonist of a certain system, I would be spitting blood. Liu Bei made a small complaint. Yes, as the system mentioned, the script for the self-selected mall has a unique mechanism. The difference lies in whether rewards are drawn or not. If rewards are drawn, it's 100 million for each project, regardless of whether it's a TV show or a movie. If rewards are not drawn, then it's 1% of the total, only 1 million. The outrageous is a hit across the internet, earning both reputation and money, while also raising awareness among audiences of all ages, increasing the company's influence and drawing more attention to the films and dramas produced by the company. Consequently, this increases the social attention on the films, greatly benefiting Liu Bai's ability to draw items. This decision is entirely sound. So why is there a variety show actors please stand by? This is purely a matter of subjective desire. The idea came from a senior in the company who wanted to shoot a reality show to fill the gap in the Qingzhou variety market, believing there is a good market for it. Variety shows are extremely popular in certain regions, particularly in one area where the content is quite bold and risque. Looking back at the variety shows in Qingzhou, they are still stuck in formats like We Date Dad, I Love to Copy Lyrics, and Starlight Avenue, which are all amateur shows. When the senior shared this idea with Liu Bai, he immediately thought of this opportunity. Not only are there many male and female stars and talented yet lesser-known actors, but also renowned directors involved. This could definitely stand out in Qingzhou. Not only would it save money, but it would also allow the company to discover more potential actors, especially since the company is currently in dire need of talent. They have been signing actors from other companies, essentially giving away opportunities, and despite their fame, they do not significantly increase the benefits for Earth film industry. With the company accelerating its pace and multiple film and television projects underway, there is an urgent need for talented actors. Moreover, there are greater benefits to amplifying the influence and recognition of the film industry, which can serve as a promotional window for the films. Thus, Liu Bai agreed to the request from his senior to participate in the variety show. If the reception is poor and the influence diminishes, wouldn't they still have to come to him for scripts? After all, the company stands to benefit. As the leader, Liu Bai can grant them the maximum freedom in filming. However, if someone approaches him one day saying they want to shoot a live-action film in a certain region to pursue their dreams, that would need to be stopped, as it could affect the company's reputation. Even though parents might watch it themselves, they might not allow their children to do so. Beep. A new task has appeared. Revive dinosaurs on Blue Planet and establish a real Jurassic Park. Liu Bai was taken aback. He had wanted to create a dinosaur theme park to make it one of the company's cash cows. And now the system had issued such a task? Were there any rewards? Liu Bai asked eagerly. Why not take advantage of it? Reward 1. The ability to be close to all intelligent life forms in nature. Reward 2. The ability to communicate with all intelligent life forms in nature. Reward 3. Automatically become the closest entity to intelligent life forms in nature. Will not be betrayed and can issue commands. Hearing the system's response, Liu Bai was stunned. He then fell into a state of ecstatic joy. Just listen to that. Being close to animals, able to communicate, not facing betrayal, and being able to command them. Wasn't that the hallmark of a beastmaster? If he could also gain powers from movies, he would be invincible. Perhaps apart from mosquitoes, there would be nothing that dared to challenge him. With such great rewards, the difficulty of establishing this would surely be high. Moreover, creating something from scratch would require a significant amount of time and effort. Just relying on the film company to build a dinosaur theme park would take who knows how long. Liu Bai desperately wanted such abilities. He wanted them right now. But he also knew that being anxious wouldn't help. He could only elevate the priority of establishing Jurassic Park. However, Liu Bai soon slapped his head, regretting his misguided efforts. Why was he trying so hard to recreate Jurassic Park through the film company? Not to mention whether he had the necessary research facilities. He certainly didn't possess the vast funds and resources available today. Wouldn't it be better to directly find professionals? Realizing this, Liu Bai's eyes lit up. He knew that if they were to collaborate, a significant portion of the shares in the dinosaur theme park would have to be given away. But Liu Bai could accept that. This condition was akin to a film being released in theaters, where 57% of the box office would be taken away. What mattered more to Liu Bai was the abilities brought by the system. Losing a portion of the box office was trivial. With invincible abilities, who still cared about money? Everything would be under his control. So, who on Blue Planet has the most resources, talent, funding, means, and land to do such things? Liu Bai laughed heartily. The official entities of Blue Planet. Longtime partners. Moreover, with their assistance, everything is extremely fast and straightforward. It's like a green light all the way, smooth sailing. They can solve almost all difficulties and even get a spot on the big ship of the local government. The cost is just giving away a portion of the shares in the amusement park, which seems like a profit in any case. Liu Bai made up his mind. He took out his phone and made a call. Brother Chun, there's an important meeting tomorrow. There are 2 sessions in total. One is a meeting with the director and the contracted actors, and the other is a shareholders meeting. Both have significant announcements to make. Please call them back. The meeting starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow. In the film crew, Tony was fully made up, playing a black soldier. After finishing his scene, his assistant excitedly approached him with a phone. Mr. Tony, it's a call from President Chun of the local company. He wants you to arrive at the office before 9 a.m. tomorrow for an important meeting. Chairman Liu Bai will be hosting it personally. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up. Really? Let me hear the recording. He quickly took the phone, played back the recording, and listened to Chun's familiar voice. His face filled with excitement and relief. I've waited so long for this call. Tony felt a mix of emotions, but mostly happiness. He had been looking forward to the filming of Iron Man, and his feelings for this IP were deeper than anyone else's. This film was what pulled him up from the depths, and it held great significance for his life. It was also because of participating in Iron Man that he returned to the public eye, landing many great scripts with an income even higher than before. It was a complete overnight success. Although the company gave him a lot of freedom, even not inquiring about the remuneration for the films he shot, he understood gratitude. He didn't want to accept such generous terms without contributing to the company, which would seem too polite. With the support of his wife, he insisted on modifying the contract with the company, giving back 30% of his remuneration. This made him feel at ease, thinking of himself as part of the company. The company didn't disappoint Tony either. As long as he reprised the role of Iron Man, he would receive a 3% profit share. Such terms were enviable, far more generous than his remuneration. If the profits of the studio were $1 billion, then Tony would receive $30 million in dividends. It's worth noting that when he first participated in Iron Man 1, he only earned $500,000. Now the company was directly offering him a profit-sharing system. This completely made Tony loyal to the company. With the company's kindness, he naturally wanted to give back by working harder. He wished he could fast forward to tomorrow. He could hardly wait to see director Liu Bai. He had only gone back once when the company first opened, and it had been several months since he last saw everyone. Tony felt a bit emotional and looked forward to the new Iron Man script. He once thought that Iron Man 2 might only start development after several years, but unexpectedly, a new script came out just a year later. After all, it might take 2 to 3 years to polish a good script, not to mention preparing the crew. Whether a movie can be shot within 5 years is still uncertain. He was prepared for a long wait, but more than a month ago, he received some news. After the premiere of a certain film, various media in the region were promoting that a sequel was in the works. This news even made waves in another region, causing quite a stir. When he heard this news, he was in disbelief. He had already signed with a new crew. If he backed out, it would be a breach of contract. So he quickly called his boss to verify the information. His boss personally informed him that the chairman had a script ready, and it was expected to be greenlit soon. During this time, he felt a mix of emotions. He was both excited and anxious. What was troubling him was the status of his role in a certain film. Why hadn't he finished filming yet? He didn't want the crew to be waiting on him. Fortunately, his role in this movie wasn't too extensive. After about a month and a half of shooting, it was almost complete. His mindset shifted, and he just wanted to receive the filming call from the company as soon as possible. Finally, today it came. Book me a flight to arrive in the region tonight. He instructed his assistant without delay. He also requested time off from the director of the crew and headed home. After explaining the situation to his wife, they shared some affectionate moments. You should leave early. Don't wait too long, she said gently, resting her head on his chest. She hadn't signed with the production company, so she wasn't invited to the meeting. Instead, she chose to focus on supporting him and taking care of their family, happily embracing her role as a supportive partner. However, everyone assumed that the female lead in the sequel would still be her. He gently stroked her back and nodded. I've already booked tonight's flight. She looked at him with love in her eyes. Then I'll help you pack. Late at night in the region, another actor had just finished recording a variety show and received a reminder from the company. As the second male actor signed by the company, he gained fame after completing a certain blockbuster but didn't continue with films. Instead, he starred in several television dramas and recorded variety shows. He also successfully graduated from a local film academy, making his parents proud. Okay, I'll be sure to arrive at the meeting on time, he said, hanging up the call with his agent, filled with anticipation. He wasn't like the other actor, who was a key player in building the company from the ground up. Naturally, he wouldn't receive a personal call from the busy executive. Instead, it was left to the head of his agency to remind him. Now, he was in the region and didn't need to rush. He was just curious about what the important meeting would entail. He had also heard from his agent that the sequel had already been greenlit. 7 directors were set to shoot films, and he still didn't know which executive he would be assigned to. I should be involved in the sequel to that blockbuster, right? After finishing the recording, Shia returned to a hotel near the company for the night, hoping not to miss the meeting the next morning. As for Zhang Sungwen, the third signed male actor of the film company, he remained quite calm. After completing his classes, he requested a leave of absence from his superiors. The head of the department was also very polite. Teacher Zhang, you have worked hard over the years. Although this teaching assistant position is tough, there's no need to resign. Our leadership really values you, and it's almost a certainty that you'll be promoted to a formal teaching position. Don't act impulsively. You can think it over some more. Zhang Sungwen had fully entered the mainstream spotlight thanks to Jurassic Park, with offers pouring in from all sides. After more than 20 years of struggling, he finally had the ability to choose his scripts. This was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Even if it was a supporting role, he was willing to take it. Just as Huang Bo said, after becoming famous, there are good people all around. However, Zhang Sungwen did not participate in various shows or films. Instead, he chose to keep a low profile and reflect. His news was hardly visible online. He simply wanted to finish this academic year peacefully and then focus on the field he had desired for decades, leaving behind roles he could be satisfied with. Thank you for your recognition, but I want to reclaim the dream that has been dim for many years. Before being a performance teacher, I am an actor first. The next day, at the film company, the meeting between the director and the signed actors finally began at 9 a.m. In the meeting room, 8 shareholders of the film company were present, along with 3 male actors and 1 female actor. Liu Bai looked at everyone with a sense of satisfaction. Nowadays, every actor signed by his company was thriving in the market. As an old employer, Liu Bai naturally continued to support them. Among the 4 actors, Zhang Sungwen was in the most difficult position. Although he had gained fame from Jurassic Park, he had the least savings. Even though major news outlets dug into his past, there was no scandal to be found. Only some bitter labels made his past seem even more challenging. A teaching assistant, living in a basement, with no wife or children. However, these stories added an inspirational label to him, and he gained a large number of devoted fans at school, with countless students wanting to attend his classes, completely forgetting the hardships he had endured for over 20 years. This situation also troubled him significantly. He understood that his contribution to the film was minimal, and there wasn't much room for his performance. People went to the cinema not for him, but for the dinosaurs. Therefore, during this month, he returned to school to teach, avoiding appearances on various shows, hoping his popularity would cool down. Among the signed actresses at the film company, there were only 2, and indeed, Han Moying was the company's first signed female actor. Although she is a professional director, she is also passionate about acting. When she found out that the company didn't have any female actors, she signed up herself to join in the fun. Despite her successful experience in Goodbye X, her contract with the company is extremely low-paying. Even her senior colleague Chun Renchuan couldn't stand it and wanted her to raise her salary. However, Han Mo-ing didn't care at all. With the dividends from Goodbye X and her shares in Earth Pictures, where she owns a 3% stake, she is financially secure for life. The second female actor is Gao Xiaoya, who signed a contract alongside Zhang Sungwen. When she first debuted, she played a supporting role in a film, but her name was not included in the promotional materials. Even when she raised this issue with the production team, it was ignored. During a filming scene where she was supposed to be restrained, she was covered with plastic wrap over her mouth and nose to ensure a realistic performance. Without any safety measures, she struggled to breathe and fainted for 2 minutes. The successful completion of that scene nearly cost her life. However, her career trajectory worsened, and she became typecast as a woman of the night. Yet she still refrained from marketing or promoting herself, resulting in very few people knowing her name. She was extremely grateful to have successfully signed with Earth Pictures, hoping to repay the company's trust with better performances. This meeting was between the directors and the actors. I want to say much more. The script is already written. As soon as Liu Bai finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Then an overwhelming sense of excitement and shock surged within. Everyone exchanged astonished glances. The script is ready. With 7 directors, that means 7 scripts. Was it completed in such a short time? What speed is this? Liu Bai didn't offer any explanations. He pulled out a stack of scripts from his drawer and tossed one over. This is the script for Iron Man 2. It's yours now. With a crisp sound, the script landed in front of the actor, Donnie. The sound was sharp yet seemed to carry immense weight, striking deep into Donnie's heart. After waiting for a year, he finally received the new script. He eagerly picked it up, nervous and excited, unable to wait to start reading, his face filled with joy. Meanwhile, the others watched eagerly, ready to pounce. The actors were eager to get their own scripts, as it felt like a mystery box to them, the quality unknown. For the directors, however, it was a different mindset. The scripts were ready, the actors were ready, but the directors were not yet confirmed. With the promising success of Iron Man 2, it was bound to be a hit. Both box office and reputation were guaranteed. Getting this script was equivalent to securing a spot in the top 4, avoiding the embarrassment of a year-end meeting. Most importantly, their names would be credited in the film. In an instant, they all gazed at Liu Bai like hungry wolves, hoping to be the ones to film this script. Shooting according to the storyboard, how hard could it be? I could do it too. Liu Bai looked at the eager eyes of the 7 directors and, after a brief chuckle, said, "This script will be contested by 6 directors." As soon as he spoke these words, everyone understands now. It's no longer a secret that Lin Ming, who was responsible for market operations, had approached Chairman Liu Bai about wanting to produce a variety show. This implies that Liu Bai has even prepared the script for the show. Hearing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but feel delighted. Although he was also envious of the script for Iron Man 2, he was more eager to try something new in the market. A variety show would be a great entry point. Moreover, the reality shows in Qingzhou feature ordinary people, which are definitely more eye-catching than actors, directors, or celebrities. Even if they shoot a variety show, they might not even end up in the last 3 positions. Donnie was seriously reviewing the script. Upon hearing Liu Bai mention that the script for Iron Man 2 was still up for grabs, he was stunned. Wasn't Chen Renchuan supposed to continue directing it? Why was it so casual? Can you major shareholders be a bit more serious? Donnie nervously glanced at the shareholders, only to see Han Ming hesitating for a moment before saying, "I withdraw from the competition for the filming of Iron Man 2. This statement left others confused but also supportive. After all, it meant one less competitor. Good news. Only Han Ming knew that although she really liked Iron Man and still had the script for the first film at her home, she was even more excited about the new scripts on Liu Bai's desk. She had great trust in the quality Liu Bai offered and wanted to tell a different story. "All right, you few decide," Liu Bai nodded, not refuting. After all, the scripts he proposed belonged to different styles and fields, each strong in its own way. There was no need to focus solely on one. The 5 shareholders didn't hesitate and chose to compete for the filming rights using the simplest method of rock, paper, scissors. After several rounds of intense competition, Chen Renchuan emerged victorious and secured the filming rights. At that moment, Chen Renchuan was genuinely ecstatic. Seeing this, Donnie also breathed a sigh of relief and applauded to congratulate him. It's more reassuring to have an old partner on board. The other actors exchanged glances, their faces calm, but their hearts were in turmoil. The filming rights for a guaranteed blockbuster like Iron Man 2 were decided in such a way. The director's approach seemed too frivolous. "Thank you, everyone." Chen Renchuan smiled brightly. Being able to continue directing Iron Man 2 was truly a stroke of luck. He had always been optimistic about this project, and regaining the filming rights brought him a deep sense of satisfaction. He stood up to shake hands with Donnie, encouraging each other. "All right, let's now decide on the script for the second film." Liu Bai noticed their enthusiasm and presented the second script, Spider-Man, starring Xia. "Get ready." Upon hearing this, Xia was also left in a daze. Why did this name sound so strange? Is this also a superhero? Is it really that good? But when he saw the script, his face was filled with astonishment. This script was unbeatable. Chapter 162. The script distribution is complete, and Han Ming takes on the role of director for The Rush. The Dinosaur project is about to be announced. After Xia read the script for Spider-Man, he became completely immersed in the story. Originally, he was a bullied college student, but after attending an exhibition, he was accidentally bitten by a mutated spider, gaining special abilities, climbing walls, shooting webs, and possessing incredible strength. The story follows the same vein as Transformers, but is more relatable and down-to-earth. Especially the uncle's line about "with great power comes great responsibility," which left him stunned and wide-eyed. He stared blankly at Liu Bai, his face quickly filling with excitement. His reaction naturally caught the attention of the remaining shareholders. They instantly understood that this script was fantastic. "I want to film this," they thought. "Spider-Man? That sounds perfect for me. I have plenty of spiders at home. I'm familiar with them." A few shareholders couldn't contain their eagerness, and even Han Ming's eyes brightened. Upon hearing this name, she knew it was something special. Especially with Xia's shocked expression, it made her realize that the script must be outstanding. How much more does he know that I don't? How many scripts has he written during this time? I was blind before. Why did I insist on writing and directing myself? There's a big shot here. Han Ming felt both thrilled and anxious. However, she still lost in the rock, paper, scissors game. She could only comfort herself, thinking that there would be better scripts in the future. When the few senior brothers finally quieted down, Liu Bai smiled slightly. The atmosphere in the company truly made him feel at ease. Then, he took out a new script and looked at Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoya. As promised, here's the TV script The Rush. He placed 2 copies in front of the 2 actors. Zhang Sungwen frowned as he picked it up, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Just hearing the name, it sounded related to racing. The Rush, how fast do I have to go? Can I really do this? Although I've been taking racing classes recently, I only have time after class to practice drifting, worried that it might not be enough. Zhang Sungwen felt conflicted, but when he opened the script, he was dumbfounded. Although the title suggested a racing theme, it had nothing to do with it. It turned out to be a script about fighting crime. The Rush referred to a person on the wrong path, racing to the end without a way back. And Zhang Sungwen saw that his character, Gao Qiqiang, made one wrong step after another, leading to a death sentence. Although Zhang Sungwen misunderstood the meaning of the title, the script astonished him. The incredibly realistic scenes, street vendors, criminal forces, police checking street girls, government collusion, were all too lifelike. It felt like events that had happened in the past. It instantly transported him back 20 years. What surprised Zhang Sungwen even more was that this was a completely ensemble cast without any young heartthrobs. This kind of serious drama struck right at his heart. He instantly fell in love with it. A bullied fish vendor ultimately steps onto the path of a general manager, completing a 3-fold leap in identity. He even sent his godfather off and climbed up the ranks to become the leader of the Black Serpent Society. How audacious. Just looking at the tension in this script, it's bound to be a hit. What excites him even more is that the performance aspect of this drama will be very high. It's far superior to the performance content in Jurassic Park. In an instant, he realized that after honing his acting skills for over 20 years, he finally had the chance to showcase them. Zhang Sungwen's eyes were filled with admiration, and Gao Xiaoya was also quite pleased. Although Chen Shooting's role in the script was limited, it was still outstanding. She was very confident about it. It seemed that both actors were satisfied, but what about the directors? Liu Bai glanced at the directors and couldn't help but chuckle at the hesitation on their faces. They probably knew that this TV drama wouldn't be as profitable as a movie. However, what they didn't know was that the reputation and popularity of this drama were equally impressive. Various adaptations and fan creations were abundant. Although the earnings weren't huge, the number of viewers was countless. If one of the directors took on this drama, they might not necessarily be at the bottom of the list. If my seniors don't mind, I'd like to take on this drama, Han Moying said, looking into Liu Bai's eyes, as if she understood something. And she chuckled softly. Can you give me a discount? Since no one had seen the script, she could only gauge the actors' reactions to it. Now, with all 4 actors showing great interest in the script, it meant the quality would surely be good. Moreover, the upcoming scripts might not have any references. Plus, Han Moying had never written a TV drama before, and she wanted to challenge herself. Perhaps even participate in a role in this drama? That would be no problem. If my junior has a good connection, I definitely want to compete. I've never filmed a TV drama, so I really lack confidence. Just look at how confident Junior Han is. You all should learn from her. Yeah, old Wong, you're the only one for the other script myth. Get lost. The seniors pushed and shoved each other. Although their bond was strong, they never forgot that they were also each other's mentors. Everyone wanted to enjoy themselves at the annual meeting, leaving evidence that they were indeed called Dad. How could they possibly take on a thankless script? Even if they didn't compete for it, others wouldn't have the same mindset and completely misunderstood what kindness meant. Even if they didn't write recklessly, they couldn't let others do so either. Moreover, everyone knew that Liu Bai had no prior experience writing TV scripts. And the expression methods between movies and TV dramas were completely different. Many who tried to transition from filming TV to the movie market ended up failing miserably. There were plenty of examples. They couldn't take that risk. Soon, the remaining scripts were randomly selected. Pacific Rim, Deadpool, and Myth ended up in the hands of a few directors. Since the company had no more actors available, they let them make cameo appearances in other films. The benefits should stay within the family. And so, this meeting between the directors and actors came to an end. In the afternoon, it was time for the shareholders' meeting. The Dinosaur project is about to be fully revealed. Chapter 163. All the cinemas are in a panic. This company has a nuclear bomb. It is threatening us. In the afternoon shareholders' meeting, the company also received its share of the box office revenue. The total box office was $63 billion, with the theaters taking 57, the distributors 8, and the film company only receiving 35. This means that after tax, they ended up with 277 billion. During this meeting, Liu Bai also explained that the Guangzhou Cinema and Xinyi Cinema could no longer hold on. All shares were sold off to cut losses, and the final 30 stake was purchased by the film company for 2 billion. Thus, the two cinemas were renamed as Earth Cinema. So quickly renamed, it's actually called Earth Cinema. What a surprise. You can't say it's a scam, but rather a situation with no choice. The tactics used were quite underhanded. If you don't sell your shares, you can only go bankrupt, leaving you with nothing at all. At least there would be some capital left to make a comeback. So it wouldn't be a total loss. This outcome left the heads of the two cinemas feeling extremely uncomfortable, knowing they had been shorted. However, they were powerless to change the situation and could only comfort themselves in this way. But to the outside world, it stirred up huge waves. The online community was also buzzing with excitement. What? Earth Film Studio has its own cinemas now. 50 of them. Incredible. This company is simply a miracle. How long has it been registered to achieve such terrifying results? Moreover, their business tactics are outstanding. They showed no mercy in shorting their own cinemas. No wonder they want to expand into cinemas. Just look at how many films were announced during the premiere. That's great. Their movie tickets must be cheaper now. As soon as this news broke, it shocked countless netizens. Lin Ming's friend group was also in an uproar. Lin Ming, is your classmate for real? This is absolutely outrageous. Those so-called business geniuses on the market look like nothing compared to Liu Bai. Although making movies doesn't carry the same prestige and confidence as doing business, Liu Bai is completely different. A movie every 3 to 4 months. And the worst one, Iron Man, netted 1 billion. Even a casual investment in Goodbye X made over 600 million. This is scarier than many companies valued at over $1 trillion. Yes, if Earth Film Studio were to go public, their stock would definitely sell like hotcakes. So many people are optimistic about their future. They are practically a monster. I make 100 million in 2 years, and in any state, that's impressive, but compared to him, I'm nothing. Don't say that. My whole family is useless. The upstairs neighbor is ruthless. The group was filled with shock and awe. Everyone felt stunned and intimidated by Liu Bai's company. The two cinemas, which collectively invested hundreds of billions, were devoured by Liu Bai's more than 5 billion. Such tactics left them trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, who was tagged in the discussion, did not comment at all. He only felt a chill down his spine, filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I only looked down on him in my heart. I never said anything harsh. Otherwise, the assets I have at home wouldn't be enough for him to short sell in a day. How ruthless. I never expected that someone as refined as Liu Bai would be so harsh behind the scenes. He took away 5 billion from 2 movie chains with investments exceeding 30 billion. Is this even human? Lin Ming's gaze trembled as he looked at the Iron Man armor, Bumblebee robot, and Velociraptor figurines in the room. He felt no warmth, only a chilling sense of being surrounded. This person is too formidable. Why am I not a woman? At a time when the outside world was in shock, major cinemas received the news and fell silent. Fear gripped their hearts. Could a film company grow to this extent? It was simply unheard of. We extended the screening by half a month and increased the showtimes. That should offset our previous mistakes, right? But I'm still not at ease. What should we do? I wonder if we will be the next target for sanctions. Even the major cinema chains are keeping quiet. It seems they too sense the crisis. What else could it be? They've gained 100% control over 2 cinema chains. Who knows what actions the Earth Film Company will take next? It's clear now that they are determined to enter the cinema market. Let's get in touch with the Earth Film Company and see what their stance is. Today, all major cinemas are feeling very uneasy. They personally contacted the head of Earth Film Company. The call was answered by Su Jianghe, who had previously worked at the Emperor Film Company. He conveyed what Liu Bai had instructed in an enigmatic tone. Don't worry, Mr. Li. We're so familiar with each other. How could we possibly let you down? Our chairman Liu is not so petty. However, the employees beneath him are still holding back their frustrations. All shareholders are being coerced by the employees. The acquisition of the cinema chains was something they had to do, or the employees wouldn't agree. I'm not joking. Our company is very democratic, and the bosses respect the employees' opinions. Ha ha ha, don't be mad. I'm just sharing my personal opinion. I've always felt that the revenue sharing ratio for cinemas is a bit too high. And don't mention the high initial costs over the years. Haven't we made it back? This only represents my personal view and doesn't reflect the shareholders' thoughts, so don't misquote me. Or I might have to sue you for defamation, with recordings as proof. If you're unwilling to adjust, that's fine. You know we can't really do anything to your cinemas, right? Calm down, It's my fault for speaking carelessly. Su Jianghe received numerous calls from CEOs and skillfully managed various interpersonal relationships. In casual conversation, he could always catch the other party off guard. After all, holding such a significant IP and having a massive fan base, such a film company has transcended many levels. With a nuclear option in hand, why fear others' fortifications? When the executive managers reported this metaphor to their respective shareholders, they fell into even deeper silence. They were filled with rage. He is simply robbing them. Does he not realize how much funding is needed to support such an offline industry with his own cinema chain? This absolutely cannot be tolerated. The 57 profit sharing is the result of victories we have maintained over countless years, and the entire region has reached such a consensus. If we concede this time, will we have to continue giving benefits away whenever similar enterprises arise in the future? It's like a vegetable farmer pushing for reforms in the market, lowering fees while increasing charges. Can we tolerate such things? The shareholders are filled with righteous indignation, arguing incessantly. This clearly threatens their interests. It is not easy to provoke them. Having made money effortlessly for so many years, how could they bear to share it? Yet, some are calmly reflecting on the situation, and the final outcome appears grim. This battle cannot be won regardless. Major film centers are not united. They all want to encroach on each other's markets. Under such circumstances, who can claim that everyone is united? But what if this farmer monopolizes the most popular fruits and vegetables in one hand while wielding a Gatling gun in the other? The moment this was mentioned, everyone wore a look of suppressed anger. Ultimately, they had no choice but to compromise. Almost all film centers reduced their rates by 23 points. It felt just like paying protection fees. When will the film centers truly stand up? We have already taken over the film centers and quickly listed them, aiming to send a message to other centers that draining our resources comes at a cost. During the meeting, Liu Bai spoke gently, his demeanor as if he were chatting with good friends. However, his words left the 7 shareholders breathless and intensely focused, as if they did not want to miss a single word from him. What a remarkable strategy, effortlessly generating huge profits. The company's development is thriving, not only continuously producing quality films, but also pressuring film centers to reform. This was something they never dared to imagine before. It made them feel proud. They entered the film industry with ambition and ideals, wanting to change the world, to shatter all injustices. And today, Liu Bai led them to achieve that completely. Although they did nothing, even the pure dividends they received did not grant them decision-making power, only voting rights, like cheerleaders. Yet they had been watching Liu Bai's operations in awe. Their faces were filled with shock and delight, as if they had latched onto a major opportunity. Just securing 2 film centers for $5 billion is already incredible. It's like building a large cinema for $100 million. Plus, they acquired many capable employees and operational experience. This pure profit made them ecstatic, but they didn't realize they were only at the surface. The real maneuvering was actually through intimidation, forcing major film centers to concede. The profits involved are simply terrifying. It's like plundering the entire region. Han Mo was overwhelmed with excitement, her heart racing. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had previously thought Liu Bai was an excellent screenwriter, someone akin to herself. Was the real fool actually me? But I don't mind. How many people want to be a fool but never get the chance? Finding the goldmine of Liu Bai shows that I still have good vision. Our charity organization is already under construction. Currently, we have invested $520 million in funding. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. So we must give back to society and improve the lives of more people. Liu Bai looked at their serious expressions and couldn't help but smile wryly. Why aren't you saying anything? Why the expression of students in class? No one responded to his words, so Liu Bai continued. Now I have a new plan. In the next moment, the 7 shareholders immediately raised their hands. Chen Renxuan, I agree. Lin Daoqing, I have no objections. Han Moying, I support this plan. Other senior brothers, no need to ask us, you are the boss. What you want to do is what we want to do. Let's get started right now. Yes, let's do it. Liu Bai looked at everyone's enthusiastic reaction and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling very warm inside. Since coming to this world, it is they who made him feel not isolated and helpless. My plan is, Liu Bai paused for a moment, smiling gently, to bring my family to the villa. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice filled the meeting room. Okay, sure, no problem. I'll go pick them up. Hey, uncle and aunt, do you even have the qualifications to pick them up? I'll do it. I have a big car. Nonsense. Aren't you just driving a van? I'll buy a red and blue flag car outright right now. Several senior brothers were arguing fiercely. Han Moying looked at her senior brothers competing hard and wore a faint smile on her face. This atmosphere was indeed comfortable. It left Lu Bai speechless. Are they really just blindly supporting without any questions? He cleared his throat and said, I was just joking to lighten the mood. I've already told them that the elders plan to move over after my sister finishes middle school. No need for you guys to worry about it. This statement left several senior brothers feeling regretful. Looking at the others, their gazes carried a hint of hostility, as if they remembered the ugly faces of those who had just fawned over him, filled with disdain. However, Lu Bai's next words shocked them immensely, causing their scalps to feel as if they were about to explode. Lu Bai said seriously, this plan is to establish a dinosaur amusement park. You heard it right. A real dinosaur amusement park, bringing back dinosaurs that went extinct 65 million years ago to the blue planet. And I have already mastered the technology to do it. In the meeting room, a chilling silence enveloped the air. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at Lu Bai. Their mouths slightly opened, as if wanting to say something, but they were completely at a loss for words. What? Lu Bai is talking about dinosaurs. He wants to build a dinosaur amusement park? This can't be a joke, right? Bringing dinosaurs back to the blue planet. Isn't that a movie plot? Is it really possible to achieve this? And he has the technology to resurrect dinosaurs. Can I believe this? The 7 shareholders were left in stunned silence, their minds completely blank. Unsure of what to say, Lu Bai, however, had no intention of explaining. He directly announced his plan. I have already contacted the local government in advance, and there will be a meeting tonight. Brothers Chun and Lin, it's going to be tough for you this time. You will represent the company in discussions with the government. Don't worry about what to talk about. Just take a reagent and a contract with you. The car has been arranged. You will take my Bumblebee. It's very safe. Lu Bai spoke each word clearly, as if striking at their hearts, making their pulses race again. The next moment, the entire room was in utter shock. No way. Are you serious? Can we really do this? I always thought you were a bit unusual. You can come up with so many wild ideas, but you actually dare to do it. I still can't believe it. The brothers were visibly astonished. They said it was impossible, but inside, they felt like they were breaking apart. They knew Lu Bai liked to joke around, but he would never deceive them, especially not on such a serious topic. Accepting the notion that dinosaurs, extinct for 65 million years, could really be brought back to life was too much for them to handle. Don't ask, just do it. Lu Bai smiled, and didn't he explain further. He took out an A4 sheet from his bag along with a long box. Inside the box was a vial containing a reagent, which was the Qinzhou horned dragon. The skull resembled a blooming flower, complete with 16 backward hooks. The meeting concluded, and they were told to prepare. Although it was said to be over, no one dared to move. They all stared at the box on the table, feeling shocked and anxious. It was like staring at Pandora's box. Their hearts were shaken, excited, fearful, and complex. But the thought of collaborating with the local government gave them an inexplicable sense of reassurance. They could all see the value of the box. It was worth more than anything else. If the film company actually possessed dinosaurs, how terrifying would that value be? However, when Hanemo looked at Lu Bai, her gaze was no longer that of someone looking at a gold mine. Instead, she saw the vast land connecting far beyond the mountain peaks. At that moment, it was shaking violently. The earth was quaking. Chapter 164. Can dinosaurs really be revived? Top professors, are you speaking human language? That evening, a Lamborghini drove into the government building. Shen Renchuan got out of the driver's seat, feeling a bit disoriented. He always felt that this car had a better handling than other Lamborghinis. It was incredibly smooth, and he hadn't even pressed the accelerator. It just moved on its own, as if the car had its own unique thoughts. Brother Chen, what are you dazing off for? We should go, Lu Bai urged as he got out of the passenger seat. Initially, he hadn't planned to come himself and intended for Lin Daoqing to handle it. But in the end, he was still uneasy, knowing there would be many issues they couldn't cope with alone. So he decided to come personally. After all, tonight's meeting was crucial. He had arranged for representatives from both the government and the military to attend, and he guessed there would be accompanying researchers as well. It's quite a challenge for the 2 individuals involved in filming to attend, even if it's just to deliver documents. However, Lu Bai is different. After he embraced the technology of activating and supplementing dinosaur genes, he gained extensive knowledge in this area. Just like after a script is provided by the system, Lu Bai can flip through the content at any time. It's like having an incredible photographic memory. On Blue Star, Lu Bai naturally became the foremost expert on all types of dinosaurs. not only in theory, but also as a dual expert in technical research and development. All right, here we go. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Renxuan put aside thoughts of the Lamborghini and quickly closed the car door. Soon, Lu Bai and Chen were escorted by the guards into a solemn and serious conference room. The people inside exuded an extraordinary presence, each with their own distinct characteristics, making it easy to recognize their identities. This situation made Chen Renxuan feel a bit apprehensive. Lu Bai had previously mentioned that these were extremely high-level personnel. Mr. Lu, Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Relax, we're just here to discuss a few matters, an elderly man said, his tone warm and soothing, making one feel as if they were basking in springtime. It seemed to have a special charm that could put people at ease. But Chen Renxuan quickly became alert, thinking to himself that this person's capabilities were formidable. It was clear he had been in a high position for a long time. All right. In contrast, Lu Bai was very at ease, neither overly humble nor arrogant, responding with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Renxuan instantly felt more at ease. With Lu Bai here, it seemed there was nothing to worry about. It was just like filming a movie, merely going through the motions. With this thought, Chen Renxuan relaxed. As a representative of Earth film industry and a former president, he naturally didn't want to appear too timid and become the subject of ridicule. Once Lu Bai and Chen took their seats, there were more than a dozen people at the long table. After some small talk, the elder with a commanding presence stopped speaking. Beside the elder sat a group of middle-aged individuals sitting upright. Even though they were in casual attire, they radiated a sharpness akin to that of a sword sheath. They were likely representatives from the military, but they remained silent, responsible only for participating and recording. At the table, there was also a group of elderly professors. Their hair was gray, they wore thick glasses, and their hair was thinning. When they made eye contact with the other professors, their faces were filled with confusion. They came from various research institutions, and each was a top expert. There were biologists, geneticists, botanists, paleontologists, etc. Last night, they received a call from the authorities in Qinzhou, requesting them to arrive at the government building promptly for a very important matter. However, no matter how they inquired, they received no clear answers, only that the matter was significant. The conference room was silent. An esteemed elderly professor adjusted his glasses and spoke up. Now that we are all gathered here, can you tell us why we were called in such a hurry? His surname was He, and others referred to him as Elder He, a renowned biologist with a prestigious reputation on Blue Star. As soon as he finished speaking, the gazes of the elderly professors turned toward Chen Renxuan and Lu Bai, knowing that these two could provide the answers they sought. They were indeed curious about what could warrant gathering so many top figures from academia at one table. It was like this. Lu Bai smiled and gently replied, I spoke on the phone last night with leaders from the government and the military. There is a very important research and discovery that seeks collaborative development. I have brought everything with me. Lu Bai did not intend to elaborate further, but took out two items from his bag. One was a box, and the other was a tablet, which he politely handed over with both hands. This statement only deepened the professor's confusion. What kind of collaboration could involve both the government and the military? And why had they summoned this group of elderly scholars? They were not rigid or conservative individuals, and seeing such high-ranking officials taking this matter seriously naturally made them cautious. Elder He, puzzled, accepted the tablet and looked at it. Soon, this biologist furrowed his brow. The tablet displayed information about the Qinsheng horned dinosaur. What does this mean? Elder He asked in confusion. The Qinsheng horned dinosaur is unique to this continent. It was first discovered in 2008, disproving external speculation that there were no horned dinosaurs in the Qinsheng region. They were certainly aware of this, yet they did not understand why they were being shown this information. Other senior professors leaned in to take a look as well, equally perplexed. One individual, who appeared particularly displeased, was Professor Mo, a paleontology expert. The Qinsheng horned dinosaur had been excavated by his team, so he understood it better than anyone else. What is your purpose in coming here? Are you trying to overturn our paleontology team's conclusions about the Qinsheng horned dinosaur? If that's the case, I don't see the need for such grand gestures. Just present stronger evidence, and we will acknowledge our mistakes and make your findings public. We would never deceive the public, Professor Mo said calmly, though his tone carried dissatisfaction, as if he believed the other party had ulterior motives. Professor, your research findings are indeed accurate and widely recognized in society, Lu Bai said with a smile. We are here for no other reason. The specific details are all recorded on this tablet, which I believe is more detailed than what I could express verbally. If I were to speak directly, You might think I'm spouting nonsense and dismiss it outright. So I think it's better for you to look at the information first. You can ask questions after you've reviewed it. This statement caused the esteemed elder He to furrow his brow once again. What was so mysterious about this? He adjusted his glasses and continued to focus on the tablet in his hand. The other professors looked somewhat bewildered, unsure of what was being presented. Meanwhile, the government and military representatives wore serious expressions, eager to see if this biologist could identify the problem. But soon, Elder He's expression changed. He began swiping through the screen faster and faster, as if he wanted to cram all the information into his brain at once. The expression on his face was serious and tense. Even his breathing began to quicken. His left hand, holding the tablet, seemed unable to bear the weight and started to tremble slightly. Where did this come from? Can someone call the person who compiled this information over? I want to ask him some questions. Professor He's pupils dilated. The wrinkles on his face were filled with shock. He lost his composure and shouted. The officials and military personnel, seeing Professor He's reaction, exchanged glances and felt somewhat reassured. They also had greater confidence in the authenticity of this information. Hearing that Professor He wanted to find the person who compiled the data, Chun Renchuan instinctively looked at Liu Bai. Liu Bai simply smiled and changed the topic. I've discussed this with the authorities and military, and according to confidentiality principles, I can't disclose it here. This statement was ambiguous, as the name he had given to the authorities was Jarvis. Moreover, Liu Bai was not afraid of being investigated. They would find no such person. Ultimately, they would conclude that it was an anonymous scientist. Whether to investigate or not was not even the most important thing. The primary goal was to verify whether the technology in this area could truly be realized. That's why many professors from various fields were invited. Were the officials afraid of being deceived? A large company with annual profits in the billions dared to make such jokes in front of the authorities and military for cooperation. And they weren't afraid of being exposed? It was with a cautious verification attitude that this meeting was held. The other professors didn't care about whom professor he wanted to find. Instead, they were puzzled by his attitude. What is wrong with you, old he? Why such a fuss? Isn't it just data about dinosaurs? Is it necessary to be so surprised? Could there be other secrets? Let me take a good look too. The other professors were even more confused. Old he, who usually remained calm in precarious situations, actually lost his composure in front of so many people. This was the first time. This made everyone even more curious about what old he had seen. If it really was dinosaur data, it shouldn't have caused such a commotion. Professor Mo, a paleontologist, was quite curious and directly snatched the tablet from Professor He's hands, flipping through it impatiently. The others also set aside their restraint and crowded around the screen, looking on with confusion. But it didn't take long for their curiosity to turn into doubt, then seriousness, followed by tension, wide-eyed astonishment, and finally shock. Breathing quickened. Heartbeats accelerated. Professor Mo, who was protecting the tablet, could barely control his trembling right hand as he swiped the screen. Each downward swipe seemed to exhaust all his strength. The more they scrolled down, the more shocked they became. They were even drenched in sweat. The information on the screen not only included the basic characteristics of the Zhuqing Qinjialong, its biological habits, but even listed its preferred food. Of course, this was just the most basic information. If it were just this, it wouldn't have elicited any reaction from this group of well-read old professors. Instead, it was the series of DNA sequences below. The label indicated that it was the Zhuqing Qinjialong. They were only surprised here, wondering how such information was known, and even doubting whether it was fabricated. But further down, there were actually methods for gene activation and techniques for compensating genetic defects. There were even ways to nurture and carry. Extremely detailed. Every step was very rigorous and stood up to scrutiny. In the next moment, all the professors lost their composure. Where did this information come from? Quickly tell us. Don't scare them. I can't believe it. Is it really possible to resurrect dinosaurs? My goodness. I've studied dinosaur fossils my entire life, and now I might be unemployed before retirement. If I could see a real dinosaur, I would have no regrets. Several elderly professors were incredibly excited, even somewhat dazed, believing that if these two hadn't cultivated dinosaurs, they would never have known such detailed information. This data seemed as if they had personally researched the Zhuqing horned dinosaur. Otherwise, how could they have obtained such information? If not, then they were professional frauds. There was no other possibility. Otherwise, they couldn't have fooled these top experts. Even the old professor in genetics saw no signs of anything amiss from that DNA barcode. What do you see here? Old paleontologist Mo, even in shock, was still trying to flip through the tablet. Finally, he reached the very end. When Mo saw the last image, he also screamed in disbelief. This shout directly pulled the eager professors back to focus. They all looked at the last image on the tablet, only to see a photo of a test tube. A label on the reagent caused everyone's minds to explode. The words read, Zhuqing Qinzhou Horned Dinosaur Embryo Disc. Boom. The professors' vision blurred, and their minds went blank. They completely lost their ability to think. After a long pause, they finally regained their senses. Where's this test tube? Let me see it. The professors no longer cared about their demeanor and surrounded the two. If this photo was fake and there was no such embryo disc, then they would definitely not be able to produce it. The consequences for these two would be determined by the authorities and the military, and these old men would just have been excited for nothing, wasting their expressions here. If this is real, it's simply unimaginable. This has completely broken through the barriers of life. No one could accept this in a short time. They even had a dinosaur placenta. Would it still be difficult to hatch dinosaurs? Moreover, the tablet had various detailed tutorials. If these top experts couldn't understand them, they might as well resign. The professors were anxious, all wanting to see where the reagent was, but they also felt they might be disappointed. If it really existed, it wouldn't be so easy to take out. They would definitely have to negotiate with the authorities. But the next words from Liu Bai left them stunned in place. Completely crazy, Liu Bai smiled and said, The reagent has already been given to you. It's in that box. Buzz. Their minds buzzed. Their gazes were filled with fear. The professors instantly turned their attention to the box in front of Mr. He. This box, along with the tablet, was handed over to them. It was astonishing that it was revealed right from the start. How confident must one be? Perhaps it is indeed possible to successfully cultivate dinosaurs. Otherwise, why would it be handed over so easily? A few professors rushed towards Mr. He, but Mr. He slammed the table and, with a stern expression, said, Calm down. Do you want to grab it? What if it gets damaged? Who can take responsibility for that? These words immediately sent a chill down the spines of the other professors. If they were the ones to damage it, they would be eternal sinners. The resurrection of dinosaurs on this planet holds significant meaning. However, the next words from Liu Bai suddenly silenced the entire room. It's okay, the test tubes are special. They won't break even if dropped. Moreover, I have many more test tube embryos of the Qinzhou ceratopsian. Upon hearing this, the professors were momentarily stunned. Are you serious? Do you mean what you're saying? Chapter 165, The Significance of Dinosaur Resurrection? The Pacific Rim officially begins filming. I still have many dinosaur embryos. As soon as Liu Bai said this, all the professors were dumbfounded. What? You have many dinosaur embryos? So, does that mean you have fully mastered this technology? If that is the case, then not only can dinosaurs be revived, but other extinct species could be revived too. The professors felt a tremor in their hearts. Both excited and delighted. They were very curious about the other dinosaur embryos. However, they also knew that being able to present even one embryo for their experiments was already the limit. The rest was beyond their control as old professors. It basically required multi-party collaboration. They were self-aware, and given that they couldn't even fully grasp one dinosaur embryo, asking for more would be overreaching. They didn't dwell on it further and shifted their focus back to the box in front of Mr. He. The biologist, Mr. He, carefully pressed down on the box with both hands and cautiously opened it, as if afraid that the contents inside would be startled and escape. Soon, an orange-yellow test tube appeared in front of everyone. Inside the transparent glass tube was a mixture of egg white and yolk, seemingly showing signs of life developing, with faint pieces of meat congealing. In that moment, the eyes of the old professors were filled with excitement and exhilaration. It was as if they were witnessing a miracle of life. No, this is the miracle of life. Dinosaurs, extinct for 65 million years, are truly about to appear on this planet. This holds immense significance for everyone. They were no longer considering whether dinosaurs could survive due to insufficient oxygen if they appeared on this planet. They were purely overthinking it, as they hadn't even started cultivating yet. Moreover, the technological level on this planet is not low. Providing sufficient oxygen density for large dinosaurs is not a difficult task. If it comes to that, then indoor nurturing would be the only option. Even the paleontologist, Mr. Mo, was too lazy to think about the situation after the dinosaurs appeared. The priority was naturally to understand the habits of dinosaurs, which was also the reason the authorities and military had invited them. He picked up the tablet and quickly browsed through the methods for cultivating the specimens. The authorities and military were quietly watching, their eyes filled with surprise and shock. They never expected that there were people in the world who could bring back life that had perished countless years ago to this planet. Such technology is of immense significance. Seeing that the meeting had reached a conclusion, the elder leader smiled and spoke up. All right, this is not a testing ground. You should also be prepared. You might need to lead a team to tackle the dinosaur challenges and fully bring dinosaurs back. The military representative nodded in agreement, feeling reassured. Yes, this task is heavy and time is tight, so we appreciate your hard work, professors. Seeing that the situation was settled, Lu Bai decided not to linger. Then this task will be handled by you. The data provided on the tablet was very detailed. If you don't understand something, just take a closer look. It included both technical terminology and layman's explanations, which shouldn't be too difficult for you. Follow the steps, and there should be no unexpected issues. Lu Bai had multiple film projects to shoot soon and would be busy overseeing them, so he didn't have time to address their doubts. After handing over the tablet and the embryonic disc of the ceratopsian from Qingzhou, he also submitted a contract. These were all details confirmed over the phone. The contract was straightforward. Lu Bai's company would provide technical investment and management, ensuring no accidents would occur, holding a 51% stake. The authorities would provide land and funds, holding 25%. The military would contribute grassroots management and security, holding 24%. The reason for Lu Bai's relative majority stake was clear. His technology was irreplaceable. Whereas with the financial strength of the Earth film industry, acquiring land was not difficult. Both parties understood that the Earth film industry sought the protection of official backing, which justified conceding such a high percentage of shares, and they had no objections to this. They readily agreed to the terms. Let us get to work quickly. I can't wait to see the dinosaurs being born. What is the rush? You haven't even understood the materials yet, and you want to start? That is a big taboo. Back up the data first, and let us study it together. We are all experts in various fields. We can communicate and discuss what we don't understand. However, I have some questions now. If dinosaurs really reappear on this planet, what would be the significance? After witnessing Lu Bai and Chun Rinxuan leave, the meeting room immediately erupted into intense discussions. Meanwhile, they were busy backing up the data from the tablet, which was also officially recorded. A laboratory would be allocated to them, and they would be protected. All data would not be allowed to leave. The old professors discussed and researched, their minds involuntarily searching for answers about the significance of reviving dinosaurs. Reviving dinosaurs seems to offer no real benefits to most people. Many dinosaurs were predators, posing significant threats to humans. Aside from satisfying curiosity and potentially generating revenue, it's hard to understand why the authorities would place such importance on this technology. However, they soon realized something crucial. The ability to bring back dinosaurs that went extinct 65 million years ago indicates that this technology could be reversible. To put it simply, it means one could back up their DNA and recreate another version of themselves. If even dinosaurs that have been extinct for countless years can be revived, what is to stop the revival of the deceased? If this technology succeeds, it would undoubtedly belong to classified archives. Moreover, the resurrected dinosaurs could generate a continuous stream of research funding through ticket sales. Considering this possibility, the professors were filled with terror. They quickly assessed the calm demeanor of the officials and military personnel, which only solidified this sudden idea in their minds. The gene activation and supplementation technology is a pursuit of immortality sought by many. They instantly understood why they had been invited. Shock coursed through them as they exchanged glances, each hiding this thought deep within their hearts. System, have you considered that I might collaborate with the authorities in establishing a dinosaur theme park? The dinosaur DNA activation technology could potentially elevate the life standards on this planet to unprecedented heights. Aren't you worried about that? They even provided a future development direction. If supercomputers are vigorously developed and brain-machine technology is perfected, could it be possible to back up one's memories indefinitely, even achieving immortality? What if one could follow a spacecraft to the ends of the universe? Lu Bai was on his way to the company in a bumblebee vehicle, recalling the tasks assigned by the system. He had wanted to leverage official support to build the dinosaur park and had previously inquired about his concerns with the system. The system's response had reassured him greatly. It won't happen. This technology can only be researched by humanity, but cannot be transcended. There are dimensional barriers that prevent humans living in a three-dimensional world from ever reaching it, unless humanity evolves to possess the ability to develop the system. True reverse engineering will remain futile. Liu Bei hesitated and asked, "So, system, how many years do you estimate humanity will need to develop the technology to truly create the system?" The mainframe for developing the system requires vast cosmic resources and dimensional power. Even if humanity achieves interstellar travel, it's conservatively estimated to take about 1 billion years. This left Liu Bei stunned. Just how advanced is the technology of the planet that developed the system? He didn't dare to ask further questions, but it allowed him to confidently cooperate with the official entities. For Liu Bei, this also meant seeking a protective umbrella, giving him the backing of the authorities and military, making many things much smoother to accomplish. However, he also knew that this protection would likely not last long. Half a month later, the old professors were still immersed in their study materials, experiencing both pain and joy. Meanwhile, the 7 directors from the film studio were busy preparing with their respective crews. Pacific Rim was the first to complete preparations and held its opening ceremony. Liu Bei officially joined the crew, ready to start filming. The script for this project was drawn by Lu Fengchun, who previously handled photography and lighting. He was tall and thin, wearing a pair of glasses. "Lu Shidi, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Fengchun greeted Liu Bei with a smile upon seeing him arrive on set. "There's no need to wait specifically for me. You can begin filming as soon as you're ready," Liu Bei replied with a smile as well. He then looked around at the large building, where red characters on the wall read respect, perseverance, courage. The scene being filmed was the competition site for Luo Li. In the storyline, Luo Li and his brother pilot a mecha to fight monsters at sea, but after his brother's tragic death, he chooses to withdraw from battle and spends 5 years welding on a construction site. Ultimately, after some persuasion, he returns to the team. However, due to the loss of his neural interaction partner, he must reselect a companion with equal strength and compatibility through the competition. This was the plot for today's filming. Liu Bei was quite optimistic about the young actor playing Luo Li. After seeing him audition and perform a powerful set of martial arts moves, Liu Bei immediately cast him as the lead. The name of this lead actor was Li Xiaolong. "Attention all departments, report your status," Lu Fengchun shouted into a megaphone. "Cameras are in position. Lights are set. Microphones are working properly. Extras are ready. We can start filming." A chorus of agreement resounded from the crew. As the clapperboard snapped, Li Xiaolong gripped his weapon and sparred with the action actor, quickly taking him down. Liu Bei stood aside, his eyes filled with admiration. Li Xiaolong's movements were crisp and agile, demonstrating strength and finesse. If it weren't for the script's limitations, with his quick reflexes, he could probably land a blow to his opponent's face right after they raised their hands, a truly decisive move. The score was 4-0. The 2 actors stood at the entrance of the building. One was a male playing a general, and the other was his female secretary. The woman had a bob haircut and spoke calmly while jotting down notes. Seeing her composed expression, Li Xiaolong felt a hint of surprise. Did I not perform well? Soon, the second fight scene began. After a back-and-forth exchange, Li Xiaolong managed to knock his opponent down, pressing his weapon firmly against the actor's neck. The score was now 4-1. The female actor spoke again, her expression growing impatient. Li Xiaolong sighed deeply upon seeing her reaction. Then, the third fight scene commenced. After the action actor showcased some impressive moves with the weapon, the battle began. Once again, within 10 moves, the tip of the weapon was pressed against the actor's throat, elegantly finishing the fight. The actress, however, seemed even more indifferent. 4-2. Encouraging applause and cheers erupted around them. But Li Xiaolong was quite confused and approached to ask, "What is going on? Don't you like them? I thought you personally selected them." The actress looked a bit bewildered, clutching her notebook, and asked, "What do you mean? After every match, you always make that face." Li Xiaolong demonstrated her impatient expression to convey his dissatisfaction, as if he was very unhappy with their performance. The actress, being straightforward, pointed out Li Xiaolong's issue directly. That wasn't he directed at them. It was about your combat strategy. You could have resolved them in just 2 moves. Is that what you think? Li Xiaolong felt looked down upon and humorously asked. Yes, the actress nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xiaolong's expression turned angry. He looked at the general beside the actress and pointed his weapon at her. Let us switch to someone else. Why not let her give it a try? As soon as he said that, the actress looked pleadingly at the general, clearly wanting to step in. But the general declined firmly. No. We will select the pilots according to the trainee list. Only candidates with synergy will do. The general continued his official tone, but was interrupted by the actress. I have a list too, General. The general calmly refused. Jinzi, this is not just about neural interaction. It also involves compatibility in terms of physical condition. What's wrong, General? Li Xiaolong leaned on his weapon and provocatively said, "Do you think your smartest subordinate would lose to me?" The general silently looked at Li Xiaolong, then took the notebook from the actress Jinzi and said, "Go on. Give it a try." Click. As this shot ended, the actress went to change outfits and then continued filming. Lu Fengchun shouted. Lu Bai watched as the actress quickly walked towards the changing room, feeling very satisfied with the day's filming tasks. Li Xiaolong, having a strong foundation from his martial arts background before entering acting, was exceptionally capable. His well-built physique made his moves swift and fierce. He also volunteered to take over the role of action director, and the results pleased everyone. When the actress returned in a light, traditional fighting outfit, Li Xiaolong practiced the moves with her twice. Lu Fengchun deemed it satisfactory and said, "Everyone take your positions. Prepare for filming." The fight proceeded as rehearsed. With both winning and losing, ultimately Jinzi won against Li Xiaolong with a score of 4-3, impressing him greatly. "That's enough. We've seen what we needed to." The general interjected. "I agree." Li Xiaolong excitedly stood up from the ground, looking at the panting Jinzi, and joyfully said, "She will be my co-pilot." Chapter 166. Actors, please take your positions. The filming of Pacific Rim was progressing steadily, and the other crews were also preparing. During this time, Lu Bai was shuttling between various film crews. And the actors, please take your positions crew was the most complex. In the setting of the script, the creative team of this variety show consists of renowned film and television directors, award-winning actresses, prominent producers, and professional acting instructors. The participants are all stars, artists, actors, and even singers and sports celebrities. The lineup is truly dazzling. Compared to other variety shows in the region that feature ordinary people, this one is full of excitement and highlights. When Lin Daoqing announced the variety show news online, it immediately ignited the enthusiasm of all netizens. "Oh my gosh, what a luxurious lineup. Even this person is involved. I watched every episode of Home with Siblings when I was young. Wow, hidden actors are making a comeback. Many people have signed up. I'm feeling nostalgic. I used to love watching her performances as a kid. So many familiar actors are participating. My goodness, even singers have signed up." In no time, the internet was buzzing. Countless people were cheering for the successful participants. Many of these actors had roles in shows that netizens watched in their childhood, yet seemed to have vanished one day, and now they all seem to have resurfaced, sparking collective memories among countless netizens. The announcement of the director and judge lineup caused even more excitement. "I'm going to die." Award-winning actress Zhang Zi is on the judging panel. She's so beautiful. According to insider information, actress Han Imo also wanted to make a cameo, but she's busy filming and unfortunately doesn't have time to come. Ha ha ha, I've heard that too. But she could be a flying guest and participate in the judging panel for one evening. And this prominent producer, I remember him. He has organized many blockbuster productions. The list of acting instructors even includes Zhang Sungwen from Jurassic Park. It's said he has signed with a major film company and is finally making a name for himself. Netizens are incredibly excited and eagerly anticipating the show. The actors confirmed to participate have also surged to the trending list among netizens. Just by appearing, they've garnered a lot of popularity. Other actors are also going crazy, believing this is an opportunity they cannot miss. Nowadays, the film and television market is dominated by young talents, occupying most of the resources in television and film. However, in the local film industry, there are countless actors with great skills who have never had a chance to shine. Now, this opportunity has truly arrived. The company behind this variety show is the financially robust Earth Film Company. To all actors, this is like a pilgrimage. Every actor knows that this film company does not focus on young talents at all. Even the youngest signed actors are unknown university graduates who aren't particularly good-looking. But as long as they are noticed, they can land roles in films with investments of hundreds of millions, achieving great success. Moreover, seasoned actors have signed contracts too. One with Iron Man star Downey, and another with Jurassic Park star Zhang Sungwen. Furthermore, they now have the backing of Earth Film Company and have secured a new script from the company. This news has already been officially announced. The movie Iron Man 2. The TV series Crazy Storm. Countless people envy it. Even the actors in the film Goodbye X, which was previously invested in by a major production company, were all in their 30s. In this new company, all actors see a path forward, and even celebrities from other industries can't help but want to get involved. Not only is the lineup luxurious and the investment extremely high, But what drives all actors to frantically submit their resumes is the rewards for the top 3 positions. Even the best actors are very eager. Because the variety show actors, please get in position, with the approval of the director, offers very generous conditions. First, a contract to sign with a major production company. Second, leading roles in the scripts for the top 3 positions in film and television. Third, scripts provided by the director, who will also personally direct. Once these 3 conditions were revealed, no one could remain calm. In the email for actor registration announced by Lin Ming, resumes from long-established best actors frequently appeared. Second and third-tier stars were rushing to sign up. Even before the official filming had started, it had already gone viral. Sister Chun, I want to participate in this variety show. Artist Kai Kuan excitedly said to his manager. He was very eager to take part in this show. He debuted in a variety show focused on singing and dancing for amateurs, but was ridiculed online for a 2.5-year training segment. This led him to become popular in a niche online community. Initially, their management team was very resistant and even issued statements to curb this trend. However, unexpectedly, this approach only made Kai Kuan more famous. The management was bewildered, getting more popular the more they tried to suppress it. Wow, the benefits of this niche fame are truly enticing. Thus, the management changed their strategy, no longer maintaining a cold persona, and instead leveraged this niche popularity to keep their momentum. Once there was no more content in that niche, the management would get anxious, directly paying content creators to help produce songs featuring rap and dance that fit the niche style. It became a sensation online. However, Kai Kuan felt conflicted about this situation. He was reaping the rewards of this niche fame and making a lot of money, but he was also deeply resistant to it. How would he introduce himself to others in the future? I'm just a niche star? That would be so embarrassing. He urgently needed a transformation, and now this actor's "please get in position" was very appealing to him. When his manager heard him being so proactive, their expression was complicated. I've already signed you up. Kai Kuan sighed in relief. What did they say? I'm so popular, even overshadowing Zhou Jieluan to win a music award. Participating in a variety show shouldn't be a problem. The manager replied, it didn't go through. They said they don't support niche stars. In an instant, almost all well-known star artists were trying various means to participate in the variety show, even attempting to slip money privately to get more screen time. However, many were eliminated. The director had high standards for this variety show. No fame, no problem, as long as they could showcase good acting talent. Once they get the script, their fame would absolutely explode. From the perspective of selecting participants for variety shows, fame and appearance are not the primary considerations. Acting skills are the top priority. After confirming the creators and actors for this show, the recording took place. The preparation time was lengthy, but the actual recording only took one night. Following that, they focused on editing while seeking suitable broadcasting platforms. This was also Lin Ming's first time recording a show, but the results exceeded his expectations, and his variety show received significant attention across major video platforms. Director Lin, I am the marketing manager of a certain media company, and we are very eager to collaborate with you. We are the largest video platform in terms of user base and content availability, and we can offer very generous terms. We hope to sign an exclusive agency agreement with you. Our local TV station has always been the most followed channel in the region, and we are very keen to work with you. During the editing phase, Lin Ming received numerous collaboration invitations from various platforms, all with enticing offers, which left him at a loss. He had to consult Liu Bai. Junior brother Liu, what do you think? Lin Ming's voice on the phone sounded somewhat helpless. It was truly a happy dilemma. Each platform was offering excellent conditions, making it difficult for him to decide. You are the chief director. You just need to make the decision, Liu Bai replied with a smile. But don't fall too far behind. Other directors are also working hard. They don't want to lose face at the annual meeting. I heard that someone is already taking time to write sketches. This remark immediately made Lin Ming serious. I understand. I absolutely cannot let those beneath me undermine my authority. After discussions from various angles, Lin Ming and his team decided to collaborate with the aforementioned platform. Meanwhile, the official Weibo account announced, this Friday at 8 p.m., actors, please take your places will air on our platform. Not only will there be many familiar faces, but also a mysterious guest star. Stay tuned. This news immediately attracted countless comments from netizens. They already knew that the first scene had been recorded and were eagerly anticipating it. I never watch variety shows, but I came to see it for the film company. My acting teacher, Zhang Sungwen, is in it, so I'm here to catch up. I'm a fan of the film company. The movie hasn't even been released yet, and I'm dying to see it. I can only watch their variety show to satisfy my cravings. Does anyone know who the mysterious guest is? With great anticipation, Friday at 8 p.m. finally arrived. In no time, countless netizens flocked to the platform, waiting for the show to start. Finally, it began. Oh my, all familiar faces. The comments flooded in, celebrating the successful launch of the film company's first variety show. Right from the start, the familiar host, Hua Xiao, introduced the program rules. This is a stage where 50 actors will compete together, facing high standards of evaluation from all sectors. Who will be able to break through the numerous challenges set by the directing team and ultimately compete for the title of Best Actor? Let us wait and see. On the 271 platform, 50 actors were all set. First, the director team, the award-winning actress, and the prominent producer, along with the resident acting teacher Zhang Sungwen, were introduced. Although Zhang was also acting with the crew of a popular drama, his acting skills were so impressive that Lin Ming insisted on having him come for the shoot. Zhang did not decline, as it was a variety show backed by the chairman of the company. Besides, all other contracted actors were also required to make appearances, so he couldn't refuse. Fortunately, the shooting was scheduled for one night each week, which wouldn't affect the filming progress of the drama. He understood that the company was making a concerted effort to promote him and offered a decent pay, confirming that his decision to join the film industry was indeed correct. The job opportunities were incredibly vast. As an acting teacher and a regular on the variety show, he also set a shining example that other young actors envied greatly. Netizens were also engaged in discussions about whose acting skills were stronger. They all knew that the selected champions would star in the productions of the film company, and they were even more critical of their performances than the directors. I think this one is not good. It feels too deliberate. This Zhou Xingxing isn't doing well either. Why is his performance so exaggerated? I find it oddly funny. This Liang Chaowei is amazing. His acting is incredibly natural, and his eyes convey so much. This Huang Baoyong is so silly, but he acts really well. In any other variety show, his looks would definitely not pass. It's just like our class. We have all types of roles represented. So realistic. Indeed, acting classes are cast based on a script format. It's impossible for the entire class to be filled with handsome men and beautiful women. A good drama needs both leading roles and supporting roles. Amidst the discussions among netizens, the mysterious guest of actors, Please Get Ready, made an appearance. As soon as he showed up, the barrage of comments surged. I can't believe it. The mysterious guest is him, the big boss Liu Bai. I'm not surprised, he is the investor. But it's still such a surprise. He is so handsome and talented. Look at the expressions of those young actors. They're all flustered after seeing the big boss. This is the true deity every actor wants to collaborate with. However, the big boss Liu Bai had very few camera moments and hardly spoke, which was quite amusing. Wow. The big boss Liu Bai finally picked up the microphone. Is he going to speak? By this point in the variety show, Liu Bai took the microphone and called out the names of three people: Zhou Xingxing, Liang Chaowei, and Huang Baoyong. You three. I think there is no need for a competition. The audience was stunned in an instant, and the judging panel was equally shocked. Lin Ming even stood up from the monitor, worried that there might be an incident during the performance. The three actors who were called out felt a deep sense of despair. Did we not perform well? If that is the case, please give us another chance. I still want to be an actor. The three of them looked at him pleadingly, unsure of what they had done to offend the big boss. Surprisingly, just after the event started, they were about to be pushed off the stage in front of the public. Liang Chaowei lowered his head, pursed his lips, his face full of reluctance. Zhou Xingxing appeared calm, as if he was used to such rejections. Huang Baoyong, who had never appeared on major television and wasn't a professional actor, instantly burst into tears. Liu Bai smiled and said, "Why are you all reacting so strongly? I just want to say that you three can choose to continue competing, even if you don't end up in the top 3. I will provide you with a signing contract from Earth Pictures. I have high hopes for you. You can also choose to withdraw directly, and I will arrange scripts for you. I will have Lin Shixiang find someone to fill your spots." The three were struck by immense surprise. After exchanging glances, they firmly said, "We want to continue competing." The three were directly designated as signed actors of Earth Pictures. Instead of causing jealousy, it was truly uplifting. None of these three had any background or financial backing, yet they had such an opportunity. What about the others? They could also be chosen by director Liu Bai. Suddenly, everyone was filled with hope, eager to showcase themselves in front of Liu Bai, as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. The netizens were also incredibly excited. Director Liu Bai is so handsome. Is he picking actors or vegetables? Deciding so quickly? Their performance in the earlier rounds was indeed impressive. Director Liu Bai really knows how to pick talent. With the show actors, please take your positions. Gaining immense popularity, time flew by. This variety show had a total of 10 episodes, each attracting huge attention and discussions. Moreover, the sponsors varied in each episode. There were crews from Superman, Deadpool, Raging, and Iron Man 2. It certainly caught everyone's eye. 2 months later, the show came to an end. The 3 lived up to expectations, showcasing outstanding performances and directly clinching the top 3 spots. Other crews were still filming and hadn't wrapped up. However, the government laboratory achieved a new success. After months of hard work, they successfully cultivated dinosaur eggs. Chapter 167, New Variety Show, Running Brothers. All film and television productions have wrapped up and are ready for review and release. Leader, there is an important report. Speak. The ceratopsian has been successfully cultivated. When did this happen? Just today, the ceratopsian hatched successfully. A phone call shocked both the government and military representatives. They immediately rushed to the laboratory. Looking at the chirping little dinosaur in the incubation box, covered in egg fluid, its skin appearing fragile and soft, it was the first cry of new life. Both parties were thrilled, and after a brief report to their superiors, they approved the project to establish a dinosaur park. This matter did not need to be concealed. The real core was the gene activation and completion technology within the tablet. Even if outsiders coveted the dinosaur carcasses and took away some skin tissues, without the core technology, they would never be able to reverse engineer it. Moreover, if a dinosaur theme park is built, ticket sales could also supplement research and development funds. Soon, Liu Bai received an official invitation for a meeting. In fact, even without them saying anything, Liu Bai was already aware of what had happened there. Even without being connected to the internet, nothing could escape the super AI, Jarvis. With the addition of Bumblebee, an extraterrestrial life form, breaking through the defense levels was a piece of cake. The hacking skills were simply unmatched by Jarvis. However, Jarvis's greatest strength lay in its comprehensive capabilities. Under Jarvis's coordination, all progress in the laboratory was within Liu Bai's monitoring scope. Boss Liu, we have approved your previous proposal, said an elderly man in a high position during the meeting, a smile on his face. It was clear that this successful cultivation had received recognition from higher authorities. Liu Bai nodded with a smile. Then where do you think is the best location to set up the dinosaur park? He was quite envious of the system's ability to communicate and bond with all animals, which could almost develop into a beast-master ability. The reason for calling you here is to discuss this. Qinzhou Meizhou and Qidao State will each grant you an island for reconstruction, turning it into a real Jurassic Park. According to the contract, the funding for the construction will be provided by the government and military. The documents have already been finalized, and renovations will begin soon. Liu Bai nodded with a smile, feeling reassured about this matter. By then, the park's network would connect the entire island and be controlled by Jarvis. There would be no security issues, and there was no possibility of any intrusion on Jarvis. Moreover, Jarvis wouldn't get tired or take breaks. Any unexpected situations in the park managed by it could be responded to in a very short time. It could even predict based on the dinosaur's habits and monitor the living conditions of each dinosaur. Though it seemed a bit of an overkill for Jarvis to handle this work, Liu Bai couldn't assign a more suitable position for it to shine, as after all, Jarvis's identity was that of a steward. It was simply returning to its old profession. With the leadership's words, I feel very assured. The dinosaur embryo plates and data needed by the laboratory have been brought to you. They consist of herbivorous dinosaurs, which are gentle and will not attack humans. Liu Bai placed a suitcase on the table. The accompanying elderly professor's eyes lit up. They had already overcome the challenges of cultivating various ceratopsians and were now eager to cultivate more types of dinosaurs. With the accumulated experience, they no longer had to tread carefully like before, where even a small problem required multiple checks and extreme caution to avoid mistakes. Now, if they were to cultivate again, the progress would definitely advance rapidly. They could even cultivate multiple dinosaur eggs simultaneously. Let me see. My goodness, these are all dinosaur placentas. I really want to meet the genius who developed the gene supplementation activation technology. If I could communicate with him, my life would be complete. Megalodon, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, Baryonyx, and even Apatosaurus. There's a lot to do now. The old professors were extremely excited, revealing their quirks. It was as if they had found a real treasure. The paleontologist had long forgotten about any discomfort. Although researching dinosaur fossils no longer held significance, breaking rocks couldn't compare to the excitement of encountering real dinosaurs. In the suitcase, there were not only numerous test tubes and petri dishes, but also a non-internet connected laptop. It only contained information on the corresponding test tube dinosaurs. The laptop provided by the system was not handed over to the authorities. Instead, it was kept for personal use. However, a backup of herbivorous dinosaur data was made to share with the professors. After another meeting, the old professors threw themselves into work. This time, they accumulated experience and boldly proceeded with the cultivation of multiple dinosaur species, accelerating the research and development progress. A month later, another batch of dinosaurs was born, sending the laboratory into a frenzy. Apatosaurus was truly exceptional. No wonder it could grow into such a massive creature. Even its eggshell was several times larger. The little Stegosaurus was adorable with its pink hue. I must study how the horns of Triceratops grew so thick. You've never seen a rhinoceros? Get lost. They're not the same at all. Upon receiving the news, the protagonist didn't pay much attention. During this month, the dinosaur theme park was largely completed, with cables laid across various islands and earthquake-resistant, flood-proof concrete houses built. Interestingly, one island was quite familiar to him. It was the island where he and the crew went to shoot Jurassic Park. This island, originally owned by a wealthy individual, was now selected by the local authorities for redevelopment. Due to its excellent geographical location, although it was in the archipelago, it wasn't far from another region. With the construction of a sea bridge, direct access was possible. The wooden houses built by the crew along the coast were still standing. After learning this news, he contemplated for a moment and decided not to have the staff dismantle them, leaving them as a memento. The dinosaur theme park project was closely monitored by him, while the other shareholders were busy filming. The first to complete their filming tasks was the weekly variety show Actors, Please Take Your Places. Although a month had passed, its popularity remained unprecedented. After all, it was the top celebrity reality show in the region, with a luxurious lineup and a novel concept. It was hard not to be a hit. When would the film company release a new variety show? I, who normally never watch variety shows, found myself deeply captivated. Liang Chaowei's acting was truly impressive. His portrayal of physiological reactions gave me goosebumps. No wonder he was the champion of the first season. Moreover, Liang Chaowei had also received the script for Infernal Affairs. I'm looking forward to his first leading role film. Huang Baoyang's portrayal of a silly character was excellent. You couldn't tell at all. It said he also got the script for Mr. Tree directed by him. What genre is that? Stephen Chow is the real treasure. The expressions and body language are exaggerated, yet they exude an inexplicable humor. There is a naturalness that feels effortless. Although he placed third, his unique performance surprised everyone and led him to this ranking. I believe his achievements are just beginning. It's said that director Liu Bai is particularly fond of him and has given him 2 scripts. Is this how a third-place winner is treated? What scripts are they? I know. God of Gamblers and The Gambler. Although other actors didn't shine as brightly, after participating in this show, they all became popular. Many received new scripts. Their acting skills have also been recognized by audiences and fellow actors. We need the next season to come out quickly. I can't wait to see it. The discussions outside are still going strong and occasionally trending online, giving Lin Daoqing a sense of accomplishment. This time, both the reputation and profits exceeded his expectations. How could I possibly be at the bottom of the annual ranking? Sons, Dad is here to tailor scripts for you. However, he felt it wasn't secure enough or thrilling enough, so he approached Liu Bai to discuss starting the second season. With the current popularity of this variety show, there's no way it can't be successful. Just when Lin Daoqing was eagerly reporting to Liu Bai, he received an unexpected response. Actors, Please Take Your Positions is not the most entertaining variety show. It's primarily about our film company discovering good actors and mutual success. There is no need to rush into the second season. Let us wait until next year. In the chairman's office, Liu Bai rejected his proposal, leaving Lin Daoqing with a sigh of resignation. All right, Chairman, I understand your point. But I'm feeling a bit idle right now and lack energy. How about I shoot a movie? Lin Daoqing tentatively asked. Give me a moment to think. Liu Bai replied calmly. In his mind, he communicated with the system. System, I want to customize a variety show script. Understood, host. Please make your selection. Star reality show Running Brothers. Star reality show Extreme Challenge. Star reality show Life, We Yearn For. Amateur singing competition Hip Hop in Chinzhou. Amateur singing competition, The Voice of Chinjo. Amateur talent, show Blue Star Talent Show. Unique talent, show Superbrain. Lubai listed numerous variety show scripts in one breath. These are the shows that have gone viral. There are even globally popular shows like Talent Show and Superbrain. They have versions from various countries and attract national attention. The potential for high engagement is immense. Plus, these variety show scripts don't require a prize draw. Securing a script costs just 1 million. The profits far exceed that. Tens to hundreds of times the profit. Buying as many as you want is a safe bet. I'm just worried that Lin Daoqing won't be able to film them all. Ding! Received your customization request. Scripts do not require item draws. Each is 1 million charitable fund. Total of 7 million. Would you like to pay now? Payment. Payment successful. Scripts have been issued. Detected your current location. The scripts have been placed in your drawer. Lubai heard the system's response in his mind and glanced at his senior Lin Daoqing, who was sitting behind the desk. He gently pulled the drawer open. Through the gap, he saw a stack of scripts quietly lying inside. He pulled the drawer wider. And the script on top was "Keep running, brothers. I think you should stop making movies," Lubai said lightly, which caught Lin Daoqing's attention. Then what should I do? Just sit around? That doesn't seem right. Or maybe I should check back with the marketing department. Lubai shook his head and smiled. What I mean is, since you want to explore variety shows more than films, I should support you. Pursuing an ideal life is the most passionate. Lubai got a bit excited and expressed his view, but let's skip the second season of Actors. Please take your places. I have a new variety show script that you can start preparing to shoot. As soon as he finished speaking, Lubai placed the script in front of Lin Daoqing. This action made Lin Daoqing extremely happy. Wow, what efficiency. Another new variety concept. Keep running, brothers? Lin Daoqing looked at the title, slightly frowning. What does this mean? The name doesn't reveal the content at all. However, he didn't mind at all. Driven by a strong desire to explore, he flipped through the script. The content was quite simple. It introduced the program rules, creative gameplay, highlights of each episode, filming locations, etc. To make the plot more engaging, the script even included dialogues, scenarios, and outcomes. It wasn't purely random, but the gameplay completely captivated Lin Daoqing. Name tag tearing, pressure boards, various creative games. At a glance, it was incredibly appealing. It was bound to be a hit. Moreover, this variety show not only had a strong, joyful attribute, but also excellent promotional effects. With just one look, the script had Lin Daoqing hooked. All right, Junior Liu, I'm going to shoot this variety show. I'm going to get ready right now. My crew has been idle for a month. It's time to get to work. Lin Daoqing was thrilled and left the chairman's office with the script. Every director has a core team of about 10 people, handling the most important matters. The crew for things like stage management, lighting, and logistics are usually rented. Only those with exceptional skills or good character are absorbed into the Earth Film Industry Company. Therefore, the rented crew members work very hard to showcase themselves, hoping to be absorbed into this future giant company, ensuring a worry-free life. While Lin Daoqing was pulling together his new crew, good news also came from various directors. Superman has wrapped up. It has officially entered post-production. Deadpool has wrapped up. It is now in post-production. Iron Man 2 has wrapped up. It is now in post-production. Pacific Rim has wrapped up. It is now in post-production. Raging and Myth have wrapped up. They are being edited while filming. Both TV series can be submitted for review and release. As soon as the news came in, Lubai immediately instructed the publicity department to start promoting. The release of Fury was expected by Lubai, but what he looked forward to the most was Myth. Why? Because Myth offered item rewards. He had long coveted the elixir of immortality. After passing the review, it was set to premiere. Lubai's eyes sparkled as he made the decision. In no time, the news that 2 TV series from Earth Film Industry were about to be aired caused a sensation across the internet. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 168. Premiere of the film Superman. Lin Ming soared on the spot, showing off extravagantly. The 2 TV series from Earth Film Industry had already passed the review. Would Fury and Myth shake up the current landscape of film and television? One was a crime drama, and the other a historical drama, demonstrating Earth Film Industry's determination to enter the TV series market. Even before obtaining approval, both series were already being snatched up by various video platforms and local TV stations. It was rumored that the first-round broadcast rights for Myth reached 10 million per episode. Fury was favored by a major central station and had already initiated close contact. At that moment, the ownership of the 2 series copyrights was a whirlwind. The media eagerly reprinted the news, and it topped the trending lists on major platforms, attracting countless online viewers. Oh my, Earth film industry has gone crazy. Each episode of the 2 TV series is definitely over 10 million, right? They must be making a fortune. The films produced by Earth film industry are truly a hit. They've all been snatched up. Now that the movies haven't even premiered, the copyrights are already being negotiated. It's like money is flying in. I don't quite understand. Isn't competing for the market with their own TV series going to cause internal friction? Well, you really don't get it. With both series airing simultaneously, the topics, popularity, and search volume are all skyrocketing. Moreover, Earth film industry has no rivals. Using entertainment lingo, it's like forming a CP and promoting together, which only makes them both popular. Plus, there are so many local TV stations and numerous online platforms. The 2 series are hardly enough for them to consume. Indeed, many platforms want to devour both series at the same time. The copyrights are really selling like crazy. Viewers were shocked and amazed. This film company has only been established for less than a year and has grown to this extent, which is simply astonishing. Moreover, each film and series can become a blockbuster, accumulating countless fervent fans. A few days later, Myth and Fury finally passed the review and were approved for screening. Upon learning about the screening approval, major video platforms offered aggressive prices, all hoping to acquire these 2 series. This not only meant more membership revenue, but also attracted a huge user base. While making money, they could also achieve a higher valuation in the stock market. After several days of bidding, ultimately, the copyrights for both TV series were purchased. Myth consists of a total of 50 episodes, starring Hugo, with a star-studded cast. And once the lineup was announced, it garnered widespread support from netizens. The first-round broadcast rights were sold to Xiangnan TV station for 15 million per episode. This operation directly generated 750 million in royalties. Moreover, the exclusive broadcasting rights on the online platform were sold to Platform 271 for 25 million. The 39 episodes of Raging starring Zhang Yi and Zhang Sungwen have also garnered significant attention. Zhang Sungwen, who gained popularity through Jurassic Park, paired with the dual award-winning actor Zhang Yi, attracted countless viewers upon release. Additionally, the theme carries a cautionary message, prompting Central TV in Qingzhou to bid for it. With Liu Bai's endorsement, the first-round rights were sold to Central TV at a lower price, but each episode still reached 10 million. Of course, compared to other local stations, this price is quite favorable. The online exclusive rights were sold to a major video platform for 30 million per episode. Such news has exploded across the internet, topping the trending charts. Myth is at 15 million per episode. Raging premiered on Central TV, and both series have broken the copyright cost records in Qingzhou. Myth and Raging have claimed the first and second spots in copyright fees, flooding the trending searches. The excitement online is palpable, with many joining in to cheer. Incredible! These 2 dramas have already captured the top 2 spots in profitability. Wow! I've downloaded the 271 video platform and the major video platform, just waiting for the release. I'm curious to see which drama will be more popular. I believe both will be a hit, but I wonder which one is stronger. My blind guess is Myth. Starring Hugo, it's sure to attract a large female audience. As a fan of Zhang Yi, I'm more optimistic about Raging. Am I the only one who finds this exaggerated? The broadcasting rights for Myth have directly reached 2 billion Qin yuan. It might even air on other local stations later. Such a price is simply outrageous. Raging also performed well, with Central TV's premiere rights at 390 million and the exclusive online rights sold for 17 billion, totaling 56 billion. The total production cost is just a fraction of that. What a profit. It makes me want to study directing. Stop joking upstairs. How many directing graduates are there each year? It's hilarious. There's basically no startup capital, and they all end up as cameramen or script supervisors in the crew. There's only one person as extraordinary as Liu Bai in all these years. Not only is he a pride of Qingzhou, but he is also a legendary figure in the broader context. Writing and directing himself, it's simply amazing. Meanwhile, in Lin Ming's group, the wealthy second-generation kids are exceptionally active. Lin Ming, have you asked the big shot Liu Bai? When will the drama be released? I can't wait any longer. And what about the movie? When will it be submitted for review? Driving a Lamborghini is really exhilarating. Going around the university, there are so many girls, and their quality is really good. Damn, I'm so envious. Lin Ming, lend me your Lamborghini to pick up some girls. After receiving news about the drama in the group, everyone is inquiring about it. But Lin Ming, peeking at the screen, remained silent. He hesitated about how to start the conversation. Thinking back, it had been quite a while since he last greeted Lu Bai. If he didn't reach out soon, they might become strangers, and that wouldn't do. He subconsciously opened a certain video platform, but immediately cursed himself for being foolish. With Lu Bai's prominence, why would he message him on that platform? He might not even check it regularly, but he could definitely reach out through other means. Good afternoon, Lu Bai. It's me, Xiao Ming. The rich second-generation fans in my group are eager to know when your TV shows and movies will be released. They've been urging me to ask you every day. He covered his face, feeling a bit overwhelmed. At that moment, Lu Bai was dozing off in the chairman's office. However, his mind was focused on overseeing the construction of Dinosaur Park through the perspective of Iron Man, leaving him with no time to spare. When he felt his phone vibrate, he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Lin Ming's message, he smiled, knowing that this group of friends had helped him with quite a bit of business. Good afternoon. The TV show will be out soon, and the movie is still in the rendering stage. We're currently putting all efforts into rendering Superman, which should be released in less than half a month. The other films are queued up behind it. For Lu Bai, from a business perspective, Superman was the one with the most potential for resources. Unlike TV shows, which could be released simultaneously without issue due to the multitude of local stations and online platforms, movies had to be handled more carefully. The movie market was limited. If everything premiered at once, it would lead to internal competition and dilute box office revenues. Plus, he needed to consider the fans' wallets. If everything was released at once, fans would have to choose, and some movies might not even make it to computers, resulting in lost box office numbers. Such outcomes would be disastrous, leading to less than ideal returns. Lu Bai naturally wouldn't let that happen, so he planned to stagger the releases. He had high hopes for Superman and wanted to capitalize on its popularity as the first to be released. Next would be Pacific Rim, which featured some pretty cool mechas that piqued his interest. But what he was most eager for was the ability to replicate the monster activation DNA. If he could get that, it would mean an unstoppable army of monsters. Endless. Following that, he was looking at the regeneration ability from Deadpool, and Spider-Man's enhanced physical abilities, and web-slinging seemed more optional. Superman, Lin Ming muttered to himself. He already knew this film was set to release, but he had no idea about its content. It sounded like it featured a very powerful human, right? I'll let my group friends know. They will be looking forward to this film's release. Lin Ming replied with a smile. Communicating directly with Lu Bai felt incredibly honored. He hadn't felt this way before. He used to find Lu Bai annoying. Once freed from the constraints of women, it turned out that men were far more appealing. Lu Bai was impressive. Lu Bai asked, "What have you been up to lately? Is he concerned about me?" It seems that Lu Bai truly considers me a friend. Lin Ming replied respectfully, but with a hint of pride, "I'm currently learning about direct supply business at my dad's wholesale factory, and also engaging in wholesale consignment at my mom's primary market. The annual profit is only a few tens of millions, not even close to yours." Although he knew he couldn't compare to someone as exceptional as Lu Bai, his family's business had already surpassed the majority. This was something he felt quite satisfied with. Lu Bai nodded and casually asked, "What kind of wholesale do you mainly do?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ming sighed helplessly. His family's enterprise had nothing to do with Lu Bai's film market. Otherwise, they could have collaborated based on this connection. However, he answered honestly, "Steel wholesale." Hearing this, Lu Bai chuckled. What a coincidence. The government-constructed Dinosaur Park had bid for numerous steel direct sales factories, but there were still significant gaps. With his connections and shares, it wouldn't be difficult to designate a factory. That's doable. Lin Ming, not understanding the implications, felt puzzled. But Lu Bai didn't explain further and went silent for several minutes. Just when Lin Ming thought the conversation had ended, Lu Bai reappeared with a statement that left him stunned. "I just spoke with the government and introduced your family to their procurement head, mentioning that I have a classmate whose family is in steel wholesale. They agreed to visit your wholesale factory for inspection, and if the quality is satisfactory, they will sign an order with you. It's likely to be worth several hundred million." Lin Ming was dumbfounded upon hearing this. This is not a joke, right? A multi-hundred million order, and it's government procurement. Lu Bai has such connections. No way. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. If this is true, his parents would be overjoyed. They would definitely be proud of him. Securing a multi-hundred million order, especially from the government. His dad didn't even have that kind of qualification or capability, and he could get it just through his connection with Lu Bai. At that moment, he felt both excited and terrified, but he also thought that someone of Lu Bai's status wouldn't joke around with him. He nervously asked, "Lu Bai, Are you just trying to make me happy? Lu Bai smiled and replied, "You've been so supportive of my work, so if there are orders in this area, I should take care of my old classmate. The person in charge of procurement has already called me back, and they will inspect your factory tomorrow morning, so be prepared." Lin Ming was speechless. He had never realized the government had such efficiency. How could they respond with accurate information so quickly? Tomorrow morning? What incredible speed. Anyone who didn't know would think Lu Bai was a higher-up. His mind went blank. Instead of thanking Lu Bai, he immediately called his father. "Dad, there's something I want to ask you." "Son, you arrived just in time. I have some very exciting news to share with you." "Haha, you won't believe it. But did the authorities call you? They said they want to procure several hundred million worth of steel orders. They're coming over tomorrow morning." How did you know about this?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ming took a deep breath, straightened his back, and suddenly spoke with an air of mystery. "Of course I know. Because this is an order I brought in." "Are you joking? What does this have to do with you?" His father immediately couldn't believe it. Lin Ming chuckled, his gaze defiant. "Otherwise, how would I know this information? I called you right after you hung up the phone." "No way. Could it really be you? Do you have that kind of ability?" Lin Ming frowned and criticized. "Dad, when doing business, don't use foul language. It shows a lack of refinement expected from wealthy people, and it will upset my friends and the authorities." "Ahem. Then tell me, what exactly is going on?" The corners of Lin Ming's mouth curled up. "Of course. It's an order my good brother helped me secure. You might not know, but I have a classmate named Lu Bai, a close friend, like family. You should know the movies he has made, like Transformers and Iron Man. He has quite a big deal at our school. This order was actively sought out by him for me. So do you think I lack the capability?" His father was stunned, but he couldn't find any flaws in Lin Ming's words. After all, just as Lin Ming said, the official had just hung up the phone, and Lin Ming called right after. He even knew about the order and when the inspection at the factory would take place. "Son, you're doing great. Ha 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 tonight. Take your mom out for dinner. You choose what to eat." Dad is happy. Lin Ming's father was even happier. He laughed heartily. Lin Ming, however, maintained a composed demeanor and slightly nodded. "I understand. I'm currently having tea with my brother Lu Bai. I'll talk to you later." After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming was overwhelmed with emotion. "I've made it. This is so impressive. This is more thrilling than anything. Lu Bai, you're my hero. I can't thank you enough." When Lu Bai saw Lin Ming's message, he smiled. "Just a small effort. All right. You asked me earlier when the new Lamborghini would be launched, right? Now there's confirmed news. You can tell your friends. The second Lamborghini Gallardo has already been built at the auspicious car factory and is expected to undergo quality inspection soon." "No way. Another chance to show off. This time, I will definitely make a grand impression." At this moment, Lin Ming felt like he was on cloud 9. Chapter 169. Lin Ming shines brightly. What a thrill. The drama Crazy Ride officially premiered. With access to a lot of insider information, Lin Ming felt elated. Returning to the wealthy second-generation group with an air of superiority. He just asked my good brother Lu Bai and got plenty of information. Lin Ming made a statement. The group suddenly became lively. "Hurry up and say it. I've been waiting. What news do we have? Don't keep us in suspense. Hey, someone come out. There's new information. It's great to have connections. Why don't I know the big shot? Ming, introduce us." Countless people started chiming in, and the messages flooded in. The administrator even tagged all members, and those who came out to see Lin Ming looked like they were about to announce news from the chairman of Earth Film Studios. Both excited and serious. Lin Ming was also very satisfied to see the administrator tag everyone. He initially wanted to tag them himself, if he was going to show off. He had to do it big, but that would seem too deliberate. Luckily, the other administrators were quite sensible. He just needed to shine in front of people. So, Lin Ming pretended to be mysterious and revealed the information he had gathered. In half a month, the first movie to be released would be Superman. As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, the group was thrown into confusion. Why not Iron Man 2? Yeah, I got into this because of Iron Man 1. What is this Superman movie? And there's still half a month? I watch every movie produced by Earth Film Studios. Why hasn't the Superman trailer come out yet? I'm already waiting for Crazy Storm, which is about to be released soon. It's said to be 2 episodes a day. Wow, looking at it this way, Xiangnan TV really doesn't deliver. Only has myth from Monday to Thursday night. People were enthusiastically discussing, but there wasn't much information about the Superman film. Currently, only the cast list had been leaked, and there wasn't even a poster yet. It seemed like it would be out soon, although it wasn't Iron Man 2, which left them somewhat disappointed. After all, they got into this because of Iron Man, so there were different feelings involved. There's one more thing you should be interested in. Lin Ming saw they were done discussing and threw out another line, drawing a lot of attention. What's that? Can you just say it all at once? Are you just teasing us? I don't care about anything else right now. Just want to borrow a car from brother Lin Ming, or if you want to sell it, that's fine too. Seeing the last line, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Are you directing the spotlight at me? Well, then I won't hold back. I can't lend you the car. Seeing that, the person felt quite disappointed. The success rate of a Lamborghini in attracting girls is just too high. How many people can resist this 7.5 million supercar? When they saw the car parked in front of them, they felt their legs go weak and just jumped in. Even if they had money, they couldn't buy one. Rent from Lin Ming? Does he care about that little money? They are all treasures. Other sports cars can be driven casually, and if they get damaged, just treat them to a meal as a gesture. It doesn't matter at all. But borrowing a Lamborghini? Sorry, we're not that close. Even good friends find it hard to borrow. There are only 1,000 cars in the whole Blue Star, and some have been wrecked. The fewer the vehicles, the higher the price. It's simply bizarre. However, Lin Ming's next sentence not only left this person dumbfounded, but also caused the entire group to explode. Lin Ming said, I can't lend my car, but there's some new news. A new model from a certain luxury sports car brand has been released, and it's the Gallardo series. Boom. In an instant, the group erupted. Those who had been lurking couldn't help but jump in. Who knows how much they regretted missing out on the last limited edition model. That car became a total classic, perfect for showing off and impressing others, and even more bizarrely, its price kept rising. Recently, everyone has recognized the value of this luxury brand, which has very high collectible and commercial potential. There is now a viewpoint that people are willing to go bankrupt just to buy one, with the hope of reselling it later for a profit of over $1 million. This idea has gained widespread acceptance. The wealthy individuals in the group have a market sensitivity that is far sharper than that of ordinary people. While regular folks can see the value of this brand, the true consumers of these luxury cars are precisely this group of wealthy heirs. Why pay tens of millions in intermediary fees when they can get it themselves? Now that news of the new model has come out, the group has completely exploded. Is this news for real? Don't lie to me. Oh my gosh. Is it true or not? A new Gallardo. I've remembered the name. I just checked the official website, and they haven't updated the news yet. How could the chairman that Lin Ming asked possibly know what's on the official website? This time, I must buy one. I won't let the group members trick me again. I've regretted it for so long, really. This time, don't even think about competing with me. If you already have one, don't join the fun, leave it for us. Nonsense, I have plenty of money. So what if I buy another one? I want to drive them interchangeably. Get lost. Right now, I just want to know when the Gallardo will be available. The group suddenly exploded, and all the lurking members could no longer sit still, rushing to ask questions. Many people tagged Lin Ming, making him feel radiant and full of energy. He was incredibly happy at home and didn't plan to keep it a secret. After all, how could he highlight his privileged connections without sharing it? Lu Bai told me that the Gallardo has already been secretly produced at a certain factory and is just waiting for quality inspection before it can be launched. Both Lu Bai and I think it will be this month. Upon seeing this news, the group could no longer contain their excitement, and everyone cheered joyfully. This month felt just like a festival. The movie Superman is set to premiere in half a month. 2 TV dramas will also be launched on local channels first. And now, even the luxury sports car brand is going to release a new model. You are my god. Lin Ming is amazing. I'm already asking my sister for money. I must get one this time. Damn it. As the group owner, I don't even have a luxury sports car. It's simply embarrassing. Now I have found my daily goal, to check the luxury brand's official website every day. Please, let me snag one. I'm begging you. Lin Ming. Is this another limited edition? How many units are there? Let me lower my expectations. Upon seeing the mention, Lin Ming was taken aback. He genuinely didn't know about this. He found Lu Bai's contact and respectfully asked, Lu Bai, sorry to bother you again. It's mainly because the friends in the group are very enthusiastic about the new Lamborghini. And they asked me to inquire about how many units of the Gallardo will be limited. Just this one question, please. At that moment, Lu Bai had already finished work and was on his way to a restaurant in his Bumblebee. Seeing the message, he felt there was nothing to hide. So he replied, I've talked to the automotive company, and this time they will increase production. The total limit for the entire region is 15,000 units. Don't think 15,000 units is a lot, under the dilution across the planet. It's normal not to see one in a month or two if you're not in a wealthy area. After all, some car brands already sell 20,000 to 30,000 units a month in certain cities. The market is still not saturated. The Gallardo is still considered extremely rare on the entire planet. Lin Ming received the confirmation and expressed his gratitude profusely. He then returned to the wealthy second-generation group and shared a meme of a little yellow character wearing sunglasses and smoking. This time you can rest assured. The quantity is even higher than the Aventador. Although it's still limited, there will be 15,000 units. As soon as the news broke, the group was once again excited. Although this number is still small, the chances of getting one have increased by 15 times. With nearly 200 people in the group, half of them should have a chance, right? Originally, this group only had 137 members, but recently many wealthy second-generation individuals joined. Since they were familiar with each other, it was easy to get introduced into the group. There are also quite a few girls. However, the main reason for the increase in members is that this is no longer just a casual chat group. It has first-hand information from the film industry. This value is significantly different. Amazing. 15,000 Gallardos. I must buy one. Joining this group was a great decision. There really is a way to do this. This is simply a barometer for the film industry. If there could be even better information gaps, that would be even more exciting. What is the point? This isn't a business venue. It's purely a fan chat group. If you want to make money, go elsewhere. I'm off to brag to my friend. This time, I definitely won't suffer from slow internet again. I've already called someone to install the fastest internet. Last time I went to a hotel with a friend, the internet almost drove me crazy. The film industry is genuinely impressive. The group was buzzing with excitement. And Lin Ming felt proud, his spirit elevated. He looked at the admiring crowd in the group, yet he smiled arrogantly, remaining silent. Small-mindedness. This is just the beginning. Watch me, I'll go big. Things are bound to change dramatically. That's the news for now. Lin Ming sent out the message, receiving a lot of thanks in return. He continued, no need to thank me. Thank Liu Bai instead. Of course, I also want to thank him. I just had a call with him. And he brought a big order for my family's steel wholesale factory. What a good brother I have. This remark caused a stir in the group chat. The conversation was going well, and suddenly it took a turn. Someone asked, what order? How big is it? If it weren't for several tens of millions, Brother Lin probably wouldn't mention it in the group, right? I'm envious. Securing such a big order must yield a profit of several million. Big Brother Liu is practically giving away a car. When will he introduce us to it? But isn't Big Brother Liu involved in film production? The only thing related to steel would be the 2 cinema chains he recently acquired. But those cinemas don't really need steel raw materials, do they? Could it be that Big Brother Liu has other connections? Hearing the discussions in the group, Lin Ming's vanity swelled immensely. He casually replied, it's not that big, really. It's just that Liu Bai contacted the authorities to get them to collaborate with our steel raw material factory. The order is just a few billion. And they are coming to inspect our quality tomorrow morning. Based on our factory's quality, the collaboration should be almost certain. As soon as the words were out, the room fell silent in shock. Did I hear that right? Liu Bai reached out to the authorities to have them cooperate with Lin Ming's factory? What kind of influence is that? Can it really be done? And a few billion in orders. What kind of connections are involved here? Something feels off. Very off. Could the authorities be working on a major project? In an instant, the wealthy second-generation members in the group became extremely alert. For others, this news might be just shocking. But for them, it represented a true information gap. The authorities' large-scale procurement of steel could mean a lot of things. Moreover, many of their family members work in the local government departments. If they don't know, how terrifying could the insider information be? This might be a huge opportunity for wealth. This group was just right for them. Group members frantically went offline, using their connections to gather information from multiple sources. They indeed managed to hear some news. The procurement department of the authorities is indeed buying a large amount of steel, electrical grids, glass, electrical facilities, and even raw plant seeds. But for what purpose, no matter how they asked, there were no details. It seemed to hide a vast abyss, impossible to glimpse. They placed an order worth several billion with the old Lin family's steel raw material factory? No way, let me check. My goodness, it's true. Don't ask me why they need such a large quantity of materials. Even those involved are unclear. There must be a big move happening, but what exactly it is? No one knows. What Lin Ming said turned out to be true. Who exactly is Liu Bai? He can appoint manufacturers, and the authorities actually agreed. I understand the situation you mentioned. Liu Bai's background is not simple at all. It's deeper than we imagined. You must not provoke him, got it? I'll ask again, but the situation seems to have changed suddenly. For such a big matter, I'm not getting any news from my position. With various connections in motion, there's an undercurrent brewing. It seems like an invisible net is being laid out. The fear of the unknown drives many people to explore. However, more often, they choose to remain still. They understand that some things are better left unknown, as seeking them out can lead to trouble. Because of this, the group of wealthy second-generation individuals suddenly fell silent. Only Lin Ming was left, awkwardly peering into the group chat, his face filled with embarrassment. After he sent a message, no one responded to him, leaving him feeling quite out of place. Where did everyone go? I mentioned a deal worth several $100 million, and it's just crickets? Not a single surprised person? You all are making it hard for me to carry on here. Lin Ming mumbled to himself, clearly dissatisfied. He had expected this to be a moment of showing off, with everyone praising his success. But the cold silence around him was quite frustrating. Forget it. It's time for dinner. He hopped into his golden Lamborghini and drove from home to the wholesale market. After picking up his mother, they headed to the factory. The three of them enjoyed a lavish meal at a high-end restaurant, relishing the experience. Overall, Lin Ming felt proud and happy. He had played a significant role in securing that multi-million deal. He had earned a lot of face in front of his parents. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. A few days later, Friday evening arrived. The spy drama Undercover Battle was airing its finale on the local channel, followed immediately by the first episode of Raging Storm. Raging Storm was finally premiering. Chapter 170. Raging Storm premieres online. Viewers eagerly await the finale of Undercover Battle. The drama, produced by Earth Pictures, directed by Han Mo-ing, who also stars as the female lead, was about to air on the local channel. Each night at 7:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., a new episode would be released, and fans were advised not to miss it. Once the local channel announced the news, all online viewers were ecstatic. They had been eagerly waiting for this drama for so long. Yamama is magnificent. 2 episodes a day. I've forgotten what it was like watching on video platforms all these years. I can't believe how hard it is to wait for just 1 episode a week. This reminded many of their childhood days spent in front of the TV, eagerly following their favorite shows. Small stools were already set up, just waiting for Raging Storm to air. I don't usually watch dramas, but I support Earth Pictures. Our dorm's computer is ready on the official website, just waiting for the simultaneous broadcast. I've even gone to an internet cafe to catch the show, as the online community cheered and buzzed with excitement. The popularity of Raging Storm skyrocketed. The local channel's viewership surged tremendously. Even the ad slots saw a significant increase in viewership. This surge in popularity left the station that had obtained the premiere rights to Myth feeling quite envious. It was Friday night, prime time for variety shows. With weekend slots already booked, they had no chance to air dramas during that period. For them, the weekend prime time was the most precious. Thus, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything about it. The series Myth, produced by Earth Entertainment, will update 2 episodes every Monday to Thursday evening from 1945 to 2145. The script is exciting, starring Hu Guo, and it's not to be missed. The Xiangnan TV station is quite confident about this script and production. They've watched the show, which is a time travel drama filled with hype. It's definitely going to be a hit. However, it's uncertain how the series Raging Storm will perform. Time flies, and before you know it, it's already 7:20 p.m. Countless people are glued to their TVs, while some at work are focused on their phones. And many students are using their laptops, logging onto the official website to wait. The comments are already buzzing with excitement. It's about to start. I'm so anxious. You all don't rush. Let me be anxious first. Here I come, Zhangyi. The stills look really cool. I can't wait. Besides the fact that director Han Mo-ing is the youngest, the rest are seasoned actors. Han Mo-ing's character stills are truly beautiful. She plays the role of Mengyu. I'm most looking forward to the performance of teacher Zhang Sungwen. Go, Gao Xiaoya. Get out of the way, upstairs. She can only rush for me. What nonsense. Amid the heated discussions among netizens, the comments are soaring. When the clock strikes 7:30, the ads on the page flash by, and then the show officially begins. The scene opens with a report on special operations, addressing the crackdown on organized crime. It aims to normalize the fight against such crime, while also conducting education and rectification within the political and legal teams. Su Zhong receives orders to conduct a thorough investigation in Jinghai City, as there have been reports from the public regarding the Qiangxin Group's involvement in organized crime and the presence of protective umbrellas within the political and legal teams. with a directive to trace back 20 years if necessary. Su Zhong quickly sets off, but sees the mayor and others waiting at the highway entrance. This situation makes them quite alert. They are well-informed and quite bold. They risk violating the spirit of certain regulations and are still able to wait for us so punctually. Upon arriving at the residence, the person they most want to interrogate is found dead, halting their work for the time being. They consider playing badminton to unwind. However, when they reach the sports venue, they find that the badminton court has been converted into a table tennis hall. They heard that the leaders of the guidance team love playing table tennis, so we made the switch, the staff replied. Su Zhong feels a sense of caution. Which leader requested the change? The leaders decided. We wouldn't know, the staff replied before leaving. Su Zhong looks at the drastically changed sports hall, realizing this matter will be difficult to handle. Since the crackdown on organized crime began, the Qianxin group has never been mentioned. Now that we are here, the answer is clear. If no problems can be found, what does that mean? It indicates that the political and legal teams in Jinghai have issues themselves. They even know our fondness for table tennis. They begin distributing internal investigation forms. All the police inspection content appears quite healthy and good. Only one person's form stands out. Not only is it written in great detail, but it also records receiving bottles of liquor during festivals and sends red envelopes based on market prices. An XIN, Su Zhong mutters softly. Soon, an XIN, who was filling out the survey, arrived at the place Su Zhong had agreed upon, which was a swimming pool. He was seen with a head full of white hair, looking prematurely aged. He was the head of the publicity department of the police bureau and had already been sidelined, no longer allowed to participate in case handling. All right. Thank you. Thank you. An XIN expressed his gratitude to the guide and walked into the swimming pool. Su Zhong's subordinate invited him for a swim, explicitly mentioning concerns that an XIN might be carrying a listening device. This startled an XIN. Lao Ji, don't scare him. We are guarding against the unscrupulous. Not the honorable, Su Zhong said, wanting to collaborate with an XIN. However, an XIN dared not be entirely honest. In the past, when the guidance team came down, it was merely a formality. The underlying criminal forces remained indifferent. So he chose to observe cautiously. What do you want to know? An XIN asked with a smile. Just tell us what you know about Gao Qiqiang. Su Zhong's voice became more distant in an XIN's ears, and for a moment, an XIN's gaze darkened, as if he was pulled back 20 years in time. The pace of the plot was fast, but the storyline that had been covered earlier left people a bit confused. The driver and subordinates around him were all summoned away, and that Gong Kaijiang was actually scared to death. What crime did he commit? Zhang Yi's performance as an XIN was truly remarkable. He seemed to have concerns about the guidance team. Watching it for the first time, I still couldn't sort out the character relationships. Is this really an appropriate way to shoot? I must say, watching seasoned actors perform is genuinely enjoyable. I also found some parts hard to understand. It has been 20 minutes since it started airing. So let me briefly summarize the plot. The guidance team received reports from the public that there were criminal forces in Jinghai City, so Su Zhong brought his team over. And then the deputy mayor, Gong Kaijiang, was scared to death, leading to an internal investigation within the political and legal system, which uncovered an XIN, played by Zhang Yi, who wanted to learn about Gao Qiqiang. You're right upstairs. The timeline has changed. 20 years ago, during the new year, with a shift in the scene, the time moved to the year 2000. On New Year's Eve, amidst the sound of firecrackers, a report was received. Young and XIN and his team member Li Xiang went out on duty. They saw Gao Qiqiang, a fish vendor, being beaten and coughing up blood by a group of people. Police comrades, you finally came. I reported the case, said one of the attackers. We were playing mahjong at home, and he broke in to rob us. He has gone crazy. After coming in, he started hitting my brother. What if he gets hurt? He was the one who attacked first. We all saw it. Gao Qiqiang was covered in blood, unable to stop coughing, his eyes filled with helplessness and pain. An XIN took out his phone to call for an ambulance, but looked at the fierce crowd and asked in confusion, but he came alone to rob. Do you really need so many people to beat him? Why didn't you call the police first? The group was stunned by the question and simply replied, but he was robbing. This segment of the plot made sharp-eyed viewers notice the problem, and they began to discuss it in the comments. Is this the gang leader mentioned earlier? He was like this 20 years ago. Could it be that he turned to crime because he was beaten? I think it can't be that simple. Otherwise, this show would be too cliché. Teacher Zhang Songwen's portrayal of a small character is outstanding. Just one glance can convey helplessness and grievance. Haven't you noticed? The actors playing the assailants are also excellent. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. This isn't a show for young stars. It's just so refreshing. Even the supporting actors have their moments. The lead actor, Zhang Yi, is already 43 years old. But you can't tell at all. He is only 3 years younger than Zhang Sungwen. Really, his portrayal of a young character feels completely natural. Don't you feel like you're going to die if you watch TV without sending comments? Amid the discussions in the comments, the camera shifts to the interrogation room. An ex-science partner, Li Xiang, questions, "Did you do it?" Gao Qiqiang shakes his head, "I didn't." Li Xiang clicks his tongue, "Gao Qiqiang, I've seen many tough-talking people like you. It's a festive day today. Let's not waste each other's time. You went to someone else's house and smashed their TV. What do you want?" Li Xiang slams the table, his voice stern, "Be honest about your issues." Gao Qiqiang, in a panic, replies, "I smashed my own TV. That was a TV I gave him. They said gifts once given can't be taken back." Li Xiang asks, "Tell me what happened." The scene shifts back 3 days earlier. Gao Qiqiang is selling fish at the market when the brother who previously assaulted him approaches and mentions the sanitation fee. He also hints at a plasma TV. Gao Qiqiang's fish stall is permanently set up. He spent a lot of money and doesn't want to move. So he checks the price of plasma TVs, which costs over 20,000. In the end, he grits his teeth and buys one for over 8,000 to give to the two brothers. A few days later, the situation regarding his stall remains unresolved. He takes a red envelope and heads to the market administrator's home, hoping to continue operating at his original stall. His tone is incredibly humble. The administrator directly scolds him, telling him to leave with the TV. As Gao Qiqiang carries the TV out, he pleads with the administrator's brother, "Can you help me out and tell your brother to let me keep that stall?" "Get lost," the brother replies irritably. "Just help me out," Gao Qiqiang continues. "Get lost." Gao Qiqiang feels a mix of frustration and anger. "Just wait and see." This statement angers the brother, who then pushes the TV off Gao Qiqiang's shoulder, breaking a corner. Gao Qiqiang, infuriated, rushes back in, only to be beaten until he spits blood. At this point, the storyline becomes clearer, and the comments begin to heat up again. So that's how he got beaten. That group really bullies people. The characters played by Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu are genuinely annoying. It said that they acted well. They really did. I'm already getting angry watching. However, Zhang Sungwen's portrayal of the humble character is also remarkable. It feels like I see myself when I ask for help. Damn. Getting the TV pushed over and rushing back in to fight back. He has really been blinded by rage. The next part of the plot. Gao Qiqiang sat in the interrogation room, constantly thinking about going home to make a New Year's Eve dinner for his younger siblings. Worried that they wouldn't know how to cook and would go hungry. His demeanor and actions, along with the way he dared not lift his head to look at others, portrayed a timid and vivid character of a small-time fish seller. Meanwhile, an ex-IN, played by Zhang Yi, received news that his aunt had brought him dumplings. Outside the bureau, an ex-IN saw Gao Qiqiang's younger siblings who wanted to bring clothes to their brother, fearing he might be cold. They also brought a lunchbox, in which the dumplings were soggy, along with some overcooked side dishes. It was New Year's, and they wondered if their brother could have a bite to eat. Gao Qiqiang's brother, Gao Qixing, pleaded, "Could you please, this item, according to regulations, shouldn't be brought in." An ex-IN, feeling soft-hearted and unable to refuse, still insisted on the principle. His situation isn't that serious. He should be able to go home in a few days. During the new year, you shouldn't be here. You should go back and spend time with your parents, comfort them. All right. Gao Qiqiang's sister, Gao Qilan, saw an ex-IN turning to leave and cried out, "We have no parents. My brother is our guardian, and we always celebrate together on New Year's Eve." An ex-IN's heart softened again, leading the siblings into the room and letting them watch the Spring Festival Gala. The brother hoped to give the dumplings to Gao Qiqiang, but an ex-IN had his own plan. "These are our meals. If you don't mind, let me take this to your brother," he said, pointing to the dumplings he had just received from his aunt. "He will definitely eat them. And you too. These 2 portions are exactly the same. You can have them too." An ex-IN picked up the steamer of dumplings and asked, "How about this arrangement? Do you agree?" Gao Qixing understood. Yes. But why don't you give me chopsticks?" An ex-IN inquired. The 2 siblings quickly looked for chopsticks, but an ex-IN, without using his hands, held them with his mouth. Before leaving the room, he also turned up the volume of the gala. Back in the interrogation room, an ex-IN shared dumplings with his comrade Li Xiang. "Why don't you eat first? I'll go home and cook for my younger siblings, okay?" Gao Qiqiang, still worried about his siblings, humbly asked. An ex-IN replied, "One more portion." Li Xiang thought this was against the rules. You haven't signed yet. Haven't we asked almost everything? Isn't it the same to sign after eating? That has settled then. Gao Qiqiang received the dumplings, but had no appetite. Li Xiang noticed an empty lunchbox and wanted to open it. What is this? Empty. An Xian quickly pressed it down and set it aside. This action puzzled Gao Qiqiang. Li Xiang didn't pursue it further. I'll get you a glass of water. You keep an eye on him. Chapter 171. New Lamborghini passes quality inspection. Open for reservations. The netizens exploded. Li Xiang left. Gao Qiqiang leaned closer to the lunchbox for a look, further confirming it was his own. An Xian urged, if you don't eat soon, the dumplings will stick together. Officer, I've said everything I need to say. Please let me go back. Gao Qiqiang pleaded softly, my younger siblings can't cook. An Xian picked up the empty lunchbox and brought it in front of Gao Qiqiang, tapping it lightly. How did my lunchbox end up here? Gao Qiqiang asked, puzzled. It seems they can cook a bit. An Xian said softly. Gao Qiqiang inquired, where are they? They are next door. The portion you're eating is the same as theirs. Thank you. Gao Qiqiang's eyes reddened. He already knew about his brother and sister's situation. They wouldn't go hungry and were right beside him. This made Gao Qiqiang feel incredibly reassured and warm. As he ate dumplings, tears fell, filled with gratitude. What should I call you? An Xian. Safe and flourishing. Gao Qiqiang smiled foolishly and clasped his fists in thanks. Officer and Happy New Year. This scene warmed the hearts of countless viewers of the drama. Moreover, Zhang Songwen's acting was truly heartfelt. In an instant, various complex emotions swirled in the audience's hearts, turning into excitement and emotion, causing the comments to erupt. This scene was really amazing. Gao Qiqiang's timidity and an Xian's warmth made this scene incredibly strong. The emotional impact was off the charts. Before I realized it, I was already in tears. An Xian is really warm. Having such a police officer is truly reassuring. There should be less bullying. Those brothers were really too much. After watching, all I felt was warmth. I love this drama so much. The acting is on point. It's so satisfying to watch. I almost wanted to gouge my eyes out for the trashy idol dramas I used to watch. Amidst the discussions, the TV drama returned to the present time. The first to appear on screen was Zhang Songwen, dressed in traditional attire. At that moment, he was beating a drum and stuffing two big red envelopes into the mouth of a lion dancer. After the feast began, Gao Qiqiang accompanied the respected elders of the village for a meal. Those elders were also discussing the situation outside, their faces filled with worry. Chong, I heard the gang in Jinghai is causing quite a stir. Have they harassed you? With graying hair, Gao Qiqiang pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. This is a society governed by law. There shouldn't be any gangs. But there are. Just a few days ago, didn't the young people from our village come back and say so? An elder reminded. What was that gang leader called? Dao Gu, someone replied. Yes, Dao Gu. He is a lone shark. He threatens to chop off hands and feet if you don't repay. So fierce. Gao Qiqiang echoed. Did you hear about it? An elder asked. Gao Qiqiang shook his head. I haven't heard. The elder then asked the bearded man next to him. Have you heard of Dao Gu? The bearded man shook his head. Haven't heard. At that moment, a shout came from afar. Dao Gu, Dao Gu, Dao Gu. A young man approached the bearded man and said, the car is blocking the village road. Can I borrow your key to move it? The elders at the table instantly looked terrified. Gao Qiqiang calmly picked up his glass. To Uncle San, may you have good health. The first episode concluded here. The viewers, however, were left in shock. It was as if they had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. The comments were in a frenzy. What the heck? The last 5 minutes of the first episode were packed with information. Gao Qiqiang has really become the leader of the gang. That brother Dao looks a bit familiar. Isn't he the market manager who bullied him before, or that brother Tang Xiaolong? Oh my gosh, what has happened in the plot? I can't wait to see more. It's already 9:15 p.m. Does this mean there won't be any more episodes tonight? Damn, I still want to know what happens next. It's really thrilling. The pacing of the plot is so fast, and the change in identity is a major plot twist. Now I understand why the show is called Raging Storm. The acting is on fire. All the netizens are eagerly anticipating the second episode. This kind of dramatic performance is just too exciting. Everyone is extremely excited. Even though tonight's episodes have finished airing, discussions on various platforms are heating up. It has climbed straight to the trending list. In an instant, it occupied several trending topics. Raging Storm premiere, Raging Storm Zhang Songwen, Raging Storm Zhang Yi. Raging Storm sets new viewership record. Raging Storm receives rave reviews. acting on fire, Raging Storm director Lin Ming. With such a high level of buzz, the higher-ups at the local station are also extremely thrilled. They actually got this show at a bargain because they weren't the highest bidders. Right now, the entire internet is discussing the plot of Raging Storm, and the viewership brought by this level of hype has set historical records. Fans of the film studio are even crazily recommending the show to their parents. Such a drama is exactly what the older generation loves. Even the female fans who usually follow idol dramas are drawn in by the acting and plot of Raging Storm, and they can hardly bear to watch their idols' dramas anymore. Brother, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't love you anymore, but your acting has become hard to watch. From now on, I'll just watch you host shows, sob. Little brother CZ, your acting this time is really wooden. I could tolerate it before, but now I really can't anymore. Watching a serious drama for the first time has completely changed my perspective. It's so exciting that I could stomp my feet. Everyone online is praising it. It's suitable for all ages. This trend has also boosted the confidence of the platform that secured the exclusive online broadcasting rights. Although TV stations can buy the rights repeatedly, not everyone has the time to sit in front of the TV. The advantage of online exclusivity is that you can watch it anytime. This time, it's a huge profit. The success of Raging Storm has also made the station that secured Myth envious. There are still 3 days until the weekend, when they can finally air it. But can Myth even be aired then? Their station still has other dramas airing. Even if they want to, they have to wait for the previous drama to finish. Conservatively speaking, it will take at least 2 weeks before Myth can be aired. Meanwhile, Raging Storm from the local station is wrapping up. Looking on the bright side, it can stagger its release from Raging Storm, and by then, it will absorb all the anticipation from the internet. It will definitely be a huge hit. That's right. Everyone is now waiting for Myth, and staggering the release is actually a good thing. Our Myth is also quite impressive. Even when facing challenges head-on, it doesn't back down. The leaders from Xiangnan said reassuringly. After all, the production quality from the film company is absolutely guaranteed. They are full of confidence. 6 days later, Raging Storm has reached episode 12. The plot twists and turns, with various clues intricately linked. In this episode, everything comes together. Conflicts erupt collectively. In the end, Gao Qiqiang kills the gang leader Su Jiang and even takes a real estate tycoon as his godfather, becoming the project manager of the group, significantly elevating his status. The excitement of the plot has everyone thrilled. An Xin and Li Xiang's master died, and it turns out it was all for a promotion. I finally understand the earlier clues. This storyline is truly remarkable. Gao Qiqiang's series of transformations is really impressive. He wanted to turn himself in, but his brother Gao Qixing disagreed, and even pressured their sister who was back in college. His schemes are really deep. I'm completely immersed in the story, unable to extricate myself. In the end, Gao Qiqiang and an Xin meet on the street. When Gao Qiqiang wants to give a hug, but an Xin dodges. It really tugs at the heartstrings. I give this 12th episode a perfect score. Looking forward to the upcoming episodes. While countless netizens are excitedly shouting about the thrilling plot, tonight, the film company suddenly dropped a bombshell. The Lamborghini has passed quality inspection and is officially available for pre-order. Boom. All netizens exploded with excitement. Chapter 172. Are you really that desperate to grab a car? The new Lamborghini Gallardo goes live on the official website at midnight. This sudden bombshell landed unexpectedly in the late night. No one anticipated that the new Lamborghini would be released so soon. In an instant, everyone went from shock to sudden excitement. Wow, it's going online so late at night. The new Lamborghini is really here. Is it pronounced Gallardo like this? The film company is really free-spirited. Who does marketing at this hour? I'm already prepared with money. I hope I can grab one this time. Damn, I can't borrow money anywhere right now. Are those guys planning to hike the prices for secondhand ones? Do you know what I discovered? In the finale of the drama Raging Storm, there was a Lamborghini advertisement. I saw it too. Is this a collaboration? Haha. While the whole internet is focused on Raging Storm, putting this ad at the end is really clever. Almost everyone watching the show must have seen the news about the Lamborghini launch, right? You all should check the official website. This time it's still limited edition. One message directly ignited netizens' emotions. Not only did Lamborghini's trending topic surpass that of Raging Storm, but the news on the official website also kept exploding. As countless people rushed to enter the Lamborghini official site, they also saw pictures of the actual car. Sunset orange, extremely eye-catching. The low-profile design of the car resembles chiseled marks, exuding a fierce aura. The iconic shark mouth design accentuates its sharpness, and the entire body radiates a strong sense of aggression. The rear of the car features a spoiler and 4 exhaust outlets, making it even sharper and more defined than the previous generation model. At first glance, countless online users are captivated. "Auntie, I don't want to strive anymore. I really want this." Compared to its predecessor, this model has a more aggressive style, and the design clearly indicates it was born for the racetrack. It represents a completely different aesthetic from the last generation. "This car is my dream vehicle. It's incredibly cool. This is what a sports car should look like. Honestly, I prefer the previous model. I even bought it for the iconic logo." In the comments, some believe this new model, designed more for track performance, has more distinct features. However, many still appreciate the previous model's smoother lines. Even if there are mixed feelings among netizens, those who want to buy it will still go ahead. Showing off is a lifelong endeavor. People also noticed the limited edition label next to the new model, which has increased to 15,000 units. This raised concerns among many online users. They actually increased the limit to 15,000. Will this lead to depreciation? Depreciation? You're overthinking it. Do you really think 15,000 is a lot? It's just not as crazy as the price hikes for the last generation. If you want to buy this model from someone else, you'll still need to pay a premium. Its commercial value and uniqueness remain high, making it a worthy investment. Netizens are ready to act, just waiting for midnight to place their orders. The starting price this time is still $7.5 million. Those with financial means have already set their alarms. After all, the previous generation was extremely rare. There are so many wealthy individuals, and there simply aren't enough to go around. This new model is also flashy and striking, appealing to countless hearts who wish to own one. With a global limit of 15,000 units, if you miss out, it's gone. Even those who own the previous model are getting ready to jump in. The 200 members in the WeChat group managed by Lin Ming are already restless. They learned about this news through Lin Ming's channels and are fully prepared. "I'm ready. I've upgraded my internet connection." Those who snagged the previous Lamborghini model probably won't be looking to sell, right? "I chose to give up. I've regretted buying the previous model for over 6 months. This new car isn't appealing. I won't buy it." Get lost. Stop pretending. I won't be fooled by you again. I absolutely need one. Don't compete with me. Are you all fighting alone? What do you mean by that, group owner? The group owner, while a wealthy second generation, stands out among peers. With the resources and connections from their parents, they've also made a fortune of their own. Their cash reserves of tens of millions are unmatched by many in the group, where members often have family assets worth hundreds of millions or even billions. But that's just an estimate. A cash flow of several tens of millions could sever the funding chain, and a massive fortune can collapse at any moment. Yet such an outstanding group leader can't even buy a Lamborghini no matter how much they raise the price. Imagine the ridicule if that gets out. At this moment, he is standing in a fast-paced internet cafe, having booked the entire place. Behind him are a bunch of university students, playing games, watching shows, and surfing the internet. He sees the inquiries in the group chat and can't help but reveal a sinister smile, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. "I've booked an internet cafe with lightning-fast speeds, meticulously chosen by me. I've also hired over 100 university students to help me snatch cars. Whoever secures a spot, I'll go over to make the payment and give a hefty bonus of tens of thousands. And if you're lucky enough to grab multiple purchase qualifications, maybe I can sell you a few." As soon as the group leader said this, the entire chat fell silent. Then, a chorus of exclamations erupted. The group members were stunned. What kind of operation is this? Are we mining in an internet cafe? Chapter 173, The Frustrating Lin Ming, the Playful Group Leader. The superhero movie is now in review for release. In the group of wealthy second-generation individuals, everyone was dumbfounded by the group leader's move. "Group leader, you went to the internet cafe to mine. Oh no, is it too late for me to book a venue now? This is insane. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a car? Group leader, if you secure multiple purchase qualifications, give me one. I'll pay an extra 500,000. I'm willing to pay an additional 500,000 as a service fee. Does the group leader even care about your 500,000? I'll offer an extra 700,000. Get lost. Don't be so greedy." The group was in an uproar. Everyone rushed to message the group leader privately. Those wealthy second-generation members who had better internet connections were also stunned. Who would have thought there could be such a move? Even the miners were calling it professional. Lin Ming, seeing the chaos in the group, couldn't help but admire the group leader's brilliance. He could only stare blankly at the computer in front of him. Their steel factory had already finalized a partnership with the authorities. His parents were incredibly happy, and they couldn't help but praise Lin Ming whenever they saw him. The more they looked at him, the more they found him pleasing. This deal brought significant profits to Lin Ming's factory. The authorities not only placed orders worth several hundred million, but also indicated that future collaborations were possible. This not only boosted Lin Ming's prestige, but also earned him commissions exceeding 10 million from his father. One could say that the cash flow was exceptionally abundant. However, having money but not spending it is equivalent to being broke, right? Lin Ming wanted the new Lamborghini, but seeing the frenzy of the 200 people in the group, he felt that the odds had decreased significantly. He couldn't possibly be that lucky every time, could he? Mr. Liu Bai, thank you for introducing the order that allowed my family to make a fortune. You are a benefactor to our family. When can I treat you to a meal? Lin Ming sent this message via WeChat, hoping to make a connection. His advantage, after all, was being the chairman of Earth Film Industries. Since he couldn't secure a spot, he could also leverage his unique advantages to directly ask Liu Bai for internal purchase qualifications. Recently, I have been very busy and haven't had time to eat. It's already past 10 p.m., and Liu Bai isn't asleep this early either. He just finished signing a contract at the office and is on his way home. There are more and more film and television projects to shoot, and the number of copyright contracts to sign is countless. A single movie not only has merchandise, but also exclusive online broadcast rights, television airing rights, and so on. These can bring significant profits to the company. Over time, it can be comparable to box office earnings. Additionally, he also needs to keep an eye on the Dinosaur Park project and stay in touch with the professors to inquire about progress. He usually eats at the office and naturally doesn't have time to entertain clients. Lin Ming was delighted to see Liu Bai's reply. However, he didn't want to appear inconsiderate, so he directly said, "We appreciate your contribution to our steel factory. My parents and I have discussed it and believe it would be appropriate to give you a referral fee. Although we know you're not short on money and this amount is not large, just a few million, it's important for us to show our gratitude. Otherwise, we wouldn't feel right. I hope you can provide your account number so we can transfer it directly to you." Lin Ming understood the importance of reciprocity in business. If others can't benefit, why would they continue to refer business to you? One can't think that a meal is enough to settle things. A meal is worth very little. This is something his father taught him. Business is ultimately about interests. Without benefits, people won't want to engage with you. One must never lose sight of the bigger picture. Sometimes, not making money is acceptable, but making connections with wealthy individuals can lead to future opportunities where others will think of you first. It's like securing a strong ally and having a solid backing, which makes business easier. Lin Ming kept this in mind. Although his goal was to buy a Lamborghini, he still felt it was important to give what was due. When Liu Bai saw the message, a few million was not a concern for him. However, it didn't mean that it wasn't a significant amount. This is a sum that many ordinary people would struggle to earn in a lifetime. Liu Bai found his account number and sent it. "This is my mother's account. Please transfer it to her." Lin Ming was even more pleased upon seeing this. It meant that their relationship was becoming increasingly close. "Great. I'll transfer it right away." After sending the message, Lin Ming proudly walked to the living room and called out, "Dad, I have an account number for you to transfer money to." This is the account number of Liu Bai's mother. He joked, "Come on, how could I possibly transfer the money myself?" His father, hearing this, was so excited that he shook with joy, exclaiming, "That's great. My son is doing well. Make sure to communicate well with Liu Bai and get on this big boat early. You'll be able to earn money easily." Lin Ming nodded knowingly. "Got it. You should rest early too. Don't stay up too late." His father shyly smiled and called the finance department to get things done. Once Lin Ming confirmed that the transfer was successful, he returned to his room and respectfully said, "Liu Bai, the matter has been taken care of. It should arrive by tomorrow at the latest." Liu Bai sat in the bumblebee and returned to the villa. "This is troublesome." "Not troublesome at all." Lin Ming's face was full of excitement, humble and enjoying it. He didn't even realize how long it had been since he wholeheartedly cared for someone. "Han Moing? Who is that? Not familiar at all. My heart only has Liu Bai." He smiled. "As long as I can see you happy." Lin Ming, looking for something to say, exchanged a few pleasantries before stating his intention. "Thanks to you, I've made a bit of money. With the new Lamborghini model coming out, I want to continue supporting your business. I really love the car, but I'm worried I won't be able to get one. So, can I ask for an internal purchase quota?" "Don't worry, I will pay in full, no discounts needed, just need to be able to buy it. When Lu Bai returned to his room and just lay down, he saw the message and replied, "The factory has indeed started stocking up in advance. It seems there are over 2,000 units. If you want an internal purchase quota, I can mention it for you, and you can pick it up anytime." Instantly, Lin Ming was ecstatic, excited, thrilled. He jumped around the room, his face flushed, even wanting to boast to the group immediately. This is the benefit of connections. Otherwise, he would be constantly bothering someone, and the big boss wouldn't have time to handle these small matters. Did he think he could just take advantage of their schoolmate relationship? Moreover, Lin Ming was also aware that his relationship with Lu Bai during their school years wasn't that great. As long as the other party didn't dislike him, he was already grateful. How could he dare to ask for too much? But it didn't matter. Everything was on the right track. Lin Ming was full of confidence. "Thank you so much. Should I transfer the money to your mother's account?" Lu Bai didn't refuse. Lin Ming immediately opened the door and shouted to his father, "Dad, have finance transfer 7.5 million to Lu Bai's mother's account. I've reached a secret cooperation with the big boss Lu Bai." Lin Ming's father was taken aback. 7.5 million. That number is so sensitive. Isn't that the price of the Lamborghini downstairs? And the new Lamborghini model is launching. Does he think I don't go online? At that moment, Lin Ming's father's fists clenched, but he quickly forced a smile and praised, "Good son. You've learned to invest. High value retention, sure profit. Damn, spending millions on a car is simply extravagant." But he also understood the market. Knowing the peculiarities of Lamborghini, second-hand cars can sell for more than new ones, and there's often a scarcity. As long as he could flip a Lamborghini, there was indeed money to be made. But it also had to be under the condition of not getting into an accident. His son drives recklessly. Who knows if an accident might happen? Everyone, gather around. I have an announcement. I just got off the phone with the big boss Lu Bai and secured the new Lamborghini Gallardo. Tomorrow, anyone who is free, let us go see the car. After pulling a fast one on his dad, Lin Ming couldn't hold back any longer and directly posted in the group. His words immediately drew the collective ire of the sensitive, rich, second-generation kids. Get lost. Damn it. Give me the WeChat ID of Big Shot Lu Bai. I'm going to call him out for this insider move. Holy crap. The actual car is only 14,999 now? Damn. It's not even 11 yet. I'm losing my mind. Group admin, say something. Admin, stop talking and just kick him out. I can't stand his disgusting behavior. You think I don't want to kick him? Damn it. Lin Ming pulled off a big one. He.S. overjoyed and proud. Last time when the Aventador was released, Lin Ming was so envious. Why couldn't he be the first to get the car? Now, the opportunity has finally come. He is so excited he can't sleep. Amid the discussions and cursing in the group, the clock struck 11:59. Every second had everyone on edge. The once lively group chat fell silent at that moment. Everyone was nervously watching the seconds tick by, hoping to be the first to snag a spot. Stay sharp, everyone. Only 30 seconds left. Whoever grabs the car purchase slot, notify me immediately to make the payment, and I'll reward you with a 50,000 yuan red packet on the spot. The group admin said sternly in the internet cafe. This got the college students super excited, their adrenaline pumping. Not only were they getting free internet and late-night snacks, but they were also earning 100 yuan for this side gig. It felt like heaven. More importantly, if they managed to secure a purchase slot for the Lamborghini, there was an additional 50,000 yuan reward. Everyone was beyond thrilled. It felt like all they had to do was click the mouse to grab the opportunity. 5 seconds left, get ready. The admin shouted, his face tense with determination. Damn it, as the most prestigious rich kid in the group, not even owning a Lamborghini is just embarrassing. The moment the clock hit 0000, the entire internet cafe erupted in agonized groans. It's over. The page froze. I couldn't get it. My webpage won't load. Damn it, I missed out on 50,000 yuan. 15,000 Lamborghinis. And all the insider slots are gone. I'm in shock. Hearing the sighs around him, the group admin's expression turned grim. With hundreds of people trying, not a single one managed to get a slot. Lin Ming really is the worst. Boss, I got a slot. The payment countdown is on. 14 minutes and 50 seconds left. Just as the admin was feeling disappointed, the same voice that had been screaming frantically earlier delivered the good news. The admin's heart raced as he excitedly turned toward the source of the voice. It turned out to be a female college student who was a regular at the internet cafe. He glanced at her computer screen. She had actually managed to secure a slot. Instantly relieved, the admin exclaimed excitedly, "Wait for me to finish the payment, and I'll give you the red packet." He eagerly opened his banking app, ready to scan the code and pay. Just then, another voice chimed in. "Boss, does this mean I got a slot too?" I thought I didn't get it because the page froze, so I refreshed, and the payment interface popped up. The admin's eyes widened in disbelief. He walked over to check the screen. It was true. Everyone try refreshing the interface to see if it gets stuck. The group leader shouted. Not only did he manage to buy the car he wanted, but he also made a profit. "Boss, do I have a red envelope?" The man asked eagerly. "Yes," came the confirmation, and the man was overjoyed. Others were also inspired, but after repeatedly refreshing, there was still no new payment page. The official website showed that all the cars had been snatched up. However, getting 2 cars was much better than he had expected. He went to the computer of a girl addicted to the internet to make the payment and gave red envelopes to the 2 of them. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. There was still 1 car left to pay for, but there were 14 minutes left for payment. So he returned to the group with peace of mind and chose to lurk. "Damn it, it's over. I can't grab one again. I've smashed my keyboard. Lin Ming is really damn it. Boo-hoo, I got a car. Good sister, sell me the car. I'm tired, just destroy me. In fact, your mindset is all wrong. It's just a car. Is it really necessary to get so seriously angry? If you can't grab it, just let it go. You saved a few million, isn't that great? The person upstairs has a good mindset, but I'm really angry that I can't grab it. Don't be angry, it's bad for your health. I've already got a car, and I'll drive it for you to cool off. Get lost." Countless people in the group broke down. After lurking, the group leader quietly counted the number of people who had bought the Gallardo, 17 people. That was 5 more than last time. This is really competitive, but that's okay. Soon it would be 18. The group leader smiled coldly and sent a message. This time the mining was not bad. There are a total of 2 payment qualifications. As soon as he spoke, the group instantly became frantic. "Group leader, let me make the payment. Give it to me, please. I also want a Lamborghini. I'll pay 700,000 in handling fees. Give me the car. I've said it many times. Stop being so competitive. Let the car go to me." "Not competitive? That's not possible. I've invited so many people and put in so much effort. If you don't compete, how can I treat you all well? How about this? Let's hold an auction in the group. There are still 13.5 minutes left on the payment countdown. After 10 minutes, the car goes to the highest bidder, starting from 100,000. Suddenly, the group was in an uproar. Countless people were red-eyed with excitement. Lin Ming looked at the crazed group and couldn't help but exclaim how outrageous it was. The group leader really knew how to play. Is this even possible? At 0000, Lin Ming also tried to grab a spot, but did not succeed. While feeling regret, he was also glad he had asked Liu Bai for the internal purchase privilege in advance. Otherwise, he might have been the only one left in a desperate bidding situation. In the end, the car was auctioned off for 1.3 million. Some people had already backed down, thinking it might be cheaper to find a scalper for a second-hand Lamborghini. Ultimately, the car was bought by a wealthy young woman. The group leader also received the transfer and purchased the second Lamborghini. This time, it was a huge profit. 10 days later, news broke within the production company that the movie Superman had completed its rendering, passed the review, and was set to be released. Fans were once again stirred by the excitement generated by the company. Chapter 174. The trailer is out. Is this what Superman really means? The new Lamborghini Gallardo is set to produce 15,000 units, and within less than a minute, it was completely sold out, leaving the company beaming with joy. Collaborating with the production company has undoubtedly been the highlight of this year. Previously, there was a sense of frustration, thinking it was embarrassing to be a subcontractor. Working on a project for a film industry company felt shameful at the time. But now, profits are soaring, and all shareholders are praising the chairman's decision back then. "We trust you as the chairman. We recognize the company's ambition early on, and with a talent like you, making money is inevitable. I initially opposed the collaboration, but I realize now that my vision was too narrow. The profits are amazing. A 20 profit on 7.5 million is 1.5 million. If after-sales service is managed well, with a 95 customer satisfaction rate, we can earn another 20 profit. What business can be this lucrative? Notifications must go out to ensure after-sales staff treat car owners with utmost seriousness. If the satisfaction rate doesn't reach 95, everyone will be penalized. But there should also be rewards. Everyone will receive bonuses and performance incentives. In no time, the company treated the Lamborghini with even more care than their own children. This cash cow is not something you come across every day. Moreover, the maintenance fees for Lamborghini are also a huge source of income. Every part is expensive. The profits here are enough to make many car manufacturers envious. Plus, the limited production makes their profits calculable. 1,000 units of the Aventador can yield $3 billion in profit. And the latest Gallardo, with 15,000 units, is truly staggering. With the high-level emphasis, the after-sales department is extremely cautious and serious about maintaining the Lamborghini's reputation, achieving a review rating as high as 99.7. While the outside world buzzed with excitement over the sold-out Lamborghinis, the production company quietly made big waves. The new IP movie Superman has finally passed the review and is about to hit the screens, shocking all fans. Oh my god, the new movie is finally coming. The series has reached 26 episodes, and Jang Sung-won's acting is truly legendary. Especially after the brother's death, his physiological reactions were so genuine. It didn't feel acted at all. When is Myth coming out? Superman is about to be released. I'm so looking forward to it. Did you notice that the lead actor was also selected from Actors Please Take Your Place? He is a tall and handsome guy. Oh my, it's really him. Peng Yuyen, who is 185 meters tall. He doesn't seem to have signed with the production company. It seems he was already under contract with another company. The production company truly picks the right actors, even if they aren't their own, like Hugo from Myth. In a state of shock and uproar. It is known that Peng Yuyen had starred in the TV drama Shanjian quite some time ago, which initially gained immense popularity but later faced the fate of being shelved. It wasn't until recently, when he appeared on Actors Please Take Your Places, that he made a comeback into the public eye. His physique, muscles, and abdominal contours are simply flawless. He embodies a type that any man would envy. Although his facial features are not particularly striking, his body certainly adds to his appeal. Netizens speculate that the production company may have chosen him for the lead role in Superman because of his physique and various skills. The title itself suggests that the film could be about superhumans, just as netizens were pondering what kind of story the script would unfold. The trailer for Superman was released on Liu Bai's account, igniting the enthusiasm of all movie fans. They rushed to watch it, exclaiming in surprise, "So this is what Superman means." P.S. Just a heads up, my writing skills are lacking, and despite having many bookshelves, my daily views barely reach 100. And I've been struggling for a month now. This month, I plan to wrap up my current work and start a new book, hoping to improve my writing abilities and achieve better results. Good night. Chapter 175. Is Superman an extraterrestrial life form? Lin Ming's mind is about to crash. The long-awaited new movie is finally coming, instantly igniting everyone's enthusiasm. They had learned about the new version of the film early on and speculated that Superman refers to superhumans or very strong humans. However, today, the first trailer was finally revealed on Liu Bai's account, completely shocking everyone. Netizens spread the word, rushing to watch it as soon as possible. The Superman trailer is out. No way, really. Where? Liu Bai just posted it. People opened the site through various channels and were greeted with the Superman trailer, which had climbed to the top of the site's recommendations. It was trending everywhere. The long-awaited footage had fully showcased the Superman brand. When netizens clicked on the video, over 200,000 people were watching simultaneously. The comments were going wild. I'm here, waiting for the premiere, reserving my spot, excited for a box office explosion. Weren't there supposed to be several films? Why is there only the Superman trailer? Don't hide it. What about Deadpool, Iron Man 2, and Pacific Rim? The comments were so crazy that it was hard to see the film's visuals. Lin Ming had specifically followed Liu Bai's account, and whenever there was new activity, he would get a pop-up notification. He rushed to the site, eagerly anticipating the trailer's presentation. To avoid the comments blocking the screen, he chose to disable them, focusing all his attention on the trailer. As the scene opens, there is an explosion against the backdrop of a setting sun. A weathered man with a beard, cloaked, looks around in confusion amidst the chaos. It seems like war is erupting. In an instant, the focus shifts to the cry of a small baby. A bitter male voice speaks in the background. "Goodbye, my child." The camera pans to the man speaking, who gently holds the child. It is the same despairing figure from the beginning of the trailer. "Our dreams and hopes will accompany you." The voiceover continues as the man tenderly strokes the child's head, then hands the baby over to a spacecraft. A woman's voice emerges, presumably the child's mother, filled with soft pain. "He will be alone. They will kill him." The man shakes his head, seemingly in disbelief. "How could that be? He will become their god." A sorrowful background score accompanies the launch of the spacecraft into the cosmos, heading towards a cerulean planet. Shortly after, the logo of a film production company appears. It seems to be a break in the filming, giving viewers time to digest the overwhelming information. Lin Ming watches this, momentarily stunned, quickly realizing the story being told. This is a war occurring in another world, forcing the baby's parents to send him to a blue planet? And will the film's content unfold on this blue planet? But why does the baby's mother believe the inhabitants of the blue planet will kill their child? The father's expression is also quite profound, appearing both worried and reluctant to see the story go in that direction. The trailer lasts less than 40 seconds, yet it is packed with information that clarifies the plot for Lin Ming. When he opens the comments section, the barrage of messages bombards his senses. Chapter 176. The frenzy comes to an end with the release of Superman, and the myth unfolds. The internet is in a frenzy. 37 seconds into the trailer, countless viewers are exceptionally excited. The storyline is clear. The protagonist will be an alien. The analysis above is spot on. No more analysis needed. Wow, it really is. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't pointed it out. So impressive. Let us not be sarcastic here. However, the amount of information is indeed substantial. The baby is undoubtedly the main character, right? Due to the war in his homeland, he must be sent to the blue planet for refuge. And the core selling point of the story has already got me excited. I have a feeling this movie will be a huge hit. The trailer is not long. Just 3 minutes. After sending the baby to the blue planet, in the blink of an eye, the baby grows into a child, then a teenager, and finally a young adult. The background music becomes increasingly stirring, accompanied by scenes of war that ignite everyone's passions. The voiceover further amplifies the anticipation for Superman. You are the answer, child. The blue planet father of Superman says, you are the answer to whether we are alone in this universe. Can I continue to pretend to be your child? The young Superman asks tearfully, you are my child. The father of the blue planet spoke with a choked voice, holding the boy tightly in his arms. I firmly believe that you were sent here for a reason, and even if it takes your entire life, you must find that reason for yourself. After the father's words, a girl began to narrate. The depiction of the superhero was all through the perspectives of others. In the later part of the trailer, the superhero was shown handcuffed, and the voiceover in the film became the protagonist himself. My father believes that if the world discovers my true identity, it will reject me. He firmly believes that the world is not ready yet. What do you think? In the interrogation room, a woman asked, what does it stand for? The superhero smiled and replied, that's not ANS. In my homeland, it represents hope. The woman confidently stated, here, it is the letters. The last word, super, was left unspoken by the woman, as if the recording device had malfunctioned, resulting in a strong electrical noise. The superhero responded, sorry. In the background, the superhero soared into the sky, delivering a powerful punch to send the enemy flying. At this point, the trailer officially ended. However, this brief 3 minutes delivered a shocking impact to many netizens. The superhero's flight and immense power, rendered through special effects, stirred an incredible sense of excitement. The amount of information in the dialogue made all the viewers express their anticipation and curiosity. I declare, I couldn't take my eyes off this trailer for a second. When is the movie coming out? Oh my gosh. This 3-minute trailer is packed with information. The superhero was actually arrested? I have to say, the superhero's outfit is quite distinctive, wearing underwear on the outside. The red cape looks really cool too. Can someone analyze what the trailer is about? Is there even a need for analysis? The superhero was sent from outer space to the blue planet, faced hostility from the world, and was even arrested. But don't forget, the superhero's abilities are beyond what the inhabitants of the blue planet can handle. I feel quite pessimistic. I can't even imagine how the superhero could lose. What about nuclear weapons? That would complicate the superhero's setting. In any case, the release of this trailer has sparked intense discussions among netizens, and Lin Ming is thoroughly excited. After liking the video, he noticed it had barely reached 10,000 likes. In just a few minutes, the number of simultaneous viewers had reached 500,000. That seemed too low. Perhaps it was lagging? He exited the video and clicked to check again, only to be completely stunned. He got the accurate data. Likes reached 600,000. Coins at 1.2 million. Favorites at 600,000. What does this mean? It means that every viewer clicked to support it, and many even contributed twice. This data must have broken the record on the platform, right? In an instant. The trailer not only stirred up excitement on the platform, but also ignited a frenzy on various social media platforms discussing the content of the film Superman. Major film production companies, upon learning about the release date of Superman, were taken aback and immediately announced their withdrawal from the schedule. Even blockbusters were not exceptions, as no one wanted to be a stepping stone for Earth Pictures. In comparison, not only did the reputation collapse, but the box office was also bound to suffer a disastrous defeat. In just over a year, all film companies have been avoiding Earth Pictures like a plague. Several days have passed. The TV series The Fury has reached its grand finale. The character Gao Qiqiang, played by Zhang Sungwen, after saving his adopted daughter, was sent to prison. The biggest criminal organization in Jinghai City, which had been operating for 20 years, was finally brought down. However, this scene brought countless middle-aged men to tears. Gao Qiqiang deserved his fate, but Zhang Sungwen's acting was incredibly moving. "Dad, where are you going at this late hour?" "I'm going to light incense for Gao Qiqiang." I couldn't hold back my emotions when I saw his expression waiting for death in prison. In an instant, various short videos were uploaded online, generating huge buzz once again. They directly competed with Superman for trending topics. The Fury concludes. The Fury finale. Gao Qiqiang sentenced to death. Middle-aged viewers cried at the ending of The Fury. While middle-aged men were in tears, young men and women were celebrating the most glorious moment. The long-awaited movie Superman was finally premiering. Not only that, young women were exceptionally excited, because Hu Ji's starring drama Myth was finally set to air on Xiangnan TV. Once the news was released, the internet exploded. Chapter 177, Dinosaur Park announced, Blue Planet shocked. Han Mo's invitation. Are you coming to star? The new year is here. Myth is finally airing. Superman is also about to be released. What a great day. Tonight at 7:45 p.m., the first episode of Myth. Oh my. There's also the premiere of Superman at 8 p.m. The premiere is only for critics. I'm going to watch Myth tonight. Who go? I've been waiting for you for so long. As The Fury concluded, Myth aired seamlessly on Xiangnan TV, attracting countless online viewers. Soon it was 7:45 p.m., and Myth finally aired. The show opened with a magical scene, featuring Hu Ge as Yi Xiaochuan, a photographer. He wanted to go to his father's archaeological site to take work photos of his father and brother. However, he crossed paths with tomb robbers, who, fearing he would discover their crime, decided to eliminate him. To make it look natural, they stuffed a venomous snake into his car. Just when Yi Xiaochuan was bitten and fell unconscious, the two tomb robbers, wanting to keep all the loot, resorted to murder, and a tiger-shaped pendant fell beside Yi Xiaochuan. It emitted a strange glow, causing the bite mark on Yi Xiaochuan's hand to disappear. I could tell this must be valuable. Realizing its worth, Yi Xiaochuan put on the tiger-shaped pendant, only to have a mark burned onto his chest, setting the stage for his journey back to the Qin dynasty. When Yi Xiaochuan arrived at the archaeological site, he was chased by Gao Yao wielding a ladle. The reason was that Yi Xiaochuan was bullying his sister. However, later on, the archaeological site was hijacked by someone in a car. Yi Xiaochuan and Gao Yao chased after them and ultimately retrieved the artifacts from the excavation site. While Yi Xiaochuan was reporting safety to his brother, he suddenly noticed a groove on the artifact box that matched the pattern of the tiger-shaped pendant around his neck. He tried placing the tiger pendant on it, and suddenly, the seemingly unopenable box radiated light and hovered in midair, leaving both Yi Xiaochuan and Gao Yao stunned. But in the next moment, the box's brilliance intensified, pulling the two back thousands of years into the past. Yi Xiaochuan landed at a beheading site, where he was held at gunpoint by nervous soldiers. The first episode ended here, instantly igniting discussions and excitement among all viewers. What a strong plot twist. Were those soldiers' outfits from the Qin dynasty? Oh my, long live the Qin emperor. I can't wait. I wonder what will happen next. Looking forward to the second episode. Hu Ge's acting is great, and he is quite the idol. He still has room for growth, and I can wait. The first episode was very captivating, and the theme was so imaginative. It truly lives up to being produced by Earth Film. It's not as grounded as The Storm, but it has its own unique flavor. I wonder how the premiere of Superman went. Wow, I almost forgot about that. At the same time Myth was airing, Superman also had its premiere ceremony, and the scene was awe-inspiring. Amid people's speculations about the trailer, Superman truly is an alien, and his backstory was revealed early on. His father was killed by a spike, and his mother sent him to Earth. The antagonist is very worried about the baby growing up and discovering the truth. So they search for the baby's whereabouts in the vast universe. This also sets up potential dangers for Superman's future. The story is full of twists and turns. With Superman played by Peng Yuyen, whose incredibly smooth muscle lines are truly captivating. Even guys can't help but feel envious of that physique. The premiere ignited a storm of online discussions. The strongest hero produced by Earth Film is Superman. The premiere event received rave reviews, with everyone cheering for Superman. It's already booked for this year's box office champion. After the premiere, countless media outlets and film critics shared their opinions online, attracting the anticipation of numerous film fans. Damn, it's officially releasing tomorrow. I'm so anxious. I can't wait. It's really exciting. After finishing The Storm, I can also watch Myth and Superman. I'm definitely going to dive in without hesitation. I watched the premiere ceremony. It was truly amazing. Don't mention it. I feel like time is dragging on. Time flew by, and the next day Superman officially premiered. On its first day of release, it broke the box office record, reaching $550 million. The next day was even more exaggerated, soaring to $600 million in box office earnings. All companies were in a frenzy. The profits are so immense that it feels like seeing money scattered everywhere. Even real estate companies can't resist jumping in to grab a slice of the pie. In an instant, various companies are announcing their new superhero films. Even without a script, they want to make a splash first. The scene is unprecedented. Have these companies gone mad? I can understand film companies wanting to make superhero movies. It's a long-standing tradition, and there's a chance for some great films. But now even real estate and coal mining companies want to invest in filmmaking. What kind of disruption has Earth Pictures brought in just over a year? I'm not sure about the disruption, but the profits are definitely enough to make me envious. Want to make money? If you can resist watching their movies, I'd be relieved for you. Wow, I was just planning to watch it again. Let us go to Earth Cinema. The ticket prices are much cheaper. Don't even mention it. There are only 50 seats, and it's impossible to get a ticket. As various sectors announce their new themes, Liu Bai is leisurely browsing major forums. He didn't attend last night's premiere. Now that Earth Pictures is officially on track, he no longer needs to be present every time. His 7 directors can handle things well. The only concern now is that their filming progress isn't strong enough. With so many films at Earth Pictures, filming 8 to 10 a year, when will that be enough? Lin Ming, are you free? Liu Bai directly called to ask. Liu Bai? Yes, absolutely. What do you need me to do? Lin Ming answered the call, still a bit incredulous. This is the first time the other party has called him directly. So exciting. Could it be a breakthrough? And what Liu Bai said next made Lin Ming's heart race. Do you want to be a director? Just one sentence left Lin Ming dumbfounded. The following words made him even more anxious. Go to Earth Pictures as a director, with 2 options for himself. Take a high-paying director's salary, or take a 2% box office share. Wow, is there even a choice? This is practically giving money away. Even if he only gets 2%, a film can earn at least tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Can he not trust the script quality at Earth Pictures? Moreover, Earth Pictures will also provide filming funds. With such great conditions, how could he not take the opportunity? The only challenge is that he needs to build his own team and take care of the crew. How to take care of them? What are his college classmates doing? Just bring them over, and it would be a complete crew. Plus, they would be under Earth Pictures' umbrella. Calling it a subsidiary wouldn't be an exaggeration, right? Boss, no problem. Lin Ming was exceptionally excited, full of confidence. All right, I've sent the script to your email. Take a look. Liu Bai hung up the phone. Lin Ming couldn't wait to open his email, and he quickly saw the title appear. It was called Wolverine. Lin Ming couldn't stop himself from getting excited. The ancestral grave was truly smoking. Fortunately, he had not made any enemies in the past. He had also managed to gain some recognition. Haha. Indeed, the goddess was of no help to him. It was men who were his source of motivation. This time, he had gained significant face, and even after graduation, he could still lead his classmates. He was bringing glory to his ancestors. Lin Ming was extremely thrilled and immediately sent a message in the group. Almost all his classmates wanted to join the project. Han Mo-ing read the message and smiled slightly. Now that no one was bothering her, she felt much more relaxed. Moreover, with her current status, no one dared to pester her. Congratulations. After sending that message, she chose to go silent. Now that the fury was completed, she didn't want to become lazy. She still had the urge to act, so she immediately contacted Liu Bai, asking for the script for the second film. Titanic? Han Mo-ing picked up the script in the office and blinked her eyelashes slightly. Just from the name, she couldn't tell much. Wasn't this the name of a ship that sank in the history of a certain region? She took the script to the company's coffee lounge. Now, the Earth Film Company had expanded again, adding many leisure spots. Moreover, the government had gifted Liu Bai a piece of land, which was under construction to create a unique space for the Earth Film Company. Lucy, Jeko, Hanemo Ing took a sip of coffee, holding the script, as if she had returned to a year ago. Back then, Liu Bai had handed her the script for the first film, Iron Man. And this story turned out not to be a sci-fi or fantasy genre. Instead, it was a modern urban drama like The Fury. Unknowingly, Hanemo Ing's eye makeup smudged. With a sore throat and tears in her eyes, she understood that this was a film she had to participate in. If you jump, I will jump too. It was so beautiful. She couldn't wait any longer and directly contacted her team members to start preparations for filming. A month passed. Myth had been screened for more than half its run, while Superman had already concluded. Liu Bai anxiously hid back at home, filled with anticipation. Ding! The film Superman has finished its screening. The box office is being calculated. Total box office, 7.45 billion. Social attention, excellent. Would you like to extract items from the Superman film? Liu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Extract. Ding! Reward extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Reward, complete physique of Superman. Liu Bai collapsed directly onto the sofa, his eyes vacant. He felt as if he had lost all motivation and ideals. It was over. Iron Man made me, a mere mortal, stand alongside the divine. But now, I have directly become a deity. Without pursuits, without desires. Now he was completely invincible. Under the system's transformation, his body had become solid and powerful. His entire physique was more defined. Underneath his white shirt, there was immense explosive power. He gently clenched his fist, as if he could easily smash through a wall. Yes, he truly smashed it. Liu Bai stared at the hole in the wall, taking a long moment to collect his thoughts. The next film to be released was Deadpool. Liu Bai was still coveting the resurrection ability it portrayed, which could completely compensate for some of Superman's shortcomings. During the release of Deadpool, it became a huge hit online. Its cheeky character was simply hilarious. The production cost was extremely low, yet it achieved a remarkably high box office. Meanwhile, Lin Daocheng, a senior from Earth Film Industry, directed Keep Running, Brothers, which became a massive success among students. The 7-star hosts gained immense popularity, and various celebrities wanted a chance to join in on the spotlight. The market expectations for Earth Film Industry were soaring. Everyone wanted to invest in this company, which had been established for less than 2 years. But who could rival Earth Film Industry in attracting funds? It was incredibly difficult to get a foot in the door. Some second-generation officials attempted to intervene and wanted to negotiate a stock exchange deal with Liu Bai. However, the next day, they were directly investigated by higher authorities. Their father also lost his position. This was not a crime that Liu Bai had Jarvis look for. It was a direct action from the government and military. Who dared to touch Liu Bai, the cash cow? Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. As the new year approached, Earth Film Industry was preparing for its first annual meeting. During this time, Liu Bai successfully acquired the immortality ability from Deadpool and obtained an elixir of longevity from the fantasy drama Myth. In Iron Man 2, he also achieved high box office success and got the Mark V transformation suitcase. He examined the suitcase repeatedly, feeling little interest. Previously, he had looked forward to it. But now with Superman's physique, having traveled through the universe hundreds of times during this period, the Mark suit had become a burden. This left him feeling somewhat regretful. The release of Spider-Man also granted Liu Bai Peter Parker's abilities, though he didn't pay much attention to it. Only the spider sense intrigued him somewhat. After studying it for several days, he lost interest again. With his incredibly powerful physique, how likely was it for the danger sense to trigger? Even if a nuclear bomb fell, would Liu Bai's hair even stand on end? However, the item he drew from Pacific Rim left Liu Bai quite satisfied. Ding! Pacific Rim draw successful. Reward: Monster Gene Cloning Technology. Now, Liu Bai could directly create a monster army. He was practically raising a group of giant pets. Of course, having such pets on Blue Star would be a disaster. He would take them to the universe to play instead. In fact, he couldn't even muster interest in the dinosaurs of Blue Star anymore. During this time, the government announced a sensational piece of news that shook all of Blue Star. We have reached a strategic cooperation with Earth Film Industry to complete the construction of the Jurassic theme park. Authentic dinosaurs will be revived on Blue Star. They also invited the head of Earth Film Industry to create a new movie, Jurassic World. This government announcement caused an immediate uproar across Blue Star, Qin Province, May Province. The Seven Islands region is in an uproar. It's trending directly at the top. What? I can't be seeing this wrong. Unbelievable. Is today April Fool's Day? The authorities say dinosaurs have come back to life. A theme park has been built. And what is up with the Earth film industry? I can't believe this. If the government is so serious about it, it must be true. Are dinosaurs really coming back? I can't handle it. It's magical. So magical. If it really opens, I'll be the first to buy a ticket. Me too. If I don't see dinosaurs, I'll regret it for life. 65 million years of dinosaurs. Am I dreaming? What kind of god-level technology is this? Not only are netizens shocked, but there is also a huge stir within the government. Such news is actually real. And it was kept under wraps for so long. It's only been revealed to the public today. The wealthy second-generation group that Lin Ming is part of is completely restless. My goodness, is it really this big? If dinosaurs can come back, doesn't that mean everyone on Blue Planet is entering an era of immortality? It just needs brain-computer interfaces perfected, and with memory backups, we could really achieve immortality. It's not that simple. My grandfather is in research, and he only managed to tell me about his findings today. It's not achievable. The dinosaurs they are studying seem to have insurmountable barriers, making it impossible to reverse engineer. Plus, memory backups aren't as easy as you think. What the government announced today has shocked my entire family for a whole year. No wonder my uncle couldn't find any information before. It turns out they were conducting such experiments. No wonder. Lin Ming, come say something. Isn't your steel business cooperating with the government? Don't you have any news? Speaking of which, it's really strange. Lin Ming hasn't been active in the group for months, right? What has he been busy with lately? Lin Ming felt the mention and glanced at the group chat, feeling a surge of pride. His status is no longer ordinary. He is no longer on the same level as those wealthy second-generation folks just coasting through life. Now, the film company he established can officially announce that it's a subsidiary of the Earth film industry. I haven't been busy with much. I just finished shooting a movie, and you all can check it out later. The title is Wolverine, and the scriptwriter is my good brother Liu Bai. Oh, by the way, Liu Bai sent me another script recently, called Jurassic World. That's the film the government mentioned, and I'll be directing it. You all have to come show some support. Lin Ming's words left the group in stunned silence for a long time. This is just too big. They can't even process it. Another month passed. The first annual meeting of the Earth film industry was officially held. Lin Ming, because of the impressive results of Wolverine, was also allowed to attend the annual meeting. This earned him a lot of face among the wealthy second-generation members. The photos and videos sent out made not only his wealthy friends envious, but also brought tears to his parents' eyes. After decades of serious business, they couldn't match the earnings from a single film their son made. Unbelievable. At this year's annual meeting, the winners were Chun Rinchuan, Lin Daoqing, Lu Fengchun, and Han Meng. The others took on the roles of sons and grandsons, leaving behind an unspeakable past. Feeling an immense sense of humiliation, they vowed to work hard next year to reclaim their father's position. However, that humiliation was ultimately dispelled by the year-end bonuses. This year, there was a tremendous box office revenue, and the bonus amount was simply astonishing to the 7 shareholders. Wow, we are rich. After the annual meeting, the scripts were redistributed. The profits this year were so high that everyone was shaken. And don't forget, as long as the goal of 20 billion is achieved within 3 years, the points for the distributor in Qinzhou can be reduced by 2 more points. That is a huge profit. Do we really need 3 years? We can adjust the points right after the new year. Plus, with other cinemas lowering their fee ratios, the profits for the Earth Film Company reached a new peak. Senior Liu Bai, the script. I want it. Is it ready? Send it to me. This time, I must create high profits for the company. Stop messing around. Just behave and be my son. Get lost. Liu Bai watched his seniors banter and smiled lightly. He pulled out many scripts from the drawer. The titles were not written on the covers. Liu Bai chuckled, saying, "It's a blind box. Shoot whichever one you get." The seniors were stunned. So extravagant. The scripts included titles like Iron Man 3, The Avengers, Journey to the West, and even The Wandering Earth and Avatar. Han Meng looked at the dazzling array of scripts on the table, but quickly shifted her gaze to Liu Bai, staring at him for a long time. When Liu Bai met her eyes, she pursed her lips and said softly, "This time I won. Take one. You gave me a script last time, and I've been preparing it for a long time. I want to ask you, my crew is short of a male lead. Do you want to join?" Tomorrow is the grand finale. Chapter 178. Liu Bai's first starring film, The System's Final Task, complete. In the office, upon hearing Han Meng's words, everyone was stunned. Inviting Liu Bai to be the male lead? Several seniors blinked in surprise, unconsciously gazing at Liu Bai's handsome face. They remembered when Liu Bai first brought them the Iron Man script. They had said he should star in a movie, as his looks would definitely make it a hit. But after so long, they hadn't dared to bring it up. Yet Han Meng spoke. Liu Bai looked into Han Meng's calm eyes, also taken aback. Me? The male lead? This statement left Liu Bai in silence. To be honest, he did have a desire to perform in front of the camera. In his previous life, he was too poor. At the height of short videos' popularity, he watched men and women become famous and earn lots of money as hosts or through product endorsements. After much psychological preparation, he finally walked confidently in front of the camera. Later, he realized it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. But his luck has never been great. He has never had a viral short video, and even his live streams only attract a handful of viewers. Coupled with his average gaming skills and singing ability, and his refusal to engage in lowbrow content, his popularity has remained low. After many nights of live streaming, he would turn off the camera and fall into a deep sleep. So, does coming to this world offer a chance to make up for his regrets? Moreover, his luck seems to have turned around, as the rewards he received were exactly what he hoped for, even exceeding his expectations. I may not have acting talent, but I can give it a try. If I'm not suitable, you can find a more appropriate male lead. Under Han Meng's expectant gaze, Liu Bai hesitated for a long time before finally relenting. Additionally, this movie is a classic that Liu Bai has watched countless times and loves the beautiful yet regretful story. Moreover, the film's soundtrack is simply outstanding. Even after arriving in this world, he still finds it hard to forget the melodies sung by the female voice. It's a fantastic drama with a fantastic song. It even became the first film in history to gross over $1 billion, dominating the box office for years. The awards are plentiful, with 11 Academy Awards. Best Picture, Best Director, Best Visual Effects, Best Sound, Best Cinematography. One can only imagine the storm this most touching love film will stir on this planet. I believe you can do it. Han Meng received the response, her lips curling into a satisfied smile, her tone full of excitement. You may not know how to act, but we can teach you. A few senior brothers chuckled ambiguously upon hearing this. That's right. We are professional directors. Liu Bai, as a first-time film actor, is practically guaranteed to be the highlight of next year's annual meeting, right? He is finally going to be popular. I've wanted to make a movie with him for a long time. Now it's my turn to supervise Liu Bai's crew. I'm in too. The senior brothers cheered. Liu Bai also learned that for more than 5 months, Han Meng has been preparing the film and even built a large ship for the shoot. According to her plan, filming with real scenes and special effects would make the visuals even more realistic and impactful. Liu Bai had no objections to this. News of Liu Bai starring in the movie soon leaked among the actors. Oh my gosh, is Boss Liu making a movie? Miss Han is the director? I want a role, said Tang and I. Is there a role for me? I'll do it for free. Let me partner with Liu, exclaimed Xia. Give me a chance to act alongside Boss Liu. I won't let you down. Zhang Sunwen chimed in. I timidly say that I also want to act, said Gao Xiaoya. Can I get a cameo? Even as a corpse, I'm fine with that. No need for a close-up, said Zhou Xingxing. Same here, Liang Chaowei added. Are there any full roles? I can perform without any traces of acting, Huang Baoyang said. Zhou Xingxing, Liang Chaowei, and Huang Baoqiang are all actors who emerged from variety shows, and their acting skills are exceptional. They are all signed under a film company. Their director is a classmate of Liu Bai, whom he recruited from school for the filming, with a script and storyboards in hand. Anyone who has studied film production can easily handle the project. The films of these three have also been a huge success in Qinzhou, both in box office and reputation. Just as other actors were joining in the excitement, an out-of-place voice weakly chimed in the group chat. Lin Ming. Can I play Liu Bai's psychic? Liu Bai, who was sneaking a peek at the group chat, instantly brightened at Lin Ming's self-recommendation. Wow, a villain role is available? Lin Ming, you can certainly play it. There is a role that is perfect for you. You must come, Lin Ming. Liu Bai's overly excited tone made Lin Ming feel something was off, and he suddenly wasn't so keen on acting anymore. Half a month passed. Everything was prepared, and the crew and actors had all arrived. Today would be Liu Bai's first scene. Han Meng's character is the fallen noble Lady Lu Si. Her deceased father left her and her mother with nothing but debt and a tarnished identity. Her mother wants to marry her off to a wealthy man to maintain their status and position. However, Lucy feels trapped and does not want to be surrounded by hypocritical faces. But she cannot resist fate and can only agree to an engagement. This scene depicts Lucy's fiancé attempting to force himself on her, leaving her heartbroken as she leans over the railing, contemplating jumping off the ship. This moment is witnessed by Jiaku, who is lying on the deck. He is a drifter with no family, but a talented artist hoping to make a living by selling his paintings, though no one appreciates his work. He won his ticket through gambling and is seated in the lowest class cabin. Lu Bai, playing Jiaku, sees Han Moing, who is about to jump, and cautiously approaches her, whispering, "Don't jump. Don't come any closer." Han Moing stands at the stern of the ship, pleading pitifully, "Don't go. Just give me your hand, and I'll pull you up." Lu Bai reaches out his hand and slowly moves closer. The expression he portrays makes Chun Rinchuan, who is monitoring from behind the camera, light up with excitement. The other seniors also nod silently in approval. Who knew Lu Bai had such acting skills? "No, don't move," Han Moing orders. Her tear-filled eyes hide her surprise. Lu Bai's acting is flawless, at least from her perspective. Is this the Lu Bai who has been writing scripts behind the scenes? It's such a waste for him not to be an actor. I've discovered another talent of his. Han Moing, you're amazing. I'm not joking, I will jump. Han Moing, trembling, remembered they were filming and instinctively looked at the turbulent sea below, showing signs of fear. Lu Bai observed her back and pretended to toss his cigarette away, using the opportunity to get closer to Han Moing. "You won T." Lu Bai looked at her expression, sensing she wouldn't actually jump. He lifted his coat and slipped his hands into his pockets, his expression calming considerably. "What are you saying? I won't jump? Don't pretend to understand me so well when you don't even know me," Han Moing said, feeling both dissatisfied and wronged. "If you really wanted to die, you would have jumped already." Lu Bai looked at her firmly, as if he could see right through her. "Leave me alone. Go away," Han Moing shouted, casting a fearful glance at the ocean beneath her. "No, I can't just stand by and watch," Lu Bai said lightly yet helplessly, pulling his hands from his pockets and removing his coat. "If you jump, I'll jump too. What kind of joke is that?" Han Moing watched as Lu Bai began to take off his boots, her voice choked with emotion. "You could die. I swim well. You'll fall to your death." "True, falling could indeed cause injury," Lu Bai calmly stated as he untied his shoelaces. "To be honest, I'm more worried about the icy cold water than the injuries." This made Han Moing's face stiffen. She seemed to calm down a bit, but still asked in disbelief, "Is it really that cold?" "It's freezing. About the same temperature as ice. It feels like being stabbed by many knives, unable to breathe, unable to think, nothing but pain. So I really don't want to jump with you, but right now, I have no choice. I sincerely hope you can step back from the railing and leave this dreadful place with me. Please, give me your hand. You don't want to endure that kind of torment." Han Moing was persuaded and slowly turned away from the railing. Lu Bai looked at her beautiful face, feeling much better, and gazed into her eyes. "Jiaku," Han Moing nervously replied, "Lucy, please write down this name for me to remember." Hearing Lu Bai's words, Han Moing broke into a smile. Click. "This scene is done. Junior Lu, I didn't expect you to have quite the talent for acting." Chun Rin-kun shouted excitedly. The surrounding actors also applauded, finding no fault with Lu Bai's performance. However, Zhang Song sighed regretfully, as the acting teacher. He had wanted to recommend himself to the chairman for some guidance, but he had no opportunity. The subsequent plot saw Lu Bai invited to dinner by Lucy's fiancé, which made him somewhat nervous. A wealthy woman took a liking to Lu Bai's rugged charm, lending him a suit for the dinner set to the sound of a melodious piano. Dressed in a suit with his neatly combed back hair, Jiaku was mistaken for a young heir of a railway company or a newly wealthy individual, blending well into the upper class. However, Lucy's mother, burdened with debt, disapproved of her daughter getting too close to a penniless drifter. During the banquet, she smiled and asked a question that put him on the spot. "Mr. Jiaku, could you tell us what the lower deck is like? I've heard it's quite nice." Lu Bai recognized the challenge and quickly composed himself, responding confidently and honestly. "It's south the best place I've ever stayed, madam. No rats at all." The other distinguished guests at the banquet looked surprised and laughed. At this moment, the camera zoomed in on Lucy's fiancé, played by Lin Ming. With his slicked back hair, he smiled and said with an air of superiority, "Mr. Jiaku came from third class. He helped my fiancé last night." Han Moing anxiously interjected, "Mr. Jiaku is an outstanding painter. I saw some of his works today." At the dining table, there were also familiar faces. Donnie played the old captain, Zhang Sungwen portrayed the ship designer, and Gao Xiaoya played a wealthy lady. The other young actors played Jia Ke's friends from the lower class. Xia even played Lu Bai's sidekick. However, he did not appear in this setting. The next plot point involved Lu Bai shaking hands with Han Mo-ing and slipping her a note, inviting her to a real party. He took her into the lower class area, where music and dancing filled the air with a lively atmosphere. People were dancing, and the vibe was fantastic. Zhou Xingxing, Huang Baoyang, and Liang Chaowei made cameo appearances here. Han Mo-ying's character, Lu Si, was having a great time and felt very free. Yet, her identity as someone else's fiancé loomed over her, with the wedding scheduled to take place on the ship. Her mother told Lu Si that she didn't want her to work as a laborer in the future and advised her not to see Jia Ke. She fell silent. Jia Ke wanted to see Lu Si to clarify things, but she avoided him, and Lu Bai, dressed in simple clothes, couldn't enter the upper class area. Lu Bai spotted a dress on a chair on the deck and thought about borrowing it to sneak into the upper class deck, where he finally saw Lu Si and pushed her into a nearby gym. Jia Ke, this isn't right. I can't see you anymore. She wanted to leave, but Lu Bai held her back. I need to talk to you. No, it can't be like this. Han Mo-ing took a deep breath. I'm engaged. I'm going to marry Lin Ming. I love him. Even so, Lu Bai expressed his feelings. You are so remarkable, and I can't let go of you. Don't go. Let me finish. I'm not a fool. I understand the rules of society. I only have 10 Qin yuan in my pocket. I can't give you anything. But I love you deeply and can't help myself. You jump. I jump, remember? Jia Ke also made his stance clear. Unless you are happy, I won't let go. I just want you to be happy. Han Mo-ing was touched, but stubbornly replied, I'm fine and will be happy, really. I have to go back. Don't come looking for me. Lu Si left and returned to the upper-class circle, where every day was filled with parties, surrounded by insincere words and fake smiles. She saw a little girl learning noble etiquette under her mother's stern words, which deeply affected her. In the evening sun, Lu Si stood at the bow of the ship and saw Jia Ke in a daze. Hello, Jia Ke, I've changed my mind. They said you might be here. Jia Ke raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. He understood her feelings and was overjoyed. Give me your hand. Now close your eyes, quickly. Luz placed her hand in Jia Ke's, closed her eyes, and wore a face of tension mixed with anticipation. With Jia Ke's help, she stood on the railing and spread her arms wide. Jia Ke stood behind her, holding her waist. They turned to look at each other, and then Luz and Jia Ke kissed. After this scene ended, Han Ming awkwardly approached Lu Bai and shyly said, This is my first on-screen kiss. Lu Bai was taken aback for a moment. Me too. Han Ming's face flushed bright red. It's also my first kiss. Lu Bai looked into her eyes. Who hasn't had one? Han Ming smiled gently and skipped away joyfully. The climax of the filming featured Lu Bai, a realist painter, painting Han Ming in the nude. Of course, she was wearing a strapless top and shorts, with the rest of her body painted by AI. After all, wearing such attire made Han Ming, a young lady, blush and her heart race. Especially in front of Lu Bai's handsome face, it was even harder for her to maintain her model pose. Later, unable to find his fiancée Luz, Lin Ming sent a bodyguard to look for her. Lu Bai and Han Ming hid everywhere, their laughter echoing down the corridor. They even ran into the coal-burning hold and then arrived at the cargo warehouse where items were stored. There was an antique carriage with a golden-red color scheme. Lu Bai opened the door and helped Han Ming into the seat, while he pretended to steer from the front, looking at the roses inside the carriage. Han Ming rolled down the front window. Where are we going? Lu Bai proudly tilted his head back and honked the horn. To heaven. Han Ming whispered close to Lu Bai's ear. Then, seeing the confused look in Lu Bai's eyes, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into the carriage. Their hands intertwined. Jia Ke asked, Are you nervous? Han Ming looked into his eyes, her gaze soft, not nervous. She then gently leaned on Lu Bai's shoulder, dreamily kissed his fingers, and said, Put your hand on me. Later, the ship collided with an iceberg. Ladies and children were prioritized for evacuation, and Luz boarded the ship. But she looked at Jia Ke with gentle eyes and ultimately chose to jump overboard, embracing each other. Her fiancé Lin Ming, filled with jealousy, pulled a gun from a bodyguard and shot at them, wanting to kill them. The two dodged bullets and escaped back to the hold. The ship was leaking everywhere, and the lifeboats were already filled with wealthy ladies and children. The poor were locked inside, threatened with guns. In the end, the ship was swallowed by the sea. Yet Jia Ke, having grown up by the water and being a good swimmer, survived. Luz, wearing a life jacket, floated on the surface. The seawater was icy and biting, and Jekka pulled Luz through the water, finding a door floating on the sea. But the door could not support the weight of both. Jekka chose to stay submerged in the water. Many actors were floating on the surface, creating a chaotic scene. Lubai leaned against the door, expressing how the warmth of his body was gradually fading in the icy seawater, his breath coming in gasps. Lucy, listen to me. You will escape safely. You will live well in the future, surrounded by children and grandchildren. You will watch them grow up, and you will enjoy your old age. Passing your days on a warm bed. Not here, not tonight, not in this way, do you understand? I'm losing feeling in my body. I'm so cold. Han Mo Ing said weakly. Lu Bai comforted her. Winning that ticket was the luckiest thing in my life. It brought me to you. Then, he held Han Mo Ying's hand. Lucy, you have to do me a favor. Promise me you will keep fighting to live. No matter what happens. No matter how desperate it gets. Lu Bai's voice cracked with emotion and reluctance. Han Mo Ing was also choking back tears. Jieku, in a daze, said, Please don't give up. Promise me right now. Lucy nodded through tears. I promise. I will live no matter what. More than 20 lifeboats had set out, but only one returned to search for survivors. However, a long time had passed. The boat passed by Jieku and Lucy, with crew members shouting but receiving no response. It did wake Lucy from her slumber. She looked at Jieku, who was holding her tightly, his body frozen like a sculpture, having succumbed to the sea. The surface of the water was devoid of any living souls, all frozen to death. Lucy watched in despair as he sank beneath the waves, yet she had to fulfill the promise she made. With all her strength, she shouted, and eventually boarded the lifeboat. The crew covered her with a blanket, but Lucy seemed to have lost the most important person in her soul, trembling as she gazed at the starry sky. When the Titanic struck the iceberg, the captain, played by Donnie, had sent out a signal that the nearest large ship would come to rescue them. The 20 or so living souls had moved into a new cabin. The wealthy returned indoors, while those in the lower decks sat on the deck. Life jackets piled up in the trash bins. Sir, I'm afraid you won't find who you're looking for here. These are all lower deck passengers. Lin Ming stepped onto the deck, but was persuaded by the crew to leave. Ignoring them, he continued searching, believing Lucy was already dead. Meanwhile, Lucy, wrapped in a blanket, covered her face and chose not to respond. Finally, the ship arrived from the 7 islands to the New World, amidst continuous rain. Han Mo Ing stared at the giant statue of the goddess above her, as if she had truly found freedom. Miss, what is your name? We need to register you here. A crew member approached with an umbrella. Han Mo Ing looked at him and replied, Jesse. The film wrapped up production. Once released, it caused a sensation across the entire Blue Star, with countless people moved to tears over this tragic romance. However, what shocked the fans of Earth Pictures even more was that the handsome male lead was listed as Lu Bai. What? Lu Bai is the lead. Lu Bai is acting. This stunned everyone for a whole year. No way. The male lead is actually the director and screenwriter of Iron Man and Transformers. So handsome. Hubby. The movie was incredibly poignant, and the soundtrack was divine, directly smashing the box office records on Blue Star. Not only that, once it was released, on the first day of its release, the box office in Qin province surpassed 1 billion, marking another milestone. Meanwhile, on the first day in another region, it reached over 30 billion. Due to the exceptional quality of the film, its screening was extended by a month. The momentum is incredible. Not only did it break the historical box office record in Qin province, but it also became the first film in the history of that region to reach a total box office of 200 billion. It claimed the title of the highest-grossing film in that region's history. 2 years later, the Dinosaur Park finally opened, causing a sensation in that region. However, Lu Bai remained indifferent and completed the system's final task, gaining the ability to get close to animals. This was of no use to him anymore. Nevertheless, the system issued a new task, giving Lu Bai renewed motivation. As a result, he did not participate in the opening of the Dinosaur Park. The park, connected by a certain vehicle across 3 regions, was maintained by advanced technology, ensuring safety and peace of mind. The authorities of that region had already discovered that the dinosaur gene technology originated from him. In the vast cosmos, a beam of starlight traveled at superluminal speed across the universe, eventually landing on another blue planet. As the light faded, Lu Bai's handsome face appeared, excitedly saying, I couldn't find you after filming The Wandering Earth. This is my first time not drawing the item I wanted. But it's not without gain. I directly obtained your location. With all these extraordinary abilities, you can't escape. Who would have thought that I filmed the anime Dragon Ball? I drew abilities in every episode, and I finally got instant transmission, returning to his home planet, not for any other reason, but to thank the directors for creating so many great works. So, I brought the films from that region to broaden your horizons. Fellow Earthlings, are you ready? I also want the fantasy abilities from that region. Ding. Final task, film works from that region on Earth. Completion, the end.